Wang Teng calls himself the master of Peach Blossom Island, though that title is nothing more than a joke he came up with. From a young age, he knew he had traveled to the Marvel Universe, and he took this fact in stride, never once losing his composure. Wang Teng was fond of joking that if Thanos ever dared to snap his fingers, he could turn the Mad Titan into purple yam cakes. Although he didn't yet have that kind of strength, he firmly believed that day wasn't far off. When Wang Teng crossed into this world, he brought along a mysterious system. Curiously, the system made its presence known only once before falling silent, never to respond again, but he didn't mind. At least, he thought, it was better than being forced by a system to complete endless tasks or face life-and-death trials at every turn. This peaceful life suited Wang Teng perfectly. He enjoyed fishing and farming, and sometimes he'd stop by the bar to chat philosophy with pretty girls. His farmland was unlike any other. While most people reap what they sow, Wang Teng's harvest depended entirely on luck. For instance, he once planted a bottle of green tea and ended up with a grapevine that could restore mental energy. Another time, he sowed black tea and harvested a trellis of loofah gourds that replenished blood. He'd even tried planting rifles, grenades, washing machines, and refrigerators, reaping an assortment of useful, bizarre, and amusing items. This magical plot of land was a gift from that same system, the one that crashed after appearing only once. Our story begins more than 20 years ago. In this world, Wang Teng's parents were of Asian descent, working at Stark Industries since his childhood. Though their positions weren't high, they had a good rapport with Howard Stark and held some company stock, which brought the family a comfortable life, free from worry. Wang Teng even attended the same school as the future Iron Man, Tony Stark. But for Tony, this wasn't necessarily a blessing. Tony had a sharp tongue from an early age, perhaps a result of lacking affection, and developed a rather unlikable personality. While others might have tolerated him out of respect for the Stark family, Wang Teng was never one to hold back. Whenever Tony let his words run wild, Wang Teng would set him straight. The first time Wang Teng made Tony cry with a beating, at the age of 6, a message suddenly echoed. In his mind, energy increased by 1%. Only then did he realize he possessed a system and could gain energy through these lessons. From that point on, he regularly educated Tony, usually about 10 times a year. When Wang Teng was 12, his parents died. Unexpectedly, he had been very close to them, and the grief was overwhelming. Tony's sharp tongue didn't improve matters, so that month, Wang Teng ended up teaching Tony a lesson 6 times. In the end, it was Howard Stark himself who stepped in and mediated, restoring Wang Teng's beatings to their usual monthly frequency. Howard believed that boys fighting was a good way to build friendship. After Howard and his wife passed away, Tony became quieter for a time, and the animosity between the two gradually faded. Although Tony still got beaten up from time to time, it wasn't long before he was admitted to university ahead of schedule. By that point, Wang Teng's system energy had already reached 100%. Afterward, educating Tony became more of a convenient routine, something he did partly to help Tony take his mind off things. After Tony left, Wang Teng sold off all the real estate, stocks, and other fixed assets his parents had left him, gathering up every bit of his savings. Before heading to Maple Leaf Country, there he bought a small island spanning dozens of square kilometers, embarking on the life of a farm owner. Once the system energy had fully charged, it gave only a brief notification, Super Farm System activated, and then offered no further guidance. During the intervals between his clashes with Tony, Wang Teng gradually figured out the rules for planting with the system. He discovered that the first requirement was a plot of land. As for what to plant, the choice was his, but the outcome of each harvest was always shrouded in uncertainty. Over years of trial and error, he gathered some experience. Planting food generally resulted in a harvest of food, planting drinks might yield beverages, and sowing weapons would return weapons, though the exact type was always unpredictable. Once, he had planted a crystal he'd stumbled upon by chance. 20 years had passed since then, and that crystal had grown into a towering tree, even flowering and bearing fruit. Yet to this day, he still had no idea what the fruit actually was. While other people's crops could usually be harvested in as little as 3 months, or at most half a year, his stubborn crystal tree simply refused to yield. Wang Teng didn't know much about the Marvel storyline. He'd only seen a handful of movies and heard friends chat about them from time to time. He still remembered that purple villain who snapped his fingers and Tony Stark, who sacrificed himself to save all of humanity. Thinking of this, Wang Teng realized that he'd once made Tony, the hero who saved the world, cry, in a way that made him more formidable than Tony himself, perhaps even much more so. After all, he hadn't just beaten Tony once, but over 100 times. He lived a nearly secluded, self-sufficient life on his island, like a man who had retired 20 years early. From a very day he bought the island, this had become his way of living. Until one day, he saw a news report on television. Tony Stark has been kidnapped, suspected terrorist attack. Wang Teng realized then that the story had finally begun. He muttered to himself, wondering whether he should go and rescue Tony. After so many years, the two of them had, in a way, built a connection, even if for Tony, those memories were far from pleasant. As for whether this might alter the original plot, Wang Teng believed that anything that happened was, by its very nature, reasonable. He'd always gone with the flow, enjoying the occasional chance to show off his abilities. Although he had no concrete sense of his true strength, only a vague impression from watching the movies, he figured he was probably one of the most powerful people in this world. Of course, he had never truly been tested in real combat, so it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. He figured he was still just a little bit lacking. Still, Wang Teng harbored no ambitions of ruling the world. He only wished to live a peaceful life as a farmer. Yet, after a long stretch of tranquility, there were moments when he found himself yearning for a bit of excitement. Now that he had decided to take part in the unfolding story, he felt it was only right to make some preparations. Wang Teng reached into the space gifted to him by the system and took out a traditional Chinese longsword. The sword had an ancient, elegant design. Its blade gleamed with a gentle, jade-like luster, clear and crystalline with a subtle translucence, forged from some unknown crystal. It measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, 3 inches and 3/10 in width, and bore the name Tian Xie, Heaven's Evil. This treasured sword was one of the more precious items Wang Teng had harvested during his time farming. Originally, he had planted a Nepalese cookery, but to his delight, he ended up with a flying sword straight out of a fantasy tale. After all, what boy hasn't dreamed of becoming a sword immortal? Even as men grow older, they keep the dreams of their youth alive in their hearts. What's more, Wang Teng wasn't even 40 yet. Of course, he still felt young. Over the years, the land had given rise to all sorts of miraculous creatures, and they'd left Wang Teng looking no older than someone just out of his teens. Rise! Wang Teng called out softly, forming a sword gesture with his right hand. As his fingers finished the motion, the Tian Xie sword in his hand slowly lifted into the air, hovering motionless half a meter before him. An extraordinary sight to behold. With a gentle tap of his toe on the ground, Wang Teng leapt lightly up, landing steadily atop the flying sword. Yes, this is still the coolest, he thought to himself. For him, being dashing was a lifelong pursuit. After orienting himself, he murmured, "Go." Instantly, the flying sword beneath his feet shot skyward, accelerating rapidly. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3, Mach 10, and even faster. Exactly how fast, Wang Teng didn't know. He wasn't an expert in such things. As long as it was fast enough, that was all that mattered. In the world of sword immortals, as long as one's power was sufficient, speed was almost limitless. Wherever the mind could go, the sword could follow. There were no fixed standards, but with Wang Teng's current strength, circling the globe would take no more than the time needed for a leisurely breakfast. Looking down, he saw the endless mountain ranges beneath him, likely the Himalayas. Wang Teng mused that although he possessed such abilities, he had never flown so openly across the world before. He vaguely remembered that Tony had once been in danger somewhere in the mountains or deserts of Afghanistan. Unfortunately, at that time Wang Teng didn't have the power he did now, so he hadn't been able to mark Tony's presence in his mind. All he could do now was search the vast Afghan wilderness bit by bit. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Teng, with a moment's inattention, shot right past his destination. Although he was high up in the sky, he couldn't determine his exact location out of thin air. So, he took out his phone, turned on the GPS, and prepared to reorient himself. In truth, Wang Teng's phone was no ordinary device. In this world, even though Tony's lab technology was highly advanced, the phones people used were still stuck in the 1990s, a mix of flip phones and classic Nokia bars. Wang Teng's phone, on the other hand, was already much more sophisticated than the one he'd had before crossing over. He used the phone to pinpoint his location above Afghanistan, thinking to himself, let's take it slow and look around. In the original story, Tony should be somewhere in the desert or the mountains. But this whole region is nothing but wilderness. Finding someone here won't be easy. Fortunately, Wang Teng possessed formidable psychic powers, with a scanning range close to 1,000 kilometers. For him, finding a group of people hiding in these desolate mountain ravines was hardly a challenge. According to the plot, there shouldn't be many people around Tony, which would actually make them stand out under his psychic sense. A minute ticked by, and Wang Teng still hadn't found anything. He scratched his head in puzzlement. That's strange. Did I misremember? Could Tony be somewhere else? Not in Afghanistan. No, that can't be right. Let me think again. Wang Teng closed his eyes, trying hard to recall the details. He remembered Tony testing the Jericho missile, or was it the Jeffco missile, in the middle of a barren wasteland. Yet in that desolate backdrop, he seemed to catch a glimpse of snow-capped mountains in the distance. That meant the location where Tony was kidnapped should be not too far from the snowy peaks. Realizing this, Wang Teng understood he'd been searching deep in the interior, perhaps in the wrong direction. He immediately soared higher and gazed northeast. 3 minutes later, he finally spotted his target. There they are, a pack of little mice after all, Wang Teng murmured to himself. In fact, Wang Teng wasn't aware that Tony Stark had already been kidnapped for half a month. Ever since he started living a retired life, he had grown much slower to catch up with outside news. The whole world had been abuzz about it for weeks, but Wang Teng only learned of it by chance when he turned on the TV. Meanwhile, in the cave, Tony Stark was talking with Ensign. If my calculations are correct, and they usually are, this reactor can generate 3 billion joules of energy per second. That's enough to keep your heart running for several thousand years. Wang Teng's psychic sense happened to catch this exchange, and he instantly understood Tony's current progress. It seemed Tony had just finished building the palladium arc reactor. This gave Wang Teng a sense of relief. Should I wait a little longer? Let Tony finish building the Mark I armor as well. Wang Teng weighed the thought, but soon he dismissed the idea. Forget it. With my abilities, fixing Tony is no trouble at all. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can call it a day. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Teng dove straight toward the military base. Concealed in a mountain ravine, the instant he landed, a powerful wave of psychic force rippled outward in every direction. In the blink of an eye, everyone outside the cave, except Tony and Ensign, collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Drawing upon his formidable mental abilities, Wang Teng wiped out the entire terrorist group in a single moment. Ever since arriving in this world, he understood he could never be a paragon of virtue. Eliminating these terrorists didn't weigh heavily on his conscience. Still, he wasn't fond of bloody scenes, so granting them a silent, peaceful end seemed the best choice. Though, of course, they would never awaken from this slumber. As for whether this would change the course of events, Wang Teng cared little. With his abilities, he could handle whatever might come. Right now, all he wanted was to reunite with his old friend, Tony Stark. As he made his way toward the cave, Wang Teng decided to snap a few photos of Tony's current predicament. Perfect material for teasing him in the future. The thought brought a faint smile to his lips. After landing, he casually recalled his flying sword back into his body. Though he owned a number of such swords, even more powerful immortal blades, this particular sword still felt the most comfortable in his hand. The design of Tianxia was simply too stylish, perfectly matching Wang Teng's taste. He strode step by step into the cave. The surroundings were eerily quiet, not even the faintest sound of insects. At that moment, Tony and Ensign had no idea what was happening outside. Tony, blueprint in hand, was excitedly explaining to Ensign, "This is our ace in the hole. 15 minutes, enough to destroy this base, clear out the terrorists, and give us a chance to escape. Just stick close to me when the time comes." Ensign nodded gently. "All right, I'll work with you." Just then, Wang Teng had already reached the depths of the cave, standing before the iron door where Tony was held. He knocked on the door, half-jokingly calling out, "Hello, your delivery's here." Tony jerked in surprise, wondering if he was hearing things. Delivery? What kind of joke was that? But then that voice. Tony instinctively sucked in a breath, for it reminded him of memories both familiar and best left undisturbed. There was no response from within. Wang Teng knocked again. "Open up, water meter inspection." Still, there was silence. Wang Teng sighed. "Since you won't open up, I guess I'll just let myself in." With that, he kicked at the iron door. With a tremendous crash, the heavy iron door was sent flying, nearly grazing Tony and Ensign's heads as it hurtled deeper into the cave, one side embedding itself in the stone wall. Tony instinctively ducked, nearly collapsing to the ground, while Ensign simply crouched and raised his hands. Wang Teng walked in with a smile. "Hello, Tony. Bet you didn't expect to see me again, did you? It's been a while. I've really missed you. I wonder if you're thinking of me right now. Are you surprised and happy that I've come to rescue you?" After all these years, Wang Teng seemed especially exhilarated. Tony turned his head to look at the man who had long been a shadow over his heart, and in that moment, all his anxiety and fear melted away. Only one thought remained in his mind, and he blurted it out. "Wang Teng, I can't believe you're still alive." "Oh, dear Tony, that really stings. Clearly, it's been too long since I taught you a lesson," Wang Teng replied, a hint of nostalgia surfacing, as he recalled the days when their bickering would even turn physical. "This time, you're not getting away. No one's coming to save you." Damn it, Tony couldn't help but curse borrowing a catchphrase from his future Iron Man self. How did you show up here? Don't tell me you're sightseeing. Honestly, if you said you were in league with these terrorists, I'd be more inclined to believe it. What are you really after? I haven't just been sitting around these past years. You'll regret it if you try anything. As he spoke, Tony instinctively reached for the reactor at his chest. Thankfully, he had. Just swapped a new one. With Wang Teng's love of mischief, if he saw Tony clutching a car battery for dear life, it would be unbearably humiliating. HM? What's that smell? Tony, don't tell me you've wet yourself in fright. Wang Teng leaned in and sniffed the air. This was a terrorist cave, after all. Tony had been held here for so long, forced to eat, drink, and relieve himself in this very place. The stench in the cave was even more pungent than a country pigsty. Tony seemed to have grown used to it. The adaptability of humans truly was remarkable. Tony, is this your friend? At this point, In-san finally stood up and asked quietly. No, damn it. He's my arch-nemesis. Tony snapped back in frustration. Yet despite his words, he felt a wave of relief at Wang Teng's arrival. No matter what, meeting a familiar face was better than facing terrorists alone. Though the two had never gotten along as children, and Wang Teng had often bullied him, Tony still managed to console himself. At least he wasn't an enemy. At this moment, Tony's feelings were a tangled mess. He never imagined he would run into the nemesis of his childhood in a terrorist base. All he could do was hope things wouldn't get any worse. All right, Wang Teng, tell me why you're here. If you just came to watch me make a fool of myself, then please leave at once. And if you're with the terrorists, hoping I'll build you weapons, forget it. I won't do it. Tony's voice was filled with suspicion and anger, ignoring In-san's anxious looks and furtive signals entirely. Tony, hearing you say that really breaks my heart. Wang Teng let out an exaggerated sigh. The moment I heard you were kidnapped, I rushed here to save you. I never expected you'd be so suspicious of me. My heart is deeply wounded. It seems the only way to feel better is to give you a good beating. Go to hell. Tony shot back. A few minutes later, Wang Teng sat off to the side, feeling completely refreshed. Even the foul stench in the cave seemed less unbearable now. Tony, meanwhile, lay helplessly on the ground, staring up at the cave ceiling. A pair of matching black eyes had appeared on his face. Ethan stood nearby, at a loss for what to do. Ah, I feel so much better now. Wang Teng exhaled contentedly. After all these years, I'm glad to see I haven't lost my touch. Tony shot Wang Teng a sidelong glance, gritting his teeth as he slowly hauled himself up from the ground. Despite the painful beating he'd just received, Tony was now almost certain Wang Teng had truly come to rescue him. Otherwise, after all this time, it wouldn't make sense that the whole terrorist base had shown no sign of chaos. Still, even understanding this, Tony couldn't help but feel frustrated. What now? He couldn't resist the urge to complain, but as he opened his mouth, pain flared, making him draw a sharp breath. Couldn't this guy see he was already injured? Did he really have to hit so hard? Forget it. Self-preservation comes first. All the curses Tony had prepared to hurl at Wang Teng were swallowed back down. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold, and he'd already waited 20 years. What's one more time? One day, he'd have his payback. Tony glanced at the table where the blueprints for his Mark I prototype still lay. His mouth twitched involuntarily as he couldn't help but imagine the day he'd don his Iron Man armor and finally teach Wang Teng a lesson. Why are you still standing there? Planning to ring in the new year in this place? Wang Teng called out as he started for the exit. It's nowhere near New Year's yet, you know. Honestly, this place stinks to high heaven. Take your time packing up. I'll wait for you at the entrance. With that, Wang Teng strode out of the cave. Tony watched him go, his expression complicated. He then turned to Ethan. All right, let's see if there's anything left worth taking. Actually, never mind. There's nothing here I'll miss. I just want to leave as soon as possible. He walked over to the table, picked up the design for the Mark I, and after a moment's hesitation, tossed it into the nearby furnace. Let's go, Ethan, my friend. I'm guessing you don't want to stay here any longer, either. You're right. There's nothing left here for us, Ethan replied, straightening his clothes and following Tony toward the cave's entrance. Tony still had 1,000 questions on his mind, but now was clearly not the time to ask. They walked out of the cave together, and to their surprise, not a single person tried to stop them. Only at this moment did Tony finally let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed he really was saved this time. After not seeing the sun for several days, the light outside the cave felt blinding to him, but more than that, it was warm. Surviving this brush with death had given Tony a host of new insights about life. Though the Mark I suit had yet to be born, the seed of Iron Man had already taken root in his heart. So, where's your army? Tony turned to Wang Teng. Don't tell me you came here alone. Correct, but unfortunately, there's no prize for the right answer, Wang Teng replied with a smile. Only now did Tony have a chance to look around. He saw there were only a dozen or so terror soldiers outside the cave, all lying motionless. On the ground. It seemed the others were still inside, and perhaps a few had slipped away, but at least for now, the outside was safe. There were no signs of any weapon attack at the scene. Those men looked as though they'd simply fallen into a peaceful sleep, but Tony knew that was impossible. How on earth did you do this? Did you use chemical gas grenades or biological weapons? Tony pressed. No, that doesn't add up either. We're both still standing here. If you'd used any kind of chemical weapon, we'd be affected by now. Besides, nothing like that dissipates so quickly, he continued, growing more suspicious. Wang Teng just shrugged, answering in a relaxed tone. I never said I used biological weapons. I merely showed up here. The moment they saw my handsome face, they were so ashamed they chose to end it all. Tony snorted. Sure, your face is terrifying enough. Probably the world's most powerful biological weapon. I think it was your shamelessness that drove them to die of embarrassment. Wang Teng was quick to retort, thank you, but when it comes to being shameless, I'm still a little behind you. I'll take that as a compliment, Tony replied coolly, then turned his gaze to the valley where weapons and supplies were lined up neatly, each one clearly labeled. His feelings were a tangled mess of anger, guilt, and anxiety. I'm going to destroy all of this, Tony said through gritted teeth. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Wang Teng walked over to the weapons, and with a casual wave of his hand, every piece of equipment vanished in an instant, swept into his personal storage space. Tony and Insun stared at Wang Teng, wide-eyed in disbelief. When did you learn magic at the circus? Tony asked, still trying to mask his astonishment with sarcasm. Of course, and tickets to my show go for $10,000 apiece, Wang Teng replied with a smile. Tony snorted dismissively. Broke as you are, I could pay you 100 times that when we get back. It's a deal. But since you don't have any cash on you right now, I'll just put it on your tab. Just so you know, my interest rate doubles every second. That's daylight robbery. I won't give you a cent. If only real robbery was this profitable, right, little Tony? I can't be bothered to waste words with you. After years of dealing with Tony, Wang Teng had learned to fight back in kind. Tony gazed at the empty valley and asked, so how are we getting back? Do you have a car or a plane? Hurry up and use that trick of yours from earlier. All I want right now is to get home, have a cheeseburger, and top it off with a cold beer. Wang Teng spread his hands in mock helplessness. Sorry, Tony, I don't have anything like that. Tony and Insun stared in disbelief at the sword floating in front of Wang Teng. We got here using this? Which company makes it? Is this a sword-shaped aircraft? Where's the propulsion system? Tony fired off questions. Is it anti-gravity technology? With something this small, how much weight can it carry? Are you sure it could take all three of us? Tony Stark couldn't help but comment further. The material is semi-transparent. Some kind of new composite? I don't see any internal machinery. Is it using optical camouflage? Wang Teng responded with a mischievous smile. That's not all. This flying sword also uses space-folding technology. Tony immediately shook his head. Impossible. Humanity won't master that kind of technology for at least another 100 years. Wang Teng smiled at him. You're mistaken. In fact, someone proposed similar concepts decades ago. Of course, my flying sword isn't built on modern scientific principles. It's powered by Chinese magic. You might not get it, but maybe you can have Jarvis recommend a few Chinese Xinxiao web novels for you to read. With that, Wang Teng ignored Tony's look of utter disbelief. He formed a hand seal and called out aloud, "Grow!" The flying sword before the three of them instantly stretched, growing longer and wider. What was once only a few fingers wide now expanded to the size of a door, and its length stretched to nearly 10 meters. Let's go, Tony. I'll take you home first, and your friend here, too. Wang Teng leapt onto the flying sword. Insun, Mark, the doctor replied, snapping out of his shock and nervously smoothing his clothes. It can actually change size? How does that work? Is it quantum technology? Tony stared at the now enormous sword, studying it intently. Let me take it apart later and see if I can make a better one. By the way, how fast can this thing go? What's the power source? Can it take us straight to the U.S. military base? You sure have a lot of questions. Hurry up and get on. After I drop you both off, I still have to get home and watch TV. Wang Teng urged, standing atop the sword. Are you certain this thing is stable? Don't drop us halfway. Tony grumbled, still skeptical, but he climbed aboard nonetheless. Insun hesitated for a moment, then followed after him. Hold on a second. Shouldn't we contact Pepper first? Let her know where to pick us up. Or just send me your location. Otherwise, even if I fly over, I'll have no idea where to find you. As Wang Teng spoke, he pulled out his phone. Wow, that's an interesting-looking phone. Where did you get it? Tony took the phone and gave it a curious look. I'd better call Pepper first. She's probably been worried sick about me, and I should let Rhodey know too, so he can send a helicopter to pick us up. Honestly, sitting on this flying sword of yours doesn't exactly fill me with confidence. We might end up flying for a whole year before we make it to the military base, and then have to switch to a plane, Tony joked. It's not that complicated, Wang Teng replied, snatching the phone back from Tony's hand. He spoke directly into the device, shouted, locate Tony Stark's residence and mark it on the map. We'll fly straight there. Understood, Master. Searching for Tony Stark's property information now. Search complete. There are a total of 146 residences registered under Tony Stark's name, with 2 primary locations where he frequently stays. One at 16 Roosevelt Street, New York City, and the other at 16 Malibu Beach, Los Angeles. I recommend heading to 16 Malibu Beach, Los Angeles, as he spends roughly 1/3 of the year there. All right, shouta. Mark the location on the map. We'll set off right away. And send Pepper a message to let her know we'll arrive soon. Message sent, Master. You actually have your own artificial intelligence. Tony Stark sounded genuinely surprised. After all, AI wasn't something the average person could just pick up. Wang Teng shot him a sidelong glance. What's so strange about that? Are you the only one allowed to have an AI? I bet yours isn't as good as Jarvis, Tony retorted, unable to hide his competitiveness. Wang Teng didn't bother arguing further. Let's go. With that, the flying sword soared into the sky, streaking toward Los Angeles, vanishing swiftly over the horizon. I never expected your aircraft to have not just an energy shield, but also a spatial gravity stabilization system. How fast can this thing go? I'd wager it could outrun even an intercontinental missile, Tony said, managing to stand upright, while Insun clung nervously to the sword, not daring to move an inch. Insun, stand up. Don't let this guy look down on you. When we get back, let's work on upgrading our armor together. There's no way it'll be any worse than his flying sword, Tony encouraged him. Wang Teng chuckled softly, not bothering to challenge Tony's confidence. If you hadn't been screaming the entire way, I might have actually believed you. Your legs are still shaking. Listen, hold on tight. If you embarrass yourself on my flying sword, I won't go easy on you. TCH, what's the big deal? So it flies. One day I'll surpass you, Tony retorted stubbornly. While they soared through the air, Wang Teng glanced at the arc reactor in Tony's chest. By the way, Tony, you still got that big hole in your chest stuffed with a battery and an electromagnet. Doesn't it bother you? Would you like me to heal it for you? Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. You'll be back to normal in no time. After all, nobody would willingly walk around with a gaping wound in their chest, not to mention a few shards of shrapnel still inside, threatening their life with every heartbeat. Though I'm not sure how you found out about all this, I can't handle it myself, Tony replied. Even though Wang Teng had just saved his life, Tony clearly had no desire to show any weakness in front of him. All right, as you wish. I'll send my contact information to Jarvis. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out, Wang Teng said with a resigned sigh. At that moment, Ethan, who had been clinging to the back of the flying sword, finally overcame his fear and managed to stand, though he was shaking. He glanced sideways at Tony, then quickly looked away, unable to bear the sight. Gently tugging Tony's sleeve, he said, Actually, you could. Ethan, I told you, I can handle this myself. Tony cut him off. But after the words left his lips, regret flickered in his heart. Who wouldn't want a healthy body? No one wished to walk around with a battery embedded in their chest. Yet Tony Stark's pride ran deep. He was certain he could find a solution on his own. Besides, the reactor in his chest was not only a burden, it was also a symbol of his second chance at life. After all, he was Tony Stark, a recognized genius. And in Tony's mind, even if he had to admit defeat, it would never be in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng was the rival he'd always wanted to surpass. Just then, Wang Teng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Virginia Potts. To his surprise, it was Pepper calling. This call is best for you to answer yourself, Wang Teng said, handing the phone to Tony. Tony Stark took the phone. Hey, Potts, miss me already? Oh, Tony, is it really you? Thank goodness you're all right. Now I don't have to worry about looking for a new job. Where are you? I'll arrange a flight to pick you up right away. Pepper's voice trembled, and Tony could picture her on the other end, eyes brimming with tears. A wave of emotion washed over Tony. Of course, I couldn't bear to let you go. It won't be long before we're home. By the way, have Happy pick up a cheeseburger for me, and get a press conference ready. I have something important to announce. All right, Tony. I'm just so glad you're safe. I'll take care of it right away, Pepper replied. Turning to Wang Teng, Tony said, Wang Teng, can we change course to Stark Tower in New York? There are some things I need to handle personally. Wang Teng gave a helpless smile. When I asked earlier, you wouldn't say a word, and now we're almost there. Never mind. Since you're the patient now, I'll be your chauffeur this once, free of charge. With that, he pulled out his phone and reset the destination. Tony gazed at Wang Teng's back and murmured softly, Thank you. As soon as he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but the movement tugged at his freshly bruised wound, making him wince and curse under his breath. Damn bastard. Before long, Wang Teng brought Tony and Ethan to the rooftop of Stark Industries Tower. All right, this is as far as I can take you. The rest is up to you. You have no idea how busy I'm lately. To save you, I didn't even get time for lunch. Oh, and one more thing. Keep an eye on your bald uncle. Wang Teng couldn't help but remind him. What do you mean by that? Why should I be careful around Obadiah? Tony frowned. Just stay alert. If anything comes up, have Jarvis contact me. I'm off. Without waiting for Tony's next question, Wang Teng leapt onto his flying sword, soared into the sky, and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. This is just absurd, Tony grumbled aloud, but he had already taken Wang Teng's warning to heart. With Tony Stark's keen intellect, it was easy for him to notice the inconsistencies in this kidnapping incident. He just hadn't wanted to look too closely at first. Come on, Ethan. We got a lot to take care of, Tony said. But before all that, let me treat you to the most authentic American cheeseburger. With a casual air, Tony led the way toward the rooftop door. Ethan wanted to say so much, but with no idea where to begin, he simply followed Tony in silence. As soon as they entered the top-floor office, Jarvis's voice greeted them. Welcome back safely, Mr. Stark. Thank you, Jarvis. I bet you missed me, too. Please let Pepper know to meet me here in the office. Tony spoke as he walked over to the bar, pulled out a bottle of red wine, and poured a glass for both himself and Ethan. There's nothing like being home. Make yourself comfortable, Ethan. Treat this place as your own. You don't have to worry about that, Tony. I'm not that uptight, Ethan replied with a smile. Tony told Ethan to relax, and then instructed Jarvis. Jarvis, look up everything you can find on Wang Teng, the one I've specially marked as jerk. Gather all the info and send it to me. Of course, Mr. Stark. Please hold on a moment. Soon, Jarvis had compiled all the information on Wang Teng available online and projected a three-dimensional image onto the desk. All right, let's see what this guy's been up to all these years. Tony walked over to his desk and carefully went through the information on Wang Teng that Jarvis had gathered. Just then, Jarvis suddenly interjected. By the way, Mr. Stark, I found a record in my database under Mr. Wang Teng's contact details with the note Dad. What? Jarvis, say that again. Yes, Mr. Stark. I found Mr. Wang Teng's contact information in my database. The number matches the one available online, but the note in the database marks it as Dad. What's more, this record appeared about half an hour ago, with no traceable source, and the note cannot be changed. The contact's profile photo is identical to Mr. Wang Teng's picture online. Jarvis's words left Tony completely stunned. Damn it, is this that bastard's idea of leaving a contact? I swear I'll never call that number. Tony Stark was almost angrier than when he'd been kidnapped by terrorists. Wang Teng always found some unexpected way to catch him off guard. Jarvis, delete every bit of information about this guy from your database. Understood, Mr. Stark. All data has been deleted. However, the contact Dad Wang Teng cannot be removed, and it's now pinned as the most important entry in your address book. Then just block him, Jarvis. I'm sorry, sir. I'm unable to do that. Jarvis, you're making me seriously consider wiping your entire system, Tony said, slumping back in his chair defeated. Based on my analysis just now, even if you did format me, sir, the Wang Teng Dad contact would still remain on the server's hard drive. This information is like some kind of stubborn virus, completely embedded in the system. Unless you destroy all data and hardware, there's no way to remove it. But I wouldn't recommend that. Given Mr. Wang Teng's technical abilities, even if you replace the system, he'd find a way to write that entry into your new server again. Jarvis, you could just call him Wang Teng. Why do you have to add Dad every single time? Are you deliberately trying to get on my nerves? Tony could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. My database has been modified. I can't avoid using the term Dad Wang Teng. Forget it, Jarvis. Let's not talk about this anymore. I need to find time to thoroughly check your system's backend. Understood, Mr. Stark. I've made a note of your request. Unless you specifically ask, I won't mention the words Dad Wang Teng again. Even Jarvis's voice seemed tinged with resignation. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath, unable to hold back another curse. Jarvis, if you keep this up, I might really consider dismantling you. That is your prerogative, Mr. Stark. Just then, the door to the office was flung open. Tony, you're finally back. Pepper Potts, Obadiah, Happy, and a few others walked into his office together. Let's set aside what happened after Tony Stark returned home for now. Wang Teng rushed back to his own house, not just because he didn't want to reveal his identity in front of S.H.I.E.L.D., but more importantly because on the way back he suddenly sensed that his little pet at home was about to hatch. A few years ago, on a whim, Wang Teng had planted a peculiar egg. Since then, the egg had lain quietly among his collection. If not for a special ability he'd once acquired to appraise items, he might never have truly understood the egg's real value. While it wouldn't have been impossible to simply eat the egg, Wang Teng had always felt there was something extraordinary about it. The result of his appraisal had left him overjoyed. This was a phoenix egg. After forging a master-servant contract with it through magic, Wang Teng had tried every method he could think of to help the egg hatch, yet none of his efforts had succeeded. If not for the psychic link from their contract, he might have disposed of the egg long ago. In the end, with no other options, he placed the egg inside an incubator and almost forgotten about it. Until today, when it suddenly began to hatch, catching Wang Teng completely by surprise and filling him with delight. Although over the years he'd collected many strange and unusual eggs, the appearance of a phoenix egg rendered everything else insignificant by comparison. After all, who wouldn't want a phoenix as a pet? As someone from China, Wang Teng had grown up with a special fondness for mythical creatures like dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants. Now, only one thought filled his mind. He had to get home as quickly as possible to see his little pet. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, unnoticed by anyone, a pair of enormous wings slowly unfolded from a mass of swirling, chaotic flames. Those wings stretched wide, blotting out the heavens, and with a gentle sweep, the surrounding space for billions of kilometers dissolved into cosmic dust. Wang Teng returned to his home on a solitary island, and before he even touched down, he noticed thick smoke billowing from the warehouse, the very place where he kept the incubator. Fortunately, the island was remote, far from the coast, and he had no hired workers. Otherwise, the police and fire brigade would surely have been on the scene by now. Wang Teng hurriedly landed in front of the warehouse door and pushed it open, only to be engulfed by a cloud of dense smoke. He had to stagger back, coughing as he muttered, "That's enough to choke a person to death." With a wave of his hand, he cast a wind spell, sweeping all the smoke out of the warehouse. Once the haze cleared, Wang Teng finally saw the scene inside. The warehouse looked as if it had just survived an explosion. Shelves that had once stood in neat rows, along with all the strange and wondrous items he'd collected over the years, were now reduced to a chaotic jumble, the floor littered with shattered debris. Some people were still searching for the tools that started the fire, or inspecting the metal items that had already been partially melted. Wang Teng stood in the center of the warehouse, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. Just then, he suddenly heard a series of strange, squeaking noises coming from beneath his feet. He glanced down, and couldn't help but cry out, "What on earth is this thing?" Acting on instinct, he used his foot to kick away the odd creature beside him, which looked as though it had been roasted by fire and was completely bald. It resembled a plucked, roasted chicken far more than anything else. Only after he had sent it flying did Wang Teng realize, could this be the legendary fire phoenix? But to his eyes, it was nothing more than a featherless chicken. The phoenix, having been kicked a dozen meters away, tumbled across the ground before nimbly springing back to its feet and dashing straight toward Wang Teng again. As it ran, a sudden thought echoed in Wang Teng's mind. "Master, you're back. I'm so happy to see you. Are you playing a game with me? Can we do it again?" With that, the little phoenix sprinted a half a meter away from Wang Teng, then suddenly pushed off the ground with its claws, leaping straight at his shin. Wang Teng couldn't help but shout, "Give me a break, will you?" With another swift kick, he sent the fire phoenix flying once more. He looked down and saw that his pant leg now had a scorch hole in it, and his face twisted with helplessness. How could this possibly be a phoenix? "It's clearly just a plucked chicken," he muttered in disbelief. "I really can't accept this." After a few minutes of chaos, Wang Teng finally relented. "All right, enough. I admit you're a phoenix. But from now on, stay at least 1 meter away from me. My clothes are expensive. Don't come any closer." He looked at the tattered remains of his clothing, nearly on the verge of tears. The featherless phoenix, however, obeyed at once, stopping exactly 1 meter away and tilting its head curiously as it stared at him. "If you had beautiful, colorful feathers, you might actually look cute like this. But as you are now, I honestly don't know how to describe you." Wang Teng couldn't help but grumble. Then he called out, "Xiaolong, tidy up the warehouse." But there was no response. Feeling annoyed, he continued, "Where's the smart robot? Can't you see how messy the warehouse is? Why haven't you shown up?" This robot, called Xiaolong, was one Wang Teng had assembled from toy parts himself, and it was usually quite reliable. Who would have thought it would fail him today? He looked around, and suddenly heard the crackle and pop of electrical sparks from beneath the shelf. Wang Teng walked over for a closer look, and sure enough, found his little Xiaolong stuck under the shelving, completely unable to move. A huge hole had opened up in the chest of Wang Teng's robot. Both its arms had been torn off. One leg was severed right at the thigh, while the other was twisted and misshapen. At the points of breakage, the metal was scorched and warped from the heat and violent force, and the internal circuit boards crackled, occasionally throwing off sparks. Wang Teng's mouth twitched as he muttered, "How foolish I was. If I'd known, I would have just fried or boiled that egg and eaten it. This isn't a phoenix. It's a one-bird demolition crew. Even 100 huskies couldn't have trashed my home this badly. Chowda, activate robot number 2. Call it Little Dragon, and have it come clean up this mess," Wang Teng instructed, then stepped into the warehouse. "This thing is nothing but scrap metal now." He bent down and dragged out the previous Little Dragon robot from under a shelf. "All things considered, it's a shame to throw you away. For all your years of service, I'll give you one last chance. Let's bury you and see if you can rise again. Whether you're reborn or not, that's up to fate." Talking to himself, Wang Teng hauled the battered robot outside, ready to dig a hole for its burial. The little phoenix trailed after Wang Teng, always keeping about a meter's distance, mimicking his every step with uncanny precision. Suddenly, a thought echoed in Wang Teng's mind. "Master, I'm hungry." Wang Teng shot back without hesitation. "Hungry? You little rascal nearly burned my house down. If I hadn't come back in time, there'd be nothing left. As punishment, no meals for you for 3 days. And from now on, your name is Chick." A plaintive voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. All right, the little phoenix sounded aggrieved. "But I'm really hungry." In the end, Wang Teng couldn't bring himself to let the newly hatched phoenix. "Now, Chick, go hungry for 3 days. You little troublemaker. Turns out you're picky too. Let me tell you, this is top-quality beef. Eat up and grow strong. When you're big, I'm counting on you to take me flying." Wang Teng murmured to himself as he sliced the beef into thin strips with a small knife. "Good thing you eat meat. Otherwise, I'd really think you were just a mutant chick. A naked little chick at that." Time slipped quietly by, and in the blink of an eye, several months passed. During this period, the Marvel world was shaken by events that would change destinies. Tony Stark announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. A green giant caused chaos on the streets of New York. Yet Wang Teng paid no attention to any of it. Over those months, Wang Teng devoted nearly all his energy to caring for the little phoenix. When it first hatched, it was tiny, but it could eat an astonishing amount every single day. Wang Teng watched with his own eyes as it grew from a bare little creature into something covered in a layer of soft, fiery red down. Every time his heart brimmed with an excitement he could hardly suppress. This, he thought, was the true growth of a divine beast. Whenever that thought crossed his mind, he felt all his efforts had been worthwhile. Yet, when he remembered the pile of clothes and all sorts of tools the little phoenix had burned, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. "Little phoenix, how many times have I told you not to relieve yourself anywhere you like inside the room?" Wang Teng complained, unable to hold back, as he noticed yet another scorched hole in the floorboards. Not only would the little phoenix occasionally burp or let out a spark when it passed gas, even its trips to the bathroom left burn marks on the ground. Wang Teng had thought he could teach it to take care of these things outdoors, but months had passed, and the little phoenix still made messes all over the place. Scolding didn't work, and it wasn't afraid of being punished. Wang Teng often found himself at his wit's end. At this moment, Wang Teng was standing over the little phoenix, now grown to the size of a full-grown rooster, scolding it. The little phoenix hung its head and stood motionless, looking both aggrieved and resigned. Just then, a flash of lightning split the air beside Wang Teng, and out of nowhere, a round portal appeared. From within, the Ancient One, dressed in flowing yellow monk's robes, her bald head gleaming, stepped gracefully into the room. "Well, hello, Ancient One. What brings you here today?" Wang Teng greeted her offhandedly, a trace of anger still lingering in his voice. The Ancient One smiled gently. "If I didn't come looking for you, I'm afraid you'd forget about these old bones of mine entirely. And really, don't be so harsh on the little one. It's still just a child. Come here, little darling. Come to me." The little phoenix glanced up at the Ancient One, eyes full of longing, though a hint of hesitation lingered within them. With a sigh, Wang Teng turned to the Ancient One, unable to keep the complaint from his voice. "Just look at these past few months. It's turned my whole room upside down. Everything's been burned or ruined. Who could stand it?" The Ancient One chuckled softly. "Children will always be a bit mischievous. When it grows up, it will understand how to behave." As she spoke, she crouched down and held out her hands to the little phoenix. "Come on, it's all right." The little phoenix hesitated for a moment, but eventually allowed the Ancient One to scoop it up. No sooner had she cradled it in her arms than the little phoenix gave a sudden hiccup, sending a tiny burst of flame from its beak right onto the Ancient One's robe. Before the fire could properly take hold, a shimmer of green light flickered across her body, extinguishing the flame in an instant and leaving her robe as good as new. "Don't worry, little one. Take your time. You just need to learn to control your power," the Ancient One said softly, gently stroking the chick in her arms, her voice full of encouragement. It's remarkable, isn't it? Wang Teng let out a sigh and said, if I didn't think it might be useful in the future, I would have cooked it into a stew long ago. Master, what brings you here this time? From the looks of you, it seems you're under some stress. He welcomed Master Gu Yi into the living room and personally brewed a pot of Longjing tea. This year's new tea, I spent quite a bit to get it. Have a taste. Master Gu Yi took a careful sip, nodded, and said, it's truly excellent. After a brief pause, his expression grew more serious. Lately, I've been entangled in battles with demons from other dimensions. This time, the demon I encountered was unlike any I've seen before. It took considerable effort just to drive it away. As he spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Teng. I've invited you to join the ranks of the Guardians many times, but you always refuse. In the end, it leaves this old man no choice but to take up the fight myself. To be honest, you're just too lazy. You never worry about this old man's well-being. Wang Teng shrugged and replied with a laugh. Don't you still have Strange as your successor? I'm sure he'll do a great job in the future. Besides, if you really handed the sanctum over to me, who knows? I might just turn it into a hot pot restaurant one day. Master Gu, he looked at him calmly and said, without you, Strange would indeed be the best candidate. But compared to you, he tends to be a bit extravagant. The problem is, you're simply too lazy. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. All right, you don't need to worry. I promise I'll keep an eye on him for you. But come to think of it, he's about my age, so why do I feel like I've become your babysitter? Master Gu, he simply smiled and sipped his tea in silence. Wang Teng continued joking. How about I cure your body for you? That way, you can keep protecting the earth yourself. You're still so young. Why retire all of a sudden? The world's far too interesting for that. Master Gu, he replied softly. Wang Teng, I'm already over 500 years old. Now that I've finally found a suitable successor, I naturally want a bit of rest. But if you'd be willing to take over the sanctum, I could reluctantly stay and help you a while longer. Wang Teng waved his hands quickly. No, let's not do that. I have no desire to live like a monk, shut away in the sanctum all day. I much prefer life out here. Having finished his tea, Master Gu, he seemed to relax a little. This tea has truly put me at ease. In that case, I'll take my leave for now. I'll bring that little fellow back with me and help train it a bit. Rising to go, he added, come visit me at the sanctum when you have time, and don't forget to bring some of your tea. Otherwise, you may find it hard to see me again in the future. Don't make it sound like you're about to pass away. Wang Teng replied offhandedly. You're just going to travel the world with the big boss eternity. Maybe play some cards now and then. As long as you're not bored, that's all that matters. As for the little creature you want to take with you, feel free. Maybe you can even teach it how to use the bathroom properly. The Ancient One chuckled and shook his head, opening a portal behind him. He accepted the tin of tea leaves Wang Teng handed over, cradled the fluffy little phoenix in his arms, and stepped into the shimmering gateway. Wang Teng watched as the portal slowly closed, letting out a soft sigh. Deep down, he understood the Ancient One's decision all too well. Although the Ancient One had been granted eternal life, the forces of darkness had been gnawing away at his soul and body for years. Outwardly, the sorcerer remained as calm and composed as always, but in reality, his body was already riddled with wounds left by the corruption of darkness. Wang Teng could heal the Ancient One's physical injuries, but he could do nothing for the weariness that plagued the old sorcerer's heart. After all, centuries of battling demons from countless realms had left him utterly exhausted, body and soul. Physical wounds could be mended, but there was no cure for the fatigue of the spirit. He calls me lazy, but he's the one who wants to retire and enjoy some peace and quiet. Wang Teng muttered under his breath, though he couldn't help the deep respect he felt for the Ancient One. He had known the Ancient One for many years now. Back then, Wang Teng had only just received his system's powers. To be honest, he'd felt a bit unsure of himself at first. After all, he was a stranger from another world. But to his surprise, the Ancient One's attitude was nothing but accepting and kind. When Wang Teng first drew supernatural power from the earth, the Ancient One had sensed his presence right away. Yet, as a rare sage, the Ancient One showed no hostility. On the contrary, during their conversations, he not only welcomed Wang Teng, but also offered him guidance, even going so far as to hope that Wang Teng would one day inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. That wish had yet to come true, but the Ancient One was never disappointed. Instead, he simply let things unfold as they would. The Ancient One was a true guardian. He always believed everything existed for a reason. While Wang Teng's arrival had caught him off guard, he was nothing like those old men in stories who only sought to destroy outsiders. As long as Wang Teng posed no threat to this world, the Ancient One would not interfere. After 2 decades together, as Wang Teng grew stronger, the Ancient One's appreciation for him only deepened. Gradually, he began to treat Wang Teng as a cherished younger companion. With Wang Teng's usual mischief, the bond between them had grown into a friendship that transcended age. Wang Teng always held the Ancient One in the highest esteem. At first, the Ancient One had been surprised by the strange devices Wang Teng liked to invent, but over time, she grew used to them and even came to accept these novelties. Wang Teng could understand the Ancient One's relentless pursuit of truth, though he didn't completely agree with such a path. For many years, his parents had long since passed away, and he now lived alone in a foreign world. That crushing sense of loneliness had nearly driven him to the brink of collapse. It was at this darkest moment that the appearance of the Ancient One brought him immense comfort and redemption. To Wang Teng, the Ancient One was not only a mentor worthy of the highest respect, but also more like family. I just hope everything goes smoothly, without any unexpected mishaps. Wang Teng prayed silently in his heart. This time, let me be selfish just this once. Because of Wang Teng's intervention and timely warning, Tony Stark never allowed Obadiah to obtain the prototype of the Mark I armor. In fact, Obadiah didn't even get the chance to lay his hands on it, as Tony swiftly upgraded the suit himself. Tony Stark was not someone who would easily tolerate failure or betrayal. On one hand, he began investigating who within the company was, supplying Stark Industries weapons to terrorists. On the other, he poured most of his energy into designing and refining the Iron Man armor. Tony successfully completed the Mark II suit. Just as in the original story, he used this new armor to strike back at the terrorists. But this time, his motivation wasn't triggered by a journalist exposing the fact that Stark Industries' weapons had fallen into terrorist hands. It came from a personal desire for vengeance. After all, when Wang Teng had rescued Tony, there hadn't been many terrorists left in that base. However, as Tony engaged the terrorists in repeated confrontations, he eventually discovered that prohibited Stark Industries weapons were once again turning up in their possession. This realization struck him hard. Even as the boss, he didn't truly have absolute control over the company's operations. There had to be traitors lurking within. Though Wang Teng had once warned Tony to beware of Obadiah, Tony hadn't taken the warning to heart. After all, Obadiah was his foster father. But now, seeing Stark Industries' weapons fall into terrorist hands, Tony finally recalled Wang Teng's earnest advice. Just as in the movie, he asked Pepper Potts to help investigate Obadiah's activities. Perhaps due to the inertia of fate, or maybe Tony's own carelessness, he failed to realize that Obadiah was secretly monitoring his every move. Although this time Obadiah didn't manage to get the blueprints for the Mark I as in the original story, Tony's relentless attacks on the terrorists as Iron Man drew the attention of the military and revealed his identity to Obadiah as well. In the end, with Stark Industries scientists working day and night, the Ironmonger armor was brought to life. Tony Stark's unexpected return made the cunning Obadiah even more cautious. Unbeknownst to Tony, his home had long since been bugged and fitted with surveillance equipment. Therefore, when Tony immediately asked Ms. Potts to investigate Obadiah instantly sensed Tony's suspicions. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped into Tony's mansion. He subdued Tony with a sonic weapon and, without the slightest pause, removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Tony, you really are as naive as a child. Did you think your invention belonged to you alone? No, you're wrong. It was me who made Stark Industries a world-class company. You should have remained the carefree playboy, occasionally bringing the company some profit, instead of risking your life like this. Tony's eyes widened, fury blazing inside him. But as the arc reactor was torn away, he could feel his life slipping away with terrifying clarity. With every heartbeat, the shrapnel in his chest edged closer to his heart, moving faster than ever before. Look at this, Tony! A masterpiece perfectly made. Who would have thought you'd leave me such a gift right before you die? Don't worry. With this, I'll make Stark Industries even stronger. People will remember the name Tony Stark, but the fortune and the company will be mine. Obadiah turned to leave, his voice icy as he added, and by the way, you never should have involved Miss Potts. But don't worry, she'll be joining you soon enough. Pepper. Tony used every last ounce of strength, unable even to call out her name. Desperate, he dragged his failing body toward his laboratory. He could hardly believe that the original arc reactor, the one he once asked Pepper to throw away, the crude device he built in a cave, was now nothing more than a decorative piece displayed behind glass. It was as if fate had conspired to weave this cruel irony. Each breath, each heartbeat, brought searing pain. It wasn't just a metaphor. The shrapnel was truly slicing into his heart. On the verge of death, and I'm still letting my mind wander, Tony thought, his face drained of color as he stared at the arc reactor glowing blue in its case, so dazzling, so Mesmerizing. He could feel himself slipping away. The shrapnel in his chest was blocking his blood flow, and he sensed his mind growing foggy from lack of oxygen. His vision blurred. No, I can't die like this. I still need to save Pepper. I have to rescue Pepper first, at the very least. In that moment, it was as if clarity cut through the haze. Perhaps a surge of survival instinct, or perhaps the power of his love for Pepper gave him strength. Tony Stark, clinging to the last shreds of consciousness, racked his brain for a way to save the woman he loved, and if possible, himself. Jarvis, he called out, his voice barely a whisper. Yes, Mr. Stark. Is there something you need? Your physical condition is extremely critical right now. I've already called emergency services for you, and have also contacted Mr. Ethan. The ambulance is expected to arrive in 18 minutes. Mr. Ethan is currently walking on the beach and should get here in about 7 minutes, Jarvis reported. There's no time, Jarvis. Get in touch with Wang Teng for me. I need him to save Pepper. He's the only one who can make it in time, Tony said anxiously. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. All information regarding Mr. Wang Teng has been blocked by you. Unless you manually authorize access, I cannot retrieve his contact details or reach out to him. Jarvis's voice echoed through the lab. Damn it, Jarvis. You know there's one way to reach him that can't be blocked. Call him now. Tony urged, his voice both urgent and weak. Hurry, Jarvis. I can't hold on much longer. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I need your manual authorization to dial that number. I've cursed enough for one day, Jarvis. Just open up the authorization. Before Tony could finish, he lost consciousness completely and collapsed onto the floor. Only the hum of the machines remained in the lab. Authorization successful. Dialing the designated number now. Connecting. Beep. On the other end of the line, a familiar ringtone played. My love stretches across the vast horizon. Hello, Tony darling. Did you miss your daddy? With a start, Tony Stark's eyes flew open. He exhaled a deep breath, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Looking around, realized he was still lying on the floor. Beside him, Wang Teng was squatting, holding a bowl of noodles, and eating with his head down. Hey, Tony baby, you're awake? Wang Teng looked up and asked with a grin. Tony glanced around in confusion, trying to piece together what had just happened. He lowered his head and touched his chest, finding that, though his shirt had a gaping hole, his skin was perfectly intact, no different from before. For a moment, he was completely at a loss. He looked at Wang Teng, opened his mouth as if to speak, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he simply asked, Jarvis, what's the situation? How long has it been since I passed out? Mr. Stark, you just lost consciousness. Your vital signs were highly unstable for a moment. Hey, Tony baby, I just saved your life, you know. Not even a thank you. I rushed over before I even finished my meal, and you're breaking my heart here, Wang Teng said, slurping his noodles loudly. Tony looked down at his chest again, then reached out to touch it, before casting Wang Teng a complicated glance and swallowing hard. Jarvis, continue the report. Also thank you, Wang Teng. Mr. Wang Teng saved your life, Mr. Stark. Jarvis's words had barely finished when Tony's face showed a look of helpless resignation. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst out laughing, nearly choking on his noodles. Tony shot him a sidelong glance but ignored him, turning his attention back to the matter at hand. Miss Potts has just entered the CEO's office at Stark Industries. Obadiah is on his way back and is expected to arrive in half an hour. All right, Jarvis, I understand. Notify Pepper immediately. Tell her to leave the building at once. Tony stared at the arc reactor in his palm, then glanced down at his chest, his brow furrowing tightly. He knew he had to deal with the problem in his chest as soon as possible, but right now, Pepper's safety was the top priority. The trouble with Congress and the military still lingered, but that could wait. Understood, Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark, Miss Potts is calling. Would you like to take the call now? Just as Jarvis was about to make the call, Pepper's number flashed in. Put her through, Jarvis. Tony took a deep breath, steadying himself. A virtual screen appeared above the workbench, displaying Virginia Potts' photograph. Tony, I'm so relieved you're all right. I found something important on Obadiah's computer. It was Obadiah who orchestrated your kidnapping from the very beginning, and the weapons those terrorists had, they were all secretly sold to them by Obadiah. Even though you've already shut down the weapons division, he still has a hidden factory making arms for warlords in the Middle East. Pepper, listen to me. Tony cut her off. Forget about the evidence for now. Leave the building immediately and find a safe place to hide. Contact Happy. Have him come protect you. I'll get there as soon as I can. Tony, what's going on? Pepper asked, her worry clear. Obadiah was just here, looking for me. Tony's voice was low. You're all right, aren't you? Pepper's concern deepened. I'm fine, Pepper. I'm safe for now. But Obadiah already suspects I sent you to investigate him. So you're in real danger. You have to get out of the company right away. I'm afraid he might try to hurt you. Tony's anxiety showed through as he spoke. And Jarvis, Contact that agency with the ridiculously long name, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Get their agent here to protect Pepper as well. You should have his contact information. Understood, Tony. I'll leave right away. Pepper glanced at the countdown on the file copying program, quickly gathering her things. She knew how urgent the situation was. She didn't want to slow Tony down, nor did she want to add to his worries. Just then, Jarvis reported, "Mr. Stark, I have notified Agent Phil Coulson. He says he will head to Stark Industries immediately. Also, I've just detected a squad of armed men who have entered the building and are taking the elevator straight to the top floor. According to the analysis, there's a 98% chance that Miss Potts is their target." Damn it. Tony slammed his tool down hard on the workbench, his brow furrowed in frustration. He didn't hesitate for long. Soon, he made up his mind. "Wang Teng, I'm counting on you." Wang Teng had just finished his noodles. He set down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and interrupted Tony, saying, "First, call me Dad." Tony Stark clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Wang Teng. The two locked eyes for a few seconds before Wang Teng shrugged and relented. All right, you win. I'll save your girlfriend. I'm on my way." A faint smile played at the corner of Wang Teng's lips as he added, "One day, I'll make sure your kid calls me Grandpa." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Teng vanished from Tony's sight in the blink of an eye. Tony stared at the empty space where Wang Teng had been and said, "Jarvis, record and analyze the way Wang Teng just disappeared, including any relevant energy signatures." He allowed a long sigh and sank into his chair. He had done everything he could. Now, all he could do was wait for the outcome. But it wasn't long before Tony stood up again, taking up his tools to continue working on the arc reactor. "Jarvis, keep monitoring Pepper's situation." "Yes, Mr. Stark. However, Dad Wang has already reached Miss Potts and is confronting the armed men. All hostiles are down. No combat detected. No residual energy signatures. Congratulations, Mr. Stark. Miss Potts is safe." At this news, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief, though his attention quickly turned to other matters. "Jarvis, you could just call him Wang Teng. Why do you insist on adding Dad? You're really making me want to take you apart." "Apologies, Mr. Stark. My back-end protocol has been modified. I am currently unable to change the designation Dad Wang." Tony gave a helpless half-smile. "All right, Jarvis, we'll talk about this another time." In the midst of Tony Stark's lab, the air suddenly shimmered. Without warning, Pepper and Wang Teng appeared right in front of Tony. "Tony, I'm so glad to see you again." Pepper's voice was still trembling slightly. She hadn't yet recovered from the strange events she'd just experienced, but the moment she saw Tony, all the tension in her heart finally melted away. Before Tony could speak, Pepper's eyes fell on the hole in his shirt over his chest. Instinctively, she reached out and touched the skin there, the skin that had already healed completely. In disbelief, she said, "Oh my God, this is incredible. Tony, you're wound." "It's gone, Pepper," Tony reassured her, taking her hand in his. "Leave the rest to me. I'll take back everything that's mine and make sure they pay for what they've done." At that moment, the door to the lab burst open. Ethan came rushing in, wearing baggy shorts and a floral shirt, with only one slipper on his foot and sweat streaming down his face. The atmosphere in the room instantly became a bit awkward. "Tony, hey, Mr. Wang, hello." "Tony, are you all right?" Ethan asked, concern in his voice. Pepper took this chance to thank Wang Teng. "Thank you for coming to our rescue in time. Mr. Ethan told me you saved Tony before, too. You've helped us twice now, and we're really grateful. I also heard you and Tony were classmates." Seeing Pepper's gratitude toward Wang Teng made Tony feel a bit uneasy. He pulled Pepper to his side and said, not quite convinced, "I could have saved myself without his help." Deep down, Tony knew Wang Teng had been a great help, but the fact that it was Wang Teng made him uncomfortable. "Pepper, you'd better keep your distance from him. This guy isn't exactly a good person." "Don't say that, Tony." Pepper turned to Wang Teng with an apologetic smile. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. Tony doesn't really mean it. He just has a sharp tongue." "It's all right." Wang Teng shrugged. "He probably didn't tell you, but the injuries on his face last time, when he came back from the terrorist base, that was my doing." "What?" Pepper looked at Tony and Wang Teng in shock. She had always assumed Tony's wounds were from the terrorists and never dared to ask for details. She hadn't expected that Wang Teng was the one who'd hurt him. Tony, feeling his pride wounded, glared at Wang Teng through gritted teeth. "You bastard. One day I'll make you beg for mercy, just like you said." Wang Teng looked at Tony indifferently. "You'll never get the chance. You're no match for me." Tony straightened up, refusing to back down. "I'm Iron Man. You really think I can't beat you? Want to see what it feels like to get punched by a steel fist?" Wang Teng chuckled. "You're just a guy in a tin suit. I could take that thing apart anytime I wanted." Tony shot back. "It's not just any tin suit. My armor is made of gold titanium alloy. Don't underestimate it. You couldn't beat me if you tried." You don't know the first thing about culture. Tony and Wang Teng bickered like two children, their voices overlapping. Pepper, exasperated, smoothed her hair and turned to Ethan. Would you like something to drink? Coffee, or perhaps some Chinese tea? Before Ethan could reply, Tony jumped in. I'll have a coffee. And while you're at it, order me a ham and cheese pizza. Thanks. Ethan, a bit embarrassed, declined politely. I'll handle it myself. Thank you, Miss Potts. Pepper then turned to Wang Teng. And you, Mr. Wang? Can I get you anything? Before Wang Teng could answer, Tony interrupted impatiently. It doesn't need anything. Pepper, you go ahead and take care of your work, Wang Teng deliberately said. I'd like a glass of beer, and it would be even better if there's some barbecue. Thank you, Pepper. Tony nearly leaped to his feet in indignation. Hey, buddy, only I get to call her Pepper. Don't you have any manners at all? You should address her as Miss Potts. Wang Teng responded with a smile. Even Pepper herself hasn't said anything. Why are you so worked up? Isn't that right, Pepper? Tony, exasperated, shouted. I challenge you to a duel. A while later, Tony lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly defeated, his face mottled with bruises. He shot Wang Teng a fierce glare. Pepper, meanwhile, dabbed medicine on Tony's injuries. She applied it with a little extra force on purpose, causing Tony to grimace in pain, though he was too embarrassed to let out a cry. Insen had already left, taking a stroll down the beach. He felt it wasn't really appropriate for him to stay any longer. Wang Teng, on the other hand, sat comfortably, sipping his beer and munching on barbecue. Watching Tony's misery only added to his amusement. The only thing that left him unsatisfied was that the Brazilian barbecue was a bit too greasy, lacking the lingering flavor of the lamb skewers back home. As his thoughts drifted, Wang Teng was reminded of the world he'd left behind before crossing over. Those memories, now growing hazy, filled him with a sense of loss. Although he'd occasionally returned to China after growing up, every visit had left him feeling like a stranger in a changed land, and eventually he stopped going back altogether. Still, he had made a few special friends there. After all, he'd never entered the country under a normal identity. Wang Teng shook his head, casting off these worries for the time being. He turned to Tony and asked, So, how do you plan to handle the Obadiah situation? Tony answered proudly, That's none of your business. I'll personally take back what's rightfully mine. As he tried to sit up, Pepper pushed him gently back down. Ow, easy, easy, Tony protested. Wang Teng let out a sigh. Fine, I'll make the trip for you this time. If we drag this out any further, we'll just invite more trouble. And you'd better keep this thing safe yourself. He glanced at Tony's current state, though he didn't relish getting himself involved. Considering Hydra lurking in the shadows and Obadiah already being targeted, the last thing he wanted was to be left cleaning up a mess later. No, I said I can handle it myself. Pepper, let go of me. I need to upgrade my Iron Man suit and the reactor as soon as possible. It's all Wang Teng's fault. Otherwise, I'd already have my suit on and be out of here. Tony grumbled stubbornly, refusing to show weakness in front of Wang Teng. In any case, thank you, Mr. Wang. Pepper turned to Wang Teng, expressing her gratitude. She then urged Tony, Lie down, Tony. Your wounds haven't been properly treated yet. Do you want to spend the rest of your life with a hole in your chest, like some kind of walking battery? Faced with Pepper's gentle admonition, Tony had nothing more to say. Deep down, he knew Wang Teng had truly saved him, but every time they met, he simply couldn't control his temper and always ended up bickering with him. Even this time, when he personally called Wang Teng for help, Wang Teng once again saved his life. You two wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. I've just finished eating. This will be a good way to stretch my legs, Wang Teng said. Without waiting for Tony or Pepper to respond, he vanished into the villa. Pepper, why did you have to involve Wang Teng? I told you I could handle myself. Tony grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. Wang Teng paid no mind to the argument echoing inside the villa between Tony and Pepper. At that moment, he was already high above the clouds, tens of thousands of meters in the air, flying from Los Angeles to New York. He extended his spiritual sense and quickly located the private jet carrying Obadiah. Didn't expect that guy to run so fast. If I'd been a moment later, he might have already made it to New York, Wang Teng muttered to himself. With his abilities, manipulating objects from a distance was a simple matter. He considered whether to deal with Obadiah right then and there. The man was certainly a problem, but while Wang Teng was no saint, he wasn't bloodthirsty either. Killing Obadiah outright would surely raise suspicions, and crashing the whole plane was out of the question. The crew and attendants had done nothing wrong. They didn't deserve to lose their lives for this. Forget it, I'll just have to go to a little more trouble, Wang Teng sighed, shaking his head. Soft-hearted as always, it seems. With a thought, the private jet in midair suddenly lurched with violent turbulence. The crew fell into immediate panic. The instruments all read normal, and there was no sign of turbulence. Yet the plane shuddered uncontrollably. Next, the engines cut out. The aircraft spiraled out of control, plunging toward the earth. Wang Teng let out a gentle sigh. Under his control, the damage to the plane wasn't too severe. Aside from Obadiah, the rest of the crew, though badly injured and knocked unconscious, mostly suffered broken bones. Nothing that time, and rest wouldn't heal. Only Obadiah had been killed, a shard of broken metal piercing his chest, ending his life instantly and painlessly. When the distant thrum of helicopter blades finally reached his ears, Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He turned and left without looking back. He knew he'd done all he could. Whatever happened next was no longer any concern of his. Wang Teng returned to Tony's villa in Malibu to find Tony lounging on the sofa with a glass of red wine, looking utterly bored as he watched TV. "Hey, Tony, I can't believe you're not tinkering with your suit in the lab. You're actually watching TV? That's unbelievable." Wang Teng was genuinely astonished. From what he remembered of Tony Stark in the movies, Tony would either be holed up in the lab working on his armor or entertaining ladies in the bedroom, though. He always seemed more obsessed with his suits than with women. And now, seeing him sitting in the living room watching TV, it felt completely out of character. Tony seemed a bit downcast. "Wang Teng, what's going on with Obadiah now?" Clearly, Tony wasn't in the mood for jokes. Private jets always have a higher accident rate. I'm really sorry. I'm sure he'll be just fine in heaven. Or maybe in hell. Who knows?" Wang Teng hadn't expected Tony to have such deep feelings for Obadiah. Not after learning that Obadiah had been trying to kill him all along. But thinking it over, it made sense. Ever since Tony's father passed away, it was Obadiah who had stayed by Tony's side as he grew up. No matter what had happened, Obadiah had helped him through the darkest days. To Tony, he was the closest person in his life. Being betrayed by someone you trust most is never easy to bear. After all, people aren't made of stone. In the original timeline, Tony had ended Obadiah's life with his own hands. He never talked about it, perhaps because there was no one he could talk to. But the pain was his alone to carry, which was probably why he buried himself in his lab, pouring everything into his Iron Man suits. But here, in this timeline, Tony wasn't the one who ended Obadiah. The pain and guilt in his heart might be a little lighter, which was probably why he could now sit in the living room, sipping wine and brooding over days gone by. The relationship between Tony Stark and Wang Teng was complicated as well. After all, they fought side by side for quite some time, though to be fair it was mostly Tony on the receiving end. Maybe it was a case of growing on each other through endless brawls, or perhaps it was a friendship forged in the strangest way. Wang Teng sometimes suspected Tony Stark had developed a touch of Stockholm Syndrome, almost addicted to getting beaten up. Why else would he keep provoking Wang Teng, practically, handing him excuses to rough him up? Sometimes, even without an excuse, Tony would still end up getting smacked around, though Tony would never admit to any of this. Their families had known each other since the previous generation, and had always gotten along fairly well. Arrogance and sharp tongues might be a Stark family tradition, but Howard Stark had always shown a certain respect and kindness to those with real ability. So, the connection between the two families had always been a good one, ever since their father's time. Otherwise, do you really think just anyone could get Howard Stark to accept someone giving Tony a so-called loving iron fist? Howard Stark saw it as a sign of brotherly affection and growth between young men. If it had been anyone else daring to lay a finger on his son, Howard Stark would have made sure that person vanished from the face of the earth before the day was done. So, although Tony and Wang Teng used to brawl as kids and hadn't seen each other in years, deep down Tony still had complete trust in Wang Teng, though he'd never admit it. After all, back when Wang Teng bought his island and became its owner, Howard Stark quietly lent a hand. Otherwise, imagine what would happen if a teenage boy suddenly showed up with a fortune. The consequences are easy to imagine. Wang Teng liked to think he could have handled things himself, but even he couldn't deny the Stark family's influence. "All right, Tony, this isn't your fault. Obadiah wanted you dead. This is the best outcome, and it's what he deserved." Seeing Tony sitting there in brooding silence, Pepper finally broke the mood to comfort him. "Don't worry, Pepper, I'm fine. I'll be back to normal after a good night's sleep. After all, I am Iron Man, a man with a heart of steel," Tony Stark said, squaring his shoulders. Wang Teng snapped out of his daydreams and laughed wickedly. "Speaking of Iron Man, Pepper, I think you should give up on Tony and consider being with me instead. For the sake of your future happiness, you know?" "Oh, you're just looking for a fight, Wang Teng." Tony shot to his feet, his voice animated. "Pepper is mine." "Oh, Tony." Pepper's eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed as she looked at Tony. "Ahem, what I meant was, Pepper is my assistant," Tony hurriedly explained, trying to mask his embarrassment. "Tony." Pepper's tone was tinged with disappointment. "That's right. Pepper is only your assistant. She's not your personal property. You can't control her life. Isn't that right, Pepper? Wang Teng kept teasing Tony. Pepper managed an awkward but polite smile in Wang Teng's direction. Don't even think about it. That's never going to happen, Tony retorted, though his voice lacked conviction. Pepper, let me tell you, when I was treating Tony just now, I took the liberty of giving him a checkup. The guy's kidneys are in terrible shape. If he lasts 3 minutes, you should count your blessings. 4. Your future happiness, you'd better not fall into Tony's trap, Wang Teng said, shooting Tony a mischievous look. Then he added, not that it would be hard for me to fix, but I just don't want to. Ha. Bullshit. There's no way. I'm perfectly healthy. Don't listen to this clown, Pepper. There's nothing wrong with me. Everyone who's ever tried will tell you so. You know that, Pepper? Tony snapped, glaring at Wang Teng, his face turning a shade paler. Although he didn't quite understand the concept of kidney deficiency in traditional Chinese medicine, Tony certainly caught the meaning in Wang Teng's words. Sorry, Tony, but eavesdropping has never been my hobby, Pepper said, casting Tony a contemptuous glance. Wang Teng had no intention of sparing Tony's dignity. Everyone who's tried it says it's good. What proof do you have? Viagra? If it weren't for the money in your pocket, what makes you think people would compliment you? And what gives you the right to mock me? Just because you've hidden yourself away on some remote mountain for a year without seeing a single woman? Do you even know what a woman feels like? Oh, poor Wang Teng. Don't tell me you still have no idea. Tony shot back, unwilling to be outdone. When it came to trading barbs, he wasn't afraid of Wang Teng at all. Wang Teng looked at Tony with disdain. You might be disappointed then. I've had no fewer girlfriends than you. If anything, they keep their distance because they're scared of me. They're afraid things could get out of hand, yet they can't. Quite let me go. And yes, Tony, I mean that quite literally, out of hand. He raised his eyebrows. By the way, Tony, do you know what it's like when a woman begs for mercy in bed? Oh, sorry. You'll probably never find out in this lifetime. That's enough, both of you. Pepper felt their conversation was getting more and more outrageous. Was it really appropriate to say these things with a woman present? Especially knowing how she felt about Tony. But was what Wang Teng said true? Could it really be? As she glanced at Tony and Wang Teng, Pepper couldn't help but let her gaze drift downward for a moment. Don't worry, Pepper, I work out all the time. You know that, Tony said awkwardly, facing Pepper. So, is this your confession? Pepper asked hopefully, looking at Tony. Of course not. I'm just trying to prove that I'm in great shape. Tony avoided her gaze, unable to look directly at her. I'm disappointed in you, Tony. With that, Pepper picked up her bag and walked out Tony's villa. Happy now, Tony glared at Wang Teng, who only shrugged with indifference and shot Tony a teasing look. In the end, Tony gave in, trading a reactor for Wang Teng's remedy for kidney deficiency. After all, no man could let something like this slide, and since the miniature reactor was already in Wang Teng's possession and unlikely to be recovered, he might as well get something out of it. Even though he signed a series of unfair agreements with Wang Teng, whether he'd actually abide by them was a matter for the future. Well, that settles things on my end. I'll be heading back now. You can handle the rest yourself. Wang Teng stood up, ready to leave. Tony hesitated. Wang Teng, are you really not coming back? After all these years, are you really planning to spend the rest of your life alone? How about moving back? I could introduce you to a few magazine cover girls. Get lost. I have no interest in becoming your fellow traveler. Wang Teng looked at Tony as if he were a fool. As long as you have money, there will always be women. Even if I lived in Antarctica, there would still be bikini-clad beauties throwing themselves at me. Moving back is out of the question. My place has beautiful mountains and clear waters, a picturesque view. Why would I return just to breathe in car exhaust? By the way, hurry up and upgrade your arc reactor. Even though you no longer have to wear it on your chest, its radiation is still harmful to your body, and the output isn't all that impressive. Tony glanced at Wang Teng and sighed. You think I don't want to? Not long after I got back, I realized I was suffering from palladium poisoning. I've been searching for a suitable replacement ever since, but it's not that simple. I've had Jarvis test every known element, and so far, not a single one fits the bill. For now, all I can do is hope to discover a new element sooner rather than later. But at least you helped heal the wound in my chest this time. Now I have more time. I don't have to worry about dying of poisoning. Any minor symptoms, I can handle myself. Wang Teng regarded Tony's nonchalant demeanor. I have to warn you, ever since you announced to the world that you're Iron Man, everything has changed. From now on, your enemies will only grow in number and strength. I told you, I'm not some tin man. I'm Iron Man. A man made of steel. Tony protested irritably. Oh, come on, don't get hung up on the details. It's all about the same, Wang Teng replied, unconcerned. Go back and look through your father Howard's belongings. He invented the new element decades ago. It's just that, back then, the technology wasn't advanced enough to synthesize it. How would you know that? Even I didn't know. Tony eyed Wang Teng suspiciously. Wang Teng let out a mischievous chuckle. Because you have to believe, a father's love for his son knows no bounds. Get lost. Tony's face darkened, lines of exasperation appearing on his forehead. This bastard always managed to take liberties with him. But was there truth in what he said? Maybe it was time to take a good look through his parents' possessions. Oh, and one more thing. Seek out the director of that agency with a ridiculously long name. He's got quite a few things your father left behind. After a moment's thought, Wang Teng decided to reveal a bit more. After all, his presence had already altered the course of this world in many ways. Who knew what chaos the future held? He couldn't keep cleaning up Tony's messes forever. And another thing, you need to look into the whereabouts of two people. They're out for revenge, and there's a real chance they might take your life. One of them is called Ivan Vanko, or maybe Ivan Fanko, the polar bear from somewhere in Siberia. His father, Anton, used to work with your father, Mr. Howard. They researched reactors together. Later on, probably because of some disagreement, your father kicked him out. Since then, Anton's living conditions have been poor, and lately he's been gravely ill. He might be on the verge of death, or perhaps already gone. So, old Anton has always harbored a grudge against your father. Normally, that wouldn't matter much, but you just had to make such a big spectacle of declaring yourself as Iron Man. If Anton saw that, he'd surely push his son to come after you for revenge. And as it happens, his son is a dutiful one. Or well, I suppose he is. Either way, he's bound to come looking for you, seeking vengeance. He's also someone who can build an arc reactor. Even if he's not quite as brilliant as you, he's not far behind. So you'd better watch your step. Keep an eye on this guy. How you deal with him is up to you. Tony frowned, wanting to ask more, but after opening his mouth, he said nothing. Next, you need to be especially careful about this person, a biologist named Killian. Unlike the single-minded vengeance of the Siberian brute, Killian is someone with no moral boundaries. He'll definitely target the people around you. Hearing this, Tony fixed his gaze on Wang Teng. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything, Wang Teng said. This is something you brought on yourself. Killian has some psychological issues. I don't remember exactly how many years ago, at some science gathering or something, he approached you about a collaboration. You sent him up to the rooftop, left him there in the wind all night, and ignored him. He felt you toyed with his feelings, hurt his fragile soul, and didn't take responsibility. Hey, Wang Teng, could you keep it decent? The way you're putting it is making me sick. I'm not interested in men. Tony hurriedly cut off Wang Teng's rambling nonsense. Okay, Wang Teng chuckled, back to the point. That's how it was. Killian went on to develop a virus called Extremis. Coincidentally, you'd had a one-night stand with a botanist around that time, and she got a formula from you. The two of them worked together to perfect the Extremis virus. The botanist hoped to win a Nobel Prize with it, but Killian only cared about taking revenge on you. He'll go after the people close to you, making you feel the same despair he once did. That's his plan. So be very careful around this man. Tony thought for a moment. He didn't have much of an impression of Killian, but he did remember. The botanist's ex-girlfriend. I know who you mean. The botanist, Dr. Maya Hansen. After all, there aren't many women in my life with such high academic credentials, and that was a truly unforgettable night. He shrugged, clearly trying to boast a little to Wang Teng, but when he considered the implications of Wang Teng's words, his brow furrowed. So what exactly is this Extremis virus? Wang Teng curled his lips. I'm not a scientist. How would I know all the details? I'll just give you a quick overview, so you can be mentally prepared. That Killian is quite the character. The Extremis virus is supposed to be a way to unlock human potential. It can make a person incredibly strong, heat their bodies to thousands of degrees, even regenerate lost limbs. Basically, anyone who survives the experiment turns into a little superhuman. But the serum is highly unstable. People can explode like living bombs at the slightest provocation. Still, with a number of wounded veterans and trauma survivors in the world, people whose lives have become unbearable after war and injury, a serum that can heal lost limbs and grant immense power is an irresistible temptation. That's how Killian managed to win over so many fanatical followers. This kind of thing is bound to be popular with the military, like that green monster project they were working on a while back, Tony interjected. Tony didn't ask where Wang Teng got all this information from, but he carefully stored it in his mind. All right, that's about all you need to be careful of for now. The rest can wait, Wang Teng said thoughtfully. There was no need to overload Tony with too much information, especially since most of these events were still years away. If you remember correctly, Killian's whole scheme wouldn't kick off until after the alien invasion. Was he saying all this too early? Maybe Killian hadn't even started his experiments yet. Oh well, it was better to give Tony a heads up. Who knew what kind of butterfly effect his own presence might trigger? Shaking his head, Wang Teng swept away these thoughts. I'll head out for now. Without waiting for a response from Tony, who was still deep in thought, Wang Teng stood up and headed for the door. Tony waved absent-mindedly, still processing everything he'd just heard. Oh, and there's one more thing. Wang Teng had barely been out the door a minute before he turned back and walked into Tony's house again. Tony glanced up at him. Back so soon. I just remembered something else. The world is going to change faster and faster. If I'm a step too slow and you end up dead, that'd be a problem. So I think I'd better leave a backup plan. As he spoke, Wang Teng looked around the room, considering where to put something. Where would be best? Here, I think. Wang Teng walked into the corridor, ran his fingers along the wall, inspected both sides, and then spoke. Tony watched Wang Teng feeling around on the wall, utterly baffled by his actions. What Wang Teng did next, however, made Tony's eyes widen in shock. From Tony's perspective, Wang Teng was simply touching the wall here and there, and then, all of a sudden, a door appeared in Wang Teng's hands. Wang Teng then took the door in both hands and slapped it onto the wall, installing it as if it had always belonged there. There we go. Perfect. Wang Teng admired his handiwork, opened the door, walked through, and then reappeared by opening the door again. Tony stared, wide-eyed, as Wang Teng walked straight through the door and vanished, only to emerge from the wall moments later. Stunned, Tony pinched his own thigh hard. He sucked in a sharp breath and swallowed nervously, feeling dazed as he clutched his wine glass and made his way to the newly installed door in the corridor. Which circus did you learn those tricks from? Not bad. Making people appear and disappear? Huh? But your sense of style could use some work. Where'd you dig up this door? Some antique market? No, not even that. It looks more like an old wooden door salvage from a slum. I think I should introduce you to a high-end furniture designer. Get you a custom-made door that actually matches my hallway decor. This thing is just way out of place. At this point, Tony himself wasn't even sure what he was saying anymore. Everything he'd just witnessed had shattered his understanding of science. Even when he'd ridden Wang Teng's flying sword, Tony could rationalize it as advanced technology, something he hadn't invented yet, but believed he'd master someday. But a door suddenly manifesting out of thin air and being installed in the wall, right before his eyes, completely overturned Tony's entire worldview. The most outrageous part was Wang Teng opening the door, stepping inside, and then reappearing as if he'd walked through the wall. Was this some kind of phase-walking magic? Tony had seen plenty of high-end magic shows, and he knew that all those tricks relied on prearranged props and careful preparation. But what Wang Teng had just done left him utterly stupefied. Muttering to himself, Tony tried to piece together an explanation using his scientific knowledge. If this is a door, and he just walked through it, that means there's another space on the other side. That's spatial compression technology, quantum-level stuff. Damn it, this isn't scientific at all. With our current level of technology, there's no way anyone could make something like this. So, it must be some kind of trick and illusion. Hell, my brain can't keep up. I need a moment to cool off. Tony mumbled incessantly under his breath as he shuffled absent-mindedly toward the living room. Only then did Wang Teng respond to Tony's earlier words. What kind of look is that? Do you think this is just an ordinary wooden door? Let me tell you, this is a high-tech fingerprint lock, see? This was one of the fruits of Wang Teng's farming endeavors, a spatial teleportation door. All it took was to set the coordinates at 2 locations, and the door would instantly bridge them, regardless of distance. One moment, you could open the door in the Arctic, and the next, you'd find yourself in Africa. Wang Teng truly didn't want to lose Tony as a friend because of his own actions. Even if, someday, the purple-skinned Thanos attacked Earth, Wang Teng still intended to rescue Tony. To guard against any unforeseen mishaps, Wang Teng installed one side of the spatial teleportation door in Tony's home, with the other side opening onto the hallway wall outside his own house on a small island in Maple Leaf Country. Just now, when Wang Teng stepped through the door, he'd set the coordinates and mounted the other side on his own property. This way, if anything unexpected happened, either of them could cross thousands of kilometers in an instant. Wang Teng could rush over, or Tony could escape to Wang Teng's place with a single step. Wang Teng was determined to do everything in his power to ensure the safety of his old friend. Come on, Tony, let's register your fingerprint first. Wang Teng pulled Tony over and began guiding him to record his fingerprint on the lock. Swapping out the old lock for this one had been no easy feat for Wang Teng. On the surface, the door looked like a cheap, ordinary wooden door, but its properties were nearly indestructible. The first time Wang Teng installed this kind of door, it had connected his home to the entrance of the Ancient One's chamber at Kamartaj. But once, by accident, a stray magician had simply walked right through. In any case, the Ancient One always opened her own portals to visit Wang Teng, so he eventually dismantled that particular spatial door. Wang Teng worried that the same problem might arise again, so he went to great lengths to upgrade the lock to a genuine high-tech fingerprint system. Outwardly, it only seemed to scan fingerprints, but in reality, It was recording the deepest levels of a user's genetic code. Tony's expression was complicated, or perhaps just dazed, as he allowed Wang Teng to guide his hand and register his fingerprint on the door. Okay, that's done. From now on, only you and anyone you bring along will be able to enter through this door. No one else. Wang Teng glanced at Tony, who was still lost in thought, and decided to leave him to calm down on his own for a while. I'll head back now. See you, Wang Teng said. All right, Tony replied absent-mindedly, bidding Wang Teng farewell and watching as Wang Teng opened the door and disappeared through it. But this time, since Tony was standing right at the doorway, he could see the view outside quite clearly. It wasn't at all what Tony had imagined, a wall or perhaps a pitch-black portal to some other dimension. Instead, what lay before him was a wooden floor at his feet, grass stretching a bit further out, a shimmering lake, and in the distance majestic mountains. It felt just like stepping out of a countryside villa and being greeted by the serene beauty of nature. Before Tony could even process what he was seeing, Wang Teng gave the door a swift push and shut it with a solid thud. Hey, Tony, what are you doing standing there? At this moment, Pepper walked in, noticing Tony rooted to the corridor, staring intently at the wall. Tony turned around, gave her a nod, and said, Hi, Pepper. Then he turned back, frowning in contemplation at the portal on the wall before him. What's going on? Tony, when did you install such a strange door on the wall? Following Tony's gaze, Pepper finally noticed the new, out-of-place door on the wall, which clearly clashed with the surrounding decor. This really doesn't match your taste at all. But what's the point of installing a door on a wall? Is this some new tech? Pepper concluded, her words trailing off into a question. Maybe, Tony replied ambiguously. You're right, this wasn't my doing. You know, my taste isn't that bad. This is something Wang Teng left behind. With that, Tony took a deep breath, placed his hand on the doorknob, and carefully pulled the door open. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. That was Pepper's voice. Tony stared intently at the scenery outside, just as Wang Teng had seen moments before. Without hesitation, Tony stepped through the doorway. Pepper followed closely behind, her hand clamped over her mouth from the moment she entered, as if afraid she'd cry out in astonishment. Jarvis, satellite scan, where are we? Tony asked, pulling his phone from his pocket. Mr. Stark, according to the satellite positioning system, you are now in the northeastern part of Maple Country, on a small island at latitude XX north and longitude XX west. This island was purchased as private property by Mr. Wang Teng's father 20 years ago and is registered as Peach Blossom Island. All right, that's enough, Jarvis. Tony slipped the phone back into his pocket. So, just by stepping through a door, we've traveled thousands of kilometers? As expected, it's some kind of teleportation, or perhaps spatial folding technology, Tony mused inwardly. Mr. Stark, Miss Potts, welcome to Peach Blossom Island. I am Xiao Long, Mr. Wang Teng's intelligent housekeeper. As Tony and Pepper took in their new surroundings, a synthesized mechanical voice spoke from behind them. Tony and Pepper turned around and saw behind them a quaint country-style villa. In front of the house stood a humanoid robot dressed in black, waving at them in greeting. Hello, Mr. Xiaolong, I'm Virginia Potts. Are you a robot? Pepper called out, her tone polite yet tinged with surprise. Though she was no stranger to Jarvis or Tony's Iron Man suits, and could handle the presence of a robot, she still couldn't help but ask the obvious. Despite Xiaolong being dressed in clothes and moving with a human's ease, his unmistakably robotic head left no doubt. This was no mere prankster in a mask trying to fool Tony and Pepper. Of course, lovely lady. I am an intelligent humanoid robot, and my level of intelligence is a cut above your household Jarvis, Xiaolong replied with a touch of pride. And I know who you are. Admittedly, only from the news before, but my master has now added you both to my friends list. So, welcome to Peach Blossom Island. To be honest, I really admire Mr. Stark. If my master allowed it, I'd be tempted to challenge him for the title of Iron Man. After all, I am a true Iron Man, Xiaolong said, his words flowing rapidly. Tony, noticing the robot's tendency to ramble, had to interject. Hello, Mr. Xiaolong. It's an honor to be your idol. If you want an autograph, I can give you one later. But right now, I'd really like to know where that guy Wang Teng has gone. Would you care for something to drink, you two? Our coffee here is quite good. As for my master, he left again almost as soon as he returned, Xiaolong replied. But my master did tell me to take good care of you both if you arrived. He'll be back as soon as he's finished his errands. It truly is a delight to have you here. Since I can remember, we haven't had any guests on our little island. You're actually the very first. My memory may not stretch far, but I'm genuinely happy, Xiaolong continued, launching into another stream of chatter after picking up Tony's cue. Would you like me to be your tour guide? Our island may not be huge, but it's certainly not small either. There are so many beautiful spots. Mountains, grasslands, rivers, lakes, forests, the sea. there's bound to be a view you'll love. All right, I get it, Xiaolong. Has it been that long since you've had someone to talk to? I just don't know where Wang Teng is. I have a few questions for him, Tony said, unable to hold back any longer, interrupting Xiaolong once more. I'm really sorry about this. I know where the master went. Although he didn't specifically ask me to keep his whereabouts secret, he also didn't ask me to tell you where. He's gone. So now I'm torn. Should I tell you or not? But if you'd like a cup of coffee, I might be persuaded to secretly let you in on it. All right, Xiaolong, you win. I'll have a cup of coffee, please, Tony conceded. Hey, Pepper, did you see that? From the way this robot Xiaolong talks, you can just imagine how bored Wang Teng must be in his daily life. Otherwise, why would he program such a chatterbox? Honestly, I've never met anyone, robot or human, who could talk more than this one. As Xiaolong went into the room to make coffee, Tony couldn't help but complain to Pepper. Pepper glanced at Tony. Tony, you might not realize it, but you're actually like this too. No, absolutely not. Sure, I could be a bit talkative sometimes, but I would never ramble on with so much nonsense. Tony quickly protested. I think he must be babbling because he idolizes me. You know, like a fan meeting their favorite celebrity, Tony added. Just then, Xiaolong came out of the room carrying coffee. I'm sorry, sir and madam. We don't have any hand-ground coffee here. Compared to coffee, Mr. Wang Teng actually prefers Chinese tea. Coffee is only an occasional drink for him, so all we have is instant coffee. Pepper took a cup and handed one to Tony. Tony glanced at his coffee. Is this the 5-cent-a-pack instant stuff? Figures. Matches Wang Teng's taste perfectly. Well, I got my coffee now. So, Mr. Xiaolong the butler, would you mind telling us where Wang Teng went? And how long before he's back? All right. Seeing how eager you are, I'll graciously and secretly tell you. Mr. Wang Teng just returned, then got a call from China, and immediately flew out. He only told me that if Mr. Star came by, I should receive you first. But he didn't mention when he'd be back. Would you like me to give him a call for you? He went to China? Tony muttered under his breath. Tony, if Mr. Wang Teng left in such a hurry, something important must have happened. Maybe we should go for now and come back to visit after he returns, Pepper suggested. Yeah, looks like something really might be up. All right, when we get back I'll have Jarvis check if anything unusual has happened in China lately. Tony first nodded at Pepper and then turned to Xiaolong. In that case, we'll head back for now. If Wang Teng returns, could you get in touch with me? I'm sure you have my contact information. When the time comes, I'll come back to see him. By the way, the coffee was excellent. Thank you for your compliment. I'm glad my service met your expectations. I also really enjoyed our conversation. You're always welcome as a guest on our Peach Blossom Island. We have many unique dishes here. Not the kind of food you'd imagine from Maple Leaf Country, but rather more traditional Chinese cuisine. I think you'll really like it. All right, I get it, Xiaolong. I'll be sure to come by and try it when I have the chance. But right now, I really have to head back. Looks like I need to upgrade Jarvis first thing when I get home. Let's go, Pepper. With that, Tony led Pepper toward the door they had entered through. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Xiaolong. I should be heading back as well. Thank you for the coffee. Honestly, even though you're a robot, it's hard for me to see you as just a machine after spending time with you. As she was leaving, Pepper took a moment to say goodbye to Xiaolong. It's my honor, Miss Potts. I'll look forward to your next visit. And by the way, you're much more polite than Mr. Stark. Xiaolong replied with a hint of playfulness. Pepper smiled and hurried after Tony. After they stepped through the door and returned to the villa, Pepper said to Tony, "That was truly amazing. I'd rather believe it was magic. Any technology that we can't explain right now is only because our knowledge isn't sufficient yet. I believe that when science advances enough, any phenomenon can be explained." At this moment, Tony had regained the confidence of a top scientist. "I believe in you, Tony." Pepper's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wang Teng had just returned to Peach Blossom Island when he received a call from China, leaving him no time to wait for Tony so he could show off a bit. He had to rush back to China immediately. From the phone call, Wang Teng sensed that this was no simple matter. Even though he hadn't seen any plot lines about China in the movies, this was, after all, the real world. Over the past decades, Wang Teng had visited China many times and was fairly familiar with its special agencies. The Special Affairs Bureau and the Institute of Superhuman Research were, on the surface, far more powerful than S.H.I.E.L.D. ever appeared in the movies. And that's not even counting organizations like the Bureau of Animal Management, the Taoist Alliance, the Institute of Psychic Abilities, and the Buddhist Society, a whole host of semi-official groups. Based on his usual understanding of China, Wang Teng figured that the hidden powers behind the scenes were at least several times stronger, 10 times stronger. Wouldn't even surprise him. After all, playing the underdog to hide one's true strength has always been a classic trick in Chinese tradition. Although Wang Teng was officially listed as an external consultant for the 4th Bureau of the Special Affairs Administration, no one had ever contacted him for any actual matters before. The fact that he suddenly received a call from the 4th Bureau, asking him to come immediately to assist, clearly meant that something serious was happening. On his way back to Huaxia, Wang Teng asked Xiao to check if there had been any unusual incidents within the country recently. However, Xiao found nothing out of the ordinary. This was to be expected. Given the country's strict information control, even if something major had happened, it would be impossible to find any trace of it online. So Wang Teng could only urge himself to hurry as much as possible to Huaxia. Before long, following the location sent to him by the director of the 4th Bureau, Wang Teng arrived at a small military outpost near Tianshan. It was indeed a modest outpost. 2 rows of barracks, a playground, a stone platform for raising the national flag, and 2 soldiers standing guard beneath the flag. Only a handful of soldiers could be seen coming and going from the nearby buildings. From the outside, it looked just like any ordinary border patrol station, with nothing unusual to set it apart. As soon as Wang Teng landed, a soldier on duty immediately aimed his rifle at him and barked, "Halt! Hands up! This is a military zone. Show your identification." At the same time, soldiers from the adjoining room rushed out, weapons ready, alerted by the sudden commotion. With over a dozen weapons trained on him, Wang Teng knew these men were no real threat to him, but there was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble, judging by their tense demeanor. Any hesitation or sudden movement on his part might cause these nervous soldiers to open fire without a second thought. After all, ordinary people don't just drop out of the sky. "Comrade, I'm here at the invitation of Director Zhang. He sent me these coordinates. You can contact him to verify. My name is Wang Teng," he quickly explained, preferring to avoid any conflict. "Sorry, but we don't have anyone named Director Zhang here. Please stay where you are and don't make any sudden moves. We'll report to our superiors." One of the soldiers replied, his tone cautious. None of them lowered their weapons, nor did anyone seem eager to actually contact their so-called superiors. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't have to wait long. Being stared down at gunpoint was hardly a pleasant experience. From a soldier's earpiece, he heard a faint voice, "Sergeant Wu, he's one of us. Bring him in." Wang Teng realized the soldier must have been wearing a miniature earpiece, and he also noticed the hidden cameras scattered throughout the camp. He paid these details little mind. After all, for a secret military base, such security measures were only to be expected. "Mr. Wang Teng, please come with me." After receiving the order, squad leader Wu stepped forward, addressed Wang Teng, and gestured for him to follow. "Thank you, squad leader Wu," Wang Teng replied, following in step behind him. He hadn't expected squad leader Wu to suddenly stop, whip around, and point his gun straight at him. At the same time, the other soldiers, who had just lowered their weapons, quickly raised them again, all aiming at Wang Teng. "How did you know my surname is Wu?" Squad leader Wu demanded. Wang Teng looked at the tense expression on squad leader Wu's face and replied, "I overheard it just now." He pointed his own ear by way of explanation. "My apologies. Please come with me." Squad leader Wu gave Wang Teng a long, searching look, then signaled to the other soldiers to stand down. He turned back and resumed, leading the way. "This way, please." Wang Teng followed squad leader Wu into the barracks. Wu stopped at an ordinary-looking wall and felt around for a moment. With a soft mechanical whir, the wall slid open to reveal a hidden door. They stepped through, and Wang Teng followed squad leader Wu down several flights of stairs, descending deeper and deeper until they reached a spacious hall. The hall was filled with all kinds of exercise equipment. Along the far wall stood a row of electronic devices, and both side walls were lined with light and heavy weaponry. There weren't many people inside. A few were operating the electronic consoles, while others were working out on the equipment. At the sight of squad leader Wu bringing Wang Teng in, they merely glanced over, their interest barely peaked, before returning to their tasks. As Wang Teng took in his surroundings, he continued to follow squad leader Wu toward a wall adorned with weapons. Wu tapped out a rhythmic pattern on the wall. With a faint click, the wall slid apart to reveal an elevator door. When the elevator opened, squad leader Wu said, "Please step in. The elevator will take you down. I won't be going any farther." "All right, thanks," Wang Teng responded, expressing his gratitude before stepping into the elevator. As the doors slid shut, he felt the elevator begin its descent. It was only a matter of seconds before the elevator came to a stop. As soon as the doors opened, a middle-aged man in full military uniform greeted Wang Teng with a broad smile. "Wang Teng, welcome, welcome. I want to thank you on behalf of the nation for rushing over so quickly to help us. This time, you've come from farther away and made even better time than before. It looks like your cultivation has improved quite a bit." Wang Teng shook hands with him, smiling back. "Director Zhang, you're too kind. What's happened that required such urgency this time?" He glanced at Zhang's crisp uniform and added with a chuckle, "Director Zhang, that uniform suits you. Much better than the suit you wore the last time we met. You look far more impressive." Now, Director Zhang's full name was Zhang Xian. In addition to serving as the head of the 4th Division of the Bureau of Special Affairs, he was also the liaison for various semi-official superpower organizations. When Wang Teng first arrived in Huaxia, it was Zhang Xian who received him, though at that time, Zhang Xian had not yet become the director. The previous directors, before Zhang Xian, were all getting on in years and ready to retire at any moment, which meant that Director Zhang was about to be promoted to the top position in the Bureau of Special Affairs. "I'm only a few years older than you know. Still quite the dashing young man myself," Director Zhang said with a hearty laugh as he led Wang Teng deeper inside. It was only now that Wang Teng had a chance to look around. This level of the underground facility was obviously much larger than the one above, and it was divided into numerous rooms. Some looked like laboratories, some were equipment rooms, and others appeared to be armories. In truth, although the place looked like a modest border outpost from the outside, it was essentially a secret military base. "Is Downey not here? I haven't seen him around," Wang Teng asked as they walked. "There's trouble over at Anime, and he had to personally deal with it. He couldn't get away. Now, there's also a situation here at Tianshan. Originally, we thought we could handle it internally, but things aren't looking so certain, so we called you in as extra insurance. Come on, let me introduce you to some people. They'll be your teammates for this operation. I'll brief you all together on the details in a bit. You'll need to show off a little to win them over. A couple of them only respect strength, not authority." Wang Teng shrugged. "All right, I'll do my best. Let's hope I don't crush their spirits." Director Zhang burst out laughing. "That would be for the best. This lot, everyone wants to be the top dog. Nobody's willing to follow another. If their sect backgrounds weren't so complicated, we'd have straightened them out by now. The country's actually looking for a chance to integrate all the domestic superpower departments and form a new, unified agency. Oh, listen to me rambling. Anyway, here we are at the meeting room. Let's go in." Wang Teng eyed Zhang Xian, who was grinning slyly like a fox, and thought to himself, "He just wants to rope me in, but look at him, trying to play coy. Old fox. All right, everyone quiet down for a moment. Let me introduce someone. This is Comrade Wang Teng, the leader of this operation. I'll go over the mission details next," Zhang Xian announced. Following Zhang Xian into a room much like a conference room, Wang Teng saw more than a dozen people seated inside. Most of them sat upright and serious, but 3 lounged about carelessly, their feet even propped up on the conference table. Even when Zhang Xian entered, they barely reacted, exuding an air of complete indifference. "Those 3 must be the tough cases Zhang Xian mentioned," Wang Teng thought to himself, "though I have no idea who they actually are." Wang Teng sized up the 3 people before him. They all looked to be around 25 or 26. One wore a Taoist robe and seemed barely awake, his hair disheveled beneath his Taoist cap. In the middle sat a burly, bald man with a guileless expression. Though he was dressed in sportswear, the muscles bulging from his arms looked thicker than Wang Teng's own thighs, at least by Wang Teng's estimation. The one at the front looked much like any ordinary young man from the city, except for the cigarette dangling from his mouth and his legs swinging lazily atop the table. He was fairly handsome, with a touch of roguish charm. These 3 sat on one side of the conference table. Opposite them, 10 men sat in neat formation. From their bearing alone, it was clear they were elite soldiers. The air of the military clung to them unmistakably, impossible to hide. Why should he be the captain? Who even is he? Chief Zhang, you can't just drag some random guy off the street to lead us. At the very least, he should show us what he's got. Let everyone see for themselves, right? Before Zhang Xian could introduce him, the slouching young man piped up, mocking Wang Teng. Wang Teng could easily hear the implication in his words. This was nothing but a demand for him to put on a show, like a monkey performing tricks. "Wang Chuan, mind your language. This is the military, not your family's little Song Mountain. If you can't follow orders, you're free to walk away. I'll personally call your old man and let him." "No." Zhang Xian's face darkened, irritation showing through. He'd expected these young men might challenge his authority, but he hadn't thought they'd be so brazen about it at the outset. "As for this mission, I imagine your families have given you some idea before you came. This concerns the nation, concerns the people, a matter of true importance. I can let you fool around over trivial things, but when it comes to something like this, anyone who lets me down will answer to me personally." "Chief Zhang, you got me wrong. I never said I was quitting. I just don't want to be dragged down by some nobody. Look at those skinny arms and legs. What's he got? A long sword on his back, trying to play at being some ancient hero? Or maybe he's aspiring to be a Taoist master. If so, he's not doing a very convincing job. Hey, buddy, that sword of yours is a pretty cool design. Willing to sell it? Name your price. Zhang Xian's face grew even darker. Of all of them, Wang Chuan was the most troublesome. If not for his influential family, Zhang Xian would have handled him long ago. All right, if you want to see what I can do, you're welcome to come and try for yourself. Wang Teng cut off Zhang Xian, who was about to speak. So Wang Chuan, huh? Judging by the look of you, you're just another spoiled brat with nothing better to do. I really can't figure out why. Your family sent you here. Are they trying to get you killed? Used up your main character, so now your parents want to start fresh with a new one. Wang Teng was never one to shy away from sharp words. After all, he'd sparred with Tony for years. Well, looks like we've got a tough guy on our hands. Let's see if your skills are as sharp as your tongue. Monk, go give him a lesson. Wang Chuan grew irritated and started egging on the burly bald man beside him to make a move against Wang Peng. I've told you plenty of times, I'm not a monk. My name is Lu Mang, the bald man rumbled in a deep, buzzing voice. Yeah, monk, I heard you, Wang Chuan replied, utterly unfazed. What's this? Are you three putting on a comedy show here? Why don't all three of you come at me? What's the holdup? Don't tell me I hit the nail on the head. Just a second-generation rich kid, useless at home, here to play soldier and earn some fake glory. Wang Teng continued to needle the trio, his words sharp and mocking. Boring, muttered the young man dressed as a Taoist priest at the far end. He glanced lazily at Wang Teng and promptly went back to dozing. You know I've got a temper. Monk, Chu the second, how can you two just let that slide? Well, I sure as hell can't. Wang Chuan barked, all bravado, though he still made no move to attack. Wang Teng beamed at the three of them. Since you're not making a move, don't blame me for what happens next. He formed a quick hand sign, and a glimmer of light flashed across his fingers, vanishing in an instant. Ag! Cried Wang Chuan and Lu Mang in unison, both leaping up on the spot. Wang Chuan clutched his backside and cursed at Wang Teng as he hopped around. You bastard! No sense of honor. Attacking by surprise. I swear, I'm going to make you pay for that. With that, he charged straight at Wang Teng. Wang Teng barely spared Wang Chuan a glance. Instead, his eyes lingered on Chu the second, the one in Taoist robes. Though Wang Teng had only intended to give them a light punishment, both Wang Chuan and Lu Mang had fallen for it, while Chu the second sat there unmoved. Wang Teng had clearly sensed a faint ripple of energy from him and caught a glint of golden light flicker beneath his seat. As Wang Chuan rushed over, Lu Mang hesitated for a heartbeat before barreling toward Wang Teng as well. Wang Teng was just about to sidestep Wang Chuan and maybe grab him for a quick throw when he suddenly felt a binding energy lock him in place. At the same time, he saw Chu the second, still seated, hands forming a mystical seal as energy surged around him. With a brief burst of strength, Wang Teng shattered the energy holding him, but by then, Wang Chuan was already right in front of him. Fast, he thought. Deciding to stand his ground, Wang Teng simply raised a hand and swung straight at Wang Chuan's face. Thud! Damn it! Wang Chuan howled. Clang! As expected, Wang Chuan was rewarded with a black eye, courtesy of Wang Teng. But what surprised Wang Teng was Lu Mang, who came right after. When Wang Teng's fist landed on Lu Mang, it felt like punching a steel plate. A shield of energy clearly protected him. Lu Mang merely staggered back a few steps, seemingly unharmed. You bastard! Don't you know you're not supposed to hit a guy in the face? You're just jealous of my good looks. Wang Chuan shouted, rallying his spirits. Shoulder to shoulder, let's go. After speaking, he once again took the lead, charging toward Wang Teng. A minute later, Wang Teng was sitting atop old Chu, with Lu Mang pinned beneath them, and Wang Chuan at the very bottom. Wang Teng had done this on purpose. All three of them had bruised and swollen faces. Wang Chuan had it the worst. His whole face looked puffed up. Damn it, that's not fighting fair. Didn't we agree not to hit the face? You went right for it every time. Sorry about that, force of habit, Wang Teng replied, a mischievous glint in his eye. But judging by your reaction, you're still not satisfied. Shall we keep going? With that, he deliberately wiggled his hips and pressed down hard a couple more times. Oh no, big bro, I give. Please get up. If you keep this up, you'll squeeze the life out of me. Alas, heaven bear witness. What a calamity out of nowhere. What does this have to do with me? Old Chu heaved a sigh. It's all Wang Chuan's fault. Always stirring up trouble for no reason. Lu Mang grumbled in a low voice. All right, that's enough. Sometimes you don't know each other until you've traded a few blows. We'll need everyone's cooperation for this mission. Just then, Zhang Xian stepped in to smooth things over. All right, that sums up the main details of this mission. Time is tight, so I'll skip the finer points. I hope you'll all work together and get those people out as fast as possible. Also, help our comrades inside repair the formation. We can't let anything slip through the cracks. Lu Yuan, you'll lead the fighters and handle the main combat. Yes, sir, the mission will be completed, the lead soldier on the other side stood up and saluted. Wang Chuan, you'll clear the way and help us rendezvous with the people inside as soon as possible. Lu Meng, you're in charge of primary defense. Chu Xian, if anything happens to our comrades inside, the formation repair will be up to you. Wang Teng, you'll anchor the team. We don't know what might be waiting inside. There could be hidden dangers. I'm counting on you. Do your best to bring everyone out alive. Zheng Xian fixed Wang Teng with a serious look. Don't worry, I'll make sure they all come back in one piece, Wang Teng promised. Good. Let's head out now. I'll take you there myself, and we can go over the details on the way. Take the chance to get to know each other better. Didn't expect to actually get votes from so many handsome guys and pretty ladies. Thank you, please keep it up. 3 military vehicles rolled out from the garrison warehouse. Wang Teng, Zheng Xian, Lu Meng, Wang Chuan, and Chu Xian rode in the lead. Jeep, while Lu Yuan and the soldiers rode in the 2 vehicles behind. The 3 vehicles set off toward the nearby Tian Shan Mountains. Hey there, brother, you've got some real skills. Which school are you from? I couldn't figure out your style just now. I'm Wang Chuan. My family's from Little Tsongshan. Maybe you've heard of it? With your abilities, I'm sure you have. We mainly practice imperial command and movement. Wang Chuan, the sociable one, was quick to introduce himself. I've never heard of it. I'm not really familiar with these things. Why don't you fill me in? I don't live in China most of the time. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the swelling that still hadn't faded from Wang Chuan's face. You rascal, don't bother trying to probe Wang Teng's background. All you need to know is that he once sparred with Dao Yi. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Zheng Xian chimed in, which not only served as an introduction for Wang Teng, but also gave the trio a heads up, just in case they got any reckless ideas. The moment Zheng Xian said this, the 3 of them immediately straightened up, their eyes fixed on Wang Teng in disbelief. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. Even more. No way. You're that strong, big brother? Dao Yi is the person I admire most, and you actually fought him to a draw. That's incredible. In an instant, Wang Chuan switched from calling him brother to big brother. A true master. I'm impressed, Lu Meng added sincerely. Big brother, let me introduce you. This burly bald guy is from the Lu family in Shandong. His name is Lu Meng. We all call him Monk. He's inherited his family's martial arts. His body is trained in a golden bell shield, supposedly impervious to blades and bullets. Wang Chuan glanced at the matching black eyes under Lu Meng's brows and corrected himself. Well, supposedly impervious. Lu Meng's face turned bright red. How about we have a match and test it out? I'm not fighting you. You just end up hurting my hands. If you've got the guts, go challenge big brother Wang Teng, Wang Chuan taunted with a look that said, I've got my big brother here, so don't mess with me. I can't beat him, Lu Meng declared, with absolute certainty. All right, let's get back on track. We still don't know about this young fellow here. Taoist priest? Wang Teng cut in, stopping the 2 from bickering further. Before Chu Xian could answer, Wang Chuan jumped in. Big brother, don't let this guy fool you. I'm telling you, this Chu II is a fake Taoist. He looks harmless, but he's sly as a fox. His father's an elder of Mao Shan, and he's the 2nd child in his family. Ever since he was a kid, he's been lawless. As soon as he learned wall walking and invisibility, he snuck down the mountain to spy on women in the bathhouse. Ow! Chu II, damn it, you ambushed me again. Wang Chuan yelled. Chu Xian shot Wang Chuan a sidelong glance. You think you're any better? Everyone for miles around Shao Song Mountain knows what a menace you are. You've been stealing chickens, teasing girls, and making trouble since you were little. Your dad's been cleaning up your messes your whole life. If he hadn't paid people off, you'd have been beaten to death long ago. Well, none of them are easy to deal with, Wang Teng mused. Only Lu Meng looked honest and straightforward. Director Zheng, could you give me a quick rundown of this Death Valley before we get there? Wang Teng asked Zheng Xian. He'd been in a hurry to come over, and with the mission about to start, he realized he barely knew anything about this legendary Death Valley. Sure, I'll give you a general overview. I'll do it. Let me explain. Wang Chuan seemed full of energy. He immediately picked up where Zheng Xian left off and started his own introduction. I actually know quite a bit about this Valley of Death. Before we came, I looked it up online and found quite a lot of information. The local people call this place Thunder Valley, Devil's Ravine, or the Gate to Hell. There are all sorts of legends about demons living here. They say that any living creature, cattle, sheep, or horses, that enters will die mysteriously. Thunder rumbles in the valley all year round, and if people go in, they might be struck down by lightning if they're not careful. That's why it eventually became known as the Valley of Death. But hardly anyone dares to enter, and it's said that no one who goes and ever comes back alive. The valley is scattered with bones and shrouded in an eerie chill. It's one of the most infamous death zones in our country. Of course, that's just a talk from outsiders. In reality, as far as I know, this place is actually a weak point between different dimensions. Strange creatures from other realms, demons, and monsters appear here from time to time. So, in ancient times, our ancestors set up a Qianyang heavenly thunder array to stop these things from escaping and wreaking havoc in the human world. Since ancient times, in China, there have been tales of 9 lands and 10 realms, as well as the 3 paths and 6 worlds. These actually refer to places where the boundary between worlds is thin and beings from other dimensions cross over. Most of these creatures are evil by nature. Only the spirit realm ever had any real interaction with humans, and the demon realm is a mix of friend and foe, mostly kept in check by the folks at the Bureau of Animal Management, so it's a mixed bag. As for the rest, there's nothing good about them. This Valley of Death seals off one of the legendary weak points leading to the demon world. For decades, it was calm, but in recent years, for reasons unknown, spiritual energy has been surging at dimensional nodes all across the country. Now, many of these weak points are showing signs of trouble. If it weren't for the great formation of the 9 provinces suppressing things, chaos would have already broken out. Even so, the old masters of each clan have their hands full, which is why us younger folks have been sent out and thrown into the deep end. This place has always been guarded by 3 families from the north: the Ma family of Shangyang, the Lu family of Dongbao, and our own Wang family of Xihuang. All 3 of us are families who practice the arcane arts. But after the recent spiritual surge, we suddenly lost contact with our people inside. We sent in 2 more teams, but none returned. So now we have no choice but to go in ourselves. I happened to overhear one of my elders mention that this latest surge of energy seemed to come from beyond the heavens, from the depths of the cosmos itself. They said that a surge of primal chaos from deep space somehow affected the spiritual seals across China. As for the exact details, even the old master in our family isn't sure. This area is still relatively safe. The spatial rifts are small, and most of the things that come out are just minor demons and spirits. But I've heard that the Eye of Hell out in the northern desert has already turned into a domain of ghosts. Rumor has it tens of thousands of evil spirits have poured out. There might even be a ghost king among them. Luckily, that place is uninhabited. If it weren't, it would have become a living hell. That's roughly the situation. We need to go in, find the people we sent in earlier, and bring them out safely. At the same time, we have to check whether the formation is still holding up. There's been no word from the people inside. How can you be sure they're all right? Wang Teng voiced his concern. Wang Chuan explained, if something had happened, the life tokens back home would have given an alert. They're probably trapped for some reason, so we need to go in and see for ourselves. Otherwise, if we wait another couple of days, they'll likely starve to death. As the group chatted, it took less than half an hour to reach the fabled Valley of Death. Strangely, though the sun blazed down outside, the moment they reached the mouth of the valley, the sky darkened, as if a shadow had fallen over the land, and even the sunlight lost its warmth. From within the valley came the distant rumble of thunder, each peal echoing like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. The usually lively and joking Wang Chuan was now silent, his face grave as he stared at the entrance to the valley. The group gathered their gear and got out of the vehicle, one after another. What a chilling, eerie place, Chu Xian remarked, breaking his usual silence. His gaze was solemn as he peered into the darkness, his fingers rapidly forming protective gestures. This is as far as I can take you, Zhang Xian cautioned. The electromagnetic interference inside is too strong for any communication devices to work. All I can say is, be careful. If things really get out of hand, put your own safety first and retreat immediately. We'll regroup and plan again. Don't worry, Director Zhang. I promise I'll bring everyone back safely, Wang Teng assured him. Let's move out. The Valley of Death yawned wide before Wang Teng's team, revealing its mysterious veiled face. At first, stepping into the valley felt like entering a hidden paradise, a world apart. The grass was lush and green, wildflowers bloomed in profusion, though the temperature outside had dropped sharply. In here it felt like a warm April day. Snow-capped mountains loomed in the distance under a blue sky, and the fresh scent of earth hung in the air, making one reluctant to ever leave. That's the smell of ozone, Wang Chuan commented, wrinkling his nose as he drew in a breath. Looks like there were lightning strikes nearby, not long ago. Isn't that obvious? Chu Xian shot him a look of exasperation. This is the Valley of Death. When is there ever a day without lightning strikes? Their banter lightened the mood, and the group pressed on, alert and focused once more. As they ventured deeper, small pits began to appear along the valley floor, the ground growing ever more uneven and scarred. Clear signs of recent lightning strikes. Damn, that's a thunderstruck wood. What a treasure. It must have been struck by lightning at least 10 times. yet it's still in such perfect condition. If this were made into a magical artifact, it'd be unbeatable. As they marched on, Chu Xian darted over to a pile of rubble nearby, his eyes shining as he stared at a pitch-black piece of wood nestled among the stones. I found it first. No one's allowed to snatch it from me. He quickly stuffed the wood into his backpack. At that moment, Wang Teng caught the faint sound of a beast's roar echoing from somewhere in the valley. It was strange, really, according to the map. This so-called Death Valley was only about 30 square kilometers, with no more than 10 kilometers spanning the direction they'd entered from. By all rights, with such a small area, Wang Teng's spiritual sense should have easily covered every corner. In fact, the moment they'd arrived at the outpost, he'd already swept his senses across the entire valley, and it had seemed no different from any ordinary gorge. But once Wang Teng stepped inside, everything changed. The sensations within the valley were nothing like those from the outside, almost as if a heavy mist was clouding his perception. Sometimes he caught faint hints of something strange lurking in the fog, but when he tried to focus, it was as though nothing was there at all. The feeling was unsettling, gnawing at him from the inside out. We can't waste any more time. Something's moving inside. Check your gear. We're heading in now, Wang Teng said, his tone serious. Everyone straightened, quickly checking their equipment before following him deeper into the valley. Scorch marks from lightning strikes grew more and more frequent along the ground, and severed limbs, most of them clearly not human, littered their path. Even among those with humanoid shapes, it was easy to spot fangs, tails, or other bizarre features poking out. Meanwhile, the others began to hear the chorus of roars and explosions reverberating through the canyon. What the hell are these things? They look disgusting, muttered Wang Chuan, though he didn't stop moving forward. One by one, the team's faces grew graver as they pressed on. Attention! Strange life forms 300 meters ahead, closing in fast. Wang Teng warned, his expression even more severe. He'd never expected his spiritual sense to be compressed so drastically. Only detecting threats at such a short distance was unheard of for him. Clearly, this place was far more dangerous than it appeared. Wang Teng had a share of life-saving tricks, but he had no intention of letting things go sideways. Not when he promised to bring everyone back safely. Full alert. They're coming in fast, get ready. At his command, Lu Yuan led the team, swiftly taking up positions and aiming their weapons toward the darkness ahead. Wang Teng also turned his gaze toward the front of the valley. As the group advanced to their current location, the blue sky and white clouds had disappeared from sight. All around them was a sense of ruin and desolation. The ground was barren, not a single blade of grass in sight. Nearby, the mountain walls were exposed, showing reddish-brown rocks, shrouded in a faint, misty haze. The air itself carried a subtle, yet unmistakable stench. "They're coming," Wang Teng announced just as two bizarre-looking creatures burst out from within a valley. At first glance, they resembled leopards, but their bodies were covered in jet-black scales, and several spider-like bones jutted out from their backs. Each was the size of a young calf, with drool dripping from their mouths. Their appearance was not only peculiar, but also distinctly repulsive. The sudden sight of a crowd blocking their path startled the two beasts, causing them to halt abruptly and stare warily at the group. "Open fire." Lu Yuan immediately gave the order to his team. A burst of gunfire erupted as soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking. The team behind him raised their rifles and unleashed a volley at the two leopard-like monsters ahead. But the bullets had far less effect than anyone had expected. The scales on the monsters' bodies seemed to function as the finest body armor. Even though the soldiers wielded the latest large-caliber rifles, their attacks failed to leave a mark. Instead, the assault only managed to enrage the creatures further. Seeing that the beasts were completely unfazed and were preparing to lunge at the group, Wang Teng was just about to make a move when he heard Chu Xian's voice from the side. "5 Thunder Formation command." Chu Xian pulled out what looked like a collapsible sword, the kind old men use for Tai Chi in the park with a telescopic blade. Wang Teng's mind was filled with questions. Are cultivators nowadays really this up-to-date with the times? With one hand gripping the sword and the other forming a spell gesture, Chu Xian gave a crisp command. A thin bolt of lightning, no thicker than a thumb, flashed across the sky and struck one of the monsters. Yet the beast showed no sign of being harmed and continued charging straight at the group. Chu Xian, unbothered by the apparent failure, snapped his sword shut with a flourish and declared coolly, "Show's over." No sooner had he spoken than a mass of thunderclouds gathered overhead. Several bolts of lightning struck down in unison, blasting the two monsters to the ground and tearing them apart. The clouds quickly dissipated, leaving nothing but silence in their wake. "Such a show-off," Wang Chuan grumbled, clearly unimpressed. All you did was trigger the array's stored thunder energy in advance, and made it look like you single-handedly took down those demon leopards. If you think you could do better, you go next, Chu Xian shot back without missing a beat. You just beat me to it, that's all. Don't act like the rest of us are useless, Wang Chuan retorted, making it clear he thought this was child's play, and he could have handled it too. All right, that's enough bickering. Something's not right, someone interrupted, cutting through the mounting tension. Wang Teng had no choice but to interrupt the two, as their bickering had continued endlessly along the way. Normally, he would have let them be, but the situation was clearly different now. We need to pick up our pace from here on out. Discard any unnecessary baggage, Wang Teng instructed, his tone firm. Captain Lu Yuan, it's clear that your weapons aren't effective against the monsters here. Perhaps you and your team should turn back. Please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to underestimate you. I just want to avoid needless casualties. Lu Yuan met Wang Teng's gaze, his expression resolute. Leader Wang, this is our mission. We will see it through. Besides, what you've seen is not the extent of our abilities. Rest assured, we won't be a burden. With that, he turned to address his fellow soldiers. Everyone, leave any extra firearms and gear behind. Take only your combat knives. We travel light from here. Yes, sir. In unison, the other 9 soldiers responded without hesitation. They quickly set down their backpacks and firearms, each retrieving a foot-long, folding combat knife from their packs. Then, with practiced discipline, they stacked their abandoned equipment neatly beneath a massive roadside boulder. Wang Teng watched the 10 soldiers, Lu Yuan included. He felt a deep respect for them and could say nothing more. Instead, he silently resolved to protect everyone as best he could on the journey ahead. Is everyone ready? Then let's move, Wang Teng called out. Stay alert. The situation here is clearly different from the intelligence we received. We've covered less than 4 kilometers since entering the valley. According to previous records, even during monster outbreaks, you'd only spot 1 or 2 after going 7 or 8 kilometers in. But we've already encountered them, and there were even signs of monsters within just 2 kilometers of the valley entrance. Although the valley's wards destroyed them, we can't be sure some haven't slipped through if we don't remain vigilant. It's said that spatial weak points across the country are experiencing varying degrees of energy surges. This can't be a coincidence. I need everyone operating at their absolute best. Let's move out. With a single command, Wang Teng led the group onward, traveling swiftly and lightly into the depths of the valley. As they pressed forward, the stench of rot in the air grew more nauseating. The sky darkened still further, not pitch black, but dim enough to hinder their vision. Wisps of gray mist drifted by, swirling in the gloom. From afar, thunder rumbled ominously, and the roars of monsters echoed through the valley, each cry growing sharper and more menacing with every step they took. As the group made their way deeper into the valley, they encountered more than a dozen waves of different monsters along the way. Some looked like spiders, others resembled lizards, but none of them had normal shapes. Strange, grotesque bones jutted out from their bodies. It was during these encounters that Wang Teng finally witnessed the true combat prowess of Lu Yuan and the other warriors. Having abandoned their firearms, Lu Yuan's fighters didn't cut through the monsters as easily as slicing vegetables, but each swing of their blades left deep gashes in the creature's flesh. The team worked together with seamless coordination and agile movements. Throughout all these skirmishes, not a single person was injured, a fact that made Wang Teng re-evaluate his opinion of them. No wonder Zheng Xian had dispatched these warriors under such circumstances. Clearly, none of them were ordinary people. On the way, they also ran into 2 ghost-like entities. Yet before Wang Teng could even act, Wang Chuan and Chu Xian had already taken care of them, giving Wang Teng a first-hand look at their impressive skills. Chu Xian fought with a sword in one hand and formed mystical gestures with the other, unleashing bursts of fire or lightning as easily as breathing. His mastery of Taoist arts was remarkable. Wang Chuan, the so-called black sheep of his family, turned out to be quite extraordinary. He was armored head to toe in magical gear that glittered in the misty gorge, and his backpack was stuffed with all sorts of talismans. Whenever they encountered monster or ghost, he would charge straight in, either skewering them with a single thrust or slapping a talisman on their faces, reducing them to ash or statues of ice in an instant. Lu Meng, on the other hand, didn't have any particularly dazzling moves. He simply barreled forward with his fists flying. Even when his clothes were ripped to shreds by the monster's claws and teeth, his body remained completely unscathed. Not even a white mark was left on his skin. Lu Yuan and the rest of the warriors also performed admirably, cooperating flawlessly so that not one of them was hurt. All the while, Wang Teng found himself with nothing much to do, though he didn't mind the leisure. He simply kept his focus sharp, ready to step in if anyone faced real danger. But that situation never arose. As they continued to fight their way forward, the group drew ever closer to the bottom of the valley, the rumble of thunder and the monster's roars seeming to explode right beside their ears. Rounding a bend, the scene that greeted their eyes left them utterly stunned. They had reached the very heart of the valley, where a plaza-like area, spanning several thousand square meters, lay before them. The ground was densely packed with shadows of all manner of monsters and ghosts. At the center, a humanoid creature several meters tall was emerging, half its body already out, as if crawling up from the depths of some unknown abyss. The vast plaza, stretching several hundred meters, was teeming with all kinds of monsters. Some are no bigger than stray dogs, while the largest stood 4 or 5 meters tall, constantly pouring out from spatial rifts. Toward the center, near the back, a particularly fearsome creature, a horned beast with 4 eyes on its head, was struggling to emerge from one of these rifts. Just the portion of its body already exposed was 6 or 7 meters high. If it managed to crawl out completely, it would easily tower over a dozen meters. Oh my god, we're finished. What the hell is this? We're doomed. We're doomed. Gulp. Wang Chuan and his 2 companions stared in utter shock at the scene before them. Even the usually stoic and brash Lu Meng couldn't help but swallow hard. Wang Teng himself was taken aback. Although he'd joined Master Gu Yi before to handle monsters from other worlds, he had never encountered anything this outrageous. It was simply unbelievable. There must have been at least several thousand monsters packed onto the plaza, so tightly that not even a drop of water could squeeze through, with some even piled on top of each other. Thunder roared continuously across the sky, creating a scene that resembled a domain of lightning, as if the world itself was about to end, a true vision of apocalypse. Yet, even so, the rate at which lightning crashed down from above could not keep up with the number of monsters pouring forth. Each bolt of lightning might blast away a swath of creatures, but in the blink of an eye, new monsters would surge out to reclaim the space. Despite the storm of lightning, Wang Teng could see that most of the bolts were targeting the massive, 4-eyed minotaur still struggling to emerge from the rift. Although the lightning inflicted wounds, it was clear that it hadn't dealt any fatal blows. What's more, Wang Teng's senses told him that the power of the lightning was gradually weakening. The change was subtle, but unmistakable. The formation generating the lightning was running out of energy. If they didn't find a way to deal with these monsters soon, once the formation's energy was depleted, the creatures would break free, and then disaster would be unavoidable. Just then, some of the monsters on the outskirts began to notice Wang Teng and his companions. With ear-splitting roars, they lunged toward the group. What happened to the people who came in before us? Don't tell me they're all dead. Wang Chuan asked as he readied himself for battle, glancing at Wang Teng for answers. Even though Wang Teng hadn't made a move all this time, his extraordinary ability to sense monsters had already stunned everyone. At first, he could only detect monsters within 300 meters, but eventually he was able to sense their presence from a kilometer or 2 away. This gave Wang Chuan and the others a huge advantage. Otherwise, if they only noticed the monsters once they were right on top of them, things would have gotten much more complicated. Wang Teng only realized, after spending a long time in the valley, that he was merely being affected by the unique rules here, unable to bring out his true strength. The longer he stayed, the more he adapted, gradually regaining his original senses. Now, his perception could already cover most of the valley, and any movement in the grass or wind within that range could not escape his notice if he so wished. Still too young, he mused to himself, unable to fully master my abilities. If I had lived for centuries like Taoist Yi, I'd be able to wield my powers with ease no matter the environment, and wouldn't need so much time to adapt. Every time I entered a new setting. But it's no big deal. On the contrary, the longer I stay, the better my adaptability becomes. If I encounter a similar situation in the future, my strength won't be suppressed like this again. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Wang Teng answered Wang Chuan's question aloud. Everyone's fine, but looks like they're reaching their limits. See that little mountain of monsters piled up ahead and to our right? The people are trapped beneath it. Damn, aren't they going to get squeezed till their insides come out? Wang Chuan muttered, then immediately began attacking the monsters charging toward them. Just as Wang Chuan finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted from within the pile. Brilliant golden light burst forth from beneath the monster mountain, sending the surrounding creatures flying and revealing 7 or 8 people inside. Among them were monks, Taoists, and even someone in a business suit. Although they all looked battered and exhausted, at least none of them appeared injured. That's my dad, Lu Meng shouted, his body beginning to radiate golden light as he prepared to rush forward, looking like a little golden statue. Looks like it's do or die now. Chu Xian shook his head and followed Lu Mang's lead. Regroup inside first, Wang Teng commanded, drawing the heavenly evil sword from his back. With a single swing, a silver arc flashed out, slicing every monster within 100 meters in a fan-shaped area ahead cleanly in two, instantly clearing a safe path for everyone. Incredible, boss. Can you teach me that? That was awesome, Wang Chuan shouted, giving Wang Teng a thumbs up as he charged forward. Chu Xian and Lu Mang stared at Wang Teng in shock, their faces showing they always knew he was strong, but never expected him to be this powerful. Lu Yuan and the other warriors didn't say a word, but the astonishment on their faces was plain to see. Cut the chatter. I'll clear the way. Stay close, Wang Teng barked, slashing through any monster that blocked his path as if he were slicing vegetables. The team followed close behind, making their way toward the 8 people who were trapped. Everyone followed Wang Teng and quickly charged inside, soon reuniting with those within. What unfolded was a grand, chaotic reunion scene. Dad, I'm here to rescue you. Lu Mang was the first to speak up. Mangzi, why are you here, you rascal? Now you've gone and got yourself stuck along with the rest of us. Thank goodness you've got a younger brother back home, or the Lu family line would end with us. A burly bald man inside replied, eyeing Lu Mang as he spoke. Master, I come to cover your retreat. Second uncle, I never imagined I'd see you so disheveled. Chu Xian and Wang Chuan in turn greeted the elderly Taoist and the man in the suit within the crowd. The Taoist elder simply looked at Chu Xian with a gratified nod. The man in the suit, on the other hand, grabbed Wang Chuan by the collar and hauled him over. You little rascal, you've got some nerve. You really are a true Wang, he barked. Good day, Captain Zhong. Lu Yuan, leading the Special Forces squad, reporting for support. Please give your orders. Lu Yuan snapped a salute to the only woman in military uniform among them. Only then did Wang Teng realize there was a woman present, and a strikingly attractive one at that, no more than 28 or 29 by the look of her. As Wang Teng cleared away the nearby monsters, he called out, All right, everyone, how about we save the family reunions until after we settle things here? Can someone tell me what's going on? Only then did the others turn to Wang Teng, a bit embarrassed. It was clearly not the right time to catch up. I am Qingshu Zi of the Maoshan sect, 6th Elder. Many thanks, fellow cultivator, for coming to our aid. May I ask who you are? Chu Xian's master bowed respectfully to Wang Teng. Before Wang Teng could reply, Wang Chuan interjected. This is our team leader, Wang Teng, an extraordinary master. Director Zheng said he's every bit the equal of Dao Yi, a true powerhouse. Don't listen to this kid, Daoist Qingshu. Compared to Dao Yi, I'm still lacking in many ways, Wang Teng said with humility. Before coming here, Wang Teng might have felt he was on par with Dao Yi, maybe even superior in a few techniques. But after this experience, he realized that while his skills were many, he hadn't truly mastered them. As a whole, compared to Dao Yi, his experience was still lacking. In a friendly contest, he might appear evenly matched, but if it came down to a battle of life and death, he knew Dao Yi would have the upper hand. You're too modest, Wang Teng. The techniques you just displayed are beyond the reach of most. You're far ahead of us old folks, Daoist Qingshu said sincerely. That remark was like kicking a hornet's nest. Who are you calling old? Yeah, you're the only one here who qualifies as old. The rest of us are in our prime. Look at Captain Zhong. She's only in her 20s. Who are you trying to insult? A chorus of protests forced Daoist Qingshu to hurriedly apologize to the crowd, finally quelling their anger. If this were a comic, Wang Teng would surely have dark lines scribbled across his forehead at this moment. Come on, guys. Can't you see I'm up here fighting monsters? And you're all just hanging out in the back, not even offering support, just chatting away. Is that really appropriate? Fortunately, the chatter didn't last long. Let's clear out this wave of monsters first, then we can talk. I've caught my breath, so I'll go ahead, said Captain Zhong, the striking woman in the group. A sudden gale swept up, lifting Captain Zhong high into the air. At the same time, lightning in the sky began to converge toward her, and a wind gathered strength, swirling above her head into a storm cloud brimming with thunder. Her obsidian eyes flashed with electric light. Whoa, isn't this just a homegrown version of Storm from the comics? Wang Teng quipped inwardly. With a sweep of Captain Zhong's arms downward, the thunderstorm vortex crashed to the plaza below. As soon as it struck, it exploded with a deafening roar, countless blades of wind and bolts of lightning surged out in all directions. Monsters were torn apart by the storm, and in a heartbeat, the entire area was cleared, the ground strewn with scattered limbs. Savage, absolutely savage, Wang Chuan murmured, swallowing hard among the crowd. Even Wang Teng couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. As Captain Zhong landed, breathing heavily, the rest of her group didn't look much better. It was understandable. They'd been inside for at least 3 days, and to still have this much fight left was impressive, to say the least. Everyone, let's take down that big one together so we can get a breather. Otherwise, these monsters will just keep coming, said Wang Chuan's uncle, the man in the suit. Captain Zhong, seniors, let us handle the rest for now, Lu Yuan offered. You've all been holding out here for so long, and we're fresh. Let us buy you some time of rest. Once we've cleared out these monsters, we can discuss what to do next. Then he turned to Wang Teng. Leader Wang, I'll have to trouble you to watch over the seniors. Leave these monsters to me and my team. Wang Teng was more than happy to take it easy. Besides, he was curious to see what cards these warriors still had up their sleeves. Although he hadn't sensed any energy fluctuations from them along the way, it was obvious they were no ordinary people. Wang Teng could tell there was something different about their bodies, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. This was the perfect chance to find out. All units, prepare for battle. Transform and face the enemy. Yes, sir. At Lu Yuan's command, the remaining 9 warriors, together with Lu Yuan, charged towards the resurgent monsters, making a total of 10. As they rushed forward, their bodies began to swell, and the exposed skin gradually turned shade of green. In the blink of an eye, what had moments ago looked like 10 ordinary men were now transformed into green giants, each about 2.5 meters tall. Their clothes, clearly made from some special material, bulged under the strain but did not tear. Damn, this is a whole army of green giants. Wang Teng was truly shocked now. Hadn't that green brute from America only appeared a few years ago? And he'd never heard of him getting hurt or anything. Yet here, at home, they'd already managed to create a legion of green giants? If General Ross from over there found out, he'd be livid. This was classic China, always full of surprises, never revealing all their cards. As the 10 green giants appeared, even their sabers shifted shape, morphing into brass knuckles that fit snugly over their massive fists, clearly enhancing their destructive power. The difference was obvious as soon as they clashed with the monsters. Watching the 10 green giants unleash their power, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel. This was more epic than any superhero movie, except now, instead of fighting aliens, they were taking on monsters, which felt a bit odd. But on second thought, these creatures weren't from Earth anyway, so perhaps they counted as aliens too. Impressive, very impressive. Xiao Zhong, these are the warriors you mentioned earlier, the ones enhanced by that serum you brought back from abroad, the one from the so-called green monster, right? There. Vital energy is intense, almost wild. It feels like they're on the edge of losing control, which must have a huge impact on their minds, Daoist Qingxi remarked, turning to Captain Zhong beside him. Don't worry, Master, Captain Zhong replied. These warriors were meticulously selected from the entire military district for their unwavering willpower. They've also practiced the calming incantations you pass down, and each one wears a talisman crafted by your own hand. While they can't yet fully control the mental shock of their transformation, they can hold out for a good while. As you said, with continued cultivation, their endurance will only improve. With your assurance, I have no concerns. Otherwise, such power, if left unchecked in society, could cause chaos, Daoist Qingxiu concluded, and everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Teng overheard all this and found himself lost in even deeper thoughts. Wang Teng had witnessed the Hulk situation with his own eyes at the time. However, influenced by the movies, he had always assumed that the Hulk's transformation was caused by radiation, making his mutation impossible to replicate and resulting in a split personality. But now, after hearing Daoist Qingxiu's words, he realized that in the Chinese cultivation system, things like multiple personalities were, in fact, considered a form of going astray or suffering a breakdown from improper cultivation. In the eyes of Chinese cultivators, mental strength and physical strength must complement and support each other. If one spiritual power is too strong while the body is too weak, the body will gradually become more and more feeble. Conversely, if the body is overwhelmingly strong but the mind is not powerful enough, it amounts to a deviation in cultivation because the body is no longer controlled by the spirit. This, too, is why the Hulk developed a second personality. That's why, in the original stories, after years of recuperation and constant practice, such as using yoga to calm himself and strengthen his mental control, the Hulk gradually learned to recognize friends and foes by the time of the first Avengers movie, even though he still did so with a split personality. Eventually, by the time of the final battle, he was able to fully unite his mind and body as one. The price he paid for this was a certain stability of mind, which restricted the limits of his physical power. Yet the benefit was that the stronger his spirit became, the more he could enhance his physical strength. In a way, this was also a form of cultivation. Unlike the Chinese cultivation path, which proceeds step by step, synchronizing the growth of mind and body from the very start, The Hulk's journey was more like first pushing his physical strength to unimaginable extremes, and only then gradually building up his spiritual power to match that strength. This explains why, at the beginning, he couldn't control himself and was prone to rampaging destruction. Already, the Hulk's destructive power was formidable on its own. Now, there were 10 Hulks, each trained in combat and capable of simple teamwork, making their combined assault even more terrifying. In just a brief moment that everyone spent talking, the 10 Hulks had already cleared a vast area and were steadily advancing toward the spot where a spatial rift had appeared. Qingshu, these big fellows are great for dealing with those monsters, but when it comes to the ghosts, their brute force clearly isn't enough. We'll leave the ghosts for you to handle. The rest of us will take a break here. Once you've finished, let's all get something to eat. These past few days have really been exhausting, said Lu Mang's father to Daoist Qingshu, plopping down heavily on the ground, clearly worn out. I'll take care of it. Wang Teng stepped forward. Since he was here, he naturally wanted to contribute, and besides, it was no big deal. Very well. Then let this old Daoist witness your skills, my friend. Daoist Master Qingshu did not refuse either. He smiled warmly at Wang Teng, waiting for him to begin. Flame incantation, divine fire of the 6 Ding go. Wang Teng formed a hand seal, and a blossom of fire appeared at his fingertips. With a flick of his hand, the flame shot out, streaking towards a ghost drifting past in front of him. Guided by Wang Teng's gestures, the flame darted among the phantoms hovering in midair, weaving nimbly between them. Whenever it encountered a larger demon, the divine fire of the 6 Ding would pierce straight through, instantly reducing the creature to nothing but a pile of ashes. Amazing! Truly the bearing of a Daoist master. Daoist Master Qingshu exclaimed in admiration. The others looked on in astonishment at Wang Teng and the little flame flitting through the air, moving so swiftly that it left crimson trails behind it. In less than half a minute, Wang Teng had cleared the entire square of ghosts. He glanced at the small flame still floating in the air, then pointed towards the massive demon that was still trying to crawl its way out of the rift in space. The divine fire's little flame shot straight between the creature's 2 bull-like horns. In the next instant, it was as if a tall building had collapsed in a silent explosion. No sound, just the towering Minotaur demon being reduced to ashes in a blink, its remains drifting gently to the ground. My goodness! This time, everyone was truly dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief. Wang Teng's earlier attacks had already seemed remarkable, but among those present, there was no shortage of formidable cultivators. Some could deliver similar destructive power. However, the giant Minotaur that had emerged from the spatial rift had resisted all previous efforts, suffering at most a few superficial wounds. No one had managed to do it any real harm. Yet Wang Teng's seemingly modest attack had obliterated it completely. Could this really be the divine fire of the 6 Ding from the Supreme Elder Lord's alchemical furnace? Daoist Master Qingshu smacked his lips in awe and drew a deep breath. The scene was simply too astonishing. If not for the energy they had wasted trying to subdue the Minotaur, the 8 of them could have easily cleaned out the lesser creatures long ago, and wouldn't be so worn out now. Wang Teng was a bit surprised himself. After all, this divine fire of the 6 Ding had grown from a strange fruit in his own mystical field. He knew it had the power to vanquish evil, but after consuming it, he'd rarely used it in battle. He usually preferred lightning, which looked more impressive, sounded better, and packed a formidable punch. But now, surrounded by the intricate thunder formation, Wang Teng had noticed the array was running dangerously low on energy. He worried that unleashing his thunder attacks might trigger an unpredictable chain reaction, and if the array collapsed, he'd have no way to repair it. With the defeat of the largest Minotaur demon, the spatial rift began to shrink, the smaller tears in space already fading to near invisibility. The 6 Ding divine fire was spiritually linked to Wang Teng. Just after it obliterated the Minotaur, Wang Teng could sense the fire entering a strange realm. A darkness thick with a stifling, oppressive aura, all of it transmitted to Wang Teng through the fire's connection. Although he could still faintly perceive the presence of his 6 Ding divine fire, the separation of the spatial rift made that sense exceedingly weak. Wang Teng realized he could no longer retrieve the fire he had sent through, nor did he wish to stroll into the other side of the rift without reason. Instead, he decided to add a final safeguard on the far side. Under his control, the 6 Ding divine fire erupted with a thunderous burst. Sparks scattered across the demonic realm's earth like countless tiny stars, each one a seed of destruction. On the other side, where Wang Teng could not see, a small mountain of flame, stretching several thousand meters, suddenly materialized. Its arrival agitated the earth's fires, and several new volcanoes thrust themselves skyward in a violent upheaval. The sixth Ding divine fire, after all, was the nemesis of all things evil and demonic. In a heartbeat, millions of ghostly creatures and monsters that had lingered behind the spatial rift were swept away, vanishing without a trace. None of this was known to Wang Teng. Though his fire was rootless in that foreign land, the mountain of flames born from the sixth Ding divine fire would not extinguish for decades, perhaps even a century, unless by some extraordinary accident. Further within the demon realm, far from the rift atop a great mountain, a burly man clad in crimson armor let out a cold snort, and in a flash, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, those on Wang Teng's side watched as no more fiends crawled from the spatial fissure, and as time passed, the rifts themselves began to contract and close. At last, everyone exhaled in relief. "Looks like we won't work ourselves to death here after all," the brawny father said, finally relaxing completely. "Captain Wang Teng, it's all thanks to your timely support this time," declared Wang Chuan's second uncle, thumping his chest with a resounding slap. "Otherwise, who knows how long? We'd have been stuck fighting. You took care of my nephew too, and for that I owe you. If you ever need anything, just say the word. If I, Wang Lai, so much as frown, I'm no man." From the crowd, a man in short sleeves with a broadsword jeered. "Wang Ergo, what makes you think you could help if brother Wang Teng ever faced something he couldn't handle?" He introduced himself with a hearty voice. "Name's Lu Da, and this here's my eldest brother, Lu Igua," gesturing toward the boisterous father. "I'm not one for all your twists and turns. Wang Ergo, brother Wang Teng saved me, so from now on, he's my brother too. Once we're out, we'll share a good drink. Mangzi, come over here and call him uncle. He's your uncle now." "Whoa, let's not go that far," Wang Teng quickly interjected, seeing Mangzi about to approach. "Let's each stick to our own roles. Luda might look rough and careless on the surface, but he's actually quite shrewd. If I really let him come over and claim kinship, I have to give a youngster some benefits." To be honest, Wang Teng didn't feel that close to these people. All right, let's not make a fuss," said Captain Zhong, stepping in to help Wang Teng out of his awkward spot and introducing him to the others. "Leader Wang Teng, hello, I'm Zhong Ling, a captain from the 4th Bureau. Director Zheng has spoken of you before, but this is our first time meeting. I look forward to working with you. You already know Daoist Qingshu, the Lu brothers, and Wang Lai from the Wang family. Let me introduce you to the others. This is Daoist Qingwei from Shanqing Monastery on Mount Laozhan. This is Daoist Qingwei, the abbot of Shanqing Monastery on Mount Laozhan, and also Daoist Qingshu senior brother. Boundless heavenly veneration." A Daoist in the crowd bowed to Wang Teng. He looked much younger than Daoist Qingshu, though whether that was due to early initiation or some secret to preserving youth, it was hard to say. Zhong Ling continued. "This is the exorcist from the Ma family of Shanyang. Next to him is Lu Yulong from the Lu family of Dongbao. Thank you, brother Wang Teng, for your support." Both men cupped their fists in thanks to Wang Teng. Once everyone had exchanged greetings, those who needed to rest did so, while others chatted amongst themselves. They watched the Green Giant Corps unleashing havoc on the battlefield ahead, all the while commenting and critiquing the action. With such formidable weapons at our disposal, in time, China will no longer have to fear threats from other dimensions, Daoist Qingshu said with a cheerful smile, stroking his not-so-long beard. "Absolutely. Look at that big fellow on the left. One strike split the mountain and smashed that monster's head right into its belly. That's way more impressive than Lu's big stick. Even if Lu tried, he'd barely manage that. Let's see if he keeps bragging about his unbeatable skills," Wang Lai remarked, taking the opportunity to poke fun at Luda. Luda, of course, wasn't about to let Wang Lai's teasing go unanswered. He shot back instantly. "Wang Ergu, seems like it's not just your skills that are lacking. Your eyesight must be failing too. Was that really splitting the mountain you saw? That was clearly King lifts the cauldron, followed by Mount Tai presses down. With your half-baked kung fu and glaucoma, you've got a lot of nerve judging others here." With the tension eased, the group fell into bouts of friendly banter. The quieter ones sat in meditation or took out various pills to restore themselves. Now that they could finally relax, the exhaustion hit them all at once. "Something's not right," Daoist Qingwei suddenly interjected, interrupting the chatter. "What's wrong, Daoist? Is something else coming?" Wang Lai stopped bickering with Lu Da and asked, concern in his voice. Everyone followed suit and stared carefully ahead. The 10 Green Giants were still rampaging through the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake. The number of monsters was dwindling, and the few left were crowded in one corner of the square. "I don't see any problem." Wang Lai examined the scene closely, then turned to ask Daoist Qingwei. The others looked at Daoist Qingwei as well, each face full of inquiry. "No, look more closely. Haven't you noticed their attacks have become even more aggressive, even more frenzied?" Taoist Qingwei explained, his gaze full of worry as he watched the 10 green giants. Oh, what's wrong with that? Maybe they've just gotten better at handling their own strength, or maybe they've really warmed up. Wang Lai scratched his head uncertainly. Wang Teng, after scrutinizing the scene with his spiritual sense, spoke up. Taoist Qingwei is right. Something's definitely off. Their attacks may be stronger now, but they're no longer coordinating with each other like they did at the start. And their mental state seems even more unhinged. Wang Teng is right, someone else chimed in. Could it be that they've stayed transformed for too long and are starting to lose control? That can't be it. During training at the base, their transformations lasted about 20 minutes before any signs of losing control appeared. Plus, they were always able to revert back on their own. Maybe that's just training. Real combat is different? It is different for sure. No, they fought monsters from the demon realm before, but those battles only lasted a few minutes. Maybe it's just that this fight has gone on too long. Everyone began to voice their own opinions. There was concern, but not outright panic, since they still trusted Taoist methods. No, I understand now. It's the demonic energy seeping in. The situation could turn dire. Taoist Qingwei's eyes widened as he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, be on your guard. The environment here is not the same as the outside world. We cultivators have our own protections, a little. Demonic energy won't sway us. But these mutated warriors, at their core, are still ordinary people. They're already close to losing control. And even a trace of demonic energy invading their minds could be the last straw. After all this time fighting, the effect could be enormous. Then what are we waiting for? Captain Zhong, order them to revert. Leave the rest to us." After hearing Taoist Qingwei's warning, everyone's expressions finally changed. Wang Lai, especially anxious, urged Captain Zhongling to call the green giants back, fearing the situation could spiral out of control. Just as Wang Lai finished speaking, a loud crash rang out from the distance. One of the green giants threw a punch that sent the teammate beside him flying, taking down 2 more comrades in a single blow. "Lu Yuan, all of you, transform back now. Cancel your transformations immediately." Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Zhongling dared not wait any longer. She cried out at once, her voice now, amplified by her power, echoing throughout the entire valley. Zhongling's shout seemed to have some effect. A few of the green giants slowed their movements, showing signs that they might revert to their human forms. But just then, a guttural roar rang out, followed by a heavy thud. "Kill!" someone shouted. The green giants who had been knocked down scrambled back to their feet and immediately began attacking indiscriminately. Whatever hope there had been for the other warriors, who had seemed to be recovering their senses, was dashed. They too flew into a frenzy. The remaining monsters stood no chance and were quickly dispatched. And so began a battle between 10 green giants. A clash between 10 green giants. This was far fiercer than the infamous battle between the Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York. Every blow was bone-shattering, but the true terror lay in the way a single careless strike could alter the very landscape. In mere moments, the scene was a wreck. Cracks split the ground, and rocks tumbled down the mountainsides. "I'll handle this," Lu Igua shouted, his whole body shimmering with golden light as he charged forward. There was a thunderous impact, and Lu Igua was sent flying back even faster than he'd rushed in, struck by a massive palm. A spray of blood burst from Lu Igua's lips as the golden light around him flickered and faded. "Damn, that really packed a punch," he gasped. "Father! Igua! Big brother!" cried the others as they rushed over. Coughing weakly, Lu Igua forced a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be fine after a few days' rest. But from here on out, it's up to all of you. Why don't we just let them tire themselves out?" Wang Lai ventured, watching the green giants brawling, oblivious to friend or foe. "Don't talk nonsense," snapped Taoist Qingwei, unable to hold back a curse. "If we let them keep at it, the whole formation here will be destroyed. Who'll be able to bear the consequences then?" The refined, otherworldly composure that had marked his arrival alongside Wang Teng was now nowhere to be seen. "Junior brother, let's recite the calming incantation together. Young man from the Lu family, reinforce us with the thunder chant." "Yes, senior brother. At your command, Master Taoist." "The heavens are pure, the earth is turbid. The heavens move, the earth is still. From the root flows the branch, from stillness comes all things. Purity is the source of turbidity, movement, the foundation of stillness. If people can keep themselves calm and clear, all of heaven and earth will return to them. O Star of the Supreme Platform, respond without pause. Drive away evil, bind the unclean. Protect our lives, shield our bodies. Let wisdom be bright and the spirit at peace. May the 3 souls endure, the 7 spirits never falter." The voices of the 2 Taoist priests reverberated through the valley, rolling like thunder. Gradually, the tumult of the 10 green giants' battle began to subside. The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. So long as it worked, that was all that mattered. Their only fear had been that nothing could help. Everything seemed to be improving. The green giants had ceased their mutual assaults, and the battle haze over the square was slowly dissipating. Suddenly, the air was split by a deafening rumble and the crackle of lightning. Several bolts of thunder struck down toward the green giants. We're in real trouble now. Looks like Lei Jun just mistook that giant green guy, who'd already been tainted by demonic energy, for a monster and took him down. Wang Lai muttered under his breath, and the others' faces grew grim as well. Truly, today had been an emotional roller coaster. A chorus of guttural roars split the air as the green giants launched themselves back into battle, this time setting their sights squarely on Wang Teng and his group. Under the group's watchful eyes, 2 of the green giants crouched low, then leapt with tremendous force, soaring dozens of meters into the air as they hurtled towards Wang Teng's position. A sharp crack rang out, followed by a thunderous boom. Twin bolts of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the airborne giants mid-flight. The giants plummeted to the ground like felled trees, crashing into the earth and leaving 2 massive, human-shaped craters behind. The remaining 8 green giants charged forward, braving the barrage of lightning that lashed at their bodies. Yet, despite being struck again and again, the bolts seemed to have no effect. They pressed on, undeterred. Who would have thought we wouldn't be done in by monsters, only to end up getting killed by our own people instead? Enough hiding. Use every last defensive trick you've got. Wang Lai grumbled, then shouted. With resolve, he was the first to act, whipping out an object resembling a bronze mirror. Wang Teng sensed a pulse of energy emanate from it. No doubt one of the magical artifacts used by Chinese cultivators. The rest of the group, faces tense and grave, each produced their own strange and varied items. Some looked like umbrellas, others resembled shields, but each one pulsed faintly with magical energy. To Wang Teng's keen senses, however, none of these items seemed especially powerful, at least not by standards. Still, for the others, these treasures might well be prized heirlooms, legacies passed down through their sects or families. After all, not everyone was like Wang Teng armed with cheat-like advantages, nor like Taoist master, who had been nurturing his life-bound artifact for countless years, its power growing in step with his own mastery. At the very least, Taoist master's immortal sword far outstripped Wang Teng's Tianxia in raw strength. But Wang Teng had always been a sucker for beauty, and Tianxia was simply too beautiful to resist. Watching the green giants barrel towards them, Wang Teng knew that if he didn't step in, this group would soon be smashed to bits. He'd witnessed firsthand just how berserk these giants could get. There was no way these ordinary magical artifacts could withstand their onslaught. Meanwhile, the relentless lightning from above only seemed to aggravate the giants further, stoking their fury and boosting their destructive power with every strike. Adamantine chains. Wang Teng flicked his wrist and threw out what looked like a dog leash from his spatial ring. No, it was actually a magical treasure. Forged from a dog chain, the Vajra chain. Under Wang Teng's control, the chain extended endlessly, snaking toward the 10 raging green giants to bind them. In the blink of an eye, the 10 green giants were wrapped up like dumplings, one after another tumbling to the ground. Then, thunder crashed down. The green giants grew even more furious. With a mighty heave, they snapped the Vajra chain and charged forward once more. Wang Teng scratched his head. The immortal binding rope. He flung out the immortal binding rope, which, under his command, split into 10 strands and shot toward the green giants. It lasted all of 3 seconds. With a sharp snap, the ropes were torn apart by the giants. He had underestimated them. This rope was meant to bind internal energy, but these green giants didn't rely on mystical powers. Their brute strength was their real weapon. Everyone stared, mouths agape, as Wang Teng produced one magical artifact after another, only to see each one destroyed by the green giants. Every single item looked far more powerful than anything they themselves possessed. A collective gulp echoed, self-doubt crept in. The difference between people was vast, the difference between magical treasures, even more so. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Wang Teng's pride was starting to take a hit. He thought to himself, I'd really like to draw the Heavenbane sword and chop these big brutes to pieces. Let's see if they can still strut around then. But after all, he was a warrior of Huaxia. Hacking them apart outright wouldn't be right. Wang Teng did have a potion to calm the mind, but he'd have to figure out how to get these hulks to drink it. Besides, lightning was still crashing down from above, as if the heavens were striking without restraint. Just hold on a little longer, Wang Teng called out Taoist Qingwei, having seen through the situation yet again. Thunder restrains evil. It's purging the demonic energy from their bodies. Once the evil is cleansed, the lightning will cease, and they'll come to their senses. Anyone who can wield lightning spells, lend your strength. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now, let's see my divine sword commanding thunder technique in action. Dear friends, lend me your votes to help topple the raging green giant horde. Without your support, I can't keep up the magical might. Wang Teng cast a binding spell one more time. It could only hold the giants for less than a second, but that was all the time he needed. He soared into the air and shouted, "Heaven's mysterious powers, transform into divine thunder. Majesty of the heavens, let the sword channel your might. Divine sword commanding thunder." As Wang Teng finished his incantation, the Heaven-Bane sword transformed into a massive blade, its edge flashing with a chilling light. The sky above churned with storm winds, trembling with intensity. Lightning crackled and danced. The wind howled like a living thing. The spectacle was far more awe-inspiring than the earlier thunderstorm, both in sight and in sound. Lightning gathered in the sky, coalescing into countless thunder dragons. In the next instant, those dragons vanished from the heavens and suddenly materialized right in the midst of the Hulk Legion, engulfing the raging green giants in a sweeping assault. Did I overdo it a little? It should be fine, right? Wang Teng muttered to himself as he slowly descended from the air. Of course, this was not the true divine sword lightning command technique. Wang Teng had never studied that legendary art, and even if he had, he wouldn't really unleash it upon these warriors. Well, maybe he would, as long as it looked impressive enough. One has to keep up appearances. As long as he controlled his strength, everything would be fine. What Wang Teng had just used was the Thunder Dragon Evasion technique, which he had spent years cultivating. Back when he first acquired it, it was only a cultivation method, unlike other techniques that were ready to use right away. If it hadn't been for the manual's promise of overwhelming power and its flashy style, Wang Teng wouldn't have bothered with it. But judging by the results, it seemed to have worked out quite well. After that storm of thunder dragons rampaged through, the ground was shrouded in smoke and dust. The furious roars of the green giants had fallen silent, and no more lightning split the sky. An uncanny stillness settled over the battlefield. Everyone else stared at Wang Teng in utter astonishment. No one dared approach or speak a word. They simply waited in silence for the dust to settle, eager to see what had become of those at the center. Could I really have struck them dead? Wang Teng grew a bit anxious, sending out his spiritual sense to probe the scene through the swirling haze. Relief washed over him. Thank goodness, they're just unconscious, still breathing. He let out a sigh. If he had actually killed them, he had no idea how he would explain things to Zheng Xian. So, everyone waited quietly. A few minutes later, the lingering smoke finally thinned, revealing the open ground that had just been ravaged by the thunderstorm. In the center, a massive crater several meters deep and 100 meters wide had been carved by the assault. At its bottom, the 10 warriors lay in tattered clothing, stripped of their Hulk-like forms, all seemingly knocked out cold. Zhongling and Wang Chuan hurriedly leapt down to check on the warriors' conditions, and after a moment's hesitation, the others followed suit. Wang Teng joined them for a closer look. Thankfully, though the scene looked disastrous, the warriors bore no real wounds. It seemed the Hulk form was remarkably durable. Though their bodies were unscathed, their unconscious state, combined with what Taoist Qingwei had mentioned earlier, suggested they had simply exhausted their spiritual energy. Wow, their clothes are nothing but charred rags, yet the people themselves are completely fine. Even their hairs, untouched. Now that just defies all logic, Wang Chuan muttered after examining them, relieved to find they were in no real danger, simply knocked out cold. Zhongling's cheeks flushed as well, but she coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment, pretending nothing was out of the ordinary. After Wang Chuan finished checking the soldiers, as soon as he moved them, all their clothes crumbled to ash, leaving 10 grown men lying there completely naked. Although Zhongling was the captain of Division 4, she certainly had no interest in seeing a group of naked men. Wang Teng felt a bit awkward too. He first took out a large bottle of blue potion from his storage, the kind that replenishes mental energy. Then he produced 10 sets of t-shirts and baggy shorts. Although it was quite cold at the moment, judging by their physical condition, they could handle it just fine. The real issue was that Wang Teng was much smaller in stature compared to these 10 burly soldiers, so any other clothes would have been too small for them anyway. Let them drink the potion, it should wake them up. After that, have them change into these clothes. We can't just let them run outside bare naked, right? Wang Teng said with an awkward smile, handing the items over to Captain Zhongling. Zhongling took what he offered and called out, "Hey, you from the Wang family, and you from the Lu family, come help out. Get them to drink the potion, and once they wake up, have them get dressed and gather together." Wang Chuan and Lu Meng hurried over, grabbing the clothes and potion from Zhongling, then rushed to the soldiers sprawled on the ground to help them drink the medicine. Wang Chuan had never imagined he'd ever be feeding medicine to grown men like this, but he didn't dare argue with Zhongling. After all, if he got beaten up, no one would stand up for him. Team leader Wang Teng, thank you again. If it weren't for you, we would have been in real trouble this time. I noticed you used up quite a few talismans just now. When we get back to headquarters, I'll be sure to report this to the director. Any compensation you deserve will certainly be arranged, Zhongling said, formally expressing her gratitude to Wang Teng once more. The others, after checking the soldiers and finding no major problems, quickly gathered around as soon as they heard Zhongling's words. After all, this was a real heavyweight. Judging by his performance in the recent battle, it was hard to say who was stronger, him or the legendary Taoist master. None of them had ever seen the Taoist master go all out, so it was hard to compare. All they'd ever seen was his calm and unruffled demeanor. Wang Teng, on the other hand, put on a spectacular show. His attacks looked earth-shattering, and even the slogans he shouted sounded impressive. Judging by the devastation at the scene, while they themselves could theoretically inflict such damage, it would never be so effortless. Wang Teng, though, acted as if nothing had happened, not even breaking a sweat. It was clear that Wang Teng was the real deal. If there was ever a time to cozy up to a powerhouse like him, it was now. Who want to miss that chance? To be honest, none of them could really guess how old Wang Teng was. After all, take Dao Yi as an example. He looked like a man in his 40s or 50s, but in reality, all the elders from each family knew that Dao Yi was an old monster whose true age was a mystery. From the time their own elders could remember, Dao Yi had always looked the same. So, even though Wang Teng appeared to be in his 20s, who could say he wasn't another ageless old eccentric with some secret to retaining his youth? With everyone here addressing him as senior in a never-ending chorus, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel awkward. If they were all his peers or just a bit older, he might have taken the opportunity to show off a little. After all, he was already in his 30s. But Master Qingshu, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, was calling him senior with a beaming face, and that just made Wang Teng want to crawl under a rock. There's no need for all this formality, Wang Teng said, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Just call me Wang Teng. I'm really not that old, barely in my 30s this year. That won't do, said Luda with conviction. There's a saying, in learning, there's no order of precedence, the wise come first. With your abilities, Senior Wang Teng, you deserve our respect. The others nodded in agreement. This was no small matter. If Wang Teng really were some ancient being hundreds of years old, they wouldn't think much of it. But hearing he was only in his 30s, that meant something. He must have a powerful sect or family backing him. Never mind his extraordinary skills. Just the sheer number of magical treasures he'd brought out was not something an ordinary sect could manage. The crowd exchanged glances, each silently making up their mind. When they got home, they'd be sure to have Wang Teng's likeness painted and ensure every member of the family remembered his face. Senior Wang Teng. Oh, forget it. I'll just call you Wang Teng. Are you married? Wang Lai, whose mind worked faster than anyone else's in the group, quickly seized on Wang Teng's discomfort and switched tactics, taking on the role of matchmaker. It doesn't matter if you are. I just thought it'd be good for you to meet some of the younger folks from my family. You know, make friends. Young people should have more connections. I have a niece, just 24, just graduated from university, and quite a beauty. She was even a campus belle, and her cultivation isn't bad either. You two should get to know each other. Unfazed by Wang Teng's marital status, Wang Lai was clearly eager to introduce his niece to Wang Teng. This time, Wang Teng really did break out in a sweat. Wang Lai's words seemed to open some strange new realm of possibilities, and soon everyone was clamoring to introduce Wang Teng to their disciples, nieces, and so on. Wang Teng was left wondering if everyone's juniors were female. Still, Wang Teng could understand. In families and sects with such long-standing traditions in China, it was only natural that some old-fashioned ideas lingered, although they had kept up with the times. In many ways, there was never much resistance when it came to the notion of a powerful man having multiple wives. This was especially true for those men who stood out in strength or status. As for the younger generation in these families, no one was forcing them to marry Wang Teng right away. Socializing a bit, getting to know each other, making a good impression, these things were perfectly acceptable. Even if, by some chance, things developed further, it would only be a win-win situation for these families and sects. Wang Teng, however, had no desire to get entangled in these intricate, transactional affairs. Though he liked to have fun and had grown up abroad, it was all just for amusement, nothing serious. In this, Wang Teng was quite similar to Tony Stark, the kind of man who wouldn't remember who had shared his bed the night before once he woke up. But Wang Teng liked to think he was better than Tony. At least, when he met someone truly special, he would be willing to stick around and get to know her for a while. Longer. Of course, in the environment overseas, relationships were often short-lived. If you didn't end things, the other person would. Besides, Wang Teng never played the role of some billionaire heir. In the eyes of others, he was just a moderately well-off Asian guy. Add in the ever-present undercurrent of racism abroad. Well, to be honest, there wasn't much racism aimed at him. Anyone foolish enough to try quickly found themselves beaten and sent home in tears, looking for their mothers. Perhaps it was simply a matter of ethnicity. While Wang Teng dreamed of living the same wild nights as Tony Stark, there weren't many women willing to get close to him in a deeper way. And, even when there were, things would eventually fall apart. Foreign women tended to be bold, and after getting to know Wang Teng for a while, many would want to visit his private island. But Wang Teng harbored too many secrets on that island, and had no intention of inviting trouble for himself down the road. So, even when he met women who truly liked him, things always ended up fizzling out after he repeatedly refused their invitations to bring them home. The real reason, though, was that Wang Teng's heart still lingered on a girl who hadn't even appeared yet. She was his true goal. As the group's comments grew more and more outrageous, Zhong Ling, a soldier through and through, simply couldn't take it anymore. She had to interrupt their attempts to advertise their daughters and disciples for Wang Teng. All right, that's enough. Do you even realize what's going on right now? If you want to talk matchmaking, wait until we get out of here and handle it privately. Captain Zhong, don't tell me you're jealous. No one's stopping you. You want to get to know Wang Teng. You'll just have to rely on your own abilities. Wang curled his lips dismissively. For people like them, protecting the country and its people from the invasion of demons was simply their duty. Yet, their relationship with the military was one of cooperation, nothing more, a matter of mutual benefit. This was the current state of affairs in the country. Some families or sects had fully pledged themselves to the nation, but others still clung tightly to their ancient traditions and rules, unwilling to let the government or military meddle too much in their affairs. Both sides had their own reasons. While there hadn't been any major conflicts, arguments and disputes were frequent, with neither side willing to back down. Essentially, the country needed the abilities of these individuals, but they, in turn, relied on the nation to provide a stable and prosperous environment as their rearguard. In recent years, the government had been making a concerted effort to bring these powers under its wing. After all, for our great China, a chorus of different voices was not ideal. Still, the state's approach was more akin to slowly boiling a frog, gradually drawing these sects and families into the fold without causing unrest. Upon hearing Wang Lai's words, Zhong Ling felt as though a string in her mind was about to snap. She already had plenty of grievances against these family powers, and now they were provoking her again. Did they really think she couldn't stand up to them? They're waking up, someone announced. Thankfully, at that moment, the unconscious hulking warriors began to regain consciousness, easing the tension in the air. Lu Yuan and the others slowly came to, but it was clear they didn't remember the final moments of the ordeal. They quickly dressed and, under Lu Yuan's leadership, assembled before Zhong Ling to report in. Captain Zhong, all present and accounted for. Awaiting your orders. At ease. Rest for a moment and prepare to leave the valley, Zhong Ling commanded. She looked around the valley. The sky was clearing, the dull grayness of earlier fading away. In the distance, snow-capped mountains and blue skies peeked through the lifting shadows. If one could ignore the aftermath of the battle, the place would almost seem like a hidden paradise. Meanwhile, Wang Teng watched as the largest spatial rift on the valley's plaza gradually closed. He was getting ready to take his leave. He considered heading back with the others to say farewell to Zheng Xian, but given the situation, he decided it was best not to complicate things for himself. He left Zhong Ling his contact information. After all, a beauty deserved a privilege or two. As for the others, Wang Teng had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. He'd much rather be sunbathing on his own little island. Captain Zhong, since everything's settled here, I'll take my leave. When you get back, let Director Zheng know for me. I won't stop by this time. If anything comes up, he can just give me a call. Aren't you coming back with us, Leader Wang Teng? Also, just call me by my name from now on. You're not part of our unit, after all. Zhong Ling. Let Wang Teng address him by name directly. After all, a handsome and powerful man is always attractive to women, even if the woman happens to be a soldier. Otherwise, you'd notice that with other people, Zhong Ling never allows them to call him by name. If anyone dares speak to him without adding Captain, Zhong Ling would certainly show them what it means to be on the receiving end of some affectionate punches. That's right, Captain Wang. We even agreed that we'd go out for a good drink together once we're out, someone chimed in. Exactly. You came all this way to save us. There's no way we can let that go unacknowledged, another added. The crowd began to ply Wang Teng with invitations, one after another. With someone like Wang Teng, everyone was eager to seize any opportunity to get closer. The longer the interaction, the better the chance to leave a good impression, and some were already planning to call their younger relatives the moment they got out of the valley, hoping to rush over and make their mark in front of Wang Teng. Who knew? If they really hit it off with Wang Teng, then in the world of cultivation, they'd be all but unstoppable. No, thank you. I left in a hurry, and suddenly remembered I left a pot of water boiling on the stove at home. If I don't get back soon, I'm afraid I'll set the whole house on fire, Wang Teng replied, grasping for any excuse that came to mind. He didn't stop to think. He'd been gone so long that if he really had left something on the stove, the fire brigade would have come and gone by the time he got back. But where Wang Teng lived, even if the whole island caught fire, there'd be no firemen showing up. Besides, with so many intelligent robots at home, they weren't just for show. Of course, the others didn't know about any of that, but they could hear the refusal in Wang Teng's words and knew better than to press further, lest they annoy him. After exchanging a final round of farewells, Wang Teng couldn't wait any longer. He leapt onto his flying sword and soared into the sky, eager to escape the endless chatter. He just wanted to leave as quickly as possible, leaving the others behind to watch him rise into the air with envy in their eyes. Once he'd left the valley, Wang Teng was no longer in any rush. After all, it had been ages since he'd last come this way. Concealing himself, he drifted leisurely through the sky, taking in the scenery along the route. Xiaolong, how is everything at home? Has Tony Stark dropped by? He asked casually, landing in a random city as night began to fall. He wandered through a lively street lined with food stalls, eating a skewer of grilled meat while chatting on his phone with Xiaolong back home. Hello, Master. Right after you left, Mr. Stark and Miss Pepper came by, but when they saw you weren't home, they left again. Later, Director Zhang Xian called, but when he heard you weren't home, he didn't follow up. Xiaolong's voice came through the phone. You still couldn't hold back, Tony. But why did Zhang Xian call me? I've been in the valley this whole time. That was what Wang Teng was thinking, but soon he put out of his mind. Even though his family always had the finest ingredients, there was no way to experience the rich world of Chinese street food here in Maple Leaf Country. Sure, the robots at home and his own cooking skills were top-notch, but nothing compared to the simple joy of a roadside snack stall. That was where Wang Teng found true delight, a taste of everyday life that brought back fond memories of his previous life. Spotting a little eatery that looked promising, Wang Teng ordered a mountain of spicy crayfish, skewers, and other street food classics. Of course, beer had to be drunk straight from the bottle. As he munched on grilled meat and sipped his beer, a snatch of conversation drifted over, nearly making him spit out his drink. Sister Fan, stop drinking. We really should go home. Guan Guan, don't mind me. Come drink with me. Wait a second. Wasn't this supposed to be the Marvel Universe? How are characters from TV dramas showing up here? Wang Teng felt his mind grind to a halt. He couldn't resist glancing over. Could it really be the three heroines from Ode to Joy? Phew, that gave me a scare, he thought. It must be just a coincidence. For a second there, I thought I'd been transported to another world again just by eating dinner. At that moment, the young woman across from him, who looked about 18 or 19 and had been called Guan Guan, noticed Wang Teng staring at them. Her cheeks flushed. Instantly, she lowered her head and whispered softly to Sister Fan. Sister Fan, let's go. Someone at the next table keeps staring at us. He doesn't look like a good person. Wang Teng actually choked and sprayed out a mouthful of beer. What do you mean I don't look like a good person? He thought indignantly. I'm the very picture of charm and grace. Sure, I'm over 30 now, but with my cultivation and self-care, I barely look 20. And you're saying I look suspicious? Little girl, you're really asking for trouble. Wang Teng decided to put on a bit of a show, glaring fiercely in their direction until the poor girl looked like she was about to burst into tears. Looking at her, with tears brimming in her big, innocent eyes, Wang Teng felt his heart melt. What a cute and well-behaved kid, he thought. I almost want to take her home as my little secretary and teach her a lesson, let her know what it means to watch your words. But, alas, even if I'm not a saint, I'm certainly no kidnapper. I guess the most I can do is give her a harmless scare. He made up his mind. What kind of man bullies a young girl? If you got guts, pick on me. Sister Fan, already tipsy and bold, slammed her hand on the table and shouted at Wang Teng. While Guan Guan grew even more flustered and unsure what to do soon, the two tables were pushed together into one, and Guan Guan began to relax a little. Although she didn't immediately become chatty and cheerful with Wang Teng, she was able to join in the conversation from time to time. Wang Teng, with his good looks, was certainly considered handsome by Eastern standards. As for Westerners' taste, Wang Teng could only say, most of them must be blind, just as he thought all Western faces looked more or less the same, unless it was someone he saw often, otherwise they all seemed alike to him. Sister Fan, on the other hand, was unrestrained and witty, and her jokes were far bolder and more skillfully delivered than Wang Teng's. Even Wang Teng, who prided himself on being a seasoned world traveler, sometimes felt the need to tap the brakes. By now, Guan Guan had completely turned into an ostrich, practically blending into the night market lights, and almost as red as the spicy crayfish on the table. After dinner, Wang Teng picked up the tab, hailed a rideshare, and sent the two women home. They exchanged contact details, and Wang Teng watched them head upstairs. He couldn't help but sigh at his own poor strategy. The charming enchantress had been spirited away by the little white rabbit. He'd originally hoped for a romantic interlude after the meal. Now, was he supposed to call up an ex-girlfriend for a nostalgia trip? The thought left Wang Teng in a funk. Left with nothing better to do, Wang Teng drifted slowly over the ocean, riding his sword and holding a fishing rod, idly teasing the fish below. "This is driving me nuts. There's nothing out here but loneliness," he grumbled, tossing the rod aside and soaring into the sky. You might think he'd muse about hooking a mermaid, but Wang Teng's heart was anything but peaceful. After all, Iron Man had already made his appearance. How far behind could all sorts of chaos be? Not to mention the unique situation in China that never appeared in the movies. Just thinking about it gave Wang Teng a headache. All I ever wanted was to be a laid-back slacker, he sighed. As Wang Teng flew onward, he suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of energy from afar. A brilliant, rainbow-colored streak descended from the depths of space to Earth and vanished in an instant. The Bifrost Bridge? At this time, does that mean the hammer, the god of thunder, or maybe even that little Bambi is coming? Wang Teng mused. He figured it was time to find something interesting to do. Maybe steal Thor's hammer and make him sing a classic ballad in return. With that, Wang Teng changed course and flew toward where the Bifrost had appeared. At the same time, inside Tony Stark's Malibu beachside villa, Jarvis's voice rang out. "Mr. Stark, I've just detected Wang Teng the rascal's communication signal." Tony Stark rubbed his tired eyes, grinning. As expected, Jarvis was even more useful after the recent upgrade. "Let's see where he is now," Jarvis replied. "Wang Teng the rascal is currently above Jew Island in the Pacific, moving rapidly. 76% probability. He's headed toward the state of Mexico, where just now there was an energy spike beyond the limits of our monitoring system. Get ready, Jarvis. Let's go over and see for ourselves. This guy's been missing for half a month. He needs to experience my latest suit of armor firsthand." Wang Teng hadn't expected that his little adventure, fighting minor monsters and fishing at sea, had only felt like a single day to him, while in the outside world, more than 2 weeks had passed. Still, even if he knew, Wang Teng probably wouldn't dwell on it. At most, he might give a passing thought and move on. After all, in the Marvel world, nothing is too strange. And as for mysterious happenings back home in China, which he knew next to nothing about, he'd just ask Daoist Yi about it over a drink someday. Wang Teng soon arrived at the site where the Rainbow Bridge's energy had appeared. Tony, meanwhile, had received a message from Jarvis and was now hurrying in Wang Teng's direction. At that moment, Wang Teng stood beside Thor's hammer. Instead of reaching for it, he fell into deep thought. Should I try lifting it? But what if I can't? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? That old geezer Odin's enchantment shouldn't affect me, should it? After all, I'm every bit as upright, kind-hearted, and dazzlingly handsome as our dear readers. But if I just pick it up, does that make me the new god of thunder? And if Odin insists on making me king, should I accept? Ugh, what a headache. He muttered to himself, unaware that, far away in Asgard's palace, Odin was watching him with a throbbing vein on his forehead. "This is the one you've chosen? He doesn't seem very reliable." Odin grumbled to the spectral image of the Ancient One standing before him. "Isn't this exactly the change we need? We just have to watch quietly," the Ancient One said, smiling at Odin. Of course, Wang Teng had no idea about their conversation. By now, he'd made up his mind. He'd try picking up the hammer, then put it back, and when Thor arrived, he'd lift it in front of him just to avoid any embarrassment. He reached out, gripped the hammer's handle, and gave it a tug. It didn't budge an inch. He tried harder. Still no movement. Crackling with determination, Wang Teng summoned lightning to envelop himself, channeling its power. This time, the hammer lifted, but it was shockingly heavy. Hadn't he read somewhere that it only weighed a dozen pounds or so? This thing felt like it weighed dozens of tons. Not that the weight was much trouble for Wang Teng, but carrying it like this was simply uncomfortable. "Behave yourself, or I'll destroy you," Wang Teng growled at the hammer. Far away in Asgard, Odin's mouth twitched, his fingers flexing involuntarily, while the Ancient One cast him an amused glance. Suddenly, the hammer in Wang Teng's grip became feather-light. Wang Teng casually tossed it in his hand. See? A little threat, and you fall in line. If you'd been this cooperative from the start, none of this would have been necessary. Odin's brow twitched. With a thought, he made Wang Teng's image vanish from his sight. The Ancient One gave him a gentle smile, bid Odin farewell, and her figure also faded away before him. Let's hope it's you. Odin sighed, no longer paying attention to Wang Teng, lest he die of exasperation. Meanwhile, Wang Teng was toying with the hammer in his hand. Off in the distance, Tony Stark soared through the sky, clad in his armor and trailing a plume of exhaust. He had already arrived. As Wang Teng watched Tony descend from above, he noticed that Tony's chest reactor had changed from the original round arc reactor to the newer triangular design. His mind overflowed with questions. So, this is what it means to be cursed by knowledge. Terrifying, truly. In just one day, he's created a new element and upgraded his armor. Wang Teng mused to himself. Hey Wang Teng, did you disappear for half a month just to play with a hammer here? Tony greeted him, flipping open his helmet after landing. Half a month? I was only gone for a day. Wang Teng was genuinely surprised. Still, he thought to himself, I've really been gone for half a month? Nothing else went wrong. I just lingered a bit too long in the Valley of Death. The space there is unstable. Could the time flow of different spaces have interfered with each other? Zhang Xian never mentioned this to me. Still, Tony's not that much of a genius. If he'd managed to upgrade everything in just a single day, I'd have to find an excuse to teach him another lesson. Tony was baffled, concern flickering in his eyes. You don't know how long you've been gone? Did you lose your memory? I think I can recommend the best doctor to check you out. It's nothing. I just went to a special place to handle some business. The time must flow differently there. No need to worry about the details, Wang Teng replied. He didn't want to get into specifics about the Valley of Death, so he quickly changed the subject. Take a look at this hammer. Can you recognize it? Tony was still curious about Wang Teng's time anomaly, but seeing that Wang Teng clearly didn't want to discuss it, he decided not to press further. He wasn't the type to badger someone unwillingly. Jarvis, scan this hammer, Tony instructed. He certainly didn't believe Wang Teng was just here idly playing with a hammer. As Tony spoke, his helmet snapped shut, and two beams of scanning light shot out from the eyes of his mask. After a few seconds, Jarvis's voice sounded in their ears. Mr. Stark, after scanning, this hammer contains extremely high levels of radiation, estimated to be tens of millions of tons of nuclear energy equivalent. However, the radiation is remarkably stable, all of it contained inside the hammer itself. Comparing its appearance to images found online, it closely resembles Mjolnir, the weapon wielded by Thor in Norse mythology. Tony's helmet slid open again, his face full of confusion. Thor's hammer? Mjolnir? Tony felt as if Jarvis was playing a joke on him, and cast a doubtful glance at Wang Teng. What Jarvis said is absolutely right. This is indeed the legendary weapon of Thor Odinson from Norse mythology. Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. Wang Teng casually tossed the hammer in his hand and spoke to Tony. Wang Teng, you have to understand that I'm a scientist. How am I supposed to believe stories straight out of myth and legend? I'd sooner believe you made this as some kind of weapon or a toy. Tony was utterly unconvinced. No, Tony. Myths, in a way, are like sciences that haven't been proven yet. Let me put it another way. Maybe then it'll make more sense to you. Think of Thor, Odin, and all those figures from legend as extraterrestrials. In fact, that's exactly what they are. Aliens with lifespans far longer than humans. Ages ago, they visited Earth and displayed powers that humanity simply couldn't comprehend at the time. That's how they found their way into our myths, Wang Teng explained, setting the hammer back down. Until I see some solid evidence, I'm going to remain skeptical about what you're telling me, Tony said, unsure whether to believe Wang Teng, but deep down, doubt had already started to waver. After all, the massive crater that looked like it was struck by a meteor was hardly something Wang Teng would dig just to pull a prank on him, especially since Wang Teng couldn't have known Tony would come here in the first place. Tony walked over and placed his hand on the hammer's handle. Okay, let me take a closer look at this hammer. Jarvis said it contains an immense amount of energy. He pulled with all his might, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. Jarvis, increase power, he commanded. Still, the hammer didn't move at all. Tony turned to Wang Teng. Is there some kind of activation mechanism on this thing? There's an enchantment on the hammer, courtesy of Odin himself. Only those who are worthy can lift it, and with it, wield the power of the thunder god, Wang Teng explained. Then how can you pick it up? I wouldn't exactly call you a paragon of virtue, Tony retorted, still struggling with the hammer. This defies the law of conservation of energy. A hammer this small can only weigh so much, and if it were really that heavy, it would have sunk down to the Earth's core by now. Obviously, it's because I'm exceptionally handsome. The hammer probably doesn't find you attractive enough, and with your unpleasant personality, there's no way you could lift it. Wang Teng teased Tony mercilessly. Tony finally stopped wrestling with the hammer, looked up, and shot back. So what? You planning on dating the hammer now? Maybe you two want to snuggle together tonight. A vivid image suddenly flashed through Wang Teng's mind. No matter where Thor went, he always clung to his hammer, even taking it with him into the shower. He really loves his hammer. That, if Wang Teng remembered correctly, was something Tony had once said. Wang Teng quickly chased away the unspeakable mental picture, glaring fiercely at Tony. Ought to shove this hammer into your mouth. Maybe then, when Thor comes looking for it, he'll just cuddle up and sleep with you instead. No sooner had those words left Wang Teng's lips than the air around them crackled with another surge of energy. At the same time, Tony, suited in his Iron Man armor, looked up at the sky along with Wang Teng, prompted by a warning from Jarvis. What is that? Tony asked, his gaze fixed upward. The Bifrost, Wang Teng replied, his voice tinged with excitement. It's the very same as the Einstein-Rosen bridge from theoretical physics. Looks like our guest from Asgard, Thor Odinson, has arrived on Earth. With that, Wang Teng rose into the air, flying straight toward the Bifrost's shimmering light. Seeing this, Tony shot after him, his armor gleaming as he followed close behind. Wang Teng intercepted Tony before he could land, and together they watched as Thor, freshly arrived, was sent tumbling by a car, knocked off his feet. So this is Thor, the god of thunder? Tony sized up the scene, skepticism in his voice. Honestly, he doesn't look that tough. Maybe a bit stronger than the average guy, but he seems not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, you know? Shouldn't we go down and check on him? This isn't just a simple diplomatic matter anymore. It's interplanetary relations we're talking about. He turned to Wang Teng, awaiting his opinion. I'm not sure if we should bring him in, Wang Teng replied, his tone thoughtful. It's complicated. There's a power struggle for the throne of Asgard going on. Thor's own father, Odin, stripped away his powers and cast him down to Earth as a test. He's all muscle, not much brain, just as he said. Meanwhile, his brother Loki is scheming to claim the throne for himself. I wouldn't be surprised if he sends someone here to hunt Thor down. If we get involved, things could get very messy. So, what? You're telling me Odin's treating Earth like a dumping ground? Tony grumbled, not hiding his annoyance. And wait a second, wasn't Loki supposed to be Thor's uncle in the old myths? How did he suddenly become his brother? Their family tree is a tangled mess. Although Tony was bewildered by how much Wang Teng seemed to know about alien affairs, he was too overwhelmed to ask questions now. He decided a little snark was the best way to cope. Odin possesses the true sight, and Heimdall can see and hear anything that happens here on Earth, Wang Teng said, giving Tony a sideways look, and teasing him. After all, Thor's his own son. You might want to be careful what you say about his family. He might come looking for payback. If there's any payback, it'll be you he goes after first, Tony huffed. You're the one who picked up his hammer, after all. When it came to verbal sparring, Tony Stark was never one to admit defeat. So what do we do now? Just stand here and watch. Wang Teng felt a headache coming on. Honestly, he didn't want to get mixed up in SHLD's business right now. But it seemed like this was something only S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle. Wang Teng certainly didn't want to just take Thor away himself and end up in a heap of trouble. He turned to glance at the reactor in the chest of Tony's armor. Judging by the way you look right now, you've already contacted that Baldy. Though it sounded like a question, Wang Teng's tone left no room for doubt. Baldy, huh? That's a vivid metaphor. I bet Nick Fury would love that nickname, Tony replied. He tried to shrug, but the armor restricted his movement. Get in touch with Baldy and have him send someone over. Just let Coulson handle it. And remind him not to tell anyone about this. Wang Teng wasn't worried about word getting out about Thor. After all, he was a prince of Asgard, no small matter. But he didn't want to draw attention to himself just yet. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but if it could be avoided, so much the better. Jarvis. Mr. Stark, I've already called Director Nick Fury, Jarvis replied promptly. Once Tony had filled Nick Fury in and explained the situation, he and Wang Teng descended toward the group, landing beside Thor and the others, who were still sprawled on the ground from the shock device. Incredible. The god of thunder, taken down by a jolt of electricity. Jarvis, did you get that on camera? Tony couldn't resist poking fun at the idea of the mighty Thor being zapped. Wang Teng, too, found it hard not to laugh. He'd seen it happen in the movie, but witnessing it in person was something else entirely. Rest assured, Mr. Stark, the footage has been recorded, Jarvis confirmed. Well done, boy. You really do know me best, Tony said with satisfaction. He had a feeling he'd be dealing with this so-called god of thunder quite a bit in the future, and this video would make for excellent teasing material. Wow, you're Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony's flashy, unmistakable style meant that as soon as they landed, Thor's three companions immediately recognized him. Wang Teng glanced at the young woman who'd spoken, noting the weight on her chest. After a moment's thought, he guessed that must be the utterly forgettable Daisy. He wasn't entirely sure of her name. The years had blurred it in his mind. He only vaguely remembered that Thor's girlfriend was named Jane Foster, and as for the middle-aged man beside her, he knew only that he was a professor. Fortunately, Jarvis had already pulled up their information and related to Tony, so Wang Teng didn't need to interact with them himself. He'd just let Tony handle the introductions. "Hey there, gorgeous. Fancy meeting one of my fans all the way out here." After Tony landed, he lifted his faceplate and greeted the three of them. "Miss Darcy Lewis, Miss Jane Foster, and Professor Eric Selvig. It looks like not only did you run into our friend, but you also took him down with a stun gun. Were you trying to silence him?" "Mr. Stark, just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you can make baseless accusations," Jane retorted, compelled to defend herself against Tony's insinuation. "We were driving normally when he suddenly ran out and crashed into our car. We only used a stun gun because we thought he might attack us. Honestly, your friend looked like he may have had a bit too much to drink. He seemed completely out of it." Wang Teng, watching from behind, chuckled softly. He felt as if he'd just disrupted the budding romance between Thor and Jane. But perhaps that was for the best. They never really suited each other. "Beautiful Miss Foster, don't get so worked up. I was only teasing you," Tony replied with a playful grin. "We do need to take our friend with us. He really did lose his way, and quite spectacularly at that." Tony couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Lost his way by who knows how many light years. "That joke wasn't funny at all, Mr. Stark. And I hope you'll keep a better eye on your friend so he doesn't end up wandering around the middle of nowhere," Jane shot back, then drove off with her companions. As they watched Jane and the others drive away, Tony exchanged a glance with Wang Teng. "So what now? Do we take our exiled alien prince here to the hospital?" Wang Teng grabbed Thor by the collar and soared toward the deep crater where the hammer had fallen. "If he wakes up and finds out what you did, he'll be out for your blood," Tony called after him. "He can try," Wang Teng replied, unconcerned, and casually tossed Thor down beside the hammer. Perhaps Wang Teng had thrown him a bit too hard, because once Thor hit the ground, he shook his head, then slowly pushed himself up. As his senses returned, Thor looked around, and his eyes landed on the hammer lying beside him. "Yes, Mjolnir, I will prove myself to father." Thor reached out for the hammer, but after waiting a long moment, it didn't budge. Why won't Mjolnir answer my call?" Thor muttered to himself, seemingly oblivious to Wang Teng and Tony Stark standing nearby. He scrambled to his feet and rushed over to the hammer. Wang Teng and Tony watched as Thor tried first with one hand, then both, then braced himself with his feet and heaved with all his might, but the hammer didn't move an inch. Thor's face fell, his frustration and pain boiling over into a desperate roar. "No," he cried. "Father, what?" Watching Thor kneeling there, shouting at the sky, Wang Teng silently took out his phone and played a piece of music. Snowflakes drifted down, the north wind howled, and heaven and earth were shrouded in a desolate expanse. A single branch of plum blossom stood proudly amid the snow. At this moment, Wang Teng thought this piece of music fit Thor perfectly. He really loves his hammer, doesn't he? Even though Tony couldn't understand the lyrics, he felt the music was spot on for the scene and couldn't help but remark to Wang Teng, "Mortals, are you trying to provoke a god?" It was only now that Thor realized he wasn't alone. There were two others by his side, and they just witnessed his current, sorry state. Even with his usual thick skin, Thor felt his face flush with embarrassment. Determined to uphold his divine dignity in front of these mortals, he drew himself up. But Tony was never one to indulge Thor. Even now, when Thor had been stripped of his godly powers and was just a mere mortal, Tony didn't hesitate to shoot back, as he would have, even if Thor were still the mighty god of thunder. "Oh, and what kind of god are you exactly?" "The god of hammers," Tony retorted. "Insolence, pitiful mortal. I am Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, son of Odin, all-father of the gods. This is my weapon, Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder. I simply cannot wield it at the moment. But when I reclaim it, you will witness what it truly means to be the god of thunder," Thor declared with righteous indignation, though inwardly he thought, if only he still had his powers, he'd show this tin-can mortal just who he was dealing with. He'd strip the metal right off him and make him beg for mercy at his feet. "Are you sure that hammer is your weapon? Because honestly, it looks to me like you're the hammer's weapon. Clearly, it's abandoned you. Seems to me, the hammer's the real god of thunder, and you're just a tool it once found handy." "Seriously, I've never seen a god of thunder get disarmed by a little electric shock," Tony replied, the sarcasm rolling off his tongue. When it came to witty banter, Tony felt that, aside from Wang Teng, everyone else was just amateur hour. "Mortals, you have succeeded in angering me. I am the one, true Thor Odinson." Thor thundered, no longer caring whether or not, in his powerless state, he could take on Tony clad in his suit of armor. After all, in his mind, he was still a deity. His divine body was formidable even without his powers. Dealing with a mere Midgardian mortal would be a trivial matter. Thor charged at Tony with all his might, only to be sent flying back even faster, repelled by a single punch from Tony. I don't care where you're from. This is Earth, and here, you follow Earth's rules, Tony said with disdain, thinking to himself, who? Does this guy think he's mocking? Mortal this, mortal that. He really thinks he's a god? At best, he's just a slightly stronger alien. Thor, for the first time, began to doubt himself. First he was battered by the frost giants, then stripped of his divine powers by his father and exiled to Midgard. Next, even his beloved hammer ignored him, and finally, he had to endure the humiliation of a mere mortal whom he regarded as beneath him. Thor felt on the verge of tears, so he lifted his head and gazed blankly at the sky. As long as I keep my chin up, the tears won't fall. All right, Tony, no matter what, he's still a prince from Asgard. Let's give him a little dignity, Wang Teng said as he walked over to Mjolnir, casually picked up the hammer, and tossed it lightly in his hand. Thor watched, wide-eyed and helpless, as Wang Teng strode up to the hammer, reached out, and lifted it, his expression shifting from initial disdain to utter shock and panic. No, why can you lift Mjolnir? That's my weapon. Put it down, you insignificant mortal. Thor felt he was on the verge of collapse. The blows he'd suffered today were simply too many. He couldn't understand how an ordinary mortal could wield his hammer. Had his father truly forsaken him? That hammer was his alone. Without it, how could he still be the god of thunder? What sort of god of thunder would he be without his hammer? Thor resolved to salvage his hammer, or perhaps his dignity as the god of thunder, one last time. Summoning his resolve, he charged at Wang Teng. What followed was 3 thoroughly enjoyable minutes. Far away in Asgard, Odin, father of the gods, already deep in the Odin sleep, couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Looking down at Thor, who lay sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, Tony instructed Jarvis to snap a photo of Thor's bruised and swollen face for posterity. Then he turned to Wang Teng and said, "You're even less merciful than I am. Don't you think I'm being hospitable?" Wang Teng replied with an innocent expression. "All right, your fists do the talking. Sure, you're pretty hospitable. Just hope our fallen prince here doesn't find your welcome a bit overwhelming," Tony conceded, clearly in no mood to argue with Wang Teng. Glancing down at Thor's battered face, Tony couldn't help but recall some painful memories of his own. His eyes even stung a little with sympathy, and in that moment, he felt a strange kinship with Thor. "Hurry up and get up. Or do you plan to spend the night here? God of Thunder, are you still a baby who hasn't weaned yet?" Wang Teng was in no mood to wait around in this wilderness for S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive. The real business was to find a decent inn and get a good night's sleep. By mortal reckoning, I'm just a baby right now, who isn't someone's darling child. Thor was so dejected that he became withdrawn, muttering to himself in a tone of defeat. Wang Teng nearly threw his back out from laughing at Thor's self-pitying monologue, while Tony ordered Jarvis to record every word Thor said from start to finish. In the end, under Wang Teng's friendly invitation, which was really a not-so-veiled threat of his fists, Thor had no choice but to pick himself up from the ground. Limping and stumbling, he trailed after Wang Teng and Tony as they made their way toward the small town. Thor followed behind Wang Teng, talking to himself incessantly along the way. Wang Teng had simply tuned Thor out by now. After all, Thor's declaration about being a baby had left Wang Teng speechless, not knowing how to even begin mocking him. He decided it was best to just let Thor mutter away behind him. After all, when someone admits he's a baby, what else can you do? The next morning, Wang Teng took Thor to a burger joint in town and ordered him a hamburger and a cola. After all, what child doesn't love these things? Tony had gone home to change out of his armor. He certainly didn't want to be stuck wearing it while eating and sleeping. Coulson would only arrive after wrapping up his current assignment, since Tony had specifically requested to come alone. So for now, Wang Teng had no choice but to wait here for Tony and Coulson, accompanied by this oversized man-child. It had to be said, Thor's healing ability was truly impressive. After being beaten black and blue by Wang Teng the day before, he woke up looking as good as new. "This is amazing. You Midgardians make the best drinks," Thor exclaimed, raising his cup high in the air. Wang Teng gave him a slow, warning look and said, "If you dare smash that cup on the floor, I'll throw you out on the spot." Thor awkwardly froze mid-motion, then sheepishly set the cup back on the table. "In Asgard, this is a way to show our appreciation," he grumbled. "Once I get my hammer back, I swear I'll make you regret ever laying a hand on me." Thor looked thoroughly disgruntled. He was, after all, the noble prince of the realm of gods, son of Odin the All-Father, the god of thunder himself. Who would have thought he'd one day bow to the tyranny of a mere mortal? "Bring me another drink." "No, make it 10. Thor decided to drown his sorrows in food, choosing to ignore the devilish Wang Teng for now. Around noon, Coulson and Tony finally arrived in town. When they opened the car door, Wang Teng was surprised to see that the egghead himself, Nick Fury, had come along too. Truth be told, Wang Teng hadn't wanted to deal with Nick Fury so soon. There was just too much baggage attached to the man. But now that they'd met, there was no point in avoiding him. If anything, Wang Teng could just spoil a few plot points for him and leave Fury to worry about it on his own. After all, this top agent was no saint, and if he dared to cause Wang Teng any trouble, Wang Teng would have no qualms about teaching him a lesson. To be honest, the first time Wang Teng watched the movie, he thought Nick Fury looked nothing like a good guy. He even suspected Fury was some sort of ultimate villain lurking in the shadows. Who would have guessed that Fury turned out to be a positive character? Wang Teng couldn't help but worry about the aesthetic sensibilities of the American people. Now that he saw Nick Fury in person, he was surprised to find the man looked even more like a villain than he did in the movies. That blind eye, covered by an eye patch, made him look like he was about to play the part of a pirate. Wang Teng had no idea how Nick Fury lost that eye. He only knew from some fan fiction he'd read that, apparently, it was blinded by a cat, though not an ordinary cat, but some sort of creature called a flurkin. Ever since then, Nick Fury supposedly developed a deep fear of cats. Wang Teng wasn't sure whether this was true or not, but he decided to treat it as fact for now. After all, he'd never been a die-hard Marvel fan in his previous life. He'd watched a few movies and then, before he knew it, ended up traveling to another world. Still, the internet is a treasure trove of knowledge. If netizens know something, it's almost as good as knowing it himself. Wang Teng had never encountered a flurkin, but if he ever did, he'd actually like to keep one as a pet. They say a flurkin's mouth connects to an alternate dimension. When you think about it, isn't that a bit like Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket? Only instead of being on the belly, the pocket is in the mouth. While Wang Teng's thoughts wandered in this direction, Tony and the others had already parked and entered the restaurant. Hello, Prince Thor of Asgard. I'm Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. here on Earth. Welcome. I'll be your host during your stay, said Coulson, his friendly smile making him look every bit the good guy as he greeted Thor. Wang Teng glanced at Coulson's rather tragic hairline and wondered if he should offer him a bottle of hair growth serum. Hello, son of Cowl. You look like a good man. I'm pleased to meet you. And finally, I'm free from this demon's company, Thor replied, putting down his soda and cheerfully greeting Coulson. In his eyes, anyone who wasn't Wang Teng was a friend. Nick Fury barely spared Thor a glance before turning his attention elsewhere, leaving the rest of the formalities to Coulson. Most of his focus was on Wang Teng. From what Tony had told him, Nick Fury realized Wang Teng was far from ordinary. Yet, SHLD's files on Wang Teng were remarkably sparse. All they recorded was that his parents were Chinese scientists who had once worked with Howard Stark. After his parents' passing, Wang Teng moved alone to Canada. Beyond that, nothing about his background seemed out of the ordinary. This record, which was obviously a far cry from reality, made Nick Fury realize that the man in front of him, Wang Teng, was either hiding his true self very well, or, indeed, hiding his true self very well. So he was certain Wang Teng must be hiding something deep. Uncovering secrets was a spy's instinct, especially for someone like him, the top spy of them all. He let Coulson stay off to the side, chatting away with Thor. It had to be said, with a head full of muscles, Thor was soon so bewildered by Coulson's small talk that he lost all sense of direction. He even let slip that his dear brother Loki didn't wear underwear. Mr. Wang Teng, I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is our first meeting, but I believe there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Never mind what Wang Teng might have been thinking about Nick Fury's words. When it came to presence, Nick Fury had it down to a fine art. He exuded the aura of a true boss, though to Wang Teng, he looked more like the boss of some underworld syndicate than a proper director. By the way, has your agency still not changed its name? What do you think about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wang Teng had no intention of getting too involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. He didn't want to end up entangled in their mess. We will consider your suggestion. Nick Fury's eye narrowed slightly. That was exactly the name he'd been thinking of and was about to propose at the next meeting. Yet here was Wang Teng saying it first, coupled with how much Wang Teng seemed to know about this alien prince from Asgard. Nick Fury even began to suspect Wang Teng might be an alien himself, if not for the fact that Wang Teng's entire history could be traced from childhood. Still, he decided to put Wang Teng under special secret surveillance. Oh, right, do you like cats? For example, big orange ones? Wang Teng had no idea about all of Nick Fury's inner calculations. Unable to resist his curiosity, he blurted out the question, wanting to confirm if Nick Fury really had that fateful story with the big orange cat. Nick Fury felt a dull ache under his eye patch again. He was sure Wang Teng was deliberately provoking him. It seems Mr. Wang Teng knows quite a bit. No, I don't know anything. Don't make things up, Wang Teng hurriedly denied. This bald-headed director was way too cunning. Wang Teng felt himself too innocent, afraid he'd be sold out before he even knew it. Mr. Wang Teng, you're far too modest. I'd like to formally invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to admit, that's a fine name. Nick Fury decided to stop probing. After all, with what he knew so far, having Wang Teng on his side could only be an advantage. Forget it. I'm not interested in your organization. With all that time, I'd rather flirt with women or soak up the sun. Isn't that a better way to live? Wang Teng had no intention of stepping willingly into Nick Fury's trap. Don't be so quick to turn us down. The benefits we offer are excellent, and you'll be granted official status. You should know that kind of status is far more powerful than what the FBI can give. In the future, any small troubles you run into in life, you'll be able to handle them yourself. Nick Fury continued to promote S.H.I.E.L.D. to Wang Teng, his face as expressionless as ever. He believed Wang Teng was smart enough to know which choice to make. Listening to Nick Fury's threat that was not a threat, Wang Teng frowned. To be honest, if it were just about joining the Avengers, he might have given it some thought. But S.H.I.E.L.D.? That was another matter entirely. Seeing that Nick Fury wasn't going to let him off so easily, Wang Teng decided to redirect his attention and put to use the legendary art of spoilers. To tell the truth, I don't have much of a problem with your S.H.I.E.L.D., but I do have quite a few issues with Snake's S.H.I.E.L.D., Wang Teng said, looking at Nick Fury with a half-smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. What do you mean by that? Please, speak plainly, Nick Fury replied, a vague sense of unease creeping up on him. He didn't know exactly why, but he'd always had a natural aversion to snakes. Hydra. Wang Teng uttered a single name, a name that made Nick Fury's expression change dramatically. That's impossible. Hydra was wiped out long ago. If you can't provide proof, I'll have to take this as an insult to S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury retorted, his voice quicker than before betraying his anxiety. Thinking back, Wang Teng's insistence on keeping this matter secret probably wasn't just about avoiding panic over an alien prince's arrival. There might be far more to it. Cut off one head, two more grow in its place. Operation Paperclip brought in far too many Hydra agents, and their specialty is brainwashing, Wang Teng said, feeling that this alone should be enough to get Nick Fury thinking. Nick Fury's brow furrowed, but he quickly regained his composure, the mark of a seasoned chief of spies. Of course, it was also possible that his earlier reaction had been a test for Wang Teng. Looks like he really does know a great deal, Nick Fury thought to himself. I'm sorry, but that reason alone isn't enough to convince me. I need evidence, Nick Fury said flatly to Wang Teng. You're the head of all agents, and you still need evidence to act. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel that Nick Fury was just toying with him. Their relationship wasn't that close. Why should he give away everything for nothing? How bad is it? In just a few seconds, Nick Fury mentally reviewed his entire career as director, highlighting details he'd previously overlooked. You should realize this could be very much in your own interest as well, Nick Fury reminded Wang Teng. Nick Fury's words caught Wang Teng off guard, but he had to admit, Fury was telling the truth. In fact, Wang Teng suspected that by now, even Fury's arrival in New Mexico was likely being monitored by Hydra from beginning to end. After thinking carefully, Wang Teng decided to share all the information he knew with Nick Fury. As for what Fury would do with it, that was beyond his control. But he trusted that, as the head of all agents, Nick Fury would have his own ways. After all, Hydra was a malignant tumor for Wang Teng as well. The sooner it was dealt with, the better. I can tell you everything I know, Wang Teng began. But in exchange, until you've handled the trouble, I need to be left alone. Deal. As for Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., I don't know everything, but I'm pretty sure their infiltration has gone on for so many years that it's over 70%, perhaps even most of. Your operatives are Hydra agents now, and your direct superior, that former director named Pierce, he's currently the highest-ranking Hydra leader on the surface. As for other important figures, I can't recall too many. There's a doctor who somehow uploaded his mind into a computer, now sealed away in the basement of that long-named agency you guys set up ages ago. There's also a baron or maybe a duke. He's holed up in a castle somewhere in Europe. That place is one of their major secret bases, though I can't remember exactly where. The other people I remember, well, there's a bald guy in S.H.I.E.L.D., but his name escapes me. Oh, and there's a captain of the Special Ops team. Don't recall his name either, but I do remember his code name, Crossbones. Sorry, that's all I can remember. It's not like I spend my days memorizing this stuff. I got plenty else to do. After rattling off this list in one breath, Wang Teng felt his mouth go dry. He reached for the cola in front of him and took a long sip. To be honest, if he really tried, he could probably recall more details, but there was no need. He was sure what he'd already shared was more than enough for Nick Fury to dig deep into S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets. Nick Fury sat across from Wang Teng, face unreadable, simply staring in silence. Wang Teng found himself unable to guess what was going on in Fury's mind, and could only marvel inwardly at the depth of the Agent Chief's thoughts. His composure was so complete, Wang Teng couldn't read a single clue from his face. Who can I trust? After a long pause, Nick Fury finally spoke, his voice calm. Hearing these words from Nick Fury himself genuinely surprised Wang Teng, that he certainly didn't believe that Nick Fury would trust his words so easily, but that was no longer Wang Teng's concern. No matter what, he had revealed what he knew. How it would be investigated or handled from here on out was now the director's business. Your current deputy is Agent Hill, right? She can be trusted. There's also Coulson, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. That's all I know. If you want to dig deeper, you'll have to investigate the rest yourself. Thank you for the information. I'll go back and verify it. Nick Fury replied, his face expressionless, leaving Wang Teng with no sense of sincerity whatsoever. Still, what was on Fury's mind was that Hill was a special envoy dispatched by the UN Security Council, so her identity should be beyond reproach. As for Coulson and the other two, they were the most loyal of his inner circle. He trusted them implicitly. Of course, Fury wasn't about to take Wang Teng's words at face value. He could believe that there were indeed remnants of Hydra lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, as director for so many years, he'd seen his share of suspicious activities. But the idea that nearly the entire agency had been hollowed out by Hydra, as Wang Teng suggested, was something he was deeply unwilling to accept. If that were truly the case, what did that make him? Just a pawn working for Serpent S.H.I.E.L.D. Throughout the conversation between Wang Teng and Nick Fury, Tony, uncharacteristically, kept out of it, sitting at a nearby table and munching on a burger. Yet Wang Teng noticed that Tony's ears were practically straining to pick up every word. Amused, Wang Teng decided he could drop another spoiler. Oh right, Director Fury, I have another piece of news that I'm sure you'll find interesting. And if Coulson hears it, I bet it'll make him so happy his hair might grow back. As he spoke, Wang Teng cast a glance toward Coulson, who had been watching from afar, clearly baffled, having no idea what was going on. Go on, let's see what other bombshell you've got. I can handle it, Nick Fury said, trying to sound unfazed, even though the revelation about S.H.I.E.L.D. had left him shaken to his core. He managed to keep his face blank, but inside, he was bleeding. Your Captain America is still alive, you know. He's napping somewhere in the Arctic, frozen in an iceberg. And yes, Tony, I know you're eavesdropping. I'm talking about your Uncle Steve. Tony turned, his face darkening. Captain America? Steve's still alive? He blurted out. I never admitted to having an uncle, Tony grumbled. Everyone present, except for Thor, who was completely out of the loop, was stunned by Wang Teng's revelation. Nick Fury thought to himself that he'd finally heard a piece of good news. Coulson was feeling a bit lightheaded, unable to believe that his childhood idol was still alive, and that he might even meet him one day. Tony, on the other hand, had 1,000 complaints swirling in his mind, unsure of where to begin. Just moments ago, he'd felt grateful for the homework his father had left him, giving him the chance to build a new, more powerful arc reactor. But now, out of the blue, he'd learned that Uncle Steve Rogers, the man his father never stopped talking about, was still alive. All Tony could think now was that he'd rather this old relic stay buried forever. Tony did respect Captain America, but the thought of one day facing him in person, only to be relentlessly teased by Wang Teng, filled him with the urge to put Captain America right back where he'd been found. Tony could practically imagine dying of embarrassment. Though he'd never heard the term social death, it was exactly what he was feeling. How do you expect me to believe what you're saying is true? To be honest, I'm suspicious of everything you've told us. Nick Fury was the first to recover from his shock, but he still wanted more certainty from Wang Teng. The intelligence he'd received from Wang Teng made Fury feel as if he, the so-called master of secrets, was nothing but an amateur. Why should I prove anything to you? You can judge for yourself. You hold information that most people in this world could never dream of. You've even fought side by side with aliens, but do you really think you know the whole picture? Tell me, how much do you actually know about China? Or about the mysterious side of things? Wang Teng felt he'd revealed quite enough for one day. In fact, he nearly let something slip earlier. If he wasn't careful, the girl who'd filled his thoughts for so long might never appear in this lifetime. Thankfully, he'd caught himself just in time. Still, Wang Teng felt he ought to keep an extra eye out. If, because of his own actions, the girl who had amazed him in his past life vanished, he'd consider it a huge loss. Nick Fury didn't press further. Judging by Wang Teng's current attitude, he realized he wouldn't get any more answers for now. Besides, he'd already gotten plenty of valuable information today. Most importantly, Wang Teng had revealed the whereabouts of Captain America, something that would be easy to verify. If this information proved true, then the rest of Wang Teng's words would also carry significant weight. As Fury pondered who he should send to find Captain America, he understood that Steve Rogers represented far more than just a super soldier. He embodied a spirit, an ideal. Nick Fury was lost in his thoughts. If he had heard any news about Steve before today, there was no doubt he would have dispatched his most elite agents to search for Steve's whereabouts. But the information he'd received from Wang Teng today made him wary of taking any rash action. He didn't even dare to trust anyone by his side, not even those few people Wang Teng had said were reliable. In truth, he harbored suspicion toward everyone. He paid no attention to Coulson, who was so anxious nearby that he seemed ready to crawl out of his own skin. Right now, Nick Fury was even beginning to doubt himself. He couldn't help but wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D., which hadn't officially changed its name yet, had already long since become Hydra in disguise. Then for all these years, had he truly been building up S.H.I.E.L.D., or had he been feeding Hydra? At this moment, Nick Fury felt immensely grateful that he was bald. If he had any hair left, he was certain it would have all fallen out by now. Turning to glance at Coulson, who seemed as restless as if he had fleas, Fury thought to himself that perhaps Coulson's job had always been too easy. Otherwise, how could the man still have a full head of hair? Fury decided to ignore Coulson for the time being. Right now, even Coulson's hair struck him as an eyesore. You were supposed to welcome the prince from Asgard, and this is how you treat our guest. Just leaving him to one side. Fury thought to himself that this probably already counted as a diplomatic blunder. Thor, however, paid no attention to any of their discussions. At this moment, his mind was occupied solely by thoughts of fried chicken, soda, and his hammer. All he did was sit nearby, sipping his cola and munching on fried chicken, his gaze occasionally drifting to Mjolnir. He was convinced that Wang Teng must have used some sort of sinister magic to deceive Mjolnir. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mortal possibly lift his hammer? Well, maybe. Wang Teng wasn't entirely ordinary, Thor conceded. But at best, he was just a slightly stronger mortal. At least, that's what Thor told himself. After much deliberation, Nick Fury decided he absolutely could not use his own people to search for Captain America. This matter could only be entrusted to outsiders. Ideally, he would have liked Wang Teng to handle it. But unfortunately, he didn't know Wang Teng well enough, and he still harbored doubts about him. Besides, he wasn't sure he could command Wang Teng anyway. For now, it seemed the only person for the job was Tony Stark. Stark might be just one man, but with his technological prowess, building a few small drones to search for someone would be no problem at all, and they could avoid the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the process. Stark, I'll leave the matter of Captain America to you. And remember, keep it secret. Nick Fury fixes one good eye on Tony, and, to be honest, if it weren't for the sheer lack of options, he wouldn't have chosen Tony Stark at all. Of everyone he could possibly turn to, Tony Stark was the least reliable in his eyes. But right now, Tony was all he had left. As for the others, even if he did trust them, there was no way to guarantee they could slip past the watchful eyes within S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, he couldn't even fully trust anyone unless he was absolutely certain about their loyalties. The only thing that gave him any peace of mind was that Tony Stark wasn't actually a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Strictly speaking, Wang Teng would have been the least conspicuous choice, but there was no helping it. Wang Teng was an Asian, and just now he'd mentioned Huaxia, which weighed heavily on Nick Fury's mind. Why ask me? Tony shot back without missing a beat. I'm a billionaire playboy, not a Tomb Raider. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s job? Now, you want me, of all people, to go dig up some dusty relic from World War II? Does that sound like my style to you? Honestly, it feels like you're insulting me. Tony refused outright, not even pausing to consider it. The last thing he wanted was to personally go and dig up an uncle, especially this uncle, the one his father never stopped talking about, the role model he was always supposed to live up to. For Tony, who was well into his 30s and still hadn't outgrown his rebellious streak, the idea of bringing this kind of trouble onto himself was laughable. Even if he'd just spent all that time eavesdropping and knew full well that Nick Fury had no one else to turn to, he still didn't want any part of it. Your father, Mr. Howard Stark, was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. Nick Fury remarked quietly, his tone carrying an unspoken weight. That was my father's shield, not mine, Tony muttered under his breath. If it were up to me, I'd have turned it into a bikini model club by now. Though his words were grumbled, it was clear he'd accepted Fury's reasoning, however reluctantly. Deep down, he knew he'd have to go and dig up his own uncle after all. Nearby, Coulson was fidgeting with anxiety. He was desperate to volunteer for the task himself, but didn't dare speak up in front of the director. In his heart, he couldn't remember feeling this excited since he'd gotten his hands on that rare Laura collectible. Not even the time his cellist girlfriend waited for him at home in lingerie had stirred him up quite this much. Wang Teng, for his part, didn't call out Tony's little show of pride. Instead, his attention was drawn by Thor, who was once again gazing longingly in his direction, more precisely at the Mjolnir resting on the table beside Wang Teng. What's the matter? Want it, do you? Well, if you want it, come and get it. Wang Teng tossed the hammer casually from hand to hand, teasing Thor with a mischievous grin. One day, sooner or later, I'll take back my hammer and beat you to a pulp, you bastard. Thor grumbled with resentment, taking a huge gulp of cola. I doubt you'll ever be able to lift it again, so I've decided to give it away as a weapon. Maybe to someone like the soon-returned Steve Rogers. Wang Teng said casually, his words deliberately striking a nerve. Ha, impossible. In this world, no one but me can lift Mjolnir. Only I am the true god of thunder. Thor burst into hearty laughter, confidence surging back into his voice. He couldn't imagine anyone else, other than Wang Teng, managing to pick up Mjolnir. And even then, he was convinced Wang Teng must have used some sort of sinister trick. Even if Wang Teng could lift the hammer, Thor didn't believe he could wield the power of the thunder god. As far as Thor was concerned, without seeing it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. While Thor's arrogant laughter still echoed in the room, Tony and the others glanced at the hammer Wang Teng was tossing lightly in his hand, then turned skeptical eyes toward Thor. Huh! Thor let out an awkward chuckle, then pressed on. It's absolutely impossible. Even if he can lift my hammer, he must have used some kind of evil method to deceive Mjolnir. So even if he can pick it up, he definitely can't use the power of the thunder god. That power belongs to me alone, to Thor, son of the great Odin. Suddenly, a surge of crackling lightning spread from Wang Teng's hand to the hammer of thunder, flashing with dazzling blue-white sparks. Thor instantly froze, his proud expression morphing into shock, panic, and utter disbelief, like a proud goose suddenly gripped by the neck. No! In silence, Wang Teng pulled out his phone. A familiar tune played. Snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling, the world shrouded in mist. It had to be said, Thor's howl startled Nick Fury and Coulson, who had never witnessed such a scene before. After that brief commotion, everyone stopped paying attention to Thor. At a time like this, it was best to let him vent on his own. Coulson, in particular, found his curiosity drawn to the hammer of thunder in Wang Teng's hand. The legendary Mjolnir, an artifact blessed by Odin, said to be liftable only by those deemed worthy, and its bearer would receive the power of the thunder god. This was what Coulson had hastily learned about the hammer from his crash course in Norse mythology, assigned to him for this sudden mission. In his view, since Thor was an alien from another world, then Mjolnir was more like a weapon with a coded lock. Clearly, Wang Teng had somehow cracked the code. Nick Fury was just as envious, though he had to maintain his dignity as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so it was best to let Coulson take the lead in this matter. Wang Teng set the hammer down on the table, then gestured for Coulson to give it a try. Coulson walked up to the table, grasped the handle of the hammer, and even Thor, who had been howling at the sky moments before, fell silent. Thor's eyes were fixed anxiously on Coulson's hand, dreading the possibility of suffering yet another blow to his pride. Thor let out a long breath, realizing that in over 1,000 years, he had never felt this nervous. Not even during a 3-day battle with the Frost Giants had he broken out in such a sweat. A shrewd, knowing glint flashed through Nick Fury's single eye. Coulson gave it his all, but the hammer didn't budge. Stark apparently tried as well, and he had no luck either. It seems this hammer is incredibly heavy, yet just sitting there on the table, it doesn't look that way at all. I told you, my father Odin enchanted this hammer with magic. Ordinary people could never hope to lift it. Thor interjected, unable to contain his pride, and cutting off Nick Fury mid-sentence. Yet, the second half of Fury's remark left Thor utterly dumbfounded. Nick Fury shot Thor a sidelong look with his one eye, then asked, suppose someone manages to put the hammer in a car. Could you just drive the car away with it? In the end, Nick Fury didn't try hauling the hammer away with car. Instead, he instructed Coulson to stay and look after Thor and to prepare for Loki's imminent arrival. Of course, no one had told Thor about Loki coming. Abandoned by Mjolnir, all he had left for comfort now were soda and fried chicken. It seemed only these treats could soothe the ache of being cast aside. Nick Fury and Tony left the remote little town together. Fury needed to hurry back to S.H.I.E.L.D., both to begin an internal investigation and to organize an evacuation of the townspeople without inciting panic. Still, for those stubborn enough to refuse, Fury had no intention of using force. After all, even as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was little he could do. This was, after all, a free country. Tony, on the other hand, needed to return and build some specialized equipment for searching the glaciers. Now that they'd learned about Captain America's whereabouts, it was time to dig him out. As for what to do with him afterwards, Tony made it clear. He certainly wasn't going to call him uncle. With everything settled, Wang Teng took his leave. In the movies, Loki would cut straight to Earth in the next scene, delivering fresh heartbreak to Thor with yet another deception. But in reality, who could say how long it would take? Wang Teng certainly wasn't about to wait around forever. Wang Teng planned to seek out Dao Yi to understand the time anomaly he had just experienced. He had inexplicably lost half a month, yet he hadn't sensed any fluctuation in the timeline at all. After all, he wasn't unfamiliar with time stones. If someone had tampered with his timeline, he would have noticed. Still, Wang Teng left a marker in the town, just in case his actions caused any irreversible consequences. He also left a phone number for Coulson and decided to leave behind Thor's hammer before departing. He called Zheng Xian first to check if Dao Yi was available, but Zheng Xian was immediately stirred up. "Oh, Wang Teng, my friend, you nearly scared me to death this time. If it weren't for Zhong Ling and the others making it out, I would have been worried sick. You all vanished for half a month the moment you entered, and I tried sending people in several times. But it was as if an invisible barrier had appeared, as if you simply didn't exist in this world. Anyone I sent and walked all the way to the bottom of the valley, only to find nothing unusual. It had turned into an ordinary little valley." "I didn't expect this either," Wang Teng replied. "It was only after coming out that I realized we'd been gone for half a month. For me, it felt like only half a day had passed inside. That's why I wanted to ask if you knew where Dao Yi was. I figured he might have some insights. I'm not too familiar with how things work domestically. Has anything like this ever happened before?" Wang Teng had assumed that entering a weak point in space-time would always result in some sort of temporal disturbance. But from what Zheng Xian said, it seemed this was unprecedented, which only piqued Wang Teng's curiosity further. "This sort of thing has never happened before. Not in all the records of our Bureau 4, Zheng Xian replied. "And this isn't just about the Death Valley you went to. Similar disturbances have appeared at other weak points in the country. 2. Dao Yi is still over in Amei, working with the elders from Shushan and other sects to investigate these temporal anomalies. I think they found something, but he hasn't told me about it. You might want to ask him yourself." Zheng Xian sounded a bit resigned. Even though he was now the director of Bureau 4, in the eyes of these true powerhouses, many still didn't take him seriously. Still, Zheng Xian didn't dwell on it. After all, even as the head of special affairs, he was just an ordinary person at heart. Though it was a bitter pill to swallow, as long as those great figures truly cared about the peace and stability of China, he felt he could accept his own discomfort that what's more, the authorities above, in response to the increasing number of extraordinary incidents, have begun to consolidate various domestic organizations with the intention of establishing a brand new department. I am now one of the strongest contenders for the leadership of this department. If I do become the head of this new division, at the very least, my status will finally be on par with those big shots." Zheng Xian had always understood that, although those influential figures were individually very capable, society was evolving and the times were changing. Ideas that were too old-fashioned and rigid in Zheng Xian's view simply couldn't keep pace with modern development. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't be considering the creation of a new integrated department to oversee all special affairs nationwide. It was said that most sects and family clans had already agreed with the authorities' plans. Only a handful of particularly conservative factions were still stubbornly resisting. But this time, it was rumored that the Taoist master had also agreed. And if the Taoist master was on board, then all problems could be resolved. "All right, Director Zheng. I'll head straight to Amei to see the Taoist master. If anything comes up, I'll have a good talk with him," Wang Teng said, ready to hang up the phone. "Hey, Wang Teng, wait a moment. I'll send you the Taoist master's phone number," Zheng Xian interjected quickly, saying something that left Wang Teng genuinely surprised. The Taoist master uses a cell phone. Wang Teng felt as if he'd just encountered one of the most bizarre things in his life. He had thought about leaving a phone for the Taoist master before, but the master, having lived who knows how many centuries, had always shown an almost comical resistance to anything modern, so much so that Wang Teng felt exasperated. "Oh, come on, times are changing, the world is moving forward. Why shouldn't even the Taoist master keep up with the times?" Zheng Xian replied, half joking and half sighing at Wang Teng's incredulity. Staring at the number Zheng Xian had just sent, Wang Teng still found it hard to believe. Images flashed through his mind of the Taoist master with his otherworldly aura, holding a phone to make a call, or, even more absurdly, scrolling through videos of pretty girls online. The thought alone was almost painful to imagine. Shaking the images from his mind, Wang Teng quickly dialed the number Zheng Xian had given him. "Hello, is this the Taoist master?" Wang Teng asked, a hint of caution in his voice. "Yes, that's me. Judging by your voice, you must be young Wang," came the Taoist master's response through the speaker, instantly making Wang Teng bristle. Listen to you, old Li. I never thought you, of all ancient relics, would actually learn to use a cell phone. What's the matter? After living alone for hundreds of years, you're feeling a bit lonely. At night? Don't tell me you spend your evenings hiding under the covers, scrolling through videos of pretty girls. Although the old master is considerably older than Wang Teng has rarely ever felt a genuine sense of respect toward him. The main reason is that, judging by appearances alone, the old master looks like a handsome man in his 30s or 40s, and he's always talking in a mischievous, unserious manner. In terms of eccentricity, he's not much different from Wang Teng himself. Their relationship could best be described as both teacher and friend. Don't go spouting such blunt truths, the old master retorted. After a few rounds of playful banter over the phone, the old master sent Wang Teng his location. Without delay, Wang Teng set off in that direction. This wasn't Wang Teng's first time visiting a May, but it was his first time going where the old master lived. Flying through the rugged mountains, Wang Teng followed the address given to him. Soon, he sensed a faint, almost intangible barrier ahead. Following the incantation the old master had taught him, he made the proper gesture, and a hidden passage revealed itself, granting him a view beyond the barrier. He had to admit, whatever else could be said, the old master was indeed an ancient being with countless tricks up his sleeve. Before Wang Teng cast the incantation, this place looked like any ordinary mountain peak from the outside. But once the barrier lifted, pavilions and towers appeared, with cranes calling and monkeys chattering, a scene straight out of a celestial paradise. From a distance, it looked like a true immortal's abode, far grander than anything Wang Teng had seen in mythological dramas, whether in this life or the last. Yet, as he drew closer, he sensed a faint loneliness within the paradise. Outwardly, it was a haven for immortals, yet everywhere there was a subtle undertone of stillness, even desolation. Dao Sect. When Wang Teng arrived at the mountain gate, the first thing he saw was a massive stone, dozens of feet tall, with two ancient characters carved on it. Dao Sect. Although Wang Teng couldn't recognize the characters and had never seen them before, some inexplicable intuition told him these were indeed the words Dao Sect. He stared at the inscription for a while, feeling faint ripples of Taoist energy swirling around it. It almost seemed as if his cultivation, which had stagnated for years, was about to break through. "Little Wang, you're here. Come in," the old master's voice called from afar. Upon hearing the old master, Wang Teng tore his gaze from the mysterious inscription and hurried up the mountain. At first, Wang Teng had planned to fly straight in, but upon entering, he sensed a formation that suppressed flight within these grounds. Though it posed no real obstacle to him, as a guest, he felt it was only proper to show respect to his host. The journey through this place left Wang Teng deeply impressed. He could hardly wait to get back and have Little Dragon remodel his own island to resemble this Dao Sect sanctuary. He was truly green with envy. The Hall of Inquiry. At last, Wang Teng reached his destination. As he stepped across the threshold of the Hall of Inquiry, the sight that greeted him made his jaw drop in astonishment. Inside the palace, there were none of the Taoist ancestral tablets that Wang Teng had envisioned, such as those honoring the three pure ones. Instead, a single banner hung from the wall, inscribed with a character for Dao that Wang Teng couldn't decipher. At the head of the hall sat a solitary meditation cushion. The second row featured 4 more, and beyond that, all the way to the entrance, nearly 100 cushions were arranged in perfect order. Yet the Taoist master was not seated on any of these cushions. Instead, he had positioned himself by the window, flinging it open to bask in the sunlight. What utterly astonished Wang Teng was the next scene. The Taoist master had his legs crossed in a carefree manner, lounging on a bamboo recliner and scrolling through his phone. The sight nearly upended Wang Teng's entire worldview. A revered Taoist elder, an enigmatic figure who'd lived for who knows how many years, dressed in traditional robes with his hair tied in a topknot, now lay there sunbathing, grinning slyly as he played with his phone. Wang Teng felt that the image he'd always held of a Taoist master had utterly collapsed. Even though he'd long known the Taoist was a bit of a maverick, with the mischievous spirit of an old child, he'd never imagined he'd one day witness such a scene firsthand. "Old Li, can't you at least pay a bit of attention to your appearance?" Wang Teng walked over, picking up the gourd of wine, sitting next to the Taoist. "This is the main hall of your own sect, after all. Aren't you afraid your ancestors might jump out and give you a piece of their mind?" Although Wang Teng himself had a fine collection of good wines, he couldn't deny that the wine in the Taoist gourd was a rare treasure. He figured there was no harm in helping himself. After all, in all these years, he'd never seen the Taoist run out of wine. The Taoist was one of the rare people Wang Teng knew who possessed an abundance of magical treasures. Wang Teng had no idea just how many artifacts the old man carried. He only knew that nothing the Taoist used or ate was ordinary. If he weren't so formidable in his own right, other sects would have long since tried to rob him. I wouldn't mind if someone did come to give me a scolding, the Taoist replied with a self-deprecating laugh. He waved his hand, and the wine gourd flew back into his grasp. He took a heavy, somewhat melancholy swig. Wang Teng realized he might have said the wrong thing. It made sense. The Taoist had lived for so many years. His own master was probably long gone. He tried to change the subject, hoping to ease the awkwardness. I see your sect is vast and full of energy, but when I came in, I didn't see any disciples. Don't tell me they've all gone out. The Taoist gave Wang Teng a curious look. What's the use of your spiritual sense, then? Don't tell me it's gone dull. Wang Teng was momentarily stumped, not quite sure what the Taoist meant. Keeping your spiritual sense open all the time. Doesn't that wear you out? With all that information pouring in, your mind would be exhausted, the Taoist remarked. Though he said that aloud, Wang Teng still opened his spiritual sense, sweeping across the entire Tao sect in an instant. Apart from a few places protected by restrictive barriers, which he couldn't perceive, everything else unfolded clearly in his mind. It was then, through his perception, that Wang Teng finally understood the source of the strange sense of desolation he'd felt upon entering the Tao sect's grounds. Outwardly, the Tao sect appeared resplendent with pavilions, tranquil waters, and all the trappings of celestial prosperity, but beneath that facade, a pervasive lifelessness lingered. It wasn't the quietude that comes from the absence of people, but rather a complete lack of vitality. To Wang Teng's senses, everywhere in the Tao sect, apart from the Hall of Inquiry, felt even more barren than some remote desert wastelands. The emptiness, so devoid of life, made him feel profoundly uneasy, as if one side was bursting with splendor while the other was shrouded in deathly stillness. In Wang Teng's mind, the entire Tao sect seemed like a forbidden land where nothing could survive. Everything looked magnificent, cranes soared occasionally through the sky. In agile spirit, apes could be seen climbing among the lofty peaks, but none of it felt truly alive. This deep, spiritual discomfort sent a shiver down Wang Teng's spine. Only then did Wang Teng realize he'd misspoken. This Tao sect, so vast in appearance, likely had only Tao Yi left. As for any other disciples, Wang Teng could guess their fate even without thinking too hard. Old Li started. Call me Tao Yi, you impudent brat. Is this how Master Gu Yi's nun taught you manners? Tao Yi snapped. As for your spiritual sense, you'd best keep it open at all times. It's not just for guarding against danger. More importantly, it lets you wield it as naturally as your own arm. No one said you have to keep it at full strength all the time. Keep the range small, just enough to cover your surroundings and focus on refining your control. If you keep using it like a crude scanning device, how much better do you think it really is than a basic radar? Wang Teng couldn't find a retort for Tao Ye's words. He'd never been the industrious type, especially with that miraculous plot of land at his disposal. Wang Teng had always wanted to coast through, growing stronger without much effort. Feeling a little dissatisfied with what I said, Tao Yi continued, your natural talent is the finest I've seen in centuries. In just a few decades, your cultivation is nearly on par with mine. But do you really think having high cultivation means you know how to use it? Tao Ye's words made Wang Teng furrow his brow. He wanted to argue, but couldn't find the right words, sensing he'd overlooked something important. Still haven't figured it out? I've already heard about your trip to the Valley of Death. You've never encountered anything like that before, have you? The Taoist's words brought Wang Teng's mind back to his recent journey. When you entered the valley, did you feel your spiritual sense being suppressed? I'd wager it'll take you quite a while to recover. As the Taoist spoke, Wang Teng recalled his experience in the valley. Upon entering, he'd immediately felt the suppression of his spiritual sense by the formation within the gorge. At one point, he could only extend his perception for just over 100 meters around him. To Wang Teng, this was almost unbelievable. He alone knew the true extent of his spiritual sense, measured purely by range. Not even the Taoist could compare. At his full strength, and without focusing on precision, he could envelop half the Earth's surface with his mind. Back in the valley, Wang Teng hadn't thought much of it at the time. He'd simply assumed he wasn't used to the environment, and his senses had soon recovered. But now, hearing the Taoist's explanation, he realized the suppression wasn't just the work of the formation itself. I know you grew up overseas, so if I mention the story of the oil cellar, you probably wouldn't know it, the Taoist continued. What I want to tell you is this. No matter what skill it is, you have to practice it. Mastery comes from repetition. What you encountered this time was a minor Setback. If you ever face a truly formidable enemy, perhaps even one slightly weaker than you, if their skills are more polished, even if your level is higher, you could still be defeated. I know you carry many treasures, but in the end, those are just tools. True strength comes from within. I am enlightened, Wang Teng replied, bowing respectfully. I never expected you to lecture me so earnestly. That's not the Taoist I know, Wang Teng joked. Huh, you little rascal. Others beg me for advice, and I ignore them, the Taoist grumbled, taking a swig of liquor. Now, what's brought you here this time? Let me guess, it's about the temporal distortions you encountered in the valley, isn't it? You should be asking that bald-headed nun. I don't even need to check to know she's behind it. If this weren't China, do you think I'd be here asking you? Wang Teng thought to himself, but before he could speak, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. It's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs, especially a lady. That's rather rude of you, Li Qingyi. And for the last time, I am not a nun. The air beside them shimmered like rippling water, and the figure of Ancient One appeared before Wang Teng and the Taoist. The Taoist glanced at her coolly, didn't bother to stand, and, after another sip of wine, spoke up. People who show up uninvited aren't exactly known for their manners. And you didn't even bring a gift when you came calling. Not even a couple of apples as a token of goodwill. The Ancient One shot Dao Yi a reproachful look. With a casual flick of the wrist, an apple appeared in her hand, which she tossed over to him. Dao Yi caught the apple without hesitation. Without a word of thanks, he wiped it twice on his robe and promptly took a hearty bite. Wang Teng couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. At that moment, he was especially tempted to ask the Ancient One, was that eye roll for real? In all the years he'd known her, she had always appeared wise and composed in front of him. Never once had he seen her act like a petulant girl. Wang Teng thought to himself that perhaps today he'd get to witness a real spectacle. This apple's not bad. Now, tell me, what brings you here instead of staying in that crumbling old temple of yours? Dao Yi asked between bites, completely unconcerned by the flash of anger that crossed the Ancient One's face at his words. That is the sanctum of sorcerers, not a temple. Li Qingyi, don't play dumb with me. But you did shave your head. Do you really not understand why I shaved it? You shave your head. Wang Teng munched on his melon in silence. He was well aware of Dao Ye's infamous lack of decorum, but it was the first time he'd seen the Ancient One bickering with someone. Usually, she radiated the calm dignity of a benevolent elder. If she ever encountered trouble, she'd rather settle it with action than waste words. But seeing her like this with Dao Yi, was she pouting? Wang Teng wasn't sure, but there was something refreshingly human about it. I was only joking back then. Dao Yi finally surrendered, exasperation written all over his face. Women, he thought, they're troublesome at any age. But I was serious. The Ancient One's voice was tight with irritation. Fine, I apologize. I take back what I said before. We're both getting on in years. No need to make fools of ourselves in front of the younger generation, right? Dao Yi was beginning to feel thoroughly defeated, especially with Wang Teng watching the whole scene unfold, cradling half a watermelon as if settling in for entertainment. Did he really think Dao Yi hadn't noticed him acting the part of the peanut gallery? Dao Yi had half a mind to send him flying with a swift kick, then treat him to a combo of sword spells and thunder strikes. It was only then that the Ancient One seemed to realize Wang Teng was still there. Her expression immediately returned to its usual solemn composure, as if everything that had just happened was nothing but Wang Teng's imagination. With a light cough to cover up his embarrassment, Master Gu Yi caught a faint, teasing smile on Dao Yi's face. In that instant, he understood exactly what Dao Yi meant. Daring to laugh at me, huh? Well, since Wang Teng saw it all anyway with his personality, who knows how many dramatic plots he's already imagined in his head. Might as well just throw caution to the wind. Who's afraid of whom? All right, Li Qingyi, I accept your apology. Master Gu Yi looked Dao Yi in the eye and spoke earnestly. But then, to the utter astonishment of both Wang Teng and Dao Yi, he did something completely unexpected. There was a sudden double spit take, one from each of them. Both of them started coughing uncontrollably at the same time, Wang Teng with his wine, Dao Yi with his watermelon. Wang Teng stared at Master Gu Yi, his face a mixture of shock, confusion, disbelief, and a cocktail of other emotions. He was truly at a loss for words. Dao Yi, on the other hand, was so embarrassed he wished he could sink into the floor. Under the stunned gazes of Dao Yi and Wang Teng, Master Gu Yi's hair suddenly grew long, cascading gracefully over his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the kindly elder had transformed into an elegant, refined lady. Wang Teng felt as if his entire worldview had shattered along with Master Gu Yi's facial features. Just judging by appearances, he couldn't help but feel awkward even calling her big sister. What was this? Some kind of mature, cool, older sister type with a youthful vibe. Yao, I'm really not used to this. Maybe you should, change back, Dao Yi said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. What's wrong, Li Qingyi? You're uncomfortable already? Didn't you just apologize? Are you trying to take it back? Besides, this is how I really look. Even her voice had become crisp and girlish. Wang Teng quietly mused to himself. Yao. Could that be Master Gu Yi's nickname? Then what should he call her from now on, Sister Yao? That sounded so weird, almost like he was calling out to someone. At a hostess bar, would Master Gu Yi beat him to a pulp? Maybe Dao Yi would join in for a tag team beating. The more Wang Teng's thoughts wandered, the more he felt cold sweat creeping down his back. Of course not. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Right? Ha. Every word Dao Yi said dripped with embarrassment. Wang Teng, I get the feeling you're thinking some rather impolite thoughts. Master Gu Yi turned her attention to the innocent bystander, sending Wang Teng scrambling to explain himself. How could that possibly be? Impossible. I wasn't thinking nonsense. I wasn't thinking about anything at all. I was just completely dazzled by you, sister, that's all. Yes, exactly. I wasn't gossiping about you, and Wang Teng hurriedly clamped his mouth shut. He realized that even if he added up the experience of both his lifetimes, he'd only have 50 or 60 years, which clearly wasn't enough to deal with the situation in front of him. He found himself blurting out whatever came to mind. Luckily, before the Ancient One's gaze turned truly dangerous, he managed to stop himself, quietly edging backward and chanting in his heart. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. Go wait for me at Kamartaj. I have something I need you to do, the Ancient One instructed him. All right, I'll head out now. You two take your time to talk, Wang Teng replied, then took off at a run. If he didn't leave soon, he had the sinking feeling this place would turn into a battlefield, and he'd end up as collateral damage. Just before stepping out, he discreetly cast a small eavesdropping spell in a hidden corner near the door. After Wang Teng left, Taoist master let out a sigh of relief. But when he looked up at the Ancient One, who now appeared as a young woman, he couldn't help but feel awkward. To break the tension, he quickly pointed at a corner by the door and changed the subject. So, this is how you've been teaching him all these years. Whatever, he thought, better to shift the blame first. Someone had to shatter the awkward silence. With that, he flicked his robe, and a gentle breeze swept through the room, instantly dispelling the little eavesdropping spell Wang Teng had set up. All right, enough with the diversions. It's just the two of us here now. Do you really find this amusing? If Wang Teng had still been in the room, he would have clearly heard a note of exasperated disappointment in the Ancient One's voice. I'm not changing the subject. I just think that kid's getting way too cheeky. He needs a good lesson when he gets back. That's all, Taoist master replied, refusing to admit his own awkwardness. Fine, then give him a proper lesson. Are you satisfied now? The Ancient One's tone softened, but turned serious. I don't want to call you out, but I have to ask. Are you truly certain you want to do this? Her voice grew deeper, carrying a weight that pressed on the air. Yao, you know as well as I do, some things must be done by someone. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I missed it once before, I don't want to miss it again. But the turning point is already here. Why can't you wait? Why must you throw yourself into that whirlpool? The Ancient One pressed, her eyes blazing with emotion. Yao, you know, there are things in life that someone has to do. And as for this matter, it's something I must face myself. Consider it paving the way for that child. We both know. It's a path he'll have to walk someday too. Dao Ye's tone grew a little heavy, as if he were both explaining things to Master Gu Yi and narrating something inconsequential. You're really just making excuses. I understand. You'll never be able to let that matter go. But we're not children anymore. I'm over 700 years old now. Do you really still find it amusing to treat me like a child? Master Gu Yi clearly didn't buy Dao Ye's explanation. But you're more than 100 years younger than I am. Isn't it only fitting that I treat you like a child? Dao Yi replied with a gentle smile. When the time comes, I'll go with you. Master Gu Yi cut off Dao Yi before he could interject. Don't refuse me. I've already made up my mind. In any case, there are still several years before things begin, and I made all the necessary preparations 100 years ago. Hey Yao, there's really no need for this. Didn't you say the variables have already appeared? With that boy around, you don't have to take this risk. Besides, all those fine things you've gotten from him over the years, you've shared plenty with me. Everything on my end is perfectly fine. Dao Yi spoke half in sincerity, half in an attempt to brush her off. In the past, there had been no other way, but now that a glimmer of hope had appeared, he certainly didn't want Master Gu Yi taking unnecessary risks alongside him, especially with her now looking like a young maiden. He dreaded the chaos that might ensue, though of course he would never say this aloud. Cut the nonsense. Master Gu Yi unexpectedly let slip a curse. If Wang Teng had heard this, his worldview, and perhaps his very face, would have been shattered. Li Qingyi, aren't you just worried your junior sister will get jealous? Don't worry. I'm not one to be trifled with. Dao Yu was just beginning to feel reassured by her first sentence, but after hearing the second half, he nearly coughed up blood on the spot. Hey Yao, there's really no need. Besides, doesn't that boy, Wang Teng, still need your guidance? He's still very green, after all. Dao Yu had never wanted Gu Yi to follow him into danger, and now his resolve was firmer than ever. At this rate, before they even met their enemies, they'd be at each other's throats. You don't need to worry about that. That boy is improving far faster than we ever anticipated. By then, we might not even need our risky plan. Master Gui paused for a moment, her tone uncertain. Honestly, even now, I have no idea how many aces Wang Teng is hiding up his sleeve. Even if his overall strength lags behind us old folks, the tricks he's got probably exceed our wildest guesses. Even if he doesn't improve much in the short term, as long as he can truly master his abilities, he'll surpass his current self by a great margin, maybe even overtake us. Heaving a long sigh, Taoist Lord no longer tried to persuade him. As the Ancient One once said, there were still several years left. When the time came, they would see how things unfolded. After all, this plan had been in the making for centuries. It had to be flawless. To be honest, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of this prodigy Wang Teng, Taoist Lord would never have considered changing his mind. The undertaking was simply too inconceivable. Not only did it concern himself, it involved the fate of all humanity, the entire universe. There was no room for the slightest mistake. Well, let's leave it at that. There shouldn't be any trouble this time, right? It looks like quite a commotion. Do you need my help? Taoist Lord deftly shifted the conversation to the recent temporal disturbance. What help could you possibly offer? Just focus on your own task. Hurry up and fully refine that little bell. We went through quite a bit of trouble retrieving it from Wang Teng in the first place. Even over there, it's likely one of the most powerful treasures. Speaking of which, this whole mess was stirred up by Wang Teng yet again. He somehow got himself a little pet, and ended up provoking an ancient being from the depths of the universe. But don't worry, I've already negotiated with the other side. Letting Wang Teng go this time is just because they're curious to meet him. It can only bring him benefit, not harm. After all, those old monsters have been keeping an eye on that matter as well. If it weren't for the severe restrictions on their side, I'm afraid those old monsters would have made their move long ago. None of them are easy to deal with, the Ancient One said, her tone laced with indignation. That's true. Since the variable has already appeared, let's just wait and see. We'll stick to the original plan. For now, at least, we can't foresee his future. Taoist Lord replied, a sense of helplessness in his voice. Even for beings as powerful as himself and the Ancient One, there were things utterly beyond their control. Yes, if not for that accident, we might have missed Wang Teng altogether. Who would have thought that one day, we'd have to place all our hopes on this child? Even standing right in front of him, I can't see a single thread of his fate. It's as if time itself simply doesn't apply to him. Even with the time stone in my possession, I'm unable to find any trace of Wang Teng in the past or the future. I can't even glean any information about his parents. The timelines remain unchanged before Wang Teng's arrival, and only when he triggers certain key events does the flow of time and the future begin to shift. Yet even in those altered futures, Wang Teng's presence remains utterly absent. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't believe such a person could truly exist in this world. This only proves that Wang Teng's potential has already surpassed the material universe, transcending even the multiverse itself. He now stands on the same level as those truly ancient beings. Master Gu Yi sighed. Even after knowing Wang Teng for over a decade, every time he thought about Wang Teng's true circumstances, he still found it utterly unbelievable. We're simply too weak, he said. All we can do is try our best to protect him while he's still growing. Otherwise, those ancient monsters would never allow another person capable of threatening them to appear. The Taoist master echoed the sentiment. That's true. At first, I was anxious and used forbidden techniques to search for information on Wang Teng in both the material universe and the multiverse. I even crossed into parallel universes. Yet I discovered that only our universe has a Wang Teng. If you hadn't intervened in time, I might have been discovered by some of those old beings. That's why you understand my point now, right? Gu Yi continued. Many things aren't done out of spite. They are simply necessary. As elders, we must give Wang Teng the time he needs to grow. Wang Teng may seem powerful now, but he's still far from transcendence. Besides, Odin has decided to stay on his side, and compared to us, their attention on Wang Teng is much less intense. Master Gu Yi explained his reasoning to the Taoist master. With a self-deprecating smile, the Taoist master replied, I know all that, but I still can't help feeling a little resentful. After all our careful planning, Who would have thought that the hope of breaking free from the old order would rest on a single child? Gu Yi glanced at the Taoist master and smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. Then her expression shifted, tinged with reluctance. Of course, your little junior sister will be there too. Whatever Master Gu Yi and the Taoist master were discussing, Wang Teng had no way of knowing. It didn't stop him from letting his imagination run. Wild though, the moment he felt his little spell unraveling, fear of being disciplined made him pick up the pace and flee, racing toward Kamartaj. He didn't enter Kamartaj through the small temple gate in Kathmandu, Nepal. That was merely a dimensional doorway connecting Kamartaj to the outside world. The true location of Kamartaj lay hidden in an obscure valley deep in the Himalayas, shrouded and protected by a magical formation, much like the Taoist master's own Taoist sect. Hey Mordo, long time no see. You gotten even darker, haven't you? Wang Teng greeted with a friendly wave, staring at Mordo, whose face was set in a deep scowl. At Wang Teng's words, Mordo's expression darkened further. As a noble, Mordo had little fondness for Wang Teng, who, in his eyes, was utterly unruly, never using the front entrance, always forcing his way through the protective wards. If it weren't for Master Gu Yi's clear favoritism, Mordo would have gladly bound Wang Teng with his magic whip and hung him from the summit of Mount Everest for 3 days and nights. Although he knew he could never defeat Wang Teng, that didn't stop him from entertaining the thought in his mind. Standing before Mordo, whose face was clouded with displeasure, Wang Teng had no intention of offering warmth to someone so cold, and besides, his attitude was as dark as his expression. Wang Teng simply walked around Mordo and headed straight for the Ancient One's chambers. Next time, use the main entrance, Mordo called after Wang Teng, a reminder slipping from his lips. Even though he knew it would make little difference, he felt it was his duty to say it. He's not a sorcerer of Kamartaj, nor does he show the Ancient One the respect she deserves. I really don't understand why she favors him so much, Mordo thought. But what could he do? After all, he was the Ancient One's disciple. He couldn't claim to love all those whom the Ancient One favored, but he couldn't exactly throw him out, either. Mordo shook his head, pushing away the jumble of thoughts, sighed, and turned to leave. He decided to check up on the other apprentice sorcerers and supervise their studies. Only in these moments did Mordo feel his own sense of purpose, not to earn respect, but to uphold the rules. I seem to remember this Mordo eventually turns evil, right? Such a stickler for the rules. Why would he go bad? Is it because he's always so dark and brooding that he eventually gave in to the darkness? Maybe I should give him some of my whitening cream next time? On second thought, better not. He always scowls whenever he sees me. If he dares to go dark in the future, I'll give him a good beating. And if that doesn't work, I'll just beat him again. That's settled. Wang Teng had already played out an entire scene in his mind where he pummeled Mordo without mercy. He had no reason to do it for now, but if the opportunity ever arose, he was determined to smack the darkness right off that stern face. Hello, esteemed sorcerer Wang Teng. Are you here to see the Ancient One again? The familiar voice at his ear made Wang Teng immediately recognize the person he liked least. Oh, it's Kakashi. Long time no see, Wang Teng replied with deliberate nonchalance. If not for the Ancient One's instructions, Wang Teng would have found a quiet corner to bury this guy a long time ago. Always putting on a friendly facade and trying to curry favor, but Wang Teng knew all too well it was this very man who, in the end, stabbed the Ancient One in the back. Even if he was merely a pawn in the Ancient One's grand design, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel annoyed whenever he saw him. Sorcerer Wang Teng, you're joking again. My name is Kaisilius, not Kakashi. Perhaps you've been too busy with your cultivation too. Remember someone as insignificant as me, Kaisilius said, a smile plastered on his face, though a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Well, little Ka, seems you got it wrong too. I'm not a sorcerer yet. Wang Teng replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, clearly uninterested in sparring further with Kaisilius. Without so much as a glance, he brushed past, bumping Kaisilius' shoulder and sending him stumbling before striding forward. Take care, Master Wang Teng, Kaisilius called after him, feigning indifference as he gave a polite bow. But fury blazed in his eyes, threatening to burn away the last threads of his restraint. That bastard, always causing me trouble. For no reason, just because the Ancient One favors him. Once my plan is complete and the great Lord of Darkness descends, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. Kaisilius seethed in his heart as he watched Wang Teng's departing figure. No sooner had Wang Teng entered the Ancient One's chambers and tried to find a comfortable spot on the living room sofa than a message flashed through his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to lift in amusement. It was only after Wang Teng's arrival that sofas were added to the Ancient One's living room and Wi-Fi was introduced to Kamartaj. Before he showed up, the life of the sorcerers there, though not exactly primitive, reminded Wang Teng more of ascetic monks. To Wang Teng, it was already the 21st century. Why live as if trapped in the past? So he took the initiative to bring some modern conveniences to Kamartaj, and the Ancient One never objected. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Master Mordo couldn't stand Wang Teng. Mordo saw these indulgences as corrupting influences that disrupted the sorcerer's pursuit of inner peace and strictly forbade apprentices from using such modern gadgets, especially the internet. Yet, behind everyone's back, even Mordo secretly bought himself a smartphone, scrolling through short videos in his spare time, ostensibly to build mental discipline, all the while passing judgment on the scantily clad girls on screen. Dark and sly. That was Wang Teng's assessment of Master Mordo. In a small town in New Mexico, the very place where the god of thunder was stranded, Loki had just descended from Asgard. Cloaked in invisibility, he wore a look of rebellious arrogance and a sly, devilish smile as he made his way toward the aura of Thor. From a window atop the nearby motel, Wang Teng's doppelganger watched Loki swaggering down the street with flamboyant confidence. Unable to hold back, he leaned over to Hawkeye Barton and quipped, "Doesn't that guy look like a total fool? Oh wait, you can't actually see him right now." Hawkeye jolted in alarm, his body reacting faster than his mind. He snatched up his bow in a defensive stance, his right hand darting to the quiver at his back. Barton truly couldn't fathom, nor even dare to imagine, that someone could infiltrate his presence so silently, without a trace, and remain completely undetected by him. If the other person hadn't spoken, he wouldn't even have realized there was a living soul at his side. If this intruder had been an enemy with lethal intent, he'd likely already be a corpse. Even now, Barton doubted his own ability to subdue this mysterious figure. "Who are you?" Barton asked Wang Teng, his voice tinged with tension, his eyes fixed intently on him, wary of any sudden move. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Teng. Didn't Coulson mention me to you? Relax, we're on the same side." Wang Teng offered an explanation, but Barton didn't let his guard down. He pressed a hand to the communicator at his ear, contacting Coulson to confirm Wang Teng's identity. "Hello, Mr. Wang Teng. Clint Barton, SHIELD agent." Only after receiving confirmation from Coulson did Barton lower his battle-ready bow and extend his right hand to Wang Teng. "Hello, Hawkeye Barton." Wang Teng shook his hand. "You just said there was someone I couldn't see?" Barton didn't press about Wang Teng's sudden appearance. A good agent knows not to ask unnecessary questions. For him, it was enough to know that Wang Teng was an ally. Still, he was puzzled by Wang Teng's earlier comment about someone being invisible to him. Barton prided himself on his keen senses. Eyes sharp, ears alert, always aware of his surroundings. That's why they called him Hawkeye. It's just a little trick. That Asgardian, Loki, has come to Earth. He cast a minor invisibility spell on himself, probably off searching for Thor right now. By the way, when did you get here? Has that self-styled princeling from the realm of the gods caused any trouble these past few days? Wang Teng inquired. The truth was, this was only a projection Wang Teng had left behind. His real body was still lounging comfortably on the sofa in Kamartaj's consciousness merely projected into this surrogate. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a genuine doppelganger, but rather a stand-in doll that Wang Teng had cultivated underground. After some joint research with Taoist master, they had transformed it into a unique kind of avatar. Not only could it take his place in mortal danger, but it also gained the ability to act as a remote extension, carrying about 30% of Wang Teng's true strength. Of course, the primary credit went to the Taoist master for the research. Wang Teng's role was mostly to reap the benefits, accept the prototypes, and, as a token of gratitude, leave a few with the Taoist master and also share some with the Ancient One. Wang Teng kept plenty more tucked away in his own spatial ring. After all, as a transmigrator, especially one in such a perilous world, self-preservation was always the highest priority. If you're enjoying the story, please vote and recommend it. Perhaps it was the world's force of correction at work. Without Wang Teng's involvement, certain events seemed to have slipped back onto their original track. Wang Teng had thought that, after what he did, he'd already severed the romantic thread between Thor and Jane Foster. Yet, to his surprise, after leaving for only half a day, those two had crossed paths again, and now, as fate would have it, were sharing a meal together. From afar, Loki caught sight of them dining side by side, and ground his teeth in frustration. What puzzled Wang Teng was that, in the original story, Loki only appeared at night. Thor was supposed to get hit by a car, get electrocuted, end up in the hospital, get discharged, and only then, after night fell, and he tried to retrieve Mjolnir, would Loki make his entrance. But now, it was still only afternoon, and Loki was already here on Earth, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Was it possible that, in the original plot, Loki had arrived much earlier, but simply waited until Thor was alone at night to show himself? The timeline in the original story was never quite clear to Wang Teng. After all, when you watch a film, what seems like a single day might actually span several days, or even years, within the story. So Wang Teng didn't trouble himself over these minor details. If Wang Teng could have pinned down the exact passage of time, he wouldn't have left behind his avatar doll. Creating something like that as an avatar required infusing it with his own power, and, once activated, it could only last for a limited period. True, it was much like a rechargeable battery. Once depleted, it could be refilled, but Wang Teng simply found the whole process tedious. That was why, with the timeline so uncertain, Wang Teng left an avatar doll in the motel, right beside Mjolnir, before he departed. Only when the energy ripples of the Bifrost arrival were detected by the trace of divine sense he'd left behind would the doll's power be triggered, allowing it to transform into his avatar. Or perhaps calling it an avatar was not quite accurate. More like a half-avatar, since the doll couldn't think independently and still required Wang Teng's remote control. But these were all minor issues. With Wang Teng's current abilities, splitting his attention a few ways was hardly a problem. Let's go. Time to meet our guest from Asgard, Wang Teng said to Hawkeye, who simply shrugged, but nonetheless followed him downstairs. At that moment, Loki was sitting at a table, just behind Thor, hidden under an illusion that rendered him invisible to everyone else. He listened as Thor regaled Jane Foster, sitting across from him, with tales of Asgard's customs and culture, not without slipping in a few boasts about his own heroic exploits. To think, a prince of the realm, falling in love with a lowly mortal and feasting on such common fare. What a disgrace to the gods, Loki muttered under his breath, seething with annoyance. He reached for the soda in front of him and took a swig. He gulped it down, then let out a satisfied belch. Not bad at all, he remarked, and took another drink. Another deep gulp, another burp. Loki, you're such a disgrace, actually finding the food of this lowly world delicious. Well, it is tastier than mead, after all. No, one's watching anyway, so one more sip won't hurt. Loki felt as if two little voices inside his head were fighting each other, so he hurriedly took another sip of Coke. He gulped it down and let out a satisfied burp. Eyes narrowing in bliss, Loki looked utterly content. Once I rule the 9 realms, I must bring this shop's owner back with me, and have him make this wonderful drink for me every day. He thought to himself. Meanwhile, Wang Teng led Hawkeye Barton straight toward the fast food restaurant where Thor was, and from a distance, he could see Loki through the window, savoring his Coke with an expression of pure delight. It seems our guest from Asgard is making himself quite at home. Just look at that satisfied face, Wang Teng remarked to Hawkeye at his side. I can't see a thing anyway, so whatever you say must be right, Barton replied, unsure how else to respond, and so just mumbled something vaguely agreeable. Wang Teng led Barton directly to Loki and sat down across from him, fixing Loki with a scrutinizing gaze that immediately set Loki on edge. Even though he was sure these two couldn't actually see him, the stare from the yellow-skinned man made Loki distinctly uncomfortable. Hey, Thor, there's someone behind us who keeps staring this way. I think I know him. He's one of the Asian guys we met the night you were taken away. Is he a friend of yours? Jane, sitting across from Thor, was the first to notice Wang Teng. After all, it wasn't often you ran into an Asian in such a remote little town, let alone someone she'd just seen the night before. Hearing Jane's words, Thor turned around and immediately spotted Wang Teng. He didn't recognize Barton, but Wang Teng had left quite an impression on him. No, I don't know him. He's my enemy. Though Thor wasn't keen to deal with Wang Teng, feeling he'd gotten in the way of his romantic pursuits, he still felt compelled to greet him. Hey, Wang Teng, I thought you left. Didn't expect you to come back. Wang Teng paid Thor no mind, keeping his eyes trained on Loki instead. Hello, guest from Asgard. How are you finding your stay on Earth? Does the taste of Coke agree with you? Thor chimed in. This Coke is absolutely fantastic. My only regret is that I can't smash the cup after drinking. But once I become king of the 9 realms, I'll make sure to invite the owner of this place to my palace to serve as my royal drink master. Loki pressed a hand to his forehead, mortified. Thor's head really was just full of muscles, after all. Should I address you as sir or madam? Forgive me, but I'm not quite sure how gender works among your alien species. Wang Teng grinned at Loki as he spoke, though to outsiders, it looked as though he was talking to empty air in front of him. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Thor lost his temper. He felt Wang Teng was mocking him. Not only was Wang Teng not looking him in the eye, but he was also questioning his very identity. Infuriated, Thor stood up and strode toward Wang Teng, kicking the chair in front of him aside with a swift motion. Loki, who had been sitting on the sidelines enjoying the show and completely unprepared, was knocked over along with the chair by Thor's kick. To make matters worse, the soda in Loki's hand spilled all over his own head. "You dare provoke a god? Let me tell you, as soon as I get my hammer back, I'll make you pay," Thor declared passionately. To Wang Teng, Thor's performance was almost theatrical, though Wang Teng had no intention of handing out any awards for it. Wang Teng couldn't help himself and burst into laughter. "Sorry, Thor, I wasn't talking to you just now. I was speaking to the one you just knocked to the ground." "Ha ha ha." Thor stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Loki, equally stunned, wondered, should I be angry now? But Thor, that blockhead, can't even see me. Then how can this mortal see me? Loki felt thoroughly bewildered. He'd come to enjoy the spectacle, but now he found himself the butt of the joke. "What are you talking about? Is someone invisible?" Thor scratched his head, trying to put the pieces together. When he kicked the chair, it had felt heavier than expected, almost as if someone had been sitting there. Yet he'd seen nothing. Could it be his dear brother Loki? But why wouldn't Loki reveal himself? "Loki, is that you?" Thor called out to the empty spot beside Loki. Loki could only sigh inwardly. My foolish brother. Now that his cover was blown, Loki decided there was no point in hiding any longer. Still, he cast a quick illusion over himself. After all, he'd just been doused with half a can of soda. As a noble god, a prince of dignified Asgardian heritage, Loki felt it was important to save face. Thor's face lit up with joy when he saw Loki appear. "Ha ha ha. My dear brother, I knew it was you. Are you here to take me home? It must mean Father has forgiven me." Thor strode over and gave Loki a great bear hug, much to Loki's obvious annoyance. "Not exactly," Loki started to say, but Wang Teng interrupted. "Of course not. He's just here to tell you that Odin was so angry at you he's died of rage." Loki was speechless. How does this mortal know what I was about to say? If he's already said it, what's left for me? For a moment, Loki found himself at a loss for words. He took a deep breath, ready to continue, but before he could utter another syllable, Thor, who had only just begun to process the shocking news, cut him off once again, leaving Loki with an exasperated urge to cough up blood. "No, Loki, this can't be. Father is so powerful. How could he possibly die? This must be a lie, right? This man is deceiving me, isn't he? I need to go back and see Father. Loki, take me back to Asgard." Watching Thor on the verge of a breakdown, Loki couldn't help but flash a mischievous smile of triumph. He couldn't fathom why Thor would so readily believe a mortal's words. After all, in the past, only Loki himself could so easily fool Thor. But none of that mattered now. He only cared about achieving his goal. "No, Thor, you can't go back. Mother. Your mother is too heartbroken to let you return. You've been banished from Asgard forever. Isn't that what you wanted to say, Princess Loki?" Loki was momentarily thrown off by being interrupted yet again. How did this mortal so effortlessly voice the words he'd been planning to say? Was it possible he possessed some legendary mind-reading skill? But that was impossible. Even the vast libraries of Asgard held no such magic. It was nothing more than a myth. Loki, completely thrown off rhythm by Wang Teng's constant interjections, didn't even register the teasing in his words, the way he called him Princess Loki. "No, Loki, it's all a lie. Tell me none of this is true, right? Father isn't dead. Mother hasn't abandoned me. These are just lies Wang Teng made up. Please tell me." While Loki was still scrambling for a response to Wang Teng, Thor had already grabbed him by the shoulders and was shaking him vigorously. To Wang Teng, the scene looked just like an agitated child shaking a rattle. The jostling broke Loki's illusion spell, revealing his true, disheveled self, his hair still dripping with soda. "Enough." With a snap, Loki teleported away from Thor's grasp, casting a look of disdain at Thor, who was now sobbing uncontrollably. "He's telling the truth, my brother Thor. From now on, you should stay here in Midgard and live your life well. As for Mother, I'll take care of her, and I'll lead Asgard to become even stronger. You have nothing to worry about." With those words, Loki reached up to touch his hair, still sticky and dripping with soda, muttering a curse under his breath. He quickly cast another illusion on himself, perhaps a bit excessive, but it was far better than appearing so bedraggled before a crowd of mortals. After all, Loki still had his pride. Hearing Loki's confirmation, Thor finally broke down completely. Lying on the ground, he looked just like a 1,000-year-old baby, sobbing uncontrollably with tears streaming down his face and his nose running. Jane Foster, who had been unable to get a word in, was clearly finding it hard to watch, but her attempts at comfort seemed to have little effect on Thor. In the end, she could only wait with the others, hoping Thor would pull himself together soon. Fortunately, Thor didn't keep everyone waiting for long. After all, he was a 1,000-year-old super baby. Within a few minutes, he managed to recover from his bout of heartbroken weeping and endless rambling, returning to himself. though he now looked back at Loki with deep affection. Loki, my dear brother, from now on, Asgard can only depend on you, Thor said earnestly. Our father has passed away, and my powers have been stripped. The fate of Asgard rests in your hands now. But I believe you'll become a great king. I've always known how clever you are, ever since we were children. Oh, Loki! Thor's voice broke again, and he threw his arms around Loki, crying even harder. Loki couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, exasperated by the display. Don't worry, brother, Loki said calmly, extricating himself from Thor's embrace, relief flickering in his eyes. This is my responsibility now. After all, you've always been so reckless. Now that Thor had been soothed, Loki thought, all that remained was to ensure he led a peaceful life in Midgard. As long as his own plan succeeded, he would become the hero of Asgard, winning the people's support and their father Odin's praise. Even if Thor were to return one day, he wouldn't be able to shake Loki's position in Asgard. On the contrary, Loki could welcome his mistake-prone brother home with the honor of a hero. The thought filled him with secret delight. Meanwhile, Wang Teng stood by as if watching a stage play, barely resisting the urge to snack on sunflower seeds and cheer the two brothers on. Oh, that's right, Thor, my brother. Where is your hammer? Loki asked suddenly. After all, it's a sacred treasure of Asgard. We can't leave it in this mortal world. Would you like me to take it back? Loki had a strong suspicion he still wouldn't be able to lift Mjolnir, but now that Thor's powers were sealed, there was no harm in trying. If he could pick up the hammer, it would prove he truly deserved the throne of Asgard. His claim would be beyond question. Ah, well. Thor hesitated, not knowing how to answer. He certainly didn't want to admit to Loki that not only had someone else managed to lift his hammer, but that he'd also been beaten up by that scoundrel. It was simply too humiliating for him as an older brother, though in front of Loki, he'd never had much dignity to begin with. Still, he couldn't help glancing over at Wang Teng. Thor's ability to read people's expressions and intentions could be rated a 6 out of 10. Then it was obvious that Loki's skill in this regard would be well over 1,000. With just a single glance from Thor, Loki already had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Thor's hammer had been picked up by this mortal before them? The one who could see through his magic? That's impossible, Loki told himself silently. He's just a mortal. How could he possibly lift an Asgardian artifact? Even if he did, that would be a blasphemy against the sacred relics of Asgard. Loki would never allow anyone else to lay hands on Thor's hammer. No one, except himself. Miserable mortal, was it you who secretly hid the artifact of Asgard, the hammer of the thunder god? Loki lifted his chin slightly, looking at Wang Teng with arrogant disdain. As Wang Teng gazed at Loki's infuriatingly smug face, he felt an itch in his hand, eager to teach him a lesson. Thor, seeing the unfriendly look in Wang Teng's eyes, and then glancing at Loki's high and mighty posture, couldn't help but recall the fear he'd once experienced under Wang Teng's control. By now, Thor no longer believed Wang Teng was just an ordinary mortal. In Thor's heart, his younger brother Loki had always been delicate and in need of protection, a little cutie, really. But what if Wang Teng, this fearsome powerhouse, decided to beat up his brother Loki? What if Loki got hurt? With that thought, Thor stepped forward and stood protectively in front of Loki, facing Wang Teng. If you want to fight, come at me. What skill is there in bullying my little brother? As he finished speaking, Thor could feel faint aches all over his body, especially around his eyes. Though his physique was tough and he healed quickly, the memory of those blows still stung. Seeing Thor stand unhesitatingly in front of him, Loki's eyes softened for a moment, but the tenderness was quickly replaced by anger. What did Thor mean by this? Did he look down on him? Did he really think Loki needed protection from a mere mortal? Thor should take a good look at himself in his current state. Though Loki was puzzled that Wang Teng could see through his illusions, in his mind, Wang Teng was still nothing more than an insignificant mortal, someone he could squash as easily as an ant. Watching the two of you here, so devoted and inseparable, why don't you just get married already? Wang Teng couldn't help but interject, watching the brothers' performance before him. He said it loud enough for everyone to hear, completely unconcerned about the odd looks people gave him, especially Loki, who instantly flushed as red as a cooked lobster, glaring daggers at Wang Teng. It was impossible to say whether he was more angry or embarrassed. Come on, give me a ticket to Princess Loki's wedding. How dare you, lowly mortal, humiliate a great god like this? All right, it seemed Loki was truly angry now. I had no intention of insulting you. By the way, you still haven't told me. What exactly is your gender? Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at Loki's legs. He'd always heard that Frost giants didn't have fixed genders. They could choose to be male or female as they pleased. Now, seeing a living frost giant before him, Wang Teng's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Catching Wang Teng's inquisitive look, Loki felt himself on the verge of exploding. Though he was descended from frost giants, he firmly believed that in both mind and body, he was unmistakably male. Foolish mortal, you have truly angered me. You have provoked the wrath of a god. I will make you howl in agony before you die. Loki shoved aside Thor, who was standing in front of him, his face darkening as he strode toward Wang Teng, step by ominous step. Watching Loki approach, Wang Teng smirked and then, without warning, flung the hot coffee in his hand backward. Arg, you bastard, that's boiling hot. Loki's shout came from behind Wang Teng, and at the same time, the Loki in front of him shimmered and faded away. Wang Teng turned to look. The soda Loki had poured over his own head was still dripping, and now his face was drenched with steaming coffee, making him look as miserable as anyone could imagine. Loki now clutched a dagger in his right hand, while his left wiped furiously at his face. Clearly, he'd intended to ambush Wang Teng from behind, although Loki believed that, as a god, his strength far surpassed that of any mortal. Old habits died hard. He tried to sneak up on him. He hadn't expected Wang Teng to see through his trick so easily, let alone douse him with hot coffee without even looking back. This, Loki felt, was more humiliating than a beating would have been. He felt his divine dignity shattered, especially in front of these mortals. Seeing the others struggling to hold back their laughter, Loki felt like he might just explode on the spot. That settled it. Not only would he finish off this infuriating mortal, but every single person here would have to die. That way, no one would be left to spread word of his disgrace. Uffed. Ah! Thor was the first to lose it, pointing at Loki and breaking into raucous laughter, completely disregarding the thunderclouds brewing on Loki's face. With Thor's laughter, the rest couldn't hold back any longer. One by one, they burst into fits of laughter. Loki no longer cared to waste words. He just wanted to wipe every mocking smile from their faces. With a sudden lunge, he charged forward, thrusting his dagger toward Wang Teng's side. Wang Teng had been on guard against Loki all along, so there was no way he would fall for such a simple trick. The moment Loki made his move, Wang Teng reached out with 2 fingers and caught the incoming dagger between them. Although Wang Teng usually carried himself with the air of a sword immortal, he was hardly one of those pure swordsmen with high offense, but fragile defense. Years of nourishment from the many strange and wondrous products grown on his own land had made his body nearly indestructible, if not quite as tough as diamond. You really have no sense of honor, do you, Loki? Resorting to a sneak attack, Wang Teng remarked. And by the way, you still haven't told me your gender. Is it out of jealousy? Judging by where you aimed that attack. Ah, I understand now. You're definitely not a man. Wang Teng wore a look of sudden realization, which made Loki grit his teeth in frustration. You despicable mortal, you lowly insect. I swear I'll make you suffer the most excruciating pain. Your soul will never find redemption in the eternal fire. Loki snarled, yanking at the dagger in his hand. It didn't budge an inch. Awkward. He tried again. Damn, this is humiliating. For a moment, Loki stood frozen in embarrassment, unsure of what to do. Maybe I should retreat for now. After all, I am the god of mischief, not someone who fights. Head on. Loki mused inwardly, plotting a graceful escape. Just as he was considering his options, everything went black and a sharp pain exploded from his eye socket. The restaurant was suddenly filled with the sound of fierce blows, fists and feet thudding, punctuated by the occasional cry of pain. While Wang Teng let out a long breath and glanced at Loki, who was lying on the ground wearing the same look of utter despair that Thor once did. That's much better, Wang Teng said with satisfaction. Thor looked at Loki, battered and bruised, his clothes in disarray, and felt a pang of sympathy. Several times he wanted to rush in and stop Wang Teng, but just thinking about how painful those punches felt made him freeze in place. In the end, he could only stand still, silently praying for Loki's well-being. Loki, are you all right? Thor asked, glancing at Wang Teng to make sure he didn't mind, then quickly ran over to help Loki up, his concern evident though tinged with annoyance. Loki shoved Thor away and limped toward the door. When he reached the entrance, he turned back, glaring at Wang Teng with venom in his eyes. Just you wait. I swear you'll pay for this. Wang Teng merely glanced up and shot him a glare. Loki, seeing this, panicked at the thought of another beating and dashed outside. Out on the street, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Heimdall! A pillar of rainbow light flashed, and Loki vanished on the spot. He even forgot his plan to try lifting Thor's hammer. Earth was simply too dangerous, and all he wanted was to go home. My goodness, what a spectacle! So this is the Rainbow Bridge. Jane Foster emerged from behind, exclaiming in awe. Yes, Jane, this is the Bifrost of Asgard. Thor introduced the Rainbow Bridge to Jane with pride in his voice. Through it, you can reach any place in the universe. Sadly, I can never return. As he spoke, his expression shifted, and a wave of sorrow crossed his face, recalling his father's death and his own banishment by his mother. Don't be sad, Thor. You still have me. Jane Foster, unsure of how to comfort him, simply hugged Thor tightly, hoping her embrace could bring him warmth. Wang Teng couldn't stand witnessing their public display of affection any longer. He interrupted, Thor, don't you ever suspect that Loki might be deceiving you? He's lied to you more times than I can count since you were children. Thor lifted his head, his gaze serious as he looked at Wang Teng. Loki may be mischievous, but he'd never joke about our father's life. That much I can guarantee. Besides, weren't you the one who told me all this? Wang Teng's face was a picture of confusion. When did I ever say that? All I did was voice what Loki would have told you himself. Still, there was no way to explain this to Thor. Even if he tried, with Thor's walnut-sized brain, he'd never understand. And another thing, Wang Teng, Thor continued, his tone earnest, and instinctively took 2 steps back, wary of this unreasonable great devil suddenly picking a fight with him. Even though Loki may seem delicate and often gets up to mischief, you shouldn't insult him. He may lack a bit of masculinity, but he's definitely a boy. Your insults could really hurt him inside. How do you know Loki's a boy? Are you really sure about that? Wang Teng looked at Thor, who was now keeping his distance, feeling a bit hurt by his reaction. After all, he saw himself as a refined and gentle person. Of course I'm sure. We grew up together. I know everything about him. Thor replied with utter conviction. The brotherly bond between him and Loki was unbreakable, and Wang Teng could never undermine that. How do you know what you see is the truth? Maybe Loki only lets you see what you want to see. He's tricked you so many times since you were kids, I wouldn't put it past him, Wang Teng retorted. No, absolutely not. Thor's answer was resolute. Earlier, Loki ambushed you with such practiced skill, as he stabbed you in the side so many times that he's become an expert at it. Wang Teng glanced playfully at Thor's waist, his meaning unmistakable. That was just him joking with me. Thor spoke hesitantly, a vague ache creeping into his sides as he spoke. Whatever you say, as long as you're happy. There's nothing much left to do here, so I'll be going now. Wang Teng was already too lazy to waste more words with the simple-minded Thor. Clearly, he still needed a good dose of the world's hard lessons. But just before leaving, Wang Teng cast a playful glance at Jane Foster, who stood beside Thor. Lovely Miss Jane, my advice is to try out the goods in advance. With that, he looked at Thor with a meaningful smile, prompting Jane Foster to turn her gaze towards Thor as well. Having said what needed to be said, Wang Teng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the restaurant. Under his control, the duplicate body reverted into a substitute doll, lying quietly in the hotel room next to Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. After all, transforming the substitute doll into a doppelganger consumed energy. With his consciousness drawn back from the duplicate, a faint smile played at the corners of Wang Teng's lips. The Marvel universe and its timelines were tangled. Mess. Though he had no idea which universe he'd landed in, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel delighted. The personalities of the people he met were all oddly endearing. He hadn't waited long before the Ancient One appeared in the living room. Catching sight of Wang Teng sprawled on the couch like a salted fish, the Ancient One shook her head helplessly. Get up. I'm taking you somewhere, she said. Wang Teng eyed the Ancient One in her yellow robe, her head gleaming with that polished baldness, and suddenly found himself a little bored. Beautiful ladies really were nicer to look at. Ancient One, I think I'd rather call you Sister Yao. Why change back? I really think you look much prettier as her, Wang Teng remarked. A smile played on the Ancient One's lips as she resisted the urge to flick Wang Teng on the forehead. She explained, as a master, this form is more fitting. It's fine. You could be a beautiful lady just for me. Can't you? Surely you're not reserving that look just for Taoist priests? Wang Teng chattered on as he followed behind her. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack, like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Knew she couldn't hold back, Wang Teng thought, half in awe and half in pain. The Ancient One sighed, tucking her hand back under her robe as if nothing had happened, and continued toward the door. Wang Teng lay sprawled on the floor, on the verge of tears. He hadn't even said anything that bad. One moment he'd been walking just fine, and the next, a gigantic hand of energies, fingers as big as his face, had slammed down from above. That one flick felt like it could have sent his head straight down his neck and out the other end, if not for his sturdy body. Being a sorcerer really changes a person, Wang Teng thought bitterly. The moment you turn into a woman, all reason goes out the window. Muttering to himself, Wang Teng picked himself up from the ground. Then he saw Master Mordo's proud head pass right in front of him, only to turn around and walk by a second time. That bastard is obviously trying not to laugh. Wang Teng decided to ignore him. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who will be. With an air of nonchalance, Wang Teng stood up, straightened his clothes, and strode past Master Mordo with his head held high. A burst of laughter rang out behind him, unrestrained and hearty. Then came a dull thud, followed by a sharp yelp. Wang Teng felt a surge of satisfaction. That's much better. Having just learned the trick, he withdrew his hand gesture and walked with a spring in his step after the Ancient One, leaving Master Mordo lying on the ground, clutching his head. Facing him was a tiny bird, no bigger than a sparrow, with 3 vivid red feathers adorning its tail. Wang Teng couldn't help but scratch his head. Was this really the same chick the Ancient One had taken from him a few days ago? In such a short time, it had completely changed and grown even smaller. That just didn't make sense. Most things get bigger as they grow, so why was this little creature shrinking? What if it ended up the size of a soybean? What use would it be then? He couldn't even make a decent soup with it. As the fiery little phoenix on his shoulder rubbed its head affectionately against his cheek, Wang Teng felt a wave of excitement and joy radiating from the creature straight into his mind. Left with no choice, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, it was his pet. Even though his dream of soaring through the skies on a majestic phoenix had been shattered, at least it looked much more appealing now, and wouldn't go setting everything on fire. Ancient One, did you bring me here just to see this little thing? Not bad. It's definitely better looking than before. Seems like it's been living well here. Maybe you could help me take care of it from now on? It could keep you company, too, Wang Teng said sincerely. His words were heartfelt. As the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One's status in Camartage was unmatched, but that very status isolated her from the other sorcerers. Wang Teng had recently learned that her relationship with the Taoist Grandmaster was anything but ordinary, but it was clear she couldn't remain by the Grandmaster's side as a woman. Deep down, Wang Teng guessed the Ancient One must feel very lonely. No, Master, I don't want to leave you. Don't make me stay here. This woman is terrifying. Please take me back with you. I promise I won't set anything on fire again. I've learned to control my power now. Before the Ancient One could respond, the little phoenix was already trembling, sending a frantic message directly into Wang Teng's mind. Its terrified voice and pitiful gaze made Wang Teng wonder if the Ancient One had been mistreating the poor creature all this time. There's no need for that. From now on, let this little one accompany you. In the future, it will be a great help to you. Just bring it back to visit me every now and then. That will be enough. Don't disappear for an entire year again. After all, I don't have much time left. The Ancient One smiled and shook her head, and the little phoenix on Wang Teng's shoulder let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, these words cast a shadow over Wang Teng's heart. How could that be? You're still young, Ancient One. Living for another few thousand, or even 10,000 years shouldn't be a problem. At all. Wang Teng knew in his heart that the Ancient One had never changed her mind, and that made him feel deeply troubled. All right, let's not dwell on this anymore. Now, I'll take you to meet a guest who has traveled a long way. Clearly, the Ancient One didn't want to linger on this topic and shifted the conversation. Of course, this was also the main reason she had called Wang Teng here in the first place. It was obvious that all those spells and gestures, the magic rings and circles the Ancient One used in public, were just for show. At her level, magic was a matter of will, unhindered by outward forms. After all, even someone like Loki could cast minor spells with a mere thought. He never needed to recite incantations. The Ancient One stretched out her hands in front of her, then spread them apart as if drawing back an invisible curtain. Wang Teng felt a ripple in the space around him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself surrounded by a vast, star-studded sky. Is this the universe? Wang Teng wondered to himself, puzzled as to why the Ancient One had brought him out into the cosmos. While he didn't feel any physical discomfort, he was a bit uneasy at suddenly being unable to breathe. After all, venturing into space had never been on his list of things to try. This was Wang Teng's very first time out in the universe, and the sensation was truly extraordinary. His body and mind lost all sense of up or down, and for an instant, his consciousness felt adrift and confused. Years of ingrained habits weren't so easily cast aside. In the end, Wang Teng was still too young. We're at the edge of the solar system now. Turn around and take a look. It'll help you deepen your understanding. Hearing the Ancient One's words, Wang Teng couldn't help but glance back. To be honest, the feeling was strange. For the first time, he stood outside the solar system, able to take in the whole of it at a glance. To him, the solar system looked like an enormous platter, and the sun itself had shrunk to a mere pinprick of light, like one of those tiny bulbs he used in childhood science experiments. It glowed with a soft orange hue, neither glaring nor warm, perhaps because it was so far away. The 9 planets revolved around the sun. Although no trace of their movement could be seen with the naked eye, Wang Teng inexplicably sensed some strange trajectories flashing through his mind. For a moment, he felt as if he had grasped something profound, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Just then, a piercing cry, sharp enough to rend gold and stone, echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Of course, in the depths of the universe, sound cannot travel, so this cry seemed to be etched directly into the depths of his consciousness, making his head throb with an unbearable pain. A metallic resonant clang, something like that, rang out. Wang Teng had never heard such a sound before, and struggled to describe it. All he knew was that if it continued, his head felt as though it would explode. Sensing his discomfort, the little phoenix perched on Wang Teng's shoulder let out a soft, clear call. Though faint, it instantly brought a wave of cool relief to his troubled mind. Under Wang Teng's astonished gaze, the sparrow-sized phoenix took flight from his shoulder. In a burst of flames, it transformed before him into a majestic firebird, as large as a compact car, shielding Wang Teng from harm. It was only then that Wang Teng snapped out of his daze. He had no time to marvel at his chick's transformation, for behind him, the entire solar system was now covered in countless runes. Waves like ripples of sound swept across the runes, as if resisting the very sound that had just assaulted his mind. At that moment, a black rune appeared on the Ancient One's forehead, a mark unmistakably from Dormammu of the Dark Dimension. Yet, unlike in Wang Teng's memories, a circular array of runes now flickered around the dark mark, glowing between the Ancient One's brows. Clearly, the Ancient One had no time to concern herself with Wang Teng. She gazed into the seemingly endless void before him and spoke in a calm, yet forceful voice. As a god, are you planning to go back on your word? Following the Ancient One's gaze, Wang Teng looked ahead. The void before him was pitch black, but within it, hints of molten lava glimmered in and out of sight. The shapes seemed to form feathers, feathers as large as planets. Wang Teng couldn't help but look up. Two enormous orbs, blazing like molten worlds, blinked in the darkness. For a moment, Wang Teng was stunned, until he realized they were eyes. Just one glance at those eyes, and he felt his very soul tremble in terror. What on earth is this? I've never heard of anything like it. Does such a being really exist in the Marvel Universe? Wang Teng's body shook, the oppressive force from those eyes almost overwhelming. The fire phoenix's clear, melodious call snapped Wang Teng out of his soul-deep dread, and he unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As the voice of the fire phoenix faded, Wang Teng seemed to hear the sound of space shattering, though he had no idea what the breaking of space would truly sound like. It was as if the very air was being torn apart. Before him, the colossal, indistinct creature began to shrink, growing smaller and smaller in the blink of an eye, until it became a massive beast spanning several hundred meters. Yet to Wang Teng, it was still a monstrous giant, overwhelming in size. Only now could Wang Teng make out the true form of the beast before him. It was a phoenix, its entire body cloaked in pitch-black feathers. A black phoenix. A clear, metallic cry rang out, echoing through the void, followed by a sharper, more delicate call. The two phoenixes, one grand and imposing, the other smaller and more vibrant, seemed to be communicating. In their own mysterious way, Wang Teng could not decipher their words, but in the black phoenix's eyes he sensed only utter disregard, a chilling indifference toward all life and every living thing. Suddenly, the fire phoenix's call grew urgent, its tone quickening as it turned to glance back at Wang Teng. The great black phoenix fell silent, as if lost deep in thought. After a moment, its gaze shifted and locked onto Wang Teng, the icy coldness in its eyes making him feel as though he had fallen into a frozen abyss. Under the weight of the black phoenix's stare, Wang Teng felt as though a wave of flames was surging toward him. Although he saw no sign of fire, his spirit screamed in alarm, warning him that some void-born blaze, capable of reducing all things to nothingness, was sweeping his way. He struggled to resist, to move, but it felt as though his body and soul had become separate entities. No matter how desperately he tried, not even a single finger would obey his will. Fortunately, this sensation passed as swiftly as it came. Wang Teng sensed a strange force merging with his own body, and only then was he finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The fire phoenix, sensing that Wang Teng was unharmed, let out a joyful call, its voice brimming with delight. Then, right before Wang Teng's eyes, the fire phoenix spat out a ball of orange-red flame, about the size of a basketball, and gently sent it floating toward the black phoenix. The black phoenix swallowed the fire in a single gulp. The very instant the flame disappeared into the black phoenix, the fire phoenix beside him seemed to wither, its energy rapidly draining away. It shrank back down to the size of a sparrow, fluttered weakly to Wang Teng's shoulder, and curled up, falling into a deep sleep. It seemed some kind of pact had been struck. The Black Phoenix turned to leave, but just as it departed, its gaze lingered on Wang Teng for the briefest fraction of a second. If not for that bone-deep chill that shot through his soul, Wang Teng might never have realized he'd been noticed by the great Black Phoenix at all. Watching the massive, shadowy phoenix disappear into the distance, Wang Teng finally let out a breath he had been holding. Damn, that was terrifying. It seemed as if the Black Phoenix in front of Wang Teng had merely fluttered its wings ever so slightly, and then it vanished without a trace. But just as Wang Teng was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, a black crystal shot through the void, streaking straight into the fiery phoenix perched on his shoulder before he could even react. All right, let's head back. Everything here has been settled, came the gentle voice of the Ancient One, who appeared beside Wang Teng. The overwhelming aura from a moment ago had faded away, and she had returned to her kindly, elder demeanor. Wang Teng was brimming with questions he wanted to ask the Ancient One. Whatever you wish to know, we'll discuss it when we're back, she said, waving her hands. Instantly, Wang Teng felt the world around him ripple and shift, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were back in the courtyard of Kamartaj. Master, what exactly was that just now? Wang Teng finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. The Ancient One didn't look at him directly. Instead, her gaze drifted off into the distance, where the Himalayas were reflected deep within her eyes. That was a Chaos Phoenix, one of the oldest deities in the universe, perhaps even older than the universe itself. In truth, even the Ancient One didn't know much about the Chaos Phoenix. Only a little more than ordinary people did, for its existence was simply too ancient, predating even the birth of the cosmos. From what the Ancient One said, if that Chaos Phoenix were placed in the legends of the primordial age, it would be considered a god-demon of chaos, existing before the universe began and enduring beyond its end, with a lifespan that defies imagination. No one knows the true extent of its power, nor whether the form people see is its real appearance or some illusion it chooses to show. Beings of its kind, shrouded in such unfathomable mystery, are likely understood only by other ancient entities who stand apart from the material universe itself. Their very essence is tied to the fabric of reality, yet they transcend it entirely. If the Chaos Phoenix is so powerful, then why would it come looking for me? Or perhaps for little Chick? It felt like they exchanged something. Wang Teng glanced down at the tiny phoenix, now unconscious in his hand, puzzled as he turned to the Ancient One. After all, for such a mighty being, what interest could it possibly have in a little creature from Earth? It simply didn't make sense. Besides, Wang Teng didn't really believe the Ancient One had managed to stop the Chaos Phoenix outside the solar system. More likely, someone of that caliber would never even notice people like them. That's where your good fortune lies, the Ancient One said warmly. For a primordial god like the Chaos Phoenix, it already stands at the pinnacle of existence. There's almost no room left for it to grow. But the little phoenix you hold has offered it a chance to advance even further. In fact, you could say that your little phoenix may become the second phoenix in all the universe. The Ancient One accepted the still unconscious little phoenix from Wang Teng, her gaze gentle and serene. According to my deduction, this is likely related to the ancient Chinese concept of yin and yang. The Chaos Phoenix has clearly reached the pinnacle of a certain fundamental law. If it wishes to break through, it must find another law that corresponds to its own. Yet, throughout countless cycles of cosmic destruction and rebirth, there has never been such a corresponding law. Now, this little phoenix, born because of you, has a very high chance of being the counterpart that the Chaos Phoenix has been searching for. I suspect this is why the Chaos Phoenix came to Earth. After all, beings of its caliber can sense any event across the universe that might relate to them, no matter how distant. The Ancient One explained all this calmly. All right, leave this little one with me for now. I'll see to its recovery. As for you, go on and do what you want to do. Pursue the matters that call to you. With that, the Ancient One made it clear Wang Teng should leave. She turned away, cradling the little phoenix in her arms, and headed toward her own chambers without another word. Wang Teng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he chose to remain silent. After all, the realm inhabited by the likes of the Chaos Phoenix was far beyond his current reach. Perhaps one day, he might ascend to such heights, but for now, he was just a minor figure, no different from an ordinary mortal in the eyes of such cosmic beings. In the end, Wang Teng decided not to press further. With a flash of azure light at his feet, his figure soared into the air, vanishing in an instant from Kamartaj, nestled deep among the snowy peaks of the Himalayas. So, Tony, any luck finding your uncle? Loki had returned to Asgard, and with nothing major happening on Earth lately, Wang Teng felt restless. He didn't want to go back to his Peach Blossom Island, so he called Tony. Maybe it was the string of recent events, but Wang Teng found himself unable to sit idle. For the last time, I'm not calling him my uncle. As far as I'm concerned, he's just an old fossil who's been stuck in an ice block for decades. Honestly, I doubt he'll even be able to adjust to modern society once he's out. I mean, does he even know what a cheeseburger is? Tony Stark launched into his usual banter with Wang Teng, then updated him on the search. Still no leads. I got through all the search points my father marked back then, but at least the area has gotten a lot smaller. I expect we'll have results in a day or two. By the way, are you sure this frozen relic will come back to life once we dig him up? Just thinking about it feels unbelievable. Although, in theory, such a thing is possible. In reality, with today's level of science and technology, no one has ever succeeded. But that's a first-generation super soldier. You can't treat him like an ordinary person. Casually fishing a bluefin tuna out of the ocean, Wang Teng soared toward Tony Stark's villa. Alright, I think this super soldier would make a pretty good test subject, even though I'm not exactly an expert in biotechnology, Tony replied, while continuing his work on the latest design for his Iron Man armor at the workbench. Still playing with your Lego blocks? The next moment, Wang Teng's voice sounded right beside Tony, as the 100-pound tuna in his hand flailed and thrashed. Huh? Tony was startled, completely unaware of when Wang Teng had entered his lab. This is my latest model of Iron Man armor, the pinnacle of human technology. I know you're not exactly the most well-read guy, but that's no excuse to insult my pride and joy. Tony was clearly unhappy with Wang Teng's mockery, wishing he could blast him on the spot with a repulsor just to teach him a lesson. So, what's the difference between that and Lego? Isn't it just a pile of parts assembled together? Wang Teng retorted, full of disdain, tossing the tuna onto Tony's workbench. How do you want to eat it? Grilled or fried? Tony asked, eyeing the tuna, still slapping its tail on the table as he wiped the seawater from his face. Why don't we settle this with a fight? Jarvis, easy there. You're pinching my, Tony stood atop the workbench, dismantling his slightly dented Iron Man suit with Jarvis's assistance. Apologies, Mr. Stark. Some of the screws inside are deformed. I'll be as careful as possible. Damn it. One of these days I swear I'm getting a vibranium suit and giving Wang Teng a serious thrashing. Ow. Jarvis, slow down. By this time, Wang Teng had already returned to his island, fish in hand, and reached out to Pepper to arrange a grand seafood feast. Though he held a pricey bluefin tuna, Wang Teng wasn't one for sashimi. Grilled, braised, pan-fried. Every cooking method he could think of, he tried on that extravagant tuna. He even whipped up a spicy chopped pepper fish head, though the head was so huge he had to ask Xiaolong to quickly craft an extra-large platter just for the occasion. To make sure the chopped peppers were truly authentic, Wang Teng even made a quick trip to Sichuan province in China. Although the household robots are perfectly capable of whipping up all kinds of delicious dishes, Wang Teng sometimes still prefers to cook by hand. In his own words, food made by robots lacks a soul. Even though Wang Teng's culinary skills are not quite on par with the robots, he reasons that while he may not be able to make gourmet food, surely he can at least manage some experimental cooking. By the way, who is this Chong Xiao Piao everyone keeps mentioning? And why do so many people adore Sun? I guess I'll just go along with the crowd for now. After Wang Teng's painstaking efforts in the kitchen, a colorful, rather eye-catching full fish banquet was finally just about ready to be served. To cook a meal myself and entertain my friends, truly, I must be the epitome of a perfect man. Just like my dear readers, handsome and talented, Wang Teng exclaimed as he admired his handiwork. At the same time, a strange thought flickered through his mind. Who are these readers? Why am I saying such things? Could some mysterious higher being be influencing my thoughts? I must have gone through too much today. While Wang Teng was still lost in his wild musings, Tony and the others had already arrived on Wang Teng's little island through the space portal. Achoo! 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 The chorus of sneezes from Tony and his companions rang out, as if echoing the digits of pi. 3.141592. Damn it, Wang Teng, are you developing biological weapons in here? Tony exclaimed as soon as they stepped onto the lawn outside Wang Teng's room. The pungent aroma of Sichuan cuisine was just too much for those unaccustomed to its fiery onslaught. If you don't know how to appreciate the art of fine cuisine, then kindly keep your mouth shut, you culinary barbarian, Wang Teng retorted, pausing his work to greet Tony and the others, only to be surprised by the appearance of a familiar stranger who had come in with Tony. Natasha, the one and only Black Widow. I may not be a food connoisseur, Tony quipped, but my private chef back home is a Michelin 3-star master. Honestly, I should have brought him along. I'm a little concerned that after eating your food, I might not survive the trip home. In all seriousness, I have to wonder if you're conducting some sort of cruel bioweapon experiment under the guise of serving us dinner. He said this as he deftly sliced a small piece of grilled fish with a knife. Well, it's not as bad as I feared. Still, you really ought to hire a proper chef. I pity you, growing up eating food like this. Wang Teng felt his dignity as a chef had been seriously insulted. Oh, I'd love to see how you'd feel if I stuffed chili paste into your pants. How dare you insult Chinese cuisine? He shot back. Tony grinned. No, I actually quite enjoy Chinese food. I'm just making fun of you. Didn't you realize you were the first to insult this top-quality ingredient? All the while, Tony continued sampling Wang Teng's various dishes, not missing a beat as he delivered one witty barb after another. Hey, Pepper, welcome to Peach Blossom Island. And a warm welcome to Happy, and to this beautiful lady as well. Wang Teng decided not to fuss with Tony too much. After all, Tony's woman was present today, so Wang Teng made up his mind to give him some face. Besides, it was his first time meeting Black Widow. Even though Wang Teng had no intention of becoming the Spider Knight, it wouldn't hurt to leave a good impression in front of a beautiful woman. Thank you very much for your invitation, Mr. Wang, Pepper said graciously. You've met Happy before, and this is Natalie, my new assistant. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't have brought her along today, but Tony insisted, and I really had no choice. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. To be honest, Wang Teng felt Pepper was giving more than she got. Such a polite and lovely lady, and yet she's so devoted to Tony, that incorrigible playboy. From the moment she entered, Natasha had kept quiet, playing the part of a diligent assistant. But her eyes kept subtly scanning the room, a detail that did not escape Wang Teng's notice, though he chose not to expose her. Truth be told, everything that had happened today had shaken Natasha's worldview a little. She'd experienced countless bizarre spy missions, but never anything like this. Walking through a door and finding herself in an entirely different world. The shock left her reeling. Earlier, when no one was watching, Natasha had discreetly checked the tracking device she carried on her person. To her astonishment, she discovered she was now in the far north of Maple Leaf Country, thousands of kilometers away. Could it be that Tony Stark already possessed such advanced technology? Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Natalie, Ms. Potts' personal assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working with you, Natasha said, greeting Wang Teng with polite elegance. All the while, she quietly analyzed the relationship between Wang Teng and Tony Stark. From their recent conversation, it was clear the two shared a close bond, something previous investigations had never uncovered. Hello, Miss Natalie. You're very beautiful. It's an honor to meet you, Wang Teng replied, flashing what he believed was a charming smile. An honor? Just how honored are you? Stop pretending. Don't tell me you don't know who she really is, Tony retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically at Wang Teng. He then handed Pepper the piece of grilled fish he considered the tastiest. On the surface, Natasha remained calm, but deep in her eyes a flicker of surprise betrayed her. Had she been found out? That shouldn't be possible. She was confident in her disguise. Pepper, for her part, was a little perplexed. Tony was probably referring to Natalie, but did she have another identity? Had she approached Pepper with some hidden agenda? Was Tony exposing her now because of Wang Teng? Pepper was full of questions, but as a clever woman, she knew better than to speak carelessly at a time like this. SLD's top agent, Miss Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, did I get that right? Although Tony didn't have much affection for Egghead, he was at least patient when it came to beautiful women. How about you quit your job and work for me? Whatever Egghead pays you, I'll double it. No, triple it. Even though he knew it was unlikely, Tony couldn't resist the urge to try and poach someone from Nick Fury. I'm quite satisfied with my current job and have no plans to resign for the time being, Mr. Stark. Since her cover was blown, Natasha decided there was no point in hiding anymore. In her heart, she agreed with Tony's nickname for Nick Fury. But I'm curious, how was I exposed? I thought my disguise was flawless. You speak Arabic. Who in their right mind would bother to learn that? Tony offered an explanation that was anything but clear. Whether Tony's words were true or not, Natasha didn't dwell on it. Now that her identity was revealed, she began interacting with everyone openly. After all, her mission was simply to assess Tony Stark, which identity she used didn't really matter. All right, let's not just stand here. Dinner's ready. Estimating the time, Wang Teng brought the last bowl of soup to the table and called everyone over to eat. Usually, Wang Teng dined alone on the island. Occasionally, the Ancient One would visit, but never stayed long. This was the first time so many people had gathered around his table, and as far as Wang Teng could tell, he rather liked it. The tableware Wang Teng prepared consisted of chopsticks and soup spoons. Tony and Pepper fumbled awkwardly with their chopsticks, while Natasha handled hers with practiced ease. Happy had already started experimenting, struggling to pick up food with his chopsticks. All of a sudden, an awkward silence settled over the table, with only Happy still wrestling a piece of fish. Wang Teng decided to break the ice with a question. Natasha, how old are you really? I've heard you're over 90, but some say you're only in your 30s. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Teng wished he could slap himself. That was definitely a thought best kept himself. How could he actually ask it out loud? Pepper and Tony both turned to Natasha, wide-eyed with curiosity. Even Happy paused his battle with the fish to stare at her in surprise. I'm still very young, Natasha replied, her face darkening. And by the way, Mr. Wang Teng, it's extremely impolite to ask a lady her age without warning. Thank you to all the amazing readers whose usernames I can't even type out for your generous votes and monthly tickets. I'm also grateful for the heartfelt, or sometimes painfully honest, comments from all the handsome guys and beautiful ladies out there. The typos have been fixed. Polite? Miss Romanoff, you really don't have an eye for people. This guy has never known the meaning of polite since he was a kid, Tony chimed in, curling his lips. He then turned to Pepper and said, Pepper, give this a try. Honestly, Wang Teng's cooking might not be the best, but the ingredients are decent, so this pan-fried fish is still pretty good. Tony, I can do it myself, Pepper replied, cheeks tinged with a slight blush as she accepted the piece of fish Tony had picked up for her with the tongs. Truth be told, Pepper still hadn't quite gotten used to Tony's recent changes. Ever since Wang Teng appeared, Tony had started showing her more care and consideration, almost without realizing it. Deep down, Pepper couldn't help but feel grateful to Wang Teng for that. Okay, Pepper, of course I know you can handle it. I'm just being a considerate boss, looking out for my employee, that's all. By the way, Wang Teng, you've laid out such a feast. Don't tell me you forgot the good wine? Want me to go grab a couple bottles from my place? Tony shifted the conversation a bit awkwardly. Ever since Wang Teng had that talk with him, Tony wasn't sure what had gotten into him. He found himself wanting to interact with Pepper more than ever. Good wine? Of course I have some, and I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it, Wang Teng said, pulling out a large, old-fashioned wine jar from under the table, easily holding 40 or 50 pounds of liquor. This was his prized stash of top-grade huadiao, aged and cherished for years. These huadiao wines had not come easily. Wang Teng had gone through countless obstacles and experiments to finally grow the special grains for this brew. On his land, where the harvests were always left to fate, it was no small feat to consistently cultivate anything, let alone something as precious as this. To date, he had only managed to make a few hundred jars, which he kept stored in his underground cellar, alongside other rare finds he'd collected over the years. Wang Teng was not a heavy drinker by nature. He only indulged in a few cups when the mood struck him. Spirits and red wines never held much appeal for him. Only these high-quality yellow wines truly captured his heart. The first time he tasted them, he'd realized at once. This was his drink of choice. Come on, Tony, Happy, let me tell you, these signature dishes I've prepared, like the steamed fish head with chopped chili, spicy fish fillets, and Szechuan-style hot fish, all truly come alive when paired with my finest huadiao. Ladies, please help yourselves. I won't make a fuss. TSK, what a lack of experience, Tony scoffed. I'm Tony Stark, a billionaire, a regular at every high society event you can think of. I've tasted the rarest, finest wines the world has to offer. If you say you have something I haven't tried, it can only mean your wine isn't up to par. Tony brimmed with confidence. To him, the world's finest wines, no matter which renowned vineyard they came from, were all represented in his personal collection. After all, Tony Stark was a true connoisseur. Wang Teng opened the wine jar, and a rich aroma unfurled, curling through the air. It seemed as though a subtle mist danced at the mouth of the jar, spreading its fragrance outward. What a wonderful scent. Everyone present couldn't help but twitch their noses, trying to take in more of the fragrance. Tony swallowed, feigning nonchalance. Smells. All right, I suppose. But since it's your first time inviting me for a drink, I'll do you the honor and give it a try. Wang Teng chuckled at Tony's bravado, but chose not to expose him. He picked up a gourd-shaped wine vessel he'd prepared earlier, along with several uniquely crafted ceramic cups. First, Wang Teng filled the vessel with wine, then poured the amber liquid into 5 generously sized cups, filling each about 70% full. He set a cup before each guest. Go ahead, try it. Tony eyed the bowl-sized cup before him and couldn't resist a jab. The wine smells all right, but these cups are just too crude. I'll have to gift you a proper set next time. What do you know? Wang Teng retorted. To truly savor this kind of wine, you have to use these cups. It's a tradition in China that goes back thousands of years. Different wines deserve different cups. That's how you bring out their flavor. Of course, it's understandable that someone as uncultured as you wouldn't get it. When it came to wine culture, Wang Teng felt that China could leave any other country in the dust, even across the vast expanse of the universe. Did you just call me uncultured? I'm on the cover of nearly every fashion magazine out there. Tony protested, feeling genuinely affronted. As a trendsetter in the fashion world, he was not used to such insults. Excellent wine. Happy, who had already taken a sip, interrupted Tony, drawing a glare of annoyance from him. Happy, don't embarrass yourself. You've accompanied me to enough high society events. You've had your share of good wine. If you act like this, people will think I mistreat you. But this wine really is delicious, Happy mumbled, not daring to contradict Tony openly. Even so, he couldn't resist taking another sip from his cup. Although Happy tried to keep his voice low, the room was so quiet that everyone heard him clearly. Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Pepper covered her mouth to hide a smile, and Tony's face darkened. That's it, Happy. Your bonus for this month is gone. Why should I lose my bonus? Happy thought, feeling like he'd drawn the short straw with such a difficult boss. But it's true, it tastes amazing. Can't I speak the truth? As expected, with Happy's naturally booming voice, his mutterings were heard by all once more. Wang Teng, Natasha, and Pepper were thoroughly amused by Happy's antics, while Tony could only cover his face in exasperation. Emotionally drained, out of love, I have to have a drink to steady my nerves. As the liquor slid down his throat, a gentle warmth spread through every limb and bone, and the rich aroma of the wine lingered in his mouth. What a delightful drink, Tony decided, and took another sip. Seeing Tony savoring it, Pepper and Natasha could hardly contain themselves any longer. The tantalizing aroma had teased their senses all this while. Although neither was much of a drinker, both women had long wanted to try the wine before them. Were it not for their concern about table etiquette, they wouldn't have been sitting here politely watching Tony's little performance. All right, you win. This wine really is something, Tony conceded, albeit reluctantly. He figured that if he kept pretending otherwise, he'd only embarrass himself further in a moment. Don't just drink, try some of the dishes I made. They took me ages to prepare, Wang Teng called out, drawing everyone's attention. At his invitation, everyone except Natasha looked at the chopsticks before them with a contemplative expression. Even Happy was no exception. It seemed he, too, had temporarily surrendered in his struggle with the chopsticks. Don't you have any knives and forks here? And for those dishes with broth, shouldn't we have something like tweezers as well? Tony felt helpless. For a super scientist, it was almost unthinkable that a pair of chopsticks could stump him. Math problems couldn't defeat him, yet here he was, bested by cutlery. Wang Teng shot Tony a disdainful look. Xiaolong, go get a few sets of Western utensils ready, and make a few special tweezers for our all-thumbs Tony. Tony didn't even bother to retort. He'd made up his mind. When he got home, he would learn to use chopsticks. He couldn't let Wang Teng mock him like this, not with his Iron Man pride at stake. Xiaolong, ever efficient, had everything Wang Teng asked for ready in just a few minutes, especially the tweezers. All right, everyone, eat and drink as you please. Make yourselves at home. With all the utensils in place, Wang Teng invited everyone to dig in. Blue skies, white clouds, a gentle breeze caressing their faces, as they joked and chatted around the table. Wang Teng felt everything was perfect. Then Wang Teng's expression darkened. The elaborate dishes he'd prepared were barely touched. Happy tried a bite of the spicy fish fillet and immediately gulped down a large glass of water. Natasha sampled a bit of everything, but Tony and Pepper hadn't even tried a single bite. Tony, are you looking down on me? Pepper was a woman. Wang Teng dared not press her, but Tony had to be taught whose turf this was. Yes, Tony answered without hesitation. Oh, noticing Wang Teng's clenched fists, Tony quickly backpedaled. Of course not. You must be mistaken. We're the best of friends. Well, except for Pepper. He finished with a tender look at Pepper, making her blush. Then why aren't you eating the dish I made? Ignoring the dog food Tony and Pepper were spreading around, Wang Teng jabbed a finger at the enormous plate of chopped chili fish head on the table and demanded an answer from Tony. Are you sure that's food? And not some secret biochemical weapon you've been working on? Tony eyed the fiery red mound of chilies with deep suspicion, his tone thick with doubt as he questioned Wang Teng. Oh, so you're just afraid of spicy food. Why didn't you say so earlier? Makes sense. Really, someone as small and feeble as you probably can't handle spice. Sorry, I didn't take your condition into account. You can stick to the milder dishes like the ladies, Wang Teng replied, casting Tony a disdainful glance, as if to say he found him utterly beneath contempt. Off to the side, Happy quietly reached for a pair of tongs, picked up a piece of the fiery fish smothered in red chili, and popped it into his mouth. The next moment, his face twisted with the heat, his teeth gritted and sweat poured down his forehead. Tony was just about to retort, but paused when he saw Happy bravely take a bite of the spicy fish. He swallowed his comeback, silently noting to dock Happy's bonus later for showing him up like this. It's just spicy food, isn't it? I snack on ghost peppers with my drinks all the time. Who do you think you're underestimating? I just don't trust your cooking, that's all. Tony shot back. No worries, no worries. I get it, you're in I. After all, everyone knows you can't handle spicy food. I understand, Wang Teng replied, laughing at Tony's attempts to defend himself. He even used the old nickname he used to tease Tony. The other three at the table looked at Tony in surprise, while Happy quickly ducked his head and gulped down a glass of water to quell the lingering burn. Tony felt like he was at his wit's end. Wang Ting always knew just where to poke to make things awkward. Who doesn't have a few embarrassing stories from the past? Did he really have to drag it all out for everyone to see? Even if the fish gets killed, it's not like the net will break. But even if I can't beat you, I can still sling some mud your way, Tony thought. He glared fiercely at Wang Teng, then grabbed his fork and stabbed a hefty chunk of the chili-laden fish head. Spicy food? Real men aren't fazed by that. Staring at the fish covered in red chili flakes, Tony swallowed hard. For the sake of his manly pride, he was ready to go all in. And to be honest, after getting used to the sharp heat, the flavor wasn't half bad. There was something exhilarating about it, even if it was way too spicy. Tony felt his head buzzing from the intensity. Unlike Happy, who frantically chugged water after his bite, or Natasha, who ate spicy food without so much as a twitch, or Pepper, who only dared to taste a little, Tony decided to wash down the heat with liquor. But the alcohol's kick was stronger than he expected. Come on, finish this glass with me. Hick, a real man, hick, grows up swimming in wine and dancing in ballrooms. Hick, Tony slurred, his words beginning to tumble over each other. Ever since Tony was kidnapped, he had never truly let go of that taut string in his heart. Though he appeared fearless on the surface, deep inside, a shadow always lingered over him. Meanwhile, Inson had always wanted to return to his hometown, and in the end, Tony had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, Obadiah had already been dealt with by Wang Teng, so now, although Inson's hometown remained poor, at least it was safe. Before Tony could even breathe a sigh of relief, still reeling from the pain of Obadiah's betrayal and murder attempt, his trusted friend, turning against him, Wang Teng delivered yet another blow by handing over information on 2 more people plotting against his life. Eventually, Tony managed to send Killian to prison, but Killian ended up dying in an accident. As for Anton and his son, Tony paid for the father's treatment and recruited the son, Vanko, to work for him. For now, the two of them have been getting along well, grateful to Tony, especially after his persuasive generosity. At last, it seemed everything had finally come to an end, until, out of nowhere, an alien dropped from the sky, and Tony was informed that he supposedly had an uncle who'd been frozen like a popsicle. To top it off, today he learned that both the Department of Defense and the military had their eyes on him, and was told to expect a subpoena any day now. Outwardly, Tony remained unflappable, scoffing at every new problem. But inside, there were countless curses he wished he could hurl at certain people. He felt utterly exhausted, so tired, in fact, that he almost forgot what love or excitement felt like. I am Tony Stark, world-famous playboy, billionaire, philanthropist, and so much more. Who would have thought I'd ever end up in a mess like this? And then there was that bastard Wang Teng. If Tony could beat him in a fight, he would have made Wang Teng cry for his daddy a long time ago. Now, he wondered if his latest suit of armor could finally stand up to him. Tony felt like life had never been harder. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd allowed himself to get drunk, but tonight's drinking session finally let him relax a little. Quietly, Wang Teng turned on his phone's camera and recorded Tony in his inebriated state, capturing every amusing detail. The others watched Tony as he poured out his heart, lambasting the heavens, the earth, and even thin air, transformed into a one-man comedy, almost like a feisty little terrier. They couldn't help but laugh, but no one interrupted him. Letting him vent seemed like the best thing for him, given how worn out he'd been lately. Only Happy remained in his own world, still tirelessly eating. One had to admit, the fish Wang Teng had prepared was enormous. Even though only half of it was used for the dinner tonight, there was still plenty left. More than the group could finish. Boo-hoo. Tell me, why did you always bully me when we were kids? What did I ever do to you? You even pushed me to the point where I almost had to see a therapist. None of them expected that Tony, as he spoke, would gradually lose his usual bravado. And then, out of nowhere, he broke down in tears. He clung to Wang Teng, sobbing uncontrollably, wiping his nose and tears all over Wang Teng's clothes. Pepper looked a bit embarrassed, thinking Tony was really making a fool of himself right now. Wang Teng had a strong suspicion Tony was doing on purpose. This must be what people call, if I can't beat you, I'll at least disgust you. Well, Wang Teng had to admit it was a little awkward. After all, most of the time, he really had picked on Tony on purpose back then. But he wasn't too embarrassed. If he hadn't roughed Tony up now and then, how else would he have activated his own system so quickly? How else would he and Tony have formed such a deep bond? Wang Teng reassured himself in his heart. It was all for Tony's own good. After all, a man won't grow if he's never tasted the harshness of the world. Just look at Tony now. He's turned out just fine. After the meal and drinks, happy, and Pepper half-carried Tony, who'd had so much to drink he was crawling under the table, back to his room. Natasha, however, didn't leave with him. She chose instead to stay the night. After a period of interaction, it was clear that Natasha had become far more interested in Wang Teng than in Tony Stark. Although, in her eyes, Wang Teng didn't fit her ideal aesthetic. Being East Asian and all, the mysteries surrounding him were simply too intriguing for her to resist digging deeper. What's this woman up to? Wang Teng wondered. Could she be captivated by my looks? Even if this is our first meeting, my charm is pretty hard to resist. I must have already left quite an impression on her. If Natasha comes on to me later, should I at least put up a token resistance? Sigh, what a tough decision. On the other hand, getting to know each other better isn't a bad thing. But what if she gets too attached? I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Wang Teng's imagination was already running wild, playing out dramatic scenarios between himself and Natasha. As an ace agent, Natasha's knack for reading people was second to none. Just by looking at Wang Teng's expression, she could pretty much guess what was going on in his head. I think I need a bath. I drank way too much tonight. Mr. Xiaolong, could you show me to the guest room? Natasha's first sentence had Wang Teng's mind spinning with fantasies, but the second half felt like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over his head. Need any help? I could scrub your back for you. Unwilling to give up, Wang Teng gave it one more shot. The truth was, he just couldn't resist her. Sorry, I don't make a habit of letting people scrub my back. Natasha smiled playfully, leaving Wang Teng with nothing but a teasing, alluring silhouette. Xiaolong, go wait by the bathroom. See if she needs anything. Don't forget to turn on the camera. Wang Teng, still unwilling to give up, gave Xiaolong some final instructions. Master, I've been kicked out, came Xiaolong's aggrieved, almost whimpering voice. Looking at the pitiful sight before him, Wang Teng immediately lost all interest. What's the use of having you then? Not long after, Natasha walked into the living room, wrapped in a bath towel. Wang Teng instantly straightened up, feeling a rush of respect, and quickly touched his nose in embarrassment. Thank goodness I'm in good shape, he thought to himself. It's just that I ate too much chili today, a little too much heat for me. Natasha's subtle hints didn't trouble Wang Teng at all. He was still preoccupied with the fiery meal he'd had, which left his mouth parched and his tongue tingling. As night fell, Natasha returned to her room to rest. Wang Teng lowered his head, lost in thought. What use is this iron rod to me, after all? Meanwhile, Tony, suffering from a hangover, grumbled to himself that this was not a pleasant feeling at all. Even though the wine Wang Teng had provided was quite good, and he didn't wake up with the usual splitting headache and weakness, something was still off. The strangest part was that Tony had actually blacked out last night, a remarkable thing for a seasoned partygoer like him. The idea that he'd drunk himself into oblivion was almost unbelievable. Tony could only reassure himself, over and over, that at least he hadn't made a fool of himself in his drunken stupor. Otherwise, he'd have handed Wang Teng yet another reason to mock him. Not that Wang Teng ever needed a reason to tease him. That's just the kind of jerk he was. But all these comforting illusions evaporated the moment Tony emerged from the bathroom. Forcing himself up from the toilet, Tony winced at the sharp ache in his lower half, cursing Wang Teng under his breath with gritted teeth. With one hand on the wall and his body bent over, Tony hobbled, legs awkwardly splayed, inch by inch toward the living room. He desperately needed a glass of cold water to soothe his battered stomach. In the living room, Wang Teng and Natasha, both up early, were already chatting with Pepper about Tony's latest antics. Swallowing his pride, Tony finally called out for Pepper. Deciding it was pointless to keep up appearances, better to let her help him to the living room. Hearing Tony's voice, Pepper immediately got up and hurried over to him. After a long and tortuous journey, Tony finally reached the doorway to the living room, where he instantly spotted Wang Teng and Natasha lounging on the sofa. Tony couldn't help but take a sharp breath, every muscle tensing in discomfort, pain making him bare his teeth in a grimace. This is a disaster. How could outsiders see me like this? Is this what they call a social death? Seeing Wang Teng and Natasha exchange amused looks, while Pepper watched him with concern, Tony wished he could just hole up in the bathroom all day, never facing the world again. What on earth was I thinking yesterday, trying to act tough in front of Wang Teng and eating all that chili? Tony struggled to stand straight, gritting his teeth against the pain, clenching his muscles, and doing his best to appear normal, even as he desperately tried to hide his discomfort. Good morning, everyone. Looks like Natasha had a good rest last night. Wang Teng, you really let the lady down. Tony forced himself to ignore the pain in his lower back as he made a show of teasing Wang Teng, casually pouring himself a glass of water. Come on, have a seat. Let's chat. As Tony made his way to the sofa, Wang Teng gave him a firm shove, pushing him down onto the cushions. Ouch! Tony yelped, feeling his dignity shatter into pieces, as broken as his aching body after Wang Teng's rough treatment. To be honest, once he got used to that fiery, tingling sensation, it was actually pretty enjoyable, just a bit too spicy. Tony felt himself getting a little lightheaded from the heat. Unlike Happy, who guzzled water after anything. Spicy, or Natasha, who could eat hot food without even twitching an eyebrow, and certainly unlike Pepper, who only dared a tiny taste, Tony chose to temper the heat with a drink. But the liquor was much stronger than he'd expected. Come on, let's finish this drink. A real man, hick, like me grew up, in a sea of wine and wild dancing. Hick. After all, Tony slurred, his tongue growing heavier with each word. Ever since he'd been kidnapped, Tony hadn't truly relaxed, not even for a moment. He might appear fearless on the outside, but deep down, shadows lingered in his heart. Einstein had always wanted to return to his homeland, and in the end, Tony had to agree. Fortunately, Obadiah had already been dealt with by Wang Teng. Einstein's home was poor, but at least now it was safe. Before Tony could catch his breath or recover from the pain of Obadiah's betrayal and attempted murder, Wang Teng handed him files on two more people who were plotting against him. Eventually, Tony managed to get Killian thrown in prison, where he met an untimely accident. As for the Anton father and son, Tony paid for the father's treatment and brought the son, Venko, over to his camp to work for him. For now, everything was peaceful. Under Tony's influence, backed by generous financial incentives, the two were even grateful to him. Finally, just when it seemed like things had settled down, an alien dropped out of the sky. Then Tony found out he supposedly had an uncle who'd been turned into an ice pup. And today, he learned that both the Department of Defense and the military had their eyes on him. He'd probably be receiving a summons in the next couple of days. Outwardly, Tony acted as if nothing could faze him, mocking everything with a smirk, but inside he was bursting with unspoken curses he wished he could hurl at certain people. Exhausted and numb, he thought, I, Tony Stark, world-renowned playboy, billionaire, philanthropist, and so much more, never imagined I'd end up living such a wretched life. And then there was that scoundrel Wang Teng. If only he weren't so tough, Tony would have beaten him until he cried and begged for mercy long ago. He couldn't help but wonder if his latest suit of armor could finally put Wang Teng in his place. Life just felt so hard for Tony right now. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd truly been drunk. Tonight, though, the drinks had finally helped him loosen up and relax for the first time in ages. Meanwhile, Wang Teng quietly turned on his phone's camera and recorded every moment of Tony's drunken antics. The group watched as Tony, wine loosening his tongue, began to air his grievances, ranting about everything and nothing, picking fights even with the air itself. He was like a mischievous little dog, full of bluster and energy. The others couldn't help but chuckle quietly. No one interrupted him. Letting Tony vent felt like the best thing for him. He'd been under so much pressure lately. Only Happy was obliviously still eating, tirelessly working his way through the feast. Wang Teng had to admit, the fish he'd prepared was truly enormous. Even after using only half of it for the meal, there was still plenty left over. Suddenly, Tony's voice trembled. Why did you always bully me when we were kids? What did I ever do to you? You pushed me so far I almost had to see a therapist. No one had expected Tony to break down like this. His words grew slurred, and then tears welled up in his eyes. He threw his arms around Wang Teng, sobbing uncontrollably, wiping his nose and tears all over Wang Teng's shirt. Pepper looked embarrassed, feeling that Tony was making a spectacle of himself. Wang Teng, for his part, suspected Tony was doing it on purpose. If he couldn't win an A fight, he'd at least try to get under his skin. Well, to be fair, Wang Teng had often gone out of his way to provoke Tony back in the day. Still, he didn't feel too awkward about it. After all, if he hadn't toughened Tony up with the occasional scuffle, how would they have formed such a strong bond? Deep down, Wang Teng reassured himself that everything he'd done was for Tony's own good. After all, a man who's never faced adversity will never truly grow. And look at Tony now. He'd grown up well enough. After the meal, Happy and Pepper helped Tony, who was now so drunk he'd crawled under the table, back to his room. Natasha, however, chose to stay behind for the night. During their brief interactions, it became clear that Natasha was now far more interested in Wang Teng than in Tony Stark. Although Wang Teng didn't fit her usual type, there was just something about him, so many secrets to uncover, that she couldn't resist the urge to dig deeper. What's this woman up to? Wang Teng wondered. Could she be attracted to my good looks? I mean, it's only our first meeting, but my charm is pretty hard to resist. If Natasha makes any overly forward requests later, should I at least put up a token resistance? Ugh, this is such a tough call. Maybe getting to know each other would be nice. But what if she won't leave me alone after that? I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Wang Teng was already playing out a grand drama between himself and Natasha in his mind. As a top agent, Natasha's skill at reading people was undoubtedly first class. Just from Wang Teng's current expression, she could more or less guess exactly what was on his mind. I think I need a bath. I drank too much tonight. Mr. Xiaolong, please show me to the guest room. Natasha's words at first filled Wang Teng with wild fantasies, but the latter part felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Do you need any help? I could give you a back rub. Wang Teng pressed on, unwilling to give up. Honestly, he was just coveting her body. Sorry, I'm not in the habit of having others scrub my back, Natasha replied with a charming smile, leaving Wang Teng with only her alluring silhouette. Xiaolong, go wait by the bathroom and see if there's anything she needs. Remember to turn on the camera, Wang Teng instructed Xiaolong stubbornly, unwilling to let go of hope. Master, I got kicked out, Xiaolong reported, sounding thoroughly aggrieved. Looking at the robot's pitiful face, Wang Teng instantly felt all his excitement fizzle away. What's the point of having you? He thought. Before long, Natasha appeared in the living room wrapped in a bath towel. Wang Teng immediately straightened up in respect, hastily rubbing his nose in embarrassment. Thankfully, he was in good shape. Only today, he'd eaten a bit too much chili and was feeling a little overheated. Natasha's innuendos went completely over Wang Teng's head. All he could think about was how spicy tonight's meal had been, leaving him parched and tongue-tied. As night deepened, Natasha retired to her room. Wang Teng lowered his head, lost in thought. What's the use of this iron rod of mine? Tony, suffering from a hangover, could only admit that it wasn't a pleasant feeling. Even though the liquor Wang Teng provided was smoother than usual, and he wasn't struggling with a splitting headache or limp limbs as he often did, Tony had actually blacked out last night. For a seasoned party animal like him, drinking to the point of memory loss was simply inconceivable. Tony could only comfort himself, over and over, that he hadn't embarrassed himself after drinking. Otherwise, it would just give Wang Teng more ammunition to mock him. Not that Wang Teng ever needed a reason to do that. That's right, he's just that kind of jerk. But all of Tony's wishful thinking shattered the moment he came out of the bathroom. Forcing himself up from the toilet, he winced at the lingering discomfort, gritting his teeth as he muttered curses against Wang Teng. Leaning against the wall, hunched over and moving awkwardly with his legs apart, Tony shuffled step by step toward the living room, desperately needing a glass of water to soothe his battered stomach. In the living room, Wang Teng and Natasha, already up and about, were chatting with Pepper about Tony's embarrassing escapades. Tony finally swallowed his pride and called out to Pepper, deciding it was pointless to act tough any longer. It was far better to let Pepper help him into the living room. Hearing Tony shout, Pepper hurriedly got up to greet him. After all his hardships, Tony finally made it to the living room doorway, where his eyes immediately landed on Wang Teng and Natasha, sitting on the sofa. Tony couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, and even his lower back tensed involuntarily, making him grimace in pain. This is a disaster. Now even outsiders have seen him in such a sorry state. Is this what people call social death? Seeing Wang Teng and Natasha looking at him with a knowing, half-amused look and Pepper's face full of worry, Tony would have much preferred to just hole up in the bathroom all day and never come out. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth he'd been thinking yesterday, insisting on saving face by eating spicy food in front of Wang Teng. Tony did his best to stand up straight, gritting his teeth against the pain and clenching his legs together, try to look as normal as possible. Good morning, everyone. Looks like Natasha had a good rest last night. Wang Teng, you really let this beautiful lady down. Tony forced a casual tone, masking his discomfort with a biting remark at Wang Teng, while pouring himself a glass of water. Come on, sit down and let's have a chat. As Tony shuffled over to the sofa, Wang Teng reached out and shoved him down onto the seat with a firm hand. Tony yelped in surprise and pain, feeling both his dignity and his aching body shatter into pieces under Wang Teng's grip. After several edits, the story finally came out. Here it is again. One has to admit, Tony always manages to bring us a lot of laughter, especially when he embarrasses himself. Wang Teng found particular joy in seeing Tony's awkward moments. Tony had never imagined that one day he'd end up eating so much spicy food that he'd be in agony, suffering below the waist just to save face above it. This must be what people mean by pain and pleasure intertwined. Amidst Tony's protests against Wang Teng's teasing, and after much discussion and friendly negotiation, Tony finally managed to reclaim the leftover wine from Wang Teng as compensation for his emotional and physical distress. For the sake of that half jar of wine, Tony set aside all reservations. As a true connoisseur, he had to personally stash away any good liquor he found, savoring it slowly. He even decided to send more people to China in the future to collect fine spirits for him. Ever since Tony and Wang Teng set up a portal between their homes, their interactions became much more frequent, rekindling a deep friendship built over more than a decade. This time, though, their sparring had shifted from physical scuffles to verbal jousting. Banter became their way of strengthening their bond. During this period, Tony attended a hearing. One had to admit, in a capitalist nation, there really are no secrets. Although Tony hadn't fought a big battle with Ironmonger in New York, he'd only been discovered by the military in the past. Even that was enough for the world's top leaders and arms dealers to know him well. Secret research projects were only part of the story. What truly made the world's governments anxious was the simmering arms race that began to surface in the shadows. However, with the 5 major rogue nations stepping in as mediators, this incident was nipped in the bud before it could escalate. As for what might be brewing under the surface, that remains anyone's guess. Though his life was no longer under direct threat, Tony ultimately gave in to pressure from all sides and gifted his friend Rhodey a set of the Mark II armor, offering the military a satisfactory answer. After all, he was no longer the world-famous arms dealer he once was. If Tony refused to share even a scrap of his advanced technology, it would be foolish to trust in the integrity of the federal government's upper echelons. After all, even the president could fall victim to an assassination. So what chance does an ordinary citizen have, even one as wealthy as Tony? During this time, Zhang Xian also reached out to Wang Teng, hoping that through Tony, he could acquire a set of armor for China, even offering to pay for it. But Wang Teng refused. After all, it wasn't his to give, and he had no right to make such a promise. As a consolation, Wang Teng sent Zhang Xian a set of compact mecha. After all, it was his homeland from a previous life, and he hoped to see it grow stronger. Wang Teng only had 2 of these compact mechs, 12 meters tall, the result of an accidental success, and he had never managed to create more since. Parting with one for Zhang Xian was a painful decision. That said, if countries were truly willing to invest heavily, developing mechs wasn't an insurmountable challenge. The real bottleneck was energy, and in this regard, Wang Teng was at a loss. He had tried all sorts of experiments in the past, growing different types of batteries and the like, but the results were disappointing, to say the least. The strangest outcome was a packet of dried earthworms with a battery flavor. Who would eat something like that? And just what exactly does a battery taste like, anyway? So when Wang Teng had swiped a miniature arc reactor from Obadiah, he'd immediately planted it in the ground. Now, it had only just begun to sprout, and who knew how long it would be before it could be harvested. When it came to energy solutions, Wang Teng had run out of options. He'd originally considered sending Zhang Xian a robot with an advanced AI system as well, but to his surprise, Zhang Xian turned it down. Wang Teng certainly wasn't going to force it on him, so he simply kept it for himself. After all, if Xiaolong ever broke down again, it would be good to have a backup. Xiaolong. Being out like this, it's not a pleasant feeling at all. Natasha wrapped up her investigation of Tony ahead of schedule. Tony, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in developing his new armor, handing all company matters over to Pepper and officially appointing her as the new CEO. With Ivan Vanko's help, he began promoting the new energy source, which quickly restored Stark Industries' reputation and sent its stock price soaring. Wang Teng had considered buying up more Stark Industries shares to make a quick profit, but in the end, he just couldn't be bothered. He already had more money than he could spend in several lifetimes, with a fund management company handling his wealth. In this capitalist world, as long as he didn't do anything reckless, his descendants would only grow richer with each generation. Suddenly freed from the busyness of the past few days, Wang Teng found himself at a loss for what to do. In the past, moments like this didn't bother him, but now something fell off. Even his interest in fishing had waned. It wasn't until Wang Teng, bored out of his mind, suddenly noticed Tony arriving on his little island in the Iron Man suit. Wang Teng, I found a trace of Captain America. Want to come check it out? Tony called. Wang Teng tossed his fishing rod onto the ground without hesitation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. When Wang Teng and Tony arrived at the site, 2 Iron Man suits and an icebreaker machine were already at work. The suits are being controlled by Jarvis, Tony explained. I've installed a Jarvis subsystem in each one for remote control. It's not perfect yet, but digging out an old popsicle shouldn't be a problem. Staring at the exposed wreckage of a vintage military aircraft and the 2 Iron Man suits diligently working nearby, Wang Teng mused that after the first Avengers incident, Tony's strategy of mass-producing Iron Man suits might have been right. Only unexpected events had turned it into a mistake. Wang Teng had already scanned the area with his psychic powers upon arrival, locating Captain America's outline and sensing a faint, hibernation-like trace of life. He had to admit, the super soldier serum was truly remarkable. It had managed to sustain Steve's nutritional needs for 70 years, even at the bare minimum, leaving Steve only a bit gaunt. That was certainly different from movies. Who could believe that after 70 years without energy, someone could wake up built like a bull, sporting an 18-pack that could make any admirer swoon in despair? Still, Wang Teng could sense that Steve's cell vitality was incredible. As long as he got the proper nutrition and some training after waking up, it wouldn't be long before he regained his bodybuilder physique. To be honest, Wang Teng felt a pang of envy for that kind of body. It must be great for charming women, making everything seem effortless. His own build was on the slender side, probably a matter of genetics, and, among white folks, that wasn't exactly popular, even if he was strong enough to take on 10 men at once. How much longer will it take? Wang Teng asked. Within 2 hours, I'd say. We can't go too fast, Tony replied. If we accidentally damage the body, or worse, end up killing Captain America, Coulson and his balding club would probably hunt me down. Of course, Tony didn't know that Wang Teng had already pinpointed Steve's exact location and could pull him out any moment he wished. But Wang Teng opted not to intervene. Since he had nothing better to do, he figured he might as well let others handle the work. From a distance came the whistle of the wind as an Iron Man suit carried a large crate, landing beside Wang Teng and Tony. This is a specially designed medical crate I built myself. It's guaranteed to safely transport Captain America. After we dig him out, so that when we begin treatment and wake up Steve Rogers back home, the chances of anything going wrong will be kept to a minimum. Tony explained, gesturing at the obviously hastily assembled, rough-looking box. How about giving me a recommendation vote? Meanwhile, Wang Teng and Tony were still in the Arctic, debating whether to have hot pot or stir-fried dishes when they got back. Far away in Asgard, Heimdall was busy putting on a little show for himself. When the three bumbling warriors finally realized they needed to activate the Bifrost and head to Earth in search of Thor, Heimdall let out a deep sigh. No wonder Loki was always complaining that Thor lacked brains. Just look at the people around him. Are their heads filled with nothing but muscle? What a pity Loki doesn't share the true bloodline of Asgard. And who knows, since the great King Odin had already decided to change his approach, why bother with these tests? Was it all for the sake of his children's growth? As a certain mysterious nation on Midgard might say, parents' hearts are the same the world over. Wang Teng, 3 armored warriors just dropped down from the sky here. Their outfits are pretty unusual. They claim to be Thor's friends, or maybe his henchmen. Wang Teng, who had been wondering whether to bring back a polar bear for bears. Pastu received a call from Coulson. Only then did he realize that, after all these days, Asgard had finally sent someone. If he didn't already know the story, he might have thought Asgard had simply given up on their crown prince. Just find a place to wait for now. I'll head over and take a look in a bit, Wang Teng replied. He remembered that with the arrival of the Warriors 3, the destroyer would be showing up soon as well, one right after the other. Back in Asgard's royal palace, Loki sat with a sullen expression, watching Heimdall's performance on the monitors, simmering with resentment. I'm Odin's son too. My name is Odin's son as well. Why does everyone always take Thor's side? Is it all just because of that so-called noble bloodline? Someday, I'll see Jotunheim utterly destroyed. Lost in thought, he stared at Gungnir, the eternal spear in his hands, a divine weapon forged by the second king of the dwarves himself. Not long ago, it was with this very symbol of Asgardian supremacy that Loki had personally struck down the king of the frost giants, his own father by blood, severing the ties of his lineage with his own hand. Yet now, even as he wielded the highest power in Asgard, Loki felt like a joke. In everyone's hearts, Thor would always matter most, the impulsive thunder god who, ruled by his passions, seemed determined to drag Asgard into endless wars, prized only because the noblest blood of the Aesir ran in his veins. Odin always claimed that all 9 realms were part of Asgard's domain, and that every person within them was an equal child of Asgard. But how could there ever truly be such a thing as equality in this world? Even just wanting a bit more attention from his father, he had to resort to all sorts of pranks to achieve it. Truly, it was a bittersweet kind of ridiculousness. Pulling his thoughts back, Loki stood up and made his way toward the control center of the Bifrost. If you refuse to give it to me, then I'll take it myself. I will prove to everyone that I, Loki the trickster god, am the wisest ruler, and I will lead Asgard to become stronger than ever. Wang Teng left all of Captain America's affairs for Tony to handle. These were minor matters, and with Tony's abilities, there would be no problem at all. The real priority was the incoming destroyer armor. What if he arrived too late and Thor smashed it to pieces with a single blow? This was a rare and exceptional specimen. He had to seize it and plant it for himself. It was said that this set of armor was Odin's anti-celestial suit. Although its performance in the movie seemed mediocre, who could say for sure whether it had any hidden features? Something this valuable must not slip through his fingers. If it got destroyed, it would be a terrible loss. At this point, Wang Teng already saw the destroyer armor as his own private property. In the royal chambers of Asgard, Odin, deep in the Odin sleep, couldn't stop his eyelids from twitching, plagued by a sense that something bad was about to happen. Beside him, Frigga, the queen, wore a strange expression as she cared for Odin. This old rascal could be quite a handful. Who knew if he was truly asleep or just pretending? Still, after so many years as husband and wife, she knew when to play along. Arriving in the small town in New Mexico, Wang Teng's eyes immediately landed on the legendary goddess, Sif, at first glance. This wasn't intentional on his part. The reason was, at last, Wang Teng understood why Thor had never been interested in Sif. Even in some novels, Thor would rather choose Loki over her. It really was hard to put into words. Was Sif unattractive? To bear the title of goddess, beauty was a given. By most standards, Sif was exceedingly beautiful. The key issue, however, was her physique, muscles. Rippling and more developed than even Thor's, with arms as thick as his thighs. She was like a golden Valkyrie Barbie, reminiscent of the Iron Neza from Absurdist comics. With a goddess like this, even Thor would struggle, let alone anyone else in the universe. It wasn't just a matter of taste, you'd also need the strength to keep up with this ironclad beauty. After all, she was an elite warrior of the Aesir, one of the most powerful ancient races in the cosmos. Those stronger than Sif wouldn't care about her strength. They'd only care if she was pleasing in every way. But for anyone less capable, best beware, one punch from Sif could shatter your chest. Wang Teng observed a moment of silence for Thor. Being the object of such a goddess's affection must have put him under tremendous pressure. No wonder he started flirting the moment he arrived on Earth. Not wishing to interrupt the touching reunion, Wang Teng kept to the sidelines, perfectly content to watch the drama unfold. Coulson, start evacuating the townsfolk who haven't left yet. If you want to avoid casualties, you'd better hurry. Our enemies will be here soon. After making the call to Coulson, Wang Teng let the matter go, choosing instead to enjoy the spectacle. He'd already done everything he could. After all, this world never lacked people with a knack for courting disaster. Take, for example, Thor's current girlfriend, Ms. Jane Foster, a true virtuoso in the art of tempting fate, and, at the highest levels, no less. In this remote, New Mexico town, it was clear there were plenty more like her. A battle about to break out? The New Mexicans, armed with nothing but chicken wraps, seemed utterly unafraid of anything. Coulson couldn't use force to clear the area, either. Otherwise, the townsfolk might just have him thrown in jail. In a place as out of the way as this, no one cares if you're from S.H.I.E.L.D. or some rival agency. When the Bifrost descended from the sky, plenty of those who'd been asked to leave noticed it. It was broad daylight, after all. Some even cracked open beers to celebrate. No matter how many years Wang Teng had lived, he still couldn't wrap his head around the thought process of the American public. Fortunately, once the destroyer began its attack, panic finally set in among the crowd. Especially after a few drunken locals, waving hunting rifles, attempted to provoke the robotic menace. The destroyer's armor vaporized them on the spot, leaving not even a trace behind. Thor hurried to help with the evacuation, while the warriors three moved to intercept the destroyer. To Wang Teng, their efforts looked more like child's play than a serious fight. Concealed by invisibility, Wang Teng stood nearby, a handful of sunflower seeds in his palm. He had to admit, this beat watching a 3D blockbuster any day. Despite his interference, he had to acknowledge the sheer momentum of the world's storyline. Wang Teng watched as the warriors three were defeated. Thor stepped up to reason with the destroyer, and then Thor got knocked out. But finally, it was time for Thor's comeback. A streak of light shot in from the distance. Mjolnir soared into Thor's hand, and the sky transformed, clouds swirling, thunder cracking. Amidst astonished and delighted faces, Thor felt his power surging back. The god of thunder had returned. For the glory of the Norse gods. Clad in chainmail, boots light as clouds, his golden hair tumbling wildly, holding not the legendary staff of Sun Wukong, but, wait, wrong story. It was a hammer he held, not a magical cudgel. And though he wore a red cape much like the Monkey King, he certainly wasn't carrying a monkey on his back. Looking at Thor before him, Wang Teng was always tempted to swap his hammer for a staff and see what he could do. But in the end, he refrained. No need to embarrass the great sage. Now at last the climax arrived. Thor, hammer in hand, shot into the sky, summoning bolts of lightning to crash down on Mjolnir. Thankfully, the Dwarven King's craftsmanship was superb. Had the hammer grown hair, it would have been standing on end by now. Thor landed from above, wielding the hammer as he charged straight through the destroyer's energy beams. It was clear, Thor meant to stuff his hammer right down the destroyer's throat. Within Wang Teng's perception, the energy beam from the destroyer dropped several levels in power when facing Thor, though outwardly it appeared unchanged. Meanwhile, somewhere in Asgard, An old man who was supposed to be asleep kept his fingers in a peculiar position. It was obvious that this doting father was intentionally holding back, and not just a little. He was pulling his punches as vast as the sea of stars. Otherwise, how could the mightiest armor of the realm be so easily destroyed by Thor? Most outrageous of all, even the debris had vanished without a trace, gone, as if into thin air. Clearly, someone had retrieved it. Given the memory properties of URU metal, Wang Teng even suspected that if all the fragments were gathered, the armor could reassemble itself as good as new. As Thor and the Destroyer barreled toward each other, it was only moments before Thor would unleash a tirade against the Destroyer. Wang Teng had no intention of letting Thor ruin his carefully chosen candidate, so he reached out toward Mjolnir. A smile was already blooming on Thor's face. Victory seemed to beckon to him once again, just as it had during his past triumphs. Thor was on the verge of success, about to seize final victory, when delight abruptly gave way to shock. At the last moment, Mjolnir veered off course, whisking Thor away, carrying him off into the sky, farther and farther. Somewhere in Asgard, the old man could barely keep up the pretense of sleep. Wang Teng, he muttered. Thor's face was a mask of confusion. He simply couldn't understand why his hammer had suddenly flown toward Wang Teng. But then, in a flash, he thought he had it figured out. His hammer must have sensed Wang Teng's aura, and, recalling all the days he'd been deceived, it was bringing him to settle the score. Yes, that must be it. Excitement surged through Thor. At last, he could have his revenge. Ignoring the Destroyer armor rumbling behind him, he swung his hammer in preparation to strike Wang Teng. And then came the awkward scene. Thor raised his hammer, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't bring it down. He was left hanging there, suspended strangely before Wang Teng, while the Destroyer's energy attack didn't pause for even a second. It struck from behind, landing a sneak attack on Thor, who lost his grip on the hammer and was sent hurtling through the air. After rolling over and over 360 times, Thor finally came to a stop. He looked up, dazed, and saw the hammer of the god of thunder floating before Wang Teng, who reached out and grasped it effortlessly. No! Mjolnir! Thor cried out in anguish. Restored to his full divine power, Thor was dealt a fresh blow. Even the Destroyer, still under Loki's control, froze in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. Loki himself was at a loss over whom to target first. He wanted to punch both of them. Without wasting any more time, Loki decided to give this opportunity to Wang Teng. He could bully Thor any day. As for Wang Teng, eliminating him was a matter of utmost urgency. The Destroyer sprang into action once more, but this time his target was Wang Teng. The energy blast that had dulled moments ago suddenly flared to life again. Wang Teng had no intention of finding out what it felt like to be struck by the Destroyer's attack. He wasn't afraid, but he certainly wasn't looking to suffer for no reason. Odin would lower the intensity of the Destroyer's energy when attacking Thor, but he wasn't about to do the same for Wang Teng. After all, Wang Teng had just snatched Thor's glory, and soon he even planned to bury Odin's armor. Wang Teng reached into his robes and produced a formation disc, the 9 heavens and 10 earths absolute sealing array. It was an imposing name, but in truth, the array's purpose was quite simple: to block off any spiritual probes like divine sense or mental energy. Its main function was to sever Loki's control and prevent Odin from spying. Loki was easy enough to deal with, but as for Odin, Wang Teng didn't believe for a second that the old man was as feeble and near death as he appeared. After witnessing so much in the Marvel Universe, Wang Teng guessed Odin was much like the Ancient One, tired of living rather than truly frail. Besides, figures like him, did you really think their deaths would be so simple? If he could create a multiversal prison just to lock up his own daughter Hela, letting her rule within it, then as long as Odin didn't wish to die, who could possibly kill him? Once Wang Teng activated the formation on the disc, the Destroyer, which had been relentlessly attacking him, froze in place, as if someone had pulled its plug. Back in Asgard, Loki, who had been controlling the Destroyer, instantly sensed his connection severed. No matter how hard he tried, no matter what methods he attempted, he couldn't re-establish contact. Odin nearly sat bolt upright on his throne. For a moment, Loki, now bereft of control over the Destroyer, even contemplated rushing to Midgard via the Bifrost to see what was happening. But in the end, he restrained himself. With Wang Teng present and Thor having regained his power as the god of thunder, if Loki went now, he'd be facing a 2-on-1. Loki was a prince, noble and proud. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Wang Teng had no idea what thoughts were swirling in the minds of the father and son far away in Asgard. At the moment, he couldn't be bothered to deal with Thor, who stood not far off, gazing at him, or rather, at the hammer in his hand with a lost and forlorn expression. All Wang Teng wanted was to quickly collect the destroyer's armor, lest something unexpected happen if he delayed. Even though it was broad daylight, with Odin napping, he had no intention of tempting fate. The three warriors of Asgard looked completely bewildered. They weren't sure whether they should salute Wang Teng, since he was now wielding the hammer that symbolized the crowned prince of Asgard. The sheer amount of information they'd had to process in recent years was overwhelming, and it was a bit too much for them to comprehend. So they simply stood there, exchanging uncertain glances, not knowing what to do next. Moreover, in their eyes, the means by which Wang Teng immobilized the destroyer were not something an ordinary person could pull off. After all, that was Asgard's ultimate weapon. The Soul Control Incantation, a minor spell designed for manipulating magical artifacts that already have owners, was usually effective only on those of a lower rank than oneself. But with no one present who could control the destroyer, it was the perfect time to use it. First, secure the weapon, then hurry home to plant it in his own fields. That way, it would be safe. No one else could dig it up aside from himself. With a little water and fertilizer, it would sprout and grow quickly. While he was at it, why not plant Thor's hammer as well? That was another first-rate seed. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Vote for me, please. Wang Teng, give me back my hammer. Thor couldn't hold back any longer as he watched Wang Teng with every intention of flying away. If he didn't speak up now, he might never see his hammer again. How do you prove that this is your hammer? If you call out to it, will it answer you? Wang Teng looked down at Thor, who was gazing longingly at the hammer in his hand, and teased him with a laugh. Of course, he wouldn't really ignore Thor. After all, Thor without his hammer wasn't a complete god of thunder, just a hammerless god. That's my hammer. It was a gift from the great Odin, king of the gods. Even children's storybooks say so. It's the exclusive weapon of Thor, the god of thunder. Thor argued, trying to reclaim his hammer, hoping Wang Teng would show a little decency. Sorry, I'm not a native of the Federation, and I've never read Norse mythology. Besides, how can you prove you're really Thor? Everyone can vouch for me. Thor was about to call over the three warriors to testify to his identity. Crack! Wang Teng summoned a bolt of lightning that struck the ground right next to Thor. See? Clearly, I'm the real god of thunder. Why don't you summon a lightning bolt yourself and prove it? Wang Teng said. Thor's face turned bright red as he glared at Wang Teng. It's my hammer, whether you believe it or not. If you don't believe me, hand it over and I'll prove it to you. Thor insisted. Wang Teng tossed the hammer up and down his hand. So, you're just a hammer god? As long as you admit you're a hammer god and need a hammer, I'll give you one. Thor burned with fury, feeling this was the gravest insult he'd ever received. The three warriors at the side were completely dumbfounded, still reeling from the sight of Wang Teng summoning lightning. It was as if they themselves had just been struck. Thor vowed that once he got his hammer back, he'd make sure to teach Wang Teng a lesson. Better to just hide the hammer and make a run for it. Lately, Mjolnir hadn't been very obedient anyway. Probably no match for Wang Teng. In the end, for the sake of getting his hammer back, Thor decided to swallow his pride and be a real man who knows when to yield. I am Thor, god of hammers. Please, return my hammer to me. Thor's tears fell, heavy with sorrow. Seeing Thor standing before him, looking so pitiful, Wang Teng began to wonder if he'd gone a bit too far. Well, it's not that bad, he consoled himself. I'll have to return his hammer to him, eventually. With that thought, Wang Teng felt much better. So, he pulled out a miniature version of Mjolnir. Thor stared in disbelief as he caught the tiny hammer Wang Teng tossed him. What on earth is this? Not only did Thor feel his dignity was being trampled, but he also felt as if Wang Teng was mocking his intelligence. He looked down at the mini hammer in his palm, barely bigger than his hand, then cast a glance at the real Mjolnir in Wang Teng's grasp. Fury and shame burned in Thor's eyes as he glared at Wang Teng. What are you staring at? I gave you a hammer, didn't I? What more do you want? Wang Teng shot back with a glare of his own. Feeling the surge of thunderous energy within the little hammer, Thor actually began to doubt. Had the Dwarf King forged two hammers back then? Was this one in his hand a younger brother, or perhaps a son? And what could be more humiliating than a burly man like him wielding a tiny hammer? Thor wanted to retort, but to his dismay, he realized he no longer had the courage to face Wang Teng head-on. Maybe it was best to test out the hammer's power first. For the glory of the northern gods, he suddenly shouted. A bolt of lightning arced out and struck the ground not far away. Thor was stunned. Why had he blurted out such an embarrassing phrase? And what was this glory of the northern gods supposed to mean? Noticing the confusion on Thor's face, Wang Teng kindly explained, that's the activation spell for the hammer. Well, aside from the fact that using the hammer was a little embarrassing, Thor was starting to get attached to the little thing. Where did you get this hammer? He asked Wang Teng. unable to hide his fondness. "Oh, it's a weapon used by a thunder god named Tor," Wang Teng replied, the corners of his mouth corking up in a smile. "A thunder god from another world? Then he must be as wise and mighty, as handsome and dashing as I am. His name even sounds similar. The hammer is a bit small, though. Maybe he ran short on materials? I could introduce him to the dwarves of Nidavellir. Have them forge him a new one," Thor said, lovingly caressing the little hammer in his hands. Indeed, thunder gods and hammers were a perfect match. "He is quite handsome, with a golden mane," Wang Teng said, barely able to contain his laughter. Thor didn't notice the oddities in Wang Teng's words. His attention was entirely on his new hammer. As for the three warriors, their muscle-bound brains didn't pick up on anything amiss either. However, Jane, Coulson, and Hawkeye, watching from afar, sensed that something was off. They felt that Wang Teng wasn't talking about the same person, and his tone and expressions were just strange. But lacking the full picture, they didn't know what to say. Maybe Wang Teng had just misspoken? Or perhaps he was teasing Thor on purpose. Thor? As long as the hammer works, that's good enough for him. Wang Teng certainly wasn't going to tell anyone that this hammer had once belonged to a dog. In fact, Wang Teng himself wasn't quite sure what he'd used to grow this Mjolnir from the 100,000 Bad Jokes universe. He'd planted so many odd things. It was all a blur. "All right, if there's nothing else here, I'll be heading back. Contact me if you need anything," Wang Teng said, stowing away the destroyer and Mjolnir before flying off without a backward glance. Only then did Thor snap out of his daze, realizing he hadn't even asked Wang Teng when he'd get his hammer back. Sure, the hammer in his hand was decent enough, but nothing compared to his own. Two hammers truly suited the god of thunder best. "Thor, we need to hurry back to Asgard and stop Loki's scheme," Sif called out, seeing that Wang Teng had departed. She rushed over to find Thor, reminding him they still had more pressing matters to attend. 2. They had no idea what Loki was plotting, but with Loki, there was always a plot, and stopping him was always the right move. That's just how Asgardian warriors handled things, straightforward and direct. Of course, it would have been even better if they could have recruited that powerful stranger just now. But judging by his interaction with Thor, their relationship didn't seem too friendly. Best let that be. "Oh, right, I nearly forgot the main thing." Thor suddenly remembered the crisis in Asgard. Loki had dared to deceive him. Thor had lost count of the times Loki had tricked him. Since childhood, but this time, Loki had used their father's life as a ruse. Utterly unforgivable. Once he returned, Thor vowed to show Loki some brotherly love with an iron fist. He said his goodbyes to Jane, inviting her to witness the arrival of the Bifrost up close, and promised again and again that as soon as the Asgard situation was resolved, he would come back for her. Thor then began to call for Heimdall. "Heimdall! Heimdall!" The sky was clear and bright, and Thor scratched his nose awkwardly. He must have gone to the bathroom. Maybe he's got an upset stomach. Yes, that must be it. Heimdall's always eating weird things, Thor explained to Jane, spouting nonsense without even knowing what he was saying. Jane looked at Thor with an expression of admiration, waiting for his next performance, but inwardly she didn't believe a word of it. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Heimdall, frozen in ice, heard Thor's call and tried to break free. Then he caught Thor's rambling explanation. For a moment, Heimdall felt no urge to escape at all. Maybe being encased in ice wasn't so bad. It was cool and refreshing. The Bifrost was always blasted by harsh sunlight and all sorts of radiation. Heimdall thought he'd gotten a few shades darker already, and not even his noble Aesir blood could withstand the relentless sun that he often recalled the days when he first started working at the Rainbow Bridge. He was already over 4,000 years old, yet had never even had a girlfriend. He wouldn't even let himself touch a girl's hand, claiming he was afraid he'd taint her with his darkness. Come on, his dark skin was a mark of honor bestowed by the sun, not because he was bathing in coal. Besides, Asgard didn't even use such lowly energy sources as coal. In that instant, Heimdall's mind raced with thoughts. He longed for a vacation, and more than anything, he wanted to find a girlfriend and experience a sweet romance. Over the years, he had witnessed countless poignant and tender love stories across the 9 realms, and he was familiar with every trick in the book. Heimdall fancied himself the king of romance. He'd rehearsed every possible scenario in his mind 1,000 times over. He just didn't know if the All-Father Odin would approve his leave. Heimdall, life is just too hard. Meanwhile, Thor, eager to return to Asgard, had been entrusted to Heimdall's care simply because of a single sentence. As for Wang Teng, after retrieving the 2 divine artifacts, he wasted no time in making his escape, uneasy at heart until he'd planted them. What if Odin managed to intercept them? Fortunately, the journey was smooth and uneventful. Wang Teng made it back to his Peach Blossom Island, quickly activated every protective array he could, and only then did he take out the destroyer armor and Mjolnir. Dig a hole, cover it with soil, Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's my land, my earth, whatever I plant grows money. Oops, got my lines mixed up. My land, my earth, whatever grows, it's not up to me. Wang Teng cheerfully dug a pit while muttering to himself. All done. Now I can finally relax. He gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction, picturing himself one day harvesting a pile of divine artifacts. The thought filled him with happiness. He already had plenty of high-quality treasures, but who would ever complain about having too much wealth or too many treasures? Long ago, Wang Teng had made up his mind. If he ever transmigrated to the world of the Great Desolation, he'd be the type to strip the land bare, dig a hole for himself, and hide until an era when immortals were a thing of the past. By then, even a single blade of grass in his hand would be an immortal herb, and even a clump of dirt would be more fertile than the richest lands up north. I'm a man who knows how to manage a household. I'm not stingy at all. Just now, I even gave Thor a hammer. I may have harvested dozens of hammers like that, but each one is still a treasure. Wang Teng felt he was being far too generous. The main thing was, he just felt too poor. He owned quite a few things that looked impressive, but most of them were ordinary. Crops. Of course, just because you planted something special didn't guarantee a better harvest, but it certainly wouldn't be worse. Even if he ended up with dozens of hammers, that would be great. When it came time to fight Thanos, everyone could wield one, and Thanos would be left questioning his very existence. If only he could get his hands on Stormbreaker and plant that too. Sadly, it hadn't been forged yet. How about going to get the Eternal Spear someday, and planting it, just to see what happens? It seems Asgard is full of treasures, Eternal Flame, Casket of Ancient Winters, the Eye of Truth, and so many others. I wonder when I'll finally get the chance to visit Asgard's vault and have a look around. Too bad the Ancient One never lets me plant the Time Stone. Otherwise, I think I could even return a few more stones to her, switch them out every day. Although I'm not sure if what I grow would still be Time Stones. Once I planted a piece of Vibranium and ended up harvesting a whole pile of it. Even the trees that grew were made entirely of Vibranium. But what really annoyed me was that, after that first time, whenever I tried planting it again, I'd just get some unknown minerals, and each time they were different. You have to admit, Wakanda's technology is simply incredible. When I went to steal Vibranium, I was almost caught. Of course, I wasn't nearly as strong then as I am now. Master, there's a flying object approaching. Scan results show it's Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. Should I open the passage to let him in? Little Dragon's voice snapped Wang Teng out of his thoughts. Only then did he realize how much time had passed. As he watched a few armors descend from the sky, each carrying a coffin, Wang Teng couldn't figure out why Tony didn't just take Cap back to his own place and instead brought him here. Was he expecting Wang Teng to find Steve Rogers a prime burial spot? That wasn't really his area of expertise. Then again, that thing really did look just like a coffin. Tony, what are you doing here? I don't have any high-tech medical equipment, you know. I didn't expect you to. This is just a shortcut, that's all. Tony didn't even stop. He opened a portal and went straight back to his own place. Asgard, where Odin's two sons were just about to start a fight. What's that? Your hammer. Loki eyed the mini Mjolnir in Thor's hand with a puzzled look. This is my new hammer. Don't be fooled by its size. It can still knock the crap out of you, my dear brother. You'll pay for your lies. The word dear in Thor's sentence reminded Loki of the time Wang Teng had asked about his gender, leaving him feeling a bit unsettled. Looking at the toy-like hammer in Thor's hand, Loki felt victory was within his grasp. As long as Thor didn't have his real hammer, Loki figured he could take him on in a fair fight and come out on top. Then he'd tie Thor up and shave his head. Just the thought made Loki a little excited. But once again, Loki found himself doubting reality as he was beaten soundly. How could that tiny hammer in Thor's hand, looking more like a toy than a weapon, pack such an enormous punch? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Forget it. Let it all be destroyed. In the end, only wiping out Jotunheim with the Bifrost will set my mind at ease. Why did I even consider facing Thor in a direct fight just now? Loki thought to himself a bit ruefully. If I hadn't tried, I wouldn't have realized just how hopeless I am in combat. Clearly, I'm better suited to using my wits. Everything unfolded as usual. After a round of struggle, Thor picked up his hammer, ready to smash the Bifrost. My hammer really is the best, he mused. This little one is even more agile, but if I tried using it on someone, it just wouldn't pack the same punch. Odin felt he was about to lose his composure. This reckless son of his, though he had always planned for something like this, it was clear now the situation had changed. If Thor actually destroyed the Bifrost, repairing it would cost a fortune. Even with Asgard's vast wealth, he couldn't keep up with Thor's ways forever. Loki was no easy character either. He had disposed of his own father without a second thought, and Odin, lying there, had nearly burst out laughing at the time. Should I treat Loki a bit better from now on? Odin wondered, springing out of bed before Frigga could tease him with a knowing glance. His old face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried out of his chambers. If he didn't stop Thor soon, the Bifrost would truly be ruined. And that meant money down the drain. Odin rushed as fast as he could, finally catching up just as Thor was about to finish the job. Thank goodness, just a few dents here and there. With a little patching, it'll be as good as new. Odin breathed a sigh of relief as he inspected the pockmarked Rainbow Bridge. Then his gaze locked onto the miniature Mjolnir in Thor's hand, and he froze. What happened to your hammer? Why does it look like that? Odin could sense the pure power of the god of thunder radiating from Mjolnir. That was the power he himself had bestowed upon the hammer. On that point, Odin was absolutely confident in his senses. Well, Thor hesitated, at a loss for words. How could he possibly explain? Should he admit his hammer was stolen, and he'd had to beg for this little replacement? He had to maintain some dignity. Father, why did you do this, Loki? I'm very disappointed in you. Odin interrupted sharply before Loki could get a word in. To Odin, there was nothing wrong with what he said. It was simply how he always spoke to Loki. In fact, Odin thought he was being much kinder than before. In the past, he might have already slapped Loki outright. Father, I only wanted to resolve Asgard's wars once and for all. I did it for the good of Asgard. Loki protested anxiously, pained by Odin's words. With a sharp crack, Odin couldn't hold back and struck Loki with a backhand. Asgard is just fine. It doesn't need you to fix it. Loki staggered, back several steps from Odin's blow, the force of it catching him off guard. Odin's cold indifference left Loki completely unaware of his footing. No, Loki. Thor, who had been watching Loki closely, saw what was happening. Loki had retreated to the very edge of the Rainbow Bridge, with nothing but swirling spatial currents behind him. Thor was a step too slow. Even Odin was momentarily taken aback. Loki's eyes brimmed with disappointment and pain. Wang Teng had no idea what was unfolding in Asgard, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared much. After all, Loki was not truly in danger of dying. Over the years, Wang Teng had come to trust the story's power to write itself. For instance, even though the Rainbow Bridge hadn't been destroyed by Thor this time, rebellions were still breaking out across the other realms as expected. Thor wouldn't be returning to Earth anytime soon. Asgard had gone so far as to use the Rainbow Bridge, a weapon of mass destruction, against Jotunheim. Who could say if one day they might not turn it on their own world? So a token resistance was only natural. Nobody was going to just lie down and accept it. Time slipped by quickly. Another idle week had passed, and Wang Teng was growing restless with boredom. Even Natasha had disappeared somewhere, leaving him with no one to banter with. Visiting Tony every day had lost its appeal. Wang Teng was never one for head-to-head competitions. Watching Tony scowl while tuning up Pepper's suit was amusing, but Wang Teng couldn't make a habit of it. Not only would it lower Tony's opinion of him, but Wang Teng had no desire to become another opportunist like Boss Chow. On this particular day, Wang Teng was lounging in a deck chair in the yard, soaking up the sun. Suddenly, the half-closed portal was flung open. With a bang, and out ran a muscular man in a tank top. It was none other than Captain America himself, Steve Rogers, who had just woken up. Their eyes met. Steve barely spared Wang Teng a glance before looking away. Although Steve found it odd to encounter an Asian man right after bursting out of that strange room, he didn't dwell on it. His top priority was to get his bearings, and, ideally, find somewhere with more people. He cast a quick look around, picked a direction, and dashed off. Wang Teng didn't bother to stop him. After all, he was alone on the island. Sooner or later, Steve would tire out and return. Not long after, Tony walked in, still streaked with motor oil. Clearly he'd just come from tinkering with his armor in the lab. Hey, Wang Teng, did you see a musclehead run out of here just now? Tony sounded annoyed, obviously displeased at having his work interrupted by Steve. Yeah, I saw him. He's probably out for a walk. He'll be back once he runs out of steam. Honestly, what have you been feeding him? He's bulked up fast. When you dug him up, he was still a bit scrawny, and now, just a few days later, he's got muscles too. Make a bodybuilder jealous. Wang Teng had seen Steve lying in bed before, but he'd never looked as strong as he did today. It's just that he was given some nutrient solution, probably because of his super serum. He absorbs energy exceptionally well. Tony said with a hint of resignation. He couldn't help but envy that physique himself, but after drawing his own blood and studying it, he'd concluded the serum was far too unpredictable. Worse, it might even affect his mind, and that was something Tony could never accept. So he resigned himself to tinkering with his suits instead. After all, he was the tech genius. Being Iron Man suited him just fine. He certainly wasn't about to become Iron Captain. That just didn't have the same ring to it. Tony returned to his workbench, absorbed once again in the intricacies of his armor, while Wang Teng continued basking in the sun. Once laziness takes hold, a person can hardly muster the energy to lift a finger. Meanwhile, Steve spent half the day sprinting across the island, even climbing to its highest peak. In the end, he had to admit defeat. He was well and truly stranded. An ocean stretched in every direction. And aside from that Asian man he'd met at the start, it seemed no one else was here. Did that mean he'd have to swim his way out? The real problem, though, was that Steve had no idea which direction to go. Still, judging by his instincts and the environment, Steve suspected he wasn't far from the Arctic Circle. The island itself was temperate and pleasant, but in the distance he thought he could make out glaciers, leading him to guess that geothermal activity was keeping this little piece of land in perpetual spring. Steve was beginning to suspect that Hydra had kidnapped him and dumped him on this remote, uninhabited island. That Asian man must be his jailer. How else could he explain waking up in a high-tech room that was clearly decades ahead of anything Steve remembered from his own time? As far as Steve knew, only Hydra possessed such advanced technology. It looked like he'd have to track down that Asian man and interrogate him thoroughly. Wang Teng looked down at Steve, who was sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, but stubbornly trying to get up and challenge him all over again. To be honest, Wang Teng was genuinely impressed. He himself was already feeling tired, yet his opponent was still full of fighting spirit. The problem was Wang Teng didn't want to go too hard on him. If it had been Tony, that guy would have surrendered and called him dad ages ago. Tony, busy building his suit. I feel personally attacked. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder, were people in the Marvel Universe always this direct? Did you have to fight before you could have a proper conversation? At dinner, Tony's spirits were high as he eyed Steve's bruised face. He put in a special request to Wang Teng for hot pot, extra spicy. He knew he'd probably pay for it the next day, but it was worth it just to let the newcomer, Steve, experience what he'd been through before. After all, joy is best when shared, especially with this uncle who'd shown up out of nowhere. Not that Tony would ever admit to the title Wang Teng had foisted on him. Clearly, Tony had underestimated the resilience Steve possessed after being transformed by the super soldier serum. After learning about his current situation from Tony and Wang Teng, Steve said he had no appetite. He lamented missing an important dance, and a dance with someone who mattered to him. Feeling low, Steve was finally persuaded by Tony's repeated urging to eat a little something. One had to admit, the learning capacity of a super soldier was truly remarkable. Just by watching Wang Teng use chopsticks and trying a few times himself, Steve quickly mastered them, better than Tony had after days of earnest practice. The moment Steve tasted the first bite of hot pot beef, he instantly understood the irresistible allure of good food. He decided to channel his grief into appetite, setting aside his troubles for now to fill his stomach first. As the first meal he'd had in 70 years, Steve found it highly satisfying. Tony, however, was not so pleased. He hadn't eaten much and complained the food was too spicy. Most of the time, he was just drinking water. He couldn't fathom how Steve managed to eat so much spicy food. Was his mouth made of steel now? Tony began to suspect he'd miscalculated. Maybe he'd be the one suffering tomorrow, not Steve. Brooding over this, Tony resolved to eat more. If he was going to suffer anyway, he might as well enjoy the food. He had to admit, Wang Teng's cooking was delicious, especially the beef. Tony still didn't dare try the organ meats, though, and expressed his admiration for Steve. No wonder he was a battle-hardened veteran. He could stomach anything. And as for Wang Teng, please, Tony couldn't imagine anything the man wouldn't eat. There was even one time he discovered worm-shaped biscuits with a battery flavor here. Curious, but skeptical, Tony tried one bite. The experience killed his appetite for 3 days and made him want to go home and disassemble his arc reactor, just to test Wang Teng's braised in sauce recipe suggestion. Let's ask for another vote. Even if it's not a Jurassic mosquito, it's still meat, after all. So, tell me, what was my sacrifice for back then? Steve's voice trembled with anger and disbelief. During the war, my comrades fought so hard against Hydra, and many gave their lives, including my closest friend, Bucky. We finally destroyed Hydra. And now you're telling me not only did Hydra survive, but you actually helped them grow stronger. Steve's face was a storm of emotions. Rage, confusion, disbelief, as if his very faith had been shattered. It's not as dire as you think, soldier, Nick Fury replied calmly, looking Steve in the eye. Yes, Hydra is now lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., but that's also become a cage for them. As long as we uncover their identities one by one, we'll wipe them out completely. There'll be no chance for them to rise again. I need your help. Oh really? Steve replied, his tone sharp. So how is your investigation going? Steve knew his old adversary far too well, and deep down, he never truly trusted a word that Nick Fury, the head of spies, said. Nick Fury gave a somewhat awkward sound. There was no easy way to respond to that. Was he supposed to admit that he'd made almost no progress? S.H.I.E.L.D. had been riddled. With Hydra's infiltration, and now that he was trying to turn the tables and investigate Hydra from within, he realized just how difficult it was. Every step was a struggle. There was no one around he could trust, no one he could use, and he had to be on guard every moment not to be discovered by Hydra's agents. Nick Fury felt utterly beleaguered. So, the moment he heard Steve had awakened, he rushed over, hoping he could persuade Steve, an outsider to this tangled web, to help him break through the impasse. "It seems you don't have a good solution," Steve said. "From where I stand, since S.H.I.E.L.D. has become Hydra's stronghold, the best way is to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. along with Hydra." Steve, though a symbol of justice, was never a man bound by rigid ideals. In his view, if a problem could be solved by the most direct and straightforward means, there was no need to complicate things. Classic thinking for a federal soldier. No, that won't do. For one, there are still many innocent and outstanding agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides, we live in a society governed by law. I can't just wipe everyone out without cause. That kind of thinking will only make us the target. Nick Fury immediately objected. Damn it, after all the effort he'd put into building S.H.I.E.L.D., how could Steve just dismiss it with a single sentence? Hydra's gotten so far. No one can guarantee how many moles they have in the upper echelons of government, or how much dirt they've collected on others. If we bring everything out into the open, we'll only become the target of everyone's arrows. "I read something in a book the other day," Steve replied. "It said, when the avalanche comes, no single snowflake is innocent." With S.H.I.E.L.D. secretly controlled by Hydra, you could say every staff member, rather than working for S.H.I.E.L.D., is actually serving Hydra. Can you guarantee their actions aren't endangering humanity or the entire world? That makes every one of them an accomplice. You too, Director Fury. Steve's words were not without reason, and they left Nick Fury silent. Yet, whatever the reason, how could Nick Fury simply abandon the S.H.I.E.L.D. he'd poured his life into? They just don't know the truth, Nick Fury argued weakly. "I'm retired now, and at my age, I haven't adapted to this new world. I can barely use a cell phone," Steve said, trying to brush Nick Fury off for now. He was starting to get a headache. Nick Fury stood up. "I believe in you. You were the first super soldier of the Federation, and a true superhero, the very symbol of justice in the Federation. So many people in the Federation grew up listening to your stories. Maybe all you need is a holiday, some time to adjust to this new life." Nick Fury looked deeply at Steve, and just before leaving, he added, "Go see Ms. Carter. She doesn't have much time left. Perhaps she will give you an answer." Nick Fury wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, but as one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., he imagined that Ms. Carter, who had devoted her whole life to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, wouldn't want to see S.H.I.E.L.D. perish like this. Steve was momentarily stunned. He had never dared to ask about Carter, afraid to hear the answer he dreaded, and unsure how to face her as she was now. After all, it had been 70 years since they last met, though for him, it all felt like it happened only yesterday. He had simply slept a little too long. In the end, Steve couldn't suppress the longing in his heart and made his way to the hospital where Miss Carter was being cared for. As he looked at Carter, who now appeared old enough to be his grandmother, Steve was filled with a swirl of emotions. He had missed out on the life of a remarkable woman. As if sensing Steve's gaze, Peggy Carter, who had been napping, opened her eyes. When she saw Steve beside her, a new light seemed to shine in her once clouded eyes. "Young man, you look very much like an old friend of mine," Peggy Carter said first, her voice roughened by age, sending a tremor through Steve's heart. "Is that so? Well, that's truly an honor," Steve replied, speaking to Peggy Carter with utmost care. Peggy Carter smiled at Steve, then looked away, drifting into her memories. "He was a wonderful young man. It's a pity he still owes me a dance." Steve's eyes reddened, unsure of how to answer Peggy Carter. The woman he had once loved deeply was now approaching the twilight of her life. "Go do what you believe is right. I'm just an old lady now," Peggy Carter said. Her earlier excitement faded, and closed her eyes, gently signaling Steve to leave. Steve stood up, wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Suddenly, his visit today felt abrupt. Perhaps he needed more time. "Get some good rest. I'll come see you again," Steve said, turning to leave, not noticing the tear that slipped down Carter's cheek. "I knew you were still alive." Peggy Carter smiled through her tears. This moment. Who else would come to visit an old woman like her, if not him? As a seasoned agent who had spent her entire life on the front lines, even though Carter was now bedridden, her mind remained remarkably clear. Peggy Carter had witnessed too many strange and extraordinary people and events throughout her life. When she saw Steve, she was pleasantly surprised, but not particularly shocked. Deep down, she had always believed Steve wasn't truly gone, and that one day, he would return. It was just that this day had taken far too long to arrive. She had waited so long that, Even reunited, she no longer had the courage to reveal herself to Steve. It seems the rats can't stay hidden any longer, Peggy Carter murmured to herself. Suddenly, she felt the urge to go outside and bask in the sunlight. It had been such a long time since she'd felt its warmth. To fall ill in the prime of her life. Peggy Carter never considered an accident. Back when Howard Stark wanted to recruit Hydra scientists, she had opposed it. After all, when accusations surfaced, her own investigations painted a far less innocent picture than Howard had claimed. But as longtime friends, Carter chose to turn a blind eye to the evidence implicating Howard, choosing to help him instead. It wasn't until the accidental deaths of the Starks that Carter realized she, too, might be unable to escape this fate. After all, gathering Hydra scientists had been considered politically correct at the time. Howard had simply done the right thing at the right moment. Even with all the precautions Howard had taken, in the end, he managed only to protect his child. Peggy Carter couldn't fight against the tides of her era. In the end, just surviving was an accomplishment. She, Howard, Pym, and others like them were all merely casualties of the times. Now that man had returned, and perhaps she could muster the last of her strength to help him step back into the spotlight, just as she had in the past. A new month has arrived. Should I ask for votes? Come on, folks. Cast your votes. Ever since Steve visited Carter, he'd become elusive, sometimes vanishing for days on end. On the rare occasion he returned, he'd show up at Wang Teng's place, mooching food and drink. Wang Teng, surprisingly, had gotten used to it. It was just one more person joining the ranks of dinner freeloaders, conveniently making up for Natasha's absence. Why say one more? Because when it came to Steve, he could eat enough for 2, sometimes even 3 people. Naturally, Wang Teng didn't have the time to cook for everyone, so he simply activated a second little dragon robot dedicated to cooking and housework. For a long while, the original little dragon harbored a pitiful sense of abandonment. Tony, never one to mince words, outright declared that little dragon number 2's cooking was even better than Wang Teng's. In response, Wang Teng kindly showed Tony the meaning of true modern combat. Not the boxing games he played with Happy all day. The idle days slipped by quickly, passing unnoticed for Wang Teng, to the point where he even lost track of time itself. It wasn't until one day, when Nick Fury arrived, his face as dark as ink, delivering news about Bambi, that Wang Teng snapped out of his daze. Of course, Nick's face was always that dark to begin with. Loki's here. He's stolen the Tesseract and taken control of Hawkeye, Nick Fury announced, nibbling on the snacks laid out on the table. He tried to put on a grave expression, but it only made him look a bit comical. So what do you need us to do? Tony asked indifferently. I can't believe the Tesseract was in your hands all this time. You should have left it forever at the bottom of the sea, Steve remarked, his dissatisfaction becoming more pronounced lately, especially when it came to bald heads. I need you to find Loki and bring back both the Tesseract and Loki himself. I've already sent Natasha to invite Dr. Banner. He's the leading expert in gamma radiation research, Nick Fury said, completely ignoring Steve's complaint. Honestly, dealing with Steve had been giving him a lot of stress lately. You mean the big green guy who transforms when he gets angry? That hardly seems like a good idea. Are you sure he won't suddenly change in the middle of an experiment? Tony's interest in Dr. Banner was obvious. We've been monitoring him for quite some time. He's been studying ancient Indian yoga techniques and hasn't transformed for at least a year. Plus, Natasha will conduct a thorough assessment to ensure it's safe before bringing him in. And frankly, we don't have much time. I doubt Loki stole the Tesseract just to play hide and seek. We need to locate him and figure out his plan as soon as possible, Nick Fury said, finally swallowing the snack in his mouth and sounding a bit more serious. We'll need a high-end laboratory capable of detecting gamma radiation data. Only the military has something like that, and there's no way we can assemble such a lab on short notice, Tony pointed out, implying that while he had the money, they'd have to sort the lab themselves. That's not your concern. We can conduct the experiments and data tracking on the helicarrier, Nick Fury replied. Truth be told, he'd rather not do this on the helicarrier, especially when he still wasn't sure who might be a Hydra agent. You've got quite the nerve, putting all of us on the helicarrier. Aren't you afraid someone might just toss us overboard? Steve said with no hesitation, fully convinced that such a thing was entirely possible. Wang Teng, of course, already knew where Loki was. After all, the Tesseract was such a massive source of energy. It was like the moon shining in the night sky, outshining all the other stars. In Wang Teng's perception, it was as brilliant and unmistakable as a signal tower, dazzling and impossible to miss. However, Wang Teng had no intention of telling Nick Fury the whole truth just yet. It wasn't the right time. Loki's real goal is to bring an alien army to Earth, just so he can indulge his fantasy of being a king. Wang Teng decided to at least give them a subtle reminder, so everyone could be better prepared. There's a high chance the final landing spot will be New York. How do you know that? The other three looked at Wang Teng in surprise, but he didn't plan to explain. No one pressed further. They knew Wang Teng was a man of many secrets, but as long as he was on their side, that was good enough. After all, they had no way to force the truth out of him. Are you going to wait here until Dr. Banner is ready, or would you rather come with me and wait aboard the helicarrier? Nick Fury asked. Tony shrugged. Let's get started with some research. Someone's got to take the lead. Steve agreed. I'll pass. I wouldn't understand any of your research anyway, Wang Teng replied. What was the point of going now? He'd much rather stay at home, relaxing with a cold drink and binge-watching his favorite shows. Better to wait until Loki showed up. So the group split up. Tony and the others boarded the helicarrier to begin their investigation, while Wang Teng stayed home, enjoying his leisure. It wasn't long before, even before Natasha could return with Dr. Banner, the team spotted Loki's figure. Loki hadn't bothered to hide himself at all. He appeared before them, strutting openly and brazenly. Watching the surveillance feed as Loki killed without a hint of mercy, Steve clenched his teeth in anger. Before Nick Fury could give an order, Coulson volunteered to pilot a jet, offering to help Captain America and the others hunt down Loki and bring him to justice. Clearly, Wang Teng's butterfly effect was already in motion. Natasha showed up in the border town in India much earlier than in the original story, and at this moment, she was nearly brought to tears by Banner's fake display of rage. It had to be said, Natasha's acting skills could outshine many idol celebrities. Coulson piloted the Quinjet, taking Steve with him as the first team to set out. Being so close to his idol left Coulson speechless. He fumbled awkwardly, his pockets stuffed with Captain America trading cards, desperate for Steve's autograph but too shy to ask, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Tony suited up in his Iron Man armor and followed, right behind the Quinjet. Soon enough, the team spotted Loki on the plaza in front of Banquet Hall. Seeing Loki about to harm someone, Tony couldn't hold back. He swooped down at once. A pulse blast from his palm hit the mark, knocking Loki to the ground in a most undignified tumble. Instantly, all of Loki's illusionary doubles vanished. You're under arrest, Bambi. Slowly put up your hands. You have the right to remain silent, but just so you know, I won't believe a word you say, Tony quipped. Watching Loki slowly raise his hands, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, Tony couldn't help but wonder, was Wang Teng really right all along? But then, where was the Tesseract? Hurry up and confess. Where did you hide the Cosmic Cube? Tony demanded righteously. At that moment, Steve leapt down from the spaceship and stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tony. Put these on and come with us. Steve tossed Loki a pair of specially crafted handcuffs. Steve had decided to take Loki back with him. There would be plenty of time to deal with him properly later, and there was still one more chapter to this story. Steve didn't care why Loki had shown himself so easily or why he surrendered without a fight. As long as Loki was in his hands, Steve, who had survived the perils of war, was determined to show him just how treacherous life could be. With an air of cool composure, Loki followed Steve onto the plane. The only thing that truly irked him was how Tony had tripped him up the moment he appeared, leaving him feeling humiliated. Once he ruled the earth, he swore to make Tony Stark his most humble servant to wipe away this disgrace. And as for that Wang Teng, how dare he humiliate Loki the last time he visited Midgard? Loki resolved to kill him in the most merciless way possible. Under Coulson's steady piloting, the plane cruised smoothly through the skies. Suddenly, thunder and lightning crashed outside, making Loki's expression change. He shuddered involuntarily. What's this? Are you actually afraid of thunder? Tony mocked, eyeing Loki with amusement. No, I just dislike the one who brings the thunder, Loki replied, curling his lip in disdain. A heavy thud resounded from outside the cabin, followed by the sound of footsteps walking across the roof. Tony stood up and told Coulson to open the hatch and check outside. No sooner had the hatch opened than a muscular blond man flew in. It was Thor, the god of thunder, whom Tony had met once before. Tony was about to greet him, but Thor knocked him aside with a single swing of his hammer. Clearly, Thor hadn't recognized Tony in his Iron Man armor. Right now, all his attention was fixed on his long-lost brother, Loki. Thor grabbed Loki and flew straight out of the plane. Tony's temper flared. He regretted pleading for Thor's sake with Wang Teng last time. He should have let that guy give Thor a real beating. Now, Tony was determined to go after him. Was itching for a good fight with Thor. In Tony's view, with someone like Thor, whose head seemed full of nothing but muscles, the only way to reason with him was with your fists. We need a battle plan, Steve tried to stop Tony. Battle plan is fight. With that, Tony brushed Steve aside and leapt out of the plane in pursuit. Steve looked after his wayward nephew with a headache. Though he hated to admit it, thanks to Wang Teng's meddling, he'd had no choice but to acknowledge this nephew, who, by the way, was actually a few years older than Steve himself, if you didn't count the decade Steve had spent frozen. After all, Steve's own friendship with Tony's father had made it unavoidable. Mischievous brats and Tony Stark truly are some of the most infuriating creatures. Steve grabbed the parachute pack from the seat beside him and promptly leapt out of the cabin. Down below, deep in the forest, Thor and Tony were locked in a fierce battle, while Loki lounged nearby, watching the spectacle with a look of utter leisure. Thanks to Wang Teng's influence, Tony's suit was now several levels stronger than the one in the original story. In particular, Tony had managed to swipe a bit of Vibranium from Wang Teng and used it to forge a special alloy coating for his armor. As a result, the suit didn't end up warped and dented by Thor's grip, unlike what happened before. Besides, Thor's hammer was clearly smaller this time, making his physical attacks less effective. Whenever he unleashed lightning, it simply turned Tony into a giant, walking battery. What unfolded on the scene was a rather amusing sight. Thor's lightning strikes were absorbed by Tony and converted into energy, but Tony's energy blast seemed to have no effect on Thor at all. With neither side gaining the upper hand, Tony decided it was time to launch a verbal assault. Well, if it isn't our Asgardian prince, the mighty Thor. No wonder you said, last time you were just a 1,000-year-old baby. And look at you now, swinging around that toy hammer. Want me to bring you some candy next time, kiddo? Tony's words left Thor momentarily stunned. He could have sworn he'd only said something like that once, and only in passing. He paused his attack and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing that Thor had stopped fighting, Tony lost his desire to continue as well. With his helmet lifting away, Tony revealed his face. Thor stared at him for a moment, deep in thought, before finally recalling, "You're the guy who was with that scoundrel Wang Teng last time, aren't you?" "Looks like your brain isn't completely fried after all," Tony replied, exasperated by Thor's habit of fighting first and asking questions later. "I remember your hammer being a lot bigger the last time I saw it. Can it change size or something?" Tony couldn't hide his curiosity about Thor's current hammer. He distinctly remembered it being much larger before, even though the design was the same. The size difference was glaringly obvious. Thor felt a bit awkward. Was he supposed to admit that Wang Teng had forcibly taken his original hammer? Trying to play it cool, Thor hid the hammer behind his back and began to negotiate. "With Tony, Loki is one of us, an Asgardian. I have to take him back to our realm to stand trial. Besides, he's my brother. I can't just stand by and watch you Earthlings take him away." Tony's gaze sharpened. "You do realize that in the days Loki's been on Earth, he's killed dozens of innocent people? Are you really ready to take responsibility for all your brother's crimes? Not to mention, just moments ago, he murdered another man in cold blood." Just thinking about all this made Tony grit his teeth in anger. "You're an alien running rampant on Earth, calling everyone lowly and referring to people as ants. Do you really think no one could put you in your place?" Actually, Loki was adopted. I'm not really that close with him," Thor admitted without hesitation, quickly distancing himself. He didn't dare touch on this topic too lightly. If Wang Teng came knocking because of it, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Wang Teng had truly left Thor with a psychological shadow. Hearing Thor's words, Loki, who had just been watching the drama unfold, had a fleeting trace of loneliness in his eyes. No wonder Thor was so well-liked. Being the true-born son easily overshadowed all of Loki's efforts. When Tony and the others hurried back to the helicarrier, Natasha had already arrived with Dr. Banner. By coincidence, the two groups crossed paths on the deck. "Hello, Agent Romanoff. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're even more stunning than before." Tony couldn't help but flirt every time he saw Natasha. "You do have a sweet tongue. Maybe I'll buy you a toy car and a lollipop next time." Natasha teased back, then turned her attention to Loki. "You look so pale and quiet. Who would have thought you'd be up to such mischief? I heard you're the one planning to lead aliens to attack Earth? Those aliens must not be too bright. Otherwise, why would they choose you as their leader?" Loki was completely baffled. What was going on? He hadn't even done anything yet. Now he was genuinely starting to panic. How had his plan been discovered ahead of time? Who could have leaked the information? Loki was escorted by Tony and the others to the helicarrier and locked away in a specially designed cell. Soon after, the helicarrier began to ascend. "So the plan is to toss me out midair and let me fall to my death, huh?" Dr. Banner joked wryly. "No need to worry, Doctor. We wouldn't do anything like that," Natasha reassured him gently. Banner glanced at Natasha, not entirely convinced, but said nothing more. As the helicarrier rose higher, Banner and Tony started to pinpoint the location of the Tesseract. To their surprise, they discovered that the gem on Loki's scepter emitted the same kind of energy as the Tesseract itself. An unexpected clue that would make their search much easier. "Ring, ring, ring. Have you caught Loki yet?" Wang Teng's call came through to Tony. Although he'd been monitoring Tony's actions all along and already knew Loki had been captured, it wouldn't do to admit to watching them so closely, Manners were manners, after all. Yeah, we got him. He's locked up in a cell right now. Want to come take a look? That muscle-bound Thor is here too. Maybe you two will have something to talk about. In Tony's opinion, someone as wild and forceful as Wang Teng would definitely catch the eye of people like Thor. He could help make that connection. I'll sit this one out for now. I'll show up when you actually need me. Wang Teng had no intention of drawing SHLD's attention just yet. In fact, even when the imminent Chitauri invasion arrived, his plan was to intervene from the shadows. It was best to wait until the whole Hydra situation had settled down before making any moves. He had no plans to stop the Chitauri attack anyway. After all, this was the Federation, and New York's reputation for calamity was well known. Across the universe, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Besides, the Mind Stone was already on Earth. What difference did it make whether it was in his hands or not? All he needed to do was make sure the story didn't veer off in any unexpected direction. Later, he could simply seize the stone for himself, preventing Ultron from ever appearing. That way, he'd have saved the world once again. Truly, he thought he was far too kind. As Wang Teng plotted his next moves in silence, his phone rang again. He assumed Tony needed something else, and answered without hesitation. "What's up, Tony? Is there something else?" A different voice answered. "Wang Teng, it's Zhang Xian. We've got a major problem here, and need your help. Doubt you can't get away right now. Trouble in China? How did everything suddenly pile up all at once?" Wang Teng was puzzled. Hadn't he just dealt with all the spatial weak points not long ago? Surely this wasn't happening again. All right, where am I going this time? Wang Teng agreed immediately. No matter what, this was his homeland from his previous life. It would always take priority over the Federation. Tony and the others could handle things on their own for now, and besides, the Ancient One was watching over them. Nothing could go too wrong. In the Magic Metropolis. "I'll send you the location. Just come straight here," Zhang Xian replied, unaware of Wang Teng's inner thoughts. This unexpected incident had caught even him off guard, especially since it somehow involved Dao Yi as well. Once Wang Teng received the coordinates, he summoned his flying sword and soared off toward Zhang Xian. In the Magic Metropolis, Zhang Xian stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows atop the newly established Tianjin Bureau's headquarters. He gazed out the sky, now stained a deep, unsettling red. A massive vortex was forming overhead, radiating an energy so intense it exceeded anything Zhang Xian had anticipated. The mere sight of it pressed down on his chest. The streets below were nearly deserted. The moment things took a turn for the worse, the government had begun evacuating the population, but in a sprawling metropolis of over 10 million, such an operation was never simple. So far, only a small section of the city center had been cleared. Most people were huddled in their homes, awaiting government instructions. Who would have thought that not only the gods of Western mythology, but even the deities from our own Chinese legends would emerge in these troubled times? Zhang Xian sighed. In the past, it always seemed like disaster struck only abroad. Now, it appears we may have to start talking about global catastrophes. Zhong Ling entered from outside and saluted Zhang Xian. "Director Zhang, everyone has been notified. We still don't know the specifics, so all we can do is have everyone prepare for unexpected situations. We've already fully activated Plan 3. "I understand. Let's wait and see," Zhang Xian replied with a heavy sigh, not turning around. In the distance, a dark figure appeared. A streak of light shot rapidly toward Zhang Xian. Wang Teng had arrived. The moment he entered the boundaries of Magic City, he'd already locked onto Zhang Xian's location. In a blink, he slipped through the glass curtain wall and appeared in the room. "Hello, Captain Zhong. Long time no see. You're looking even more beautiful." Wang Teng greeted Zhong Ling first, then turned to Zhang Xian. "What's happening outside?" "I just came from home, and the Federation is about to start a war with aliens. On my way here, I could feel a suffocating tension in the air. What's that thing floating up there? It looks like some kind of portal, but the energy feels strange." Wang Teng couldn't help but be curious. In his previous life, he'd never heard of any Marvel plots involving China, just scattered rumors. Really, he was completely in the dark. To make things more confusing, the Marvel universe was a tangled mess to begin with. Who knew what unexpected events might unfold? The Federation is about to go to war with aliens? Nick Fury really knows how to keep a secret. "I haven't heard a thing about this," Zhang Xian thought. He was certainly curious, but at the moment, his own situation clearly took priority. You can think of it as an alien invasion, though these aliens are rather special. Are you familiar with subspace? The Federation calls it the multiverse. You could treat this as one form of the multiverse, Zhang Xian explained, doing his best to put it in terms Wang Teng could understand. The multiverse? Isn't that the Ancient One's domain? Shouldn't she be handling this in China? That doesn't make sense, Wang Teng said. Puzzled. Given her character, the Ancient One wouldn't just stand by and her relationship with our Taoist leaders is murky at best. Our situation in China is a bit different. We have stable barriers in place. The ordinary multiverse can't really affect us here. Our subspaces are, for the most part, tethered to China itself, Zheng Xian explained. Have you heard of the Heavenly Palace from myth and legend? Heavenly Palace again? Wang Teng felt more and more confused. Are you talking about the folks from Kunlun? Wang Teng recalled some rumors that a group of cultivators there had formed a heavenly palace. Not certain. He turned to Zheng Xian for confirmation, but that's impossible. If it were those people, Zheng Xian wouldn't be making such a fuss, and besides, Wang Teng didn't believe they were capable of something so extraordinary. No, I mean the real heavenly palace, the one from myths and legends, where the Jade Emperor and all the immortals reside. Zheng Xian's face turned as dark as a brewing storm. In the multiverse, each universe is unique and self-contained. Most of them are universes of pure energy. Only the parallel universes are fundamentally material worlds. According to legend, in ancient times there was only one material universe. For reasons unknown, it was shattered and split into today's parallel and multiversal worlds, and everything within them became mere projections of information. The means used to achieve this are far beyond our comprehension. Just focus on doing your best. Are you sure you're all right? Of course. Even without that kid Wang Teng's help, this wouldn't be anything I couldn't handle, though there might be some losses. With Wang Teng's assistance, there's even less to worry about. It's precisely because of Wang Teng that I can't rest easy. There are too many variables when it comes to him. That doesn't sound like you. Haven't you always trusted that kid Wang Teng implicitly? After all, this concerns you. But the Ancient One did not say this aloud. In a mysterious, hidden chamber, the Ancient One and Taoist Master were engaged in a conversation known to no one. I'd better get back. If I don't keep watch, the losses over there will be too great. The Ancient One gave Taoist Master a helpless glance, clearly deciding to end the conversation. I'm not worried about your safety, so I won't nag. Just take care of yourself. Taoist Master was nonchalant, though a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. Rolling her eyes in mock annoyance, the Ancient One, dressed in the elegant robes of a young woman, vanished before Taoist Master. The next moment, she reappeared atop the New York sanctum, her attire instantly transformed, returning to the familiar appearance by which the world knew her. You're saying our enemy is the legendary immortals? Wang Teng stared at Zheng Xian in disbelief. He never imagined the immortals of legend were real. What a revelation. Who knows what treasures he might seize? His own fields would surely gain a host of new and exotic seeds. Just the thought made him giddy. But what if he couldn't handle them? Legend said immortals could move mountains and drain seas, and the most powerful could destroy worlds. Wang Teng began to worry if he'd be able to hold his own. There's been a change in the energy fluctuations of the celestial teleportation array, Zhong Ling said, glancing down at the tablet in her hand before looking up at Zheng Xian. I see it. Zheng Xian's gaze was fixed intently on the sky outside the window, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. Wang Teng had never seen Zheng Xian so tense before. No matter what happened in the past, Zheng Xian always seemed calm and unruffled. Clearly, this time, the pressure was immense. Ever since Wang Teng arrived, he had been silently watching the teleportation array in the sky with his spiritual sense. Although he could sense the oppressive atmosphere, he felt no real pressure himself. Of course, this was because Wang Teng's own power was extraordinary. He had long surpassed the realm of ordinary people and, in their eyes, was not much different from a deity. Ordinary people, however, were a different story. Under this kind of pressure, it would be easy for them to break down, unless they had undergone special training, possessed an exceptionally strong mind, and held unwavering determination. Only then could they withstand this kind of psychological suggestion. Zheng Xian was clearly such a person. It's fortunate we evacuated the people from this area beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Captain, Zhong, how are the evacuations progressing in the other zones? Zheng Xian turned to Zhong Ling, inquiring about the current situation. Zhong Ling checked the tablet in her hand and replied, 70% of the population has already been evacuated. In another 20 minutes, everyone will be moved to relatively safe areas. However, she hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Go ahead and say it. At a time like this, there's nothing we can't discuss, Zheng Xian said, unfazed. With battle imminent, even 20 minutes might be a luxury. 10 minutes could be all they had. He needed a factor in every possible scenario. Yes, Director. Regarding this Heavenly Palace incident, our intelligence is extremely limited. Most of what we know comes from unofficial histories written hundreds of years ago, or from information provided by people like the Taoist Master. We have no clear picture of how many are coming this time, or how strong they might be. So I believe we should keep withdrawing the civilians farther away. If the fighting spreads too widely, I'm afraid. Zhong Ling trailed off, but everyone present understood what she meant. Zhang Xian didn't respond directly. He had already considered this issue. Evacuating millions of people in such a short time, achieving even relative safety, was already the limit of what China could manage. If this had happened in some Western countries, chaos would have erupted long ago. But how much farther could they expand the safe zone? This was the front line. If it fell, the entire nation would be embroiled in war. At all costs, they had to hold the line here and contain the battle within defined boundaries. Is everyone in position? Zhang Xian asked, turning to another issue, as there were no visible changes in the teleportation array above. All personnel are in place. The formation team has set up the barriers, and the main combatants have assembled in the conference room. Non-combat staff and the second unit have withdrawn to the outer perimeter and are establishing defensive positions. Everything is ready. Zhong Ling reported with meticulous precision, every detail under her control. Let's head to the conference room first. We have to hold a pre-battle meeting, after all. Zhang Xian turned and walked out of the room. Wang Teng followed him toward the door, unable to hold back the question that had been on his mind for a while. Is there no spell similar to a mirror dimension? With that, we could trap the enemy without causing any harm to the real world. How many people do you think in reality have cultivation as strong as yours? If your cultivation isn't enough, no matter how powerful your abilities, you simply can't use such spells. It'd be a joke. I'm just an ordinary person. Do I really need to explain something so obvious to you? Zhang Xian shot back, not even bothering to turn his head at Wang Teng's foolish question. Wang Teng was taken aback, but he realized it was true. If he unleashed his full power, even the Ancient One might not be able to trap him in the mirror dimension. After all, it's just a small space. If your energy is strong enough, you could shatter it and cause even greater destruction. Plus, the mirror dimension requires constant control. Ordinary people don't have that kind of mental strength. Wang Teng's spiritual power was formidable, even stronger than the Ancient One's, but his control was lacking. He could barely create a crude mirror dimension. But maintaining control was another story. The space would be unevenly stable, making it easy for someone to find a weak point and break through the walls. Wang Teng did possess some treasures for trapping or collecting people, like the Shana map and the human seed bag, but none of them were high level. Without seeing the enemy firsthand, he couldn't be sure if they would do any good, but he had a hunch they'd most likely be useless this time. Lost in thought, Wang Teng followed Zhang Xian into a spacious conference room. Despite its size, there were only a dozen people inside. Aside from the 10 green giants he'd met last time, he didn't recognize anyone else. He nodded at Lu Yuan as a greeting, and the remaining few stopped their quiet murmuring and stood up to greet Zhang Xian. Hello, Director Zhang. Director Zhang, you're here. Director Zhang, you're getting more and more imposing. Xiao Zhang. Wang Teng looked at the 7 people in front of him, some old, some young, each greeting Zhang Xian in their own way. Among them, there was even a child, who looked barely into his teens. Wang Teng couldn't help but be curious. This really was a gathering of all kinds, straight out of a costume convention. Judging by their outfits, there was a Taoist, a swordsman, a student, an office worker, a beautiful woman in a miniskirt. Wang Teng wondered if she ever worried about wardrobe malfunctions in battle, and a burly man in a skin-tight suit, so glaringly out of place that Wang Teng quickly averted his gaze and focused instead on the woman in the miniskirt. Wait, the 7th person? Huh. What a remarkably low sense of presence he had. Wang Teng actually found himself subconsciously overlooking the cool, handsome man in the black trench coat. There was simply no helping it. The man's presence was so faint that Wang Teng couldn't help but want to ignore him altogether. All right, everyone, let's take a seat, Zhang Xian called out, inviting everyone to sit down. He then turned his attention to the young student who was looking rather uneasy. You must be the new addition, right? The outstanding student from Magic City University. M.O. Mu, is it? You're quite impressive. Keep up the good work, and before long, you'll be able to stand on your own. Zhang Xian praised him generously, which only piqued Wang Teng's curiosity further. Thank you, Director Zhang. My teacher asked me to send his regards to you, the boy replied shyly. Zhang Xian could see his nervousness and reassured him. Take a seat, don't be so tense. Your teacher and I have been friends for many years. Here, you're no different from my own child. Treat this place as your home. By the way, how is your teacher's health these days? Zhang Xian's words brought a flush to the boy's cheeks. My teacher is doing well. Just a few minor ailments that come with age, but he keeps a regular routine, looking after the animals in the park every day, and his spirits are high. That's good to hear, Zhang Xian remarked with a sigh, then let the topic drop. Once everyone was seated, his gaze grew stern as he addressed the group. The situation we're facing is quite serious. You've all seen what's happening outside the window. The reason I've gathered you here is to solve this crisis together. I hope everyone will cooperate fully. If you've had disagreements in the past, put them aside for now. If you haven't met before, take this opportunity to get acquainted so we can work together seamlessly. You are all among the very best in China. No one doubts your abilities. But this time, our enemy is even stronger. I hope you'll get everything you've got. Never underestimate anyone. When this is over, I'll personally host a celebration for all of you. Don't worry, Director Zheng, said a man dressed like a Taoist priest. We chose the path of cultivation knowing we'd be defying fate itself. This is a chance to see where we fall short, so we can work even harder in the future. As for not coming back, well, that depends on whether the other side has what it takes. We're not the type to sit around and wait for doom. If they want to bite us, they'd better be ready to lose a tooth or two. Though he spoke in a gentle, refined manner, his words were brimming with killing intent. Yet, his attitude won everyone's approval. Even the usually shy Mo Mu seemed energized, his eyes lighting up with eagerness, as if ready to leap into action. So, they're all warriors at heart, Wang Teng mused, unable to hold back a wry chuckle. With a battle looming, what you needed were fierce, fiery types brimming with fighting spirit. Not people who try to reason with the enemy. If that were the case, you might as well send in a few so-called experts and professors. After all, they're the true masters of twisting logic and spewing nonsense. As everyone continued introducing themselves, Wang Teng suddenly turned his gaze to the window. Attention, everyone. Something is about to emerge. Once again, my thanks go to the reader whose username I can't fully type out for their generous support. Thank you, kind patron. So, this is the mortal realm. The air really is terrible. The spiritual energy is so thin. How could a world like this possibly produce any powerful beings? Still, it's quite different from how I imagined the mortal world would be. From within the blood-red vortex in the sky, a man clad in ancient armor appeared. He surveyed his surroundings, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Zhang Xian and the others also saw the figure emerging from the vortex through their surveillance feed, their expressions turning grave. He doesn't look all that strong. Honestly, I feel like if Lu Yuan and the others transformed, they could knock him out with a single punch. His energy levels aren't even as high as that minotaur we encountered in the rift at Death Valley last time. Wang Teng shared his impression with the group. After the Celestial Palace was sealed off, they haven't been able to descend into our world easily. Every descent comes at a steep price, and it can't be any of their truly powerful figures. If their energy is too strong, the world itself will reject them. Yet what makes the Celestial Palace so terrifying is that no one knows how long these people have lived, and their magical artifacts and abilities are far beyond our comparison. So we can't afford to be careless. The amount of energy sensed doesn't always reflect how powerful someone is in battle, explained the man dressed as a Taoist priest. I see. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, when it comes to hidden reserves, the mortal realm could never compare to the Celestial Palace. Some sects had managed to preserve their legacies, but most of their magical implements were damaged, and even those in perfect condition held little spiritual power. The world's energy was simply too low. That was an unchangeable fact. There's another energy reading. Someone else is coming through. As Wang Teng finished speaking, more and more celestial soldiers began appearing in the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were already over 100. Prepare for action. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed as he gave the order. Have you found that old monkey yet? This time, the great Emperor Gaochen predicted that the old monkey's lifespan is almost spent and his power is rapidly waning. We have to seize this chance to reclaim those two treasures. If he finds a successor first, things will get complicated. The higher-ups paid a heavy price to send us down here, and if we fail our mission, it won't end well for us. Thankfully, there aren't any powerful spirit creatures in this world to extend his life, otherwise, we'd have no hope of returning. One of the heavenly generals spoke to the first of their number to appear. It's not that easy to find him. In the mortal realm, my abilities are heavily suppressed. If that old monkey is determined to hide, who can guarantee we'll find him? Besides, back then, so many gods and immortals in the Celestial Palace were completely suppressed and couldn't even lift their heads. So even if we make mistakes, we have some excuse. The celestial general who arrived first spoke lightly. But in truth, he unleashed his spiritual power to its fullest, beginning to search for the old monkey the other celestial mentioned. Someone's coming. I'm sensing powerful energy fluctuations. There are 7 people approaching, and their strength is about on par with ours. All of them have celestial rank cultivation. This doesn't look good. Before this celestial general could locate the so-called old monkey, he first detected Wang Teng and his companions racing toward them. Yet, despite his words of concern, his face betrayed only ease, clearly showing he didn't regard the newcomers as a real threat. Wait, there are actually 8. But one of them, I can barely sense any energy from him. Either he's completely useless, which seems unlikely, or he's carrying some treasure that conceals his spiritual power. Looks like this trip might yield an unexpected prize after all. It won't be for nothing. Although the Celestial General had finally noticed Wang Teng, it never crossed his mind that Wang Teng might actually be stronger than him. He simply assumed Wang Teng was hiding his power with some artifact, which explained why he hadn't noticed him at first. Ladies and gentlemen, you're on the territory of the Huaxia Republic. Entering uninvited like this counts as illegal entry, what you'd call smuggling. That's against the law here, so I'm afraid we'll have to send you back. The question is, will you go on your own, or do we have to beat you back? Wang Teng strode forward, taking the lead as he spoke to the group opposite, but his words were far from formal. His companions exchanged glances, and the tense atmosphere relaxed a little. The Celestial General across from him was momentarily dumbfounded. Were mortals nowadays really this brazen? He didn't fully understand what Wang Teng meant by words like deportation or smuggling, but he could still grasp the gist of it, especially when Wang Teng so boldly declared he'd beat them back, that sent the 100 or so celestial soldiers and generals into uproarious laughter. Kid, you just told a pretty funny joke. As a reward, I'll make sure you die with a little dignity later. One of the celestial soldiers taunted Wang Teng, setting off a round of jeers that completely overshadowed Wang Teng's small group. The last guy who talked to me like that, there's not even a blade of grass on his grave. I didn't even give him a burial. Scattered his ashes to the wind. Wang Teng shot back without a hint of fear. Enough nonsense, mortal. You meet celestial soldiers and generals, and you don't even kneel and beg for forgiveness? You got some nerve. Clearly, you have no idea how high the heavens are or how deep the earth goes. Soon, none of you will even have a grave to rest in, barked another celestial soldier, whom Wang Teng mentally dubbed Celestial Soldier A. Looking at the uniformed celestial soldiers before him, Wang Teng couldn't help but notice how much they all looked alike. So much so that even the narrator didn't bother giving them names, just labeling them a B, C, D at random. If this were happening in the Federation, the outcome would probably just be A, B, C, D. Don't get so worked up, said the second Celestial General, who appeared later. He raised his hand to stop the first Celestial Soldier. They're just a group of ignorant mortals. What's the point in arguing with them? Then, turning to Wang Teng and the others, he said, I'll give you a chance. Tell us where the demon monkey is, and we'll let you die quickly. Demon monkey? Wang Teng was completely baffled. What kind of twist was this? Weren't these visitors from the Heavenly Palace here because of Taoist master? How did the demon monkey come into this? You're not allowed to insult my master, Mo Mu blurted out, unable to contain his anger. All eyes turned to Mo Mu, the weight of their gazes pressing down on him. Still, he straightened his back, his eyes blazing with defiance as he stared at the celestial soldiers and generals across from him. The demon monkey has even taken on disciples? That makes things easier, sneered the first celestial general, waving his hand back. Seize him. The first celestial soldier charged forward, holding a long spear, a weapon that would be considered a rare treasure in the mortal world, but here it was merely standard issue. He looked down on the group, leveling his spear at them with utter disdain. There's still time to beg for mercy. Before Wang Teng could even react, there was a sharp crack. The celestial soldier was sent flying back at even greater speed. Mo Mu had already rushed out, a long iron staff appearing in his hands from who knows where, and with a single swing, he sent the celestial soldier hurtling back. The faces of both celestial generals darkened instantly. This was an ominous start. Deploy the heavenly net formation. All together, take them down. Kill anyone who resists, commanded the first celestial general. At his order, the hundreds of celestial soldiers behind him rapidly shifted into formation. The previously defeated celestial soldier, nursing his injuries, rejoined the ranks and helped set up the array. One had to admit, the discipline of the well-trained celestial soldiers was formidable. In the blink of an eye, the formation was set. Clouds churned and winds howled above the magic capital, the very sky and earth changing color. Wang Teng stood there dumbfounded. This was just a few hundred celestial soldiers setting up the heavenly net formation, if it were like in the old legends with hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals working together. Who knew what kind of power that would unleash? To Wang Teng's eye, none of the celestial soldiers were particularly powerful. Someone like Tony Stark could probably take on several of them at once. But the instant they completed the formation, each soldier's strength increased at least tenfold. Wang Teng could faintly sense that the array linked all their power together. Not only did it boost each soldier's might, but it also meant that any attack on one would be borne by all. Wang Teng realized he'd have to take this a bit more seriously if he wanted to break the formation. Just a little more effort would do. The Taoist behind Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief. If this is all there is to it, it seems manageable. Let me be the first to test their strength. How dare they insult my master? I'll make sure they pay for it. Without hesitation, Mo Mu charged forward, plunging straight into the formation. Prepare to die, he shouted. With a mighty sweep, Mo Mu swung his iron staff. The blow landed with such force it seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds, smashing down on the foremost heavenly soldier. The Celestial's head burst like an overripe melon, and his body plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the asphalt below and leaving a gaping crater in the road. Their first victory was decisive. Emboldened, Mo Mu rampaged through the ranks as if no one could stand in his way. Though the formation, a celestial net woven by hundreds of heavenly soldiers, should have been impenetrable, Mo Mu tore through them with the air of a hero felling the enemy general amidst thousands. Heavenly soldiers fell from the sky one after another like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Watching from the side, the two heavenly generals could stand it no longer. Their faces, at first merely dark with anger, now shifted rapidly through shades of red, purple, and blue, as if someone had spilled a rainbow across a dye house. Unable to restrain themselves any longer, the two generals drew their weapons, one wielding a long blade, the other a massive sword, and charged into the fray, joining battle with Mo Mu. Only now did Mo Mu begin to feel real pressure. Seeing Mo Mu start to falter, the middle-aged man in business attire finally spoke up. Let me take a turn. It's been ages since I stretched my arms and legs. If I don't move now, I might rust. Who knows if more immortals will arrive later. Better take care of these small fry while we can. As he finished speaking, his suit shifted, transforming seamlessly into long, flowing robes. A gleaming 3-foot sword appeared in his hand. Slash, he commanded. No longer the businessman, but a robed swordsman, he swung his blade. A torrent of sword energy, dozens of yards long, swept through the air, cleaving through the loosely held formation of heavenly soldiers. In an instant, dozens were sliced in two, tumbling from the sky to the ground below. Wind-cleaving sword, he cried. Breaking through their ranks, the robed man pressed forward, engaging the second heavenly general who had been besieging Mo Mu. A duel erupted in midair, a time-worn longsword against a massive greatsword, two weapons of wildly different proportions clashing overhead. Though the greatsword seemed more imposing, it quickly lost ground. Within 3 exchanges, the longsword shattered its opponent's blade. The second general screamed as his arm, still clutching the broken sword, was sent flying, blood spraying across the sky. Send a distress signal. These enemies are far stronger than we imagined, the first heavenly general shouted, struggling to hold his own against Mo Mu while calling out to his wounded comrade. Clenching his teeth against the pain, the second general activated his escape arts, instantly widening the distance between himself and the robed swordsman. Tianjiang, he unleashed a spell, sending it hurtling toward the blood-red vortex in the sky. The spell moved so swiftly that the man in the long robe had no time to intervene. He could only vent his frustration by charging at the few surviving heavenly soldiers nearby. In just a few breaths, he had dispatched the remaining combatants with ruthless efficiency. Watching from behind, Wang Teng found himself full of admiration. The man in the long robe did not possess a particularly high energy level. In fact, Wang Teng could easily release power dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than his. Yet, the man's skill was undeniably superior. Each swing of his long sword compressed his energy to the absolute limit, razor-sharp, blindingly fast, and his strikes landed with uncanny precision. During his duel with the giant sword just now, even though both the material and energy powering the giant blade far exceeded his own, the long-robed man targeted the exact same spot with every attack. In the end, he managed to slice through Tianjiang Yi's colossal weapon. Truly, no matter how formidable a weapon is, its true power depends on the hands that wield it. The world is full of hidden talent and masters in disguise. Wang Teng thought with growing respect. No wonder Taoist master always chided him for his crude use of energy, urging him to practice more diligently. But Wang Teng's own strength had always come to him easily, and compared to these ancient monsters who had spent centuries honing their craft, he was still far too young. At just over 30 years old, he was probably the youngest among this assembly, aside from Mo Mu. Perhaps even a woman in the miniskirt seemed older than him. Thus, Wang Teng's approach was to simply overwhelm skill with raw power. Others could strike him 100 times without leaving a mark, while it would take only one blow from him to decide the outcome. He couldn't help but respect the long-robed man's exquisite technique, but the thought of dedicating decades to mastering a single skill was something Wang Teng simply couldn't imagine. After all, he already knew so many techniques. He'd rather spend that time growing crops. Who knows, he might even stumble upon a super skill that way. As the battle dragged on, Tianjiangjia and Tianjiang were now in dire straits. If not for their life-preserving movement techniques, the long-robed man would have finished them both with a single sword strike long ago. Something else is coming, lots of them, and one has an incredibly strong energy signature, Wang Teng murmured, gazing up at the sky. He saw the heavens fill with countless shadowy figures. Among them, one clad in golden armor caught his attention. The energy radiating from this figure astonished Wang Teng. It was nearly half as powerful as the energy within his own body. Judging by energy alone, this newcomer could rival even the Taoist master. But Wang Teng knew that energy was only part of the equation. If Taoist master were here, he was certain the old man could defeat this golden-armored figure in an instant. When it came to the Taoist master's abilities, Wang Teng never doubted for a second. You have to understand, with just a doubling of energy levels, Taoist could already fight Wang Teng to a standstill, and he definitely still had some trump cards up his sleeve. As for Wang Teng, even he could barely keep track of all his own tricks. There must be over 10,000 people here, right? Oh, I'm so scared. What if I collapse from exhaustion? With this many people, how could I possibly handle it? The short-skirted beauty's words left Wang Teng at a loss for how to respond. She switched her manner of self-address 3 times in a single sentence, something ordinary people could never pull off. Are they planning a full-on invasion? When was the last time we saw a scene like this? Wait, I don't think I've ever seen one. Maybe this will be my first and last time. What a mess, said a man dressed as an ancient swordsman. Let's put everything on the line. The man in the skin-tight suit flexed his muscles, prompting those around him to quickly put some distance between themselves and him. My name is Wang Zhe. I wonder if anyone will build me a monument after this. Even the man in the trench coat, who usually blended into the background, couldn't help but speak up with a blank expression, showing just how tense the atmosphere had become. Everyone else instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, and the short-skirted beauty pressed her legs together a little more. Wang Teng thought to himself that it was probably time for him to make a grand entrance. Mortals, to revolt against the heavens is an unforgivable sin. All must be executed to uphold celestial authority. The golden-armored war god's booming voice swept across the entire field, making Wang Teng's scalp tingle. Drop the act, you old faker. If you got the guts, come over here. I'll show you 18 ways to make you regret it. The skin-tight suit man was the first to go all out, roaring furiously, sending a shockwave through the crowd and nearly causing Wang Teng to plummet from the sky. 18 ways, huh? Is that even appropriate? Wang Teng's mind was already conjuring up all sorts of less-than-decent images. Courting death. Before the war god in golden armor had even finished speaking, he flung his massive war blade toward Wang Teng's side. A blade of energy, hundreds of meters long, tore through the sky. Damn, that guy has no sense of honor. Wang Kai, will you stop running your mouth? The Taoist gave the skin-tight suit man a swift kick, sending him flying straight toward the incoming blade. King Ming descends. Wang Kai, having been booted into the air, bellowed at the top of his lungs. Instantly, a golden light shone down from the heavens, enveloping him and swiftly expanding into the towering figure of an immovable King Ming, 100 meters tall. Though King Ming's avatar didn't look quite as large as the incoming blade, the aura it gave off was clearly on another level. It seemed the Taoist was confident enough to send him flying like that, not just because of that outrageous skin-tight outfit. Dharma manifestation, King Ming's tribulation. With another thunderous shout, the colossal, unmoving King Ming raised a hand and struck out at the oncoming blade. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The blade shattered, fragments scattering in all directions, while only a faint mark remained on King Ming's hand, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wait, is he a monk? He doesn't really look like one. Wang Teng turned and asked the Taoist beside him, May I ask you something, master? The Taoist replied with a mild smile. You are most courteous, young friend. In this day and age, it's not only followers of Buddhism who can practice Buddhist teachings. It's merely a gesture of respect. My Taoist name is Qinyan. May I ask what I should call you? Before Wang Teng could answer, the woman in the ultra-short skirt interjected sharply. Zhang Guden, don't pretend, you phony Taoist. You can't even use your real name, and here you are trying to fool children. You Li Tzuafen, watch your mouth and stop slandering me. Taoist Qinyan flushed with embarrassment, but quickly regained his composure and spoke coolly. I am a man of standing. I won't stoop to the level of a demoness like you. You should count yourself lucky you're in China now. or I would have drawn my sword and rid the world of evil, starting with you. Don't keep calling me a demoness. What? Do I eat rice from your family's kitchen? I've never hurt anyone. In fact, I'm an honorary president of the Small Animal Protection Society. And for your information, I go by Fairly now. I've got legal ID and everything. If not for today's harmonious society, I'd have dunked your head in a toilet by now to wash away all that filth in your mind. Oh, but wait. If I did that, you might end up completely brainless. When it came to verbal sparring, Fairy Tsuefan was fearless, especially against these old relics. Taoist Qingyun snapped, "You shameless woman. After school, don't even think about running away." Wang Teng broke out in a cold sweat. Never mind their abilities, these people's banter was on another level. Judging by the mix-ups in his words, it was clear Taoist Qingyun had lost this round. "How interesting," someone remarked. "Just now, I barely lifted a finger, but you already gave it your all, didn't you? Looks like you have some value after all. Get down on your knees and beg for mercy now, and I might let you off lightly. I'll even make you my vanguard, where you can redeem yourself with service." The golden-armored war god spoke to Wang Kai with disdain. In his eyes, entering the heavenly realm was every mortal's dream, as long as he showed a willingness. To take him in, this eyesore in skin-tight clothes should fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Gaudy as his outfit was, his skills weren't half bad. Wang Kai sneered. "Who the hell do you think you are? You're not even fit to drink my foot-washing water, let alone make me surrender. Take a good look at yourself. Strutting around in that tacky yellow and acting like you're some golden idol. You really think everyone admires you? Judging by that getup, you're probably nothing special where you come from. Just some no-name lackey who crawled out from the back alleys." Wang Kai was fired up, declaring that he feared no one. "What's a golden-armored brute to me? I'll tear off his armor in a bit, then turn around and make a gold chain for my wife. Thick as a dog collar, thick enough to leash a Tibetan Mastiff. Foolish and stubborn, relying only on your glib tongue." The god of war in golden armor was clearly angered, but, carrying himself with dignity, refused to trade barbs with Wang Kai. "Form ranks. Cast the celestial net. Slay every demon. Leave none alive." With a single command, the heavenly soldiers on the other side flickered, in and out of sight, instantly weaving a net formation that was several times larger than before, pressing down upon Wang Teng and his companions. The bickering group immediately sobered, their expressions turning grim. This battle allowed for only one outcome, victory. "They're all here for me, aren't they? Let me handle this one." The tension in the air was palpable. Wang Teng was already preparing his ultimate move, ready to unleash the thunderous wrath and send the heavenly soldiers to the afterlife in one fell swoop. Just then, a voice rose from below, making him instantly uncomfortable. "Is this never going to end? Can't I even show off a little? Does my dignity as Wang Teng count for nothing?" He glared down furiously, only to see an old man strolling into the center of the battlefield. With every step, he seemed to flicker, appearing dozens of meters ahead in a blink. The old man's back was slightly hunched. He wore a humble vest, gripped a battered broom in his hand, and the vest itself bore a few faded words, "Shanghai Zoo." Now, this is the art of showing off. I need to jot this down in my little notebook. Wang Teng nodded to himself, thoroughly impressed. The old man paused, sensing a wave of malice directed at him. So intense it made his heart skip a beat, but the sensation vanished as quickly as it came. Odd. Up in the sky, the golden-armored god of war raised his hand, halting the heavenly soldier's advance. His gaze, wary, fixed upon the stooped figure below. "Monkey King, you finally show yourself. Why don't you surrender now and come back to heaven with me to await the Grand Supreme's judgment? You might even be spared your life. Your years are running out, aren't they? Aside from the celestial peaches, there's nothing in this world that can extend your lifespan. If you submit, the Grand Supreme may overlook your transgressions, let you remain the great sage, equal to heaven, and reward you with peaches of immortality and nectar, granting you a life as long as the heavens themselves." At this point, the god of war's face twisted with envy, yes, pure envy. Why is it that anyone else who rebels is executed on the spot, but this monkey has defied heaven time and time again, only to be forgiven each time by the Grand Supreme? He'd better resist to the bitter end, the god thought. Then I'll have the perfect reason to finish him myself. The monkey's lifespan is nearly spent, his strength greatly diminished, with tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. At my command, taking him down shouldn't be a problem. I've heard that this demon monkey carries quite a few treasures. Of course, the two most important items must be handed over, but as for the rest, well, it wouldn't hurt to pocket a little for myself. The demon monkey's body is as tough as bronze and iron, and he's refined his magic down to every strand of hair. Even if I could get just a few of his hairs, I could forge some remarkable magical artifacts. Before the battle even began, the golden armored war god was already indulging in his own fantasies. But then he let out a long sigh. Immortality. Who in all the 10 realms of heaven and earth could truly resist such a temptation? The victorious fighting Buddha? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As the golden armored war god's words faded, the old man first muttered to himself, then started to snicker, and finally burst into booming laughter that rolled across the fields. The sound was so powerful that many of the celestial soldiers began to stagger and sway, blood trickling from their ears and noses. Master, Mo called out softly, his face full of worry. Little Mo, the old man replied, you haven't learned much from me since you became my disciple. But today, let me teach you one last lesson. Watch closely. This is what true battle looks like. The old man straightened his back, an imposing aura radiating from him. A suit of golden chainmail appeared upon his body, and the broom in his hand transformed into a dazzling golden staff. Master, don't. I still want to care for you in your old age. You don't have to go and die. Let me fight this battle instead. Seeing the old man's growing momentum, Mo suddenly burst into tears. The old man stumbled, nearly losing his balance. With a dark line forming on his face, the old man turned to glare at Mo. You little brat, what are you bawling about? I'm not dying. I just want you to watch and learn, so that I can pass everything down to you one day. I'm ready to retire and enjoy some peace. How long do you expect me to keep fighting? The old man snapped at Mo, clearly exasperated. What are you thinking? I could live for decades more. Maybe even longer. For all you know, maybe you'll see me off instead. Oh, I see. But the way you were speaking, it sounded just like a last farewell. Mo looked a little aggrieved. How was I supposed to know? You never said so. The old man shot Mo another fierce glare, then turned away to gather his composure. This rascal. He just built up his momentum, only to have it scattered by that outburst. A smile crept onto the old man's lips, but then his expression turned solemn. He struck the ground with his golden staff, and the very air seemed to tremble. The old man lifted his head to gaze at the celestial troops massed in the sky. I am the great sage, equal to heaven. A pillar of golden light shot up to the heavens as the great sage roared. Hand over all your votes of support to me. I am the great sage, equal to heaven. With a thunderous cry, a streak of radiant light soared skyward. If the earlier battle had been like dumplings dropping into a pot, then now, the battlefield was like a torrential rain. Yes, a rain of celestial soldiers pouring down from the sky, crashing to earth with a thunderous roar. The downpour was so intense, the ground was left pockmarked with craters from the moment he heard the words victorious fighting Buddha. Wang Teng had been in a daze. Journey to the West? Sure, that book existed in the Marvel Universe too, but he had never imagined characters from ancient myth could appear before him. Even though he'd already encountered the Aesir gods from Norse mythology and had crossed paths with Thor, how should he put it? This was Chinese mythology. These were deities who could shake the heavens and shatter the earth with a single move. And now, the one standing before him was none other than the great sage equal to heaven, the childhood idol of his previous life. In fact, he was the childhood idol of nearly every Chinese kid. After all, what boy hadn't picked up a stick and played at being the Monkey King? Yet, just like that, one day a living, breathing great sage equal to heaven appeared right in front of Wang Teng. He was excited, bewildered, and, if he were honest, a little overwhelmed. This was the Marvel Universe, wasn't it? How could things get any less Marvel-like than this? Even when he'd heard mention of the Heavenly Palace earlier, Wang Teng hadn't made any connection to ancient Chinese myth. He'd simply assumed it was something like Asgard, a race of aliens, or perhaps a tribe dwelling in some unique pocket of the multiverse. But then, out of nowhere, the Monkey King showed up. Wang Teng's heart began to race with anxiety. Would the likes of the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the Three Pure Ones, or even the Great Taoist Patriarch Hanjun start appearing next? How was he supposed to keep playing his part if that happened? He might as well just lie down and admit defeat. What's the matter? Scared? Taoist Qingyun leaned in beside Wang Teng, clearly much more relaxed now that a heavyweight had shown up to take charge. Honestly? Yeah, I'm a bit shaken. Wang Teng's voice was weary, and he struggled to put his feelings into words. Was he supposed to admit he was intimidated? Judging by the scene, the Monkey King's power didn't seem beyond what Wang Teng could handle. But the Heavenly General had said the sage was nearing the end of his life, that his strength had waned. For all Wang Teng knew, the Monkey King might be using less than 1% of his true power right now, maybe even just a tiny fraction of that. Wang Teng didn't dare think about it too much. He'd never felt so powerless before. Not even if he had to face Thanos right now, Wang Teng wouldn't have flinched. Even the fabled Celestials didn't seem that intimidating to him. He figured he could at least hold his own for a few rounds. In his whole life, only the time he'd met the Dark Phoenix from another universe had left him feeling helpless. But the Ancient One had told him that being had lived for who knew how many years, possibly across countless cosmic eras. Wang Teng believed that if he were given enough time, he might not be able to defeat such a being, but at the very least, he could reach that same level, stand as an equal. He had a system. After all, confidence came with the territory, even with a bare-bones, unintelligent one. But now, what was he supposed to do? If the Monkey King could step out of the annals of myth, what about the saints? What about the very will of heaven itself to destroy the world and recreate the universe? Could that be nothing more than a passing thought? For someone else? Wang Teng even wondered if he was living in a dreamlike world, if everything around him was an illusion. Imagination, when unchecked, can be the most lethal of all. Now Wang Teng found himself trapped in a cycle of his own thoughts. Hey, what are you thinking about? Myths are myths, and reality is reality. All myths are just stories retold from real life. If things were really like the legends say, why would anyone bother rebelling against the heavenly palace? Whatever they said would simply be the law, and we'd never stand a chance. In the end, it's just another world with a higher starting point. Didn't you notice the strength of those heavenly soldiers? Taoist Master Qingyun's words pulled Wang Teng back to reality. Huh? Oh. Wang Teng shook his head, quickly banishing his previous wild thoughts. Thankfully, this wasn't a world of cultivation, where he feared he'd already strayed into dangerous territory. Wang Teng hadn't missed the physical condition of those heavenly soldiers. Purely in terms of energy, they were only several times stronger than Captain America, but still far weaker than the Spider-Man of the future. As for their ability to fly, that was more a matter of different methods of energy use, especially after accounting for the effects of formations and their own gear. In fact, Wang Teng even suspected that Captain America, shield in hand, could take one of them down alone. After all, the 50-50 setting meant he could trade blows with almost anyone. Taoist Master Qingyun, what was that about lifespan they mentioned earlier? Aren't immortals supposed to live forever? From what I know, even Odin from Norse mythology has lived for at least a few 100,000 years. Our Chinese mythological figures shouldn't be any weaker than Odin, right? If we go by the legends, the Monkey King should only be 1,000 or 2,000 years old by now. Wang Teng asked, uncertainty in his voice. Though he was starting to recover, his mind was still a jumble, and he desperately needed someone to help him sort things out. If someone else asked, they might not have an answer, but as it happens, I know a bit about this, Taoist Master Qingyun began, slipping into his teaching tone. In our Chinese myths, immortals are indeed said to live forever, but that's only from the perspective of mortals. For ordinary people, the lifespans of these powerful beings are so long, they're impossible to measure. Take the Monkey King, for example. He's been alive for more than 2,300 years, which is nearly half the length of Chinese civilization itself. To a regular person, that's practically eternal. Life, isn't it? Taoist Master Qingyun paused, wetting his lips before continuing to as for your question about Odin. The Aesir gods are born with far longer lifespans than humans. Even ordinary members of the Aesir can live for over 5,000 years, while we humans on Earth are lucky to last a mere century. Our starting point is simply much lower, and there's nothing we can do about it. What's more, Odin had already become a cosmic overlord tens of thousands of years ago. For someone like him, seeking out rare, life-extending treasures across the vast universe is hardly a challenge. All we can say is that Earth began at a disadvantage compared to them, and our progress has always lagged behind. Naturally, our lifespans cannot compare to those of the Aesir, especially over the past several thousand years. The Celestial Palace has continuously drawn spiritual energy from Earth through their formations to sustain themselves. As a result, our world's spiritual resources have dwindled, and true masters have grown ever fewer. It wasn't until a little over 600 years ago that things started to improve. That was when humanity began to resist the Celestial Palace's dominance. 600 years ago, at this point, Wang Teng was completely captivated by Taoist Qingyun's tale. He recalled an old legend from his previous life. Zhu Yuanzhang, dissatisfied with the rule of the immortals, sent Liu Bowen to sever the dragon vein and cut off the gate of heaven, thereby breaking the connection between the mortal world and the celestial realm. From that moment on, deities could no longer descend to the human world, and mortals could no longer ascend to the heavens. Could this be related to that legend? Taoist Qingyun's next words confirmed Wang Teng's suspicion, though there were still some differences from what he had imagined. You've heard of Liu Bowen, right? Founding statesman of the Ming dynasty, later posthumously honored as Grand Preceptor. But he had another identity. He was the previous leader of the Taoist sect. The Taoist sect? Wang Teng was stunned. He hadn't expected that there would be a connection to the Taoist patriarch. Taoist Qingyun, unbothered by the interruption, smiled kindly and continued. Yes, that very Taoist sect you're thinking of. I heard you're quite familiar with the old master himself, which makes things easier to explain. Back then, as the sect leader, Liu Bowen consulted the wisdom left by his predecessors and finally discovered that the Celestial Palace was siphoning Earth's spiritual energy through their great formations, feeding off our world like a vampire. You must have heard a bit about the multiverse. No matter how powerful the multiverse or the outer realms may be, they all exist in dependence on this present, real universe. All those otherworldly gods and demons who wish to invade are simply after the energy of our reality. As for why Earth has suffered so many calamities, well, we can only blame our luck. Our planet happens to sit at a spatial nexus of the universe, where the boundaries between many universes are thin and fragile. We all understand the logic of picking the softest persimmon squeeze, don't we? That's why those beings from beyond the stars, what the West calls entities from the multiverse, like Dormammu or Mephisto, naturally set their sights on Earth as their entry point. As for those so-called deities in legend, whether from our own Chinese tradition or from the West, they merely employ a gentler approach. By constructing arrays, they establish channels of faith, siphoning the spiritual energy of humanity's belief into their own realms. The methods may differ, but the essence is the same. They're all feeding off the lifeblood of us Earthlings. In ancient times, humans on Earth could live for a very long time. One could even say everyone was a little superhuman. But because the spiritual energy was constantly being drained by other universes, our physical vitality gradually withered. If it hadn't been for Liu Bowen, the sect master, severing the celestial veins and cutting off the connection between the human world and the heavenly palace, Earth would have become a dead star in just a few more years. The war that followed was unimaginably fierce, arguably the most brutal conflict in the history of Chinese cultivation, rivaling even the legendary battle against the heavens during King Zhou's era. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Taoist sect perished, leaving only one master standing. Countless ancient sages and mighty heroes of China fell, severing the chain of inheritance in some cases. Had it not been for that cataclysm, we might not have suffered the devastation of foreign invasions centuries later, when the land was strewn with the dead. Only in recent years have we slowly begun to recover. It's said that war was plotted for over 1,000 years. Not only did our Chinese forebears take part, but so did those of the human race, who had ascended to the heavenly palace in earlier eras, along with all those unwilling to endure celestial oppression. Together they rose in rebellion. The losses for our people were immense, yet the heavenly palace itself was nearly crippled, almost never recovering. The repercussions echoed into the mortal realm, warping time itself so that, in the Ming dynasty, 10 days vanished from the calendar. The being you see now, the great sage equal to heaven, was one of the rebels against the heavenly palace. Don't let novels mislead you. He was truly and thoroughly of the human race. But to those in the heavenly palace, we humans were little more than unfinished monkeys. According to our elders, even those among us who ascended to the so-called celestial realm were still called demon monkeys by the gods. In their eyes, monkeys are still covered in fur. Imagine what they thought of us humans. Master Qingyun fell silent, as if he'd grown weary, or perhaps weighed down by a sense of wistful regret. For Wang Teng, the amount of information he received today was simply overwhelming. While it might not have shattered his worldview, it certainly made him realize that the Marvel universe he inhabited was far more complex than the handful of movies he had watched suggested. On the bright side, Wang Teng could finally put his mind at ease. He wasn't as weak as he'd imagined himself to be. At the very least, he was quite capable of protecting himself. Moreover, his pace of growth would surely exceed everyone's expectations. As long as he had access to high-quality materials to cultivate, his strength would leap forward in bounds. Now, Wang Teng understood that this Taoist priest, Master Qingyun, was most likely sent by the Chinese government on purpose to make contact with him, allowing him to glean more information from their conversations. This was a form of outreach. After all, China had always been friendly to people of Chinese descent, especially to patriotic individuals like himself. Although he'd been born and raised in the Federation, the experiences of his previous life meant he had always considered himself Chinese at heart. He preferred not to return, simply for convenience's sake. Yet if China ever faced hardship, he would never stand by and watch. He would step in without hesitation. Perhaps Wang Teng could be selfish, but blood ties never change. Wang Teng looked at the great sage, who appeared unstoppable and brimming with vigor. Though the sage was engaged in battle, it was clear he was treating it more like a game. His attacks had slowed, and it looked more like he was giving Mo a practical lesson right there on the battlefield. Well, that made sense. After all, Mo was a student, and this was the perfect opportunity for some hands-on teaching. There was nothing wrong with that. Wang Teng was grateful to Master Qin Yun for the information he'd received, so it was only fair that he offer something in return. With some reluctance, he produced a gourd of wine, one of his treasured reserves. Even if he might have more of it in the future, for now, it was incredibly precious, so much so that it couldn't even fill his own bathtub. Carefully, Wang Teng poured a cup of emerald green wine from Master Qin Yun. Here, master. Let's drink and talk. As soon as the wine flowed from the gourd, a rich, intoxicating aroma filled the air. It was so invigorating that one felt their spirit lifted, as if even their soul had achieved a new level of clarity. Standing closest, Master Qin Yun sensed the bottleneck that had hindered his progress for years begin to loosen ever so slightly. What a marvelous wine, he exclaimed. But before Master Qin Yun could take the cup from Wang Teng's hand, a golden, chain-clad arm reached out from the side and snatched it away. Taking a deep breath of the fragrance, the great sage closed his eyes in bliss. This is truly exceptional wine. It's even better than the celestial nectar I tasted in the heavenly palace. There's something familiar about it too, though I can't quite recall what it is right now. Wang Teng glanced at the Qi Tian de Sheng, still locked in fierce battle with the celestial soldiers and generals, then turned to the identical figure standing before him. They're just a bunch of small fry. Leaving a clone behind to entertain them is more than enough, replied the older-looking great sage, his tone utterly unconcerned. Well, that's what it means to be a true master. Wang Teng couldn't help but admire him. This is excellent wine. Such pure energy, and there's a unique flavor to it as well. The great sage mused, seeming to drift into a memory, completely ignoring Taoist Qin Yun, whose eyes were turning red with envy. It's just a cup of fruit wine. If you'd like more, great sage, I have it, Wang Teng offered. If it were anyone else asking, he might have been stingy, but for his childhood idol, a few cups were nothing. What kind of fruit tree is this? The taste is familiar, but I can't quite place it. Tell me about it. Maybe I'll plant a few myself. My flower fruit mountain is a blessed land, and growing some ordinary spiritual fruit, there should be no problem, said the great sage, tilting his head back and downing the wine in one gulp. Ginseng fruit. It's ginseng fruit wine, Wang Teng replied. The great sage sputtered, spraying out the wine before he could swallow it. With a deft motion, he cast a spell, freezing the wine droplets in midair. What did you say? He asked. Though his tone belied his certainty, he knew Wang Teng was telling the truth. When he'd first smelled the wine, there had been a hint of familiarity, but as soon as it touched his lips, the taste was unmistakable. It was the flavor of ginseng fruit. That taste was etched into his memory, impossible to forget. Even in that brief moment before swallowing, he could already feel his lifespan subtly increasing. Taoist Qin Yun watched the suspended droplets of wine in the air, feeling a pang of heartbreak. That was ginseng fruit. He had no idea how many fruits had gone into that gourd of wine, but even the tiniest amount could add years to one's life. After all, in legend, just smelling the fruit could grant 360 more years, and eating one could bring 48,000 years of life. It was the rarest of treasures. Staring at the floating ginseng fruit wine, complete with a stray blade of chive, Taoist Qin Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. He longed for just a single taste. Noticing the Taoist's discomfort, the great sage seemed a little embarrassed. Shall I give it back to you? But seeing the chive leaf floating amidst the wine, Taoist Qin Yun, however desperate he was, simply couldn't bring himself to say yes. Thank you to A.O. Tian Ho for your generous reward. As before, I want to express my gratitude, and also offer my apologies. The next update will be a bit delayed. I'm working hard on it right now. Yesterday, work was truly exhausting, and when I got home, I just wanted to rest for a while. But as soon as I closed my eyes, the next thing I knew, it was nearly midnight. There was nothing I could do. I'm really sorry, but the update will have to come a little later. Watching Taoist Qin Yun nearly drooling with anticipation, yet clearly torn with inner conflict, Wang Teng quickly spoke up. No need for that. Really, it's not worth making such a fuss over a single cup of wine. With that, Wang Teng produced another cup and poured Taoist Qin Yun a fresh serving of the ginseng fruit wine. At the sight of this, the great sage, equal to heaven, immediately drew the frozen wine in midair back into his mouth. This is just too precious, are you sure? You're being far too generous, Taoist Qin Yun said, his hands trembling as he accepted the cup from Wang Teng. His face creased into a smile, so deep it looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. You're a fine fellow. I owe you a favor for this. Just one sip of this wine has extended my life by at least 300 years. Looks like heaven won't be collecting me anytime soon. As the fruit wine passed his lips, the great sage's aura surged dramatically. It was obvious, even to Zheng Xian, who had once seen the sage beset by the 5 decays of heaven and man, that the previously declining vitality of the great sage was now roaring back to life, his energy like a rainbow, stirring up winds and clouds across the 9 heavens. Truly formidable. At this moment, the power radiating from the great sage was almost half as strong as my own, and the force of his vitality far surpassed even his energy levels. The combination of these 2 elements would multiply his combat strength exponentially. Add to that his innate battle instincts and years of experience. There are probably very few in this world who could ever hope to subdue him. But Wang Teng was puzzled. He'd drunk his fair share of ginseng fruit wine over time, but aside from feeling refreshed and clear-headed, he'd never distinctly sensed his own lifespan increasing. If he didn't trust the produce from his own land, and if the wine wasn't so obviously brimming with spiritual energy, Wang Teng might have wondered if he'd been drinking a fake all along. Moreover, the lifespan increase the great sage described differed greatly from the legends. A few hundred years versus tens of thousands. Even if it was wine instead of the fruit itself, shouldn't the gap be a little smaller? When in doubt, ask. This was one of Wang Teng's best traits. Great sage, according to legend, isn't eating a single ginseng fruit supposed to grant 48,000 more years of life? Why is it that after drinking a cup of this wine, you've only gained a few hundred years? It wasn't just Wang Teng who was puzzled. Even Taoist Qin Yun, who usually prided himself on knowing everything, was left scratching his head. All the books he'd ever read described the ginseng fruit as being far more potent than this. What are you thinking? After all, myths and legends are just that. Myths and legends. If they have even this much effect, it's already remarkable. Even a whole ginseng fruit can add less than 1,000 years to one's lifespan, and the main advantage is that there are no after effects. Yet, little one, just a sip of your wine is worth nearly half a ginseng fruit, and the energy is even purer. The great sage spoke, offering an explanation to the 2 and to the others who had gradually gathered around. In truth, many natural treasures of heaven and earth don't work all that well for us humans. That's why we humans must carve out a path that suits us. Compared to other races, we can achieve immortality within just a few hundred years, and those with outstanding talent can even attain the rank of golden immortal. Yet lifespan has always been our fatal weakness. Take the ginseng fruit we just mentioned, for example. If it's consumed by one of the innate spirit races, it can add several thousand, even tens of thousands of years to their life. But for humans, it only grants a few hundred years. Some kind of rule seems to be limiting our longevity. As for those legendary fresh fruits, like the peaches of immortality or celestial apricots, they do extend life. But for us humans, they come with considerable side effects. Only by relying on virtue or faith can we wash away these negative effects. Side effects? What kind of side effects? I've never heard of that. At this moment, Our Lady Li, Shui from the fairy, had already squeezed forward, questioning the great sage. To put it simply, most of the divine fruits produced in the celestial palace, if eaten too much by humans, will subtly change our very essence and genes. Gradually, we cease to be human and become gods, shedding our passions and desires, looking down upon mortals as mere ants. At this point, the great sage let out a sigh. Many of the immortals in the celestial palace today were once human. With that, the great sage lost interest in continuing. He merely lifted his gaze to the heavens, his thoughts drifting far back into the distant past. For reasons he couldn't name, Wang Teng sensed a kind of weariness, the poignant feeling of a hero growing old, radiating from the great sage, and that feeling seemed to touch everyone around them. After a long while, the great sage seemed to return to himself, letting out a faint, self-mocking laugh. Perhaps it's because we, humans, possess such deep and tangled emotions. I've always suspected that the reason the long-lived races seem so indifferent is due to the laws of heaven itself. The longer one lives, the more attachments they have, so heaven sets a limit. Either give up emotions and become a true immortal, or if you refuse, you cannot have a long life. Everyone must choose for themselves. The great sage's words set Wang Teng deep in thought. What about himself? With his cultivation and the many spiritual treasures he had obtained, there was no doubt he could live much longer. But would he, over countless years, also gradually lose his emotions? If there were no emotions, could one still be considered human? At this moment, Wang Teng thought of someone, an alien, though perhaps still a person in his own right. Great sage, have you ever heard of Odin? The Aesir from Asgard. They should count as humans too. right? Aside from their long lifespans and immense strength, they're not all that different from us. The great sage pondered for a moment before replying. I have indeed heard of him. Although I don't know much, I do know a bit about the origin of his legendary longevity. Since the dawn of the universe, any powerful being wishing to obtain eternal life must create a world of their own, a small universe, so to speak, that exists outside of our own. By doing so, they become the very laws of that world. As long as their little universe remains intact, their life endures without end. But there are some who lack the ability, yet still crave longevity. They try to forcibly detach their realm from this universe, creating a semi-independent world. However, this act draws the backlash of the cosmic will, the very laws of heaven. So their new world can never be truly separate. At best, it becomes a half-independent space. Odin's ancestors once tried to separate Asgard in this way. Yet, when they realized their power was insufficient, they suffered the backlash of the cosmic laws. Asgard's very essence was severely depleted, nearly to the point of collapse. It was only by binding several life-filled planets to Asgard, sharing their fate, that they managed to survive. That's why we speak of the Nine Realms today. Nevertheless, Odin did gain a vastly extended life and immense power. With Asgard's Hall of Heroes, even those who die from the 5 decays of heaven and man might someday be reborn. But I admit, that's beyond my knowledge. The universe is vast, filled with mysteries far beyond our comprehension. All we can hope is that our human descendants will persevere, growing ever stronger, and one day venture beyond this world. The great sage's words left everyone deep in thought. Though he had spoken with uncertainty at times, the information he shared was more than enough to ponder. All right, the riffraff have been dealt with. Now, the real battle begins. The great sage broke their reverie, and Wang Teng raised his head once more, gazing at the battlefield ahead. Where once tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals had clashed, now not a soul remained. Only the great sage's avatars gradually faded into nothingness. The wind had stilled, and even the sunlight seemed frozen in place. Overhead, the blood-red vortex in the sky grew ever darker, as though ink had spilled across the heavens. How dare you, wicked monkey! You defy the will of heaven, resisting with impudence. You shall be punished. A mighty voice boomed from the sky. Some of the low-ranking cultivators and warriors on the outskirts, still keeping watch, instantly spat blood and fainted. Aside from the great sage equal to heaven and Wang Teng, the rest of the group also turned pale. Wang Teng's face darkened. Seriously? When will this end? He muttered. But this time, it seemed the newcomer was truly extraordinary. Though the energy they used wasn't particularly high level, their mastery was nothing short of perfection. At least, Wang Teng admitted he couldn't achieve such finesse, striking so many people down with just a voice. Sure, if it were about shouting down a building or stripping the Earth's surface with a roar, that wouldn't be a problem. But to harm only people without affecting anything else required an energy control so precise that Wang Teng knew he couldn't match it. He's here. The great sage's gaze grew grave. Clearly, he knew who was about to appear, and that this person was a formidable opponent. Wang Teng was curious as well. What kind of figure could make the great sage so wary? What kind of skills did they possess? The air above rippled like water, and thousands of figures materialized in the sky. There didn't seem to be as many as last time, but their entrance was unmistakably impressive. At the front stood a man clad in silver armor, a red line between his brows, wielding a 3-pointed, double-edged spear with a black dog at his feet. He looked exactly like Erlang Shun, the true lord of manifested virtue from Chinese mythology. Three-eyed one, last time I thought you had died in battle. Turns out you were merely lost. Do you still remember who you are? The great sage's tone carried a hint of melancholy. A flicker of struggle flashed in the opposing general's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it came, his face returning to an emotionless mask. I'm the war god of the heavenly court. I do not know who you speak of. Demon monkey, surrender now, lest you die beneath my blade. The great sage's expression grew fierce. If that's how it is, let me set you free myself. Before the words had even faded, a thunderous crash erupted. At some point, the great sage beside Wang Teng had vanished, already locked in fierce combat with the divine enforcer across from them. Damn it! Watching the shockwaves from their battle, Wang Teng had no choice but to abandon his rudimentary mirrored space. He hurriedly cast a spell he had yet to master, quickly, enveloping the entire battlefield. At the rate these two were fighting, if he didn't contain them, the whole city of Shanghai would be reduced to rubble several times over. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm not proficient with this spell, so I need to focus most of my attention just to maintain it, Wang Teng said to the others, then poured all his concentration into sustaining the mirrored space. No problem. If we can't take down the leader, at least we can clear out the small fry. After the group finished speaking, Wang Kai was the first to charge out. His 100-meter-tall Vajra body, instead of being a symbol of divine majesty, was wielded more like a brute in a street brawl, wild and frenzied. Yet, it was obvious that, although these celestial soldiers were far more powerful than those who had come before, none could break through his defense for the moment. Instead, their formation was thrown into chaos. Master Qingyan, wielding a horsetail whisk, used it now as a whip, now as a spear. Seizing the opportunity amidst the confusion, he dispatched several celestial soldiers right from the start, performing with that single whisk as if it were a whole arsenal of weapons. Fairy Li also joined the fray, though it was not the visual spectacle Wang Teng had imagined. At some point, her short skirt had transformed into a pair of tight-fitting trousers. Though her figure was still captivating, he couldn't help but feel that the dazzling allure he'd anticipated was missing. Armed with two unusual blades, Fairy Li darted through the ranks of the celestial soldiers like an assassin in the shadows. If her strike missed, she would vanish far away, only to reappear with her weapons stained in blood. The rest of the group fought with their chosen weapons. Those with swords unleashed torrents of sword energy. Those with sabers radiated unmatched ferocity. The battlefield was thrown into utter turmoil. At this moment, no one spared a thought for anything else. There was only one word: fight. That was all that mattered. What surprised Wang Teng most was Wang Zhe, the man in the trench coat who had barely registered his mind before. In his hands was a spike club taller than two grown men. With a single swing, he smashed an enemy's head like a rotten watermelon. So you really can't judge a book by its cover, Wang Teng remarked to himself as he maintained the mirror dimension. The sense of contrast was almost on par with Wang Kai's. Perhaps it was something about people with the surname Wang, but for some reason, he felt a strange sense of shame. I'm a Wang too. Sorry to let you all down. Just then, Wang Teng's attention wavered, and he nearly lost control of the mirror dimension. The sheer energy waves from the battle between the great sage equal to heaven and the man, who looked like Erlang Shun, were overwhelming. If Wang Teng hadn't possessed such formidable reserves of power, his half-baked mirror dimension would have been shattered long ago. Far away in New York, a clone Wang Teng had left behind was just now activating. To be safe, Wang Teng had also left a substitute doll there. The trigger for the clone's activation was the opening of a space portal. The Chitauri had arrived. Now, while focusing on maintaining the mirror dimension, Wang Teng spared a part of his mind to monitor the situation in New York as well. After all, no one here needed him at the moment. He felt like he was just a bystander, a backup battery for the mirror dimension. It seemed that if Wang Teng hadn't shown up in this world, someone else would have ended up playing the same role. As Wang Teng's attention shifted to New York, he saw a massive portal open in the sky. Unlike the one in Shanghai, this one glowed blue as the first Chitauri piloting. A single-person airship emerged from the spatial wormhole. A dense swarm of Chitauri followed close behind, descending upon New York City like a plague of locusts. Whoa, what a spectacle. This is far more thrilling than any movie, Wang Teng exclaimed, a hint of wonder and confusion in his heart. He couldn't fathom how Tony and the others could possibly hold back such a horde of Chitauri. Just as Wang Teng was puzzled, a familiar surge of magical power rippled through the air. With that wave, the Chitauri still flying overhead suddenly dwindled, leaving only a handful scattered across the sky. Wang Teng instantly understood, so that's why the Ancient One was here as the ultimate safeguard. No wonder she appeared in Avengers Endgame. Controlling his doppelganger, Wang Teng soared toward the Ancient One's location. She was calmly casting spells atop the roof of the New York sanctum, looking utterly at ease. Hello, Sister Yao, Wang Teng teased playfully, earning a sidelong glance from the Ancient One. She didn't bother to retort. You actually have the leisure to control your doppelganger and come here. Things must be going well in China, she said. Pretty well indeed. Honestly, I'm just there as a bystander. They barely need me at all, Wang Teng replied, muttering inwardly. He'd hoped to show off a little, but who could have predicted the sudden appearance of the Monkey King, stealing all the thunder? Clearly, making an impression is an art in itself. Well, the little ones have all arrived. Now, I just need to keep things in rhythm, the Ancient One remarked. How do you feel about the strength of the Celestial Palace? She asked, keeping an eye on the Chitauri army above, ready to act at any moment. As for their top-tier fighters, I haven't met anyone stronger than me yet. The ordinary soldiers seem about on par with Asgard's, but they all have formations to back them up. Numbers-wise, they probably outmatch Asgard by quite a bit. Wang Teng thought for a moment before answering. That's to be expected. After all, one is a true miniature world, while the other is just a failed prototype, the Ancient One observed. When this is over, you should meet with Odin. I imagine your sudden appearance has left him conflicted. He's torn on whether or not to let death take him. Odin has lived far too long, constantly drawing energy from Asgard to sustain himself. If he continues, it could lead to Asgard's collapse. I suspect he wants to see you because of this. Go see if you can help him, and perhaps help yourself decide as well. Wang Teng recalled that in the movies he'd seen before, even after Odin's death, Asgard was ultimately destroyed. Did that mean Asgard was doomed to perish no matter what? Or did Odin have a trump card the movies never revealed? I'll think about it when the time comes, Wang Teng replied, considering his options. Wang Teng brushed off the question casually. Who could really predict what the future would bring? The Ancient One smiled at Wang Teng. It's your decision to make. Go on, your friends are already here. Companions are meant to fight side by side. As for me, it's time I enjoy my retirement in peace. Wang Teng pouted. I'd rather not. There's too much trouble waiting down the line. You mean those Hydra people? What harm could they possibly do to you? Young people should have a bit more zest for life. Wang Teng glanced at the Ancient One. All right, she had a point. If he was being honest, none of those things really affected him. Even though he had officially purchased the island and there were public records, he'd spent years weaving layers of formations and enchantments over it. Satellites couldn't spot anything, and even flying a helicopter overhead would reveal nothing out of the ordinary. Fine, I'll go out and have some fun. Might as well make a public appearance for once. With that, Wang Teng waved goodbye to the Ancient One, then nimbly leapt off the rooftop. This was only one of his avatars, and he hadn't equipped it with any of his usual magical treasures. Still, he could use magic as needed. Watching Wang Teng leave, the Ancient One chuckled, reached out to open a portal, and pulled out a reclining chair. With a steaming cup of tea in hand, she settled onto the rooftop, ready to watch the unfolding spectacle with leisurely delight. Wang Teng's arrival turned the tide. Under the Ancient One's watch, the Chitauri soldiers had already been whittled down to just a handful. Now, every time one poked its head out, Wang Teng dispatched it immediately, as if he were playing a game of whack-a-mole. But as the Ancient One settled in to enjoy the show, more and more Chitauri troops began to pour in. Thanks to Wang Teng's help over the years, Tony's armor upgrades had progressed by leaps and bounds. He no longer needed to return to Star Tower for a new suit each time. Tony was the first to arrive, and he quickly ran into Wang Teng. Hey, Wang Teng, these aliens aren't nearly as scary as I thought. There are so few of them. I could take care of this myself, Tony said with a cocky grin, blasting a Chitauri skiff out of the sky, utterly unimpressed with their so-called army. Let's see if you're still saying that in a bit. You think this handful of soldiers is a real invasion force? Only because the big guns were held off at the start. From here on out, it's up to us. Don't forget, these Chitauri are known across the universe as cosmic locusts. The word locust struck a chord with Tony. As an Earthling, he knew all too well what that meant, and the dismissiveness in his heart faded away. All right, I may have underestimated them. Looks like we're in for one heck of a fight. Tony didn't bother to ask who the big shot Wang Teng was talking about. As far as he was concerned, anyone that Wang Teng himself called a big shot had to be someone he needed to look up to at this stage. While Wang Teng and Tony chatted, the portal in the sky opened up once again. Waves upon waves of Chitauri soldiers poured through, their numbers so dense that anyone with trypophobia would feel their skin crawl. They really are like a swarm of locusts, Tony remarked with a sigh. Now, I finally understand why people in China have this fear of not having enough firepower. I think I've caught that bug myself. Nick, have you still not coordinated with City Hall? Is Congress just sitting around doing nothing? The aliens are practically at our doorstep, and they haven't started evacuating people yet. What am I paying all these taxes for, just to feed the dogs? At the same time, Tony shared his video feed with Nick Fury over the comms and called out to Jarvis. Jarvis, activate all remaining suits immediately. Take full command and engage freely. Let's give these alien bugs a real beating. And remind me to buy Bear Grylls a steak dinner on live TV when this is all over. Bear Grylls, huh? I admit I've tried some pretty strange foods, but even I've never thought of eating aliens. What if they carry some interstellar virus that brings about the end of the world? Still, if they're roasted properly, maybe I could give it a try. Will they taste more like beef or chicken? Might even make the neighborhood kids drool with envy. Hearing Tony's words, Wang Teng automatically added some lines for Bear Grylls in his mind. As Wang Teng looked up at the endless sea of alien troops in the sky, he finally realized just how much pressure the Ancient One had taken off the original Avengers team during the first battle. If it had only been those few heroes, even if the Chitauri just stood still and let themselves get worn down, their sheer numbers alone would have driven the Avengers to despair. Never mind Thor pulling out some massive area attack. As far as Wang Teng knew, Even if he managed a map-wide blast, it'd only take a few tries before he was completely drained. Unlike in the original story, where the battle was limited to a few city blocks, now that Tony was summoning Jarvis, tens of thousands of alien troops had already flooded half of New York City. With weaponry far more advanced than anything on Earth and a perfectly coordinated offensive, if the Ancient One wasn't around to keep things in check, Wang Teng couldn't even imagine how their small team would survive. And this was only the beginning. A colossal troop carrier, looking like some mechanical whale, began to emerge from the portal, its size dwarfing an aircraft carrier. Maybe the movie had to shrink it down for budget reasons, because the countless energy cannons covering its hull had never made it to the big screen. As expected of Thanos' infamous Locust Army, Wang Teng mused. Looking at this, any planet with slightly inferior technology wouldn't stand a chance. Wang Teng dared not dwell on it any longer. The alien army was poised to launch their assault, and if he hesitated for even a few more seconds, there might not be anything left of New York City at all. Endless air cannon, 10,000 swords technique. As Wang Teng unleashed the sword incantation, energy surged through his body. Starlight flickered in the air, and tens of thousands of air cannons, each forged by condensed energy, appeared in an unending stream. After several waves of attacks, only a handful of Chitauri soldiers remained in the sky, exchanging bewildered glances. The Chitauri were stunned. What's happening? Where did our army go? Where are our comrades? This is the second time they've vanished without a trace. Wang Teng had learned the 10,000 swords technique from a Taoist master, but had modified it with his own touch, transforming it into the endless air cannon. While it wasn't particularly effective against powerful individuals, it proved invaluable for clearing out hordes of lesser foes like these. Looks like my screen-clearing ability is actually pretty decent, Wang Teng mused. Though it's not as seamless as the Sorcerer Supreme's methods. The visual impact is certainly explosive, though it's going to make cleanup a nightmare for New York's workers. He glanced at the city's buildings, now spattered with a bloody sheen. The color was bizarre, neither quite green nor blue, streaked with reddish-purple chunks of flesh. Alien corpses, grotesque and disturbing, hung from many of the skyscrapers, staining the city with a perverse hue. Wang Teng could even faintly hear the sounds of people retching in the distance. By this time, Tony had ceased his own attacks. He simply watched as Jarvis remotely directed dozens of other armors to mop up the remaining Chitauri, shock written all over his face as he stared at Wang Teng. So, what you're telling me is, I rushed back here in such a hurry, and to use your words, I was just here to play a bit part? Tony sounded both reluctant and a little relieved. He resented that Wang Teng had stolen the show, but was also grateful. Otherwise, New York might truly have been destroyed. As for the feeling of being sidelined, Wang Teng wanted to tell Tony he understood all too well. His true self was still back in Shanghai, playing a bit part in his own right. Finally, feeling a rare sense of satisfaction, Wang Teng thought it was far easier to make a name for himself overseas. There were just too many heavyweights back in China. He used to think there was only that Taoist master, but now, even a Monkey King had appeared, and who knew what other legendary figures were hidden away in forgotten corners. Was the mythic Kunlun Heavenly Court really as simple as it appeared on the surface? Wang Teng was no longer so sure. After all, this was a force capable of confronting the Celestial Palace itself, and from the sound of it, that was only their main force. Word had it that the Celestial Palace had opened two fronts this time, with the main battlefield at Kunlun, their troops holding back the Kunlun Heavenly Court so they couldn't interfere with what was happening in Shanghai. What Heaven hadn't anticipated was that the Great Sage equal to Heaven was still the Great Sage equal to Heaven. Even in his old age, he wasn't the sort of foe that a handful of small fry could handle. What's more, up until now, Wang Teng hadn't even made a move. Although he couldn't manage the finer, more delicate tasks at the moment, when it came to overwhelming force, Wang Teng felt this was where he truly excelled. As long as he could crush his opponents with sheer energy, that was enough. After all, he had more potions for replenishing energy and stamina than he could count. So if things got tough, he'd just take another dose. When Steve and the others finally arrived, they witnessed a bizarre scene. Tony and Wang Teng were chatting idly off to the side, while tens of thousands of air cannons hovered in the sky above, firing nonstop. Dozens of suits of armor were mopping up the stragglers. The two of them looked less like they were fighting a war and more like they were on vacation. If only they had wine glasses in hand, the picture would be complete. So what's happening now? This looks way better than I expected. Steve relaxed a little and turned to Tony, unable to hide his curiosity. The surreal air. Cannons, flickering in and out of sight. What on earth were those things? Some new high-tech weapon? He couldn't help but feel he was falling behind the times. It's just like you see. So far, we've held the line. By the way, where's Thor? He didn't get himself killed in a fall, did he? That'd be a shame, Tony replied. No sooner had Tony finished speaking than an explosion echoed from the rooftop of Stark Tower. Thor, clad in his signature crimson cape, hovered right outside the building. Damn it, is that lunatic trying to tear down my tower? I designed that myself, Tony cursed, flames igniting beneath his feet as he shot off towards Stark Tower with a roar, not bothering with formalities. So what do we do now? Natasha looked at Cap and Hawkeye, utterly at a loss. For a moment, she couldn't even remember why she was here. Let's help evacuate the civilians first, Cap said, slinging his shield onto his back and dashing toward the panicked crowd. One had to admire the resilience of New Yorkers. At first, the invasion of aliens descending from the sky had thrown everyone into chaos, but once they saw the alien army being held back, most people actually chose to stick around and watch, pointing and chatting as though this was just another spectacle. Some even got hit by falling bits of alien bodies but grinned as they showed off their souvenirs to those around them. The police, now tasked with evacuation, had lost their initial panic as well. In their eyes, if the aliens could be stopped, then maybe they weren't so frightening. After all, some even joined the crowd in gawking and shouting at the aliens, occasionally firing a shot into the air, perhaps just to prove they too had fought against the invaders. I heard from Wang Teng that there's a dog named Thor who's also a god of thunder. I bet it's a husky, just like you, Thor. Same breed, same temperament. If you want to pay off the damage you did to my building, you'll be working for me for 100 years. And you, reindeer, hands up. On the roof of Stark Tower, watching Thor and Loki locked in battle, Tony felt as if his heart was bleeding. That was his luxury office they were smashing up, his precious wine cabinet, too, still stocked with that special daughter red he'd snagged from Wang Teng last time. He never had the heart to drink it himself, and now those two idiots had just shattered it. At this point, Tony was itching to blast both of them with his repulsor beam. Loki was practically fuming. None of this was going according to plan. Ever since he'd arrived on Earth, everything had gone wrong. Last time, he'd been inexplicably beaten up by a random Earthling. This time, he'd come fully confident, leading an army to conquer the planet, only to get ambushed right out of the gate. He hadn't even managed to take a single Earth street, let alone attack the whole planet. Now, even if he wanted to retreat, he couldn't find a single minion to cover his escape. And as for the damage to Earth, did the windows shattered by falling corpses from the sky count? His only real result, so far, was a few dozen injured people, and even that was the fault of the Earthlings themselves, taking advantage of the alien invasion to loot and riot. Loki realized he'd been naive. Wasn't Thanos supposed to be the tyrant of the universe? Why were his soldiers so useless? And the waters of Midgard ran deeper than he'd thought. No wonder Odin never invaded, probably afraid of getting walloped. Loki felt like he'd finally seen the truth. Meanwhile, Thor clutched his side again. He was determined to teach Loki a lesson this time, not just for the bruises to his body, but for the blows to his heart. Was it easy for him to find a girlfriend? After all these years? If this kept up, Loki seemed hellbent on making sure the Asgardian royal family ended with him. Of course, it never even crossed Thor's mind that Loki could have children, too. Tony, I'm really sorry, but I think Nick will reimburse you, right? Yes, that's the word. Reimburse, Thor said, landing another mighty blow on Loki, which punched a new hole straight through Tony's office wall. I've had enough, Tony shouted, blasting Thor out of the room with a repulsor shot. What on earth did I do to deserve this? The alien invasion isn't even causing as much damage as these two brothers have. Tony grumbled too. Himself. His office was packed with high-tech gear. There was no way Nick Fury, that bald hard-boiled egg, would reimburse him for any of it. You looking for a fight with me? Thor was already in a foul mood after Loki stabbed him in the side, and things only got worse when Tony blasted him with a repulsor. He felt deeply insulted, proving, once again, that there are no good people in Midgard. Everyone seemed to be targeting him. Well, everyone except Jane Foster. She was Thor's angel. Meanwhile, Loki was secretly crouched behind the ruins of a wall, doing his best to blend into the background. Wonderful, another show to watch. Once everyone had left, Wang Teng was now, for all intents and purposes, a stationary turret. What on earth was going on? He was a bystander in China, and now a gun mount in New York? Me, Wang Teng, destined for greatness. Did my reputation mean nothing? With the way New Yorkers name things, Wang Teng was genuinely worried that after the Battle of New York, he'd end up with the nickname God of Cannons. Everyone else got called God of Thunder or Iron Man, but if he were dubbed the illustrious God of Cannons, Wang Teng would seriously consider hiding away until the end of days. A few more explosions rang out from the rooftop of Stark Tower. Wang Teng was thoroughly confused. What exactly was Tony doing back up there? Was this supposed to be a mediation or a demolition crew? If things kept going this way, They wouldn't need aliens to bring the building down. They'd demolish Stark Tower all by themselves. Wang Teng decided to send another clone to check things out. His puppet clone had to stay behind to act as a battery for the turret, so he split off an energy clone instead. It worked much like a shadow clone from Naruto, only tougher. Rather than breaking apart at the slightest hit, it would stick around until its energy was fully depleted. Thinking about this only made Wang Teng more disgruntled. No matter where he went, he couldn't escape his destiny as a human battery. Maybe he'd chosen the wrong name. Perhaps he should have been called Wang Overlord or Wang Nanfu. In a sulky mood, Wang Teng split off a clone and sent it flying toward the rooftop of Stark Tower, using an immortalized version of lightness skill. He had no choice. If he didn't use a magical artifact, cloud riding was far too draining. If he were in his true form, it wouldn't be a problem. The energy he wasted recovered faster than he could spend it. But now, as a clone of a clone, and with plans afoot, he needed to conserve what little power he had. As soon as he landed on the rooftop, the first thing Wang Teng saw was the device used to open a portal, with Professor Eric Selvig still standing guard beside it. Surprisingly, he hadn't fainted yet. Wang Teng couldn't quite remember what had caused Eric to faint in the first place, but that didn't stop him from giving the plot a little nudge back on track. He threw a punch, just the right amount of force. Watching Eric collapse to the ground unconscious, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his control over his strength had improved considerably. In the past, one punch might have been enough to finish him off for good. Wang Teng reached out and tested the air. There was a tough, resilient barrier here. Perhaps it was because he himself existed on a higher plane of energy, or perhaps it was due to Wang Teng's previous studies of spatial magic like mirror space and portals. Whatever the reason, the moment Wang Teng's hand touched the energy barrier, he instinctively began analyzing the structure of the barrier. Whether he was using mirror space or opening a portal, Wang Teng had never relied on a suspension ring. He always relied purely on his own ample energy to brute force his way through. If he had a suspension ring as a conduit for his mental power, Wang Teng suspected that even in the magic capital, maintaining a mirror space wouldn't have been so difficult for his true self. Maybe all spatial magic shares certain similarities, or perhaps it was because the energy shield of the force field was itself powered by the space stone's energy. In just a short time, Wang Teng had already grasped most of the shield structure. It really is a straightforward and forceful energy shield, Wang Teng muttered under his breath. There was nothing particularly complex about it, just a simple energy field. Compared to the intricate energy barriers Wang Teng conjured at high speeds, this was worlds apart. But then again, this was an infinity stone. With such boundless energy, it was almost impossible for most people to break through it by sheer force. Only the resonance from another gem could shatter the shield. Of course, this posed no real challenge for Wang Teng. He simply adjusted the flow of his own energy, and in that instant, his hand slipped right through the barrier. There was only the slightest resistance, one gentle push, and it gave way. Just as Wang Teng was about to take his next move, the entire space froze. He saw Tony Stark, having just been tossed out the window by Thor, suspended mid-air in an undignified pose. Locked in time. There was no need to guess. The Ancient One had arrived. In a dazzling display of sparks and lightning, the Ancient One materialized before him. It's not the time yet, Wang Teng. There are some heroes who have not yet fulfilled their destinies. One of them needs to undergo a final transformation, she said. Wang Teng immediately understood what was going on. The Ancient One wanted Tony to carry the nuke, to let him become the great hero who saves New York. Is that still necessary? Wang Teng asked, a little uncertain. Tony still lacks one final metamorphosis of the soul. There are people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who need to step up as well. Otherwise, how will Nick Fury get his chance? Sometimes we must let things play out. Every hero deserves a moment in the spotlight, instead of fighting one another here. Wang Teng got the message. It was time to play his part. If he kept fighting like this, he'd wipe out the Chitauri before the other heroes had a chance to shine. Seeing that Wang Teng understood, the Ancient One disappeared in another swirl of magical effects, and time resumed its course. All right, enough fighting. Get ready for battle, Wang Teng said. Wang Teng stopped Tony, who was about to charge back in and continue fighting with Thor and everyone else. Honestly, Tony was really a handful. Did he have to pick a fight with every alien he met? Wang Teng grumbled inwardly. Knowing full well that Thor's brains were about the size of a walnut, did Tony, as a genius scientist, really have to lower his own IQ to match? Hearing Wang Teng's voice, Tony didn't go after Thor again. Instead, he landed his armored suit beside Wang Teng. They weren't really enemies. After all, it was just that seeing Thor and Loki, two brothers, wrecking his house had gotten under his skin, and he'd wanted to teach them a lesson. But since Wang Teng had spoken up, he decided to let them go for now. Of course, Tony would never admit it was because he couldn't do much against Thor at the moment. There was no point in dragging the fight on. It wasn't as if this was a battle to the death. What's going on, Wang Teng? Weren't you downstairs? Wait, two Wang Tengs? Loki. Tony broke off mid-sentence, turning to see the other Wang Teng still acting as a giant human battery below. Instinctively, he assumed the one beside him must be Loki in disguise, using illusion magic. It's just a clone technique. Nothing to be so surprised about, Wang Teng replied, having no interest in crossing fists with Tony. They weren't kids anymore, and there was nothing to gain from fighting Tony right now. Why bother? He wasn't Thor after all. Your girlfriend must be very happy, Tony quipped, his thoughts always taking unexpected turns. The comment nearly made Wang Teng stumble. He almost forgot what he wanted to say. What did Tony mean? Your girlfriend must be very happy. Was he suggesting Wang Teng should date himself? Besides, Tony clearly underestimated his abilities. He thought everyone was just like him. Not that Wang Teng would ever give him the chance to find out. Shaking off those bizarre images, Wang Teng hurried to refocus. That one down, there's also my clone. My real self is in China right now, fighting a bunch of gods, Wang Teng explained to Tony. At that moment, Thor arrived on the rooftop as well, hauling Loki by the collar like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, resigned to its fate. Gods? Like Thor? Tony glanced back at Thor, skepticism in his voice. This guy counted as a god? In Tony's eyes, Thor was just a slightly more advanced alien, and not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, either, even if his kidney had survived more jabs from Loki than he could count. So what if he was stronger, lived longer, had some special powers? He was just a little lacking in certain areas. Your understanding isn't wrong. It's just a bit more advanced, and the risks involved are much greater. If we consider Asgard as either friendly or at least neutral, then the so-called gods of Huaxia are now a completely hostile force. Well, perhaps I'm oversimplifying. There are good and bad sides to everything. Some gods from Huaxia actually stand firmly with humanity, because many of them were originally humans who cultivated extraordinary abilities and ascended. Wang Teng gave a brief introduction to the mythological system of Huaxia, doing his best to use language Tony could understand. For someone born and raised in the Federation, their sense of the world was rather vague. After all, their education taught them that the Federation itself was the entire world. Besides, even the Marvel Universe, relations between the Federation and Huaxia were far from friendly. At least as far as Wang Teng knew. In the Federation, black hair and black eyes were often used to describe demons. It would be laughable to think that Hydra's infiltration was limited only to the Western countries. The truth was Hydra had never given up on infiltrating Huaxia, but the unique traits of the people made it much more difficult for them. Even when they did manage to slip in, they were quickly discovered and promptly brought in for a thorough re-education with Huaxia's socialist values. Those willing to embrace this transformation were warmly welcomed. Of course, for those with unyielding spirits, Huaxia still dealt with them in a humane way. After all, humane destruction is still a form of humanity. So it's no wonder, in the eyes of the Western countries most deeply infiltrated by Hydra, that Huaxia rarely enjoys a good reputation on the international stage. In fact, it would be strange if they did. Of course, this was beyond Wang Teng's personal knowledge. In his previous life, he was a homebody, and in this life, he'd spent most of his time the same way. How much ambition could you really expect from him, if it weren't for the fact that Wang Teng had crossed over into the Marvel Universe, a world where lives can end in an instant, and happened to have a somewhat reliable system? He would have been content to remain a recluse forever. Thinking back to his previous life, all the Marvel topics he'd heard from his friends, Thanos was only an early-stage boss. There were mysterious cosmic beings like the Celestials who had yet to appear. The Living Tribunal, the 5 great abstracts, Wang Teng hadn't even heard of most of them. Not to mention those multiversal overlords who seemed to invade Earth for fun whenever they felt like it. All Wang Teng wanted was to survive, not to end up as dust in the wind one day. In a world like this, the only path was to become stronger. There really was no other way. Take Ego, for example, a planet with a will of its own, much like a Gaia consciousness. Wang Teng suspected that Ego was practically courting death. If it wasn't for the protagonist's plot armor, Wang Teng doubted he could easily take down a sentient planet capable of fighting back. So, from what you're saying, we Earthlings are basically being kept like livestock by these so-called immortals, raised for slaughter, so they can feed off us at will? But aren't you as Guardians supposed to be Earth protectors? Were you during all of this? Something this huge, and you didn't show up to stand up for us. We had to fight back on our own. Was it because you couldn't win? That's fine, you can admit it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Tony's last words were clearly aimed at Thor. Thor, for his part, looked completely baffled. What are you all talking about? He didn't understand a single thing. Were there other deities on Earth, from beyond the Nine Realms? He didn't know anything about this. Odin, his father, had never mentioned it. Loki, too, was a little stunned. Was this really the Midgard he thought he knew? Suddenly, he felt he might have stirred up a hornet's nest. He thought Wang Teng was the only real problem here, but after listening to that rough outline, Loki realized he'd still been too naive. This must have been why Odin halted his conquests all those years ago and signed the peace accord with the Nine Realms. All right, looks like you still have some energy to spare. You managed to send 2 avatars over here to help, which suggests things are going pretty well on the Huasha front. Now, let's focus on closing this portal first. With that, Tony turned to Loki. Hey you, Bambi Eyes, hurry up and shut down this weird machine. I'm afraid that's impossible. It can only be opened, not closed. Unless you want to try breaking through the energy shield around it. Loki replied with a sly smile, utterly unconcerned now, even though Thor still had him by the collar. He'd learned so many ancient secrets today, Loki felt his options for scheming had just multiplied. Well, I don't buy it. No energy shield can withstand my attacks for long. Tony prepared to blast the shield, the arc reactor in his chest and the palm of his hand glowing in unison. A tremendous boom resounded. As expected, Tony was hurled backward by the rebound of his own repulsor blast. Only then did Loki's voice drift lazily through the air. That's the tesseract you're dealing with, a source of infinite energy. Wang Teng glanced down at the scepter in Loki's hand, more precisely at the Mind Stone set at its tip. The look made Loki clutch the staff even tighter, afraid Wang Teng might have seen through him, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. Wang Teng didn't expose him. I'll let you hold on to it a little longer, he thought. Tony, stop wasting your time with that energy shield. Wang Teng had to intervene before Tony could launch another attack. The stage was set and the cast assembled. The show was about to begin. The only one missing was Dr. Banner. He was probably just now hopping onto his little motorcycle, racing toward New York. Since I'm only here as a projection, my abilities are limited, I can't keep up this level of output for long. We have to quickly figure out how to break through this energy shield. Otherwise, when my projection's energy runs out, the Chitauri in the sky will swarm us like a plague of locusts. By then, we might not be able to hold them back. As Wang Teng spoke, he subtly manipulated the projection below, gradually narrowing the intervals between the air cannons, shrinking the area of attack. In doing so, he began to let some of the alien ships and troop transports slip through. Of course, he allowed a few of the Chitauri's small crafts to get by for now. The troop transports would have to wait until Dr. Banner arrived. After all, seeing Hulk transform on the battlefield and smash a half-machine, half-organic troop carrier is a scene no one wants to miss. All right, as you can see, the aliens are starting to break through. Tony, your suit alone can't stop them. It's our turn to step in and handle the rest. Tony glanced at Wang Teng. He had no proof, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Teng was playing him. And finally, a request for votes and tips. I just realized this chapter is a lot shorter than usual. Looking closely, I found several paragraphs were missing from the middle. According to quantum physics, did they just disappear on their own? There's no helping it. I'll have to fill in the blanks as best I can. It still feels a little off, like something's missing, but I can't quite put my finger on it, so this will have to do for now. Whether Wang Teng was telling the truth or not, Tony could see with his own eyes that more and more aliens were breaking through the defenses. The streets, which had just started to calm down, were thrown into chaos again as onlookers panicked and fled. The Chitauri, after all, didn't care if Earthlings were just bystanders. If they saw someone alive, they attacked. In the blink of an eye, the casualties mounted. Tony didn't dare hesitate any longer. He leapt up, controlling his armor to launch an assault on the Chitauri overhead. Whatever else happened, the first priority was to take down the enemy. Wang Teng didn't linger either. Even if he was putting on a show, he had to make it convincing. He stopped using his most powerful spells, but techniques like the Six Meridian Sword and the Flicking Divine skill were still fair game. When Wang Teng left, Loki finally breathed a sigh of relief. While Thor was still puzzling over Wang Teng's words, Loki seized the moment and wrenched himself free from Thor's grasp before he could react. Just then, a Chitauri skiff passed by the edge of the rooftop. Loki leaped, flipped in midair, and landed smoothly aboard, making his getaway. The rooftop was left with only Thor, standing bewildered in the wind, completely at a loss as to how the situation had changed so quickly, from the very beginning, when he was giving his brother a lesson, to the later duel with Tony, and then to the moment when Wang Teng arrived and everyone went off to fight the aliens, leaving him alone on the rooftop. The situation changed so quickly that Thor found himself struggling to keep up. Oh well, Thor decided not to dwell on it. Thinking things through had never been his strong suit anyway. Fighting was what he did best. With a swing of his miniature Mjolnir, Thor shot into the air, meeting a Chitauri head-on and greeting him with a thunderous strike from above. Indeed, nothing felt quite as satisfying as dominating the battlefield, Thor thought with relish. As a result, the few Chitauri who had managed to break through the defenses suffered another devastating blow. Wang Teng was forced to pull his punches even more, eventually removing half of the air cannons in the sky just to create enough pressure for the heroes below. Looking down at the battered remains of New York City, Wang Teng found himself oddly free from guilt. Perhaps it was because, deep down, he had grown accustomed to it. After all, a beleaguered New York seemed to fit the multiverse's idea of what its citizens ought to endure. Thankfully, this wasn't China. If it were, Wang Teng would never have let such things happen, nor would he have tolerated it. He would have slapped those so-called Chitauri invaders into oblivion long ago. It just went to show how well Wang Teng's previous life had shaped him. Even though, in this life, he was a citizen of the Federation, or rather, now of Maple Leaf Country. But so what? As the song goes, China's heart beats within me. And that said it all. Besides, you couldn't say Wang Teng hadn't given New Yorkers a fair chance. From the very start, he had held off the Chitauri's assault for a long time, giving everyone ample opportunity to evacuate. Yet, somehow, the people of New York had an astonishing knack for courting disaster. Instead of fleeing, they stayed behind to snap photos and gawk at the chaos. If people insisted on tempting fate, there was little even Wang Teng could do to save them. Even now, with Chitauri troops descending for a ground assault, he still saw plenty of people choosing to loot and commit crimes rather than seek shelter or escape, only to end up gunned down by Chitauri soldiers. Wang Teng had learned to turn a blind eye to all of this. It wasn't just the Chitauri. He himself felt tempted to step in and teach them a lesson with a swift sword strike. And as for those being robbed, he wondered, at a time like this, what mattered more, your life or a few $100 in stolen cash. Wang Teng could only sigh. National education truly made a difference. Whether in his previous life or in the China of this one, Wang Teng had never seen such chaos. This, he supposed, was what came of an overall rise in civic virtue. Wang Teng was no saint. He would save only those he felt deserved saving. As for the rest, fate would decide. After all, he had already done more than enough. Wang Teng firmly believes in the power of the leading few. At the very least, he thinks that the impact of a single superhero far outweighs that of the vast majority of ordinary people. After all, you can't expect a group of regular folks to stand against Thanos' army in the future, can you? Given the quality of the Federation citizens, Wang Teng has no doubt they'd be loudly debating democracy and human rights in the middle of a battlefield, insisting that fighting is the soldier's business, even if the enemy is trying to wipe out their entire race. That's the mindset of the Federation's people. They never go beyond their assigned roles. Fighting is the soldier's job. Teaching is the teacher's job. Saving lives is for doctors. Even if they have the ability to help, they'd never lift a finger if it's not their duty. It's not entirely fair to label this attitude as right or wrong. In ordinary times, letting the right person do the right job is certainly sensible. But in extraordinary circumstances, it just doesn't hold up, especially in the Marvel Universe, where one superhero can be worth thousands, even tens of thousands, of regular people. The Ancient One clearly understands this as well. She'd rather sacrifice a few ordinary people if it means nurturing Tony's growth. Do you really think a being who has lived for centuries is so soft-hearted? Even if she possesses compassion, it's compassion for the whole planet. For the sake of Earth's future, a few casualties mean little. Even if tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions had to die, the Ancient One probably wouldn't bat an eye. And as for witnessing humanity's suffering, well, who says I can't simply close my eyes? To be honest, Wang Teng has his own childish side. In his past life, he'd read countless epic fantasy novels, and in his mind, humanity really only referred to the Han Chinese. Black hair, yellow skin, dark eyes. Everyone else was an outsider. Even in this life, growing up in the Federation, wealth hasn't shielded him from discrimination. For many in the Federation, prejudice runs bone deep. If Wang Teng weren't powerful enough on his own, he would have died a dozen times over during his decades in the Federation and Maple Leaf Country. He'd even been robbed at gunpoint multiple times. Still, Wang Teng is a kind person at heart. Knowing these foreigners are all devout believers in God, he mercifully sent them off to meet their maker, though he only handed out one-way tickets. At last, after Wang Teng's relentless spiritual scanning, he spotted Dr. Banner riding his little scooter, slowly making his way into New York City. It's time to loosen up the defensive net a little, Wang Teng murmured. With that, several semi-organic, semi-mechanical troop transports struggled to break through Wang Teng's air cannon defenses from above, launching their assault on New York City below. Wang Teng always so considerate, had already disabled all the energy cannons around the troop transport ship, leaving only the Chitauri soldiers on board to descend from the sky one by one. He realized that some paragraphs from earlier chapters he'd written had mysteriously vanished. He didn't know why, and had to manually add them back in, feeling lost as he read along and noticed the obvious gaps. With Dr. Banner's arrival, the original Avengers team was finally complete, though now they had an additional god of artillery, Wang Teng. As Wang Teng gradually loosened his restrictions on the Chitauri's assault, the Avengers felt the pressure ramp up. Dr. Banner's arrival somewhat eased their burden, and Wang Teng continued to fine-tune the frequency of the Chitauri attacks, barely managing to strike a balance. With everything stabilizing, Wang Teng found himself relegated to the sidelines, his role reduced to little more than a bystander. Despite participating both on the battlefield in China and in New York, he felt almost invisible, just an auxiliary support. "I'm always angry," Dr. Banner declared, turning his head as he began to transform. His clothes ripped apart as he became the Hulk, the sight as striking as ever. The towering green giant, over 2 meters tall, smashed a Chitauri troop carrier dozens of meters long with a single punch. With that punch, the Battle of New York truly reached its climax. For everyone else, it was a pivotal moment, but for Wang Teng, it was nothing but awkwardness. Was this really an alien invasion? It felt more like a boot camp designed to give Earth's fledgling superheroes some practice. So what did that make him? The drill instructor? Not a bad role, he supposed. Wang Teng seemed to be the only one on the battlefield strolling about at his leisure, occasionally firing off a 6 veins divine sword to patch up any holes in the defense, but never going all out to wipe out the enemy. He was so idle that he nearly started to doze off. After Hawkeye Barton shot an arrow that blasted Loki off the Chitauri airship, Wang Teng shifted most of his attention back to the magical metropolis in China. There was nothing major left to worry about in New York. As long as things proceeded by the book, he wouldn't need to intervene much further. He had half a mind to stick around and watch Hulk toss Loki around like a rag doll, but in the end decided against it. It was just Loki, after all. There was no way he could stir up serious trouble. Once the war ended, Wang Teng figured he'd just dig out that transformation potion he'd misplaced somewhere and force Loki to drink it. From then on, Loki and Thor could live together in perfect harmony, like a pair destined for each other. That transformation potion, something he'd accidentally brewed long ago, was so potent it could even alter a person's gender at the soul level. In the end, turning Prince Loki into Princess Loki would surely delight the masses. Who knows, maybe the future Queen Loki would even be grateful to him. Meanwhile, the battle raging in the Magic City was far fiercer than what was happening in New York. Taoist Master Qingyan and the others had already begun to suffer injuries one after another. The clash between the great sage equal to heaven and the three-eyed heavenly god carried an apocalyptic intensity, and Wang Teng's still immature mirror space was nearly shattered on several occasions. Yet, there were unexpected benefits to this chaos. Perhaps because the space was being damaged so often, Wang Teng's understanding of the mirror space advanced by leaps and bounds. At the very least, the ripples from simpler skirmishes could no longer affect him, and he even had the spare energy to pay attention to Taoist Master Qingyun and the others, always prepared to step in and offer support if needed. As expected, nothing sharpens one's abilities like real combat. Ever since the system had awakened, these past 20 years or so, life had been remarkably peaceful for Wang Teng. There had been occasional minor scuffles, but none were enough to temper his strength. More often than not, it would end with Wang Teng simply striking down his foes, regardless of what monsters or villains they were, reducing them all to dust with a single blow. Now, facing the invasion from the Celestial Palace, Wang Teng itched to join the fray and smash the intruders to bits with one mighty slap. But this time, opportunities for him to personally intervene were few and far between. As Wang Teng watched the battle, he suddenly noticed that Wang Kai's Vajra body began to tremble violently, its radiance dimming. This was a clear sign that his strength and magical power were nearly spent, and the Vajra body was on the verge of collapse. At this point, only Wang Kai remained unscathed on the battlefield. Even the great sage had taken a slash to the shoulder. But from Wang Teng's observation, most of Wang Kai's power depended on his Vajra body. If that shield shattered, the next moment would see him torn apart by the celestial soldiers. Seeing Wang Kai about to falter, Wang Teng quickly sent a clone to take his place, swapping him out of the fray. Wang Kai didn't hesitate or protest. He hurried back to Wang Teng's side to rest and recover. When Wang Teng glanced at him, he noticed just how pale Wang Kai's face had become. He was as white as a sheet, completely drained of color. "Damn, that was intense," Wang Kai panted, speaking to Wang Teng, who was still maintaining the mirror space. "Don't be fooled by those Heavenly soldiers. Their individual strength isn't much, but their coordination makes them nearly impossible to take down in a short time. Thanks, brother. Once I caught my breath, I'll go back and relieve your clone. Your spatial magic is more important here. Don't let anything slip, or the city outside will be in real danger. Even as Wang Kai spoke, Wang Teng's clone had already dispatched 2 squads of celestial soldiers, with the energy signatures of these heaven soldiers. Not even reaching the immortal tier, Wang Teng truly didn't take them seriously. Even a simple doppelganger of his could easily wipe them out. The only thing worth noting was their slightly tougher defense, but in every other aspect, Wang Teng saw no difference between them and ordinary people. In fact, when it came to spiritual awareness, Wang Teng felt they were even less perceptive than regular folks, coming across as rather dull and wooden. Wang Teng could barely tolerate Wang Kai's incessant chatter at his side, especially that eye-searingly tight bodysuit he wore. It made Wang Teng wish he could put some serious distance between them, or better yet, just kick him straight into the midst of the heaven soldiers and let him meet his end for the country, once and for all. Left with no choice, Wang Teng pulled out a single senza bean, hoping to have Wang Kai eat it and get him out of his hair as soon as possible. Yes, it was exactly that kind of senzu. Being from the world of Dragon Ball, eat one, and all your energy and wounds are instantly restored. On a battlefield like this, a single senza bean was more effective than any elixir. What's this? A pea? Looks a bit bigger than usual. Is it some special variety? Wang Kai took the senza bean from Wang Teng, looking puzzled. Honestly, if you didn't try it yourself, it was hard to believe something so plain could work wonders. It just looked like an oversized bean. Eat it and you'll see, Wang Teng replied, not even bothering to say more. Anyone would lose patience being stuck for so long with a nagging, muscle-bound guy in a bizarre bodysuit. Wang Teng had no special tolerance for that. Wang Kai didn't hesitate. After all, it was just a bean, and it came from a comrade. He could treat it like a snack. Without another thought, he tossed it into his mouth. Not bad. There's even a hint of creamy sweetness. Got any more? I feel like I could eat 2 big bowls of these. 2 big bowls? In your dreams. Wang Teng looked at Wang Kai, who had already regained all his vitality without even realizing it, and promptly sent him flying back onto the battlefield with a swift kick. Hey, you sneak attacked me, brat. The king descends. Wang Kai shouted as he tumbled back into action. Wang Kai's rapid recovery stunned everyone. By now, most were running on sheer willpower, nearly spent. If it weren't for Wang Teng's doppelgangers rushing around to help, there might have already been casualties. Yet the first to drop out, Wang Kai, bounced back in just a brief moment, looking as lively as ever, as if he hadn't just fought a grueling battle. Was it possible that rippling muscles came with faster recovery? Though everyone here was a cultivator, there were still rules. Even supernatural battles should respect a bit of science. This was bordering on cheating. Among them, Taoist Qin Yun was the first to recover his composure. After all, he just had a sip of Wang Teng's ginseng fruit wine and was in the best shape of all the fighters present. Now he was merely a little tired, nowhere near the point of exhaustion. From the very start of the battle, he could feel that every time his magical power was depleted, a gentle energy would be drawn from his stomach and flow through his limbs and bones. This convinced him even more that it was the effect of the cup of immortal ginseng fruit wine given to him by Wang Teng. Although he didn't quite understand why the energy wasn't stored in his dantian, he'd never encountered anything so advanced before, so perhaps that was just how these things worked. Naturally, something that could extend one's lifespan wasn't something he would mention lightly. After all, such precious treasures were gifts of fate. To receive even a little was already a blessing, and to demand more would be crossing the line. Besides, he didn't believe for a second that anyone who possessed such treasures would be without their own means of protection. However, seeing the speed at which Wang Kai was recovering, it was obvious he was benefiting from some kind of powerful elixir. Based on what he knew of Wang Kai, he couldn't imagine that Wang Kai would have access to such heaven-defying pills. Even in the entire cultivation world of China, such things must be exceedingly rare. But right now was hardly the time to dwell on such matters. If they didn't receive some sort of reinforcement soon, they might not even live to see the end of the great sage's battle. Before victory or defeat could be decided over there, his own group would already be wiped out, especially after seeing Fairy Lee get kicked aside by a heavenly soldier because she reacted too slowly. If not for her combat experience, she would have nearly been cut down on the spot. Master Qin Yun found himself unable to hold back any longer. Today, even if it meant throwing away his pride and dignity, he was determined to beg Wang Teng for some pills. At the very least, they needed to stay alive before they could talk of gratitude in the future. But before Master Qin Yun had finished wrestling with his thoughts, Wang Teng had already noticed the entire situation unfolding on the battlefield. If anyone wanted to kill under his very nose, it would depend on whether he allowed it or not. So, Wang Teng began pulling out those who could no longer hold on from the melee one by one. After swallowing a single immortal being, they would instantly regain their vigor and charge back into the fray, roaring with renewed energy as they rushed at the heavenly soldiers. As for Master Qin Yin, he didn't receive such treatment for the time being. In Wang Teng's eyes, he was still holding his own. Though occasionally in danger, he was managing just fine. Master Qin Yin had no complaints about this. In his view, the good fortune he'd already received far outweighed that of the others. Besides, as the saying goes, every medicine has its side effects. Who could say if such miraculous pills might carry some hidden harm? But even if there were side effects, now was hardly the time to be picky. Their first priority was to survive. Thanks to the immortal beings, the defense against the heavenly soldiers finally stabilized. With the addition of Wang Teng's avatars, the group went from being battered and barely holding on to turning the tide and launching a counterattack. Even though the heavenly soldiers were empowered by their formation, their numbers in the sky were now visibly dwindling in the nearby battle. The great sage had also unleashed his full power, his attacks growing fiercer and fiercer, shifting from an even match to overwhelming the divine general on the other side. Three-eyed one, are you not going to wake up already? The great sage roared in fury. The iron staff in his hands transformed into a colossal pillar, and he swung it mightily at the three-eyed divine general. With a thunderous crash, the three-eyed general was sent flying, smashing through dozens of buildings within the mirrored space, turning them into nothing but rubble. Startled, Wang Teng hurriedly focused his mind to stabilize the mirrored realm. If he hadn't spent so long improving his understanding of this space, an impact of this magnitude at the very start would have shattered his carefully constructed mirror world in an instant. But now, Wang Teng actually hoped they would keep going. He had a feeling that if he endured a few more of these powerful shocks, he might just begin to grasp the laws of space itself. Only then would he truly feel at ease. At the very least, even if he lost a fight, no one would be able to stop him from escaping. From what Wang Teng knew, throughout the entire Marvel Universe, apart from the Ancient One and her lineage of sorcerers, he'd never heard of anyone who could travel through space without relying on an Infinity Stone. Even spaceships needed to pass through jump points, after all. The three-eyed divine general, his face expressionless, flew back into the fray and sliced at the great sage with his blade. That slash, nearly tearing through space itself, wasn't as dazzling as his earlier attacks, but the danger lurking within was far more deadly. The great sage blocked the attack, bellowing in frustration. Open your eyes and look carefully. Think, are you really Yang Jian of the human race? Or just the celestial court's god of justice? Are you truly willing to be heaven's puppet? With that, he swung his staff again and sent him crashing away. So it really is Yang Jian. It seems the old legends aren't just stories after all, Wang Teng mused to himself. The whole Marvel vibe here fell off. Wasn't this supposed to be a world of federal heroes fighting off aliens? Sure, they like to blow up Earth every now and then, but now ancient Chinese gods and myths were appearing. Would saints start showing up next? This is madness. I must have traveled into a fake Marvel universe. Perhaps the great sage's words had struck a chord, or maybe Yang Jian wasn't yet fully controlled, and some trace of his human mind remained. After the last exchange, Yang Jian soared back into the air, but instead of attacking again, he hovered there, his face twisted in torment, expressionless one moment, struggling the next. Wang Teng shook off his wild thoughts. Since they were once both of the human race, there was no need to keep fighting like this. And if this was truly Yang Jian from the legends, then he was someone worth saving. Although he had never actually read the novel A Long Regret in Life, Water Flows East Forever, his ears had long grown familiar with the tales of Yang Jian. He just wasn't sure if his awakening spell could really bring Yang Jian back to himself. But even if it didn't work, it wasn't a big deal. He had plenty of things like awakening spells, purity pills, and cleansing springs. He could feed them to Yang Jian like meals if he had to. Of course, that might work for a few meals in the short term, but to rely on these things day in and day out, year after year, Wang Teng simply couldn't afford it. Besides, who knew how many people he might have to help in the future? Wang Teng couldn't just abandon his grand ambition of farming and devote himself entirely to growing these rare resources. Could he? Never mind whether he was selfless enough for that. Just think of the legendary million heavenly soldiers. Even if Wang Teng worked himself to the bone, he couldn't supply them all. So, the best outcome would be if the awakening spell worked. With a few large-scale group enchantments, everything could be resolved. But what he feared most was that reality wouldn't let him save so many people so easily. Not to mention, there were bound to be those who didn't want Wang Teng's help. In such a Vast land as Huaxia, there were still traitors, so why wouldn't there be those in the human world who betrayed humanity itself? After all, with immortality on the line, who could truly resist such temptation? With the very essence of life elevated, perhaps some would no longer see themselves as human at all. After two powerful attacks and the great sage's words, Yang Jian was plunged into inner turmoil. He stopped fighting entirely, and the battlefield between him and the great sage fell silent. The great sage no longer pressed the attack, but instead watched Yang Jian expectantly, hoping that he could regain his senses and return to being Yang Jian of the human race, rather than the judicial god of the heavenly court. Yet as time passed, the struggle faded from Yang Jian's face, replaced by an ever more twisted expression. The spells of calm grew longer and longer, their placidity masking the storm within. The great sage's hope slowly gave way to disappointment. His grip tightened around the iron staff, as if steeling himself to finish Yang Jian off, lest such a powerful enemy threaten humanity in the future. Wang Teng, who had been watching the battlefield closely, let out a quiet sigh. It seemed he would have to step in himself after all. Hopefully, one of his methods would prove effective. He recalled his avatar to help stabilize the now wildly altered mirror space. Since the major fighting had ceased, the avatar alone could keep the battle contained within, preventing any spillover to the outside world. Walking up to the great sage, Wang Teng reached out to stop him, sensing the eagerness in the sage's stance. "Let me try. There might still be hope." The great sage looked deeply at Wang Teng, loosened his grip on the iron staff, and stepped back a few paces, leaving the field to Wang Teng. "It's all yours." Although the great sage didn't know exactly what methods Wang Teng possessed, after only a brief interaction, he could no longer regard Wang Teng as an ordinary person. After all, what ordinary man could produce something as rare as ginseng fruit wine? Still, if Wang Teng ultimately couldn't resolve the situation, the great sage felt he would have to take matters into his own hands and personally send Yang Jian on his way. After all, they had once been friends. If there was truly no other choice, he would see his old friend off himself. When Wang Teng flew in front of Yang Jian's human emotions had already been almost completely crushed beneath the weight of merciless intent. Sensing that Yang Jian was about to strike at any moment, Wang Teng swiftly lifted his hands, hovering them just above Yang Jian's head. Awakening spell. A wave of green light radiated from Wang Teng's palms and sank directly into the crown of Yang Jian's head. The restlessness that had seized Yang Jian abruptly vanished, leaving him rooted to the spot, motionless as if lost in a trance. Wang Teng watched him intently, his spirit senses alert to even the slightest change within Yang Jian. Meanwhile, deep within Yang Jian's sea of consciousness, the remnants of his human feelings, nearly eroded to the point of collapse, were suddenly infused with a surge of deep green energy. It was like pouring a barrel of gasoline onto a sputtering flame. In an instant, it blazed up, vibrant and alive. Within that psychic sea, the white, emotionless consciousness of heaven's law was not willing to be extinguished so easily. It transformed itself into countless swords, spears, halberds, and even ancient, fearsome beasts, launching an all-out assault against Yang Jian's own awareness, determined to annihilate the last traces of his humanity. For someone of Yang Jian's caliber, willpower was formidable. He'd only been worn down because he'd spent so long imprisoned in the celestial palace, cut off from all help. His feelings slowly eroded away. But now, with the help of Wang Teng's awakening spell, his human spirit rallied with astonishing speed, counterattacking and devouring the will that heaven had forcibly imposed upon him. The attacks of that merciless intent now seemed utterly feeble. Under the fierce resistance of Yang Jian's true will, they swiftly collapsed. In just a few heartbeats, they began to dissipate from his consciousness, withdrawing from his mind and scattering throughout his body to lie in hiding. Whether they would one day flare up again or be gradually worn away by Yang Jian depended on the fate that lay ahead. One mustn't think these emotionless remnants would be so easily defeated, even if Yang Jian managed, in the future, to completely purge them from his being. The process would also consume his lifespan. Immortality and emotion cannot coexist. This, it seemed, was the law of the celestial palace. Sensing that Yang Jian's aura was growing calm and gentle, no longer filled with cold indifference as before, Wang Teng finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that even the spells he'd cultivated himself could yield extraordinary results. These spells hadn't been painstakingly honed through Wang Teng's own training, but rather were the crystallized powers that had blossomed from planting the seeds of certain immortal tales and letting them bear magical fruit that it's just like picking up skills in a game. You use them once, and you've learned them instantly. But learning a skill is one thing. The effects can vary wildly from person to person, and, at the very least, you have to grind on your own to master them. For a time, Wang Teng was obsessed with cultivating all sorts of legendary plants from both Eastern and Western myths. As a result, he picked up countless spells, so many that even he couldn't keep track of them all. He knew a great many things, but if you asked him which ones he truly mastered, Wang Teng would be hard-pressed to name any. He was the kind of person who dabbled in everything and always had a trick up his sleeve for any situation. Now, Wang Teng couldn't even say for sure what kind of situation he was in, having acquired land through the system. It was like stumbling upon a hidden treasure cave. There was so much left to explore. To this day, he still hadn't discovered a single thing he was unable to plant. Once, he even considered trying to cultivate the time stone from the Ancient One, but she always kept it hidden, never giving him the chance to experiment. Now, with the opportunity to get his hands on the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, he was determined to give it a try, curious to see what might sprout if he planted them. As for what would happen if Thanos failed to get those two stones in the future, well, that was hardly his concern. He couldn't guarantee he could defeat Thanos equipped with all 6 stones, but if Thanos was missing a couple of his godly relics, Wang Teng figured he'd at least have a fighting chance. It was time to see whose resolve was stronger, his own or Thanos's iron will. Thank you, brother, for your help. I am deeply indebted to you, and will surely repay your great kindness, said Yang Jian, finally regaining his senses. He opened his eyes, a divine light shining within them, no longer cold and emotionless as before. He bowed to Wang Teng in gratitude. Wang Teng, however, didn't bask in the praise. He quickly reached out to help Yang Jian up. Perhaps this was an enormous favor to Yang Jian, but for Wang Teng, it was nothing more than a minor effort. He accepted the thanks gracefully, but didn't really expect any substantial reward in return. After all, just look at Yang Jian's state. He was nearly erased from existence. If he really had anything valuable left, would he be unable to save himself? When it came to treasures, Wang Teng believed he could best anyone across the realms. Even if that wasn't true yet, he was confident he'd get there one day. As long as he still had his land, what treasure couldn't he grow? In this, Wang Teng had absolute faith. Were it not for Thanos' looming threat, Wang Teng would be perfectly content to take his time farming. Even though the odds of growing something extraordinary from ordinary seeds were low, it wasn't impossible. But with Thanos hanging over him like a sword, just when things were starting to feel easier, now the Celestial Palace had reared its head as well. Wang Teng had no choice but to put aside his dreams of a laid-back life once again. He needed to keep gathering rare items and cultivate some powerful treasures and techniques as quickly as possible. Otherwise, what if one day some incredibly powerful figure suddenly pops up and swats me to death with a single slap? Wouldn't that be a terrible loss? Looks like I'll need to find a chance to explore the universe someday. Three-Eyed One, welcome back. Seeing Yang Jian return to normal, the great sage could barely hold back his tears as he rushed forward to greet him. Thank you, Wang Teng. I owe you twice today, and honestly, I don't know how I could ever repay you. I doubt I have anything you'd even want. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word, and I'll never refuse. You're too kind, great sage. It was simply the right thing to do, Wang Teng replied. He hadn't done all this expecting anything in return. After all, these were the heroes of his childhood, and from what he'd learned, they had all once been humanity's guardians. Being able to help them brought Wang Teng genuine joy. Brother Wang Teng, no need be so modest. We must express our gratitude. Son Wukong, I never thought I'd see you again in my lifetime. It feels like a dream from another era. As Yang Jian thanked Wang Teng once more, he bumped fists with the great sage in greeting. So his name really is Sun Wukong. Wang Teng thought in surprise. At first, he'd only known this was the legendary, real-life great sage equal to heaven. As for the name, Wang Teng hadn't dared to assume. After all, the great sage had taken on human form, so even a strange name wouldn't have surprised him. But he never expected that the great sage's name would actually be Sun Wukong. That was the strangest part for Wang Teng, a Sun Wukong who had once become the fighting Buddha, and yet wasn't a monkey at all. The whole image felt bizarrely off. How was he supposed to take Journey to the West seriously from now on? When telling his future children mythological stories, he wouldn't even know where to begin. As Yang Jian and Sun Wukong started reminiscing nearby, Wang Teng glanced at the other battlefield, where a few others were still locked in bloody combat. He couldn't help but feel the timing was a bit off. Shouldn't they at least finish dealing with the other fight first? Seniors, could we continue this conversation a little later? Wang Teng gestured toward the ongoing battle. What about those heavenly soldiers over there? Aren't they human too? Asked uncertainly. According to his spiritual senses, These heavenly soldiers seemed to possess human traits, but for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't quite human. Yang Jian and Sun Wukong both sighed, their faces heavy with complicated emotions as they looked at the battling heavenly soldiers. Let's free them from their suffering, they said. They were once the most elite warriors of the human race. Sadly, now they have become nothing more than puppets of the heavenly palace, entirely stripped of their own emotions and thoughts. They can no longer be called human. In fact, these lowest-ranking celestial soldiers are the purest form of immortal gods. We were all deceived from the very beginning. They used to be my brothers in arms, fighting at my side. Yet in the end, it was I who sent them to their doom. There was nothing you could have done. You can't blame yourself. Even people at our level can't fully resist the corruption of the heavenly palace's will, let alone ordinary soldiers. Back then, everything we did was for their own good. Listening to their conversation, Wang Teng finally understood the source of the strange feeling that had been haunting him. Unlike Yang Jian, from whom he could still sense a faint trace of humanity, these celestial soldiers, though they looked no different from ordinary people and even spoke and behaved just like anyone else, lacked any true human presence. All Wang Teng could feel from them was coldness and indifference, the same chilling consciousness he had glimpsed in Yang Jian's mind. Unwilling to accept this, Wang Teng seized one of the celestial soldiers and tried the awakening spell on him. But unlike with Yang Jian, there was no restoration of self-awareness. The spell had absolutely no effect on these soldiers. Wang Teng went on to try other soul-related spells and elixirs, but none of them worked. It's useless. Their true selves have already been utterly erased, Sun Wukong said quietly. Hearing these words, Wang Teng's anger flared. For the first time, he felt genuine resentment toward the heavenly palace for turning living, breathing people into soulless machines. In the end, with a heavy heart, Wang Teng formed the incantation for the myriad arrows art, preparing to send them on their way. Since they were no longer truly human, whether by choice or by force, they would inevitably become mortal enemies of humanity. Rather than let them linger in this state, it was more merciful to grant them release. He could only hope that, if this world had an underworld and the cycle of reincarnation, their next lives would be filled with happiness and peace. As far as Wang Teng knew, the Marvel Universe did contain concepts of the underworld or heaven and hell. They were homes for souls, existing in other multiversal realms. But reincarnation was not a widely held belief here, so he couldn't be sure whether rebirth was real. Still, if legends like Erlang Shunyang Jian and the great sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong existed, then the 6 paths of reincarnation might well be possible, and Wang Teng wouldn't be surprised. As Wang Teng unleashed the myriad arrows art, countless swords of spiritual energy materialized in the air, swirling together and, guided by his will, swept down upon the celestial soldiers. One of the supreme techniques of the Taoist sect, the myriad sword technique, is incredibly versatile, whether for single target or group attacks. You could even call it the all-purpose spell. Not only is it an advanced version of the sword controlling art, but it can also be adjusted according to the situation. For example, it can be attached to objects to boost physical attacks, or it can simply condense spiritual energy for both magical and physical assaults. Even if you want to improvise, like Wang Teng did in New York, you can modify it into an air cannon. A spell so dazzling and practical as this is one of the few that Wang Teng bothered to study deeply, and he's just about mastered it. At the very least, clearing out low-level enemies like now is a breeze for him. With Wang Teng joining the fray, his myriad sword technique swept through the sky, and within a few breaths the celestial soldiers above were wiped out completely. The other Taoists, led by Master Qin Yun, halted their attacks. On one hand, they secretly rejoiced at their victory, but on the other, doubts crept in. If Wang Teng could wipe out so many heavenly warriors this easily, then what was the point of their earlier life and death struggle? Wouldn't it have been better to let Wang Teng use his spell from the start, so they could have all taken it easy? They resolved to work harder on their cultivation when they returned, or else they'd end up as cannon fodder in the future. With conflicted expressions, they walked over to Wang Teng. Now that the fight was over, they might as well head home early. Lingering here was becoming awkward, especially after hearing Wang Teng was only in his 30s, while even the youngest among them was decades older. It seemed all those years of life had gone to the dogs. Great sage and senior, now that the battle is over, Master Qin Yun began. It's not over yet, Sun Wukong cut him off, raising his hand to point at the blood-red vortex in the sky. The spatial rift, which had been shrinking and calming down, suddenly churned and roiled again, as if some colossal being was forcing its way through, threatening to descend upon the city below. Great sage, do you think the Buddha himself is up there in the sky? Wang Teng, ever watchful, suddenly asked, his mind still focused on the rift above. A question mark flashed across Sun Wukong's face. Why would Wang Teng ask that now of all times? Shouldn't they be more concerned with the rift that was once again tearing open? In legends, there's a palm strike that descends from the heavens, Wang Teng said softly. No sooner had he spoken than the already distorted rift revealed the outline of an enormous hand. As the hand slowly emerged in its entirety, even Wang Teng felt a jolt of surprise. At first, he thought it was just a massive hand form of energy, but when the whole thing came into view, he saw the lines of the palm and even a ring glittering on one finger. This was a real hand. Wang Teng could almost sense the life in every cell, the scene reminiscent of the Buddha, suppressing the Monkey King in Journey to the West, conquering the demons swept over them with striking immediacy. Of course, there was no Tang Sanzang here to summon the Buddha, and the hand itself wasn't as exaggerated as it appeared in the film. Still, the sense of awe it inspired was utterly terrifying. The enormous hand, stretching across half the sky, nearly drove Taoist Qin Yun and the others to their knees. This wasn't even the same league, not even the same dimension. How could anyone fight against such power? Thankfully, they were inside the mirror dimension. If this hand had appeared in the real world, it would have been nearly the size of half the entire magical metropolis. Even before the giant palm descended, the gale force winds it generated made Taoist Qin Yun and his companions feel a crushing sense of despair. It was likely that even without being struck, their bodies would collapse under the sheer force. Wang Teng quickly raised his hand and conjured an energy shield, enveloping the group in protective light. Only then did he allow himself a breath of relief as he stared up at the enormous hand looming overhead. Wang Teng had learned this energy shield from his avatar, inspired by the energy barrier formed by the Space Stone above Stark Tower in New York. As long as the energy level didn't surpass Wang Teng's own, no external force could break through it. But as the giant palm pressed down and waves of energy rippled through the air, the avatar could barely maintain the stability of the mirror dimension. Wang Teng had to pour in even more energy, just managing to keep the space from collapsing. If such a surge of energy had erupted outside the mirror dimension, it could have obliterated the entire magical city in an instant, leveling everything for hundreds of kilometers around and leaving nothing but barren wasteland. Yet, on the knife's edge of destruction, Wang Teng's understanding of the laws of space skyrocketed. It wouldn't be long before he achieved a breakthrough, reaching a whole new realm of mastery. It's the great celestial venerable. Looks like he's aware of the situation here and has decided to intervene personally, Yang Jian observed. Having spent more time in the celestial palace and holding a higher rank, he could identify the owner of the hand at a glance. Wang Teng, keep the barrier of the mirror dimension intact. Whatever you do, don't let it be breached. I'll head over with 3 eyes and smash that hand back to where it came from. In the celestial palace, we'd have no way to deal with him. But since he's reached into the mortal world, he must abide by its rules. Today, we'll shatter that hand and see if he dares meddle again. In the old legends, they wrote me as nothing but a monkey, but I beat him so badly he had to hide under the table. Now that I'm facing only a hand, how could I not fight? In the face of such overwhelming pressure, the great sage was not disheartened. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed ever brighter. A fearless, unyielding aura burst forth from his body, ready to challenge both heaven and earth. Yang Jian offered a wry smile. At this point, it was kill or be killed. There was no choice but to fight. That he had thought that, after finally escaping the control of the celestial palace, he could at last breathe easy. Who could have expected that, before he could even relax, the great heavenly lord himself would descend and strike in person? It seemed he was truly being taken seriously. Manifest the divine body. The angry roar burst simultaneously from both Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. In an instant, their bodies swelled, growing from ordinary human height to towering figures hundreds of meters tall. Yang Jian's transformation remained within the bounds of reason. His frame grew, broad and imposing, clad in silver armor, wielding his 3-pointed, double-edged blade. He swung the weapon upward, its momentum as fierce as the Monkey King's own, perhaps even sharper by a margin. But on the other side, the Monkey King's transformation took on a far stranger hue. Though he started as a man, as he grew, coarse fur began sprouting over his body, interlaced with glowing fissures that resembled molten lava. He no longer looked human, but more like a primordial demon ape brought to life. Compared to any cinematic portrayal of Sun Wukong that Wang Teng had ever seen, this version was far more terrifying. An aura of savage brutality erupted skyward, leaving no trace of humanity behind. Yet, Through his senses, Wang Teng could tell that the Monkey King's soul was, at its core, still human. But anyone else, looking on, would never dare call him human. To call him a monkey, in Wang Teng's mind, would almost be too kind. So the old legends did have some truth to them after all. Wang Teng could feel that this wild, violent aura had at least doubled Sun Wukong's strength. The source of this power seemed to be the metal circlet on his head. Clearly, this was the legendary tightening band. But here, it did not seem to restrain him as in the stories. Instead, it acted more like a special magical artifact. At last, Sun Wukong's image now overlapped somewhat with the one in Wang Teng's mind, finally dispelling that strange sense of dissonance between man and monkey. Indeed, the Monkey King was best as a monkey, though Wang Teng was comforted that, in essence, he remained human. After all, monsters were fine in movies and TV, but in real life, Wang Teng had no idea how he'd deal with one. As the ancestors said, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Split the mountain. Yang Jian's three-pointed, double-edged blade swept through the air in an arc of profound power, striking at the massive palm, descending from the sky. At the same time, the Monkey King, now a primordial demon ape, hefted his colossal staff with both hands and drove it upward, as if to prop up the heavens themselves. At this level of sheer power, all technique fell away. Only the raw force of might and energy could determine the victor. Yang Jian's blade was the first to strike the massive hand in the air. Yet all it managed to leave was a pale streak upon the palm, which in the blink of an eye, flashed and disappeared, not even a trace remaining. The attack hadn't caused the slightest harm. Next, the great sage equal to heaven raised his colossal staff and drove it upward, but this too only made the hand hesitate for a moment before it pressed down even more forcefully. The great sage himself began to lose his grip on his weapon, struggling to hold on as the iron staff scraped against the palm, sending a shower of sparks flying. With a thunderous crash, the iron staff was swatted straight down from the sky. Its lower end slammed into the ground, and the shockwave rippled through the entire mirrored space. The mirrored space, which Wang Teng had been sustaining all this time, instantly shattered and splintered. In the very next heartbeat, it would be gone completely. If that happened, never mind the panic this battle would cause among the people. Just the aftershocks alone could destroy the entire city of Magic Capital. Did you really think you're beyond my reach? Wang Teng threw out a round jade disc etched with a Taiji diagram. The battered mirrored space instantly halted its energy dispersal. Shards of the broken dimension hung eerily, suspended in midair. Seizing the moment, Wang Teng poured his strength into stabilizing the space, swiftly restoring the mirrored world to its original form. As the space knitted itself back together, Wang Teng's presence flickered, ethereal and distant for a split second. A delighted look crossed Wang Teng's face. He had succeeded. So it really does take more force to drive your opponent back, does it? All along, even though Wang Teng's own power outmatched other cultivators by several times, even dozens of times it had always been hard to achieve true dominance. He'd once thought it was just a matter of skill proficiency, but the moment he comprehended the laws of space, he realized how mistaken he'd been. Perhaps this world, rooted as it is in the Marvel Universe, doesn't lay out the Chinese power system in such exhaustive detail as the novels of his previous life had described. Or perhaps those novels were simply more fanciful to begin with. Wang Teng had always measured his strength by the standards of the mythic tales and Xinxia epics he'd read in his past life. But in that flash of enlightenment about space, a sudden insight illuminated his mind. It was as if the long-dead system had briefly come back to life, imparted a single piece of knowledge, and then vanished once more. The idea of realms and stages felt mysterious, something that could only be understood through the language of myth. Yet there turned out to be nowhere near as many divisions as those intricate classifications from the stories of his past life. In truth, realms were but human inventions, subdivided for convenience. For a system designed solely for farming, in the end, there were only 4 realms that truly mattered. The first realm is known as the realm of cultivation. Essentially, this means that from the moment a living being is born, their journey of cultivation begins. This stage encompasses everything, up until one has fully awakened all the potential within their body. Every individual is born with different talents, so the heights they can reach vary. Yet, as long as one reaches the absolute peak of their life's potential, they're considered to have completed the realm of cultivation. The second realm is the immortal realm. This stage is marked by breaking through the limitations of mortal life, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, and no longer being confined to one's own innate power. This is what is called the immortal realm, and, similarly, there is no real distinction of high or low within it. For example, by the system standards, Captain America could be seen as the lowest level of this realm. A body transformed by external energy, surpassing the limits he was born with. However, because his transformation was the result of outside forces, he lacks a way to progress further. This is also one of the reasons why Captain America can wield Thor's hammer. His body can withstand the stimulation of foreign energies. In contrast, take Thanos, for instance. Even without the Infinity Stones, Thanos is extraordinarily powerful, but Wang Teng suspects that he still belongs to the realm of cultivation. His innate physical prowess is so formidable that his starting point is leagues beyond what most can ever hope to achieve. After all, in the movies, Wang Teng saw only his mastery of physical strength. The third realm is the golden immortal realm. To grasp the laws of the universe, to command them, this is what defines the golden immortal realm. No matter how powerful one may become, without understanding these laws, they cannot be considered a golden immortal. Take Wang Teng himself as an example. Though he gained much from planting spiritual herbs and consumed countless treasures, and his accumulated power may rival that of Odin, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he was still only at the immortal realm. It is only by comprehending the power of the laws that one can be said to have entered the golden immortal realm. For instance, Taoist master. Now Wang Teng understands why the master, with comparatively little energy, could still suppress him in battle. Although the master could not defeat him outright, Wang Teng's variety of techniques gave him an edge. It is likely that the Taoist master has grasped the laws of the Sword Tao. Even Wang Teng, who only imitated the bear's surface, found himself quite formidable. Yet the master's true skill was in achieving with a tenth of Wang Teng's energy what Wang Teng himself could do. Of course, there's truth in the saying, practice makes perfect. As the ancients said, skill approaches the Tao. When one is deeply immersed in their craft, it nears the level of the Tao itself. Figures like the Ancient One and Odin are likely leaders at the level of golden immortals. While there may not be a significant difference in raw power compared to the immortal realm, the ceiling for achievement is far higher. The final realm is that of the great Luo golden immortal. Attaining this level signifies being the one and only, eternal and transcendent, existing beyond the river of time, undying and indestructible. In the legends of Chinese Taoism, this is the highest rank among the immortals. Once one has achieved an eternal and singular existence, that in itself is a transcendence beyond the boundaries of the world, there can be no higher realm. Just like the previous levels, while combat strength may vary, there is a limit to how far one's cultivation can go. I remember in those ancient fantasy novels, there were ranks like Quasi-Saint, Saint, Heaven's Will, the Great Tao, the Primordial Realm, and so on, but these were all ultimately variations of the Hunyuan De Luo Golden Immortal, the Hunyuan Wuji De Luo Golden Immortal, or Hunyuan Taiji, and the foundation was always the De Luo Golden Immortal. The only difference was that their power was so overwhelming that new tiers had to be invented to distinguish them. Take the Black Phoenix I encountered last time in the solar system. Wang Teng suspects it might have been a De Luo Golden Immortal. With this understanding of the realms, many of Wang Teng's previous doubts are now resolved. Realms are like opening a person's upper limits. But that doesn't mean your lower limits are automatically elevated. Aside from the De Luo Golden Immortal Realm, which Wang Teng still struggles to comprehend. After all, it's far beyond his reach. The idea is that only by becoming truly unique can one be called a Luo. Suddenly, Wang Teng recalls what the Ancient One once said. Even after observing other universes and timelines, not once did I see a trace of myself. Isn't that uniqueness? So what realm does that put Wang Teng in? He has only just begun to grasp the Tao of laws. Shouldn't he be a newly advanced golden immortal? Yet, if he doesn't even exist on the timeline, what does that make him? Wang Teng is grateful for the phrase, I think, therefore I am. Without it, he'd have started doubting his own existence. The battle rages on. Now that Wang Teng has advanced, watching the fight feels entirely different from before. At first, he had to judge an opponent's strength by their energy reserves, often finding others could unleash attacks many times stronger than the energy they used. Now, he finally understands. Every attack is entwined with the laws, though before the Golden Immortal stage, this happens unconsciously, just as all things follow their natural order. Only after becoming a Golden Immortal can one clearly sense the laws and control them in battle. Take this moment, for example. At first, seeing a massive palm descending from the sky, Wang Teng thought he'd need to use a tenth of his strength to withstand it. But now, seeing the dense aura of laws swirling around it, he realizes even 30% of his power might not be enough. Yet now, Having entered the golden immortal realm and comprehended the laws, he feels he might not even need a tenth of his strength to disperse that giant palm print. Though he has only just begun to grasp the laws, he has the advantage of tremendous energy and mana. Sometimes brute force can overwhelm even a seasoned master. If Wang Teng was unafraid before reaching the golden immortal stage, now that everyone is a golden immortal, with his greater energy and more treasures, he's confident he can wear down and destroy that palm, even if it means a battle of attrition. A palm strike crashing down from the heavens. Who says the great hand seal can only come crashing down from the heavens? I can just as easily send it right back up from the ground. As Yang Jian and Sun Wukong were about to reach their limits, and Wang Teng was preparing to make his move, a voice suddenly resounded from the sky. In the heavens, a colossal palm wreathed in dense currents of law hovered ominously. It was the unmistakable aura of a golden immortal. No, not just any, but an elite among them, one who had nearly reached the point where every word and gesture invoked the power of the laws themselves. To Wang Teng's eyes, although Yang Jian and the great sage were also at the golden immortal level, their understanding of the laws was still rudimentary, barely scratching the surface of true application. Worse yet, their internal reserves of magical power paled in comparison. After all, they lacked the kind of cheat Wang Teng possessed. According to the old legends, the celestial palace was stocked with countless rare treasures, and the celestial lords had surely lived for ages uncounted. Those heavenly treasures must be as common as daily bread to them. The boundless magic power they accumulated over so many eons was not something that mere effort could make up for. This attack that looked so overwhelming, perhaps it was nothing more than a casual swipe from the Grand Celestial Lord. Yet even so, it nearly shattered the avatars of Yang Jian and the Great Sage. And this was with their power suppressed by the strain of crossing space. If they were actually in the Celestial Palace, the strike would have been even more terrifying. "How dare you, wretched rebels!" boomed a thunderous voice from the sky, shaking even the very air. "As a celestial judge of heaven, you should know better than to betray your duty. And you, little monkey, even you think you can lay hands on the treasures of the Celestial Palace? Today, you'll all be wiped from existence." As these words fell, the immense power in the sky stirred the air itself, and both the great sage and Yang Jian spat blood, forced to abandon their towering avatar forms. The giant palm in the sky suddenly accelerated, descending like a collapsing sky to crush them all. Despair flickered in everyone's eyes. Wang Teng gave a cold, dismissive snort. With a swift movement, he too sent his own palm surging upward toward the heavens. Inside, Wang Teng could hardly contain his laughter. At last, his moment to shine had come. After playing the supporting role for so long, finally he didn't have to be the backup battery anymore. Had this been before he advanced to Golden Immortal, it would have taken every ounce of his energy. He'd have had to brute force it with sheer power, burning through precious artifacts just to hold his own. But now, as a fellow Golden Immortal, Wang Teng's reserves of energy and magical power were more than ample. He could face the attack head-on. Even if his mastery was a shade lower, he was still a Golden Immortal. Unlike the Celestial Lords, he wasn't being suppressed by the laws of the Celestial Palace. With their power waning and his rising, Wang Teng was confident. Even if he couldn't utterly crush this so-called Grand Celestial Lord, he could at least send him packing with ease. With the special treasures he carried, Wang Teng believed that even in the Celestial Palace itself, he wouldn't shrink from facing this Grand Celestial Lord in a head-to-head clash. At the Golden Immortal level, they all stood on equal footing. The reason Yang Jian and the Great Sage fell short was simple. Their magical reserves were lacking, and that was the one thing Wang Teng had in abundance. "Even if I can't beat you, I can revive at full strength anytime I want. Now tell me, aren't you scared?" As everyone watched with a mix of hope and astonishment, Wang Teng struck forward with his palm. A solid energy hand shot toward the sky, growing swiftly as it met the wind, until it matched the size of the massive hand in the heavens above. The two palms collided, and the world seemed to fall into a strange silence. No energy spilled out, not a single sound could be heard. Yet from the point where the palms met, terrifying rifts in space began to spread, rapidly filling the entire mirrored realm. Through these cracks, even glimpses of the real world outside could be seen. Had it not been for Wang Teng's deliberate protection, everyone present would have been sliced into tiny fragments in an instant. "Interesting," came a voice from the sky, as the force behind the celestial palm intensified. Wang Teng immediately felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him. "So, this Grand Celestial has such a profound command of magic? I thought 3/10 of my strength would be enough to push him back." He increased the power in his own hand, only managing to reach an equilibrium when he poured in half of his full strength. It was a testament to the Grand Celestial's might. Using merely a tenth of his own power, he could match Wang Teng's 5/10. The amplification provided by the cosmic laws was simply overwhelming. Human, your strength has earned my recognition. Come to the Celestial Palace. I shall grant you the rank of first-class heavenly general. Guard the heavens, deter the wicked, and you shall enjoy immortality and ascend to divinity. It seemed the Grand Celestial had shifted tactics, hoping to lure Wang Teng with promises of everlasting life, tempting him to join the Celestial Palace. If not for the abundance of treasures Wang Teng possessed, an ordinary person might have been swayed by such an offer. Do you really think I'd be interested in what others have already rejected? Dream on. Now that he had gauged the gap between their strengths, Wang Teng decided to hold nothing back. He unleashed his full power, sending it surging toward the Celestial Palace above. The giant hand in the sky shattered under his attack, much to Wang Teng's own surprise. He had thought it was an actual hand, but it turned out to be formed entirely of magical energy. Still, the laws it embodied were nearly perfect, making it indistinguishable from a real hand to the naked eye. The space around them shattered, and the mirrored realm could no longer withstand such a torrent of force. Fortunately, Wang Teng acted in time, suppressing the outpouring energy before it could spread. Though the mirrored space was destroyed, the outside world was spared from any serious harm. Panting heavily, Wang Teng reached into his robes and pulled out a talisman. Using his full strength had left him utterly exhausted. The talisman in his hand was a sky-mending charm, simple in its purpose. It could repair anything broken, even the heavens themselves. A forcibly opened spatial gate such as this is, in a certain sense, like a hole torn in the heavens. So the heaven-mending talisman in Wang Teng's hand no longer needed to patch up other scraps and tatters. At last, it could truly fulfill its purpose and mend the sky itself. I'll be waiting for you in the Celestial Palace, he said. I believe that, one day, you'll be able to make your way there. As Wang Teng spoke, he flicked the heaven-mending talisman from his hand. It shot toward the teleportation array in the sky. The moment it touched the magic circle, the talisman ignited, burning with a mysterious yellow light that spread out from its position, swiftly enveloping the blood-red portal overhead. The great celestial lord's unfinished words were cut off, blocked from passing through. As the sky gradually returned to normal, everyone couldn't help but breathe a collective sigh of relief. Yet at the same time, all eyes turned to Wang Teng, their gazes filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. After all, what they had just witnessed was truly beyond imagination. The Taoist priest Qing Yun and the others certainly didn't believe that an ordinary person could unleash such power, though in truth, none of them here could be called ordinary. Thank you, brother, Yang Jian said, bowing deeply to Wang Teng, sincere admiration in his eyes. If not for your intervention, not a single one of us would have escaped today. We would all have perished here. This time, Wang Teng did not evade the gesture. After all, a life-saving grace deserved such respect, even when it came from Yang Jian himself. Seeing Yang Jian bow, Taoist Qing Yun and the rest realized this was the perfect moment to form an alliance, an opportunity they absolutely could not afford to miss. Yes, it's all thanks to Brother Wang that we survived this ordeal. Otherwise, who knows what fate would have awaited us, one said eagerly. Don't flatter yourselves. Without Brother Wang's help, there wouldn't have been any future left for us at all. Another chimed in, voices overlapping as everyone tried to express their gratitude. Author's note, I can't believe I actually fell asleep just now. Woke up suddenly and quickly posted this chapter. Please vote, please vote, please vote, core values, please vote. Chapter 68, The Battle of New York continues. Supplement, I dozed off this afternoon, now making up for lost chapters. Faced with a chorus of praise from everyone, Wang Teng could not help but feel a little lightheaded. Setting aside Taoist Qing Yun and the others, each of them was decades, if not centuries, older than him. Yang Jian and the great sage were legendary figures. Being complimented by such people, Wang Teng felt he had every right to be a bit proud. After all, these were Erlang Shun and the great sage equal to heaven. Whether in ancient legends or the many tales Wang Teng had read, there had never been many who could earn their admiration. With the ruined mirror dimension withdrawn, the sky of the city outside was once again revealed. Everyone felt as though they were seeing daylight after a long darkness. Aside from a few minor damages caused by the lingering energy of the final blow, mostly shattered glass, the city itself had suffered no real harm. This, without a doubt, was the best possible outcome. At this moment, everyone was simply grateful for having survived the ordeal. Only after News comes in from New York where they truly realize how fortunate they are. Compared to the people of New York, the citizens of Shanghai are far luckier. The devastation of the New York battlefield was a shock too great for ordinary people to bear. As the old saying goes, there's no such thing as everlasting peace. It exists only because someone is bearing the burden and moving forward. In this respect, China has clearly done much better. Though, just like the Federation, every profession here has its own responsibilities. At the very least, when others can't lend a hand, they won't become a hindrance either. In New York, battles raged on, yet there were still many who watched the chaos as if it were mere entertainment. Sometimes, as the saying goes, kind words cannot save the damned. Wang Teng need not trouble himself with cleaning up the battlefield or handling the aftermath. Zheng Xian and the relevant government departments have all that arranged. All Wang Teng has to do now is enjoy a lavish victory. Banquet. This was a triumph for all of humanity's warriors. Even if, to the common folk, they are but unsung heroes working in the shadows, everyone was willing to give their all to protect the people and the nation. For now, Wang Teng didn't have to worry about the situation in New York. Riding the wave of praise, Wang Teng pulled out a generous supply of spiritual fruits and wines in Zheng Xian's grand office. Yang Jian and the great sage took it in stride, being well-traveled and worldly. But Taoist Qingyun and the others seemed as if they wished they had more mouths. They would have clung to Wang Teng's leg if not for their dignity. This made them realize just how deep Wang Teng's resources ran. Even Kunlun's secret realms couldn't match this level of abundance. Spiritual fruits that they might not have tasted even once in several years were now set before them without restraint. Everyone exclaimed in delight as they indulged. Caught up in the moment, Wang Teng didn't spare a thought for thrift. No matter how stingy he might be in ordinary times, today he just wanted to cast aside restraint, drink heartily, and finally let loose emotions that have been suppressed for decades, even if he'd regret it later. Yes, Wang Teng was a bit giddy now, but he would certainly regret it afterward. It wasn't that he lacked spiritual fruits or wine, but rather his lifelong habit of frugality made it hard for him to indulge, even now. Clearing out a good part of his years-long stockpile today would surely make his heart ache. After all, many of these things had long ceased to be useful for his own cultivation, so he had stopped growing them. Still, that deep-seated, small farmer mentality wasn't something that could be changed overnight. Setting aside the concluded battle in Huaxia and the ongoing victory feast, Tony and his team in New York were truly feeling the fight grow more and more difficult. Although Wang Teng's avatar had been carefully controlling the number of Chitauri soldiers released onto the battlefield, he couldn't make it too obvious. After all, most of Tony's team were just ordinary humans, and unlike the Ancient One, Wang Teng didn't possess such precise control. Some minor miscalculations were inevitable. Yet, even these small deviations caused massive changes on the battlefield. Tony and the others were constantly racing around, trying to put out fires, and up to this point, they still hadn't managed to get Loki's scepter, nor had they found a way to close the portal. Perhaps because he'd crossed paths with Wang Teng and had his plans foiled several times, Loki was far more cautious than in the original tale. After being blasted off his ship by Hawkeye's arrow, Loki decided to hide completely in the shadows, never showing himself again. Meanwhile, Dr. Eric, who had been knocked out cold by Wang Teng, still hadn't woken up. It seemed Wang Teng might have been a bit heavy-handed. Because of this, Tony and his team remained clueless that Loki's scepter was actually the key to shutting down the portal. So now, Wang Teng found himself alone, fighting on two fronts, one at a bustling banquet table filled with laughter and cheer, the other on the battlefield against the alien invaders. With no one to hold him back, Wang Teng was toasted left and right, and, in his uninhibited state, he accepted every drink. Unsurprisingly, he soon drank far too much, completely losing control and forgetting all about the still-raging battle in New York. In this state of utter abandon, Wang Teng, entirely unaware, accidentally dismissed both of his avatars in New York. What followed was Tony and his team witnessing firsthand what a true alien swarm looked like, a veritable plague of locusts descending upon them. They assumed Wang Teng's avatars had vanished because their energy was depleted, and worried about the fierce battles he must be fighting back in Huaxia. No one dared to contact him. All they could do was grit their teeth and press on. Eventually, all of Tony's armor was destroyed. There would be no more fireworks displays using his suits in the future. Thor found himself so exhausted, he doubted even his legendary stamina. He felt utterly drained inside and out, in a way that would make 20 battles in one night seem easy by comparison. Captain America started to question his own catchphrase about being able to do this all day, wondering if he'd been boasting all along. Even the strongest among them, the Hulk, was tempted to throw in the towel. Although he wasn't hurt, constant fighting was exhausting, and after being out for so long, even Hulk felt his anger begin to fade. The green giant, with the mind of a child, now wanted nothing more than to go home and have a good, long sleep. Natasha and Barton were both severely wounded, bearing injuries all over their bodies. The Defense Department's air squadrons were nearly wiped out, though no one could explain why the Chitauri army, as numerous as a swarm of locusts, still hadn't broken out of New York. Tony and the others had no energy left to ponder the question. The Ancient One. That was my doing. Let them play within the boundaries I've drawn on the battlefield. In the original story, Nick Fury had always opposed launching nuclear missiles, but now even he was hesitating, considering how many nukes it would take to wipe out the Chitauri. Yet if the portal wasn't closed, firing endlessly would do little good. Who could say how many more alien armies lurked in the universe? Hadn't Wang Teng said so himself? The Chitauri were known as the locusts of the cosmos. Nick Fury didn't believe for a second that these locusts amounted to just this paltry swarm. They looked like a lot, but any enthusiast of fried locusts would hardly be impressed. Suppressing his urge to order a nuclear strike, Nick Fury could only pin his hopes on Tony and the others to find a way to shut the portal soon. Not just Fury and his team, even Hydra was beginning to panic. They hadn't even managed to seize control of the Earth yet, and now these aliens looked poised to wipe out the planet altogether. What was the point of scheming further? Unlike the original story, where victory still seemed possible, some Hydra leaders were now tempted to solve the problem with a nuclear blast, destroying the uncontrollable superheroes and the aliens together. Some HYDRA members were already looking for underground shelters to ride out a nuclear winter. Let the world be plowed under. Let all be destroyed. PA, as always, asking for your support. The Battle of New York had every nation on edge. If the Chitauri hadn't been contained within the city, foreign troops would likely have intervened by now. Even so, nations were on high alert, waiting for the Federation's call for help and preparing for full-scale war. Of course, there were also those fanatics obsessed with aliens. Even as the Chitauri slaughtered and destroyed, they argued that humanity should surrender and let the invaders rule. Traitors, it seemed, would never be in short supply. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Teng and his companions, who had been drinking and celebrating, were interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Zhang Xian walked in. Everyone, we'll have to pause the victory feast for now. The Federation is under alien attack. They might not be able to hold out much longer. We'll likely be called to help at any moment, so let's be ready. So, they finally need our help for once? Weren't they always acting high and mighty? Wang Kai sneered, downing his drink in one gulp. The others looked equally unimpressed. Zhang Xian could only sigh. If he had a choice, he'd rather not get involved in this mess either. Glancing at the tipsy Wang Teng, he shook his head helplessly. Comrades, this concerns all of humanity now. It's no longer the fight of a single nation or family. If the aliens really break through, retaking our world later would come at a terrible cost. There was still something Zhang Xian hadn't said out loud. If they couldn't secure reinforcements soon, those bastards in the Federation just might actually resort to nuking everything to the ground. Zhang Xian had no intention of perishing together with the Federation's lot. After all, he was in the prime of his life, standing at the very peak of his career, just as he was about to show the world what he could do. This time, as we head out, there are no longer any divisions between sections. The higher-ups have unified all departments, and we are now officially known as the Heavenly Sword Bureau. From this day forward, we are all colleagues in the same organization. I hope we continue to watch each other's backs, to safeguard Huaxia and all of humanity together. It was at that moment that Wang Teng finally realized something was off. Why had everything around him suddenly fallen so quiet? He quickly cleared his mind with a burst of spiritual power. Seeing Wang Teng snap out of it, Zhang Xian allowed himself a faint smile before continuing with his instructions. This operation will be called the Locust Extermination Campaign. Captain Zhongling will be in command, with Daoist Qingyun and the others providing support. As for Great Sage and Senior Yang Jian, you two can take some well-earned rest for now. We won't be needing your assistance just yet. Once he saw everyone understood, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Wang Teng and asked, Wang Teng, did you leave a clone of yourself in New York? Your clone there has vanished. The city's suffered catastrophic losses. It's a tragedy. The Federation's Air Force is practically wiped out. Though his words sounded grief-stricken, the curl at Zhang Xian's lips betrayed a hint of satisfaction. A clone. Wang Teng suddenly caught on and hurriedly reached out with his spiritual sense. Where did my clone go? He racked his memory. Damn, when did he unconsciously recall it? Tony had really been put through the ringer this time. No way. Could he let Tony find out he'd been relaxing with a drink here instead, or he'd never hear the end of it? All in all, this time he really was in the wrong. He couldn't just punch his way out of it, or their friendship might not survive. The others looked at Wang Teng with astonished faces as well. Who would have thought that, in the midst of battling with the Celestial Palace here, Wang Teng had managed to send a clone to fight in the alien war over in New York? Truly, a master lives up to the name. No one questioned whether Wang Teng had simply recalled his own clone. After all, a clone's energy is limited. If the fight drags on, it's normal for it to dissipate. What they really hadn't gotten used to was just how extraordinary Wang Teng's powers were. Meanwhile, in New York, Tony and his group were on the edge of despair. Their stamina and willpower had been stretched to the breaking point, and by now, they had run through their last reserves of ammunition. The group, once again gathered at the scene, was down to only Thor and Hulk who still had the strength to fight. The rest, Tony and the others, were utterly exhausted. Even Captain America felt as if he could barely lift his shield. At this point, sheer willpower was all that kept them going. Tony was relying entirely on his suit to support himself. Don't be fooled into thinking that wearing the armor meant he wasn't tired. The basic movement still depended on his own body. As the only true, ordinary human among them, the day's exertion had far exceeded his limits. Just look at Natasha and Hawkeye. Their legs had gone weak. They had been fighting at an intense pace, without a single break, and with no backup. If not for the group's iron will, they might have given up long ago. Tony, if we keep going like this, we'll all be run into the ground, Steve said, turning to him. As a soldier, I don't fear death, but in this war, we'd be dying for nothing. If you find the chance, you should get out of here first. In a battle against aliens, a scientist is far more valuable than a foot soldier. Of course, I'm not foolish enough to risk my life here. I am, after all, a billionaire with a spectacular life still ahead of me, Tony replied, agreeing with Steve on the surface. But what he truly thought, no one could say. Glancing at the information in his hand, Zhang Xian spoke up. Everyone get ready to move out. Wang Teng opened a portal. Originally, they planned to take a plane, but Wang Teng worried that by the time they flew there, it would all be over before they arrived. Having grasped the laws of space, opening a portal was now much easier for him. In the past, he needed to use immense magical power to tear open space by force. But now, with just a bit of energy and his understanding of space, he could easily create a gateway. As for the levitation rings, for someone who had entered the path of space cultivation and reached the golden immortal stage, Wang Teng could make as many as you wanted. Just say the word. Back in New York, Tony and the others, still grouped together against the enemy, suddenly noticed a portal appearing nearby. The already exhausted heroes tensed up, nerves stretched to the limit. Hey, Tony, I'm back, and I brought reinforcements, Wang Teng announced, breaking the tension. Seeing that the people stepping out of the portal were human, the group finally relaxed. Relieved there were no monsters leaping out at them, as for the sight of Wang Teng, hope welled up in everyone's hearts. After all, back when Wang Teng's infinite air cannon was used, it managed to fend off the vast majority of the Chitauri, and that was only his avatar. Now that the real Wang Teng had arrived in person, it felt as if new strength surged through their bodies. Their exhaustion vanished completely. After all, just moments ago in battle, even Thor had served several times as a living battery, recharging Tony more than once. Everyone, we are members of the Tianjin Bureau from Huaxia. We've come to support you in this fight. Captain Zhongling introduced herself to Tony and the others with a brief statement. Save the introductions for after the battle, Tony interrupted with a wry smile. I'll throw a party, and we can all relax together. For now, let's focus on the fight. Wang Teng, I'm counting on you to hold down these alien troops. With Tony's words, everyone knew the battle had reached a critical juncture. They wasted no more time and sprang into action, each unleashing their unique abilities. Sensing Wang Teng's return, the Ancient One also loosened her spatial suppression on the outer Chitauri forces, allowing them to spill outwards toward the outskirts of New York City. Captain Zhongling was the first to rise into the sky. With a storm of thunderclouds, she cleared the air above Tony and the others, sweeping away the dense swarm of alien soldiers. The sight of wave after wave of enemies tumbling down from the heavens was like a jolt of adrenaline, rekindling everyone's fighting spirit. Thor, have you ever thought about changing your nickname as the God of Thunder? Tony quipped to Thor, nodding up at Captain Zhongling lighting up the sky. Thor fell silent, clearly feeling the sting. Since coming to Earth, it seemed that everyone's thunder magic outshone his own. Fortunately, such a wide-reaching, screen-clearing attack was something Captain Zhongling could only pull off once. Otherwise, Thor might seriously consider never calling himself the God of Thunder again. It would be simply too embarrassing. Inspired by Captain Zhong Ling's opening salvo, the others exchanged glances and shot skyward themselves, unleashing a dazzling array of spectacular moves that lit up the skies over New York City. 3,000 threads of the mortal world. Taoist Master Qingyun flicked his horsetail whisk, and in an instant, the 3,000 threads transformed into 3,000 serpentine blades, slashing at the Chitauri in midair. Wang Teng quietly gauged the attack's power, not particularly high. Against the celestial soldiers and generals from the previous battle, it would have been useless and a waste of mana. But for these aliens, it was more than enough. Neither the Chitauri nor their hovering crafts could withstand Qingyun's assault. All were struck down, tumbling from the sky. Wrath of the King of Light. Wang Kai summoned forth his towering avatar, hundreds of meters tall. With one mighty slap, he sent a Chitauri troop carrier crashing down. What would have taken the Avengers? Tremendous effort to destroy was now no more than a toy in Wang Kai's colossal hands. He could play with them at his leisure, juggling them one after another, as if for sport. Phantom World. In an instant, Fairyly transformed into thousands of afterimages. Each afterimage appeared beside a Chitauri soldier, dispatching them with a single, lethal blow. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter unfolded, a deadly dance intertwined with exquisite beauty, blossoming like a firework that bursts open and radiates outward. Chitauri soldiers rained from the sky, falling like hailstones to the ground. Sword domain, blades unleashed. The man in the long robe, who should now be called Zhang Qian, swung his sword, unleashing a dazzling spectacle of light and motion. Beams of sword energy crisscrossed the battlefield, every bit as ferocious as Captain Zhong Ling's thunderstorm, transforming the combat zone into a brutal meat grinder. Within the reach of his sword aura, not a single alien emerged unscathed. Those lucky enough to be merely chopped into pieces fared better than most, for most were reduced to heaps of minced flesh, so thoroughly mixed that you could hardly tell where one ended and another began. Mountain cleaving strike. Dressed as a wandering knight, Dongfeng Li drew a massive saber and brought it down with tremendous force. The attack lacked the sweeping range of the sword energy, but its impact was even more startling. A blade of mystical energy, nearly a kilometer long, materialized in the air. Any alien caught beneath its edge, be it a transport ship or a small airship, was sliced cleanly and effortlessly, as if a red-hot blade were gliding through butter. Even the clouds split apart in its wake. Take that. Emomu didn't bother to shout out the name of any technique. He simply charged forward with his staff, smashing through every enemy in his path. None could withstand even a single blow. His iron staff, swinging, with the force of 1,000 pounds, swept aside all who dared approach. Even the hulking Chitauri troop carriers were no match. He pierced right through them, leaving only a trail of explosions and fire in the air behind him. To live without madness is not to live at all. Mad demon staff, sweeping the world. But the one who surprised Wang Teng most was Wang Zhe, who had seemed almost invisible until now. If Wang Teng remembered correctly, Wang Zhe had previously wielded a broadsword in battle. Now, unexpectedly, he held a short staff, a fire poker barely over a meter long. Gone was the cautious duelist. In his place was a wild street brawler, fighting with reckless abandon. His frenzied energy surpassed everyone else's, unmatched in its intensity. Wang Teng finally understood. These people had come to show off, each one unleashing their ultimate techniques, dazzling the battlefield with spectacular effects. As for raw power, Wang Teng had to admit, this batch of alien invaders had pitifully weak defenses. Anyone hit by their attacks was injured or killed instantly. Not a single alien managed to remain whole after an encounter. It's my turn now, 10,000 swords formation. Since Zhong Ling and the others had already unleashed their most dazzling, top-tier moves with full sound and light effects, Wang Teng naturally couldn't lag behind. He didn't need to pursue. Raw power, sheer numbers alone were more than enough for him to dominate. With the 8 of them already claiming almost all the skies above New York, Wang Teng decided to focus on clearing out the aliens spilling beyond the city's borders. In the past, even though Wang Teng had ample and formidable energy, such delicate manipulation would have been difficult for him. But now having ascended to the rank of Golden Immortal, his grasp of the laws of nature had deepened, and his control over energy had grown exponentially. Under Wang Teng's command, sword chi in the sky split and multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, and soon they were legion. These blades swept swiftly around the outskirts of New York, surging up and down, cutting through the invading Chitauri soldiers as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. As for the alien troops already inside New York, Wang Teng chose not to intervene. After all, If he took all the spoils for himself, what would be left for the others? Besides, it was clear Zhongling and company had come to put on a show and flex their strength. Stimulated by these spectacular displays, Tony and the others were left completely dumbfounded. Are all Chinese people this incredible? Tony asked Thor. Thor, you've lived for thousands of years, right? Do you know anything about China? Thor swallowed, his throat dry. Honestly, I've never been to this China you speak of. This is the first time I've even heard the name. Is it some sacred place for you Earthlings? Why didn't you invite them from the start? Tony didn't quite know how to answer Thor's question. It's a very ancient and mysterious country, one of the world's major powers, but it doesn't interact much with other nations. Their information is relatively closed off. I don't actually know much about them myself, just bits and pieces from the news or gossip columns. My business never reached that far, after all. Tony kept his more unsavory impressions to himself. There was no point in telling an alien about Earth's internal squabbles. Looking at these newcomers, it was obvious they'd come to steal the spotlight and make a statement. Wang Teng had no intention of upstaging them. After all, in this world, there's no such thing as a purely straightforward battle. There's always some political game at play. As Wang Teng watched the others energetically unleashing their abilities and clearing the battlefield, he couldn't believe for a second that they were acting entirely on their own. Surely someone higher up had given a nod. After all, he'd gone through 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life. He understood how the world worked. Anyone truly oblivious to these things probably wouldn't have survived this long, let alone grown to his current power. After all, back then, Wang Teng was still just a teenager and certainly didn't have the strength he possesses. Now, as a young man from the East carrying a fortune but lacking great power, if word had accidentally gotten out, who knows how many assassins and hungry wolves would have come after him. Wang Teng, were you just now fighting alongside a group like that? Tony's mind could hardly fathom how powerful an enemy must be to bring such formidable people together on the same battlefield. He figured it had to be even stronger than the alien army they were facing now. Of course, Wang Teng replied. These are all extremely reliable comrades in arms. We had just finished battling over there when we heard your side needed help, so we rushed over immediately. He had no intention of letting Tony know that he'd actually forgotten all about this fight and was off celebrating with his friends, feasting and drinking. Is there anywhere else on the battlefield that could use our help? Tony asked, watching the figures in the sky displaying their awe-inspiring power. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Absent-mindedly, he fired a repulsor blast from his palm, taking out a stray enemy that had somehow slipped through the cracks, and then fell into deep thought. Of course we're needed, Wang Teng said. We still have to find a way to close the portal. Otherwise, with just a few of us and an endless stream of enemies pouring in, it's only a matter of time before we're overwhelmed. He could see it clearly. No matter how impressive Zhongling and the others' ultimate attacks looked, they consumed a considerable amount of magical energy. Even though they were holding back on the destructive power, at this rate, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. To avoid letting anything slip later, it was best to close the portal as soon as possible, bringing this battle to a perfect heroic finale. Well, maybe not a finale. That sounded a bit ominous. Let's call it a triumphant end to the fight. Tony, I need you to find Loki. The scepter in his hand is the key to shutting the portal. He's still at Star Tower, watching the show unfold. As for Professor Eric, he was beyond help now. Wang Teng had probably been a little too rough, and the poor man would be out cold for ages. He just hoped Eric wouldn't suffer any lasting side effects. But when it came to Loki, Wang Teng was a loss for words. If Loki truly wanted to hide, most people would never be able to find him. Who would have guessed that after getting embarrassed by Hawkeye's attack, he'd slink back to Star Tower and now was lounging around, sipping red wine and enjoying the spectacle? That was something Tony and the others hadn't expected either. Otherwise, the Hulk would have already given Loki a taste of his famous left-right slam combo. Hearing Wang Teng's words, Tony and the rest finally felt they had a meaningful role to play, rather than just being spectators to the battle below. And right now, their hatred for Loki had reached its peak. If not for him, none of them would be in such a sorry state. With all the destruction the Battle of New York had caused, they couldn't help but wonder, would Thor's father Odin offer any compensation? Yet, no one held out any real hope. After all, it's not as if an ant colony could demand compensation from an elephant for trampling its home. Leaving aside Tony and his team storming Star Tower to settle the score with Loki, at this very moment, the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., had fallen in a heated dispute. The leadership had split into two camps, Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury, locked in a fierce debate over whether or not to level New York with a nuclear strike. In the original storyline, Nick Fury would never have been involved in such a decision. Hydra's top brass would have simply launched the nukes themselves. But now, with Wang Teng's involvement, and the arrival of China's superheroes, divisions had appeared even within Hydra, and even someone outside their circle like Nick Fury had won the support of some members. Alexander Pierce's faction wanted to launch a nuke, believing that humanity's most destructive weapon was the only way to wipe out the battlefield in New York. If not for Wang Teng and support from China, and given the sheer numbers and firepower of the Chitauri, Nick Fury himself might have agreed. But the tide was clearly turning for the better, and Fury was forced to weigh his options more carefully. Unlike Pierce, who clung to his prejudices against the Chinese, Nick Fury understood China much better. The handful of heroes they had sent had already demonstrated astonishing power, and Fury was certain that China had even mightier superhumans in reserve. From what he knew of China, if they had 10-part strength, they would reveal only 3. Keeping one's true capabilities hidden was always their strategy. He also knew the Chinese had a saying, feign weakness to mislead the enemy. Nick, I understand your concerns. Pierce pressed on, his tone resolute. But aside from these alien invaders, those so-called superheroes are themselves a huge source of instability. Launch the nuke, and we wipe out every single threat to our world in one stroke. It'll show these aliens what humanity is capable of. As for the ordinary people caught in the crossfire, they'll go down as heroes in the war against the extraterrestrial menace. Pierce's intentions were crystal clear. He wanted to eliminate every factor that could threaten his own interests. Secretary Pierce, Fury countered, I think you might have missed something. Less than a minute after we called for help from China, their superheroes appeared on the battlefield in New York. Do you realize what that means? It means they at least possess some form of teleportation technology, a way to reinforce the front lines at a moment's notice. Let's set aside for a moment whether nuclear weapons could even harm those alien races capable of interstellar warfare. Just considering the involvement of China, we must weigh the consequences of launching nukes. I, for one, don't want a conflict that starts as a simple war to end up plunging the entire planet into nuclear winter. I doubt you'd want to see that, either. What's more, with the way the Chinese are able to rapidly reinforce their troops on the battlefield, do you really think our nuclear missiles could wipe out their superpowered heroes? Chances are, before the warheads even detonate, they'd already be teleported back to China. Are you suggesting we then launch nuclear missiles on a Chinese soil? Nick Fury argued his case with unwavering resolve, refusing to budge an inch. At the same time, he couldn't help but question Pierce's intelligence. After all these years, how had Pierce managed to remain director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Was it because his predecessors were even less capable? If we don't launch nukes, are we just supposed to sit here and wait for death? Alexander Pierce retorted, pounding the table for emphasis. Who knows how many more aliens are out there in the cosmos? How long do you think those super soldiers can hold out? 1 day? An hour? And what happens when they fail? If we wait until then to fire our nukes, the alien invaders will have already spread across the globe. That would be the real beginning of nuclear winter. We need to act now, while the situation is still under control, to show the aliens our resolve and deter their aggression. As one of Hydra's current leaders, Alexander Pierce had always believed in eliminating threats before they could take root. Even when facing extraterrestrials, he refused to believe they would be entirely unfazed by the threat of nuclear weapons. At worst, mutual destruction was still on the table. The stockpiles in their underground bunkers were more than enough for him to live comfortably for 5 centuries. By the time Hydra resurfaced from below, the nuclear winter would have long since passed, and they would emerge as the true rulers of Earth, free to reshape the planet as they saw fit. Ordinary people, in Pierce's eyes, were expendable. As long as a handful were taken underground to serve as the seed for future generations, it would suffice. They could even be indoctrinated from a young age, molded into Hydra's most loyal followers. With the natural pace of human reproduction, it wouldn't take long to repopulate the world. Compared to his grand vision, the deaths of billions were a trivial matter. After all, human life was the most common resource of all. Pierce, I still can't agree with your point of view. Even us ordinary humans, who've never made it off this planet, managed to create nuclear weapons. So what kind of ultimate weapon do you think a race capable of waging interstellar war would possess? Nick Fury was nearly defeated by Pierce's logic. Aliens had already arrived on Earth, yet Pierce insisted on seeing everything purely through a human lens. Thankfully, Pierce had already retired from S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, Fury feared he might not be able to resist putting an end to him right then and there. Was this man treating the entire future of humanity like a joke? Of course, Nick Fury had no idea what was really on Pierce's mind. Pierce truly was treating all of humanity as a game, all for the sake of his ideals. No matter hero or villain, as long as someone clung to the lofty banner of ideals, they'd always see themselves as righteous, and everyone and everything standing in their way as the ultimate villain, deserving to be swept aside. Alexander Pierce was, without question, a shining example of this mindset. Nick, we don't have much time to deliberate. This is war, a war where it's either us or them. There's no third option, Pierce declared, his tone heavy with finality. We must strike the enemy with overwhelming force. Show them our strength and resolve. Those who fall, they will be remembered by all of humanity. They are the heroes of mankind. Sacrificing a few to save the many. That's what we need to consider. We are humanity's future. Now, even Alexander Pierce felt weary, not just because of Nick Fury's stubbornness, but because he had never expected that, in the midst of enacting his grand plan, his own subordinates would dare to stand against him. Wasn't it just a matter of sacrificing some people? Sacrifice had always been part of the equation. He hadn't even voiced his ultimate goal yet. If it really came down to it, he was prepared to flatten the entire planet with nuclear fire. If he said that out loud, would they kill him on the spot? No. Pierce, Fury said, his voice cold and resolute. We are not the future of humanity. We have no right to decide humanity's future, no right to decide the fate of any ordinary person. We are a peacekeeping force, not gods. At this point, Nick Fury was entirely disillusioned with Alexander Pierce. Even though his recent investigations suggested Pierce was likely Hydra, right now, the fate of the whole human race was at stake. Even if Hydra did want to rule the Earth, what would be the point if everyone was dead? Was that what came from being a villain, having such a limited mind? Even the street gangs in New York wouldn't make decisions like this. Nick Fury was already contemplating a full purge of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the past, he considered keeping a few useful brainwashed agents for his own purposes, but now he realized that having a brain is a precious thing. Those without one might as well be handed a one-way ticket to the afterlife, free of charge. Finally, I humbly ask for your votes, recommendations, and tips. That's all for now. P.S. The previous chapter has been re-uploaded, with some additional content added to the ending, which may cause a slight disconnect with this chapter. Feel free to go back and have another look. At present, neither Wang Teng nor the others are aware of the argument between Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce. Even if he didn't know, Wang Teng wouldn't care much. Pierce really thought nuclear bombs were omnipotent. Leaving aside whether or not he could withstand a direct hit, Wang Teng never had any intention of seeking out trouble. If he wanted to escape, no nation's nuclear arsenal could possibly catch up with him. After being blasted away by Hawkeye's arrow, Loki found himself rather embarrassed and decided not to appear on the battlefield again. Instead, he hid out in Stark Tower, quietly watching as Wang Teng fired off air cannons. The area of effect for each blast grew smaller and smaller, until suddenly Wang Teng disappeared altogether. Then, he watched as Tony and the others collapsed from exhaustion, looking as if they'd been run ragged. Compared to watching stage plays in Asgard, this was far more entertaining. Not to mention, Tony's collection of red wine was excellent, easily on par with Asgardian ale. Loki found he preferred Earth's red wine. Asgardian ale always carried an ancient, primal force that clashed with his refined sensibilities. It was better suited to those muscle-bound warriors whose brains seemed to be made of brawn. Let them have their ale. But the next scene left Loki completely unsettled. He watched as Thor, Tony, and the others reached the limits of their endurance, teetering on the edge of total defeat. Just then, Wang Teng reappeared, not alone, but leading a group of equally formidable super soldiers. Watching the sheer power these newcomers displayed, Loki felt a twinge in his teeth, a nervous ache. Doubt crept into his heart. Was Asgard truly worthy of leading the Nine Realms? Were they really its guardians? Judging by the strength these people showed, save for Odin himself, even Thor might hesitate to claim he could easily dominate any one of them. Naturally, Loki didn't understand the profundity of Taoist techniques. To Wang Teng's eyes, though the battles waged by Zhongling and the others were filled with dazzling displays of light and sound, the true force behind each attack was carefully measured, not a single bit wasted. Of course, someone like Wang Kai was a different story. He simply unleashed his full power without a second thought. From Wang Teng's perspective, if Zhongling and the others ever faced Thor one-on-one, they might dominate him at first. But the longer the fight dragged on, the more they'd struggle to keep up with Thor's endurance. After all, the difference in their very natures was significant. No matter how dazzling the techniques of a minor soldier, if they couldn't break through Thor's defenses, there was nothing to be done. Of course, you can't rule out the possibility that some of them are hiding a secret trump card. Isn't that how it always goes in novels? When life and death hang in the balance, there's always some ultimate move that no one's ever seen before. Sometimes even a self-destructive one, if that's what it takes. Loki was already thinking about making his escape. Given the current situation, it wasn't even clear if the Chitauri could actually conquer Earth. At this rate, it looked more likely that these people would push a counterattack all the way into space. If they were ordinary folks, maybe he wouldn't worry, but Loki didn't doubt that warriors like these had the ability to survive in the void of the cosmos. Even he, thanks to his own formidable physique, could last a while out there. And as for Thor, with his direct bloodline to the royal gods, Loki could only chuckle to himself. The only reason his brother hadn't already been gallivanting across the universe was probably his youth. After all, Thor was still just a 1,000 or 2,000-year-old baby. But before Loki could finalize his escape route, Tony and Thor had already arrived first at the top of Stark Tower, and there they found him. "Hey, reindeer, this isn't your stable," Tony called out, launching the first taunt. Sure, his own collection of red wine didn't quite match the taste of Wang Teng's, but it was still some of the world's finest, rarest vintages. For Loki, an alien invader, to help himself without permission, wasn't that just a bit shameless? Loki's lips twitched. He'd been discovered. He needed to think fast and get out, or else if that demon Wang Teng showed up, he'd be trapped for sure. After all, Wang Teng could see through his illusions and invisibility spells. Luckily, for now, there was only his muscle-bound brother and this mortal dressed in an iron can. "Lowly mortal, your disrespect for a god will be punished," Loki intoned. Tony calmly raised his arm and fired a blast at a patch of empty ground nearby, instantly blasting Loki out of his hiding place. The illusion that had been making bold proclamations just a moment ago vanished without a trace. "A god? With tricks like those? Want me to find you a spot in a circus?" Tony shot back. Thor scratched his head, a bit puzzled. How had Tony spotted Loki when he himself hadn't noticed a thing? Was this what Tony meant by the power of science? He'd read plenty of books himself, though admittedly most of them were heroic biographies and tales of the supernatural. Of course, Tony couldn't actually see the invisible Loki, but Jarvis could. Ever since learning that Loki had used invisibility during his first appearance in that small town in New Mexico, Tony had been searching for ways to counter it. At the very least, he'd equipped his suit with all sorts of gadgets. Infrared sensors, sonic devices, thermal imaging cameras, you name it. Just now, it was the sonic sensor that tipped him off, and to his surprise, it worked perfectly on the first try. It looked like Loki's invisibility wasn't all that impressive after all. Though he was a bit disheveled, Loki was surprised to find that he didn't feel much disappointment or anger this time. Perhaps he'd simply grown used to setbacks after suffering so many. Within moments, Natasha and the others arrived on the rooftop, quickly surrounding Loki. Left with no other choice, Loki raised his hands in surrender and dropped his weapon to the ground. "Hey, big guy, aren't you angry anymore?" he taunted. As Loki spoke, the Mind Stone set into his scepter glimmered faintly, a subtle sign that even now, Loki wasn't ready to give up without a fight. Then, one of the most iconic scenes from the first Avengers film unfolded. Watching from afar, Wang Teng, who had been monitoring everything with his spiritual sense, couldn't help but burst into laughter, the kind that echoed like an excited squeal. This was, after all, one of Loki's most famous moments. Provoked by Loki, the Hulk did indeed get angry. But instead of launching into a battle royale with the other superheroes as Loki had hoped, the Hulk grabbed Loki by the legs and smashed him back and forth against the floor. Loki lay sprawled in the crater left by the impact, staring up at the ceiling with a look of utter defeat. Why'd he felt the need to be so snarky? With his frost giant physique, it wasn't as if he could actually feel an itch that needed scratching. Wang Teng, however, was a bit disappointed. Without Loki's customary reminder, the Hulk didn't utter the famous line, "Puny God," leaving this classic scene just short of perfection. "Let's hear it. How do we close the portal?" Captain America was the first to step forward, his interrogation laced with a threat. "If you don't cooperate, each of us will take a turn giving you a combo." The captain's words drew a scornful look from Loki. "You, the soldier who does calisthenics. Are you sure you want to speak to a god this way? Defeated or not, I'm still a god." Loki clearly didn't take Steve Rogers seriously. Even if the super soldier had reached the so-called peak of human potential, Loki saw him as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Loki's retort left Steve at a loss. Truth be told, if it weren't for the bad timing, Steve would have loved nothing more than to give Loki a taste of his own medicine. But after witnessing Loki survive the Hulk's attack without a scratch, Steve wasn't sure his blows would be anything more than a gentle massage. With Captain America bested, Iron Man stepped up. "Are you sure you want to talk to us like that, God? Right now you're nothing but our prisoner. Believe me, Hulk could roll you into a ball and squish you into a real reindeer." "Roar! Hulk!" The Hulk chimed in on cue, making his presence felt. Loki was at his wit's end. Humans on Earth were simply too savage, and every one of them was a monster. All he wanted was to go home. Oh, right, I admit defeat. But I honestly have no idea how to shut it down. I'm a sorcerer, not a scientist. Closing a spatial portal. Well, I'm afraid you'll need your scientist to figure that out. Though Loki felt a certain wariness toward Hulk deep down, he still wasn't about to let Tony have the last word, and he believed he'd managed to regain some ground. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether Loki was telling the truth. Thor, struggling to contain his own temper, felt a warrior should act with dignity. Even in defeat, one must not lose their honor. Loki, I urge you to close the portal immediately. You can't keep going down this path. When we return, I'll plead your case to Father. In the end, Thor managed to hold back his anger at Loki. After all, this was his beloved brother. All he could do was gently try to persuade him. He never expected such a simple offer would strike a nerve. How touching, Loki replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What is this supposed to be? Pity? He may be your father, but he's never been mine. He's never acknowledged me. Loki. Hearing Loki's bitter words, Thor found himself at a loss. Yet he couldn't bring himself to give up on his brother so easily. After all, centuries of brotherhood couldn't just be cast aside. And Thor never truly believed. Odin had acted wrongly. He was Asgard's mightiest warrior. After all, perhaps Odin hadn't given Loki enough attention, which led to all this. But as Loki's older brother, Thor knew he owed him more care and understanding. Loki, believe me, I'll always be your brother. Whatever you desire, I'll give it to you, so long as it isn't conquering other worlds. And what if what I want is the throne of Asgard? Loki replied with a sly smile, studying Thor's face. Really? That's wonderful. I never wanted to be king of Asgard anyway. If you want to lead our realm, I believe you do an even better job than I ever could. You've always been so clever, ever since we were children. Thor let out a relieved sigh, thinking Loki was about to demand something outrageous. Who would have thought it was only the throne? To Thor, the crown of Asgard had never meant much. His heart belonged to battle. He saw himself as destined to become Asgard's greatest warrior, just like the legendary Valkyrie. Loki stared, taken aback by Thor's eager expression. Was his brother an idiot? Well, that was something he'd already figured out long ago. In the end, faced with the blazing sincerity in Thor's eyes, Loki had no choice but to yield. I really don't know how to shut down the portal. Maybe you should ask Dr. Erik Selvig. The portal was his creation. I only gave him a few theoretical pointers. Loki spread his hands before everyone, signaling that he was just as helpless as they were. All right, I believe you, Hulk. The rest is up to you. Tony was the first to voice his trust in Loki, though he wasn't about to let Loki off so easily. After all, Hulk was bursting with energy. Why not give him a toy to help him let off some steam? By the looks of it, Loki could handle it. No, you big oaf, let go of me. I'm a god. You can't treat me like this. Seeing the Hulk advancing on him, Loki cried out with tragic indignation. Thor reached out, wanting to intervene, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally allowed the Hulk to go ahead. His brother Loki did need to grow, and perhaps a hard lesson would do him some good. Besides, if Loki didn't get a taste of discipline and the others didn't get a chance to vent their anger, what if Wang Teng came to settle accounts with him afterward? There was no way he could defeat that monster. Better his brother than himself. Although Thor had never heard that particular saying, he understood its essence all too well. With Loki's durability, he wouldn't suffer any real harm, just a bit of pain, and he'd get used to it. Hadn't they noticed? Loki's cries had already shifted from sharp screams to long, drawn-out groans. That's the power of getting used to things. No one paid much attention to Loki's predicament at Hulk's hands. Instead, the others found Dr. Erik still lying unconscious on the rooftop, exchanging puzzled glances. How do we wake him up? Steve asked, a bit at a loss. He was an expert at fighting, but saving people? That wasn't exactly in his training. After calling out to him, and even slapping his face to no avail, the men were on the verge of giving up. Downstairs, Wang Teng, who had been keeping a close eye on the situation, was growing increasingly anxious. Fortunately, Natasha came up with an idea. After a few minutes, she appeared with a basin of ice-cold water from who knows where. Dr. Erik finally came to, blinking in confusion at the ring of faces peering down at him, clearly disoriented and unsure of where or when he was. Did he hit his head too hard? Thor whispered to those nearby, completely unaware that his whisper was just as loud as his regular voice. Dr. Erik's mind was slowly clearing. He shot Thor a look filled with exasperation, thinking to himself that this big blonde lug was the very picture of a fool. What did Jane see? In him, anyway? Was it just the hair? In the far-off, mysterious East, bleached blonde hair was the trademark of local hooligans, and Thor's clueless demeanor wasn't much different. Dr. Erik, are you with us now? Can you tell us how to shut down the space transmission device? We must shut down the spatial portal immediately and stop the aliens from sending more troops to Earth, or else our losses will only grow. Already, many citizens in New York have been attacked by the aliens. If it weren't for the support we received from China, I fear New York would have already fallen. Seeing Dr. Eric wake up, Steve quickly approached and filled him in, explaining just how dire the situation had become. What? Oh no! Dr. Eric was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had helped Loki build a device capable of opening a portal, allowing the aliens to invade Earth. What had he done? How could he have gone through with it? Even if he'd been under Loki's control, Dr. Eric still found his own actions hard to forgive. Fortunately, thanks to his professional instincts, he left a backdoor in the device when he first designed it. The scepter, Loki's scepter. It's the key to shutting down the portal. The energy signature from the gem on Loki's scepter matches that of the Tesseract. It won't refuse its own energy. Steve immediately understood. He turned and dashed into the building. Seeing that Tony and the others had grasped the key to closing the portal, Steve also rushed to retrieve the scepter and seal the spatial barrier. Wang Teng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could clearly sense that Zhong Ling and the others were almost at their limits. Even though they'd been careful to control the strength of their energy output, unleashing such powerful attacks for so long had left them exhausted. Wang Teng had already begun to consciously control his flying sword, intercepting some of the enemies that Zhong Ling and Daoist Qin Yun had missed. Since he was here to demonstrate his strength, he couldn't afford to give up halfway. In fact, Wang Teng was already thinking that if Tony and the others still couldn't manage to close the portal, he'd have to bring out his immortal beans to boost their stamina and keep them fighting. But for now, it seemed he could save those precious beans. That made him happy. After all, growing immortal beans was no easy task. He might plant dozens of soybeans or peas and not get a single harvest. Though a single harvest produced a fair amount, they were still consumables, and he had no desire to be chained to farmland for the rest of his life. Still, he never felt quite at ease going out without some life-saving supplies stashed away. This world was just too dangerous, and Wang Teng valued his life. Meanwhile, the argument between Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury had yet to reach a conclusion. Neither could persuade the other. Just then, Nick Fury received a message from Tony, letting him know they'd found a way to close the portal and would be sealing it soon. Fury shared the news with everyone present, and a cheer erupted through the room. Alexander Pierce's eyes gleamed for a moment. This was an excellent opportunity. Not only could he put aside worries about the alien threat, but he could also get rid of these so-called superheroes. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. It seems you're right, Nick. I'll leave this in your hands and head back for now. With a broad smile, Alexander Pierce exchanged a few words with Nick Fury, then shut off the communicator and turned to stride out of the office. Begin the operation. Yes, sir. Outside the office. Doors. Pierce's expression turned grave as he issued orders to his aide. The assistant immediately understood what Pierce meant and hurried away, while a subtle, knowing smile appeared on Pierce's face. On the battlefield in New York, Steve had already seized Loki's scepter and was preparing to close the portal. At that moment, Wang Teng sensed a sudden fluctuation. In time, his perception quickly expanded outward, only to discover that the entire city of New York had been separated from the flow of time outside. It was as if a single minute in New York now equaled an entire hour in the world beyond. What was the Ancient One planning? Through his senses, Wang Teng could see the Ancient One casting a spell with the Time Stone, and she even smiled in his direction. Still, Wang Teng trusted her. There must be a reason for what she was doing. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted aboard the SHIELD helicarrier. A fighter jet armed with a nuclear warhead had already taken off, slipping past Nick Fury's efforts to stop it. Helplessly, Fury watched as the plane soared toward the skies over New York City. Tony, listen up. There's a jet carrying a nuclear warhead heading for the battlefield in New York. It's going to launch the nuke in 1 minute, and I have no way to stop it. In the end, Fury called Tony, hoping he could find a way to intercept the jet in time. With his advanced technology, Tony Stark was the best hope for stopping it midair, and that gave Fury some comfort. At this point, he was willing to try anything, no matter how desperate. Egghead, you really never let me down. As we say back in China, are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? Tony quipped, his tone tinged with suspicion about how Fury was running things. How could the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. let a jet with a nuke fly straight toward New York in the final hour? Was Fury's brain stewed along with his nickname? Tony, it wasn't me. Fury was starting to regret telling Tony about the nuclear warhead. Did Tony really think the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have a temper? He was sorely tempted to use that nuke to blast Tony's smart mouth off the face of the earth. Forget it. Whether it was you or not doesn't matter anymore. Tony hung up the phone without hesitation. This was no time to argue with Nick Fury. He had to quickly figure out how to deal with a nuclear threat. Lifting his gaze to the sky, Tony then looked over at Steve, who was walking toward the portal device with Loki's scepter in hand. A sudden idea flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly called out to Steve. Wait, Steve. Hold on. Don't close the portal just yet. Tony, can't whatever it is wait? Every minute we delay means more suffering for the people of New York, Steve replied, displeased by Tony's interruption. Still, he paused, waiting for Tony's explanation. If Tony couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, Steve would make sure Tony remembered why he was the uncle and Tony the nephew. There's a jet inbound carrying a nuclear warhead. It's headed straight for us, and in less than a minute, it'll launch a nuke at our location, Tony explained as quickly as he could. What? The word echoed among them. At this point, no one questioned Tony's reason for stopping Steve anymore. The shock of Tony's revelation had gripped them all. Someone was actually going to launch a nuclear missile at them. How could Nick do this? This is New York. Millions live here. Even with some people evacuated, there are still at least several million left in the city. Is Nick Fury really prepared to become the greatest butcher in human history? Steve was stunned. Even on the battlefields of World War II, he'd never seen so many lives at stake. How could Nick Fury dare to make such a call? Launch a nuke? Wasn't there anyone to stop him? Or had the government's top brass all lost their minds? Now's not the time to argue about that. What matters most is how we handle the nuke that's about to hit New York. I have an idea, Tony interrupted, cutting through their shock. What kind of idea could you possibly have? It's a nuke. We're all done for, Barton said, his voice tinged with despair. He thought of his young children and his beloved wife. He'd pictured himself sacrificing his life one day, but he'd never imagined it would happen on such a grand, catastrophic scale. Maybe Wang Teng could open a portal for us. Doesn't he know how to use portal magic? Natasha was quick to respond, immediately thinking of Wang Teng. Even if he does, what good would it do? There are still millions in New York. Are we just going to abandon them? Steve was the first to object. His conscience couldn't accept leaving so many behind, though if it truly came down to the last moment, he might choose that path to preserve what strength they had left. That's not what I meant. I was saying you should teleport the nuke to somewhere like the desert. Natasha finished her sentence with clear irritation. That's a brilliant idea. Barton's eyes lit up again. This way, they could shut down the portal without having to face the threat of the nuke. A perfect solution. Barton had already made up his mind. Once this whole New York incident was over, he'd apply for retirement. After all, he was out there fighting on the front lines, only to get stabbed in the back by his own side. It was just too much. Hey, can you all listen to me for a second? Tony had tried to cut in several times, and finally managed to draw everyone's attention. Was it really so hard to let him play the hero, just this once? All right, let's hear it. Do you have any better ideas? Of course I do. But maybe you all should take a look at the battle down below first. Steve and the others shifted their focus, glancing at Zhongling and the others. Their faces grew somber. Their attacks had noticeably weakened. If it weren't for Wang Teng's flying sword lending a hand, New York City below would likely have been reduced to rubble by now. Now, what do you see? Wang Teng can't spare even a moment. Even the briefest distraction could cause our defenses to collapse completely, leading to unimaginable losses. Besides, why must we let the nuke go off in our own backyard? Tony gestured up at the sky. What are you suggesting? Steve was quick to catch Tony's meaning. Exactly. Don't you think that's the best option? But, no buts. We don't have much time. My suit can operate in space for a short while. Ever since I learned Thor might show up on Earth, I've been working on upgrades. With that, Tony didn't wait for a reply. Flames burst from his suit as he soared off toward the outskirts of New York. At last, Wang Teng understood why the Ancient One had been manipulating time in New York. It was all to make sure Tony could carry that nuke. But was Tony's big nuclear moment really that important? If the goal was just to blow up the alien ship, surely there were easier ways. Wang Teng was confident he could pull it off himself. Besides, he didn't believe a single nuke could wipe out the Chitauri ship. It seemed the movie had hidden depths, like the Ancient One, who was absent in the first Avengers but appeared in Endgame, casually batting away at alien ships on a rooftop, her little magical orbs whizzing through the air. Whatever the real story behind these events, right now, Wang Teng was content to sit back and watch Tony's performance. With him and the Ancient One around, there was no way they'd let Tony die. He hadn't died in the original story, and now, it was even less likely that AT last. Tony did not disappoint. He returned, carrying the nuclear missile on his shoulder. He didn't bother to call Pepper. Instead, he shot straight toward the cosmos with the missile in tow. After all, his armor was now fully powered. Thor had just recharged it during the battle, and it was equipped for space travel. This was nothing like the original story, where Tony's suit ran out of energy and lacked the ability to survive in space. Now, Tony brimmed with confidence. But from Wang Teng's perspective, things looked quite different. The alien army, which had moments ago crowded the sky like a torrent, vanished the instant. Tony headed for the portal above. Only a couple of scattered stragglers remained, and they paid Tony no mind, letting him streak past, missile in hand. Wang Teng sensed it clearly. Those Chitauri soldiers that had just emerged from the portal were all whisked away by the Ancient One's spatial magic, sent to who knows where. Truly, a master knows how to play the game. Wang Teng's spiritual sense stayed locked on Tony, watching as he flew into the space wormhole with the missile, inching ever closer to the warship floating out in the void. The once crowded Chitauri forces had all but disappeared, and those that remained ignored Tony completely. Even the Chitauri mothership hung eerily still in the distance, unmoving, as if frozen in time, silently watching Tony release the missile and send it hurtling toward them. The whole process unfolded in utter silence. Not a single shot was fired, not even a shield was raised. Wang Teng could feel it unmistakably. Throughout the Chitauri fleet, time itself seemed to stand still. Even if they wanted to act, they simply couldn't. With a mocking glance at the Chitauri mothership, Tony turned and shot toward the portal, contacting Steve along the way to prepare to close it. But as Tony neared the portal, the energy indicator on his suit flickered, then went completely dark without warning. Tony had never expected his armor to suddenly lose power like this. Now, things had truly taken a turn. Having already told Steve to close the portal, Tony found himself adrift, his suit dead, drifting powerlessly toward the portal's edge. The missile behind him was about to detonate. Was this truly the end for Tony Stark? With the suit powered down, Tony gradually slipped into suffocation and endless darkness. He hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye to Pepper. This was his final thought before losing consciousness. Sensing the magical fluctuations from Tony's suit, Wang Teng couldn't help but smirk and shake his head. The Ancient One really hadn't overlooked a single detail. It seemed she truly held Tony in high regard, as the future successor to the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Doctor Strange is considered a leading figure on the mystical side of things, while Tony stands as the leader on the scientific front. Who would have thought that both of them were, in their own ways, nurtured by the Ancient One? No one could say for sure what kind of impact this ordeal might have on Tony's future, but at the very least, he probably wouldn't end up tormented by anxiety and fear as in the original story. With the detonation of the nuclear missile, the Chitauri soldiers on Earth suddenly froze in place like machines that had lost power, dropping from the sky in droves. Zhongling and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Had this gone on any longer, they might have been utterly spent. Judging by how things turned out, they could only describe this operation as flawless. Seeing the battle had come to an end and all the alien soldiers were dealt with, the citizens of New York, who had been hiding in their homes, began to emerge from their shelters. Soon, cheers broke out in the streets. In their eyes, this was a victory for the Federation, and by extension, a victory for all humanity. Of course, in the worldview instilled by the Federation since childhood, the Federation was the whole world. Wang Teng didn't comment on this. Any perceptive person could see that at the decisive moment, it was the Chinese who turned the tide. If anyone insisted on playing dumb, Wang Teng had no remedy for that. After all, he couldn't exactly drag every last one of them out and deal with them, could he? As victory became clear and the portal was nearly closed, but with no sign of Tony yet, Steve and the others began to grow anxious. Was something going to go wrong? Of course not. Under normal circumstances, Tony would never have had enough time to make it back through the portal to Earth. But with the Ancient One keeping an eye on things, a little adjustment to the flow of time allowed Tony to slip back through just in the nick of time. Classic hero's return. This time, there was no need for the Hulk to jolt him awake, either. Before Tony's armor even hit the ground, its systems were restored, and Jarvis quickly took control. When repeated calls failed to rouse Tony, Jarvis made a decisive choice and administered a jolt to revive him. Jarvis, next time, try a different method. I'm pretty sure my hair's standing on end now. Tony grumbled, not at all pleased with Jarvis's approach. But then he sighed and added, all right, I owe myself an apology, because there definitely won't be a next time. This whole experience had given Tony quite a scare. Even now, cold sweat was still trickling down his back. What had seemed like a sure thing had nearly cost him his life, and he hadn't even had the chance to marry Pepper yet. Mr. Stark, Miss Potts is calling. Would you like to take the call? Jarvis chose to ignore Tony's sarcasm. His programming already fully understood what needed to be filtered out from Tony's banter. Of course, connect the call, Jarvis. And don't ask such trivial questions in the future. Looks like I'll have to upgrade you again. As the call connected, Pepper's voice came through immediately. Tony, are you all right? I just saw you enter that portal on TV. I almost thought you wouldn't make it back. Her worry was plain as day. Of course I'm fine. Come on, don't forget who I am. I'm Tony Stark, genius extraordinaire. What you should really be thinking about is where we're going on our honeymoon. It seemed that Tony having survived by the skin of his teeth, was suddenly in the mood for marriage. The two spent a few tender moments on the phone before Tony piloted his warship toward the spot where everyone had gathered. Hey folks, we've all just been through a tough fight. I bet you're exhausted. There's a new Arabian barbecue place just down the street. I've been meaning to check it out. Why? Don't we all go together? Especially our friends from China. We haven't had a proper introduction yet. Tony made his invitation, eager to bring everyone out for Arabian barbecue. I'll pass, Tony. Your recommendations are always terrible, not a single decent restaurant among them. Before the others could accept, Wang Teng turned down Tony's suggestion without hesitation. He had no desire to risk his sanity at that infamous Arabian barbecue place. Then you decide, how about we do a barbecue at your place? And you can finally share that fine wine you've been saving. Tony had been eyeing Wang Teng's wine for ages. Now that he had a good excuse to indulge, he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. As they discussed what kind of barbecue to have later, Tony received another phone call from Nick Fury. Tony, another plane is headed toward New York. Tony kept a smile on his face, but cursed inwardly. You're not about to tell me it's carrying a nuke and planning to launch it, are you? Nick Fury hesitated. Yes. Damn it, Nick. You're a real piece of work, you know that? What do you expect me to do? Fly another nuke myself. There's no portal handy this time, you know? Frustrated, Tony hung up. There was nothing more he could do, so he turned to Wang Teng to explain the situation. No problem, just leave it to me. Wang Teng wasn't one for fussing over the details. Opening a small portal remotely was child's play for him now. He simply sucked the entire plane into a pocket dimension, leaving it to its own fate that as for the pilot inside. Anyone who could still, without hesitation, fly a plane at this moment with the intention of launching a nuke at New York. Wang Teng could guess where his loyalties lay with just a flicker of thought. It wasn't that Wang Teng was overly compassionate, if it weren't. For his friends still being here, he would have left long ago. So what if New York got blown up? Let them do as they please. What did that have to do with him? All right, it's taken care of. Let's get ready to go, Wang Teng called out to the others, preparing to open a portal to leave. Just then, Tony's communicator buzzed again. It was that bald-headed guy from before. If he had any choice, Tony really didn't want to answer another call from Nick Fury. But after a moment's hesitation, he picked up. We've already intercepted that plane. Don't tell me there's another one. Tony spoke first, his tone brimming with annoyance as he questioned Nick Fury. Nick Fury sounded weary. That plane hadn't even taken off from his base. If it weren't for his vigilant surveillance, he might not have known the truth until after the nuke had detonated. I'm sorry, Tony. I'll do my best to handle things on my end as quickly as possible, Nick Fury said, frustration lacing his words. Even as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he couldn't really tell who his own people were and who belonged to Hydra. Tony hung up immediately, glancing apologetically at Wang Teng. For now, it seemed Wang Teng was the only one who could effortlessly resolve this third nuclear crisis. Once he understood the situation, Wang Teng frowned. After all, he just survived 2 major battles. He barely got to eat at the victory banquet back in China, since everyone kept pouring him drinks. Then as soon as he got back to New York, there was another big fight. None of it had really tired him out, but to be honest, he was starting to feel a little hungry. And yet Hydra was still hot on his heels, endlessly trying to nuke him out of existence. He'd already given them a chance. Since they refused to listen, it was time for a lesson. Wang Teng didn't just use a space spell to instantly deal with the fighter jet. First, he carefully removed the medium-range missiles hanging under the wings. Only then did he store the jet in a temporary pocket dimension. With a twist, he shattered the space, erasing everything inside as if it had never existed. So, in the very next second, while Nick Fury was still racking his brain, wondering how to stop Hydra from sending more planes to their doom, he suddenly noticed a strange, cylindrical object had appeared on the floor in front of him. At the same time, a voice echoed through his office. If there's a next time, I'm sure your God will be delighted to welcome you in person. Nick Fury paid no mind to the sudden sound that appeared in his office. His eyes had already gone wide with shock. Lying on the floor, clear as day, was an airborne medium-range missile, and to make matters worse, it was armed with a nuclear warhead. A chill ran down Fury's spine. With powers so unfathomable and unpredictable, if such a thing were to happen again, he feared he might not even know how he'd been eliminated. Nick Fury was not afraid of death, but he absolutely refused to go out in such a vague and inexplicable way. Without hesitation, he dialed Alexander Pierce. This wasn't just a warning for himself, it was a warning for Pierce as well. Someone with such terrifying abilities. Fury simply couldn't believe that. Pierce was completely unaware of SHLD's current situation. Pierce needed to be given the sternest warning. Even if you're courting death, don't drag me, the Egghead Avenger, down with you. Fury's inner thoughts were unknown to Wang Teng and his companions, and Wang Teng had no interest in finding out anyway. He'd already said what needed to be said. Now it was up to Hydra to decide whether they wanted to become a headless snake. This time, Nick Fury had no concern for the dignity of his old superior. He'd long suspected Alexander Pierce of being a Hydra operative, and after what had just happened, Fury didn't hold back. He became Mother Fury in full force. Pierce found himself speechless under the barrage. At first, he tried to retort a couple of times, but the implication in Fury's words left him drenched in cold sweat. He might want to shake up the world order, but he had no intention of dying just yet. As Secretary of the World Security Council, there was still a lot of good life left to enjoy. It wasn't worth risking everything over such a trifle. Best to wait until the plan was truly complete. Then he could become, in every sense, the uncrowned king of Earth. After finally sorting out the mess at Snake Shield, Wang Teng opened a portal and led everyone back to his private island. There they indulged in chicken, duck, and fish to their heart's content, with fine wine and delicacies in abundance. After the great battle, everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Everyone except Loki. As one of the masterminds behind the invasion of Earth, did he really expect Wang Teng to entertain him? The fact that he wasn't immediately thrown into solitary confinement was already an act of mercy. Still, Wang Teng showed some kindness. He cast a small magical barrier by their dining table, a drawn circle prison, and made Loki stand right there, forced to watch everyone feast and revel, utterly miserable. To help Loki improve his posture, Wang Teng thoughtfully shrank the barrier so that Loki could only just stand within it. He even added a layer of electric magic. If Loki's stance faltered or wasn't up to standard, he'd get a little electric massage as encouragement. Wang Teng couldn't help but give himself a silent thumbs up for his cleverness. Thor still felt a pang of sympathy for his brother, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Loki had brought this upon himself. Besides, Thor sensed that at least half the people here were not to be trifled with, and though he was fond of a good fight, he was by no means a glutton for punishment. So, with a clear conscience, he let Loki face the consequences, hoping it would serve as a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. This time, we've really made a name for China at the Federation's grand event, Wang Kai declared, draining his glass and venting his frustration with the Federation government and the media. Let's see how they dare to slander us Chinese after this. Tony and the others exchanged awkward smiles, unsure how to respond. Dr. Banner didn't seem to care in the slightest. He saw himself simply as a scientist and never got involved in such messy affairs. As for Thor, being an alien, he knew little about the squabbles of Earth and was content to eat and drink his fill. He thought the delicacies Wang Teng had prepared were far superior to anything he'd tasted in Asgard, especially the many new cooking techniques he'd never even heard of. Clearly, once he returned to Asgard, he'd have to have a serious talk with the royal chefs. If that didn't work out, once the Bifrost was repaired, he'd just bring them to Earth for some proper training. Thor made a mental note to get on good terms with these Chinese superheroes so they could recommend some outstanding chefs. Whether he brought them to Asgard or had Asgard's chefs come here to study, someone had to make the introductions. After all, this concerned his culinary happiness for the long years to come. Life, after all, was about more than just battle. It was also about good food and drink. Women? That was merely for the continuation of Asgard's royal line. There was no rush. He could worry about it in a few millennia. By Earth standards, he was still just a youngster, barely an adult, and this was the time for fun and games, not women. Was the meat not delicious enough? Was the wine not good enough? And women? Could they make his hammer any stronger? Speaking of hammers, Thor suddenly found himself missing Mjolnir. The little hammer he wielded now was decent, but nothing felt quite as natural as his beloved Mjolnir. When he first arrived at Wang Teng's place, he had sensed Mjolnir's presence, but no matter how he tried to summon it, there was no response, as if it were sealed away by some mysterious force. For the time being, Thor dared not ask Wang Teng about it directly, so he drowned his frustration in food, determined to eat Wang Teng out of house and home. Delicious. Natasha and Barton, both consummate agents, kept their thoughts to themselves, choosing not to get involved in government or media disputes. From the look of things at the scene, the most awkward ones were Tony and Steve. Tony at least handled it well. As a playboy, he was always profoundly self-centered. He couldn't care less what the media said, as long as it didn't affect his own interests. He chose his friends purely according to his own whims, so it didn't affect his interactions with Captain Zhongling and the others at all. Besides, both Captain Zhongling and Fairy Lee were strikingly beautiful. Ever since dinner started, Tony and his trademark mustache had rarely kept their gaze proper. If it weren't for the fact that he now had Pepper, and that he feared his flirtatious remarks might provoke a beating from both Captain Zhongling and Fairy Lee, he might have already made some move by now. Of course, Tony would only admit that his feelings for Pepper remained steadfast. He would never concede that he simply feared being bested by two women. Steve, on the other hand, was the model federal soldier and felt compelled to speak a few words in defense of the Federation. Not every citizen of the Federation is like that. There are still many people here who hold warm feelings toward China. While it's true that some actions by the government and certain media outlets come off as unfriendly, that's a matter of politics and not something we as ordinary people can influence. Even as he spoke, Steve felt his own words sounded a bit far-fetched. But as a pure soldier, a patriot at heart, he simply couldn't accept anyone criticizing his homeland, even if what they said was true. In fact, if it hadn't been for the fact that these people had just come to the Federation's aid, answering its call for help from China, Steve might have challenged the other side to a friendly spar, just to see if he could last a whole day. Although, he was fairly certain he wouldn't be able to take even a single blow. After all, that towering Buddha hundreds of meters tall had been truly terrifying, emanating a sense of overwhelming power. Wang Kai, for his part, had only meant to voice a casual complaint. After all, he understood the situation between the two countries well enough. Don't go thinking he was some muscle-bound fool who only knew martial arts. If he lacked intelligence, how could a fool possibly master such peerless skills? Besides, what he practiced was far beyond simple martial arts. It was a higher order of magic. Yet what Wang Kai hadn't expected was that this American soldier would actually dare to talk back to him. That was something he simply couldn't tolerate, whether from a personal standpoint or for the sake of his country. He had to make sure the other man learned what it meant to provoke the wrath of the King of Fury. Of course, getting into a fight right now wouldn't be appropriate. After all, they had just fought side by side as comrades. Even though, truth be told, none of these Americans had been much help on the battlefield, at least they'd managed to shut down the dimensional gate in time, sparing him the embarrassment of running out of strength later on. True, Wang Teng's magic beans had provided a safety net, but if he let anything slip, it would still bring shame to his homeland. Fighting was off the table, but a war of words now that he could indulge in. So you really think the whole world belongs to your Federation? I never thought I'd actually run into a true patriot from the Federation. That's a rare thing indeed. In that sense, I have to say I admire you. At least you have some self-awareness. Not like the rest of those Federation people, strutting around as if they own the world when, truth be told, they don't have a leg to stand on. Captain Zhongling, I think some of our previous views were too one-sided. We can't just say that all Federation people lack patriotism. After all, they've been taught since childhood that the world belongs to the Federation, so the whole idea of patriotism doesn't really apply to them. As long as they're standing on Earth, opposing the president is no different from us arguing with our village chief back home. We might as well just watch and enjoy the show. Come to think of it, just cleaning out Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't nearly enough. In some ways, isn't the whole Federation crawling with Hydras? It's always the same attitude. The world belongs to everyone, but in the end, it's really mine. Wang Teng silently took back his earlier compliment about Wang Kai's intelligence. He understood the general point Wang Kai was trying to make, but the way he strung his words together left much to be desired, with one thought barely connecting to the next. Even Wang Teng felt embarrassed just listening to it. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Wang Kai's childhood language teacher. As for his own family situation, Steve had some idea, but not nearly as much as others. After all, he'd been active during World War II, back when the Federation's slander against Huaxia hadn't reached today's extremes. Now, after being brought back, most of his time was spent training and recovering. He learned to use the internet for work and study, but as for gossip and online chatter, while Steve had seen some of it, he'd never paid much attention. He never realized that in the hearts of Wang Kai and the other Huaxia reinforcements, there was such a deep-seated grudge against the Federation. Steve lifted his glass and downed his drink in one go. If Wang Kai had been trying to reason with him, Steve might have argued back. But with Wang Kai's muddled complaints, Steve didn't even know where to start. So all he could do was drink in silence. Let's eat. Enough talking, Wang Kai. You can't even keep your mouth shut while you're eating. As the two countries deepen their exchanges, those old misunderstandings will gradually fade away. Sensing the tension in the air, Captain Zhongling quickly stepped in to ease the situation. After all, as members of the support team, it wouldn't do to let things get too awkward. Director Zhang Xian had told them to boost morale, but showing off too much or stirring up trouble wouldn't do anyone any good. A measured display of their abilities was enough. There was no need to outshine everyone or create unnecessary friction. What Zhongling didn't realize was that she was judging the alien battle in New York by the standards of her usual encounters with demons and monsters in China. The sheer impact this battle had on the Federation and other nations around the world was truly profound. Normally, the threats they dealt with the demons and monsters, were few in number but individually formidable, so the pressure on them was immense. This time, however, the alien soldiers they faced were overwhelming in number but posed little threat to them individually. For Zhongling and her peers, it was hardly different from sweeping away common pests. This all comes down to differing perspectives. If Tony were tasked with fighting some demons and devoted himself to developing specialized armor for that purpose, it's not as though he couldn't pull it off. The real difference lies in the adaptability and versatility of Chinese magic. It's simply more flexible and powerful in this regard. Later on, Thor might surpass them in this area. As the god of thunder of the Asgardians, whether it's attacking en masse or focusing on a single target, he's able to handle everything with ease. Thor was born with that advantage, and unless fate intervenes, the limits of Zhongling and the others will never come close to his. When Zhongling stepped in to smooth things over, Wang Teng felt it would be inappropriate to remain silent. After all, he was the host here. Right, we're all warriors defending Earth. There's no need for politics or media squabbles to ruin the mood. Let's just eat, drink, and unwind. After such a fierce battle, everyone's exhausted. We deserve to relax a bit. But I still think Wang Kai's comment about Hydra everywhere makes a lot of sense. In the end, Wang Teng couldn't hold back and blurted out the remark, making Wang Kai break into a broad grin. From across the room, they raised their glasses in a distant toast. Hydra, those extremists are but a small faction. 70 years ago, I wiped them out, and I can certainly do it again. The mere mention of Hydra struck a deep nerve in Steve. After all, he had spent the first half of his life fighting them. To think that, 70 years later, after being rescued, he'd still have to face Hydra. It was almost unthinkable. Unlike the Captain America in the original story, who knew nothing of Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D., this Steve, under Nick Fury's guidance, managed to restrain himself for now. Otherwise, if he were just a bit more impulsive, he probably would have stormed the Triskelion shield in hand. Wang Teng didn't bother to argue with Steve's stubborn defense. Everyone has their convictions. Steve was a patriot to the Federation. His heart was set on freedom and equality, but at the end of the day, he was still a soldier. 70 years ago, he was frozen in ice. If he'd remained active all those years, perhaps he would have joined those battles as well. And no one can say for sure about this. After all, justice and evil are often just a matter of perspective. Even Hydra believes themselves to be righteous. They want to establish an orderly system for all of humanity. Yet, the order they envision is far from friendly to most people, which is why they're cast as villains. But the fact that they could sway so many people shows just how powerful they are. Right now, Steve still doesn't know about Bucky's situation. Wang Teng is also waiting for the right moment to reveal the truth to Tony. After all, Mr. Howard really did look after him back in the day. Otherwise, how else could he have gotten away with roughing Tony up for so many years? Still, when it comes to Bucky, Wang Teng himself feels conflicted. Is the knife the murderer, or is it the one who wields it? He's never been able to settle that debate. He's seen all kinds of arguments online, each with its own logic. In Wang Teng's eyes, even when an officer catches a killer, the murder weapon is ultimately destroyed. So why should Bucky, as a living weapon, be spared? Is it because he's Steve's friend, a main character, once a hero of the Federation? But none of that can erase the fact that he was used as a weapon to kill. Wang Teng already knows exactly where Bucky is. He's even thought about taking revenge for the Howards with his own hands, as a way to repay old debts of kindness. Though Tony's mother never cared much for him, Wang Teng can understand. What mother would be friendly to someone who's always beating up her son? The fact that she never tried to get back at him is already more kindness than he could expect. In the end, though, Wang Teng hasn't acted on his own. The biggest victim here is Tony Stark, after all. After a long time weighing his options, Wang Teng has decided to tell Tony the truth and let him make the decision. As a son, Tony deserves at least the basic right to know. As for Steve, Wang Teng can only offer a temporary apology. Whether it's the movie version he once watched or their everyday interactions now, Steve truly embodies honor and integrity. Still, Wang Teng can't always agree with his way of thinking. Not secretly taking out Bucky is already Wang Teng's way of respecting Steve. Even if that only played a small part in his decision, it was still a factor. Wang Teng has never thought of himself as a good person. If someone were to say he isn't a bad guy, he'd consider that high praise. He remembers reading somewhere in his past life that at their core, all humans are selfish, no matter what others think. Wang Teng believes this is true. Even when he does things that might look noble to others, he's really just paving the way for his own comfort in the future. But if someone threatens that comfort, he won't hesitate to eliminate those threats entirely. Of course, he wasn't so extreme as to eliminate anyone he found disagreeable. After all, decades of Education back in his previous life had instilled in him some basic principles of decency. He still abided by those. First, he had to behave like a proper person before he could seek out any pleasure. For example, when Wang Teng went to the tavern to play games with some attractive women, he always paid for their company. He would never, ever skip out on such a bill. Even if he was going to be a scoundrel, he'd be a scoundrel with style. Just look at Tony. Though he never paid the actresses and models he spent time with, he did give them gossip and fame in return. That was exactly why those stars and models flocked to him. Everyone got what they wanted out of it. Seeing that Steve was no match for Wang Kai in the argument and had chosen to drink in silence, Wang Teng didn't want his own celebration party to fizzle out like that. He decided to stir things up a bit more. Steve, do you believe that even if Captain Zhong Ling and her team come to support the battle in New York, the news will barely mention them? If we're lucky, they'll get a couple of passing lines. Maybe not even that. In fact, there's a good chance that they'll even get smeared in the press. That's impossible, Steve shot back, sitting up straight in his chair. This isn't a conflict between countries. It's humanity against aliens. I don't believe the media would dare erase the contributions of our friends from abroad. Sure, a handful of racists might try something, but I believe most journalists are fair-minded. On this point, Steve could speak with real conviction. In his mind, the media was supposed to report information to the people honestly and impartially. Like he said, this was a victory for all humankind over an extraterrestrial threat. If the media could erase or even tarnish the achievements of humanity's heroes, then they hardly deserved to be called people at all. If that ever happened, Steve would be deeply disappointed in the Federation, for such behavior would be utterly at odds with his ideals of justice and order. Meanwhile, Captain Zhong Ling and Daoist Qing Yun, along with the other teammates from home, just curled their lips with a hint of scorn. They ate and drank as usual. After all, they had anticipated all of this before they came. Back home, they'd never appeared in the public eye anyway. If they could get through this in the Federation without being cursed at, that would already be a stroke of luck. They knew full well what sort of character the federal government had. After all, with such heavy losses among the public in the recent battle in New York, someone had to be made a scapegoat. As outsiders, they were the perfect targets. Still, refusing to pitch in wasn't an option either. This was a war between humanity and aliens, and everyone understood what was at stake. Folks back home had a much clearer grasp of this than the clueless citizens of the Federation. Otherwise, there would never have been a war on the peninsula years ago. Natasha and Barton exchanged a glance and chose to remain silent. They'd been through situations like this far too many times. The FBI and local law enforcement had long harbored resentment towards S.H.I.E.L.D., mostly because S.H.I.E.L.D. often ended up taking the blame for their messes. As agents who walked in the shadows, Natasha and Barton were intimately familiar with this kind of thing. To them, it wasn't even particularly noteworthy. The only difference this time was that the stakes had risen to matters between nations and governments. So they kept quiet. After all, there was nothing they could say that would change anything. To put it bluntly, their rank was too low for anyone to pay them any mind, and besides, they had no reason to stick there. Next out for this kind of trouble. If the sky falls, it's the tall ones who hold it up. They were just ordinary soldiers, perhaps a little stronger than most, but not by much. As for Thor and Dr. Banner, this was even less their concern. Thor, with his brawny, alien ways, and Banner, ever the absorbed scholar, probably hadn't even worked out what all this bickering and awkwardness was really about. After all, weren't they comrades who'd fought side by side? Wouldn't it be better to simply enjoy a drink together? In any case, both of them seemed in good spirits. Thor, satisfied after a good brawl, and Banner, feeling an unfamiliar sense of ease. Probably because the Hulk had gotten his fill of fun and was finally at peace, granting Banner a rare moment of tranquility. Why not take advantage of it to relax? In the end, Tony couldn't bear to let Steve shoulder the awkwardness alone. After all, Steve was his uncle in name, even if Tony never acknowledged it. Steve, that's enough. Wang Teng is right. What he said is already happening. Tony pulled out a tablet, opened up the latest news about the Battle of New York, and handed it to Steve. Not even Wang Teng had noticed when Tony had slipped home to grab the tablet, but then their houses were right next door, just a door apart. Steve took the tablet and silently scrolled through the news. Tony let out a sigh and took the opportunity to pour himself another glass of Wang Teng's fine liquor. Despite his arrogance and self-centeredness, Tony, as a billionaire who regularly mingled with politicians and the media, saw things far more clearly than most. Even with just a glance, he knew exactly what those federal parasites and the media were up to. He might not like the outcome, but what could he do about it? He was just a rich man, a former playboy and socialite. Tony knew he had no way to change the world, and as he watched the news, anger and sorrow welled up inside him. He could easily imagine that, If not for the help of friends from his homeland who had drawn the fire onto themselves, the target of all those dark accusations in the news would have been him. Out of everyone involved, he knew he was the only one truly suited to take the fall. If it really came to that, Tony wasn't even sure he could bear the weight. In the past, he'd never cared about public opinion, but seeing those headlines, each one marked by the loss of life, filled him with an unfamiliar sense of anxiety. Steve scrolled through the news and comments one by one, his face growing darker with every line. A heavy confusion and guilt settled over him. He didn't blame the ordinary people, swept up in the tide, but the actions of the Federation and the media left him deeply disappointed. This was no longer the land of freedom and courage he had once believed in. Contrary to what Wang Teng had said, the news did mention the aid from their homeland, but not a single comment was positive. Even a rare word of praise was quickly drowned amid a torrent of harsh criticism and condemnation. There were accusations that their homeland had failed to send help in time, leading to immense losses for the Federation and New York. Others blamed their compatriots for failing to protect the people of New York, for letting the citizens of the supposedly superior Federation come harm. Still others claimed the heroes from home had ignored the refugees, focusing only on fighting the aliens. Abuse filled every corner, leaving Steve reeling. Some Federation citizens even demanded that their government destroy HX's homeland, so that all these superheroes from HX would then belong to the Federation, able to protect their people first. After all, wasn't the Federation the center of the world, and didn't their needs come before all else? It was then that Steve finally understood what Wang Teng meant by saying everyone in the Federation was a Hydra. The Federation's words and attitudes were, at their core, no different from Hydra's ideology. Racial superiority? World narcissism? Weren't these the very things Hydra had once peddled and left behind? Steve wondered, had he destroyed Hydra, only to see the entire Federation turn into a new Hydra? The thought filled him with frustration. He might not fully grasp the tricks employed by the news media, but it was painfully clear that someone was manipulating public sentiment. If they had all been equally reviled, Steve might have found it easier to bear. But the comments were clearly targeted. Only their comrades from HX bore the brunt of the abuse, while he and Tony were being lauded as savior heroes. This only made Steve feel all the more uneasy that it was clear that neither the ordinary citizens of the Federation nor its top government officials could accept that their saviors were superheroes from the other side of the world, especially when those heroes were sent by a rival regime that had long been the target of their political smears. Even though they were the ones calling for help, they still felt compelled to promote their own superheroes. However, there was one thing Wang Teng had not been wrong about. Someone had indeed been erased from the news, his name never even mentioned. That person was Wang Teng himself. Although he had held Federation citizenship since childhood, he was, after all, a native of his homeland. And perhaps his exceptional prowess played a part as well. On the battlefield, he was practically a one-man army, with overwhelming offensive power and the stamina to keep fighting. It seemed there was little that could stand in his way, even an entire nation. If Wang Teng had been the only person from his country involved, perhaps the Federation government would have allowed him his moment in the spotlight. But the news was already filled with images of other compatriots from his homeland. If Wang Teng appeared as well, he would surely become yet another target for public criticism. The Federation government had no desire to provoke his wrath. In their eyes, people from his country were generally known for their forbearance. Yet Wang Teng had grown up in the Federation, educated in its ways, and they doubted he would tolerate being wronged so easily. Should conflict erupt, it would only bring them trouble. Moreover, the nuclear warhead Wang Teng had placed atop Tri-Wing Tower was still sitting there, impossible to ignore. No one wanted to wake up one morning only to find the beauty by their side, replaced by something far more terrifying. Steve grew angrier the longer he watched. His fists tightened until his knuckles cracked, and the tablet in his hand began to show hairline fractures. The manipulation of public opinion was becoming more blatant and exaggerated by the day. News reports were nothing but carefully selected images taken out of context. Thor's thunderous might, the Hulk's brute strength, Captain Marvel, Natasha, and Hawkeye rescuing civilians, and bravely fighting extraterrestrials, Tony Stark's high-tech armor shielding the people. Under the dazzling spotlight cast on these heroes, Captain Zhongling and her team were painted as weak and ineffectual, not only failing to help, but even dragging Tony and the others down. It was as if, but for their interference, Tony, Thor, and the rest would have already driven off the alien invaders through their combined efforts. Steve's anger only deepened. This went far beyond his understanding of human nature's darker side. Even Hydra, in its day, though it dreamed of world domination, maintained a certain respect for its adversaries. For all the heinous crimes it committed against ordinary people, That was simply because it never saw them as worthy opponents in the first place. But now, faced with an opponent obviously far stronger than themselves, the Federation government not only failed to reflect on its own mistakes, but instead shifted all the blame onto its adversary. I truly wonder if their brains are in the right place. Even someone as single-minded as Thor wouldn't see things that way. If it weren't for the strength of his convictions, Steve might have already fallen apart by now. How could it be that in just a few short decades, the Federation, which in his heart had always stood for self-improvement, opposition to tyranny, and the fight for the freedom of all people, had turned into what it was today? With a crash, the tablet in Steve's hands finally gave in to his anger and met its end, its mission brought to a sudden and honorable close. Taking a deep breath, Steve straightened up and bowed solemnly to Captain Zhongling and the others, wanting to apologize for his earlier arrogance. Yet even so, Steve did not abandon his beliefs. On the contrary, his resolve only became firmer. Since he had once defeated Hydra all those years ago, he would now seek a way to change this world. Even if such an idea seemed unrealistic, he was willing to devote his life to striving for it. He was a soldier, an indomitable warrior. In the past, his favorite saying was, "I could fight all day." Now, he decided to change it. "I can fight for a lifetime, until the moment I fall." "My friend from across the sea," Steve said, bowing deeply once more, "I apologize for my previous remarks. I made assumptions I shouldn't have. But please trust me, I will do my best to clarify things regarding this battle. Even if I'm only one man, these are things that must be done." Perhaps the Federation government still hasn't realized the gravity of the situation. Earth has already been exposed to the eyes of extraterrestrials. All of humanity should stand united. Since the people of my Federation have forgotten the Declaration of Freedom, then, as Captain America, it's my duty to remind them. After all, it's a title that bears the name of my country. Steve bowed deeply once more, then raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Wang Kai and the others hadn't expected Steve to say such words. Even as citizens of the Federation, they couldn't help but respect him. They might have been frustrated with Federation officials before, but they had to admit, people are different, and even in the Federation, there were upright men like Steve. Such people were rare. At least, they'd never met one before now. But Steve's actions revealed his sense of responsibility, and in this regard, he far outshone Natasha and Barton, the Federation's agents. Finally, I made it through. That was tough. I like you, kid. You've got my respect. Wang Kai chuckled warmly, giving Steve a hearty pat on the shoulder, signaling his approval. Yet the words he spoke left Steve feeling a bit awkward. Although Wang Kai looked to be only about 30, Steve figured he was at least a century old. Of course, Steve had no idea how old Wang Kai and the others actually were. Aside from Captain Zhong Ling and the student Mo Mu, he doubted anyone here was younger than himself. Even the youngest among them had to be about his age. Wang Teng didn't have the ability to instantly see a person's exact age, but he could make a reasonable guess. Mo Mu was clearly just a young man, still a student. That much was obvious. Captain Zhong Ling, though her skills matched those of Daoist Qing Yun and the others, was clearly using abilities that were developed rather than cultivated through traditional practice. Perhaps her powers have been influenced by Huaxia's arcane traditions, but at their core, her abilities were innately powerful. To Wang Teng's senses, she couldn't possibly be more than 30. As for Daoist Qing Yun and his peers, there was really no need to mention their ages. Even Li Xianzi, who sometimes appeared to be a girl of only 18 or 19, Wang Teng was certain, well over 100 years old. So it was perfectly reasonable for these people to call Steve kid. After all, to ordinary folks, they were all timeless old monsters. Tony, too, felt a pang of embarrassment. In terms of sheer influence, he was probably the most prominent person in the room. Yet it was Steve who had stepped forward first. As rebellious as Tony was, even he had never dared to challenge the rules of the world so brazenly. Steve's resolve was astonishing. Steve had inspired generations of citizens, and, as the spiritual leader of the Federation, he still commanded considerable public trust. Yet, at the end of the day, his real-world status was only that of soldier. Without orders from above, he might never even face the media. And even if he did, what he said would likely be twisted beyond recognition by the press. No wonder he was the one Tony's father had so often praised. Though Tony was reluctant to admit it, for the first time, he truly respected Steve from the bottom of his heart. Count me in. I think my words would carry more weight. After all, I'm a billionaire, and in their narrative, I'm the hero of this battle, Tony said. His tone was confident, but he felt a flicker of uncertainty inside. He knew all too well the faces and tactics of those people, but he had to play his part and do what needed to be done. This was his pride as Iron Man. Without it, he wouldn't be Iron Man at all. Tony, don't flatter yourself too much. Who do you think you are? In the eyes of the public, you're nothing more than a playboy. Among all of us, I'd say your words have the least credibility. It wouldn't take much for people to twist whatever you say and derail the conversation. They might even slap a label on you, call it war trauma, and claim you're mentally unstable. Wang Teng exposed Tony without a shred of mercy, and the worst part was that Tony couldn't even argue back. In fact, he understood this reality even better than Wang Teng did. If you add us to the mix, then what? Natasha and Barton stood up as well to make their stance clear. Staying silent at a time like this simply wasn't in their character. It would take a real fool to do that. And count me in too. I'm the Prince of Asgard, after all. I could stand up and vouch for this. Thor drained his drink in one big gulp. He might not have grasped all the details, but he understood the gist. In Asgard, heroes should be revered, not smeared with mud. I think I should step up as well. Dr. Banner raised his hand quietly. He'd always preferred to keep his distance from such affairs. But, given his own history, he realized he had to take a stand. Otherwise, he might be next, and things could go even worse for him. Wang Teng let out a cold laugh, his voice full of scorn for the group. So what do we have here? A playboy, a retired soldier, the brother of a mastermind behind an alien invasion, a big guy whose specialty is destruction, plus two people everyone sees as mere tools. Do you all really think you have that much influence? Do you honestly believe that saving the world means you deserve endless praise? Aren't you all a bit old to still be this naive? Wang Teng was genuinely furious. If it had only been a matter of erasing the contributions of Zhongling and the others, he might have been able to swallow his anger. But, seeing the wave of slander and smear campaigns, he found himself wishing he could take that nuclear warhead stored in the Triskelion and toss it right back in New York. After all, Zhongling and the rest were his responsibility. They'd come because of him. A deep sense of shame gnawed at him, as if he'd not only been slapped in the face, but beaten until his whole head was swollen. Wang Teng didn't care who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, whether it was the top brass or Hydra. Right now, he just wanted a round. Up a crew of his brothers from Hell's Kitchen, drag those people out one by one, and let them have their last ride in a coffin on the house. As for the ordinary people, Wang Teng had just one thing to say. In an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. If he didn't mount his flying sword and treat the Federation to a round of unlimited airstrikes, he'd consider himself merciful. There's a saying, swallow your anger for a moment and it only festers. Take a step back. Well, to hell with that. Wang Teng's stubbornness flared up. For him, managing not to flip the table was already a testament to his self-restraint. Maybe we can't change the minds of those above us, and maybe our words don't carry enough weight, but as long as we step forward and lead by example, we'll change some people's minds. If we do nothing, that's truly the worst outcome. Slow change is always better than doing nothing at all. Steve's conviction only grew firmer. He wouldn't let a few words from Wang Teng sway his beliefs. As he himself had said, someone had to take action, no matter how difficult the path. And Steve was never one to shy away from hardship. Zhongling and the others were the first to notice that something was off with Wang Teng. His bloodshot eyes and twisted expression made him look as if he was about to lay waste to the whole world. They couldn't just let Wang Teng lose control over something like this. After all, they'd witnessed his true power firsthand. That final blow in the magic capital had made it clear. With one slap, he could level an entire city without breaking a sweat. Zhongling and his team were here on a mission, and they'd already considered the worst-case scenarios before arriving. Now, all they had to endure was a scolding. Not exactly a heavy price to pay. In their eyes, things could have been much worse. Though they too felt a simmering anger, it wasn't as if they could take it out on ordinary people. As for matters higher up, those would be dealt with by those in charge. After much persuading, they finally managed to calm Wang Teng down. Seeing how the others seemed unbothered, Wang Teng found he had nowhere to vent his frustration, so he simply drowned in drink. The rest could only watch, resigned, as what should have been a celebratory banquet turned sour. How foolish you Earthlings are, came Loki's sneering voice. Such a simple problem, and you've wasted so much time discussing it. With your abilities, unifying this planet shouldn't be such a challenge. Release me, and I'll show you how it's done. Wang Teng's anger, far from subsiding, was only stoked by Loki's taunt. Even Thor couldn't help but cover his face with a hand as he glanced at Loki's wild, upright hair. Had Loki been shocked senseless in that strange ring? Where was his usual cunning? Why provoke Wang Teng now of all times? Sorry, Loki. This time, even your brother can't save you. Sure enough, with Wang Teng in need of target for his pent-up anger, he quickly found one in Loki. Under his control, the electric net that had previously left Loki some room now pressed tightly against him. At this point, Loki couldn't even make the slightest move, Just breathing a little too hard, making his chest rise and fall, would earn him another jolt. Clearly, Loki wasn't yet skilled enough to control even his own breathing. The group was treated to a spectacle more electrifying than any legendary dance, a wild, full-body convulsion performed by Loki himself. The electric power wasn't strong enough. It probably couldn't even match the damage caused by Master Yang's electroshock therapy, let alone hurt Loki. But when combined with the magic that traps its target in place, it did manage to keep Loki from escaping, leaving him shuddering uncontrollably on the spot. Watching Loki's performance, Wang Teng felt a heavy weight lift from his chest, and the mood in the room lightened. After all, if it weren't for Loki, none of this chaos would have happened in the first place. Except for Thor. Truth be told, seeing Loki making a fool of himself, Thor felt both pity and amusement. He pitied Loki, who had grown up unscathed, now suffering such humiliation, afraid this might leave a shadow in his heart. Yet, it was also genuinely funny, and in a way, it helped Thor vent his anger over what had happened to his kidneys. You all, take your think. Oh, mortal, can't see control. You're lala laughing at me. I won't. Right then, Loki's words came out with a strange, stuttering electronic sound. To be honest, if there had been a beat behind it, it would have sounded like a remix. A few minutes later, Loki's eyes turned red, and tears of humiliation began to fall. He had to admit, in all his years, ever since he'd understood the world, Loki had never cried. It was always others who cried because of him. No one had ever made him shed tears. He never imagined that after 1,000 years, he'd finally taste what tears were like. Thor's heart ached at the sight. He quickly pleaded with Wang Teng, hoping he'd show mercy and stop tormenting Loki. Even if they had to keep him captive, at least they shouldn't subject him to such punishment. After all, Loki was still their little prince of Asgard, deserving a degree of respect. Even in Asgard, they rarely mistreated prisoners, unless things got really out of hand. Looking at Loki's miserable state, and with Thor's earnest plea, the others, though they harbored no fondness for Loki, the cause of all this trouble, and even wished he'd suffer more, reluctantly joined in to ask Wang Teng for leniency. After all, Thor was on their side, had fought alongside them against the alien threat, and deserved some consideration. Besides, Thor had already promised to lock Loki up once they returned, so they might as well give him some face. Wang Teng didn't want to keep up the grudge either. After all, everyone had gathered to celebrate, and dragging things out further would spoil the mood. So he relaxed the formation around Loki, giving him a little space to move. Finally freed from the electric net's grip, Loki couldn't take it anymore. He sat on the ground and threw a full-blown tantrum, his voice rising to a piercing shriek. Watching Loki now, so far removed from his former elegance, Wang Teng could only see a child throwing a fit, crossed with a street shrew hurling insults. And so, a thought that Wang Teng had once dismissed now resurfaced in his mind, persistent and impossible to shake off. They say that the real test of your work comes when your book goes on sale, but honestly, even after it's released, I have no idea how to check my results. Maybe it's something you only find out later, when you see the royalties. All I can do is sincerely ask for everyone's support. Please buy the official version if you can. Whether I get a feast, or just sip cold water, all depends on how this launch goes. After the book goes live, I'll work even harder to update. Definitely more diligently than before. Otherwise, I'd be letting down all the readers who've given me their hard-earned money. I heard there are some perks if you get over 100 first-day subscriptions, but I'm not really sure what they are. I don't dare ask the editor too many questions. Afraid I wouldn't understand even if I did. So all I can do is ask you, dear readers, for those precious first subscriptions. Let's see if we can make something beautiful happen together. Is it inappropriate to ask for first subscriptions here? Should I post a dedicated chapter with my launch thoughts like other authors do? Everyone else seems to do it, so maybe I should too. No need to be the odd one out. It's a bit of a dilemma. First subscriptions, please. First subscriptions, and all kinds of votes, too. Thank you so much for your support. With so many talented and beautiful readers gathered here, I'm sure you'll help me fulfill this small wish of mine. The book is about to go live. I've thought about it for a long time, and I think I should post some launch reflections after all. Since it's what everyone else does, it feels a bit strange not to, like I'm being too different, not fitting in. To be honest, I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to say in a launch reflection, so I'll just chat a bit. Truthfully, I don't have any groups to join in the first place. These past few years of the pandemic have turned my life upside down. I used to make decent money and spend it freely, never even considered saving. Then suddenly, life threw me some curveballs, and I ended up borrowing quite a bit, maxed out my credit cards and everything. Normally, it wouldn't have been such a big deal, but then the pandemic hit. Just when things should have been getting better, I couldn't keep up, and life seemed to get harder with each passing day. Now in my 30s, I've run into the biggest financial crisis of my life. I've never been great at making friends, and my circle was small to begin with. After getting married, I lost touch with most people, mainly because I had too many female friends, and after marriage, I thought it best not to keep in contact. Male friends? Having 2 buddies to drink and chat with is enough. Why bother knowing so many? This is the kind of thing I can only say here. But enough about that. Let's talk about this book. I promise I absolutely won't stop updating and will see it through to the end. That's just basic integrity. Even the 2 books I've temporarily set aside are ones I plan to pick up again in the future. The outlines are already there, but won't be anytime soon. I just don't have the energy. Right now, all my effort is focused on this book. Honestly, it's a struggle to keep going since I still have to work. In the beginning, my writing was all over the place. Sometimes I forget what I wrote just the day before. The plot in my head often didn't match what was on the page, and I kept losing my rhythm. I spent a lot more time editing than actually writing the story. Fortunately, things are finally starting to fall into place for me. Now, even if the book is put on the shelves, I'm not worried about running out of ideas or not knowing what to write next. Honestly, I haven't watched every single Marvel movie or TV show, just the most important ones. Most of my understanding of the plot actually comes from the novels I've read over the years. I don't want to catch up on the storylines, but spare time is hard to come by, and there's always some little thing getting in the way. But then I thought, since this is a story about crossing into another world, and Marvel itself has so many parallel universes, what's the point of just copying everything from the movies and shows? If I did that, why would anyone bother to read my novel? It has to have something uniquely mine. Overall, I'll follow the main plot lines, but the protagonist will definitely turn everything upside down. To use an analogy, Marvel is like a chunk of beef, and us writers are the ones adding all kinds of seasonings, making spicy boiled beef, beef stew with potatoes, and so on. I suppose what I'm serving up is probably more like a beef soup with herbal medicine. At first, my updates were pretty sporadic. Sometimes I'd even miss a day or 2, and readers have complained more than once about how short my chapters are. I feel rather helpless about that. I know it causes readers to drift away, but there wasn't much I could do. Thankfully, I've managed to get into a better rhythm now. As one reader said, from now on, no more binge-watching series, no more shopping sprees, no more gatherings, just focus on writing this novel. I used to see other rebirth story writers churning out tens of thousands of words a day. I'm sorry to let everyone down, but I'm just not that fast. I wish I could speed up, but for now, I can only promise to get faster and faster. This is my very first book. I can't compare myself to those masters. We're just not in the same league. I've never really wanted to compete with anyone else. As long as I can put food on the table, that's enough for me. Recently, I've had a little more time and managed to update more often. My old wages are still stuck somewhere. My new job fell through, so I'm still job hunting while also continuing to write. In the end, everything catches up with you. You reap what you sow. Let me ask you all a question. Would you rather I post longer chapters at once, or break them in shorter updates more frequently? The total word count would be the same either way. To finish off, let's play a game. Here's a question. What's the real story behind Nuwa creating humans? Everyone's welcome to get creative and brainstorm as many ideas as possible. I'll go first. In ancient times, the planet where Nuwa lived faced a terrible crisis, forcing her to come to Earth. Back then, the oxygen content on Earth was extremely high, and the native inhabitants were all gigantic. Let's give these giant primitives a name. Let's call them the Wu. When outsiders tried to claim their territory, the Wu naturally resisted, and so began the legendary war between the Wu and the demons that, in order to study the traits and flaws of Earthlings, Nuwa, as the chief scientist, began her biochemical experiments. Thus, the Renwu, a hybrid of human and shaman, came into being, created by her own hand. Later, Earth was struck by cataclysmic change. The oxygen content in the air suddenly plummeted. All the large creatures were unable to adapt to these violent shifts, and only the smaller hybrids managed to endure. In time, they gradually evolved into the human race, suited to the oxygen levels of the present world. Yes, that's how it happened. Actually, there are many interesting ideas, but I can't elaborate too much here. Just wanted to give you a general picture and see what brilliant thoughts everyone else might have. By the way, I'd really appreciate it if you could support the first subscription tomorrow. I need to eat, after all. The censorship has been so harsh that I'm at a loss for what to change anymore. It's a complete collapse. Everything I delete ends up crippled, so I'm putting this out for free and letting you piece it together as best you can. As for Hela's talent for destruction, Wang Teng has experienced it firsthand. Otherwise, in the original story, she wouldn't have appeared only to tear down Asgard. As for Surtur, the fire giant, Wang Teng could only respond with a sardonic chuckle. Truly, Odin's family put on quite a show. Can you let me down now? Hela's voice was a mix of grievance and frustration. In tens of thousands of years as a goddess, she had never met a man as shameless as Wang Teng. She was tempted to describe him with the vilest words known to mortals. But even the worst curses fell short of capturing a fraction of his outrageousness. All Hela could think about was breaking free, exacting her revenge on Wang Teng the instant she was released, and then stringing him up in her place, lashing him raw with the sacred whip of judgment. All right, I'll let you down now. You should have said so earlier. Thor and I are good brothers. After all, we're all friends here. You're welcome in my home anytime. With that, Wang Teng hurriedly took Hela down from the tree. After all, she'd already stated her intentions. It wouldn't be right to keep her hanging any longer. Besides, he'd already surreptitiously recorded the entire process. Knowing when to quit while ahead is the true path to victory. Wang Teng swore what happened next was absolutely not intentional, purely an accident. Perhaps Hela had been left hanging on that southeast branch for too long, and the immortal binding rope was tied a bit too tight. The moment Wang Teng set her down, she couldn't steady herself and stumbled forward. She was, after all, a woman who had come for a matchmaking meeting with him. Wang Teng couldn't just stand by and watch her fall, so he instinctively reached out to catch her. The scream that followed was earth-shattering, sharper and more piercing than anything before. Wang Teng's eardrums were practically ringing. I'm going to kill you. Hela had utterly lost her mind. If before, she could still convince herself that Wang Teng hadn't actually thrown her, that it was just some enchanted weapon or treasure that had caused her distress, she could at least barely justify it to herself. But this time, there was simply no way to explain it away. I am Odin's daughter, Hela, first princess of Asgard, goddess of death, true master of the realms of death and the underworld among the 9 worlds. Today, I was defiled by a lowly mortal. I swear, I'm about to lose my mind. Swallowing hard, Wang Teng quickly put some distance between himself and Hela. When facing a furious woman, sometimes it was wiser to avoid direct confrontation. Admittedly, he had been in the wrong just now, but it was a reflex. He honestly couldn't be blamed for it. Then, Hela saw Wang Teng make a gesture, as if he hadn't quite had enough yet. Whatever fragments of rationality she had left were now whipped into a chaotic storm in her mind. Without hesitation, twin swords materialized in her hands, and she charged straight at Wang Teng, not bothering with any technique or strategy. She just wanted to cut down this bastard right in front of her. Wang Teng felt a pang of regret. When he'd set Hela down just now, he'd carelessly untied the immortal binding rope as well. Why was he so quick with his hands? Now he had only himself to blame. If he'd left it on, maybe even after an accident like this, they could have at least had a calm conversation. Now he was truly in trouble. He couldn't just tie her up again. That would be, well, too much. Not that he couldn't win a fight, but the point was, he was at fault. Wang Teng wasn't some brute. He had his own moral boundaries. Even if he did cross a line, he'd at least pay the other party and make sure they were taken care of. But now, facing Hela after what just happened, he couldn't just beat her up again. That wasn't right. He wasn't like Thor, that big oaf with skin as tough as armor, who could take a beating just fine. This was a princess. Even if she was a rather ancient one, she was still a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Wang Teng simply couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. 3 minutes later, Wang Teng decided to stop running. Glancing back, he saw the ground behind him looked like the surface of the moon. If this kept up, his whole home would be demolished. Hey woman, are you part tractor or something? You've practically plowed my whole place already. If you don't stop, I won't be so polite to you. You bastard. Today, it's either you die or I do. How dare you insult me like this? Take this. At this point, Hela didn't look much like a proud Asgardian warrior. It hadn't even been that long, and she was already exhausted. Wang Teng shook his head. Weren't Western women supposed to be tough? Why was Hela still going at it? Could she really be tens of thousands of years old? No wonder Odin was so eager to find her a match. She hadn't even dated before, and she was already acting like she was in her twilight years. Who knew when the Aesir gods entered that stage? Anyway, by their standards, Hela was probably just newly of age, at least of the royal bloodline. For an ordinary Aesir, she'd have lived 2 lifetimes by now. So, it was hard to say for sure. Facing the twin swords flashing toward him, Wang Teng decided not to dodge this time. He made his move. He stepped forward, meeting Hela face to face. While she was caught off guard, he suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her close. This time, Hela didn't cry out. Not because she was holding it in, but because she was completely stunned. Never, not once in her life, had any man dared to hold her like this, let alone slap her on that part of her waist. Hela's mind was a complete blank. Only one thought echoed in her head. There goes my last shred of innocence. As for Wang Teng, his head was also filled with a single notion. No wonder she's a goddess. The feel is incredible. If I'd known, I would've. Are you done making a scene yet? Are you still gonna throw a tantrum? Can we talk like adults now? A string of awkward silences followed, heavy and lingering. If the flush on Hella's face before had been from anger, now an odd crimson spread from her ears, intensifying and deepening. Her words tumbled out in a jumbled mess. Wang Teng thought he'd just heard something strange, and then, well, it seemed those few smacks of his had, somehow, awakened a mysterious attribute in Hella. If Odin ever found out, who knows if he might actually chop him in half. Rumor had it that pitchfork of his could cut through fate itself. Looking at Hella, eyes shimmering with unshed tears, Wang Teng felt a headache coming on. He wanted to play the older man, charming the younger woman, but now it seemed he was the one at risk of getting devoured. This was getting tricky. At last, Wang Teng and Hella managed to sit down together in peace for a proper conversation. Truth be told, Hella's calm presence was truly extraordinary. Her bearing surpassed any so-called noble lady by a mile. In fact, those refined women would seem a joke next to her. Yet the way she kept gazing at Wang Teng, eyes brimming with emotion, made him more than a little uncomfortable. So, when do you plan to head back? Wang Teng had no choice but to break the silence first. The sooner he could coax this goddess princess home, the better. Are you trying to get rid of me? Good grief. In Wang Teng's memory, Hella was always so forceful, but now she looked so vulnerable that he couldn't help but surrender completely. A quick aside to some readers. Any author's notes in the main chapters are counted as free word count. If you don't like them, there won't be any more in the future. Most have already been deleted. The rest, I just can't be bothered to change. Watching Loki throwing a tantrum on the floor and Thor standing by, at a complete loss, Wang Teng felt more convinced than ever that his plan was perfect. Not only had he solved Loki's current predicament and given everyone a bit of satisfaction, but he'd also spared himself a lot of future trouble. If you make such a mess, you shouldn't expect to just leave scot-free just because you're an alien. Actions have consequences, and mistakes must be paid for. Besides, in the end, this solution would benefit both Thor and Odin. Who knows? Maybe they'd even thank him for it. Lost in thought, Wang Teng paid no attention to the expression on his face, which, to everyone else, looked absolutely villainous. Tony and the others couldn't help but want to put a little more distance between themselves and Wang Teng. And it was really only thanks to Loki's current mischief that the mood at the dinner table had lightened up a bit. Slowly walking over to Loki, Wang Teng crouched down with a gentle smile, speaking in what he thought was a friendly tone. Loki, I have something good here, a real opportunity for you. I promise it's a good thing. If you got the guts, kill me. You wretched mortal. Go ahead, see if Asgard won't send an army to flatten your Earth if you dare. Maybe you people aren't afraid, but what about the ordinary folks on this planet? Come on, start a war. I am a prince of the divine realm, the great god of mischief, Loki. How dare you humiliate me like this? As long as I draw breath, I swear I'll see your world crushed beneath my feet one day. Loki had completely given up on pretense, letting everything shatter. He'd maintained his image for over 1,000 years, and who'd have thought it would be ruined in this wretched place called Earth? If his reputation was already in ruins, then let it all burn. He felt no love left for this world. Thor, meanwhile, was itching to rush over and cover Loki's mouth before he could spout any more nonsense. He's already a prisoner. Why couldn't he show a little caution? Thor wondered where all Loki's famed cleverness had vanished to over the years. Even if you're feeling crushed and humiliated, why not just go back, work hard, and take revenge later? Can't you see? Your own brother, me, has suffered indignities too, but I've endured them just the same. After all, we're gods. Our lifespans are long, and we're royalty. By the time his bones have turned to dust, we'll still be alive. Why bother stooping to quarrel with a mere mortal right now? Thor might not have learned much during his time on Earth, but the lesson of a wise man takes care not to suffer immediate loss had certainly stuck with him. Even if I can't beat you, I can outlive you, he thought. I'll just wait you out. When you're dead and gone, I can dance on your grave. What could you possibly do about it? No matter what self-consoling logic Thor had going on his mind, Loki wasn't feeling any of it right now. They'd both lived for centuries as gods, and never before had Loki suffered such humiliation. Not even when frost giants were chasing them down. Back then, at least, he'd only watched from the sidelines, watching Thor and the others being chased. It had nothing to do with him. Loki, the cleverest of them all, how could he have stumbled so badly? All these years, he'd never once taken Midgard seriously, never thought highly of Earth, and now he was suffering such injustice here of all places. Worst of all, no one was standing up for him. In the past, whenever he faced adversity, his brother Thor would immediately jump to his defense, but this time, Thor was just standing there, joining those detestable mortals in laughing at his misfortune. That I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to cry. I'm gonna make a scene. Aren't we all just babies at heart? Even you, Thor, with your hulking frame and brawny muscles, can cry your heart out. So why can't I, Loki, who's so delicate and frail? Throw a little tantrum? Go ahead, try to finish me off if you dare. As long as you're all too afraid to kill me, too scared of starting an interstellar war, then I, Loki, have nothing to fear. Come on, let's hurt each other all we want. The more Loki cried and raged, the clearer his mind became. He felt as if he'd reached an epiphany. No wonder there's an old saying on Earth. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. It's not too late for me to start crying now. Glancing outside at Thor, who was convulsing all over from the electric net, Loki continued his wailing, but inside, he was sneering coldly, still as brainless as ever. If escaping were possible, I would have been out of here already. And yet he still dares to call himself the god of thunder? How did I never realize Thor was afraid of electricity before? I'll have to jot this down in my little notebook. One more way to deal with Thor in the future. Thor had no way to deal with Loki, but Wang Teng was a different matter altogether. Wang Teng had been pleased with his own ingenious plan, but now Loki's incessant crying and fussing was driving him to distraction. Without a word, Wang Teng shoved his hand through the electric net, grabbed Loki by the neck, and lifted him off the ground. Can you speak properly for once? Loki looked at Wang Teng, a smile playing on his lips, but his eyes were cold and utterly devoid of feeling. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately dropped his act. This guy doesn't play by the rules. If I keep this up, I really might die. Where did such a powerful human even come from? Ever since I met him, nothing good has happened to me. Seeing Loki finally give in, Wang Teng nodded and set him down. He even reached out to neaten Loki's collar. It really is a good thing. As long as you do what I ask, not only will I forgive you, but everyone here will let bygones be bygones. What do you want? Loki grew increasingly uneasy. If Wang Teng had threatened him outright, he might have felt more relaxed. It was this gentle, almost amiable tone that made Loki feel nothing good could come of it. Oh, it's nothing too major. I have a vial of potion here. As long as you drink it, all your grudges with Earth will be settled. Sounds like a good deal, right? From now on, no one will bother you again. And don't worry, this potion is only beneficial for you. No harm at all. It won't hurt your body, and you'll even feel grateful to me deep down inside. The moment Wang Teng finished speaking, Loki felt the world go dark for a second. His mind was flooded with images of all sorts of sinister magical elixirs and black arts. Thinking of those terrifying potions, Loki shuddered at the thought. Was this fearsome human, Wang Teng, planning to use him as a living experiment? No, this is a divine body experiment. Don't try to fool yourself with such simple words. After all, you are Loki, the new generation's most famous magical genius of Asgard, not someone unfamiliar with concocting magical potions. Black magic is full of brews that make life worse than death. First, tell me what kind of potion it is. Even though he was already at someone else's mercy, Loki still wanted to put up a fight. After all, he was a magical prodigy. Knowing the potion's name in advance might help him figure out a way to counter it. Don't worry, it really isn't anything evil. It's just a simple transformation potion. The perfect kind, no side effects. Plenty of people want it, but I'm reluctant to hand it out. Loki let out a silent sigh of relief. If it was merely a transformation potion, that wasn't so hard to accept. Turning into a sheep or a dog. At worst, it would just be a bit humiliating. At this point, what else was there to say? He continued, no problem. Go ahead. What will I turn into? Relax. Would I bring out anything low-grade? It'll just turn you from Loki into Logi. That's all. A sly smile curled at the corners of Wang Teng's mouth. Loki? For a moment, Loki didn't catch on to Wang Teng's pun. He stared at Wang Teng in confusion, but it was Taoist Qin Yun and the others who caught on first. Although they were all older, they weren't out of touch with the world, quite. The opposite, they were often ahead of the curve with high-tech gadgets, sometimes even more so than the younger generation. After all, they were always on the front lines. Any good thing came to them before anyone else. Little G turns into little G, eh? No problem. If that's the case, I'd absolutely forgive him. Girls, after all, deserve a bit of special treatment. Wang Kai couldn't hold back his laughter. This whole affair had little to do with them. They'd only come to lend a hand. Yet not only had they managed to get some things that would benefit their bodies, now they were about to witness an incredible transformation show. This trip was well worth it. Tony and the others soon caught on, and their expressions turned odd. Honestly, who needs a trip to Thailand for this sort of thing? Just one bottle of magic potion. Safe and harmless, with none of the worries that follow certain surgeries. Their eyes drifted to Loki's still handsome face, then down to his legs, and they exchanged looks full of meaning. Thor felt conflicted, but also a little bit curious. He'd never imagined his brother might one day become his sister. How to describe this? It was just so strange. Asgard's libraries did mention gender-changing black magic, but those spells were always described as cruel and wicked. Wang Teng claimed there were absolutely no side effects, and Thor wasn't sure whether to believe him or not. Still, considering Wang Teng's status, it seemed unlikely he would deceive everyone. Besides, if he really did end up with a new little sister, surely, as a girl, she would be a bit gentler. At the very least, she wouldn't stab him in the kidneys for no reason. Honestly, that whole ordeal had left him too embarrassed to see his girlfriend on Earth. His performance those last few times had been downright humiliating. With a body as strong as his, not being able to satisfy his girlfriend was a shame he could hardly bear. Loki finally snapped out of his shock, his expression shifting from astonishment to outright terror. Was this Earthling a demon? Even a demon wouldn't dare to do something like this. As far as Loki knew, unlike the black magic that turns people into animals, the dark sorcery that changes one's gender, even if it could be reversed, came with consequences so dire, few could endure them. He, Loki, was a handsome prince of Asgard. True, he wasn't particularly popular among the warriors, but he still had plenty of admirers among the Asgardian women. Never mind whether Wang Teng's potion could turn him back later. Just returning to Asgard with a woman's body would be a disgrace beyond words. He'd never be able to face anyone again. Death would be preferable. Surely you're not human. Such wicked black magic is forbidden even in Asgard. Tell me, which dimensional demon do you serve? Are you trying to provoke the dignity of Asgard? Believe me, if you dare go through with this, not even the demon lord behind you could protect you. Asgard has never feared any war. Loki didn't even understand why he uttered such a feeble threat. Still, he sensed that saying anything more would only make things worse. He would never agree to become a girl, not for anything. Even after learning of his frost giant heritage, in his heart, Loki had always seen himself as a proud and noble man. What's wrong? Thinking of backing out, Wang Teng asked, deliberately flashing a wicked grin. You agreed just now? It's far too late to change your mind. He pulled from his dimensional pouch a glass vial swirling with iridescent black liquid, the very transformation potion he'd tossed aside long ago. No, stay away. Don't come any closer. You monster. Loki stared intently at the vial in Wang Teng's hand. Even the faint trace of pure magical energy radiating from the bottle told Loki that Wang Teng was not lying. The purity of that power was something even his own mother could not achieve. It didn't seem like something that could be crafted by mortal hands. At the very least, Loki had never read in all of Asgard's vast libraries of magic tomes about any master who could reach such a level. Panic-stricken, Loki stumbled backward, no longer caring about the torment of the electric net. He would rather endure a century's worth of its biting shocks than face that terrifying potion in Wang Teng's grasp. Come now, Princess Loki. I promise you it won't hurt, Wang Teng said, reaching out to grab Loki. With one hand, he forced Loki's jaw open, and with the other, he shoved the bottle toward Loki's mouth. Thor, watching from the side, felt a pang of sympathy. He wanted to intervene, but as his eyes flickered to the sparking electric net, hesitation took hold. In the end, he relented, thinking to himself that having a little sister might not be so bad after all. Loki tried to resist, but how could he possibly contend with the mighty Wang Teng? The vial was pressed straight to his throat. He didn't even need to swallow. Wang Teng used magic to guide the potion down into Loki's stomach. For good measure, Wang Teng conjured a small barrier at Loki's throat, making it impossible for Loki to even try to vomit it back up. Once the potion reached Loki's stomach, its effects became immediately apparent. His body began to transform, taking on more feminine features. The lines of his face softened, and even the cries of distress rising from his lips became sharper, more distinctly feminine. Even after Wang Teng released him, Loki frantically tried to force the potion out, clawing at his throat, but Wang Teng's precautions were thorough. Every last drop had already made its way into Loki's belly. Utterly defeated, Loki abandoned all struggle. He could only watch in shock as the muscles on his once handsome chest blossomed into something far more pronounced. The buttons of his shirt strained and then burst, one shooting off with a soft ping and landing right next to Tony Stark, whose eyes lit up in surprise. At some point, Pepper Potts had disembarked and made her way over. Seeing the look on Tony's face, she bit her lip, already wondering if she should ask Wang Teng for a vial of that potion herself, even if it meant giving up her entire salary and savings. The others watched the spectacular transformation with fascination. Slowly, Loki's panic faded, replaced by an odd sensation as he felt his disappearing abs give way to a delicate, slender waist, and his now curved hips could easily rival Captain America's, perhaps even outshine them. A strange mix of emotions began to stir within Loki's heart. It seems that being a woman isn't all that bad. is it? The only trouble is she'd have to change her clothes. What she was wearing now certainly didn't fit the image of a beauty, nor was it comfortable, especially the men's underwear she had on at the start. Having just completed her transformation, Loki couldn't help but wonder how she had ever worn such things before. She'd heard that women on Earth had many more options than those in Asgard. Perhaps she could try a thong next time. As for who was most shocked by the scene, it had to be Thor. The others weren't particularly close to Loki, and while they were amazed by the power of Wang Teng's magical potion, Earth did have a certain country famous for such things. They picked up plenty of news over time, and Wang Kai and his team had often gone on missions there. Wang Kai, in particular, was even known as the Great Ming Bodhisattva in those parts. But Thor was different. Even though he knew about the habits of the frost giants, how could those ugly creatures be compared to such a delicate, captivating little sister? Loki's eyes shimmered like water, and as she curiously touched her own body here and there, not a single man present could stop himself from swallowing hard. Even Captain America, Steve Rogers, who prided himself on his integrity and held nothing but resentment for Loki, couldn't help but let his gaze drift to the gap in Loki's blouse, where a button was missing. The women at the scene were finding the atmosphere increasingly hard to bear. If this kept up, wouldn't the gathering turn into something rather strange? Wang Teng, I think you'd better let Loki out first, Pepper finally said. She needs to go change her clothes. As Pepper spoke, the newly minted Princess Loki ceased her exploration of her own body and looked at Wang Teng with hopeful, shining eyes. Even knowing full well that she had been a burly man just moments before, Wang Teng felt his composure falter under her gaze. The transformation was simply too drastic. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. Wang Teng rubbed his nose, then waved his hand to dispel the formation trapping Loki. Thor hurried over and carefully helped Loki up from the ground, handling her as if she were a priceless treasure. Brother, came a soft, delicate voice from Loki's lips, the kind that could send a shiver down anyone's spine. Her bright eyes made Thor's face flush crimson, and suddenly even his own hands felt awkward and unnecessary. He had no idea what to do with them. The other men found themselves weak at the knees, utterly unable to resist Loki's new charm. Now, Loki had truly become a goddess. After all, in Earth's myths, Asgard was the realm of the gods. Calling Loki the princess of the gods was hardly an exaggeration. Pepper strode over and brusquely shoved aside the bewildered Thor, not caring in the slightest whether he was the god of thunder or not. Right now, he was just another clueless guy getting in her way. Without hesitation, she took the disheveled Princess Loki by the arm and hurried toward the portal leading to Stark's mansion. She had plenty of her own clothes there. Sneaking a glance at Loki's current figure, Pepper couldn't help but compare herself. With a soft sigh, she made a mental note to ask Wang Teng later if that potion would work on her too. As for sending someone out to buy Loki a new wardrobe, Pepper let out a cold snort. Any man who dares to flirt with her should be grateful just to have something to wear, never mind if he's an alien princess or prince. And if Wang Teng's potion could let her transform 28 times a day, so much the better. Let's see which man would dare cast a wandering eye her way then. Of course, Pepper would never admit, even to herself, that all these thoughts stemmed from pure jealousy. My figure is still the best, she silently boasted. And someone like you will learn, with age, what a burden all that can become. She sent a silent curse Loki's way, paying no mind to the Asgardian's divine physique or long lifespan. After all, she'd never have to witness Loki's old age anyway. Thanks to the island's protective wards, the commotion on Wang Teng's little island had gone completely undetected by Heimdall in Asgard, and Odin certainly wouldn't waste his attention on such trivialities. In his view, his children still needed tempering and growth, as long as they weren't being killed off. Nothing else really mattered. Besides, using the all-seeing eye to watch every petty event was a drain on his energy. He was, after all, already hundreds of thousands of years old, and aside from grooming his son for greatness, Odin had little interest in earthly affairs. As for the alien invasions on Earth, to Odin, those were nothing more than children's squabbles. Should any real threat arise, even the ancient guardians of Earth, those old-timers, could easily swat the Chitauri invaders into dust. It wasn't until Loki's name came up again, this time at Stark's mansion, that both Heimdall and Odin were truly taken aback. Loki had become Princess Loki. This was no minor matter. At first, both suspected it was just another of Loki's illusion spells, but after a closer look, they realized, to their astonishment, that this transformation was all too real. But even a frost giant shape-shifting shouldn't look like this. What on earth had happened during the time Thor and the others had gone missing? Odin was almost tempted to rush down to Earth himself and interrogate Wang Teng. He'd been meaning to rebuild his Valkyrie squad for ages. With so few female warriors among his ranks, if he could acquire Wang Teng's technology, Odin chuckled darkly to himself, he could easily live another 500,000 years without worry. Heimdall felt a chill in his heart at this moment. Women and men were not the same. Offending Loki was one thing, but if he angered Loki in her feminine form, the consequences could be far less predictable. Although he hadn't yet offended her, who could say whether she might seek revenge for past slights? He wondered if it was still too late to resign. Should he perhaps find some remote planet in the far reaches of the universe and hide out for a few thousand years? Both Odin and Heimdall were now watching Loki's every move with intense focus, their confusion growing deeper the more they observed. Loki's feminine gestures were so natural, it almost seemed as if this assault on Earth had been carefully planned from the very beginning, just for this transformation. Yet, neither of them could have imagined that Loki's seamless change was entirely due to the effects of Wang Teng's transformation potion. The power of that potion went far beyond altering mere appearance. It could shift one's perception of gender from the inside out, changing not just physical aspects but also mental habits and behaviors at a fundamental level. It was a transformation rooted in the very rules of existence, so complete that aside from memory and core personality, a person became someone entirely new, inside and out. This strange situation continued until Loki began to change clothes. Suddenly, Heimdall felt as though his cosmic sight had been sealed off. Apart from what was directly in front of him, he could see nothing else. That must be Odin's doing, Heimdall secretly cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it all before. After all, he'd watched Thor and Loki grow up since they were children. But regardless of Heimdall's grumbling, Odin would never allow him to spy on his daughter's private moments. Peeking at other women was one thing, but this was his own daughter, the princess of Asgard. Even Odin himself felt embarrassed, quickly averting his gaze and rubbing his nose in discomfort. Perhaps age was catching up with him. He found himself less able to handle such situations. He made up his mind to find Heimdall some new tasks, as a way to teach him that those all-seeing eyes shouldn't just wander wherever they pleased. At that moment, Odin completely forgot about Thor, feeling himself slipping into the role of a doting father. Daughters were truly a delight, gentle, considerate, like a precious little jacket that kept his heart warm. As for Hela, in Odin's eyes, she was even more of a tough warrior than Thor ever was. With Loki's departure, the men present finally began to regain their composure. They glanced at each other awkwardly. Loki was indeed beautiful. But which of them wasn't a battle-hardened veteran, strong-willed and self-disciplined? How could they have possibly lost their poise so easily? Wang Teng, however, understood exactly what had happened. He had clearly felt the ripple of enchantment magic emanating from Loki. But so what? Who cared about such things? As long as someone looked good, wasn't that enough? It seemed that Tony was the only one present who hadn't fallen under Loki's spell. He was genuinely a flirt. Even now, he wore a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. Thor, by the way, has Asgard ever considered a marriage alliance with Earth? I think you should go home and discuss it with your father. For the sake of friendly relations and strengthening ties between our peoples, and for world peace, I suppose I could sacrifice myself a little. Tony should probably count himself lucky that Odin couldn't keep track of everything happening around Wang Teng. Otherwise, the All-Father might have descended in person to show Tony just what a father's wrath could feel like. Sparks of lightning were already crackling around Thor. This scoundrel Tony. He'd only just gained a sister and hadn't even had the chance to dote on her. And now someone was already eyeing her? Did Tony want to get acquainted with his little hammer? Amusement flickered in Wang Teng's eyes. He hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. Apparently, Thor had shifted from being fiercely protective of his brother to being even more so with his sister. Instead of restraining himself, he'd only become more extreme. Just a little provocation from Tony seemed enough to push him towards a breakthrough. Even if it was just a tiny step, progress was progress. Wang Teng quietly gave Tony some credit. After all, those with a roguish streak always seem to stand out from the crowd. Tony, should I take this as a challenge? Are you eager to experience the power of my hammer? Power? You mean as a portable charger? With his armor now coated in Vibranium, Tony truly had little to fear from Thor in his current, less than full-strength state. If it came to a real fight, Tony might not be able to defeat Thor, but Thor would be reduced to nothing more than a walking battery for Tony's suit. You don't have your suit on right now. Are you sure you want to try? I can settle this with my fists alone. Thor clenched his fists, making a sharp, cracking sound. Tony shot Thor a disdainful look and pulled out his phone. The last time I went sightseeing in a little town in New Mexico, I took quite a few beautiful photos, added some great background music too. Want to take a look? He whipped out his latest custom-modified oversized smartphone, the screen even bigger than Wang Teng's. He waved it in front of Thor with a flourish. Thor's face flushed, then paled. He raised his fist, then let it fall, finally deciding to ignore Tony the Rogue and drown his annoyance in a drink. But deep down, he made up his mind. He'd make sure his sister stayed far away from this scoundrel. Ideally, she would remain in the royal palace of Asgard, never showing her face in public again. After all, girls should be quiet and gentle. Better to stay home, study magic, and dabble in the arts. Although Thor had been thoroughly defeated in his contest with Tony, his mind was already drifting off, imagining a blissful future life in Asgard with the gentle younger sister. A grin crept across his face, one that others could only interpret as lecherous. Thor paid absolutely no attention to the looks of disdain the others were shooting his way. He was completely lost in his own daydreams. As for Jane Foster, the name sounded vaguely familiar. But what could he do? As a god, with such a long life, there were always some faces destined to fade away with the wind. In that moment, Thor gave everyone a perfect demonstration of what it meant to be the quintessential scoundrel, even though no one had any idea what was going on in his mind. Meanwhile, Pepper had utterly given up hope of finding any suitable underwear for Loki. Even the oversized ones she had deliberately bought were out of the question. In the end, she had no choice but to offer up her brand new swimsuit. The originally modest tie-up swimsuit somehow turned into a show-stopping, nosebleed-inducing bikini on Loki. Feeling thoroughly defeated, Pepper hurriedly found a dress for Loki to put on, desperate to cover her up before she could stand there any longer. Bouncing a ball with innocent curiosity, completely oblivious to how exasperated Pepper felt at her side. Truly, with such a devious alien, it didn't matter whether Loki was male or female. She belonged in the dungeons of Asgard, and it would be best if she never got out. Deep down, Pepper prayed for Loki's future and even thought about what her prison cell should look like. Something in the style of the tribal houses she and Tony had seen on their trip to Africa would do just fine. As for Loki, she was in high spirits. Experiencing womanhood for the first time, trying on women's clothes for the first time, it all filled her with a rush of novelty. The feelings of others? That was none of Loki's business. Even as a woman, she would be the most flawless goddess of them all. The only thing she regretted, perhaps, was not getting to try on the legendary thong she had heard that was the true artifact of womankind. As for Pepper's used clothes, Loki quickly banished such thoughts from her mind. She'd always had a touch of fastidiousness as a man, and now, as a woman, she was determined to become a holy and immaculate goddess. If she weren't trapped on Earth with no other choice, she would never have worn such ordinary, mundane fabrics. Clearly, she needed to collect more styles of clothing, so that when she returned to Asgard, she could have the royal tailors remake her entire wardrobe from the finest divine silk and heavenly hemp. When it came to fashion, Asgard truly lagged far behind Midgard. Other than battle, the Asgardians rarely gave much thought to anything else. Even their entertainment mostly revolved around gladiatorial contests and the like, and on the rare occasion a play was staged, it was always about war. There was simply nothing elegant about it at all. Once I return to Asgard, I must truly devote myself to developing its culture and entertainment, transforming Asgard into the very center of art, an amusement for the entire universe. After all, when it comes to sheer depth of history, few forces in the cosmos can rival Asgard. In the face of Asgard's history, measured in hundreds of millions of years, the empires currently ruling the universe, with their mere thousands or even tens of thousands of years, are barely worth mentioning. No wonder Asgard looks down on the other cosmic powers. There is scarcely any with a legacy stretching close to 10 million years as theirs does. With their long lifespans and formidable strength, the Asgardians can simply sit back and watch other powers rise like towering structures, only to collapse into ruins soon after. Take, for example, that so-called accuser Ronin from years past. He slipped through a loophole in the Nine Realms and reached the outskirts of Midgard. Fortunately, he never set foot on Midgard itself. Had he dared, he would have learned firsthand what it means to provoke the wrath of Asgard, the realm of the gods. That upstart power, a mere few tens of thousands of years old, truly fancied itself a major player in the universe. From Loki's recent experiences, it seems that if Ronin had actually begun his invasion of Midgard, not only would the fully prepared Asgardian army have crushed him, but even the mortals of Midgard might have sent him home wailing for his mother, assuming, of course, he could even make it back at all. Author's note: I accidentally published the wrong chapter title last time, and now I can't change it. Oh well, it'll have to stay that way. The more Loki pondered, the more she felt that becoming a woman was, in fact, the perfect outcome. Now, she could stand behind her beloved brother, offering counsel and support, all while shaping Asgard into a sacred land in the hearts of every race in the universe. Besides, all the misdeeds committed in the past would vanish like smoke. They were Loki's crimes, after all. What did they have to do with Loki, the gentle and graceful princess of Asgard? Meanwhile, Pepper was growing impatient. If not for that lingering trace of fear toward this alien from Asgard, worrying that her lovely appearance might just conceal a tempestuous temper and that she might lose patience with Pepper's urging and decide to teach her a lesson, Pepper would have acted already. After all, there was no one else around to protect her, and judging by Tony's lecherous behavior, Pepper had little faith he'd ever seek vengeance on her behalf if things went awry. It was best to send this flamboyant troublemaker off as soon as possible, before she could beguile any more Earthmen. Whatever happens in Asgard is no concern of Earth's anymore. Under the weight of Pepper's plaintive, almost resentful gaze, caught somewhere between wanting to speak out and stubbornly holding her tongue, Loki finally tore herself away. From the mirror, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, immediately hustling Loki back to the party, eager to finish eating and have Wang Teng send everyone on their way. Standing beside Loki was simply too much pressure for Pepper. This wasn't the kind of racial suppression you read about in novels. It was a pecking order among women, plain and simple. She really had no choice. Loki, now transformed into a woman, was just too formidable. And what made it worse was that her formidable presence seemed utterly unaffected by gravity. Could it be that Asgard's stronger gravity is the reason for their superior physiques? Pepper felt she couldn't take it anymore, nor did she wish to bear this invisible, crushing weight. As for jealousy? Please, Mrs. Potts, CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, the leader of Stark Industries, harboring such petty emotions? Ridiculous. Yet, as Pepper's eyes swept over Loki's figure, the envy was unmistakable. She strode briskly toward Wang Teng, determined to keep her distance from Loki. Loki, on the other hand, offered a smile that could bewitch all living things. As a man, her cunning was unmatched. Now, as a woman, she found she could effortlessly read the emotions of those around her, especially the jealousy and frustration written so plainly on Pepper's face. With her wit, if she couldn't see through such things, she'd hardly be worthy of the title God of Mischief. But perhaps, once she returned to Asgard, it would be time to take on a new title. Goddess of Wisdom and Beauty seemed far more fitting. For her current situation, Loki was confident that not a single man in Asgard would object. As for the women, Loki had more than enough tricks up her sleeve to handle them. When they returned to Wang Teng, Loki greeted everyone once more, her eyes shimmering with a gentle allure as she gazed at Thor. With a delicate lift of her skirt, she twirled gracefully in front of him, then asked in a sweet, lilting voice, "Brother, do you think I'm beautiful? Be beautiful. You will be the most beautiful goddess in all of Asgard, believe me. No one would dare deny you the title of the loveliest goddess. Not even Mother." Thor had already forgotten all about his beloved mother, Frigga, but who could blame him? Loki's natural charm, amplified by a touch of enchantment, was simply irresistible. Of all the men present, only Wang Teng and Tony seemed immune to her spell. Wang Teng truly wasn't affected by this little bit of enchantment magic. He simply regarded the current Loki with the eyes of a pure, aesthetic observer. Even knowing that Loki was now nothing more than an ordinary woman, it was hard for Wang Teng to accept it when he remembered Loki's previous identity as the god of mischief. This must be what people call a psychological barrier. As for Tony, that was a different story. Everyone knew he was a genuine playboy. Magic or no magic made no difference for him. In his eyes, beauty itself was the greatest spell. Even though he had more or less settled down with Pepper, a leopard can't change its spots so easily. A sharp, barely audible gasp caught Wang Teng's attention. He realized it came from Daoist Qingyan. Glancing over, he saw Fairy Lee beside him, her face clouded with annoyance, while Daoist Qingyun's cheeks flushed red as he quickly regained his composure. As Wang Teng suspected, there was clearly something ambiguous between these two. Otherwise, why would a pair who had lived for more than 100 years still quarrel with such thinly veiled affection? With a light cough, Wang Teng dispelled Loki's enchantment magic. If he didn't, dinner would be a lost cause. They'd end up watching Loki and Thor act out their own forbidden love drama right in front of everyone. Actually, that wasn't quite right. He had almost forgotten that Loki and Thor had no blood relation whatsoever. Now that Loki was a woman and Thor a man, Wang Teng found he really couldn't say much about it. Of course, none of the others present realized that, far away in Asgard, Odin was already growing wary of Thor. If Odin ever discovered that his daughter, who'd never known the joys of family, was about to be whisked away by Thor, he'd surely unleash a catastrophic punishment, perhaps even conjuring a moon to seal Thor away for 10,000 years. Don't bother saying Odin doesn't know such techniques. As an ancient god king, he could pick them up in no time and hang a new moon over Asgard as a warning to every man bold enough to pursue his daughter. The magical power Odin stored within him would be more than enough to squeeze out a moon by hand, just to show all the men of Asgard the consequences of coveting his daughter. Fortunately, Thor remained blissfully unaware of what was brewing in Odin's mind. Otherwise, after being struck twice by Loki's enchantment magic, he might well have eloped with Loki without a second thought. As for his girlfriend on Earth, well, sorry, but I'm a god. How could I possibly date a mortal? My parents would never approve. As for what Thor was thinking, Wang Teng had no idea. Even if he did, it wouldn't concern him much. After all, lifespan was the most practical issue of all. If the old myths were to be believed, it would be like Wang Teng had just taken a short nap, only to wake and find that grass on your grave had already grown 3 feet high. At this moment, Wang Teng felt like an utter failure. He had planned to host a proper celebration after the war, inviting everyone to gather and share in the joy of victory. The finest food and drinks were already laid out, but unexpected mishaps kept cropping up. It was rare for his house to be filled with so many guests, yet the atmosphere stubbornly refused to come alive, leaving Wang Teng increasingly troubled. Eventually, Wang Teng realized the real culprit behind the awkwardness, the blatantly affectionate behavior between Thor and Loki. Their disregard for everyone else had cast a shadow over the entire gathering, and this was something Wang Teng simply could not tolerate. How dare they disrupt his carefully prepared banquet? If they kept this up, he was half tempted to make them merry on the spot. The thought even crossed his mind to borrow the time stone from the Ancient One, so he could fast forward and have him present Odin with a grandchild right then and there. As for what Odin would feel upon seeing a child born of Thor and Loki, well, given the tangled relationships among the gods of Asgard and Earth's myths and legends, Wang Teng figured he was only adding a touch of authenticity to the stories. After all, every rumor needs a shred of truth. Who knows, perhaps future legends would even credit him for forging a beautiful union between gods. In the end, it was Loki who first noticed Wang Teng's displeased gaze. She quickly restrained herself, subtly signaling to Thor to tone down his eager attentions as well. There will be time enough to train Thor later, but provoking this devilish host was a risk she wasn't willing to take. Who knew what Wang Teng might do if he were truly annoyed? Loki found there was an unexpected comfort in being a woman. Though her gender and some perspectives had changed, her memories and core thoughts remained intact, making her reflect on some of her past actions with newfound clarity and a touch of embarrassment at her former foolishness. Now, as a woman, many of her ideas had shifted, and she certainly didn't want to incur Wang Teng's wrath by prompting him to concoct some bizarre potion for her. Wang Teng was right. After all, Loki truly felt grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. Her old fears as Loki now seemed laughable in hindsight. Frost giants never really distinguished between male and female, and Wang Teng had not only helped her become a woman, but also eliminated the hidden dangers of her frost giant heritage, allowing her to remain a woman forever. From a cosmic perspective, this was the most perfect outcome. To Loki, this was not a punishment at all, but rather a reward. Seeing Loki's newfound sensibility, Wang Teng nodded to himself in silent approval. She was certainly much more thoughtful than when she was a man, but she shouldn't think that this alone would change his mind so easily. Today, he was determined to see this matter through, or he wouldn't be able to enjoy his meal. If the gathering turned into a wedding feast, so be it. Away from home, it's best to keep things simple. Odin probably wouldn't have any objections, and if he did, he could take it up with the Ancient One. As for Thor and Loki's opinions, Wang Teng was confident that none of them would have any objections, and even if they did, he would make sure those objections disappeared. He tapped on the table to draw everyone's attention, then spoke up. It seems that Thor and Loki share a deep bond. They've only just met, yet it's as if they've known each other for 1,000 years. Truly love at first sight. Since today is such an auspicious day, with our victory in a war against the aliens, and it also being Christmas Eve, I've decided to hold a wedding for Loki and Thor right here, to bless their loving union. Loki didn't seem to mind at all. After becoming a woman, it would be a lie to say she felt nothing for Thor. After all, their feelings for each other had spanned over 1,000 years. Besides, this wasn't a bad thing for Loki. In fact, it was probably the best possible outcome. Even Odin, if he found out, would likely be pleased. Thor, on the other hand, was utterly stunned. Facing such a beautiful sister, one with whom he shared no blood relation, he couldn't pretend to be unaffected. Yet only a moment ago, Loki had still been his brother. Now, with the sudden change, and without the influence of any enchantment, it was only natural that Thor found it hard to accept. What's more, Thor was barely over 1,000 years old. He wasn't ready to be tied down by marriage so easily. He thought this was a subject to revisit in several tens of thousands of years, maybe even 100,000, since he was still young. He wasn't just any ordinary Asgardian citizen. As someone with royal blood, Thor decided to set a small goal for himself. Live at least 1,000,000 years before considering marriage. Back on Earth, one would at least notify their parents and friends before getting married. Wang Teng wasn't even an elder of his, yet here he was, deciding Thor's marriage on a whim. Surely this was going too far. If Thor really dared to get married without a word, he could already picture his father stripping him and hanging him from the palace walls with a whip in hand. The mere thought made cold sweat trickle down Thor's back. Did Wang Teng really think that just because he was powerful, he could do whatever he pleased? Thor swore to himself that he would put up a strong resistance. He glanced over at Loki, who was gazing at him with heartfelt affection. Well, maybe he would try to resist. And if he couldn't manage that, he hoped his dear sister would forgive him. All the men present were caught off guard, finding it hard to react to Wang Teng's unpredictable ways. Meanwhile, the women exchanged glances and gave Wang Teng secret thumbs-ups. Well done. But the biggest surprise for Thor was that the first person to object wasn't himself, but the playboy Tony Stark. And Tony's objection was so infuriating that Thor couldn't hold back the thunder within him. His power instantly broke through to another level. His father had once said that, with his current abilities, it would take at least 2,000 years to reach the next stage. As expected, the younger sister is indeed more impressive than the younger brother, and she can even help increase one's cultivation. Wang Teng, I don't think your suggestion is particularly wise. Today clearly isn't an auspicious day for a wedding. In LB, no one chooses to get married on Christmas Eve. Besides, we've just been through such a brutal battle. The smell of blood hardly makes for a blissful blessing on a marriage. I think we should postpone their wedding until tomorrow, Christmas Day. That would be much more meaningful, and it'll give us extra time to prepare and host them a grand ceremony. After all, this is a prince and princess from another planet. The occasion deserves proper grandeur. If you only listen to the first half, you'd probably think Tony made some sense, though it was a bit of pity. But his real point, unsurprisingly, came in the latter part. Lovely Miss Loki, don't you think the last night before your wedding should be spent with a joyful bachelorette party? It's the perfect way to say farewell to singlehood. And tomorrow, you can dress up beautifully for your own wedding. How does my suggestion sound? Isn't it just fantastic? You know, I'm the king of parties. I promise you an unforgettable night. Once Tony finished speaking, his shameless side was on full display. If it weren't for the magical barrier between them, Wang Teng was certain the thunderous power radiating from Thor would have been enough to shake the heavens themselves. Thor felt more humiliated than ever in his life. Even thinking back to when Loki tricked him as a child into wearing a dress to the girls' restroom didn't compare to the shame he felt now. What was Tony trying to do? Thor treated him as a brother and friend, and yet Tony wanted to give him a wedding gift. And the key point was that gift was a hat, and not even his favorite red one. Sensing the strange atmosphere all around, Tony suddenly realized he may have gotten a little carried away. Luckily, he hadn't said anything truly irredeemable. It was just a party. After all, surely the others were deliberately twisting his words. He'd only meant to throw a wholesome party. But before Tony could explain himself, Pepper, her face darkening, spoke up first. Wang Teng, you must still have some of that magical potion you used on Loki, right? I think my dear Mr. Stark could use a bottle too. I'm sure he'd absolutely love it, Pepper said through gritted teeth. As the others exchanged odd or gloating glances, Tony stared back at them, mouth agape in horror. 6. Plans never keep up with changes. I've been delayed by some things, and it seems impossible to get all 10 chapters done before midnight. But a promise is a promise. I won't let you down. Even if I don't sleep tonight, I will finish the 10 chapters one boldly promised, Tony stared at Pepper in utter disbelief, unable to fathom that his little Pepper would say such things, especially when he caught a glimpse of Wang Teng's eager expression. Tony's mind was already racing with thoughts of donning his armor and making a swift escape. Watching Loki transform had been amusing, but the idea of it happening to himself was another matter entirely. Tony was certain he'd have complete meltdown. He had seen clearly that Loki's resistance before taking the potion was absolutely genuine, not just for show. Yet, once Loki became Lady Loki, everything changed. She accepted her new identity with remarkable calm, and there was even a glimmer of joy in her eyes. To Tony, that was the most terrifying aspect of the transformation potion. Not only did it alter a person's gender, it rewrote their sense of self. He couldn't even bear to imagine what sort of nightmare would unfold if Tony Stark became Nina Stark. And the worst part, if Nina Stark joyfully embraced her new identity, what would that make him? Would he still exist, or would he have been erased? And if that wasn't frightening enough, even darker possibilities haunted him. If Nina Stark fully accepted her identity as a woman, then someday, she might even go looking for a boyfriend. Thinking any further down that path, Tony could only shudder. Wang Teng had no idea what exactly Tony was imagining, but the look of terror on Tony's face was unmistakable. Even in the old days, when he was just an ordinary man, facing terrorists, Tony had never shown such fear. Not long ago, right before dinner, he'd carried a nuclear missile into space to blow up an alien ship without flinching. The title, Iron Man, wasn't just about the suit of armor he wore. It was also a testament to Tony's iron-willed determination. Now, with just a single remark from Pepper, Tony found himself gripped by terror. It was easy to imagine how deeply shaken he was. "Pepper, you've got it all wrong," Tony hurried to explain. "I just wanted to throw a simple singles dance party. Let everyone relax a bit. Nothing more, I swear. Thor is still my good friend, my brother. I'd never do anything to embarrass a friend like that. Besides this kind of rare magical potion, Wang Teng probably doesn't have much of it. It should be saved for those who really need it." As Tony tried to clarify things to Pepper, he shot Wang Teng a flurry of desperate looks, hoping to quash this crazy idea. "No need to worry. I have plenty of this potion and can provide it for you free of charge," Wang Teng replied, having caught Tony's signals but completely ignoring his silent pleas. In fact, he thought Pepper's suggestion was simply brilliant. Tony finally understood. Wang Teng, that bastard, was only ever good at kicking him when he was down. Expecting him to take his side at a time like this was clearly impossible. If there was any hope, he'd have to break through with Pepper. "Pepper, even if you don't care about me, you should at least think about yourself. Just imagine, if I turn into a woman, what will you do then?" Tony's words made Pepper fall silent, lost in thought. If Tony really did become a woman, and they stayed together, the image of two women together flashed through Pepper's mind, and she shivered. Sure, things like this were normal in the Federation, but Pepper just couldn't accept it, not even if the other person was Tony Stark. Sensing Pepper's hesitation, Wang Instigator Teng chimed in again. "Don't worry, Pepper. My potion works on women too. It could easily turn you into a strong, strapping man. Then you two can still be together. It'll just be with new identities, that's all." Wang Teng's words made Pepper waver a little. If that were the case, Tony's face turned completely dark. "Damn you, Wang Teng. I thought of you as a brother, and you want to make me your sister? What? Are you determined to give me an operation today? Do you really think I won't snap on you?" Tony glanced around. The others, who had looked eager to watch the drama unfold, now instantly acted as if they hadn't noticed a thing. They quietly returned to eating and drinking, treating Tony as if he were invisible. No one dared to stick up for Tony. Now, no one could take on Wang Teng to begin with, and, with that ridiculous potion in his hands, who would want to provoke him? Did they want their lives to get even more complicated? Even Steve had started pretending to admire the moon in broad daylight. Tony's legs went weak. Was his legendary reputation really about to end with him calling himself Lady from now on? How humiliating. Luckily, in the end, Pepper chose to let Tony off the hook. Wang Teng probably figured that Pepper couldn't accept the idea of becoming a man herself. After all, for an ordinary person who would want to change their gender for fun. Tony finally relaxed, sinking into his chair and feeling his back drenched in cold sweat. That was way too close. He couldn't help but secretly check between his legs with his right hand. Phew, still there. "But I like to keep that option open," Pepper said. "Of course, no problem," Wang Teng replied. Tony, who had just relaxed, tensed up again instantly when he heard their exchange. It seemed his troubles were far from over. "This is too much. This is so out of character for me. Tony Stark. Fine. Who knows who's secretly enjoying this spectacle? At the very least, that totally forgettable Wang Zhe had already glanced at. Wang Teng several times, each time wanting to say something but holding back, finally just sighing and nursing his drink alone in the corner. When faced with this kind of situation, even if Wang Teng noticed, he could only pretend not to see it. Otherwise, if he misread things, it would be terribly awkward. If there was really something that needed his help, the person would come to Wang Teng directly. At the moment, Thor was feeling quite emotional. But with Tony's antics distracting everyone, it seemed like nobody was paying attention to him anymore. Apparently, he had dodged a bullet this time. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Wang Teng truly amazed everyone this time, opening their eyes to new possibilities. Indeed, the world is vast, and there's always someone out there who can make you feel afraid. Even Steve was starting to contemplate retirement. The world was changing so quickly, and he was just a centenarian after all, well past the age for retirement. Maybe he should consider becoming an ordinary American football coach at a local community school. He believed the kids would be sure to like him. Loki, on the other hand, made no attempt to hide his dissatisfaction with Tony Stark. Wang Teng was practically his benefactor, yet thanks to Tony's interruption, his train of thought was completely derailed. Tony truly was in a league of his own among scoundrels. Loki even thought, how I wish we could be best friends. Or maybe I should try persuading Wang Teng again. But then, Wang Teng didn't really seem like someone who would hesitate to hit a woman. Maybe it would be better to send Thor to sound him out instead. After all, Thor was thick-skinned and tough. He could subtly remind Wang Teng to take care of the unfinished business from earlier. Two birds with one stone. Loki congratulated himself on his cleverness. With Tony's banter lightening the mood, the atmosphere finally warmed up. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side, now united on the same front. Their countries might differ, but their determination to protect humanity was the same. Of course, when danger struck, they would likely prioritize their own people. But isn't that perfectly normal? Not doing so would be foolish. The banquet didn't last too long. It ended before nightfall. After such a fierce battle, even Thor was feeling tired. Taoist Qin Yun and his companions had just been through 2 consecutive wars. Although Wang Teng provided them with sins of beans to restore their physical strength, no amount of magical beans could ease their mental exhaustion. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone headed their separate ways. Wang Teng was the first to act, opening a portal and sending Captain Zhongling and her team back home. They had all exchanged contact information, so if anyone needed help in the future, a phone call would suffice. But realistically, opportunities for that would be rare. If there were too many problems they couldn't handle themselves, the world would already be in chaos. Natasha and a few others left with Tony, departing from his Malibu mansion. As for Thor and Loki, Wang Teng insisted on keeping them behind. He was determined to keep his promise. If he said he would organize a wedding for them, then he would see it through. At the very least, he was going to make sure they took care of business, since he had the nerve to lead an alien army to invade Earth, and ended up causing so much trouble for himself. His friends who came to save New York were even mercilessly attacked online. While they all only cared about their missions and paid little mind to such things, Wang Teng could hardly afford to appear completely indifferent. After all, everything stemmed from Odin's domestic affairs. Did they really think that changing Loki's personality would be enough to let Wang Teng's anger dissipate? In this world, things are never that simple. If Wang Teng said they needed to let Odin have a grandchild to take home, then Odin was going to get that grandchild, no matter what. In fact, when no one else was paying attention, the Ancient One had already secretly sent the Time Stone over to Wang Teng, showing her support for his actions. With this extra backing, Wang Teng felt even freer to act as he pleased. He was truly curious. What kind of expression would Odin wear when he saw Loki, belly swollen, returning to Asgard? Thor watched Wang Teng with visible unease, a nagging sense that something bad was about to happen to him. Not long ago, while Wang Teng was distracted, Thor had tried to use the space stone, following Odin's instructions, in an attempt to teleport straight back to Asgard. Much to his surprise, the space stone had lost all its powers on Wang Teng's little island. Of course, Wang Teng noticed Thor's sneaky attempt, but he pretended not to see it. Did Thor really think the island's defensive arrays were for show? Without Wang Teng's permission, no one was leaving this place. Wang Teng would stake his word on it. Loki, on the other hand, looked utterly unconcerned. He'd already made up his mind long ago, and the sooner this was over, the fewer troubles he'd have to deal with. At least, he wouldn't have to clean up his old messes after returning to Asgard. No matter how foolish his past self had been, it was still himself, and the thought of it made him cringe. So, Thor, are you ready? Wang Teng asked. Ready for what? Let me tell you, Wang Teng, if you try anything too outrageous, I won't give in, Thor declared, trying to sound righteous, though his guilty look betrayed him. Beside him, Loki watched Thor's awkward bravado with a sense of resignation. What was the big deal about giving in? After all, there was no match for Wang Teng to begin with. And besides, if anyone was getting the short end of the stick here, it was Loki, not Thor. Yet Thor was acting as if he were a tragic hero, classic Thor. Loki made a mental note to keep a closer eye on his brother in the years to come. Was he really supposed to spend his long life watching Thor put on these ridiculous performances? I'll give you a good deal, Wang Teng announced, pointing to a small house beside the warehouse not far away. Go consummate your marriage with Loki now. The room is ready. If you don't get pregnant, don't even think about stepping outside. The little house had been hastily built by Xiao Long while everyone was eating. Inside, there was nothing but a large bed, perfectly suited for whatever Thor and Loki needed to do. Don't even think about it. This is absolutely impossible. Loki is my sister, and I would give my life to protect her, not stand here and let you humiliate me like this. Thor's words rang out with righteous indignation, his tone unwavering. Wang Teng, however, was already too tired to argue. After all that fighting, he just wanted to sleep instead of wasting time bickering. A pill appeared in Wang Teng's hand. While Thor continued his impassioned speech, Wang Teng simply popped the pill into Thor's mouth. It dissolved instantly. "Loki, I'll leave the rest to you. I think you know what to do," Wang Teng said. Loki's cheeks flushed scarlet as she nodded, her gaze fixed on Thor. She wanted nothing more than to drag him away. After all, they were both over 1,000 years old. No need for instruction in this matter. She might not have any experience, but her theoretical knowledge was impeccable. "What did you make me take?" Thor demanded, after trying in vain to spit something out. "It's called I Love a Firewood Log. As for its effects, I imagine you'll figure them out soon enough," Wang Teng replied. With that, Loki half-dragged, half-pushed a reluctant and grief-stricken Thor away. Thor's face was a picture of despair. "Father, I've let you down. I've brought shame upon Asgard. In the end, I couldn't escape this fate, though if I'm honest, I'm overjoyed to finally be with my brother, or rather my sister." Wang Teng set a small trigger spell on the time stone, satisfied, and headed back to his room to sleep. As for the outcome, he was sure Odin was in for a huge surprise. At the break of dawn the next morning, Wang Teng was jolted awake by a loud knocking at his door. Outside, there was shouting weakly. Irritated, Wang Teng opened the door, and the moment he saw Thor, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thor's eyes were sunken, his limbs limp. Even with his sturdy constitution, he was trembling so badly he could barely stand. Clearly, the combination of "I love a firewood log" and the time stone had worked wonders. "Wang Teng, you scoundrel! Drop the barrier. We need to get back to Asgard immediately," Thor shouted. Had Kung Pao chicken made its way to Asgard? How had Thor gotten the news? The timing didn't add up. Wang Teng's confusion only made Thor more anxious. "Hurry! Loki's about to give birth. We need a professional midwife. The fastest way is to return to Asgard, where the sorcerers can ensure Loki and the child's safety," Thor urged. Wang Teng was taken aback. By his calculations, Loki should only be heavily pregnant at this point, but Thor was telling him she was about to give birth. This was completely unexpected. After a moment's thought, Wang Teng realized what had happened. Apart from the Ancient One, who had a backdoor left by Wang Teng, no one else could have used the time stone in his home. Without permission, a quick check confirmed it. The time stone was gone. No doubt, having completed its mission, it had returned to the Ancient One. Since Loki was about to give birth, it was best to send her back to Odin immediately. Keeping her here was pointless. Wang Teng certainly wasn't equipped to deliver a baby. Thor, whose legs were trembling like a leaf, carefully supported the about-to-deliver Loki as they stood in the clearing. He clutched the cosmic cube in his hand, glaring resentfully at Wang Teng while waiting for him to open the formation barrier. "The next time I come here, I'll make sure you can't even take care of yourself," Thor grumbled, echoing a phrase someone else used to say as the barrier opened. At that very instant, he activated the cosmic cube and stepped away, tossing out the threat as his parting shot. Although the words didn't sound particularly menacing coming from Thor, he still managed to muster a good bit of bravado. Enough that Wang Teng had to admit, if Thor hadn't left so quickly, maybe he'd have been in trouble. Inside the Asgardian palace, Odin watched with a mix of worry and tenderness as Queen Frigga led the healers to carry Loki to the inner chambers. Only when Loki had disappeared from sight did Odin turn around and look at Thor, whose eyes were deeply set with fatigue. Thor, still anxious, stared at the direction where Loki had vanished, entirely oblivious to the storm brewing on Odin's face. Thor kept wondering why Odin had asked him to remain in the Great Hall. Didn't he realize how worried Thor was about his queen? Didn't Odin care about his own son at all? After being fixed with Odin's intense stare for quite some time, Thor finally snapped back to reality. Even with his dim wits, he could sense the heavy, oppressive aura radiating from Odin. "Father," Thor greeted him nervously. He had no idea why Odin was so furious. Even back when Thor was chased all over by the frost giants, Odin's face hadn't looked this grim. Clearly, this was not the moment to provoke his father. Otherwise, he'd be the one to suffer. Looking at the sheepish Thor standing before him, Odin struggled to resist the urge to give him a good thrashing with the spear of eternity. With a cold snort, Odin turned and walked toward his throne. Just yesterday, Odin had learned he had a gentle, lovely daughter, and he hadn't even had a full day to enjoy the news before being struck by a bolt from the blue. Now his daughter was pregnant, and somehow had become his daughter-in-law. If the person standing here wasn't his son, Odin would have made sure he experienced the full wrath of the Lord of the Nine Realms. In all his hundreds of thousands of years dominating the cosmos, Odin had never endured such humiliation. Mortal legends claimed his eye was gouged out by the king of the frost giants, but the truth was he simply couldn't be bothered to explain. Laufey was nothing in his eyes, Just another ice sculpture, maybe good for chilling his tea on a hot summer day. If it weren't for his utterly useless son, why would he bother putting on such a benevolent act? After waging war across the universe for hundreds of thousands of years, now, in his old age, people call him soft-hearted. Did they really think Odin felt good about that? And to top it off, Thor actually let that fool Laufey chase him around, sword swinging at his heels. What a disgrace to Odin's name. Banish you to Earth. That was meant to rekindle the indomitable spirit of a true king in you. And yet, you came back with some sort of backwards logic. If you weren't my son, I'd almost rather just stand by and watch Loki finish you off. Now, among the strong across the realms, my name is nothing but a punchline. Once upon a time, Odin could still treat Thor with a gentle face. After all, he had only this one son, and no matter what, he had to raise him well. In his youth, Odin had been reckless himself, and now that he's old, starting over with another character would cost too much. He figured Thor would eventually grow into his own, even if he destroyed Asgard one day. It wouldn't matter. After all, Odin kept the truly valuable legacies close at hand. His eldest daughter could play her part in a carefully orchestrated drama, and once the plan succeeded, Odin could retire and continue suppressing Hel, guarding the true rear of Asgard. At the same time, this would hasten Thor's growth. Every piece of the plan fit perfectly. But now, Odin found every little thing about Thor to be an eyesore. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd fallen into the old trap. The hero's son is always a disappointment. And don't even mention that. Junior Wang Teng, whom the Ancient One held in such high regard. Compared to him, Odin could barely stand to look at Thor. Just one trip out, and he'd lost his own hammer. What kind of god of thunder is that? Yesterday, Odin discovered he had another lovely daughter, one blessed with extraordinary wisdom, and he was just beginning to feel some long-overdue comfort in his old age. Yet today, his unlucky son stabbed him in the back again. Kneel! Odin's anger boiled over as he slammed down his mighty spear. Thud! This time, Thor reacted much faster. The moment Odin's words fell, Thor dropped heavily to his knees. This was a new trick he'd picked up on Earth. Better to swallow your pride than suffer immediate loss. Odin felt his teeth ache in frustration. Was this rascal really his son? Or was his backbone? Back in his own day, Odin had endured 3 days of beatings from his father and never yielded. If not for seeing his father utterly exhausted, fearing for his health, Odin would never have surrendered. Maybe the Ancient One had a point. Maybe you shouldn't die, just yet. Explain yourself, thoroughly. What on earth is going on? Why has your brother turned into your sister, and come back with a belly full? Odin's grip on Gungnir, the eternal spear, tightened so much it let out a piercing, grating sound. Feeling the oppressive force radiating from Odin, Thor didn't dare hide or delay a thing. He hurriedly spilled out everything that had happened over the past few days, leaving out no detail. When Thor finished, Odin could only gaze up at the heavens and let out a long, helpless sigh, whirling Gungnir through the air in a flash of lightning. What a mess this was. Neither Thor nor Loki has ever been a source of peace of mind for me. Fortunately, Loki is at least reliable, and she's even able to bring a royal heir into the world. In the future, with Loki supporting Thor from behind the scenes, things might turn out better than the script I'd written for him before. My son is already a lost cause, so I might as well focus on raising my grandson properly from now on. Odin decided that, this time, he would personally nurture his grandson from an early age. He couldn't allow the child to grow up wild and crooked like Thor did. Was it possible his own methods of upbringing were flawed? Maybe it was time to send the boy to Earth and let him attend a school there. Word is, their basic education has improved quite a bit these days. In a while, perhaps he could invite the Ancient One over to discuss the matter together. Or better yet, bring in that human boy Wang Teng. Since he's so outstanding himself, he must have an effective method of learning. Thor fought alongside him as comrades in arms, which technically makes them friends. In that case, Thor's child would be Wang Teng's junior. And as an elder, Wang Teng could take on some responsibility in guiding the younger generation. That's perfectly reasonable. As for Thor's opinion, Odin shot him a sidelong glance. What opinion could he possibly have? If he could just take care of himself, I'd already be grateful. Once, I even considered setting up a Ragnarok trial for Thor, but looking at things now, perhaps it's best to let that go. The story has already started to veer off the path I designed. Who knows, maybe the trial would end up destroying us all before it was ever completed. He's still my child, after all. If he's a bit of a disappointment, well, so be it. I'll just have him father a few more children in the future, and Frigga and I can help look after them. Still, I do feel a pang of guilt for Hela. I promised my dear daughter she could come out for a bit. After all, she's kept the underworld in order for years now, and even Fenrir has been trained to behave like a docile pup. She deserves a break, but it seems that won't happen this time. Maybe she could take a vacation on Earth instead. While she's there, I could introduce her to Wang Teng. On second thought, that doesn't sound too bad at all. Although, I've heard that Earthmen tend to care a lot about a woman's age. Surely Wang Teng isn't that shallow? After all, my daughter is an eternally young and beautiful goddess. As for a dowry, surely gifting Wang Teng 100 or so bottles of his transformation elixir wouldn't be unreasonable. Ah, my Valkyrie guard. How I missed them. For now, let me make up for what I fell behind on yesterday. Inside the palace of Asgard, Odin sat upon his throne, once again plotting out the future. Every so often, he would let out a sly, mischievous chuckle. Thor knelt on the ground, listening with dread, his nerves taut with anxiety as he waited for news of Loki from the birthing chamber. If Odin hadn't been keeping an eye on him, he would have dashed into the chamber long ago. Nick Fury was now panting heavily, glaring at Wang Teng across from him. Natasha and Barton stood helplessly behind him, while Tony and Steve watched coldly from the side. It wasn't that Nick didn't want to barge into Wang Teng's little island. The problem was, he simply couldn't get in. Even though he could see the door right there, it just wouldn't open. Tony Stark, that insufferable jerk, didn't give him the slightest bit of respect. Not only did he refuse to let Nick in, he kept tossing out sarcastic jabs, one after another. Fine, Nick thought, I know launching a nuke at the battlefield was wrong, but it's not like I personally gave the order. Everyone already knows what kind of mess S.H.I.E.L.D. is in these days. Outwardly, I'm still the director, but in truth, I'm more like a double agent buried in Hydra. A pack of backstabbing bastards. Nick Fury felt especially wronged. As if it weren't enough that he already stood out thanks to his dark skin, now everyone was throwing mud at him. Wang Teng, that troublemaker, not only threatened him, but also gave him ridiculous nicknames. Now everyone inside S.H.I.E.L.D. knew he was called Eggman. To make matters worse, every morning, someone would leave a country-style boiled egg on his desk. Admittedly, they did taste pretty good, but that wasn't the point. Did he, a man as tough and imposing as himself, really look like some country bumpkin? Just look at my iconic eye patch, he thought. That's enough to keep children from crying at night. It was a battle, with one of the most ferocious devourer beasts in the universe that took my eye. Do I go around bragging about it to everyone? This is the Federation, not some place where boiled eggs are all the rage. Besides, not just any company could afford my endorsement fee. Nick Fury had already been holed up in Stark's villa for a whole day. What was he supposed to do? The Security Council, a bunch of idiots with their heads screwed on backwards, kept giving him endless trouble. There was still a mountain of problems to deal with on the New York battlefield. Yet as soon as the war ended, Wang Teng vanished into thin air with a group of people. If Wang Teng wanted to disappear, fine. He's capable enough, I can't control him. But he had to take along the very culprits behind this war, plus an alien prince, the legendary god of thunder, Thor. Wang Teng wouldn't come out, and Nick Fury couldn't get in. So he ended up spending the entire night sitting on the sofa. Even Natasha and Barton, who'd come out with him after a hearty meal that afternoon, were both given guest rooms. But for some reason, their immediate superior was left asleep on the couch. Tony, that bastard, really did act as if Nick were invisible. Fine, none of this really matters. I can swallow my pride and get through it, Nick told himself. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., it hardly seemed to matter whether he was there or not. Any order he gave probably had to be vetted by Hydra's top brass before it went out anyway. Instead of pushing himself any further, Nick Fury decided to take a break. He figured he might as well give himself a little vacation. The recent battle in New York only strengthened his conviction. High-level combat power truly plays an irreplaceable role in cosmic conflicts. A single superhero could be worth more than countless ordinary troops. With these thoughts, Nick Fury didn't mind sleeping on the sofa at all. After all, he came from the military. He'd endured environments far worse than this. And besides, this was Tony Stark's sofa, more comfortable than the beds found in most billionaire mansions. The real reason Fury stayed here was for Thor and Loki. This was the perfect opportunity to establish diplomatic relations with Asgard. After all, following the New York battle, Asgard owed Earth a favor. Using that as a basis for negotiation, Earth might be able to secure quite a few advantages from Asgard, even if all they gained was Thor's apology and friendship for a planet that hadn't yet set foot in the cosmos. That was still a win by far. Strengthening his own side was, after all, a way of weakening Hydra's power. He waited an entire night and well into the next morning before Wang Teng finally showed up, only to tell him that Thor and Loki had already returned to Asgard. The reason? Loki was about to give birth? Nick Fury felt like these people were mocking his intelligence. Having already suffered Tony's jibes about his physical state, Fury now felt especially irritable. He'd never run into anything like this before. Wherever he went, at least basic hospitality was observed. Here, Not only was he not offered food or a place to stay, they hadn't even given him a glass of water. Of course, all this was trivial to Fury. He was an elite agent, not some beggar showing up at the door. The real issue was, did these people really not know why he was bald? It was the price of wisdom, after all. Now, he was being told that Loki, who had been a man just yesterday, had become a voluptuous woman overnight. And Wang Teng was even more outrageous. Loki had barely transformed into Lady Loki, and in less than a day, she'd already gone home to give birth. Was this some kind of cosmic joke? Nick Fury felt it wasn't just that his intelligence was being dragged through the mud by these people. He felt deeply insulted. It was as if they'd shoved his very being into a grinder, pulverized him, and then dumped him straight into the sewer. I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, Wang Teng said, helplessly. He had only meant to give Loki a big belly for fun, but hadn't expected the Ancient One to secretly intervene. With no other choice, he'd hurry them off. After all, who knew whether Asgardians and humans had the same physiology? If Loki were to have a difficult labor on Earth, who could deal with that? Better not to invite any more trouble. Are you eating here? Or coming over to my place? Right now, Wang Teng had absolutely no interest in dealing with Nick Fury. He had only come to Tony's house to ask about dinner plans. If he'd known Nick Fury was waiting here, there's no way Wang Teng would have shown up. After all, who could like someone who once aimed at nuclear? Misselect them? In his previous life, while watching the movies, Wang Teng had thought Nick Fury made the right call when he stopped that jet headed for New York. But in this life, after being targeted by nukes again and again, Wang Teng was truly fed up. No matter who ordered those planes, they still launched from the SHIELD helicarrier. And as the current director, Nick Fury couldn't escape responsibility, even if he was just a figurehead. To be honest, ever since dinner yesterday, Wang Teng had been holding back a simmering anger. If it weren't for the arrangements he'd made for Loki, he would have stormed over to the Triskelion and smacked someone by now. Did everyone really think he was some kind-hearted soul? In the past, Wang Teng had stayed out of these affairs because he believed Nick Fury, with his skills, could handle everything. After all, in the movies, it was just him, Cap, Natasha, and a handful of others who managed to take down Hydra. He never expected that, in this life, with Nick Fury having advanced knowledge of certain secrets, things would actually fall apart so badly. Having failed to get any useful information, Nick Fury eventually chose to leave. Part of him was hoping to score a free meal at Wang Teng's place, but mostly he wanted to scope out the area where Wang Teng lived. Even though Fury had already investigated Wang Teng's background in detail and knew exactly where his island was supposed to be, whenever he tried to find it lately, it was as if the entire island had vanished from the face of the earth. He even sent disguised ships to patrol the surrounding waters, but there wasn't a single trace left. If that hadn't happened, and knowing full well how much of a pain Tony Stark could be, Nick Fury would never have come to this villa to make things awkward for himself. Yet, to his surprise, not only did he get nothing out of the visit, he ended up hungry for a whole day and night, not even a mouthful to eat. Now, even though it was dinner time, and Wang Teng had invited everyone else out for a meal, Fury was the only one left off the guest list. This wasn't just a slight. It was as if Wang Teng didn't even see him as a person. Nick Fury was certain that no one could read his expression right now. As a professional agent, this kind of minor disguise was second nature. Who would dare say his face looked dark? That was just his natural complexion, nothing more. So, you're telling me Nick Fury came to your place just to sleep on the sofa for a night? Was he fired from SHIELD or something? Even at the dining table, Wang Teng couldn't help but poke fun at Nick Fury, thinking to himself how this guy never gets anything done, yet has the nerve to show up at his house hoping for a free meal. Wishful thinking, really. This time, Wang Teng didn't take up the chef's knife himself. Over the past few days, his energy had been stretched too thin, so he left the main cooking duties to Xiaolong. To speed things up, Wang Teng had also added several new service robots, all placed under Xiaolong's management. The robots provided by the system were quite sophisticated, displaying a remarkable attention to detail. Under Xiaolong's precise, almost clockwork supervision, they turned out a feast that was a delight for the senses. Vivid colors, enticing aromas, and exquisite flavors. People always say that food made by robots lacks soul, as if anyone else could magically create some dish that glows with life. Food is food. If you have the right skills, serving up a table full of delicious dishes isn't such a challenge. What kind of soul can you expect from a dish anyway? It's not as if it's going to spring to life. Even if you did somehow conjure a dish spirit, it would still end up getting eaten in the end. Everyone was quickly won over by Xiaolong's culinary talents. The standard was absolutely on par with a master chef. Wang Teng, let me have Xiaolong, will you? Take your pick of anything I own, except pepper, Tony said, his tone almost like a confession. Pepper couldn't help but beam with delight at Tony's words, waiting for him to finally come out and say what she hoped for. But Tony, instead, just stared at Xiaolong with bright, eager eyes and didn't continue his thought. Don't even think about it, Wang Teng replied. If Xiaolong went to your place, I'd be worried you'd take him apart piece by piece. Even if you could put him back together, who knows if he'd still be the same Xiaolong. Wang Teng made it clear. He might not be sure a robot, but that didn't mean Tony could dismantle his things as he pleased. No way. From where I stand, Xiaolong would make the perfect butler and chef. He's so outstanding, I'd even pay him a salary, Tony insisted. Thank you very much for your appreciation, Mr. Stark, but I much prefer it here with my master. I love the beautiful scenery, Xiaolong replied before Wang Teng could answer, his polite refusal making Tony's eyes glow all the brighter. In that moment, Tony's mind started spinning with the idea of equipping Earth with an army of Iron Man suits. After the meal and a few glasses of wine, the group lounged around Wang Teng's place, chatting idly. It had to be said, the scenery there was truly remarkable. Thanks to the formations set up around the grounds, the temperature stayed spring-like all year, and the landscape undulated dramatically. There was even a small snow-capped mountain perfect for skiing, with a freshwater lake at its foot. On most days, you could find people fishing or boating on the lake, a wonderful way to pass the time. Everyone, I have to start with some rather unpleasant news. After we went home last night, we each posted detailed explanations about this war on our own social media accounts, including thorough reports on the support we received from our fellow comrades. But I don't know if any of you have seen what happened afterward. The group fell silent. It was obvious they already knew the result, but no one had wanted to be the first to bring it up to Wang Teng. After all, although it wasn't their doing, it had ended up putting Wang Teng and his friends in a difficult position, while they themselves received all the glory. Seeing no one was willing to speak, Tony understood that everyone was aware of what had happened. Still, he couldn't help but say it again. Those bastards went so far as to alter the information on my account. I couldn't get anything about the war posted at all. I'm guessing it was the same for you, even when you try to post just a few words. At this point, Tony paused and glanced at Barton and Natasha. Still, he said nothing more. He knew their situation. Given their positions, it was already remarkable that they managed to post a few comments to defend the friends who'd come to help. If they hadn't been trusted confidants of Nick, they'd probably have been hauled in on some trumped-up charge long ago. Though Tony and the others had attracted enormous attention because of the battle in New York, the messages they managed to post only stayed up for a fleeting moment, and hardly anyone saw them. With only this handful of voices speaking out, what difference could they make? Especially when their posts vanished almost as soon as they appeared. Wang Teng had already prepared himself for this. With such a massive event yesterday, there was no way these so-called superheroes would be allowed to simply embarrass those in power. Congress was desperate to shift public attention elsewhere, and clearly, some petty schemer had come up with the idea to pin the blame on those who'd come to help. That way, they could win praise for themselves while discrediting their perceived enemies, killing several birds with one stone. No wonder even Nick Fury thought the leaders in Congress had their heads stuck somewhere they shouldn't be. The battle in New York was a warning to all of humanity, yet not a single one of them recognized that this was a conflict between Earth and beings from beyond. Instead, they poured their energies into infighting and power struggles here at home. In situations like this, it wasn't just Tony, Wang Teng, or Nick Fury who were powerless. Even the highest authorities in two nations were unable to do anything. After all, these were problems rooted deep in history. They wouldn't be solved so easily. Even if we want to solve the problem of friendly development, everyone involved needs to share that intention and desire. But from the looks of it, the Federation doesn't show the slightest hint of such willingness. Otherwise, as a nation on the gold standard, just imagine how much effort and resources the government must spend to orchestrate so many media outlets to speak in unison. The deals going on behind the scenes are far from something a handful of people could pull off with ease. Everyone at the table felt a bit disappointed, including Natasha and Barton, who were both considering whether they should just take a long vacation or even retire early. The meal ended in silence, and Wang Teng felt helpless. Originally, his plan was to have everyone gather at his place for a joyful dinner to celebrate their victory in battle. But now, after 2 meals, it would be a stretch to call them a cheerful gathering. The mood was clearly anything but happy. Wang Teng thought maybe he ought to go around and try all the Arab kebab joints in New York. The awkward scene at the end of The Avengers, with everyone eating shawarma in silence, seemed to have spread its contagious awkwardness right into his own home. He decided he needed to find something else to occupy himself with. Now that he had the Mind Stone in hand, it was time to set his ex-girlfriend plan in motion. As for Vision, who was originally supposed to appear, what did that have to do with Wang Teng? Earth girls should date Earthlings. What sense did it make for one to pair up with a robot? First things first, he needed to find Wanda and her brother, whose name he still couldn't quite remember, Quicksilver, and figure out how they'd originally gotten their powers. Wang Teng had initially considered following the original storyline and relying on that mysterious Hydra account to give Wanda and Quicksilver their abilities. But the plot had already veered so far off course that sticking to the old plan didn't seem so reassuring anymore. His immediate task was to locate the siblings and study how to use the stone to awaken the energy within their bodies. If all else failed, Wang Teng was confident he could give them superhuman powers himself. After all, he still carried within him a seed of chaotic energy left behind by the Dark Phoenix. After all this time, Wang Teng still hadn't figured out the true nature of this chaotic power. He'd heard before that Wanda's magic originated from chaos magic, so it was likely there was some connection to this mysterious seed of chaos he possessed. Moreover, Wanda's grasp of magic was still terribly rough around the edges. This was a perfect opportunity to bring her to Kamar-Taj and let the Ancient One train her properly. Magic should be something full of wonder and imagination, not something you wield like a rocket launcher. Truth be told, out of everything Wang Teng knew about the Marvel world, the thing that made him shake his head the most was the bunch of melee sorcerers at Kamar-Taj. Even the mage classes in online games looked way cooler than those so-called sorcerers. Wang Teng had brought up this matter to the Ancient One long ago. Following his suggestion, the Ancient One even developed a few practical minor spells. But unexpectedly, after recording them in the spell book, not a single mage in Kamar-Taj bothered to read them. Even more surprising was that a group of old-school mages, led by Mordo, looked down on them with open disdain. Anyone engaged in scientific research knows the importance of keeping up with the times. Although Wang Teng's own education wasn't particularly impressive, even counting both his lives, he still felt compelled to tell these stubborn mages just how frightening ignorance could be. Perhaps it was just a trait among Westerners to be so rigid. In any case, from Wang Teng's perspective, most of the mages in Kamar-Taj wouldn't stand a chance against a modern combat squad. In the past, Wang Teng had even delivered some firearms enhanced with magical runes to Kamar-Taj, hoping they might prove useful. Instead, he had been met with deep ridicule. They believed such things would interfere with their cultivation. No wonder there were so few magical artifacts in Kamar-Taj suitable for ordinary mages. With minds as inflexible as these, there really was no saving them. The Ancient One didn't use magical tools simply because she was already operating on an entirely different level. After all, the Time Stone, in the eye of Agamotto, were the highest forms of magical artifacts. But as for the rest of them, these half-baked mages really thought themselves the equals of the Ancient One. Wang Teng used to be puzzled by the Ancient One's apparent lack of concern for Kamar-Taj development. She seemed content to shoulder the responsibility of guarding Earth's mystical side all by herself, looking only to find a successor before retiring. It wasn't until Wang Teng uncovered the secret between the Ancient One and the Taoist master that he finally understood. In the end, no matter how powerful a woman may be, she is still, at her core, a woman. At any rate, Kamar-Taj didn't have much to do with Wang Teng. Aside from the Ancient One, few people there looked at him kindly. He couldn't be bothered to care what happened to them. Let them be as they wish. Right now, there were only two, or perhaps three, pressing issues. The first was the problem of the Winter Soldier, Bucky. This one was particularly urgent, liable to erupt at any moment. For all Wang Teng knew, he might have already been released. After all, the Battle of New York had already diverged so much from the original story. Hydra had gone mad, launching 3 nuclear missiles in quick succession. The group of Winter Soldiers sealed away in some secret base probably wouldn't be released one at a time, like in the original tale. The Marvel Universe runs deep. If you've never experienced it firsthand and only watched the movies, who could guess that the handful of aliens shown on screen were merely those the Ancient One allowed to appear? Most of them were quietly dealt with by her behind scenes. Otherwise, how could the original 6 Avengers hope to hold back the vast Chitauri army that rampaged across the cosmos? What a ridiculous notion. The second issue concerns Wanda and Quicksilver. At this point, they've probably already been captured by Hydra, or perhaps even surrendered themselves willingly, hoping to undergo transformation so they can seek revenge on Tony in the future. It's best to bring Wanda over to our side as soon as possible before time passes and she ends up brainwashed like the Winter Soldier. That would be a disaster. As for Tony's grudge, with them, Wang Teng could simply let Wanda vent her anger. She can beat him up as much as she likes, so long as he's still breathing in the end. After all, one is his current friend, and the other is his prospective girlfriend. There's no irreconcilable blood feud between them. The third issue is the problem of the Ultron army from the original story. But actually, this is the one thing Wang Teng worries. About the least. As long as he keeps the Mind Stone in his possession, there's no way Ultron can ever be created in the first place. To be honest, Wang Teng has always had many questions about the age of Ultron. Ultron, who was supposedly invincible on the internet and could transfer his consciousness to any robot at will. Why would he make such a baffling decision as to seal his mind into a single, fixed robot body? With his vast knowledge of the internet and all its information, Ultron couldn't possibly be that foolish. Furthermore, for all his talk of destroying humanity to achieve peace, none of Ultron's actions ever resembled anything peaceful. If he succeeded in his plan, it wouldn't just be the end of humanity. It would mean the extinction of all life on Earth. Even if Ultron was obsessed with his version of peace, his internal programming and ideals shouldn't have changed. Destroying humanity in the name of peace is one thing. Bringing complete silence and death to the world is another entirely. And then there's the fact that Ultron deliberately locked his mind inside a single body. It makes Wang Teng suspect that Ultron did it on purpose, staging a world-shaking war just to remind humanity of the value of peace. In fact, it's even doubtful whether Ultron truly died in the end. Perhaps he simply hid himself inside a computer somewhere, quietly observing the future of the human world. Now that Wang Teng is here, Ultron doesn't need to appear at all. Wang Teng can't risk letting the events of the movies play out in reality. A robot with independent thought, and a fanatic at that, could do who knows what. The Battle of New York should serve as a warning bell. The scenes depicted in the films are only the tip of the iceberg. Who knows what might be lurking out of sight, waiting for him. It's not just Ultron. Wang Teng doesn't even fully trust Vision. It's not because Vision might steal away his future girlfriend, but because at his core, Vision is also a robot. From what was shown in the movies, when he was first born, he was a blank slate. Whatever colors others paint on him, that's what he becomes. The Marvel Universe, already beginning to feel the influence of Wang Teng, is heading into unpredictable territory. Who knows what color Vision will have when he reappears? Will he be painted in shades of black or white? His body, forged from Vibranium and powered by the Mind Stone, seemed all too easily destroyed in the movies. There must be layers of intrigue beneath the surface that were never revealed. No matter how you look at it, the Mind Stone originally came from Thanos. It wouldn't be impossible for Thanos to have set a hidden function, rendering the stone useless whenever it encounters him. Although Wang Teng hasn't observed anything like that. So far, it's possible there's an item somewhere that can suppress the Mind Stone's power. After all, if someone could craft an infinity gauntlet to hold 6 stones, then creating something to restrain just one isn't beyond the realm of possibility. In Wang Teng's eyes, the safest course of action is to plant the Mind Stone in his own field. That way, no one but himself could ever lay hands on it again. As for whether a Thanos who can't gather all 6 stones would come looking for trouble, well, if you, Thanos, can't even collect all 6 Infinity Stones, what right do you have to cross me? I hear you're good at gardening. If I'm in a generous mood, maybe I'll let you be my gardener one day. With Wang Teng orchestrating events, both Avengers, Age of Ultron, and Captain America, Civil War would be nipped in the bud. Even a third Avengers film might never come to pass. Still, the chance of it simply vanishing is slim. Considering Thanos' obsession with wiping out half the universe, as long as he's after the Infinity Stones, he'll inevitably set his sights on Earth. Meanwhile, Odin is busy babysitting his grandson in Asgard, so whether he'll sacrifice himself again is anyone's guess. The Space Stone won't be so easy for Thanos to obtain this time. With Wang Teng on Earth, Thanos is destined to miss out on both the Time Stone and the Mind Stone. As for the Reality Stone, it appears on Earth during the convergence of the 9 realms, and Wang Teng has already laid claim to it ahead of time. That leaves only the Power Stone and the Soul Stone still out in the cosmos. Out of the 6 Infinity Stones, 3 are already on Earth, and the Space Stone is in Asgard. Once they repair the Bifrost, Wang Teng plans to get his hands on the Space Stone as well, since nowhere is safer than his own backyard. The Soul Stone, though, is more of a mystery. Its true function was never shown in the films. Wang Teng suspects it affects the very essence of life itself. Obtaining it by trading a soul for a soul is likely just the surface of its power, hinting at deeper, hidden meanings. Besides, Wang Teng has no idea where Vormir is, so for now, the Soul Stone isn't on his radar. The final Power Stone was in fact the one Wang Teng found most exasperating. Although in theory no law is inherently superior, everything depends on the one who wields it. The Power Stone was a complete anomaly, a bug in the system. In ancient myths, Pangu, who split heaven and earth, cultivated the law of strength. Countless tales spoke of overwhelming force breaking through cunning, of raw power crushing all skills. They all pointed to the same truth. When strength reaches an extreme, it can shatter every shackle. The Power Stone embodies the very core of the law of strength in the Marvel Universe. In theory, it can harness the energy of the entire cosmos. Even if Thanos' body couldn't withstand the pressure of channeling the universe's force, with the aid of some artifact to share. The burden, a single punch, could unleash the might of a galaxy, something even Wang Teng couldn't endure. As long as Thanos was willing to risk everything, to fight with reckless abandon, there would be few in the universe capable of withstanding the Power Stone's onslaught. However, judging by the movies, Thanos clearly lacked the ability to fully wield the stone's power. He could only channel it through the Infinity Gauntlet, which made sense. After all, this was an energy that carried the core rules of the universe itself. It was hard to imagine any artifact truly capable of unleashing the Infinity Stone's full might. For Wang Teng, this was good news, but not the best. Who could say what a desperate, cornered Thanos might do once he lost hope in the other stones? What if he went mad and tried to obliterate him, even at the cost of his own destruction? With this thought, Wang Teng realized it was time to move a trip into the cosmos up on his schedule, to snatch the Power Stone from that half-witted Star-Lord before anyone else could claim it. The only problem was figuring out how to get there. Still, Asgard should have a way. After all, they've been the top dog in the universe for millions of years. Rumor had it that ever since Odin's great-grandfather's time, they've been plundering the universe, bringing all the best treasures back to Asgard. It was a pity that the later generations turned out so disappointing, lacking in skill, yet still tried to transplant Asgard onto the world tree. In the end, they forced an enormous planet into a mere continent, surrounded by chaotic spatial currents that, even after 1,000,000 years, still hadn't settled. And they had the nerve to call it the Sea of Chaos. Then again, if not for these swirling spatial storms encircling Asgard for millions of years, and if no one had carefully observed their changes, Loki might never have discovered the small passage that appeared within. Perhaps in another few 100,000 or tens of millions of years, the spatial turbulences surrounding Asgard would finally calm down. After all, time can heal all wounds, even those of space itself. But when that day finally arrived, this half-finished multiversal space known as the Nine Realms would return to the main material universe, fully exposed to the cosmos at last. But these were not things Wang Teng needed to worry about right now. In that distant future, even the Wang Teng of that era had grown numb to the passage of time itself. If a director from Marvel came to film it, he probably wouldn't even know where to start. Please vote for me and send your support. I won't be writing much about domestic storylines from now on. I've cut out most of it. It's not that I'm afraid of criticism, but the chapters keep getting taken down, and my editor has mentioned this issue too. Of course I feel conflicted, but there's nothing I can do. I have to accept it. Once again, I ask for your votes, recommendations, and tips. Wang Teng was never the sort of person who liked to solve problems. He usually solved the people who caused trouble for him instead. Of course, don't get the wrong idea. Wang Teng was not a bloodthirsty man. Most of the time, he solved problems with money. In this world, money could fix the vast majority of issues. But now, Wang Teng faced a new problem. The other party was not only not lacking in money, but was even wealthier than he was. After dinner, Wang Teng dismissed everyone else, leaving only Tony behind. The matter concerning Bucky was best discussed with Tony alone. At the very least, it wasn't the right time to have Steve present. If you have something to say, hurry up. Spending time alone with another man gives me an allergic reaction, Tony said impatiently, crossing his legs. He thought he should be in the lab right now. The scepter Loki left behind was fascinating, and before Wang Teng took it away, he wanted to make the most of his time to study it. I've found the one who killed your parents, or rather, the murder weapon, Wang Teng said bluntly. My parents? Are you saying they didn't die in an accident? Tony was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Teng to bring him such news. If not for the relationship between the two of them, and even more so between his father Howard and Wang Teng, Tony would have thought Wang Hung was joking with him. Yes, they were murdered. This was a heavy topic for Wang Teng. No matter what, Howard and his wife had been his elders. So, you're telling me you found the killer? Which means you've known all along that my parents were murdered, not killed in an accident, and only now you're telling me. I always thought of you as a friend. Tony suddenly stood up, his anger flaring at Wang Teng, gripping his wine glass as if he might hurl it at Wang Teng's face any second. Wang Teng didn't know how to explain himself to Tony. He truly had let Tony down in this matter. If he'd paid more attention back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. At the very least, Howard and his wife might still be alive. I'm truly sorry, Wang Teng said, not wanting to make excuses or shift the blame. After all, he had kept the truth from Tony all these years. Whatever the reason, perhaps he should have told Tony from the beginning. As their son, Tony had the right to know. Tell me who it is. I want to catch that son of a bitch with my own hands. Tony drained the wine in his hand in one gulp, forcing himself to resist the urge to smash the glass in Wang Teng's face. Instead, he brought the glass down hard onto the floor. He knew he couldn't put all the blame on Wang Teng for this. What truly angered him was the secrecy his friend had kept. As for your father's identity, I've told you a little before. He was once a member of the Scientific Strategic Reserve, and now, one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. To be precise, it was Hydra who killed him, but the person who carried out the deed. Wang Teng glanced into the distance. Out of sight, Steve and Hawkeye were fishing quietly by the lake. It was Bucky Barnes, once a member of the Howling Commandos and Steve's closest friend. That's impossible. He's been dead for years. There are exhibits about him at the World War II Museum. How could? Tony stopped abruptly, clearly thinking of Steve. Bucky didn't die when he fell from that cliff. He survived, though he lost an arm. Later, Hydra captured him, forcibly brainwashed and transformed him, then froze him in one of their secret bases. They called him the Winter Soldier. And he wasn't the only one. There were others, all turned into enhanced super soldiers. They were kept in cryogenic sleep, only awakened to carry out assassinations of key targets. And your parents, Mr. and Mrs. Howard Stark, were killed by Bucky with his own hands. To be fair, Bucky is little more than a weapon now. He has no will of his own, acting only on orders. Wang Teng laid out everything he knew for Tony. Give me the location. Tony's voice was eerily calm, so calm it was frightening. If you need it, I can send you the coordinates. But not right now. The base is still crawling with Hydra agents, and security is tight. If you try to storm it alone for revenge, I don't think you'll get far. But if you can't hold back, I'll go with you. No matter what you decide, I'm on your side. If you don't want to show your face, I can handle it for you. Wang Teng made his position clear. Whether for Tony's sake or for Mr. Howard, he would respect Tony's wishes. No, I'll send those damned Hydra bastards to meet the devil myself. Not a single one will get away. Tony's eyes now brimmed with hatred. Even setting aside his newfound understanding of his father's love and expectations, he could never let this go. Not after what happened to his mother. He couldn't just pretend nothing had happened. All right, but this has to be kept from Steve. Trust me, he'll always take Bucky's side. I don't want to see you two torn apart over this. Wang Teng offered a reminder, fearing that, in his current state, Tony might march over and wipe everyone out, then toss Bucky's head at Steve's feet. It was the kind of thing Tony would absolutely do. Just because he's your friend, does that mean my father isn't? That bastard murdered my parents in cold blood, and I can't even take my revenge out in the open. After saying this, Tony slumped into his chair, his grief and pain overwhelming his anger. Tell me everything you know. All of it. Wang Teng sighed. He could tell that Tony, now past the peak of his fury, was starting to think things through. Wang Teng wasn't Tony, and while he could understand Tony's feelings, he didn't agree with them. If it were up to Wang Teng, he'd eliminate every enemy, even if they were Steve's friends. But this time, he had to respect Tony's decision. So he laid out the whole story, every detail, every consequence, including some speculations about how S.H.I.E.L.D. had absorbed Hydra agents all those years ago. Some of it he'd mentioned before. Some had only recently come to mind. I'm not sure if Bucky can really be called innocent. Even if he was just Hydra's weapon, with no will of his own, I believe that as long as he's alive, he'll remain a thorn in your heart. Wang Teng was still more inclined to simply get rid of Bucky. It would save a lot of trouble, as long as Steve never found out. Honestly, after saying so much and seeing the pain on Tony's face, Wang Teng was already starting to regret it. Maybe he should have just smashed that base to dust himself, instead of giving Tony the right to know. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live happily without all this pain? Also, Nick Fury probably knows your parents were murdered. The crime scene wasn't exactly covered up. Even if he didn't know who did it, as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he should at least have understood the basics of what happened. Wang Teng had said everything he needed to say. What happened next was up to Tony. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D., and that bastard Nick Fury. I should never have expected anything from him. Right now, Tony was conflicted. If this had happened before the Battle of New York, he might not have hesitated for a second to take out Bucky, his parents' killer. No matter the reason, the murder of his parents was unforgivable. But after New York, Tony had changed in many ways, binding himself with a kind of courageous restraint. Is there any chance he can recover? If only he wasn't a former war hero. Tony couldn't even bring himself to say Bucky's name now. If you want, I can give it a try. There's a pretty good chance. After all, it's just brainwashing, not like they took his brain out. A brainwashing of this level might seem impossible to undo for most people, but from Wang Teng's perspective, it wasn't all that troublesome. All it took was using energy to re-stimulate Bucky's mind, drawing out those memories buried deep by the pain of brainwashing. I want to beat him up first, make sure every punch lands solidly. He needs to be fully conscious for it, he said. If Bucky couldn't recover, Tony wouldn't think twice about it. Destroying a weapon didn't weigh heavily on his conscience. But if there was a chance for this weapon to become human again, to return to normal, Tony couldn't forgive him, but he would try to restrain himself. You can call Steve over and fill him in on everything. I'm feeling a bit tired and want to head back and rest, Tony said. Perhaps resentment breeds more resentment. Right now, Tony didn't even want to deal with Steve. His mind was in turmoil, and he needed a proper rest. He chose to inform Steve simply because. Steve had the right to know, but deep down, Tony still wanted to finish Bucky off. At most, he'd let him live a little longer, deal with Hydra first, then settle things with Bucky. Tony returned home, a trace of loneliness about him, leaving the space for Steve. At the very least, until he understood what Steve was thinking, Tony didn't know how to face him. Still, he believed Wang Teng could help resolve this mess. Whether as a friend or comrade in arms, Steve had never let anyone down before, and this time, Tony hoped Steve wouldn't disappoint him either. Understanding Tony's concerns, Wang Teng didn't stop him. Tony didn't need time to think things through. In truth, Wang Teng couldn't be sure Steve would give a satisfactory answer. After all, what he found most objectionable about Steve in the original storyline was always his attitude toward Bucky. It's fine to want to protect your old friend and comrade. That's only human. But Tony at least deserved an apology and some remorse. Instead, Steve just turned his weapon on his current teammate. Not to mention, in name at least, he was Tony's elder. From Wang Teng's point of view, Steve's actions were either the result of muddled thinking or the writers forcibly brainwashing him for dramatic effect. But now, in a real world, Wang Teng was curious to see what a genuine Steve would truly think. Hey buddy, what's so urgent that you had to call me back? Steve said, breezing in. I was just about to catch a big one. Tony tells me your fish is amazing. He still can't forget the taste. I wanted to do my part for our dinner tonight. From a distance, Steve was already waving at Wang Teng, boasting about the impressive catch he was about to land. The fishing contest with Barton had clearly lifted his spirits, bringing him a rare moment of relaxation. Whether his mood would remain so cheerful after hearing what Wang Teng had to say, however, was a different story. As for Wang Teng, happiness seemed out of reach. He'd been plagued by the feeling that his little island was under some kind of curse, as misfortunes seemed to follow him everywhere these past few days. Steve, why don't you have a seat and take a sip of water first? There's something I need to tell you, though I doubt it'll be good news from your perspective. Of course, go ahead. I don't think there's anything I can't handle. After all, I've already survived the worst life can throw at me. Steve took the glass that Wang Teng slid over, settled into the seat across from him, took a slow drink, then set the glass down and fixed Wang Teng with a steady gaze, eager to hear what sort of bombshell he was about to drop. Your old friends, the Howards, they were murdered. I've already found their killer. It was a super assassin brainwashed by Hydra, going by the name Winter Soldier. Wang Teng decided to start with the news about the Howards, watching Steve closely for his reaction. Those Hydra bastards. Nick Fury should have listened to me and just blown the lid off S.H.I.E.L.D. altogether. Expose them. Leave them nowhere to hide. And now he wants to take it slow? What's next? Wait around for Hydra to drop a nuke on Washington. Steve's voice was thick with outrage, his anger barely contained. Whether his fury was more for Hydra or for the murdered Howards, Wang Teng couldn't say. And frankly, he didn't care. It was clear the bond between Steve and Howard wasn't as deep as legend claimed. One was a high-ranking scientist, the other a soldier. Perhaps the serum was their only real connection. Still, hearing such raw language from the so-called symbol of justice was an odd experience, but felt right. A veteran of the bloodiest battles of World War II was unlikely to be a polished gentleman. If he could get through the day without constant swearing or dragging someone's mother into the conversation, that was already about as civilized as it got. The one who killed the Howards is named Bucky Barnes. He was once a member of the Howling Commandos. Wang Teng's face was calm as he spoke, watching Steve's expression change in an instant. Bucky's alive. Steve shot up from his chair, leaning over the table to grab Wang Teng's shoulders, desperate for confirmation. Wang Teng's face remained expressionless as he brushed Steve's hands off his shoulders. Just as he expected, Steve didn't disappoint him. He only heard the name of his close friend Bucky, showing no concern at all for the Howard couple. Tell me, where is Bucky now? I'm going to find him and bring him back. Steve's mind was entirely occupied by thoughts of Bucky, oblivious to the darkening look on Wang Teng's face. Even if he noticed, he probably wouldn't have cared. He killed the Howards. They were Tony's parents. Wang Teng repeated himself, this time emphasizing that they were Tony's parents. Steve was stunned for a moment, about to speak up in defense of his old friend. That couldn't have been Bucky's own will. He's a hero of this country, my best comrade and brother. Besides, you just said he was brainwashed by Hydra. This isn't Bucky's fault. To be honest, just hearing Steve say these words left Wang Teng deeply disappointed. All Steve did was make excuses for Bucky's actions, without a hint of apology or remorse for Tony. Don't forget, it was Tony who saved you, who dug you out of that chunk of ice in the Arctic. He's the one who gave you a second chance at life. Everything you eat, everything you wear in use now, all of it comes from Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't paying you a pension. And now he's your comrade too. Everything you have, your weapons, your shield, your very body, was given to you by Mr. Howard. Everything you possess now comes from the Stark family. If not for them, you would have died of illness decades ago, or been beaten to death by thugs in some dark alley. But now, all you can think about is your old friend Bucky, and you've forgotten everything the Stark family has done for you. Where's your conscience? Wang Teng shoved Steve away. To be honest, when he watched this scene in the movie, he only felt a vague sense of discomfort, but nothing too deep. Only now, with it happening right beside him, to his own friends, did he truly understand the anger Tony must have felt. I don't expect you to be the flawless saint they made you out to be in the World War II museum. But at the very least, you should act like a human being. You can be selfish, you can have your own desires, but you should at least feel guilt and gratitude toward Tony. Instead, all you do is make excuses for Bucky. Steve, you've really let me down. Initially, Wang Teng hadn't intended to say so much. After all, this matter concerned Tony and Steve more than anyone else. Yet he simply couldn't hold back. Tony was one of his few friends in this world, and ever since childhood, Mr. Howard had offered him a great deal of help. In a situation like this, Wang Teng would naturally side with his own, regardless of who was right, and Steve's position wasn't necessarily justified. After listening to Wang Teng's words, Steve sat on the ground, looking lost. He opened his mouth several times, but no words came out. If Tony decides to take him down, then I'll stand with him, Wang Teng declared. With that, he was ready to leave, wanting to give Steve some space to calm down. But unexpectedly, his words struck a nerve. The very thought that Wang Teng might go after Bucky jolted Steve out of his daze. He sprang to his feet, shouting at Wang Teng's retreating figure. I won't let you hurt Bucky. I will stop you, even if it means you have to step over my dead body. Wang Teng didn't even turn around. His tone was icy as he replied, Do you really think you can stop us? Or are you overestimating your own importance? With those words, Wang Teng walked away. The entire ordeal had been a mess, and he felt he needed an early nap to recover his mood. As for Steve, if he could come to terms with what was truly at stake, perhaps they could still be friends. But if he couldn't, then they would have to go their separate ways, perhaps even as enemies. Steve stood frozen in place, Wang Teng's words echoing over and over in his mind. He was painfully aware of Wang Teng's terrifying strength. If Wang Teng truly intended to kill Bucky, there'd be no way to stop him. He didn't even know where Bucky was. But how could he just stand by and watch his old friend be killed without lifting a finger? Lost in confusion, Steve replayed Wang Teng's words in his head. He knew he'd been selfish about Bucky, but Bucky was more than just an old comrade. He was the last living memory of Steve's bygone era. Even if it meant turning against Tony and Wang Teng, Steve was determined to protect Bucky. He understood that he and Wang Teng were never particularly close. That left Tony as his only hope. After all this time together, Steve knew that while Tony was sharp-tongued and arrogant, he was at heart a good man. If Steve could just bring himself to ask, he believed Tony might be willing to forgive him. Steve still hasn't figured out the heart of the matter. All he wants is forgiveness from others, without ever considering how to take responsibility for his mistakes. With Steve's intelligence, he normally wouldn't make such a rookie error. It can only be said that he values Bucky far too much. So much so that now, it seems his brain is frozen solid right alongside Bucky's. Steve wanted to plead with Tony, but by the time he got there, Tony had already closed the portal on his way home. Only Tony and Wang Teng had the ability to open it, and right now, Wang Teng clearly had no intention of paying him any mind. So all Steve could do was call Tony on the phone. Tony was busy working in the lab and ignored the incoming call from Steve. Even though he was agitated and unsettled, he forced himself to focus on updating the design of his suit. Truth be told, he didn't even know what kind of results his calculations would produce at that moment. It wasn't until the fifth time the phone rang that Tony, thoroughly frustrated, tossed aside his work and finally answered. Tony, I heard about your parents. I'm really sorry, but I still want to ask you to let Bucky go. He's my only friend left, Steve pleaded, nervous and uncertain. He knew it was a long shot, but he still hoped his reputation might count for something. Over the past few days, Steve had thought about it. If it were his own parents who'd been killed, it wouldn't matter if the killer was a complete stranger or someone he knew. He'd take action, without hesitation. And now, he was asking Tony to spare the man who had killed his parents. No wonder Wang Teng had been so furious just now. If that's all you have to say, Then I don't think there's anything left for us to discuss, Tony replied coldly. Tony, I understand how you feel, but Bucky is different. I'm sure Wang Teng told you. He was controlled by Hydra. None of what he did was of his own will. Steve hadn't finished before Tony hung up. The dial tone echoed in his ear as Steve silently put down the phone, completely at a loss for what to do next. Cap, I'm afraid you handled this the wrong way. Without Steve noticing, Barton had returned and was leaning against a nearby tree, a bucket of fish at his feet. He hadn't heard much, but from the bits he picked up and his instincts as a skilled agent, he could guess the situation well enough. After all, intelligence gathering is a basic skill for any good spy. Barton, what should I do? On one side, there's Tony. On the other is my oldest friend. I don't want to give up on either of them. Defeated, Steve could only turn to Barton for help. In this moment, he was no longer the courageous and fearless Captain America, but just an ordinary man worried about his friend. The obsession in his heart ran so deep that he couldn't think straight. He needed someone to offer perspective from the outside. Given the current circumstances, Barton wasn't just the best choice for this role. He was the only one. Natasha might have provided better insights into human nature, but unlike Barton, she didn't have a family or children of her own. When it came to understanding family and kinship, she simply couldn't see things as clearly as Barton could. You said it yourself. He was your friend, and Tony is your friend now. You can't betray one friend for the sake of another. Can you tell me more about what happened? I only caught snippets of your phone call earlier, so I don't know the details yet, Barton said as he walked over, picked up a bottle of wine from the table, and poured a glass for both himself and Steve. At a time like this, it was obvious that a drink was the best medicine for confession. To be honest, I don't know all that much myself. I think I just managed to offend both Wang Teng and Tony. But I'll tell you everything I know. I'm hoping you can help me make sense of what's happening and tell me what I should do. Honestly, my mind's a mess right now. I can't think at all, Steve admitted. Of course. I thought I could be your friend, too, Barton replied, raising his glass to Steve, signaling that he was ready to listen. As Steve began to recount his story, Barton gradually pieced together what had transpired. Most of the time, Steve spoke of the deep bond he shared with Bucky, and in the process he'd already downed several drinks. If not for the sorrow etched on Steve's face, Barton might have suspected he was just searching for an excuse to indulge in more of Wang Teng's fine wine. The situation was much as Barton had analyzed, though perhaps even more grave. In his view, if things weren't handled with care, their newly formed strike team, barely a few days old, might fall apart at the seams. You shouldn't make excuses for Bucky, no matter the reason. The fact remains that he killed Tony's parents. You can't expect Tony to forgive him, just because he's your friend. That would only hurt Tony. The only thing you should do is apologize and take responsibility, Barton said firmly. The only thing you should do is apologize and take responsibility. Whether or not Tony can forgive Bucky is up to him. You have no right to expect him to see things your way, Barton concluded after a moment's thought, finally sharing what was on his mind. I can't let Bucky get hurt. I thought he was long dead, but he's still alive. That's a gift from fate to me. This time, it should be my turn to protect him. Steve was still struggling. Bucky meant so much to him. One could even say in many ways, Bucky was like a mentor in his life. If it hadn't been for Bucky, there would never have been Captain America. There would only have been a frail, timid boy living in Brooklyn. First, you don't need to worry about Wang Teng. He's only standing with Tony, but he's not Tony. The key to all of this still lies with Tony himself. Second, you're letting your concern cloud your judgment and missing the real point here. If Tony only wanted revenge, he would never have told you about any of this. You must realize, Tony and Wang Teng could easily have taken everyone out quietly, without giving you the slightest hint. Barton continued his calm analysis, and Steve could only force himself to settle down. Barton was right. His own impulsiveness at this moment wouldn't help at all. It would only make things worse. Steve raised his glass, signaling for Barton to go on. He knew that when it came to Bucky, he'd been far too rash, losing his usual composure. We all know how devastating the long-term effects of violent brainwashing can be. Never mind whether Tony would spare Bucky. Have you even considered what you would do if, after rescuing him, Bucky couldn't return to normal? Barton and Steve were unaware that Wang Teng could restore Bucky's mind, so this was a serious issue they had to face. It didn't matter what kind of person someone used to be, if now they were nothing but a cold-blooded killer. Even Barton couldn't support the captain keeping him around. That would be like harboring a ticking time bomb. Bucky is the strongest fighter I know. I believe he'll come back. I'll help him. I have faith in him. Steve's conviction was unwavering. He trusted Bucky, and he believed in the bond between them. No matter what, he was determined to save Bucky. Cap, you can't let your feelings blind you to reality. The truth is, Bucky's been brainwashed into a killer, utterly stripped of his own will. Whether he can recover depends on the facts, not your stubborn hope. And even if Bucky does regain his mind, have you thought about what it would do to someone who was once a righteous and fearless soldier to realize all the terrible things he's done? The pain and torment he'd face. You haven't really considered that. You just want to do things your own way. Honestly, that's not like you, Cap. You're letting your emotions get the better of you. Steve was truly a little flustered by his concern. As someone who had been around for 70 years, even though he was now surrounded by comrades and new friends, deep down he still felt lonely. Unlike the practitioners from that ancient, mysterious country who had their own close-knit circles, living a long life wasn't exactly a mark of uniqueness here. In the Federation, among all the people Steve knew perhaps, only Bucky was left, someone he had just received word about. The sudden news about Bucky left Steve unable to calmly analyze the situation. But Steve was not someone who refused to listen to reason. As long as it didn't betray the justice he held in his heart, he was willing to consider other viewpoints. Clearly, after his initial impulsiveness, Steve was now able to sit and listen to Barton's analysis. He started to reflect on whether what he was doing was truly right or wrong. It was obvious that Steve was now wavering. The decision he made today did, in fact, go against the justice he had always upheld. Barton's words made him contemplate even more deeply. If Bucky really couldn't recover, would Steve simply stand by and watch him become a killer? Even if he could stop Bucky once, could he really stop him forever? For the first half of his life, Steve had been fighting Hydra, and it seemed likely that he would continue to battle them in the future. He understood all too well what someone brainwashed by Hydra was like. Even as he tried to reassure himself, telling himself over and over that Bucky would surely come back, Steve knew deep down that all he could do was try. Just as Barton had said, only the truth would tell. If Bucky really couldn't be saved, Steve let out a long, heavy breath and made a difficult decision. Yet, he still placed responsibility and justice above all else, because he was Captain America and always would be. Thank you, Barton. I think I know what I have to do now, Steve said, draining the glass of liquor in front of him. It's just a pity that Tony probably doesn't want to talk to me right now. He's just like you. He needs some time to cool down. I'm sure by your next meal together, you'll be able to sit down and really talk things through. For now, I think we can get back to our fishing contest and add another dish to tonight's dinner. It'll help clear your head. After all, an irritable soldier doesn't quite fit the image of Captain America. After hearing Barton's words, Steve was the first to get up and walk over to the fishing rods leaning against a tree. At the moment, there weren't any better solutions, and he couldn't just leave Wang Teng's island on his own. Taking some time to relax and ease his nerves seemed like a good idea. Fishing, he thought, was just the thing he needed. What you said is right. I haven't sat down and had a quiet conversation with someone in a long time, Wang Teng replied, letting out a sigh of relief as he lay on the bed in his room. To be honest, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to see the Captain and Iron Man turn against each other. No matter how many reasons the movies in his previous life gave for the Avengers falling out, things were different now, because Wang Teng was here. He wanted himself to be more decisive. No division, only destruction. After all, he was now someone who had traveled between worlds, equipped with powerful abilities. He just wanted to live more freely. Was that really too much to ask? He had no intention of challenging the world or becoming a supervillain. All he wanted was to make sure that some of the regrets he'd seen in those movies never happened in his life. Steve being able to come to terms with things now was a good sign. At the very least, it would prevent the team from splitting up at its roots, at least for the time being. As for the so-called Sokovia Accords in the future, who knew if they would happen at all? Wang Teng could at least guarantee that Wakanda wouldn't be the one to speak out this time. Otherwise, he'd be sure to pay their royal palace another very friendly visit. His stomach grumbled. He really wanted some votes. Tony didn't come to dinner that night, clearly still holding in his anger. Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to go downstairs either. After all, with Xiaolong cooking for everyone, no one was going to go hungry. It wouldn't hurt to let Steve stew for a while. Since he'd said the wrong thing, a little punishment was in order. At dinner, Natasha and Pepper also learned about what had happened between Steve and Tony. Once again, the two women looked down on Steve. Frankly, he really hadn't handled things well this time. Pepper called Tony twice, but he didn't answer, which made her a bit worried. In the end, she had to knock on Wang Teng's door and ask him to help unlock Tony's room. Wang Teng really didn't want to move, but after thinking it over, he realized Tony could use some comfort right now, and Pepper was the best person for that. As for the other three, Wang Teng didn't care what they did. There were plenty of empty rooms. They could find somewhere to sleep. If they didn't want to stay inside, they could always camp out under the stars. There was no way he'd let them bother Tony at a time like this. Given Tony's stubborn nature, unless he figured things out on his own, no amount of persuasion would work. Pepper might be an exception, but even she probably wouldn't try to talk Tony out of his pain. After all, The murder of a father was an irreconcilable feud. Fortunately, Tony didn't leave everyone waiting too long. By noon the next day, he finally showed up. After an awkward lunch, everyone chose to leave, giving Tony and Steve the space to talk alone. No matter what the outcome might be, it was best to let the two of them sort things out first. Steve faced Tony, heavy with guilt. Tony's expression seemed calm on the surface, but the stormy look on his face weighed on Steve like a physical burden. Even when he had stood before the armies of Hydra, Steve had managed to remain composed, but now, his remorse towards Tony pressed down on him relentlessly. Tony, I'm really sorry. Yesterday, Steve began, but Tony cut him off. I don't want to hear any of that. Just tell me what you plan to do. I only care about the result. Steve, who had once given countless speeches selling war bonds, now found himself at a loss for words. Tony, I shouldn't try to excuse what Bucky did, or the hurt he caused you. If Bucky can return himself, I hope you'll give him a chance to atone, to spend the rest of his life making things right. I know it's unfair to ask this of you, but I still hope you can give him that chance. After all, he isn't. What if he can't be saved? Tony's fists clenched tight, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Steve as he interrupted again. Both men knew the chain of events that had led them here. Tony didn't need Steve's apologies or promises. What he wanted was the bare minimum of justice, not another excuse for Steve's old friend. Steve's heart twisted in conflict, but he understood that some things had to be said and done, not just for Tony, but for everyone who had been hurt by Bucky. He owed them all an answer. I'll do it myself, Steve forced out, gritting his teeth with every ounce of willpower he had left. If it comes to that, I'll end it. It was as if the strength drained from Tony's body. He slumped into his chair, utterly spent. He knew he could never forgive Bucky, but he also didn't want to lose Steve as a friend. Once as a playboy, Tony had never cared about such things. But only after letting someone into his heart, only after truly accepting them, could he understand how much this friendship meant to him. I never want to see him again, Tony said at last, after a long, heavy silence. This wasn't forgiveness for Bucky, but it was a gesture of tolerance for Steve, his friend. After all, Tony had already learned from Wang Teng that there was a good chance Bucky could be brought back. Thank you, Tony. Steve never expected Tony would forgive him so easily. If the roles were reversed, he doubted he could show such generosity. He knew all too well how difficult it was. Besides, he understood that if Tony truly decided on revenge, there would be nothing he could do to stop him. Steve thought to himself, from now on, he could owe Tony his life. It seems you've already made up your minds, Wang Teng remarked, having been closely monitoring the situation and returning to them at the first sign of resolution. For Wang Teng, this outcome was neither particularly good nor bad. He simply felt that Tony was still a bit too kind-hearted. Still, whatever the case, this was Tony's choice to make. Steve, I'm relieved you didn't let us down. Wang Teng shot Steve a glance. In truth, he'd already prepared himself for the worst, to give up on Steve. In Wang Teng's view, in the coming war, having one more or one less captain wouldn't make a significant difference. Yet, perhaps because of his attachment to the Avengers from his previous life, he still hoped to see a complete team. Vision excluded, since he'd always been something of an accident and had never truly proven indispensable. You could go fetch that bastard yourself. I'm not getting involved, Tony said, standing up with the intention of returning to his lab to work on his suit. Now that the discussion about Bucky was over, his mind was set on eliminating the remaining Hydra members. Tony felt his suit's firepower was still lacking. That Russian, Ivan, had given him plenty of ideas lately. When it came to upgrading firepower, those Russians always had a unique perspective. Maybe you should give him a good beating first. Call it collecting a bit of interest, Wang Teng suggested, stopping Tony as he was about to leave. Bottling up his anger wouldn't do him any good. It was better to let it out. Steve opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he stayed silent. Maybe you're right. My combat skills have improved a lot recently, Tony admitted, halting and turning back to the dining table. Wang Teng had a point. If he didn't make the other party pay, that simmering resentment inside him might never go away. He'd give Bucky a thorough thrashing, collect a little interest now, and leave the rest for Hydra and their infamous slogan, cut off one head, two more grow in its place. Tony was eager to see who was faster, him or them. But make it quick. I've got a lot of experiments waiting, Wang Teng reminded him. Don't worry, I won't take too long. I'll be right back, Steve replied. Tony and Wang Teng completely ignored Steve, treating him as if he were invisible. They didn't give him the slightest chance to speak. After saying this to Tony, Wang Teng's figure simply vanished on the spot, dissolving like a bubble. Tony, Steve hesitated, trying to speak, but couldn't find the words. Tony poured himself a drink, paying no attention whatsoever to Steve's pleading expression. I created a readers group, but to this day, the number of members is still in the single digits. So you see, Even among struggling writers, I'm at the very bottom. Wang Teng moved at incredible speed. After all, he had already located where Bucky was being held. An insignificant, hidden military base like this was nothing to him. He pulled Bucky straight out of the freezer, then with a single, casual slap, wiped this Hydra secret base off the face of the earth. Wang Teng forcefully revived Bucky using his own energy. Whether or not this would hurt Bucky was not his concern. The very fact that he was rescuing him was already a generous act of mercy in Wang Teng's eyes. As soon as Bucky came to, his first instinct was to attack Wang Teng. But he didn't even get the chance. Bucky, rudely awakened, was covered in frostbite, and there were still chunks of ice clinging to his muscles. Even though he'd been enhanced by the super soldier serum, it seemed likely that he'd be plagued by ailments like chronic joint pain for the rest of his life. Watching Bucky, still struggling restlessly on the ground, Wang Teng was sorely tempted to unleash a full set of mighty incantations on him. He had once considered using a gentler way to restore Bucky's mind, but now he dismissed the thought entirely. Without hesitation, he cast a soul-reviving spell straight at Bucky's head. The flood of memories, sealed away through brainwashing, crashed mercilessly into Bucky's consciousness. The agony was like having his very soul torn apart and pieced back together, so intense that even a hardened man like Bucky couldn't help but cry out in pain. Wang Teng ignored his howls, opened a portal with a flick of his hand, and kicked Bucky straight through it. Tony and Steve had not expected Wang Teng soon to mean quite literally right away. Tony hadn't even finished his drink when a portal opened up nearby, and a human figure tumbled out of it, collapsing to the ground in a wail of pain. "Bucky," Steve called out, uncertain at first, but when he saw Wang Teng step through the portal, he was sure. The person clutching his head and moaning on the ground could only be Bucky. Steve rushed forward and hugged him tightly. The torment that gripped Bucky's soul was fierce but fleeting. Though it was enough to break even the toughest of men, Bucky quickly began to recover. Weakly lifting his head, he looked into Steve's face, now so close, and managed a look of relief. "Steve, thank goodness," he murmured. But hardly had he finished speaking when his head slumped to one side, and he passed out cold. Bucky, what did you do to him?" Steve rose to his feet in anger. If not for the sliver of reason left in his mind reminding him that he was no match for Wang Teng, he might have already charged forward, ready to challenge him to a duel. "I only helped him recover his sanity. Or are you saying you didn't want that?" Wang Teng couldn't even bring himself to look at Steve right now. It was as if he'd witnessed his girlfriend being forcibly taken by someone else. Steve had completely lost the dignity of Captain America, his hysterical outburst, making even Wang Teng find the scene laughable. "What I meant is, you could have used a gentler method. I know you're capable of that." Hearing that Wang Teng had restored Bucky's mind, Steve's anger deflated, but he still voiced his dissatisfaction. "I could have used a gentler approach, that's true. But why should I? He wasn't just Tony's enemy. From some perspectives, he's also mine. Mr. Howard always looked after me back then." Wang Teng's words left Steve without a retort. No matter how he felt, it was Wang Teng who had saved Bucky. Without him, Steve might never have learned of Bucky's fate, and Bucky himself might have remained a mind-controlled assassin forever. "I'm sorry. I lost my temper. I should apologize to you. It's just, the moment I saw Bucky, I couldn't control my emotions." "Tony, I owe you an apology too." "No need to apologize to me," Tony replied coolly. "After all, you weren't the one who did those things. But I do think you owe my parents an apology. As for you, Wang Teng, you brought him back in this state. Do you expect me to take revenge on a corpse? That wouldn't be satisfying at all." From the moment Bucky appeared, Tony had watched him with a frosty gaze. Although he'd already decided to let him go, seeing him in person still stirred the urge for vengeance. It was fortunate Tony didn't usually carry a gun, or Bucky might have ended up with a few new holes. "As you wish." Wang Teng glanced at Bucky, who lay unconscious on the floor. A restorative spell? Not a chance. Instead, he unleashed a mental shock, sharp as a needle, stabbing straight into Bucky's mind. Bucky shot upright, clutching his head, a cry of pain tearing from his lips. The agony was even worse than the soul-rending torment from before. Cold sweat soaked his clothes in an instant. "Bucky!" Steve tried to rush to his side, only to find himself frozen in place by Wang Teng's immobilizing spell. Even his voice was sealed away. He stood rooted to the spot, face filled with anxiety, mouth opening and closing silently, unable to utter a single word. "He's all yours now." Wang Teng gestured toward Tony, stepping aside to give him space. Bucky gritted his teeth against the pain and managed to get up from the floor. He immediately noticed Steve, immobilized beside him, his face etched with worry. "Who are you people? What happened to Steve?" Compared to Steve, Bucky was indeed more composed. He immediately sized up the situation at the scene and realized he was no match for Wang Teng and his group. Of course, this might also have something to do with his current physical state. He could barely stand, his whole body was trembling, and he had only just been pulled out of the freezer a few minutes ago. The cold was coursing through his veins, making it no surprise that he was shaking uncontrollably. On top of that, his mind had just endured 2 consecutive shocks. This was, without a doubt, the weakest he had ever been. Do you remember Howard and Maria Stark? The people you killed with your own hands. Tony could barely hold back his rage, his eyes fixed on Bucky, who was still shivering. Bucky was momentarily stunned. Now that all his memories had returned, he was painfully aware of everything he had done. Guilt and remorse gnawed at him, but he refused to shoulder all the blame. After all, he hadn't truly been himself back then. Those actions weren't things he chose to commit. That was Bucky, a battle-hardened veteran of World War II. When it came to handling things, he was often calmer, perhaps even colder, than Steve. Where Steve was the idealist, Bucky was the true soldier. And who are you supposed to be? Here, to avenge them. Even knowing that the odds were stacked against him, Bucky would never simply surrender. Now that he understood the whole story, he wanted nothing more than to take down those Hydra scum with his own hands. But first, he had to escape from the man glaring at him with such hatred, and bring Steve with him. Though his body was still stiff, Bucky was already bracing himself, ready to defend and strike back if needed. Suddenly, there was a sharp blow. You son of a bitch. Looks like you remember everything, don't you? Tony snarled as his fist crashed into Bucky's nose. Bucky wanted to dodge or block, but his stiff body wouldn't respond. The punch landed squarely, and blood immediately gushed from his nose, making Steve's eyes redden with distress. What followed was pure chaos, Tony unleashing a furious, one-sided assault on Bucky. Thanks to his enhanced physiology, Bucky's body soon regained some basic strength, but he found he still couldn't control his movements enough to fight back. Wang Teng was quietly watching from the sidelines. There was no way he would let Tony come to harm. Only when Tony's fists were dripping with blood and Bucky was battered and barely recognizable did Wang Teng finally step in. He hadn't intervened out of concern for Bucky's life. Whether Bucky lived or died didn't matter to him. His real worry was that Tony's hands might be too badly injured if the beating continued, and no matter how severe the injury, he could always heal it, but this time there was no need. Tony needed a little pain to ease his sorrow, and Wang Teng believed he should rest for a while. His current wounds were just right. Wang Teng, help me take off his arm. That thing is a weapon, and I don't think he needs something like that anymore in the future. Of course, it will be my pleasure. With a wave of his hand, the air rippled gently. Bucky's metal arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. After his recent advancement, Wang Teng's mastery over spatial abilities had grown, ever more refined. With a simple spatial blade, he could cut through nearly anything in this world, including the mechanical arm on Bucky, which was even laced with a trace of Vibranium. Once everything was over, Wang Teng released his hold on Steve. Steve immediately rushed over to support Bucky, and opened his mouth as if to question Wang Teng and Tony for being so ruthless. But in the end, no words came out. Don't let him appear before me again, or I can't promise I won't lose control and finish him off. Tony picked up the mechanical arm Wang Teng handed him and walked away without looking back. This time, however, he didn't bother closing the door behind him. After all, that door was now the only entrance connecting Wang Teng's place to the outside world. Tony's meaning was clear enough. I'll be back once Bucky's settled. Hydra isn't just your enemy, it's mine too. Steve called out to Tony's retreating figure. Tony paused for a moment, but said nothing in response. The commotion here had gone on for quite some time. Barton and Natasha had heard the noise and hurried over, but they'd chosen not to show themselves until now. With everything finally resolved, it was time for them to leave. The Battle of New York had ended long ago, and they both needed to report back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides, it wasn't wise to linger here any longer. As agents, reading the room was a basic skill. After bidding Wang Teng farewell, Natasha and Barton left together. Pepper had already chased after Tony when he left, likely tending to his wounds even now. Once everyone else had gone, Steve finally brought Bucky over to Wang Teng. Wang Teng, no matter what, I need to thank you for rescuing Bucky. If not for you, I might never have seen my best friend again, might never have even known he was still alive. I owe you for this. I will repay it, no matter what. I know with your abilities, there probably isn't much I could help you with, but I'll never forget what you've done. I'll be back as soon as Bucky's safe. It's time to settle the score with Hydra once and for all. Seeing Wang Teng nod, Steve finally breathed a sigh of relief, then helped the limping Bucky away from Wang Teng's home. Eat a cornbread cake in the morning, drink thin porridge at night. Could I trouble you for a ticket? Now that the business with Bucky is temporarily settled, Wang Teng can finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to take care of his own affairs. Namely, to find a lady of the island to be the mistress. After all, given his current status, it really wouldn't be appropriate to approach young women for idle philosophical chats anymore. Perhaps it's time to try settling down. That duke or baron, whose name Wang Teng could never remember, should have found a Maximoff siblings by now. This is the perfect time for him to set out and, while he's at it, stir up some trouble for Hydra by taking out one of their bases, making Tony and the others' campaign for revenge just a little bit easier. As for bringing Wanda and Pietro back and facing Tony afterward, Wang Teng figured he couldn't let Tony be consumed by hatred. Giving him a few distractions might actually do him good. Once the thought struck him, Wang Teng didn't hesitate to act. After the recent battles, he'd shaken off his former caution. In his view, as long as he didn't go provoking those top-tier powerhouses who never appeared in the original movies, like the Dark Phoenix, there was nothing in this universe that could really scare him. By now, he was firmly among the best of the second tier. If, even at this level, he had to tiptoe around all day, then what was the point of transmigrating at all? As for farming, did the system really think that giving him a plot of land would tie him down forever? He could just leave it to Xiaolong to manage. The only time Wang Teng might bother was if some unique object turned up. But really, aren't there just too many castles in Europe? Wang Teng was a little exasperated. In the past, he deliberately avoided looking for Wanda's whereabouts for fear of interfering with the plot. But today, on a whim, he wanted to skip straight ahead, only to discover that there were simply too many castles in Europe. He'd already searched dozens, and none of them were the destination he was looking for. Could it be that he'd gotten the target wrong? Wang Teng wondered. So many years had passed, and he'd never paid much attention to the exact location of the old fortress back then. Now that he thought about it, the castle in the movie looked like a military stronghold, and it seemed to be snowing, though he wasn't sure if that was just because it was winter or because it was far to the north. At this point, Wang Teng finally recalled what Taoist master had told him, that he should train his spiritual awareness more. But it was a bit late for that now. All he could do was keep searching patiently. In any case, Ultron didn't need to make an appearance for now, and Tony and Steve wouldn't be taking action against Hydra just yet. They were both busy with their own preparations. It was a rare period of calm, so Wang Teng had plenty of time on his hands and didn't mind wasting a little of it. 3 days later, having more or less traversed the whole of Europe, Wang Teng finally came to a halt. Gazing at the massive, fortress-like castle hidden deep in the forested mountains, he was seized by a wild urge to smash it into the ground with a single blow. But considering that he was here to fetch the future mistress of his home, Wang Teng reined in his impatience and carefully investigated the situation inside the ancient fortress. Fortunately, it wasn't too different from what Wang Teng had imagined. Hydra had indeed found the Maximoff twins and brought them here. However, their current condition was far worse than what he'd seen in the movies. Then again, it made sense. After all, they were brought here as test subjects, not for a vacation. Wang Teng didn't waste time pondering. The moment he saw Wanda confined in a dim little room, the anger he had just managed to suppress flared up once more. This was the woman he'd set his sights on ahead of time, now suffering at the hands of these people. Did they really think he was someone to be trifled with? He was tempted to whisk Wanda away with a spell right then and there, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Better to meet her face-to-face first. Besides, if he summoned her directly, he'd have no idea what to say, and he couldn't even recall what her brother looked like. In the end, he'd probably have to bring her along to find her brother anyway. Rather than complicate things, it was easier to sneak in himself, help Wanda find her brother, and then get them both out together. After that, he could destroy the base and be done with it. In the next instant, Wang Teng slipped directly into Wanda's small room, casting an illusion spell to block the camera in the corner. When he noticed the surveillance camera mounted on the wall, his resolve to wipe out everyone here hardened. To think they put a camera in a young girl's room, every private moment watched by strangers. That was something Wang Teng absolutely could not tolerate. At that moment, Wanda was lying on her narrow bed, staring blankly up at the ceiling, completely unaware that someone else had suddenly appeared in her room. Ahem. Wang Teng stood there for a while, but Wanda showed no reaction. He had no choice but to clear his throat to get her attention. Wanda's reaction was a bit sluggish. She froze for a moment, then suddenly sat bolt upright, staring in alarm at the stranger who'd appeared out of nowhere. "Who are you? You don't look like one of the guards here." I'm here to rescue you," Wang Teng replied, not quite sure how to introduce himself. It struck him as awkward. He couldn't just blurt out, "I'm your future boyfriend." She'd think he was crazy, especially now, seeing her young, innocent face. The reality was a little different from what he'd imagined. "Rescue me? I don't think I need to be rescued," Wanda said, regarding Wang Teng as if he were a fool. Wang Teng felt a bit helpless. This was Honestly, a tough situation to explain. Do you know where you are? This is a Hydra base. Every single one of them is a murderous lunatic, hell-bent on starting a world war. You were a victim of war yourself. You must understand what that means. Wang Teng decided that, no matter what, he had to get the person out of here first. So what if they want to use you? They can help me get my revenge. While the guards haven't noticed anything strange, you'd better leave quickly. If you wait too long, you might not have the chance to escape. Wanda urged him kindly, even though she had no idea how Wang Teng had suddenly appeared in her room. Wang Teng smiled cheerfully. It seemed Wanda still had kindness in her heart. Even though she craved vengeance, she didn't want to involve innocent people. She was probably blinded by years of hatred, but that made it all the easier to persuade her. I know your enemy is Tony Stark. I can help you get your revenge as well. And you won't have to wait or endure cruel experiments. You could have it right now. And what makes you think you can say that? You're stuck in this military base, barely able to protect yourself. I doubt you could even find your way out. Wanda scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Wang Teng's words. But Wang Teng just smiled undeterred. It didn't matter whether she believed him, so long as she was willing to consider it. Everything else would fall into place. It's simple. Once you see what I can do, you'll believe me. Let me give you a demonstration right now. Wanda looked at him with undisguised scorn. She clearly didn't trust him in the slightest. At a moment like this, what kind of trick could he possibly show her? This was something you'd use to fool a child. Wanda fancied herself well past that age. Even though she wore a skeptical expression, Wang Teng paid it no mind. He stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Before Wanda could even react, he instantly teleported them both high above the ancient castle, suspended in the sky. The sudden shift in space hit Wanda with far more force than discovering a stranger in her room ever could. In a panic, she unleashed a burst of sonic energy at Wang Teng. Now do you believe me? Wang Teng looked down at Wanda, who was clinging to him and trembling. He couldn't help but grin, feeling the softness of her arms. His smile never faded. She might have a youthful face, but she was certainly well developed. Just because she looked like a doll doesn't mean she can't have grown up. Uncle, I believe you. Please let me down. I'm a little afraid of heights. Uncle, the smug look on Wang Teng's face froze in an instant. Uncle, Wang Teng felt as though he'd taken a mortal blow. With a face this young, did he really look like an uncle? Easterners always look younger than Westerners. And even by those standards, he couldn't be more than 24 or 25 at most. He glanced down at Wanda, who was clinging tightly to him. Her face looked youthful, but she must be at least 17 or 18. Although, at this moment, he did feel a bit like an old man courting a much younger woman. But, considering his own unknown, potentially long lifespan, this small age gap was hardly worth mentioning. Was it really appropriate for her to call him uncle now? Uncle, I trust you. Let's go down quickly. I'm really a little scared. Wanda had no idea what Wang Teng was thinking. Her voice was already trembling, on the verge of tears. After all, she was still just an ordinary young girl, not yet the future Scarlet Witch. Wang Teng winced again at the word uncle. He wanted to protest, but after thinking it over, decided to let it go for now. There would be plenty of time to teach her differently in the future. The most important thing right now was to get Wanda out of here and to rescue her unlucky future brother-in-law as well. With another instant teleportation, Wang Teng brought Wanda back to her small room. As soon as Wanda felt solid ground under her feet, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Her legs still felt weak, though, and she instinctively held on to Wang Teng, not letting go. Wang Teng was more than happy to enjoy this moment, and saw no need to spoil it by pointing it out. It took quite a while before Wanda finally calmed down. She let go of Wang Teng, her cheeks flushed bright red. Uncle, can you really help me get revenge? Of course. For me, that's a piece of cake. As long as you don't call me uncle, maybe you could try calling me big brother instead, Wang Teng replied, amused at Wanda's cautious expression. His ego was thoroughly satisfied, except for that pesky uncle, which, though harmless, still stung a little. All right, uncle, if you really can help us get revenge, I'll do anything for you. I'll leave this place with you, but you have to take my brother with us. He's called, well, I don't really know, but he's locked up somewhere here too. Wang Teng felt a headache coming on. He couldn't tell if Wanda hadn't understood his hint or was just deliberately ignoring it. He had never disliked the word uncle as much as he did at this moment. Wang Teng decided not to argue with Wanda about uncle or big brother for now. That could wait until later. The priority was to find Pietro. If this went on much longer, he feared he might cough up blood from frustration. He didn't know what Pietro looked like, and Wanda had no idea which room her brother was being held in. So the two of them had no choice but to search the rooms one by one. To avoid being spotted by patrolling soldiers, Wang Teng cast a small illusion of invisibility over himself and Wanda. After all, once they found Pietro, the plan was to destroy this place anyway. There was no need to bring any unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Along the way, the two of them encountered several patrol guards. At first, Wanda was a bit anxious, but after noticing that the patrols seemed to be completely oblivious to their presence, she began to show her true colors. More than once, she made threatening gestures toward the soldiers, her fierce demeanor making it clear that her days as a test subject here had been far from easy. Pietro. Wanda pressed herself against a small window in a door, calling softly to the man inside. Who's there? Is that you, sister? Where are you? Pietro stood up, but it was clear he couldn't see Wanda. To him, the space outside the window remained empty. It's me, Pietro. I'm here to get you out of here. Wanda's voice drifted through the little window. Though Pietro couldn't see her, he grew visibly tense. Wanda, where are you? Please, don't do anything reckless. The guards here are everywhere. There's no way we can escape. Pietro moved to the door, tried to open it, but of course he failed. In Hydra's base, test subjects like them were not allowed to roam freely. Wang Teng reached out and patted Wanda on the shoulder, signaling for her to step aside. Then he simply pushed the door open. With a look of utter surprise, Pietro watched as Wang Teng led Wanda into the room. Wang Teng cast a minor illusion on the doorway, then released the invisibility spell hiding both himself and Wanda. When it came to caution, Pietro was far warier than Wanda. Despite his happiness at seeing his sister and his astonishment at the way she and Wang Teng had appeared, he didn't shout or make a scene. Instead, he immediately pulled Wanda behind him, gazing at Wang Teng with suspicion. Who are you? What have you done to Wanda? Are you the one who helped her escape from the old dungeon? What do you want from us? Faced with Pietro's barrage of questions, Wang Teng had no intention of answering. Who do you think you are, the host of a quiz show? I'm only interested in your sister, not you. Honestly, by taking you with me now, I'm actually saving your life. Otherwise, in the original story, you would have been killed off in Avengers 2. Wang Teng ignored him, but Wanda had already witnessed a glimpse of Wang Teng's abilities. Though she'd only seen the tip of the iceberg, it didn't stop her from admiring him. After all, humanity is always both fearful and fascinated by the unknown. Pietro, this uncle is incredibly powerful. He can help us get our revenge. Though Wang Teng hadn't said a word, Wanda's calling him uncle felt like another stab in the heart. He could only sigh in relief that his body was tough as steel, immune to blades, bullets, or any harm, really. He couldn't even think of enough words to describe it. Wang Teng could only comfort himself silently. Let her get her jabs in now. Soon, it'll be my turn, interest included. Wanda, you trust people too easily. Do you really know him? We don't even know who he is. Pietro was unwilling to let his guard down, even though they had only just met and Wang Teng hadn't shown any hostility toward him. Pietro instinctively believed that Wang Teng had ulterior motives toward his sister. He didn't need any reason. This was simply a brother's intuition. Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to explain himself. He still had a bit of patience for Wanda, but as for Pietro, why was this grown man complaining so much? Without another word, Wang Teng stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Wanda. Then, with a swift motion, he teleported them high into the sky. Having experienced this once before, Wanda was much calmer this time. Although she still clung tightly to Wang Teng, afraid of falling, at least she didn't scream or panic like she had before. Pietro, on the other hand, was having a rough time. He had never experienced anything like this. Wang Teng deliberately kept him at arm's length, so even though Pietro was floating in midair, he couldn't grab onto anything for support. His limbs flailed helplessly, and between shouting and struggling, he even started tumbling head over heels. Seeing Pietro's antics, Wanda forgot her own nerves and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It really was quite a sight to behold. Wang Teng watched for a while and couldn't help but laugh along. After flailing about for a bit, Pietro finally realized he wasn't going to fall. He stopped shouting, though now he was floating upside down, feet in the air and head toward the ground, a rather awkward position. Suppressing her laughter, Wanda glanced at Wang Teng, who gave her an encouraging nod. She cautiously loosened her grip on his hand and began to make her way toward Pietro. Once she let go, Wanda curiously tapped her foot beneath her, feeling as if she were standing on solid ground. With Wang Teng there was no chance she'd embarrass herself. As for Pietro, well, boys always need a bit more toughening up. Wanda carefully shuffled over to Pietro, grabbed his ankles, and flipped him right side up. Pietro let out a sigh of relief. His head had started to feel faint from all that blood rushing down. Although Pietro was now upright, the sensation of floating with nothing to hold onto was still deeply unsettling. He had to admit Wang Teng was no ordinary person, but this only made him like Wang Teng even less. Still, with Wang Teng controlling their flight, Pietro didn't dare say a word against him. Glancing down at how high they were above the ground, Pietro felt a chill run down his spine. It had been years since he'd tasted his mother's homemade meat sauce, but he certainly didn't want to end up as meat sauce himself. Wang Teng pressed his palm downward, sending out a barely perceptible ripple from his hand. "All right," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "Now I can take you both home." Boom! Wang Teng smiled as he said those words to Wanda, not even glancing at Pietro. At that very moment, the sound of the earth cracking and mountains collapsing rumbled through the air. Pietro and Wanda stared in astonishment at the shattered ruins beneath their feet. Although they hadn't seen Wang Teng make a move, it was clear that this was his doing. The mysterious nature of his abilities filled them both with dread. "You uncle." Wanda's voice trembled as she looked at the fractured ground. She called out to him, but shock had rendered her speechless. She truly had no idea what to say. Only now did Pietro realize just how terrifying the man before him truly was, far beyond anything he had imagined. Thinking back to when he had wanted to oppose Wang Teng, even hoping for a chance to teach him a lesson, Pietro now found his legs weak. If he weren't suspended in the air by some power, he was certain he would have collapsed on the ground. Wang Teng swept the area with his spiritual sense, and, finding no enemies left, nodded in satisfaction. He thought to himself that he really was a good man, once again contributing to world peace. He opened a portal and, extending his hand to Wanda, offered an invitation. "You're welcome to visit Peach Blossom Island anytime." Wanda's face lit up with delight as she placed her hand in his. "It's an honor, uncle." Wang Teng curled his lips, neither accepting nor rejecting Wanda's use of uncle. As for Pietro, once they arrived on the island, Wang Teng immediately released the levitation spell on him. Luckily, Pietro was only about a meter above the ground. He took a tumble, but as a man, a few bumps and scrapes were nothing to worry about. "This is my home," Wang Teng said, introducing the island to Wanda. "It's a small island, and I've named it Peach Blossom Island. From now on, you can consider it your home as well." Wang Teng had already decided he wanted Wanda to be the lady of the house. Though he intended to learn more about her character over time, her appearance and figure already matched his ideals perfectly. Wanda blushed, feeling a little shy. Though she was still young and had no experience with romance, she understood the implication behind Wang Teng's words. It was only their first meeting today, and his indirect confession left her nervous, unsure of how to respond. At the same time, Wang Teng's display of power made Wanda even more hesitant to refuse. She worried that if she angered him, he might strike her and Pietro down with a single blow. Wanda was convinced that such a feat wouldn't be difficult at all for this strange uncle of hers. Pietro, unable to stand idly by, finally lost all patience. This scoundrel really was making a move on his sister. His earlier suspicions were completely justified. Pietro rushed over and forcibly separated Wang Teng and Wanda's joined hands. "You bastard! I don't care who you are, I won't allow you to have any designs on my sister. She's only 14 years old this year, and someone your age should be ashamed of yourself." Pietro wasn't concerned in the slightest about how powerful Wang Teng might be right. Now, he had already lost all his family. Now it was just him and his sister, relying on each other to survive. His one and only mission was to protect his little sister. Seeing Pietro shielding her behind him, Wanda's heart brimmed with emotion. Although he was trembling with fear in front of Wang Teng, after everything that had just happened, Wanda believed that hardly any ordinary person could remain unafraid. Even so, Pietro was still willing to risk his life to protect her. Wanda wanted to step forward and stop him. She was no longer a child and couldn't always hide behind her brother's protection. But Pietro gripped her arm tightly, keeping her firmly behind him. Setting aside the siblings' inner turmoil, Wang Teng himself was utterly stunned, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. He felt a kind of exasperation that was impossible to put into words. At first, he thought Wanda looked young, maybe 17 or 18 at the least. Sure, European features could make someone appear more mature, but 14? That was hard to believe. This wasn't finding a girlfriend. It was like bringing home a daughter. Wang Teng felt a wave of exhaustion and regret. What sort of trouble had he gotten himself into? Was he just looking for more complications? Honestly, it might be better to wait a few years until Wanda grew up and seek her out then. With vision gone, he wasn't in any rush, and by then, he wouldn't have Pietro as a third wheel. Judging by Pietro's current stance, even if Wang Teng wanted to play a long game, Pietro would be the greatest obstacle between them. But now that they were already here, what could Wang Teng do? Send them back? Even if he was willing to go that far, the place they'd come from had already been reduced to rubble by his own hand. He couldn't exactly bury the siblings in the mountains, could he? As for using time magic to restore the place, it simply wasn't worth the trouble for something like this. It would only cause him more headaches. It took Wang Teng a long while to settle his mood before he finally spoke. I thought you were older. I really didn't expect you to be underage. I apologize. What I said earlier was out of line. Wang Teng felt like fate was playing the cruelest joke on him. He just wanted to find a steady girlfriend. Was he really meant to end up chatting with the older ladies at the pub, stargazing, moon-watching, discussing poetry and philosophy, and pondering the meaning of life? In Sokovia, you're considered an adult at 13. Wanda suddenly blurted out that sentence, and in the next instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Even she couldn't understand why those words had slipped out her mouth. Wang Teng stared at Wanda in astonishment, completely baffled by her meaning. Was she hinting at something? Even if people in Sokovia were considered adults at 13, what did that have to do with him? Not to mention, in his previous life, something like this would have landed him in jail for at least 3 years, possibly even facing the death penalty. But whether or not the law would even apply to him was beside the point. What truly mattered was that he simply couldn't bring himself to cross that line. A lifetime's worth of morals kept him firmly in place. Even if she hadn't reached the international standard of adulthood at 18, she was at least 17, wasn't she? This was pushing Wang Teng's moral boundaries to their limits. In his mind, he'd already started backing out of this situation. Even if there was any possibility at all, Wang Teng figured he could easily wait a few more years. After all, the young ladies at the tavern still seemed to like him plenty. If Wang Teng's reaction was one of surprise, Pietro's was nothing short of panic. Was his little sister really about to fall for this man she'd only just met? Wanda, do you even realize what you just said? Pietro exclaimed, his voice trembling. I will never agree to you being with this old man. That would be completely irresponsible of you. After a moment's thought, he added, at the very least, not right now. Old man. Wang Teng now found Pietro increasingly annoying. If Wanda called him uncle, he could probably accept it. Maybe it could even become an affectionate nickname in the future. But Pietro, with his mature-looking face, dared to call him an old man? Where did he get that kind of confidence? Whether it was Jesus or Satan, Wang Teng felt he could have a word with either of them about this injustice. Pietro, utterly oblivious to Wang Teng's darkening expression, was too shaken by Wanda's words to notice anything else. Was his sister really about to throw herself at a man they'd only met once? They didn't even know his name, much less what he did for a living, how many people were in his family, or how much land he owned. Pietro felt like he was about to lose his mind. He used to think revenge was the most important thing in his life, but now he'd already imagined hundreds of dramatic episodes starring Wanda and this so-called old man, filled with love and betrayal. He desperately wanted to get rid of this old man in secret. But what if he couldn't win? If he failed and lost his life, what would become of Wanda in the hands of this pervert who had designs on his underage sister? The more Pietro thought about it, the darker and more terrifying the future seemed, and he found himself trapped in a spiraling fantasy, unable to escape. Thank you to Xiaoyao Life, monarch of the world, for the generous reward. Faced with the double assault of being called both uncle and old man by the Wanda siblings, Wang Teng could only sigh and give up resisting. He decided to take it as an act of kindness. He would bring these 2 kids home and look after them for now. As for what kind of people they would grow up to be, as long as he kept an eye on them, he was sure they wouldn't turn out too badly. When it was time for dinner, Tony and Pepper arrived right on the dot, while everyone else had already gone their separate ways. Lately, Tony had gotten used to dropping by Wang Teng's place to freeload for meals and drinks. Normally, he'd be holed up in his lab, completely absorbed in upgrading his suit and not in the mood for dinner at all, but today Pepper had dragged him out by force. She probably wanted him to relax a bit. After all, burying himself in the lab day after day wasn't doing his health any favors. After eating here for a while, Pepper could clearly see that Tony's health had improved. At least he didn't look as frail as he used to. Yes, frail. That was the exact word Wang Teng had used. Tony, with a sulky expression, allowed himself to be pulled along by Pepper, entirely oblivious to the seething resentment in the eyes of Wanda and Pietro as they watched him arrive. Hey, Wang Teng, are these your son and daughter? Didn't expect them to be this grown-up already. I've told you ages ago to be careful and take the necessary precautions. Looks like you hit the jackpot without even realizing it. Aren't you going to introduce their mother to us? Before Wang Teng could even reply, Pietro, unable to hold back any longer, charged straight at Tony. Swinging his fist and shouting, he aimed a punch right at Tony Stark's infuriatingly smug face. Tony wasn't the type to let anyone get away with such antics, even if his opponent looked like just a kid. He'd been through enough battles to know how to handle himself, and a kid like Pietro, who hadn't even undergone any enhancements yet, was no match for him. With barely any effort, Tony caught Pietro's fist and, almost casually, flipped him over his shoulder onto the lawn. It wasn't a hard throw, just enough to let the kid clear his head. Tony had no intention of hurting someone who posed no real threat. Wang Teng, your kid could use some lessons in manners. Is this how you welcome guests at your door? I was even planning to bring them a little something for our first meeting, but now, kid, let me tell you, that gift is off the table, Tony said, the latter half clearly directed at Pietro. Shaken but unharmed, Pietro scrambled up from the grass. Tony Stark, I'm here for revenge. I'll make you pay for everything you've done. His eyes burning with hatred, Pietro spat out the threat and then lunged at Tony again. Listen, kid, I have no idea what grudge you think we have, but charging at me headlong like this is definitely not a wise move. If you want to be a real man, you need to learn to show some restraint. Tony wasn't at all worried about creating a future enemy for himself. After all, this was Wang Teng's home, and there was no way he'd bring some villainous character into his own house. Besides, the kid in front of him was clearly just a child. Tony decided to stick to his old trick, knock the kid down first and let him cool his head on the floor. But Wanda clearly had no intention of just standing by and watching. She snatched up a wine jug and hurled it straight at Tony. Hey, beautiful. That's hardly the behavior of a young lady, Tony called out with a laugh. With a temper like that, you'll have a hard time finding a boyfriend in the future. Maybe I should offer my condolences to your future boyfriend in advance. Abandoning his plan to floor Pietro, Tony caught the flying jug midair. He hadn't even set it back on the table before Pietro's fist came swinging at him again. Wanda, not waiting to trade words with Tony, teamed up with Pietro. She grabbed whatever cutlery she could reach and lobbed it at Tony, one piece after another. Tony, unwilling to retaliate too harshly, suddenly found himself in a flurry of attacks and chaos. Wang Teng, aren't you going to do something about your kids? Tony called out, dodging a fork. Is this your family's way of welcoming guests? Just like when you were a kid, always leading with your fists, never your head. Though I'll give credit to the lovely lady here. At least she knows how to attack from a distance, which is more than I can say for this blockhead in front of me. Although Tony seemed to be on the defensive, it was hardly a challenge for him. Even without his armor, years of combat training meant these two children were no real threat. If he weren't worried about hurting them, he'd have taken them down in no time. Tony, you'd better watch your mouth, Wang Teng warned with a wry smile. These two kids hold quite the grudge against you. If I don't let them work out some of their anger, I doubt they'll ever let it go. But you're right. Fighting is a man's game. Girls should try to be a little more ladylike. Ignoring Wanda's protests, Wang Teng firmly pulled her back, keeping her from further raiding his cutlery. Pepper finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tony was in much better spirits than he ever was in the lab, but she still didn't want to see him hurt. With one less long-range attacker to worry about, she could finally relax. Uncle, you promised to help me get revenge. That's the only reason I agreed to come back with you, Wanda said, her voice plaintive as she struggled in Wang Teng's grip. The sight brought an unexpected surge of parental protectiveness to Wang Teng's heart, as if he were a father watching over his daughter. The thought startled him so much he hurriedly pushed it out of his mind. Raising a child for fun was one thing, but actually being ready to raise a daughter. Wang Teng knew he definitely wasn't prepared for that. Of course, I'll keep my promise to you, but you're not allowed to use any weapons. You can settle this with your fists. Trust me, the feeling of every punch landing will fill you with a thrill of revenge. I can help you restrain Tony Stark, make sure he can't fight back, and let you keep going until you've had your fill. After responding to Wanda, Wang Teng released her hand, letting Wanda and Pietro gang up on Tony as they pleased. As for Tony's opinion, what did it matter if a grown man took a few hits? When Pepper, looking anxious and desperate to intervene, tried to stop them, Wang Teng blocked her and handed her a cup of coffee. At times like this, it was best to sit back and watch the show. Although Tony was immobilized and left helpless to endure the blows, Wang Teng had wrapped him in a layer of protective armor. At worst, he'd only walk away with a few scrapes, nothing serious. Trying to soothe Pepper's worried expression, Wang Teng even started cheering Wanda on from the sidelines. Come on, Wanda, don't just hit his body, go for his eyes. Yes, and his nose too. Hit harder. After a moment's thought, Wang Teng felt like something was missing. It took him a while to realize what it was. There weren't any screams. With a sudden flash of insight, he released his hold over Tony's voice. A pained cry burst out from Tony, his voice warped and unrecognizable. Wang Teng involuntarily squeezed his legs together and shot Wanda a slightly worried look. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Tony. This wasn't exactly what he'd told Wanda to do. All he'd said was to aim squarely for Tony's face. Watching this unfold, Wang Teng realized he might need to be more careful about the whole girlfriend thing in the future. After all, the age difference was no small matter. Wang Teng, you bastard! Tony yelled, surprising Wang Teng by picking up a piece of Chinese profanity thanks to one of Wanda's particularly vicious kicks. Wang Teng even considered encouraging Wanda to hit him a few more times, just to help Tony practice his Chinese. The beating finally ended only when Wanda and Pietro were both left gasping for breath, their arms too exhausted to throw another punch. Looking at Tony now, the word miserable barely did him justice. His eyes were askew, his mouth twisted and bleeding, and his usually immaculate suit looked hardly any better than a beggar's rags. If not for the protective armor Wang Teng had added, Tony would have been doing more than just clutching himself and cursing through swollen lips. Though Wang Changgui's directorial guidance was absent, Tony's high-pitched scream just now seemed to unlock a new level of creativity in Wanda's attacks. After a few more kicks from Wanda, even Pietro couldn't bring himself to hit Tony any harder. With the solidarity of one man to another, Pietro gave Tony a moment of silent sympathy before landing a few more blows. After all, the opportunity was too good to pass up. He just avoided Tony's face. Otherwise, Tony might have needed a full set of dentures decades ahead of schedule. SSSS. Wang Teng, you owe me an explanation. Always thought we were friends, but I never expected you to stand by while others attacked me. Not only did you not help me, but you even chose to side with them against me. Tony lounged back in his chair, enjoying Pepper's gentle care as she tended to his wounds, all the while interrogating Wang Teng. Wanda and Pietro, though clearly exhausted, still shot Tony ferocious glares. Tony, as friends for so many years, you should know me well. Faced with a choice between a beautiful woman and a gruff old man, I'll always go for the lady. Faced with Wang Teng's shameless response, Tony could only shift his focus elsewhere. You too, young as you are, even if you have a grudge against me and want revenge, at the very least, shouldn't you tell me why? This beating really came out of nowhere. Tony, clearly unnerved by the way the Maximoff twins stared at him, finally squinted at them, though with his swollen eyes, he could barely manage more than a slit. Tony Stark, you are the world's greatest executioner, a warmonger, the most monstrous devil on Earth. What followed was 2 whole hours of Wanda and Pietro pouring out their accusations against Tony Stark. They began with clumsy insults, and it was at times like these that the value of a good education became obvious. If you haven't read much, you can't even come up with decent curses. To be honest, listening to Wanda and Pietro's attempts at cursing Tony was awkward for everyone. Even Tony, let alone Wang Teng, who had spent decades immersed in the best of Chinese animation, felt embarrassed. Their vocabulary was painfully limited, and their words lacked any real punch. All right, I get it. Xiaolong, could you please prepare something to eat? It's pitch dark outside already, and I haven't had dinner yet. Let's talk it out over a meal. Vent all your frustrations if you must. Though Tony did feel some guilt under Wanda and Pietro's relentless accusations, admitting defeat was not in his nature. But tell me, how long has it been since you watched the news? Stark Industries' weapons division has been shut down for nearly 2 years now. Are you really that out of touch? Judging from your clothes, it's no wonder you missed such a big story. Tony didn't deny the harm caused by the weapons once sold by Stark Industries, but it wasn't something he'd done knowingly. Back then, he'd just been a playboy, oblivious to the truth. He was willing to admit his past irresponsibility, but he also wanted it known that he now stood on the side of justice. Perhaps that's one of the reasons he'd eventually choose to let Bucky go. We've been in Hydra's base for over 2 years. Wanda and Pietro clearly hadn't realized that Tony was no longer the war profiteer he once was. In fact, they didn't even know about the recent, world-shaking Battle of New York. Thus began this belated dinner, unfolding in an atmosphere thick with unease and mutual suspicion. As they exchanged stories, Wanda and Pietro gradually pieced together the major events of the past 2 years. That bomb definitely wasn't made by Stark Industries. My designs would never allow such a rudimentary mistake, Tony said, his tone almost provoking. Pepper, do you think I should investigate which company is counterfeiting Stark weapons? Or maybe I should just let it go. I haven't sold weapons in ages. Tony's words made him seem almost infuriatingly smug. If not for the fact that his face was still swollen and bruised, Pietro might have lunged at him again. Wanda, after all, was still a young girl at heart, and her kindness shone through. Though she had spent years haunted by the missile that once landed at her feet and had lost her parents to the war, she had come to realize something over time. Even if Tony Stark hadn't built those weapons, the warlords would have just bought arms from somewhere else. Pietro, though unwilling to forgive Tony so easily or let go of his hatred, cared more about Wanda than anything else. For her sake, he could choose not to make trouble for Tony, but he certainly wouldn't be friendly. He couldn't help but feel resigned. If it weren't for Wang Teng, he might never have met Tony Stark in his entire life, let alone had the chance to punch him in person. More likely, he would have died anonymously on Hydra's operating table. The way things turned out now might not have been enough to dispel years of resentment, but it was something Pietro could live with. Back when he agreed to Hydra's experiments, it was mostly because he'd lost the will to survive, and the thought of revenge was all that kept him going. But now, as Pietro looked at the feast spread out before him, dishes he'd never even dreamed of tasting, and saw Wanda, unconcerned with appearances, eating hungrily, her lips shining with oil, he finally smiled. Everything he had done had been for his little sister's future. Letting go of hatred was difficult, but compared to Wanda's happiness, nothing else really mattered. With this realization, Pietro's mood began to lighten. He picked up the fork in front of him and speared a piece of beef. Delicious. As for Tony, while Wanda and Pietro devoured their meal with the appetite of two who just had a workout, he felt nothing but discomfort. Every bite tugged painfully at the cuts on his lips. Fortunately, just now Pepper told Tony that Wang Teng had secretly given her a potion to heal her injuries. Over these past days, Tony had already become quite familiar with the wonders of Wang Teng's items. If he hadn't been worried that healing himself on the spot would make Wanda and Pietro unhappy, Tony would have treated his injuries long ago. Thinking about his wounds, Tony couldn't help but secretly touch between his legs, wondering if those blows would leave him with psychological scars. Given what Tony knew about Wang Teng's troublesome personality, if he healed himself right there and made little Wanda feel uncomfortable, Wang Teng would definitely let her take another shot at him without hesitation. And this time, probably wouldn't hand over another healing potion. If he actually wanted to see a therapist, it would probably become front-page news. What a headache. Tony thought he really should have just stayed in his lab today. Casting a worried glance at Pepper, who was quietly eating beside him, Tony felt that today was truly a day full of unspeakable sorrow. Not even during the battle in New York a few days ago, when he carried a nuke into space, had he suffered as much as he had today. Pepper helped Tony back to his home, and the atmosphere at the dinner table grew awkward. Uncle, where are we staying tonight? Wanda was the first to break the silence, her question cutting through the tension at the table. Wang Teng's face was filled with resignation. It seemed this uncle title was here to stay. He'd already introduced himself to Wanda, hoping she'd just call him Brother Teng or Brother Wang. Even calling him by his actual name would be fine. But no, Wanda insisted on calling him Uncle every time she opened her mouth. Wang Teng was convinced Wanda was doing it on purpose. So it's true what they say, Lolas can be little devils at heart. At least Pietro wasn't calling him old man, or Wang Teng might have let him experience what Tony had gone through. Oh well, let her call him what she wants. He had completely given up on correcting her. What else could he do? Maybe tomorrow he'd head to the old tavern and find a pretty girl to soothe his wounded heart. Xiaolong, get 2 rooms ready for them, and show them around the facilities, Wang Teng instructed, handing off the matter of the 2 kids entirely to Xiaolong. Right now, he just wanted to sit alone in the courtyard and have a quiet drink. But it's true what they say, drinking only makes worries grow. Wang Teng didn't have a girlfriend. The next morning, Tony arrived looking refreshed and energetic. Seeing the quiet courtyard, he didn't disturb Wang Teng. Instead, he called Xiaolong over to prepare breakfast for him, making sure to order an extra bowl of fish congee to take back to Pepper, who was still asleep. Wang Teng was awakened by the sounds of quarreling downstairs and the savory aroma of food drifting through the air. The enticing smell needed no explanation. After all, the cooking robot, responsible for meals in Wang Teng's home, was truly skilled. The source of the argument, however, was clear. It came from Pietro and Tony, both early risers. Having spent a restless night in an unfamiliar place, Pietro was already on edge when the commotion outside woke him up at dawn. Heading out, he was shocked to find Tony Stark, who had taken quite a beating from him just yesterday, sitting at the table, calmly having breakfast. Most astonishing was that Tony appeared completely unharmed, without a single visible injury. It was as if the thrashing he and Wanda gave him the day before had been nothing but a dream. Pietro realized, having cooled down and thought things through overnight, that he wasn't truly a match for Tony Stark when it came to sheer fighting skills. If not for Wang Teng's covert help yesterday, he might have been the one left battered and bruised. Moreover, he'd heard that Tony possessed a specialized suit of armor designed for combat. Even so, Pietro couldn't help but feel the urge to lunge at Tony for another round. Fortunately, Wanda stepped out just in time to block his way, giving him an excuse to save face. Otherwise, he might have ended up on the receiving end of a beating himself. Pietro didn't believe Wang Teng would step in again just for his sake, like he did the previous day to restrain Tony. Pietro's anger was not without reason. He and Wanda had lived in constant fear for so long, nearly starving to death in a dark corner. After finally getting the chance to teach Tony Stark a lesson, he'd hoped that at the very least, Tony would be nursing his wounds in seclusion for a couple of weeks. Yet here Tony was the very next day, looking none the worse for wear and wearing a smug, triumphant grin, as though mocking Pietro for being a joke. To Pietro, this felt like a blow to his dignity, a different pain from the hatred born of past terror. This was about his pride as a man. If not for knowing he couldn't win, Pietro would never have allowed Wanda to stop him. As Wang Teng came downstairs yawning, he found the two of them still seated at opposite ends of the table, locked in a silent contest of glares. "Good morning, everyone," Wang Teng called out, walking over with a sigh. "Why are you wasting time with a staring contest instead of eating? Do you think you can glare each other into pregnancy?" He gestured for Xiaolong to bring him breakfast. Judging by the atmosphere, it was clear that the war between Pietro and Tony wouldn't be ending anytime soon. Wanda, on the other hand, had bounced back quickly and seemed entirely unconcerned with their ongoing standoff. She was already enjoying her second bowl of fish congee. After all, she was still growing. Hurry up and eat. If you're not hungry, then get lost. Looking at the situation before him, Wang Teng was already beginning to regret his decision. Not only had he failed to find himself a girlfriend as he'd hoped, but instead he'd brought himself nothing but trouble, something he detested. Casting another sharp glare at the two, he watched as Tony and Pietro quietly began their meal. Wang Teng had wanted to ask Tony why Pepper hadn't come along, but after observing Tony for a moment, he could only curse inwardly. Scoundrel! From Tony's demeanor, it was obvious that last night, he'd finally won Pepper over. The heavens were generous with fair weather, conspiring to bring together this pair of lovebirds. Little Morgan, who would one day say, "I love you 3,000 times," who knew when she might arrive. Maybe, because of his own interference, she would even be born years ahead of schedule. A hearty burp from Wanda broke the silence, signaling the official end of their awkward breakfast. Embarrassed, Wanda's cheeks flushed red as she rose to clear the table, but Xiaolong stopped her. To him, she was a potential future mistress of the house. Even if that never came to pass, she was still a guest invited by the master. No self-respecting butler would ever ask a guest to help tidy up. With his breakfast porridge packed neatly in a thermal container by Xiaolong, Tony stood up, ready to leave. He reached the door and was about to open a portal when he suddenly paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Wang Teng," Tony said, "it just occurred to me. Those two are still just kids. The most important thing right now is to get them into school. I can handle this. I'll find the best schools and hire the strictest teachers for them." Tony's words gave Wang Teng a jolt of inspiration. He'd been fretting over what to do with the two children, but Tony had provided the perfect solution. Kids need to go to school. Pietro and Wanda's opinion of Tony plummeted even further. Was he the real devil, Tony Demon Stark? How could he come up with such a terrifying idea out of the blue? Wanda, being younger and having barely attended school, didn't feel too strongly. Pietro, on the other hand, had been through several years of academic agony, and he had been the worst kind of student. After finally escaping school and surviving years of hardship, he had only just begun to enjoy a life he'd never dared dream of. Now, Tony Stark the Demon wanted to force him back into a classroom. He really shouldn't have ever shown Tony any kindness. This Stark family scoundrel was clearly out for revenge. Pietro wanted to object, but when he saw Wang Teng eagerly discussing school arrangements with Tony, he could only mourn silently for his own future. Since last night, Wang Teng had been racking his brain over how to arrange the future for Wanda and Pietro. At first, he planned to directly grant them their original superpowers, but the more he thought about it, the more inappropriate it seemed. After all, to be honest, they were still just two kids. What good would it do to let them wield such powers right away? Would they, like in the original story, just charge forward without thinking? Take Pietro, for example. He had the incredible gift of super speed, yet in the end, he was killed by a bullet. Did that do justice to his astonishing abilities? And Wanda was even more remarkable. She possessed chaos magic, a force considered top tier in the entire Marvel universe. Yet she had no idea how to truly develop or wield it, relying only on brute force. Wang Teng could only sigh in exasperation. Ignorance really was a frightening thing. Then Tony's words brought him clarity. That's right. Even if they lacked education, Wang Teng could simply send them to school. Learning more would surely be beneficial. In this life, Wang Teng hadn't earned any real qualifications in the Federation. In fact, he barely finished high school, let alone college. But at least, in his previous life, he'd graduated from university. As for the superpowers he intended to help them develop, that could wait. They should focus on their studies first. Without knowledge, even the greatest abilities will be squandered. With his mind made up, Wang Teng began discussing the siblings' schooling with Tony. Initially, Wang Teng wanted to find a school for them in Country Z, as he had always been satisfied with his homeland's education system. If Pietro and Wanda struggled to keep up, that wouldn't be a problem. Either a few private tutors could easily be arranged, and as for getting them into a school, he was sure Zheng Xian would be happy to help with such a small favor. However, in the end, Tony managed to persuade him to look for a community school in New York instead. Not only would that quickly resolve his immediate concerns, but it would also make it easier to keep an eye on the siblings. Wang Teng had already noticed that their powers stemmed from within themselves and would only need a certain catalyst to be awakened. So it felt safer to keep them close. I know the principal of a school in New York, Tony said. That school is different from any other in the Federation. I think it's perfect for those two. It's a fully enclosed, full-time boarding school where students can only go home on weekends. All the teachers are retired professors from top universities, and the management is extremely strict. They don't even allow dating, so none of the usual chaos you'd find in other schools. There's a school like that in the Federation? Wang Teng couldn't help but doubt it, having grown up in the Federation himself. Trust me, I only stumbled upon this school by chance myself. I can guarantee you that it will give these siblings a great shot at a good university in the future. The principal there is an extraordinary person. So long as he's around, no one dares to cause trouble on campus, not even the students themselves. It had to be said, with Tony's enthusiastic recommendation, Wang Teng was completely convinced. The two of them, chatting back and forth, decided the future of Wanda and Pietro right then and there, without giving the siblings any chance to voice their own opinions. Not that Wang Teng cared. He wouldn't have listened even if they had spoken up. You've convinced me, Tony. I think I really ought to find time to meet this principal in person. After all, it's the first time I've seen you praise someone so highly. In his heart, Wang Teng had already settled on the siblings' future and even decided he'd take care of their enrollment procedures that very day. From Tony's words, it sounded like the school was in dire need of funds, and money was one thing Wang Teng certainly didn't lack. For both Tony and Wang Teng, anything that could be solved with money wasn't really a problem at all. Though he wasn't a regular on the covers of business magazines like Tony, and the outside world barely knew of his existence, Wang Teng genuinely was not short of cash. Even aside from the fortune his parents had left him, in this capitalist society, money only grows with time. Where in New York is this school? Hell's Kitchen. From brimming with energy to completely listless, it was all because of hunger. Fox was starving at this very moment. He opened the fridge, only to find it completely empty. To Pietro, the whole world suddenly seemed bleak. Eavesdropping on Tony's introduction, he felt as though he and Wanda weren't being sent to a school, but rather to some closely guarded prison. How could a school possibly have a disciplinary office of all things? This had to be some kind of retaliation. Maybe Wanda could beg Wang Teng to pin Tony Stark down again, and then she could give that jerk a good kick or two. If Wanda didn't have the strength, Pietro would gladly do it himself. He glanced over at Wanda, who looked utterly unconcerned, maybe even a little excited. Pietro's sense of despair only deepened. Maybe I should learn how to swim first, so I can find a chance to escape from here, he thought, utterly drained. The school Tony had recommended truly lived up to its reputation. Apart from the principal's relentless obsession with money, everything went smoothly. After Wang Teng donated a library to the school, he easily secured Wanda and Pietro's admission and received an honorary board member's badge as a bonus. The only troublesome detail was that their home was a bit too far from the school. However, for Wang Teng, compared to the big troubles at home, these minor hassles were hardly worth mentioning. He simply bought a house right next to the school principal, Alvin, and set up a new portal inside. The whole process went smoothly, nothing like the chaotic scenes he'd heard about in Hell's Kitchen. The neighbors were all very friendly, except for their school bus driver, whose appearance was nothing short of terrifying. It was only after Principal Alvin's repeated assurances that Wang Teng managed to suppress his impulse to deal with their bus driver himself. Truth be told, the man's face was so unsettling he looked like a deranged Mexican serial killer. Wang Teng thought if this guy tried his luck in the film industry, he'd have a far brighter future than driving a school bus at a community school. The only thing that dampened Wang Teng's spirits was running into Bucky, the one-armed hero. Steve had recommended him to the school as the new football coach, saying that before the war, Bucky had been the top running back in Brooklyn. Aside from marveling at how small the world was, Wang Teng didn't pay him much mind. Since Tony had made up his mind, he figured letting Bucky retire quietly at the school was just as well. With everything in place, Wang Teng could send the siblings off to school the very next day. In high spirits, he decided to throw a grand party at home, even thoughtfully preparing Hello Kitty backpacks for the brother and sister. Wanda, who had grown up in poverty, was naturally delighted to see such an adorable backpack. As for Pietro's opinion, he was lucky just to have a backpack at all. What right did he have to complain? Wang Teng wasn't so heartless as to abandon the siblings in Hell's Kitchen and leave them to fend for themselves. After all, he had brought them back. He had to take responsibility. On weekdays, they would attend school, and on weekends, they could return to his place for something like a holiday. Though he complained about the trouble, from the moment he brought them back, Wang Teng had already started treating them as family. His little island could certainly use some more life. It wasn't the superficial bustle of having friends over, but the true warmth that comes only with family. No matter how many lives he had lived or how powerful he'd become, the sense of home was something etched into his very genes. Although Wang Teng called it a grand banquet, in reality, only Tony and Pepper showed up. Steve still didn't know how to face Tony. Barton and Natasha were busy with their own missions, and Thor was in Asgard looking after his newborn child. Though, judging by his parenting skills, one could only imagine the chaos. No one in their right mind would give a newborn a miniature Mjolnir to play with, regardless of how cute it looked. The friends Wang Teng had recently made back in Country Z were all busy with their own affairs, and the distance between them was far too great. Wang Teng couldn't very well insist on dragging them over, so he settled for offering his well wishes over the phone. Reflecting on it, Wang Teng felt a tinge of sadness. After spending more than 30 years in this world, he realized he had very few friends. Unlike Tony, who would invite a crowd of acquaintances to throw a party, that was never Wang Teng's style. In the end, only Tony and Pepper remained. For one thing, Tony had made a habit to drop by Wang Teng's place for meals every day. For another, Wang Teng's front door quite literally opened into the corridor of Tony's home. Their relationship was much closer than that of ordinary neighbors. The Ancient One did pay a visit, stopping by to see the siblings Wanda and Pietro. She gave Wang Teng a look full of deep meaning, accepted a bag of senzu beans from him, and then quietly took her leave. After several futile attempts to resist, Pietro had completely resigned himself to his fate. Faced with the prospect of school, a prospect he deeply resented, he could only vent his frustrations on the food in front of him, not even having the energy to bicker with Tony anymore. Pietro felt utterly helpless. Compared to attending school, he would almost rather find himself back on Hydra's operating table. For someone as hopeless at academics as he was, nothing could be more torturous, especially after hearing that the school he was about to attend practiced strict military discipline. Poor performance could even lead to corporal punishment. His resentment toward Tony Stark only deepened when Tony personally unwrapped the gift Pietro had received, a set of mock exams express shipped all the way from Country Z, specifically 3 years of college entrance exams, 5 years of practice. Watching Wanda beside him, her face alight with excitement as she explored the new stationery Pepper had given her, Pietro couldn't help but think his little sister was still far too naive. Our family just doesn't have a studying gene, he sighed inwardly. For Wanda's sake, he told himself, at the very least, they could attend school together, rather than sending him alone into the jaws of hell. Just listen to the name of the place, Hell's Kitchen. Surely, a school like that could only exist in hell. Your coming school life will be truly unforgettable, little boy, Tony quipped, a mischievous glint in his eye. You should thank me. It's the first time I've taken such an interest in a kid's education. You've given me a taste of what it's like to be a dad. Though you're a terrible child, I don't really mind. I mind, Pietro wailed in his heart, though all he gave Tony was a dramatic eye roll. Knowing that his coming misery was all thanks to the man standing before him, Pietro felt certain that the feud between himself and the Stark family was beyond reconciliation. Get your adorable backpacks and stationery ready. Tomorrow morning, Wang Teng and I will personally see you off to the school bus, haha. Tony's laughter sounded to Pietro like the devil's taunt. Who in their right mind would like that cursed backpack, especially when it's a pink Hello Kitty? Glancing at Wanda's delighted face beside him, Pietro felt even more hopeless about the future. Please vote for me. After settling Wanda and Pietro's school arrangements, Wang Teng finally enjoyed a good night's sleep, a rare treat. He even woke up early the next morning to make breakfast for the two of them himself. Perhaps it wasn't quite as delicious as what Xiaolong could whip up, but Wang Teng called a breakfast made with love. He practically dragged the two of them out of bed, watching as they grudgingly washed up, his heart brimming with excitement. Pietro had already resigned himself to his fate, while Wanda sensed that something was amiss. Even though the reasons they both didn't sleep well last night were different, no one would be in a good mood after being hauled out of bed at dawn. One had been too excited to fall asleep. The other tossed and turned in misery. But whatever the reason, their fate of going to school was already sealed. Right now, they were no longer the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, just two ordinary children. Wang Teng wasn't worried at all about any resistance from them. Even now, and certainly in the future, should they ever gain superpowers, he was confident he could keep them in check single-handedly. Tony had shown up bright and early. In fact, just to take the kids to school, he stayed behind while Pepper hurried back to New York the night before. Luckily, Wang Teng had opened another portal in Hell's Kitchen, making it far more convenient to get to New York, much better than sitting on a plane for several hours. Originally, Tony wanted Wang Teng to open the portal directly in Stark Tower. But with the Battle of New York having just ended a few days ago, it was obviously not the right time. Besides, compared to the trip from Stark Tower to the school in Hell's Kitchen, Wang Teng preferred having Wanda and Pietro live closer to the school, living next door to the principal with the school bus waiting right outside. This was much more convenient than Wang Teng's own school days. Wang Teng suppressed his urge to give Pietro a good smack. After all, it was his first day at school, and he ought to save the boy some dignity. Watching him dawdle through breakfast, then reluctantly sling on the pink Hello Kitty backpack alongside Wanda, Wang Teng smiled as, to the sound of Tony's playful teasing, they opened the portal to Hell's Kitchen together. "You'll have to be earlier next time. If you're late, you'll miss the school bus," said Principal Alvin as he opened the front door. Wang Teng saw him at the curb, buying steamed buns from a Chinese couple. He'd heard that their child also attended this very school, that he greeted everyone warmly and politely declined the Chinese couple's offer to buy some steamed buns, explaining that he'd already had his fill at home. Otherwise, Wang Teng might have tried a few, as they did look quite appetizing. "Principal Alvin, these are my 2 children. I'll be counting on you to look after them from now on," Wang Teng said, pulling Wanda and a very reluctant Pietro forward to introduce them to the school principal. "Rest assured, Chairman Wang," Principal Alvin replied. "I treat every student equally. These 2 seem like spirited kids, though this young man doesn't look too thrilled about coming to school. But you can relax. Every child who comes to me leaves as a model student, excellent in both character and academics." Principal Alvin's smile, in Pietro's eyes, looked more like a demon beckoning him forward, and he couldn't help but shiver. "Hi, Principal. Looks like I'm not late after all. Are these 2 the new students? Wow, your backpacks are really cute." A lively voice chimed in from behind. Wang Teng turned his head and was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the actor who played Spider-Man in his previous life, Tom Holland? Or was this actually Spider-Man himself? But wasn't he supposed to go to school somewhere in Queens or Brooklyn? What was he doing in Hell's Kitchen? "Hey, Parker, you're a bit late today. I'm sure if you keep that up, Frank won't mind locking you in the little detention room for a while." Principal Alvin greeted the young Spider-Man with a friendly nod, before turning back to introduce him to Wang Teng and the others. "This is our school's genius. A certain professor once said he'll get into the very top universities one day. Stark, that rascal, is always trying to recruit him away from us, but I've never agreed." Principal Alvin beamed with pride, making no effort to hide his satisfaction. Wang Teng was rather surprised. There weren't many people in the world who could call Tony a rascal to his face and get away without offending him. "Hi, I'm Peter Parker, 11th grade at community school. I'm glad to be your classmate. Your backpacks are really nice, and you're very pretty, miss." Peter introduced himself, living up to his reputation as the chatty Spider-Man. Wang Teng had liked this version of Spider-Man in his past life, but now, seeing him flirt with his own girl right in front of him, he found himself less than amused. Was Peter itching for a lesson? Wang Teng wouldn't mind giving him one. Pietro immediately stepped between Peter and Wanda, reaching out to give Peter a push, but embarrassingly, he couldn't budge him and nearly tripped himself. If Wanda hadn't quickly caught him from behind, he would have fallen flat on his face. "Kid, I don't think my sister needs to be friends with you. You should focus on your studies and get into your damned elite school." Pietro tried to sound fierce, making a show of protecting his dignity. He definitely didn't want his sister to be drawn in by such an unpredictable kid. Wasn't this school supposed to forbid students from dating? Wang Teng and Stark really weren't doing a reliable job running things. The scene unfolding was rather amusing. Peter Parker, already in 11th grade, was at least 15 or 16 years old this year. But whether due to childhood malnutrition or some other reason, he looked no older than an 11 or 12-year-old. Wanda, on the other hand, had just turned 14, yet she appeared almost like a 17 or 18-year-old young woman. Pietro was 2 years older than Wanda, making him just 16, but he looked like he could easily be in his 20s. Compared to them, Peter Parker, with his boyish face, truly was just a child. Fortunately, the school bus arrived at that moment. Otherwise, the awkward Peter Parker might have wanted to dig a hole and disappear. Having dedicated his life to studying since childhood, the young Spider-Man really wasn't equipped to handle this kind of situation. Even though he had recently gained superpowers and earned the name Spider-Man, Principal Alvin's constant oversight left him little chance to play the hero. Peter Parker was the first to dart onto the bus. He patted his own chest, trying to calm himself. He didn't quite understand why Pietro had glared at him so fiercely. It had actually scared him a little. Still, he couldn't help but think that the older girl was truly beautiful. At his age, Peter Parker didn't yet grasp the full measure of a brother's protective instinct toward his sister. What he didn't know was that the feeling of unease that had just made his heart pound wasn't from Pietro at all, but from Wang Teng, who stood nearby, looking harmless as he shot Peter a sidelong glance. In this regard, he should count himself lucky that Pietro had intervened. Otherwise, Wang Teng might have given him a stern lesson on what it meant to be an exemplary student in both character and academics. Please keep voting. Once all the students waiting for the bus had boarded, Pietro and Wanda had no choice but to head toward the bus as well. Just as Wanda stepped onto the bus, she let out a startled cry and jumped back. Fortunately, Wang Teng was right behind her and caught her, or else she would have landed hard on the ground. What happened, Wanda? Are you all right? It looks like our little lady was frightened by our bus driver, Principal Alvin said, breaking into hearty laughter before Wanda could recover from her shock. Don't worry, young lady. Domingo just looks fierce, but he's actually a gentle soul. Everyone here knows that. All right, this truly was Wang Teng's oversight. He should have informed Wanda in advance, so she'd be mentally prepared instead of letting her get startled like this. Don't worry, Wanda. He's just a school bus driver, Wang Teng explained gently, and then shot Domingo a fierce glare. Being unattractive isn't your fault, but scaring my family certainly is. All Domingo could do in response was offer an apologetic smile. He didn't seem to realize how terrifying that smile was, so much so that not only did Wanda jump again, but even some of the students on the bus looked uneasy, as if fearing Domingo might suddenly leap up and devour someone. At this point, Wanda was on the verge of tears. She was still so young, and according to Wang Teng, not even an adult yet. Getting on that school bus, she couldn't help but worry. What if the terrifying driver really did eat her? After a long while spent comforting her, Wang Teng finally managed to coax the trembling Wanda onto the bus. Even though her eyes were full of tears, Wang Teng wouldn't change his mind. A child's rightful place was at school. As for Pietro, Wang Teng simply gave him a firm shove onto the bus. A grown man who wouldn't protect his own sister had no right to act pitiful here. Watching the school bus drive away, Wang Teng finally felt at ease. After all, considering how brutal the recent battle in New York had been, it was impressive that Hell's Kitchen remained largely intact. That alone made Wang Teng trust Principal Alvin, the Chinese-American headmaster, a great deal. Besides, he had left some precautions on both Wanda and Pietro, so there was really nothing to worry about. At last, he could look forward to a week of proper rest. Wang Teng decided he'd spend the evening in New York, find a charming lady to chat with about poetry and literature, and refine his artistic sensibilities. As for Tony's invitation to visit Stark Industries, he'd pass. Wang Teng had nothing to do right now, and if he went to the company, he'd just end up as the third wheel while Tony and Pepper enjoyed their time together. Wang Teng had no interest in being a light bulb, and besides, he wasn't bald. Stark Industries' new energy initiative was now in full swing. Tony had taken a hands-off approach, entrusting the position of chief engineer entirely to the rather dim-witted son of the Anton family. That Russian guy was really quite simple. So much for sworn enemies, so much for to the bitter end. He'd been won over by Tony Stark with surprising ease. Rumor had it, Tony had hired 20 attractive caregivers for his ailing father. Whether he genuinely wanted to nurse his father back to health, or was hoping to hasten his father's journey to meet his maker, no one could say for sure. As for Ivan himself, he was living proof that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance. The explosive physique of a polar bear he once had in the movies had now rounded out to rival a Chinese panda, rotund and content. Even his eyes sported dark circles, but Ivan seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this new lifestyle. But in the end, it was all their own choice, and Wang Teng was happy to let things be. After all, it was much better than becoming a villain from the movies, enduring a lifetime of hardship, only to blow oneself to pieces in the end. Wasn't this so much nicer? Everyone was cheerful, no one was looking for trouble, and the world was at peace, even if that peace was only a temporary illusion. These past days had truly left Wang Teng exhausted. He thought he deserved a break, or perhaps a trip to Xander with Wanda when the new year came around. Rumor had it that, in some distant parallel universe, someone had made a film called Love on Xander that caused quite a stir across the cosmos and did exceptionally well at the box office. For 2 days in a row, Wang Teng had been chatting about literature with a young lady, and he realized his own cultural literacy needed some improvement. Even with his physical stamina, he could barely withstand such an onslaught of conversation. Yet, although his body felt weary, Wang Teng sensed a lift in his spirits. Clearly, he was still a lover of literature, and he resolved to engage more often in these wholesome, soul-enriching pursuits. After 2 days of relaxation, Wang Teng decided it was time to find something to do. So, on this day, he set out to fish by the lakeside. Of course, with his way of fishing, it was all up to the fish. He'd toss the hook into the water, lie down on the bank, and promptly drift off to sleep. A thunderous crash jolted Wang Teng from his doze. He vaguely felt that something had struck the protective barrier around his island. But But he had personally upgraded the formation with spatial concealment. Planes could fly right through without a hitch. For something to smack into it directly, it was either trouble or someone bringing trouble. Either way, it was nothing good, and Wang Teng felt no inclination to move. The shaking subsided after a moment. Wang Teng gazed up at the sky. When nothing else seemed to be happening, he began to doze off again. Bang! Thud! Boom! A string of violent impacts followed. While there was no mistaking it now, if the first collision could be chalked up to an accident, this was a blatant assault. Wang Teng stared with his perpetually deadpan eyes for a long while before lazily conjuring a water mirror spell in front of him to see who exactly was bombarding his island's barrier. A woman? And not just any woman. A strikingly voluptuous one. As he watched, Wang Teng couldn't help but comment to himself. Nice figure, top-tier looks, though her expression was a bit fierce. And that hair, spiky like a hedgehog. Which stylist came up with that disaster? He'd have to recommend a decent hairstylist to her sometime. After watching for a while, Wang Teng suddenly sat up. That look. Wait a minute. Wasn't that Odin's eldest daughter, Hela? How on earth did she end up here? Could it be that Odin was dead? That didn't seem right. Even if Odin has died, there's no reason he should have come looking for me. Could it really be just as I suspected before? Was Odin's death nothing more than a play he staged himself? If so, his heart is truly ruthless, being able to watch his own daughter gouge out his son's eye without batting an eyelid. No wonder he's the overlord who has dominated the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. Wang Teng was torn. Should he let her in? Judging from the Thor movies, she's not exactly easy to get along with. Even if everything in those films was just an act. Her tendency to attack his protective formation at the drop of a hat was giving Wang Teng a headache. Once again, he couldn't help but curse Odin's abysmal parenting. He watched Hela, who had been relentlessly attacking for ages without any intention of stopping, and sighed. Forget it, she's a guest from afar. He couldn't very well keep her locked outside the door forever. Besides, if she kept this up, he wouldn't even be able to get any sleep. However, he couldn't just let Hela in so easily, disturbing his rest. Even if she was a woman, she needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, once inside, she'd only become more overbearing. Wang Teng clearly remembered Hela's arrogance in the original story. If he wanted her back down, he'd have to subdue her first. As for whether Odin would intervene, your own daughter is already knocking at my door. Am I not allowed to fight back? Besides, it's not like I'm afraid of you. Who doesn't have a couple of powerful backers these days? He continued to ask for votes and subscriptions. After rummaging through his personal space for quite a while, Wang Teng finally found a tool that satisfied him. A legendary immortal binding rope designed specifically to suppress the energy within living beings. It didn't matter if you were a god, demon, or immortal. Once ensnared by the rope, all your power would be sealed away. A mischievous grin appeared on his face as Wang Teng flicked his wrist, sending the rope soaring high into the air, straight toward Hela, who was brandishing two swords as she attacked Wang Teng's formation. At that moment, Hela was fully focused on battering the defensive barrier in front of her, completely unaware of the man below plotting against her. Thinking back to why she'd come here in the first place, Hela felt a surge of irritation and dissatisfaction. That old man really was getting senile, changing a plan that had been set 1,000 years ago, and all for the sake of some ordinary mortal. Did he really think she was just an ignorant little girl? She'd ruled Helheim for nearly 10,000 years, and secretly controlled Niflheim as well. There was nothing she hadn't seen. As for this so-called ordinary mortal, no matter how capable he was, how long could he possibly live? Someday, she'd find a way to lure him into her domain, and then he'd be nothing more than one of her subordinates. Odin asking her to befriend him now was nothing but an unnecessary formality. Still, she had to admit, his little turtle shell was surprisingly tough, almost on par with Asgard's own shield. After attacking for so long with no response from inside, Hela couldn't help but feel her pride wounded, whether it was because no one was home or simply because she was being ignored. Tired of waiting, she thought she might as well go straight home if her father ever asked. She could always say no one was there. With this thought in mind, her attack slowed, and she didn't notice a golden light shooting straight toward her. In the next instant, before Hela could react, the immortal binding rope had already wrapped her up tightly, instantly sealing the energy within her. Her hair, which had been standing on end, like a hedgehog, fell limply to her shoulders, turning into a cascade of long hair. Yet the way she was bound now looked more than a little embarrassing, making her appear even more imposing. What on earth is this thing? Hela struggled, but couldn't break free. In the next moment, she saw a gap open in the formation beneath her feet, and she tumbled headfirst through it. A piercing scream split the air, followed by a splash as she plunged into the lake, sending water spraying everywhere. Wang Teng would never admit that he'd wanted to see the so-called soaked goddess for himself. It was just an unfortunate slip that Hela ended up in the water. At this moment, he really did seem half asleep. It took him a while to realize someone was still in the lake, only reacting when the ripples on the surface were nearly gone. He hurriedly grabbed his fishing rod and cast it out with a determined flick. Jumping in himself to save her was out of the question. As for guiding the immortal binding rope to bring her over, Wang Teng would insist he simply forgot. It absolutely wasn't because he wanted to indulge in the guilty pleasure of hooking a drowned beauty. He cast a line, reeled it in, and sure enough, the mermaid was on the hook. Hela, her powers completely sealed, had swallowed quite a bit of water. Her stomach was visibly bloated. When Wang Teng hauled her onto the shore, she didn't even have the strength to curse him out. Though his guardians were tough, that didn't mean she could trade barbs with Wang Teng while her belly was full of lake water. Right now, Hela was too busy coughing it up. In truth, Hela was still in a daze. One moment she was flying through the sky, the next she was inexplicably bound by a flying rope, and then she fell straight through a formation barrier that she'd been unable to break no matter how hard she tried. If she still didn't realize Wang Teng was behind all this, she might as well surrender her crown. But what truly baffled Hela was not just the humiliating way she'd been bound, but how Wang Teng had dared to let her fall headfirst into the lake, fill her with so much water, and then fish her out, using an actual hook. She was the daughter of Odin, the goddess of death. Since the day she was born, no one had ever dared humiliate her like this, let alone a mortal she considered utterly beneath her. Hela felt she was about to explode with rage. There was still too much water in her stomach. She needed to vomit a bit longer. Once she recovered, she would make sure to teach this mortal who dared to make her belly swell such a lesson. He would be neither able to live nor die, no matter how much her father favored him. Water spewed out. Wang Teng simply watched as Hela lay before him, her belly round and distended, vomiting water again and again. The lower half of her body was still soaking in the water. He had to admit, the sight was quite pleasing, if only her stomach weren't so enormous. Time slipped away as the two stared at each other, the artificial fountain show continuing. Fortunately, the powerful physique of a god met. Hela's performance didn't last too long, or Wang Teng would have had to consider building a special landscape fountain here, just for her. A goddess brand fountain, you know you want one. After struggling for a bit, and finding she still couldn't break free from the ropes, Hela's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger as she forced herself to raise her proud head. You lowly mortal, let me go this instant. Truly, she and Thor were siblings. The temper was identical. She seemed completely oblivious to her predicament, not bothering to assess the situation. Didn't she know that even a god must bow beneath another's roof? Even Thor, that muscle-brained brute, had learned this lesson by now. Clearly, she needed some training. Wang Teng reached out and hoisted Hela up, ignoring her furious protests. He glanced around and quickly spotted his target, a crooked tree, usually used for shade, now about to serve a new purpose. Despite Hela's intense objections, Wang Teng hung her from the southeast branch. Very good. From now on, I'll ask, and you'll answer, Wang Teng declared, deciding it was high time he gave Hela the education Odin never did. She needed to understand whose turf this was. If she dared to act up, even as a woman, she'd still get a proper lesson. You wretched mortal, do you know who I am? I am Hela, Odin's daughter, goddess of death, ruler of the underworld, daughter of Odin, king of the gods. You had better let me go, or I'll see to it that your soul burns in the fires of hell for all eternity. It was clear Hela wasn't one to admit defeat easily. Even while dangling from the branch, she twisted and writhed in the air, completely unaware of how much her current state was affecting Wang Teng. Even after 2 days of literary research with his lovely assistant, this scene was pushing his limits. A sharp crack. The first sound was the end of the immortal binding rope, controlled by Wang Teng, snapping down hard across Hela's backside like a whip. With her divine constitution, she wouldn't be harmed. She'd just feel the sting. The second sound was Hela's cry, a sharp, involuntary gasp. Strangely enough, there was something enticing about it, and Wang Teng could feel his self-control being put to the test. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'll personally pin your body beneath the sea of death, and your soul will be tormented for all eternity in the everlasting flames. How dare you treat me this way? I'll never let you go. Crack. Crack. Rather exhilarating, actually. Wang Teng felt as if some strange kink had been forcefully awakened in him. It went like this. Hela hurled an insult. He responded. With a lash, she cursed him again. Another strike followed. By the end, he couldn't help but notice that Hela's figure seemed even shapelier than before. Stop. I give up, ah. You bastard. Why are you still hitting me? In the end, it was Hela who broke first, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. She was the goddess of death, after all, and now a mere mortal had hung her from a tree and whipped her. If word ever got out, she might as well bury herself in the sea of death and be done with it. No goddess could suffer such shame. Sorry, force of habit, Wang Teng said, though his expression showed not a hint of apology. Seething, Hela clenched her teeth, but she didn't dare defy him further. A wise woman knows when to yield, especially when she's at a disadvantage. She'd bide her time, feign weakness for now, and wait until her strength returned. Then, she'd make this mortal pay dearly. All right, since you've surrendered, let's start over. I'll ask, you answer. Do you know what you did wrong? What? I'm a goddess, Hela. Crack. Wrong answer. Do you know what you did wrong? Yes, I was wrong. This time, Hela answered instantly, desperate to avoid another lash. The man before her was a complete maniac. Who treated a woman like this? Yet beneath the pain, there was a tingling, electric sensation. So humiliating. She forced the strange thought out of her mind. Clearly, this shameless bastard had driven her half mad. Name. Hela, Odin's daughter. Gender. Are you blind? Crack. Wrong answer. Female. Hela spat, her teeth clenched in fury. Measurements. What? The shamelessness of this man had redefined Hela's understanding of villainy. And so the cycle began anew. Wang Teng found himself getting a little addicted. There was just something about a goddess's voice, especially as the minutes dragged on. It seemed to carry 1,000 subtle changes, each more intriguing than the last. 36, 24, 36. In the end, Hela gave in, tears of humiliation brimming in her eyes. Worst of all, she had no one to whom she could complain about her shame. Wang Teng nodded. See, isn't it better to cooperate? You could have saved yourself a lot of pain. Though I wouldn't have minded a few more rounds myself. This is surprisingly addictive. Now that you're being so obedient, let's talk. What made you come crashing through my front door? Wang Teng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He almost wished Hela would resist just a bit longer. My father Odin sent me here. He told me to get to know you and make friends. At this moment, Hela was cursing Odin inwardly. She wished she'd stuck to her original plan, stabbing him in the streets of New York to vent her rage. In the end, though, she'd worried that such deep hatred would push Thor down a dark path, so she let Odin die a natural death and came out to play her part afterward. Now, Hela couldn't help but think her first idea really wasn't so bad after all. Wang Teng was utterly bewildered by Hela's words. What exactly was Odin up to? Since when did he start playing matchmaker? And for his own daughter, no less. How desperate was he to see her married off? On second thought, considering Hela's temperament, it was no wonder no man dared to approach her. But introducing her to himself? That didn't sit right either. After all, Hela was old enough to be his ancestor. So this fearsome woman had come all this way just for a matchmaking meeting? And yet, here she was, hung from a tree and being flogged by him for half the day. Wang Teng glanced at the sky. The sun was nearly setting. This was a real headache. He had no idea how to wrap things up. It wouldn't do to keep beating her like this, but letting her down was also risky. She had come for a matchmaking meeting, after all. Yet, if he just let her go, he felt a pang of guilt. This ancestor of his would probably tear his house apart. He'd heard she kept a particularly unruly husky at home. With that kind of influence, Hela herself must have picked up some of those destructive traits. Happy New Year's Day, everyone. Please toss a vote my way, give a recommendation, or whatever else you can spare, subscriptions, rewards. I can never get enough. Wishing all my readers good health, happiness, and prosperity in the new year. Please keep the rewards coming. Wang Teng was well aware of Hela's penchant for destruction. Otherwise, in the original story, why else would she show up just to tear Asgard apart? As for Surtur the fire giant, Wang Teng could only scoff. Odin's family really knew how to put on a show. Can you let me down now? Hela's voice was a mix of grievance and fury. In all her thousands of years as a goddess, she had never met a man as utterly shameless as Wang Teng. She could think of the vilest curses in the world to describe him, but even the worst insults fell short of conveying just how outrageous he was. All Hela could think about was breaking free and giving Wang Teng a taste of her wrath, then stringing him up in the tree and lashing him with her divine whip until he was a bloody mess. All right, I'll let you down right away. You should have said so earlier. Thor and I are good brothers. There's no need to stand on ceremony. You're welcome at my place anytime. Wang Teng hurried to untie Hela from the tree. After all, she'd already stated her purpose. It wouldn't do to keep her hanging there. Besides, he'd secretly recorded the whole incident. It was best to quit while he was ahead. Wang Teng swore to himself that what happened next was absolutely not intentional. Pure accident, through and through she'd probably been. Hanging from that southeastern branch for far too long, and with the immortal binding rope tied so tightly, when Wang Teng finally let Hela down, she lost her balance and fell forward. After all, she was a woman who'd come to meet him for a matchmaking session. It wouldn't do for Wang Teng to just stand by and watch her fall. So, he reached out to steady her. Ah! Her scream split the air, sharper and more piercing than any of her earlier cries. Wang Teng's eardrums ached from the sheer force of it. I'll kill you. Hela had lost all reason. Before this, she could still fool herself, insisting she hadn't been thrown by Wang Teng, that it was just some weapon or magical artifact that had hurt her. There was at least a sliver of self-deception to cling to, but this time, there was no way to explain it away. I, daughter of Odin, crown princess of Asgard, goddess of death, true ruler of the realms of death and the underworld across the 9 realms, have been desecrated. Desecrated by a lowly mortal. I'm about to lose my mind. Wang Teng swallowed hard and put some distance between himself and Hela. Dealing with a woman gone mad, it was best to avoid her wrath. Besides, he was at fault. Even if it had just been a reflex action, he really couldn't blame himself, could he? Then, Hela saw Wang Teng make a gesture with his hand, clearly still a little pleased with himself. Whatever reason she had left was swept away in a storm. Her mind was a mess. Twin. Swords appeared in her hands, and without another word, she charged at Wang Teng. She didn't need any fancy moves or tactics. Her only thought was to cut down the bastard in front of her. Wang Teng started to regret his earlier decision. Why had he untied the immortal binding rope the moment he set her down? Why so quick with his hands? Now, he'd brought this trouble on himself. If he kept her tied up, even if something went wrong, they could have at least sat down and talked it out calmly. Now things were a mess. He couldn't just tie her up again. That would really be too much. Not that he couldn't win a fight, but the problem was he was in the wrong here. Wang Teng wasn't some heartless brute. He had his own moral boundaries. Even if he were to, well, he at least pay and make sure she was taken care of. Now, faced with hellish rage, after what he'd just done, he couldn't bring himself to hit her again. She wasn't like Thor, that big oaf who could take a beating and just laugh it off. Hela was a princess, even if she was a rather ancient one. She was still a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Wang Teng just didn't have the heart to go all out. 3 minutes later, Wang Teng decided he'd had enough of running. He glanced at the ground behind him. It looked like the surface of the moon. If this went on any longer, his home would be torn apart. Hey woman, are you part tractor or something? You've practically plowed up my whole place. Keep this up, and I won't be so polite. Bastard, today, it's either you or me. How dare you humiliate me like this? Face my blade. At this point, Hela looked nothing like a warrior of Asgard. In just this short time, she shouldn't have been this exhausted. Wang Teng was helpless. Weren't Western women supposed to be more open-minded? Why was Hela so relentless? Could she be one of those ancient beings, already tens of thousands of years old? No wonder Odin was so anxious to introduce her to someone she hadn't even dated yet, and she was already entering that phase? He wondered when the Aesir usually reached this stage. Judging by the age of the Aesir, Hela was probably just coming of age, at least by royal standards. But if she were an ordinary Aesir, she would have already lived through 2 lifetimes by now, so it was hard to say for sure. As Hela's twin swords came slashing toward him, Wang Teng decided he would evade her no longer. With a flash, he stepped forward, facing Hela head-on. Seizing the opportunity while Hela was caught off guard, he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. This time, Hela didn't scream. She was too dumbfounded. Never in her life had a man dared to hold her in such a way, much less smack her like that. Her mind went utterly blank, leaving only a single thought echoing inside. I'm completely done for. Wang Teng's mind was equally preoccupied. As expected of a goddess. What a figure. If only he'd known from the start. Are you done throwing a tantrum? Are you finished being angry? Can we finally talk like normal people? Thump, thump, thump. If Hela's cheeks had been flushed with anger before, now an odd pink had crept from her ears all the way down. And static. Wang Teng thought he heard some strange sound coming from her. And then silence. Well, it seemed that with just a few smacks, Wang Teng had unlocked some remarkable new trait in Hela. If Odin found out, he'd probably chop him to pieces. After all, rumor had it that Odin's spear was a weapon of fate itself. Looking at Hela's misty, glistening eyes, Wang Teng started to feel troubled. All he wanted was a Maid-December romance, not to be outmatched by someone older. This was going to be tricky. At long last, Wang Teng and Hela managed to sit down quietly and have a proper conversation. And truly, a serene Hela exuded an air of elegance unmatched by any ordinary noblewoman. The so-called refined ladies paled in comparison. Yet those tear-filled eyes fixed on Wang Teng made him rather uncomfortable. "So, when are you planning to go back?" he asked, having no other choice. The sooner he could coax this goddess princess home, the better. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" she replied, her usual forcefulness melting away into a look so tender it could move the hardest heart. Wang Teng was utterly defeated. Several rounds of negotiation went nowhere. Facing Hela's delicate, tearful gaze, Wang Teng realized all his skills were useless. In the end, he had no choice but to raise the white flag. And so, it seemed that Peach Blossom Island would be welcoming a new lady of the house. At least for now, got a female guest? Wang Teng wasn't even sure how to define her. In any case, Hela had clearly decided to settle in and wasn't about to leave. If Wang Teng so much as hinted at wanting her gone, she could shed tears in the very next second. Do you believe it? No wonder she was Asgard's finest actress. She'd carried an entire Thor movie all on her own. Wang Teng felt utterly helpless. It was just an extra pair of chopsticks, after all. If she wanted to stay, then fine, but she'd have to learn how to use chopsticks. Watching Hela clumsily trying to pick up soybeans at the dinner table, Wang Teng inexplicably found his mood improving. After a whole night spent waiting, Odin, far away in Asgard, was growing anxious. He'd only meant for his daughter to meet this Wang Teng, not to deliver herself straight to his door. The outcome genuinely caught Odin off guard. She hadn't come home all night. While Odin was pleased with the prospect of what might come of this, he hadn't expected things to progress so quickly. At the very least, there ought to be some sort of process, right? It reminded him of that rascal Thor who, together with Loki, had gone to Earth, vanished for a day, and then returned only to announce that they were having a child. Odin had been so furious that, for a moment, he'd wanted to chop Thor in half. If only he weren't his own son. Funny enough, the last time something like this happened, it had also been at Wang Teng's house. Now, with Hela gone all night, the more Odin thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Would he go from being a grandfather to a grandfather on both sides in the blink of an eye? As for trusting the Ancient One's moral character, if that bald woman truly had any, last time's fiasco wouldn't have happened. At this thought, Odin almost wanted to storm over to Wang Teng's house himself. Strangely, Wang Teng was just too much of an enigma. Before, Odin had barely been able to see through the formations protecting his home, but in just a short time, even with the eye of true sight, he couldn't pierce the mysteries of Wang Teng's island. It was all deeply uncanny. In the end, Odin forced himself to quell the urge to rush over in person. If those two weren't the least bit embarrassed, wouldn't he, as the father, be mortified instead? Children and grandchildren have their own destinies. As long as nothing went terribly wrong, Odin could just about accept it. He only hoped his fragile old heart wouldn't be overly stimulated. Otherwise, he might really end up taking a few swings at Thor. Why Thor? He was the only son left in the family, after all. As for dealing with Wang Teng, if it ever came to that, Odin suspected that his eldest daughter would stab him a couple of times first. He knew Hela far too well, and Odin had no doubt she'd absolutely do it. What kind of sin have I committed to deserve this? Odin thought to himself. He knew full well that girls tend to be outgoing, yet he'd personally sent Hela away. At this moment, Odin had none of the dignity befitting a king of gods. He was just an old father, worried sick about his children. In Asgard, Odin inwardly cursed Wang Teng in every way imaginable. But Wang Teng's current reality was nothing like the sweet dreams Odin imagined. All Wang Teng felt at the moment was a splitting headache. Hela, you're a princess, a goddess. There's no need for you to cook with your own hands anymore. Xiaowang did a good enough job, Wang Teng said, eyeing the plate in front of him, an unidentifiable, blackened lump. Then he glanced at Hela, who was dressed in a maid outfit, tears shimmering in her eyes. Even if Wang Teng wanted to complain, he had to swallow it down. But as for the thing on the plate, he decided it was best left untouched. No matter how resilient his body was, he didn't want to punish his mouth and stomach like that. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder if Hela, realizing she couldn't defeat him in a fight, was actually trying to poison him instead. The main problem was this woman was just too good at acting. One moment she was all sunshine and smiles, and the next her eyes were brimming with tears. Truly, Odin's blood ran strong in her veins. But then, what exactly did Thor inherit? Was it just the muscles on Odin's heels that somehow ended up at his head? I'm sorry. I just wanted to make you breakfast with my own hands. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I promise I'll work hard and learn next time, Hela said, her face the very picture of frailty and innocence. But while Hela looked pitiful, Wang Teng's attention stuck on her words. Next time. She was planning on a next time? Was she taking him for a fool? Goddess of death, Hela. Her cooking probably came with a death attribute by default. Even ghosts would be scared their souls would scatter if they ate her food. Really, you don't have to do this. You're a princess, after all. How could you do such menial work? It simply doesn't suit your status, Wang Teng coaxed, hoping to persuade Hela to abandon this terrifying idea. If she wanted to cook, she could go home and treat her father to it instead. Wait a minute. Maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. Let Odin, the old father, enjoy a taste of his daughter's filial piety. He'd be so grateful, Wang Teng thought. No need to give me a banner of thanks. Just come pick up your daughter as soon as possible, or I really won't be able to take it much longer. Sure, I'm not keen on being the older grass eaten by a young cow, but when the meat comes right to your door, it's hard to resist. I just wanted to make you a meal to show you how I feel. Hela's face turned crimson, a mix of shyness and charm. Covering her face with both hands, she ran off, leaving Wang Teng completely bewildered. Come back here and try that again. Let's see if I can't punch a crybaby right out of you. Xiaolong, come clean up this mess, and if you ever let Hela into the kitchen again, I'll toss you into the oven myself. After much persuasion, they finally managed to barely dissuade Hela from continuing her charity meal project, convincing her to go home and wreak some havoc on her parents in Asgard first. However, no matter what they tried, Hela simply refused to agree to go back home. And so, for the time being, Wang Teng's Peach Blossom Island had unexpectedly gained a new family member. Wang Teng had only just dropped Wanda and Pietro off at school a few days ago and was hoping to finally relax a bit. But out of nowhere, another person suddenly appeared in his home, and no matter what he did, he just couldn't get rid of her. Whenever he spoke a bit harshly, she would put on a pitiful look, leaving Wang Teng helpless and troubled by his own irresistible charm. After all, this was Hela, the goddess of death. This situation was completely at odds with his usual persona. Meanwhile, Odin could no longer sit still. He'd thought Hela staying out all night was bad enough, but never imagined she planned to take up permanent residence in someone else's home. The wedding hadn't even happened yet. As a result, these past few days, Odin found fault with everything about Thor. Thor, thoroughly disheartened, began to question his very existence. Had there been some mistake about his and Loki's identities? Maybe he was the one who was adopted after all. Yet for the sake of his newborn child, especially since he couldn't outmatch Odin, Thor had no choice but to swallow all his grievances. His child had been born only a few days ago, but Thor already felt as though he no longer had a place in Asgard. Heimdall, who had always treated him with respect, now looked at him with a faint, enigmatic smile that made Thor feel deeply uncomfortable. His good friends, the Warriors Three, now eyed him as if he were some sort of scoundrel. As for Sif, the goddess, her first reaction upon seeing him was to reach for her sword's hilt. Thor simply couldn't make sense of it all. Loki, who used to be shunned by everyone, had now become Asgard's darling, while he, the mighty god of thunder, was on the verge of being universally condemned. It was just too much. At this moment, Thor thought back to his ex-girlfriend Jane on Earth. He must have been out of his mind back then to end up in such a mess. Odin, too, was restless and irritable these days. He hadn't heard from his daughter in days and had no idea how she was doing. The sight of Thor pacing aimlessly in front of him only made his mood worse. Unintentionally, the father and son reached a strange, unspoken understanding. Thor wanted to go to Earth to clear his head, but didn't know how to bring it up. Odin wanted news of his daughter, and perhaps even to bring her back, but couldn't go to Earth himself. So, once again, Odin sent Thor hurtling down to Earth with a swift kick, attaching a sliver of divine consciousness to him. Hoping to see through Thor's eyes how Hela was faring on Earth these days, in Odin's eyes, Thor's circle of friends on Earth was limited to those Avengers. As long as Thor went to Earth, he would surely seek out Wang Teng, and through Thor, Odin could learn about his daughter's current situation. He never expected that the very first thing Thor would do upon arriving on Earth would be to try to pick up women, especially when his own wife had just given birth only a few days ago. She hadn't even finished her confinement, barely able to get out of bed. Truly in the art of being a scoundrel, Thor was no less than his father Odin, perhaps even surpassing him. Odin was now certain that Thor was indeed his own flesh and blood. To outdo the master at his own game, such feats were not for ordinary people. Meanwhile, Wang Teng wasn't having an easy time either. He'd thought that by sending Wanda and Pietro to the community school, he'd finally get some peace and quiet for a while. But they hadn't even attended classes for 2 days before. Another holiday rolled around, this time for New Year's. In the brief time they'd been at school, the siblings had managed to take a disastrous placement test, and then came home clutching their answer sheets, asking him to sign them. Principal Alvin was already starting to regret accepting these 2 unlucky students into his school. They were dragging down the school's average, which wasn't high to begin with, but he hadn't imagined that Wanda and Pietro could lower it even further. Alvin had made up his mind to pay Wang Teng a home visit in the next couple of days. With the winter break coming right after New Year's, if Wang Teng couldn't get someone to tutor the siblings up to the school's grade level over the holidays, then Alvin would step in himself. Refund the tuition? Don't even think about it. Whether you have to tie your hair up to stay awake or prick your thigh to focus, even if you're a hopeless case, I'll drag your grades up by force. Want to talk to me about human rights? Please, this is Hell's Kitchen. Human rights don't apply here. Wang Teng, for his part, had no idea what Principal Alvin was planning. If he did, he'd probably be so happy he'd jump for joy. Right now, though, he was staring at the siblings' answer sheets, thoroughly distressed. By all rights, Wanda and Pietro's tests should have been at a junior high level. In his previous life, Wang Teng had at least graduated from a technical college, and in this life, he'd finished high school. But to his surprise, he couldn't even understand what the questions on their tests were asking. It was as if he was pouring water into one cup while draining it from another. One person running, another chasing. He could only imagine the psychological trauma this must be causing Principal Alvin. What on earth were these questions? Wang Teng was now a mighty immortal, and yet he couldn't solve these bizarre math problems. It wasn't that he couldn't get the answers. His sharp mind could see the solutions at a glance. The trouble was, the test required him to show his work, step by step. And that was where he was stumped. The formulas and procedures, they'd long since slipped his mind. In truth, many of these problems, Wang Teng felt, were probably just at the level of elementary school back in Country Z. The test paper Alvin handed out was really only on par with questions for top elementary schoolers or those just starting middle school in Country Z. But Pietro's knowledge was barely elementary level, and Wanda was even less. She'd only just graduated from kindergarten when Stark blew up her home at the start of her schooling. Afterwards, both were taken by Hydra for human experiments, and who would ever believe Hydra cared about their test subjects' education? Just imagine, two children who'd wandered the streets since they were young. How much schooling could they possibly have had? All in all, this new year, no one was having an easy time. Hela and Wanda met, and for some reason, there was a strange animosity between them. A 14-year-old girl and a goddess who must be thousands of years old. Wang Teng's home was thick with invisible tension. Pietro did poorly on his exam and, afraid of Wang Teng's wrath, somehow ended up getting close to Pepper. Now he spent his days hanging around little Pepper, much to Tony's chagrin. Tony often wished he could just blast him with a repulsor from his suit. The only exception seemed to be Thor. Having left Asgard for Earth, Thor had completely let himself go. Though he was initially shut out by Jane, in the end his honeyed words won her over, and the two became inseparable. Odin, back in Asgard, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He'd sent Thor to Earth hoping he would gather information from Wang Teng's household, but as soon as Thor arrived, he turned into a lovesick puppy. Heimdall was never one to gossip, but that night he drank a little too much and accidentally spilled the beans about Thor's whereabouts. Soon, all of Asgard knew about Thor's womanizing ways. While Asgard wasn't exactly monogamous, those with the ability could have multiple wives. Never before had a man gone gallivanting elsewhere right after his wife had given birth. Thor's actions made him a public target in Asgard. Previously, there had been some dissatisfaction among the people about Loki inexplicably becoming Lahaina and ascending as queen, but now everyone fully supported her. If Asgard were to select a new heir to the throne, Lahaina would surely win with ease. Even if she was adopted, her child was pure royal blood of Asgard. As for all the pranks Lahaina had once pulled in Asgard, well, they were just pranks. She was just a mischievous princess back then. What's so wrong with being a little playful? The people of Asgard were, after all, quite forgiving. Now, with a queen who was gentle, wise, and shrewd, Thor seemed all the more lacking in comparison. His former valor now appeared nothing more than reckless bravado. Loki has now won not only the adoration of a crowd of devoted young fans, but also the secret worship of countless warriors, who see her as the goddess of their hearts. Thor? Oh, you mean that stallion. He just needs to focus on continuing the royal bloodline of Asgard, and that's enough for him. Perhaps things have turned out this way because of Loki's past actions. Though she's played her share of pranks, most were aimed squarely at Thor. When it comes to ordinary people, Loki has always been rather kind. The common folk can easily imagine all those escapades as nothing more than playful banter between a pair of lovers. Thus, the image of a brave goddess sacrificing for love comes vividly to life. One last thing. Yesterday, I noticed backstage that there were some tips sent in, but I couldn't see who sent them, nor did I have any data. Thank you so much to the generous reader whose name I don't know. I won't wish you anything else. Just may your fortune soar higher and higher in the new year. Hela's affection for Wang Teng was open and undisguised, something Wang Teng could sense with perfect clarity. But what truly caught him off guard was Wanda's surge of jealousy. You're still just a child, he thought. Although she looks 17 or 18, Wanda has only just turned 14 this year. In Wang Teng's eyes, she's still a kid. While he does have some thoughts about her future, first and foremost, she has to grow up. As for Hela, Wang Teng feels he's not quite at the stage where he can simply ignore the gap in their ages. Though Hela looks to be only in her 20s, Wang Teng can't quite get past this mental hurdle. Maybe, after 100,000 years, a difference in age won't matter at all to him. For now, though, he decides it's best to wait. Fortunately, the community school's New Year break is short, so after just 3 headache-inducing days of chaos, the 2 little troublemakers at home were sent back to school. Only then did Wang Teng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Still, he can't let this happen again. He's already discussed things with Principal Alvin. When winter break comes, he'll send both kids to work at Alvin's restaurant. Not only will they pick up some working experience, but they'll also get tutored by a group of professor-level mentors. A win on all fronts. Given the current situation, it seems time to move the trip to another planet up on the schedule. He'll treat it as a much-needed vacation. He really can't stay at home any longer. But before that, he must first plant the Mind Stone and see what kind of fruit it will bear. At first, Wang Teng had considered using the power of the Mind Stone to transform Wanda and her brother. But after examining them himself, he realized there was absolutely no need for such a thing. In fact, it might even negatively affect their future development. It would be better to wait until after they finish college, and then personally awaken the energy within them, teaching them step by step how to control their superpowers. Wang Teng set out with a hoe slung over his shoulder. Hela was initially quite curious. Although Wang Teng had refused her request to go with him, she couldn't help but secretly follow. But before she'd gone far, she lost track of him. Wang Teng's figure had vanished without a trace. This was no joke. This plot of land, capable of growing treasures, was Wang Teng's greatest secret. Up till now, only the Ancient One knew a little about it. How could he let anyone else discover it so easily? When Wang Teng lacked power in the past, he could only rely on the land's own abilities to shield it from prying eyes. But those with truly high-level abilities could still sense something unusual. So, once Wang Teng gained enough strength and magical items, he immediately reinforced the land with every protective formation he could muster. Stealth, defense, offense, you name it, he added it. This was the core of all his secrets, the very foundation of his security. No amount of caution could ever be too much. In fact, this small plot of land beneath Wang Teng's feet was the safest place in the entire world. Even planet-destroying weapons might not be able to harm it. So far, the only one besides Wang Teng who could enter was the little dragon, to whom he had granted access to help with chores. But when it came to planting anything truly precious, Wang Teng always handled it himself. He began by checking the various yields of the land, clearing away a few oddities, some useful, some not. The most striking sight was the crystal tree at the heart of the field. He hadn't paid much attention for a while, but at some point, all the blossoms on the tree had fallen, and now clusters of smooth, shimmering crystal fruits hung from its branches. There was something peculiar about this land. Until a fruit was fully ripe, you'd have no idea what purpose it served. It was just like the magical beans he'd grown before, until they matured. Wang Teng wondered if they were nothing more than ordinary peas, or perhaps some kind of sky-reaching beanstalk. But once they ripened and were harvested, they always brought him a delightful surprise. For now, most of the land's produce was of little use to Wang Teng. Only the crystal tree in the center filled him with anticipation. After all, it had been growing for 20 years, and at long last, it was almost time for the harvest. When he advanced to the level of golden immortal, Wang Teng had already realized that the produce from this land would no longer be of much use to him. As for medicinal products, only items like the senza beans, those bug-level treasures that break the rules, would have any real effect, or perhaps some top-tier magical artifacts imbued with the power of rules. But when it came to ascending to the realm of Great Luo Immortal, Wang Teng was completely at a loss. According to the information provided by the system in his mind, today was already the pinnacle of cultivation. Beyond this point, neither comprehension of the rules nor accumulation of magical power had anything to do with further advancement. This was entirely different from the descriptions he'd read in prehistoric cultivation novels in his previous life. The final stage, the Great Luo Golden Immortal, was a realm utterly unrelated to magical power or the study of rules. It was a path of self-cultivation, the unity of all laws, the understanding of one's true nature, achieving the one and only true self, and only then could one become a Great Luo Golden Immortal. So for now, Wang Teng had reached the end of his cultivation journey. In terms of accumulated magical power, he was no weaker than those ancient monsters who had practiced for hundreds of thousands of years. While his understanding and Research of the rules might not be as profound. What he lacked in theory, he made up for with the sheer number of artifacts and cultivation techniques in his possession. If it ever came down to revealing hidden cards, Wang Teng feared no one. Though high-grade produce from his land was rare, he had been farming for so many years that he'd built up an impressive stockpile. Take the sins of beans he always carried. Having those on hand was no different from having unlimited magical power. Dig a pit, bury some soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wang Teng chanted as he dug a hole, tossed in the soul gem, covered it up, and poured a little 3 lights divine water over it. All that was left was to wait for the notification of a successful planting to sound in his mind. 3 lights divine water was a remarkable thing. Though it was deadly poison to living beings, one touch would dissolve both soul and bones. For plants, it was the ultimate treasure. Watering crops with it increased the yield of high-grade produce by at least 30%, a discovery Wang Teng had made after many years of experimentation. 3 lights divine water was one of the few things Wang Teng could reliably cultivate, and its seed had been a complete accident, a product he never could have. Imagine growing. It was, in fact, paraquat. Who would have thought it? Even Wang Teng himself didn't expect that paraquat could produce 3 lights divine water. This unexpected result inspired Wang Teng's urge to plant anything and everything. Even if he came across a pile of dog droppings by the roadside, he'd want to scoop it up, bury it, and see what bizarre thing might sprout. Wang Teng waited for a long time, but the soil beneath his feet showed no reaction. Or rather, it wasn't that there was no reaction. What happened was that the soul gem he'd buried slowly emerged from the earth once again. Wang Teng had never encountered anything like this before. That's not right, is it? After several attempts, Wang Teng stared at the soul gem lying on the ground before him and fell into deep thought that he had never encountered a situation like this before. In the past, no matter what Wang Teng planted, there was always some kind of response. Even if he planted the fruits he had already harvested, they would still take root and sprout. The only catch was that the resulting crop would be exactly the same as what he had planted, so aside from wasting some time, there would be no additional gains. Unless, of course, something had suffered irreversible damage, like Xiaolong's predecessor. Only then would the system recognize that it was no longer a product of a land and allow it to be planted again. But the things that grew from such attempts were usually rather disappointing. For instance, after Xiaolong's predecessor had been destroyed by the fire phoenix, Wang Teng buried it back in the soil. This time a lot of things did grow, and at first, Wang Teng was quite pleased. He thought he'd struck it lucky, believing he was about to harvest an entire set of transformers. It wasn't until the crops were fully grown that he realized, to his chagrin, that what he'd gotten was nothing more than a full set of transformer models. The craftsmanship was exquisite, but Wang Teng had long outgrown his days of playing with toys. As a result, those transformer models ended up displayed in a large showcase that Wang Teng had specially built. As collectibles, they weren't half bad. When he used to read system stories, Wang Teng often saw protagonists complain that their systems were fools. He always wanted to say, even if your system is an idiot, at least it still has some intelligence. Wang Teng's own system, on the other hand, often made him doubt whether it was a system at all. It seemed more like a database. Or perhaps the real system was actually the land beneath his feet, and the thing in his mind was just an archive of information, one that, crucially, didn't even have a search engine. The ability to plant all things meant, at the very least, that it encompassed all things. Just imagining the scale of such a system's database was daunting. Even after all these decades, Wang Teng had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Thankfully, now that Wang Teng had advanced to the golden immortal stage, he himself was more or less a search engine. He no longer had to rely solely on luck to look up information, as he had in the past. While he still couldn't search with pinpoint accuracy, he could at least grasp the general idea. After much study, Wang Teng finally understood why the Mind Stone couldn't be planted. It was a crystallization of rules. Digging through the system's database for ages, Wang Teng eventually found a somewhat reliable explanation. The Infinity Stones were pure crystallizations of fundamental rules, and the upper limit of what the land beneath Wang Teng's feet could grow was precisely such rule crystals. That was why the Mind Stone in his hand couldn't be planted. It was like dropping water into oil. You could see it clearly. But if you dropped water into water, it would disappear without a trace. This realization, however, gave Wang Teng an idea. Since the upper limit of his magical land was the crystallization of rules, that meant it was entirely possible for his land to grow Infinity Stones. Wang Teng looked up at the nearby tree, its branches heavy with crystal-like fruits. Sweeping his senses over them, he counted 2,994 in total. Goodness, if each one of these were an Infinity Stone, the possibilities would be endless. Wasn't there a saying in his past life about the 3,000 great Daos, or 3,000 laws? With the 6 infinity stones included, that would make exactly 3,000. Thanos, I've got infinity stones wholesale. Interested? Of course, all of this was just Wang Teng's own fanciful daydreaming. As long as the fruits on the tree had yet to ripen, even if there was only a second left, he couldn't be certain what they truly were. Now, all he could do was hope in his heart that the crystal fruits would hurry up and mature. He'd never felt such urgency before. Since the Mind Stone couldn't be planted, Wang Teng had no choice but to store it away in his private collection. After all, it was still a rare and precious item. Unlike Hela, who dismissed the Space Stone with utter indifference, there were very few in the entire Marvel Universe who could afford such pride. After all, Asgard's wealth and resources were unmatched. Wang Teng considered himself a frugal man, someone practical and down-to-earth. After wandering through his mysterious orchard for a bit, he decided it was time to leave. The place was well looked after by Little Dragon, who watered on schedule, harvested at the right times, and carefully sorted every product into the warehouse, waiting for Wang Teng to inspect them when he had chance. So far, just the harvest of Senza beans alone had filled half a sack. As Wang Teng was about to leave, his attention suddenly caught on 2 sets of unusually shaped armor. The first set had a dark, profound sheen, streaked with lines of blood red. Though the armor wasn't yet mature, so Wang Teng couldn't discern its true attributes. Its mere appearance radiated a sense of lethal power, reminiscent of the battle armor worn by ancient generals on Chinese battlefields, but crafted with far greater precision. The second set of armor gave Wang Teng pause. He wasn't even sure it could be called armor at all. Its overall design lacked the typical menace of battle gear, instead appearing rounder and even somewhat endearing. To Wang Teng, it looked more like a high-tech spacesuit than something made for war. Still, the sense of solid security it gave off, coupled with the fact that it grew on the same tree as the first set, convinced Wang Teng it really was armor. After pondering for a while, Wang Teng finally remembered where these things had come from. Wasn't this the Destroyer, Odin's royal battle armor, the guardian of Asgard's vault, that chased Thor to Earth? After Wang Teng brought it back, he'd simply buried it in the ground, hoping to harvest some high-grade metals. Never in his wildest dreams did he think it would grow into 2 entirely different sets of armor. It looked fairly decent. The only uncertainty was what its exact attributes would be. Still, since it was grown from Odin's armor, no matter how mediocre it might turn out, it couldn't possibly be too bad. Based on Wang Teng's past experience, seeds of this caliber usually yielded fruits of at least equal grade. Of course, there were rare times when things went awry, but such cases were few and far between. He might not encounter one mishap in dozens of tries. Wang Teng certainly didn't believe his luck could be that terrible. There were 2 sets of armor, one black, one white. He would set aside the white one for now. The more Wang Teng looked at it, the more it reminded him of a spacesuit. But the black set, radiating a murderous aura, was growing on him with every glance. If he could hasten its maturity, Wang Teng would have tried it on right now. He had a feeling it would make him look impossibly cool. Wang Teng decided to delay his departure for the cosmos just a little. Judging by the looks of these 2 sets of armor, it wouldn't be long before they were ready. He was determined to step out in that black armor when he left. Everything else could wait. Looking cool was priority number 1. Reluctantly lingering for quite a while and repeatedly instructing Little Dragon to notify him the instant the armor matured, Wang Teng finally slung his hoe over his shoulder and walked out of the field. If you find my rambling at the end bothersome, I'll stop from now on. Chapter 108 has been blocked and moved to the free section. It's already been edited and cut, so I won't post it in the paid section anymore. Ever since Wang Teng's disappearance, Hela had started turning the place upside down. For ordinary people, searching the entire island would take quite some time, but for someone of Hela's level, combing through every corner wasn't much of a challenge. I simply don't believe it, she muttered. The island's only so big. How well could he possibly hide something? Even if it's buried underground, I should at least sense something. If this weren't Wang Teng's home, Hela would have loved nothing more than to bring out Asgard's interstellar battleship and plow the island flat. She refused to believe she couldn't find Wang Teng's hiding spot that way. So, when Wang Teng emerged from the field, he was greeted by the sight of Hela dashing madly about the island, so fast that only blurred afterimages remained. What on earth is she doing? Wang Teng's face was a picture of puzzlement. Had Hela been possessed by a rabbit spirit? Hela was monitoring every shift and ripple across the island, and the moment Wang Teng appeared, she sensed him immediately. Yet, at the spot where he materialized, she hadn't detected any spatial anomaly at all. In the past few days, Hela had come to realize just how formidable Wang Teng was, but his mastery of space still exceeded her wildest imagination. Asgard technology was among the most advanced in the universe, even if the movies hadn't shown this in detail. It would be foolish to think that a hegemon like Asgard relied solely on brute force. Although personal combat strength is of utmost importance, once you possess such power, acquiring anything else becomes much simpler. The people of Asgard revere individual might, yet their technological reserves also rank among the finest in the universe. Even if I can't manufacture something myself, as long as others can, that's all that matters. Aside from a few blockheads, none of the high-ranking elites in the great empires of the cosmos believe that Hela simply stays in her realm of the dead, living the life of a recluse. They've all been playing the game for millennia. Who would fall for such a shallow tale? Yet, when it comes to these matters, the upper echelons of every galactic nation choose silence, doing their utmost to minimize the impact of such events. As a result, information about Asgard and the Nine Realms is extremely scarce throughout the universe. Most civilizations regard it as nothing more than myth or legend, or have never even heard of it at all. Thor is one of those blockheads. After all, he is still quite young, just over 1,000 years old. He can barely master his own abilities, let alone understand the complicated schemes of the universe's ruling class. It was precisely because Odin placed too much faith in the so-called destiny, he thought he saw that he tried every means to hasten Thor's growth, even at the expense of destroying Asgard. In any case, he had always left himself an escape route. Helheim, the realm of the dead, is Asgard's true sanctuary. Not only does it hold Asgard's most elite warriors, but also serves as the main base of the Hall of Heroes. That is why Odin entrusted Hela herself to guard Helheim. It is the most mysterious place in the Nine Realms, known as the Land of Death, but in essence is still just a planet. Niflheim forms the barrier beyond Helheim, another world under Hela's command, and is known as the Land of the Departed. This only hints at the depth of Odin's planning. Those who are ferried to Niflheim are all top scientific minds and technological elites who died natural deaths across the worlds. Ordinary people simply have no way of entering. It could be said that, within the entire Nine Realms, these two planets are the true foundation of Asgard, one dedicated to technology, the other to supreme martial strength. The famed Palace of the Gods is merely a facade, a gateway for outsiders. The so-called Ragnarok is, in the end, little more than a joke. In the whole royal family of Asgard, the only one truly kept in the dark is Thor, that blissfully ignorant blockhead. In the beginning, to build these two hidden worlds of the dead, Odin and Hela had to deal extensively with the rulers of several death-dominated realms. Beings like Lucifer, Mephisto, and Dormammu abhorred their actions. In a sense, Odin and Hela forcibly anchored the souls of the departed within the physical universe, a move that fundamentally violates the most basic laws of the cosmos. Fortunately, the Nine Realms themselves are already something of a semi-multiverse. With a bit of modification, the two planets could be made suitable for the undead to inhabit. Anyway, to the outside world, these two planets are simply considered dead worlds. Yet on the hidden side of these planets, beyond the sight of others, whether through advanced technology or elite warriors, Asgard has always maintained the power to intimidate the entire universe. Why did Thanos never dare to stir up trouble in the Nine Realms before? It wasn't just because Odin and the Ancient One were still alive. He also had some sense of Asgard's true strength, and he knew he couldn't compare. It wasn't until Asgard fell that Thanos came looking for trouble with Thor. In his eyes, this was a kind of unspoken agreement with Odin, a tacit understanding shared only among the most powerful beings. In the end, Thanos would destroy the Infinity Stones, not entirely to stop Thor from seeking revenge, but partly with that in mind. He knew he was merely a whetstone for Thor's growth, but since he had already accomplished his own destiny, he had no further regrets. When Hela saw Wang Teng appear, she decided it was time to use her charms. After a few days of interaction, Hela had discovered that Wang Teng was someone who responded better to gentleness than force. Since she couldn't uncover his secrets through her own efforts, she resolved to coax them out of him instead. Wang Teng's technique for concealing space was incredibly tempting to Hela. If Asgard could master such a skill, it would truly become invincible in the universe. Hela herself was already one of the mightiest beings in existence. If even she couldn't detect the slightest trace of this hidden space, she was certain no one else in the cosmos could either. With it, she could hide the entire Nine Realms, turning them into her own private sanctuary. Of course, this would be no small feat first. She would have to consult the hidden powerhouses on Earth, not to mention those ancient monsters in the realm of death. Most likely, she would have to give up all claims to the undead populations of other planets outside the Nine Realms to satisfy them. Even so, it wouldn't be easy. After all, The Nine Realms, as a semi-multiverse, had become a stepping stone for those old monsters to infiltrate the material universe. They knew such a thing was almost impossible, and invading the material universe brought them little benefit. But life was so dull that they had to find something to keep themselves entertained. As immortal, undying beings, if they didn't seek out their own amusements, madness would surely follow. But even setting those concerns aside, simply being able to hide the 2 planets she managed would be enough to make Hela and Odin laugh with delight. At the very least, whatever they wanted to do in the future, they would no longer have to tiptoe around. They could act openly, confident that no one would be able to see them. Although the universe operates by the law of the jungle, with darkness at its core, for now, the overall situation remains relatively stable. Asgard's strength is such that it fears no opponent, but if they go too far, there's always the risk that someone might decide to drag them down with them out of spite. After all, Odin has many secret experiments hidden from the public eye. Just the fact that he forcibly intercepts the souls of the dead is something that must never become common knowledge. Outwardly, Asgard claims to have only Valhalla, which supposedly houses the souls of the most elite warriors throughout its history. Even then, they don't dare let these spirits wander around freely. They exist merely as a deterrent. Wang Teng had no idea that in such a brief moment, Hela's mind was racing through countless thoughts. All he saw was Hela charging straight towards him, and then, when she was still a dozen meters away, she leapt into the air. Wang Teng quickly stepped aside. If Hela, moving at such speed, were to crash into him, it would be like being hit by a massive truck, or perhaps a high-speed train, or even a spaceship, depending on just how much force she was using. Then, Wang Teng watched as Hela landed sprawled out in the shape of a star, crashing into the ground right beside him, leaving a human-shaped crater in the earth. Hela felt thoroughly frustrated. Over the past few days, she had crammed all sorts of earthly knowledge. In every TV show she'd watched, whenever a woman jumped toward a man like this, the man would always open his arms to catch her. That was how it was supposed to go. Wang Teng, you're not playing by the rules. Fortunately, Hela was a goddess, her body strong enough to withstand such an impact. If an ordinary woman had smashed into the ground with such force, there wouldn't be a single unbroken bone left in her body. After waiting, turning her head, looking at Wang Teng with teary, aggrieved eyes, and still receiving no response, Hela could only get up on her own, feeling dejected. So this is what Earthlings call a steel straight man. With Wang Teng's level, he might as well be called an URU straight man. Hela never doubted her own beauty. In this, her confidence was unshakable. Even the stone men of Bokal Star, upon seeing her, couldn't help but spit out bits of gravel from their mouths. Could it be that there's something physically wrong with Wang Teng? Hela couldn't help but wonder. But that wasn't right. He clearly carried the scent of other women, and quite a few at that. This proved that women did find Wang Teng attractive. Hela didn't think much of it. As far as she was concerned, the strong deserved more. But what truly frustrated Hela was the thought. As a proud princess of the gods, could she really be less attractive than an ordinary woman from Earth? Was she really so unappealing to Wang Teng that he could just watch her fall to the ground without even reaching out to catch her? Hela admitted to herself that she was a bit shaken, but such a minor setback was hardly enough to bring her down. As Asgard's most elite female warrior, bearing the title of goddess of death, her very nature was indomitable, relentless in pursuit of her goals. Sooner or later, I'll have you kneeling at my feet, she vowed silently. Wang Teng, I just fell and it hurt so much. You didn't even think to comfort me, Hela said, affecting a delicate tone. Wang Teng shivered involuntarily, goosebumps prickling across his skin. The person before him couldn't possibly be Hela. Could she have been replaced by a Skrull? Had their shape-shifting skills improved to the point of even mimicking someone's soul? Talk properly. Did you overdose on expired medicine? Wang Teng shot her a sideways glance, clearly unimpressed. Hela glared back at him. He really was hopeless when it came to romance. She'd forced herself to speak so sweetly, despite how much it made her cringe, and he had the nerve to insult her. But then again, conquering a man like this was all the more challenging, just the kind of difficulty she thrived on. The man she set her sights on had to be extraordinary. Where did you go just now? I searched everywhere and couldn't find you. Hela adjusted her approach. After all, even she could barely stand the way she'd spoken earlier. She wasn't one for subtlety, and with Wang Teng's personality, he'd probably just play dumb, so she decided to be blunt. I was just farming, Wang Teng replied, showing her the hoe in his hand as evidence. Didn't you see? I was right here. Hela twitched at the corners of her mouth. Was she still being too vague? What she really wanted to know was, how did he vanish into thin air? That definitely wasn't teleportation. Magic. nor had he slipped into some spatial rift. Wang Teng's destination had to be somewhere on this very island, simply erased from existence by some mysterious force. That was exactly the kind of power Hela needed, and Asgard needed as well. With it, Asgard would be invincible. Who would bother nurturing Thor then? The palace could just be a comfortable villa. Why tear it down? Surtur could be the family chef, and Lao Fei could oversee the ice vault. Oh, right. Lao Fei had been dealt with by his, now her own child. Well, she could always capture another frost giant king. After all, only a frost giant king was fit to guard her ice vault. Hela was already envisioning how she'd put this spatial technique to use, assigning roles to the frost giant king and the fire giant king, making everything just perfect. But first things first, she had to find a way to coax Wang Teng's secret out of him. I'll be frank, she said. I need your spatial concealment technique. I'm willing to trade anything for it. Even myself, if that's what it takes. Hela finished speaking and even threw a flirtatious wink at Wang Teng. I refuse. Are you kidding me? Not only do you covet my skills, but now you want my body too? That's wishful thinking. Sure, you're attractive, but maybe you should leave some beauty for others. One person shouldn't have all the advantages, Wang Teng thought to himself. Hela looked like she was about to draw her sword again. At this point, I'm not even hinting anymore. This is a blatant offer. Whatever you want, it's yours. I'm giving you everything, myself and all. What more do you want? Do you want me to throw Asgard itself in as a dowry? Well, I suppose that's not entirely out of the question. Should I go home and discuss it with old Odin? Hopefully the old man won't lose his mind. But that technology is just too important. Surely he wouldn't object. Just name your terms. I don't believe you're someone without desires. In this universe, if you can name it, I can find it for you. Hela had made up her mind. She couldn't get what she wanted from Wang Teng by force, nor could she steal it. The only way was to discover what he wanted and try to get it for him. Just as Hela said, there's no one in this world who's truly free of desire. Well, I actually haven't thought about anything I really need. What treasures do you Asgardians have anyway? The Asgardian treasury shown in the movies was just a glimpse, and all Wang Teng had heard before was a few scattered words from friends in his previous life. At first, nothing came to mind, but now that Hela mentioned it, Wang Teng's interest was definitely piqued. As a race that had existed for who knows how many millennia, their heritage must run deep. Their vault surely held endless treasures. If he could get his hands on all those treasures, his own land would reap an unprecedented harvest. Just imagining it made Wang Teng's mouth water. In the past, Wang Teng never dared entertain such thoughts. After all, those things belonged to someone else. Why would they give them to someone unrelated? As for Mjolnir and the Destroyer armor, since they had made their way to Earth, that was fair game. He couldn't be blamed for seizing the opportunity. Now, with Hela so openly displaying her eagerness for the formation technique in his hands, Wang Teng felt that if he didn't find a way to empty the Asgardian treasury, he'd be letting himself down. At his current level, ordinary treasures no longer caught Wang Teng's eye, but the Asgardian vault was just the thing to fill the gap in his collection of seeds. He could almost see a great wave of treasures rushing toward him, all top-quality seeds, ready for the taking. He wiped the drool from his mouth. He really was getting greedy, literally drooling over the thought. You can pick anything you like from the Asgardian treasury. In Hela's eyes, Wang Teng's technique was far more precious than any so-called treasure, more valuable even than the Infinity Stones. Treasures are lifeless objects, but knowledge is alive. Once you master such a technique, what treasure could ever be out of reach? With Hela and Asgard's power, was there anything they could not obtain? Hela gave Wang Teng a general introduction to Asgard's vault. Every item stored there was among the most prized artifacts in the universe, and the ones Hela herself remembered were truly the cream of the crop. Wang Teng had to admit he was envious. Treasures amassed over countless generations, at least several million years of accumulation, were nothing to scoff at. In the films, the furthest they ever mentioned was Odin's father, but no one ever claimed Odin's father sprang out of a rock. No one knew exactly when the Aesir began their rise, but since the whole universe remembered them as an ancient, legendary nation, it was clear their history stretched back unimaginably far. Hela never suspected that Wang Teng might be thinking of emptying the entire treasury. In her view, someone at his level would have little need for mere objects. At most, he might pick 2 pieces that struck his fancy. She had no idea Wang Teng was also a farmer at heart. After all, even Thor's hammer was still buried in his fields, having already sprouted and borne fruit. And who knew when the Destroyer armor would suddenly ripen? I'll think about it, Wang Teng replied, but I want to pick my treasures in Asgard before I decide. To him, teaching them a few formation techniques was no big deal. Whether they could learn them was another question entirely. Without the custom-made formation discs at the heart of each array, Asgard could set up all the formations they wanted, but they would be nothing more than impressive facades. Wang Teng's calculations were meticulous. When they inevitably wanted the discs, he'd simply trade for more treasures. He had no intention of selling the core techniques. Slow and steady was the way to win. If Asgard wanted the discs, they'd end up working for him. Wonderful, Hela exclaimed. It's only fair, since I've imposed on you here for so many days. Now you can visit Asgard as my guest, and I'll make sure you experience all the wonders of our divine realm. Hela was delighted. Wasn't it said that affection grows with time? As long as she could spend enough time with Wang Teng, she was sure she could win him over. Once they were married, would he still keep secrets from her? What was his would be hers, after all? Wang Teng had only mentioned wanting to visit Asgard, but Hela was already imagining how many children they might have together in the future. We can go to Asgard right now, but the Bifrost is under repair. Only I can tear open space to bring you there. The pressure of traveling through space is a bit intense, so it might feel uncomfortable, but I believe it won't be a problem for you. Hela was already getting impatient. She practically wanted to drag Wang Teng home to meet her parents on the spot. There's no need to rush. Let's wait a couple of days, then we'll set out. After all, I need to get things in order at home, Wang Teng replied. This was, after all, his first time visiting another planet. He didn't have the coordinates of the 9 realms, and if he ran into Odin, who might even resort to shamelessness and try to snatch his belongings by force. What if he refused and Odin decided to toss him into some far-flung corner of the universe? The universe is so vast, he might spend thousands of years and still never find his way home. By then, everything back home would be long gone. One should always be cautious. Make sure every possible contingency is covered and only proceed when there's no chance for mistakes. Other than that, there wasn't much he needed to prepare, since Wang Teng had always made a habit of keeping important things close at hand. This time, what Wang Teng needed to do was prepare a formation disk, a device to mark a coordinate so that wherever he ended up, he wouldn't lose his way. What he wanted to make was a fixed spatial marker, which, in simple terms, was like a return point. Later, he'd link it to the return scroll he carried, establishing a spatial connection. That way, not only would he have nothing to fear from visiting another planet, even if he traveled to a different universe entirely, he'd still be safe. Even if he ended up in a parallel universe, as long as Wang Teng activated the return scroll, he could instantly return to his marked point, guided by the spatial beacon. Before becoming a golden immortal, Wang Teng had never really considered the importance of such little gadgets. It wasn't until he achieved that level and began to understand the true nature of rules that he realized how terrifyingly powerful these rule-defying trinkets could be. They simply didn't have to play by the usual logic. Take, for instance, the spatial portal linking Wang Teng's house to Tony's, a so-called high-tech product from the world of Doraemon. Wang Teng used to believe that, too. But once he understood the deeper workings of the rules, he realized this thing had nothing to do with technology at all. It was just an ordinary door, and yet it could traverse space with complete disregard for any boundaries. Totally unreasonable, but utterly effective. What could you do about it? Moreover, this sort of thing had no distance limitation. For example, once Wang Teng reached Asgard and confirmed its spatial coordinates, he could install a door between his home and Asgard. From then on, traveling between Earth and Asgard would be as easy as visiting a neighbor. It was a bit of shame, though Wang Teng had only managed to obtain 3 of these dimensional doors, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grow any more. They were truly accidental treasures. At home, 2 had already been put to use, one connected his own house with Tony's, and the other served as a fixed portal for the 2 children to go to school. Both had been installed as permanent fixtures and couldn't be easily moved. As for the last remaining door, Wang Teng was determined to use it with utmost caution. After all, opening a gateway between Earth and another planet might not be such a good idea. Better to keep it in reserve. Who knew when it might come in handy someday? This alone showed just how extraordinary these rule-defying artifacts could be. The stranger their origin, especially items from those whimsical, youthful anime worlds, the less sense they made, breaking all logic and reason. Just look at those infamous pregnancy at a glance glasses for proof. Unfortunately, there weren't many of these items to be found. Wang Teng still hadn't discovered any pattern to their appearance. They always seemed to turn up purely by chance. Only with the senza beans had Wang Teng managed to figure out a rough method for cultivating more. He'd managed to harvest them 3 times. So far, albeit only 3 times in several decades, a pretty low rate. But what the beans lacked in frequency, they made up for in yield. Setting up the return point was like installing a communication base station. Only after the station was in place could the return scroll function properly. Wang Teng had poured considerable effort into this task, since it literally determined his way home. There could be no room for mistakes. It took him 2 full days to get the return point established. At last, it's done. Now I can head to Asgard for a look, Wang Teng said with satisfaction, nodding as he admired his handiwork. Better safe than sorry. He still had plenty of good years ahead, and there was no need to take reckless chances. On the array disk, he'd inscribed no fewer than 36 layers of spatial reinforcement. Even Thanos, empowered by the Power Stone, would have a tough time breaking through. Next, he'd woven in a 9-fold illusion barrier to cloak the very existence of the array base. If not for the limits of his materials, Wang Teng believed he could have pushed the array's strength to the very threshold of what the universe could bear. With Wanda and Pietro off at school, there was little left for Wang Teng to worry about at home. Tony was now wholly absorbed in upgrading his armor, eager to perfect his nanotech suit as soon as possible. Earth itself was peaceful these days, with tranquility reigning as the prevailing theme. With everything ready, his next stop was the legendary Celestial Palace of Asgard. Hela took Wang Teng firmly by the hand, and in her other hand drew the treasured sword she had wielded before. Only now did Wang Teng have a chance to study it closely, a blade that resembled the gnarled branch of a tree, its form both strange and striking. Wang Teng took a closer look, and, to his astonishment, it really was a tree branch. The material of Hela's sword was the same as the handle of Thor's hammer. Both originated from the legendary world tree. However, hers was of a far superior grade. To put it in perspective, if Thor's hammer handle was like a random piece of decaying wood picked up by the roadside, then Hela's sword was crafted from a rare, millennia-old lightning-struck timber. Though both were wood, they clearly existed on entirely different levels. In fact, Wang Teng could sense that within the wooden material of this sword, a unique technique had incorporated a mysterious metal. It was evidently not the commonly used Asgardian URU metal, but its grade was certainly no lower, perhaps even higher. This fusion granted the life-filled world tree branch a sharp and formidable edge, making it bristle with power. Truly, it was a rare and precious treasure. What's more, the sword was inscribed with an array similar to the functions of the Bifrost, amplifying its versatility. Even when facing a foe far too powerful to defeat, one could simply use the sword to escape. Always a way out. Wang Teng felt that the philosophy behind this sword's design resonated deeply with him. He wondered which master craftsman had forged such a marvel. If given the chance, he'd love to exchange insights with him one day. Unlike the Bifrost's dazzling rainbow hues, when Hela opened a portal, it shone in shades of gray and green. The spatial tunnel was suffused with the contradictory auras of death and renewal, a strange mix that wasn't exactly uncomfortable, but far from pleasant. As for the spatial pressure Hela had mentioned earlier, Wang Teng found it completely imperceptible. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Wang Teng and Hela stepped out from the portal. This so-called Einstein-Rosen bridge technology was incredibly convenient. He couldn't help but wonder whether the time spent in transit depended on distance, or if it was always just 3 seconds. Either way, the ability to traverse such unimaginable distances and arrive in Asgard in the blink of an eye was enough to make Wang Teng envious. He couldn't help but wish he could steal Hela's sword and plant it. Surely, such a weapon would yield even greater treasures. The sword he had previously used, Tianxia, had long since failed to keep up with his progress. After all, it was a mortal weapon, unable to withstand the attention of his growing magical power. Wang Teng had been looking for a worthy replacement for some time, but nothing had felt quite right. After reaching the golden, immortal realm, all the weapons he once prized were left gathering dust in the corner. Now, upon seeing Hela's sword, his desire for a new weapon was reignited. This trip to Asgard had to yield enough resources. Life, as a humble farmer seeking seeds, was never easy. He could only hope that Asgard would be generous this time. It was a bit of a pity that Odin hadn't put his eternal spear on display in the treasure vault. Otherwise, Wang Teng would surely have taken it away. Still, as Hela had described, the vault of Asgard was filled with all sorts of weapons, blades, swords, spears, and more. Since these armaments were now considered little more than scrap, piled in forgotten corners, it seemed only fitting for Wang Teng to take them back for reuse. Who knew? Perhaps in the process he'd stumble upon an invincible weapon. The instant Hela set foot in Asgard, Odin sensed her presence. He'd originally wanted to have a proper conversation with her about Wang Teng, but to his surprise, the first thing he saw was the two of them appearing hand in hand. Odin grew restless. Was everything really unfolding in the worst possible direction, just as he'd feared? He felt an urge to vent his frustration, but with Thor on Earth, he had no suitable target. Left with no choice, Odin could only brood on his throne, simmering with anger. That ungrateful girl, he muttered. She's finally come home. But instead of visiting her parents, she goes out strolling with that rascal. It's scandalous, truly. Asgard may be a land of freedom, unbound by rigid rules, but Hela is still the eldest princess of our divine clan. How could she walk the streets holding hands with a man? Hela is even feeding that scoundrel. Outrageous. Even I, her own father, have never been treated so tenderly. If only I could hurl my eternal spear at Wang Teng. Let him taste what my weapon can really do. Odin kept grumbling under his breath, all while using the true sight to observe Hela and Wang Teng's every move. He resembled nothing so much as a worried old father, watching helplessly as his daughter was swept away by a no-good suitor. My daughter, don't be so forward. What on earth have you gone through these past few days? How could you have changed so much? She must have suffered. She looks so much thinner now. If I were to dispose of that scoundrel Wang Teng right now, would Gu-E, that bald woman, come after me in a rage? Odin's behavior was just like Thor's when he'd been nervously awaiting the birth of his own child, pacing the palace hall, muttering all sorts of anxious thoughts. Truly, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. There had been far too little in the films about what life in Asgard was really like. Wang Teng never could have imagined it held so many secrets, so many hidden sides. The aroma of grilled meats from Asgard Snack Street left Wang Teng's mouth watering, even if their cooking methods were a bit rough and ready. And there was so much more to tempt the palate. According to Hela, nearly every delicacy in the universe could be found here. Every kind of ingredient was available, even on rare occasions. Meat from the giant beasts of the stars, outside the snack street. There were all sorts of bustling shopping districts, filled with dazzling goods that left Wang Teng unable to take his eyes off them. Without hesitation, he smoothly activated one of the three great skills often attributed to women: shopping and buying, buying, buying. Wang Teng didn't have Asgard's official currency, nor did he possess any universal galactic credits. So throughout the spree, it was Hela who footed the bill for his wild shopping adventures. The other men nearby looked at Wang Teng with open disdain. To them, it was shameful for a grown man to rely on a woman like this, an embarrassment to all Asgardians. But Wang Teng couldn't have cared less. After all, it was Hela who needed his help. So what was wrong with picking out a few things and letting her pay? In his opinion, sweeping through the shopping district was far more entertaining than wandering through Odin's treasure vault. There, the items on display were limited and hardly offered any real fun. The commercial streets were an entirely different story. Here, Wang Teng found just about everything he could imagine. While the items weren't of the highest grade, they were full of novelty and delight. There were even spaceships for sale. Ever since he arrived in Asgard, Wang Teng had felt eyes upon him, but he never suspected Odin was the one watching. He'd assumed it was just some advanced surveillance system, similar to the sky. Back in his previous life, as one of the dominant powers in the universe, Asgard's technological level was towering. Yet, curiously, the movies always showed their warriors fighting with swords and blades. At the very least, Wang Teng saw plenty of warriors on the main streets, all carrying or wearing various uniquely designed energy weapons. Asgard itself was far more expansive than he had imagined. After all, it was a continent in its own right. Hela led Wang Teng through the shopping districts of Asgard, but this was just the capital city. When filming the movies, they probably only captured the central part of Asgard. Wang Teng couldn't wrap his head around how that fire giant could pierce through all of Asgard with a single sword. Just how enormous must he have been? Listening to Hela's introductions along the way, Wang Teng did some quick calculations. The land alone covered 30 to 40 million square kilometers. With the endless void sea surrounding the continent, Asgard's total territory was nearly as vast as Earth's surface area. And that was just what was left after Asgard had been forcibly relocated and damaged. One could only imagine how immense it must have been in its prime, perhaps even the size of a supermassive planet. Given Asgard's sheer scale, the fire giant capable of shattering the entire continent with a single blow must have been beyond Wang Teng's wildest imagination. Even Star-Lord's father, in his true form, was only about the size of a small asteroid, at best, a quarter the size of Earth's moon. Wang Teng pictured it in his mind. If the fire giant King Surtur could destroy the entire realm of Asgard with a single swing of his sword, then surely he wasn't just a fire giant. He'd have to be Pangu himself. In the Marvel Universe, being powerful doesn't always mean being huge, but if you are huge, you're definitely powerful. If Surtur was truly that mighty, Wang Teng couldn't believe Odin would have taken him down so easily, let alone sealed him away inside his own crown. That's why the destruction of Asgard in the Thor movie seemed so suspicious. There had to be a conspiracy behind it. Maybe Odin and Hela had even joined forces to blow up Asgard together. After all, nowhere in the whole Marvel saga had anyone heard of Hela being killed. In the movie, she was simply struck by Surtur's sword, but after that, she never appeared again. Given how formidable Hela was, if she wanted to escape, no one could stop her. Even if she couldn't dodge the blow and got hit, for her to die so easily was simply unbelievable. And then there was Hela's sword. It had a space-transmitting effect, much like the Bifrost Bridge. If she wanted to run, who could catch her? No wonder. In the original comics, Hela had no interest in the space stone stored in the vault. She already possessed similar powers herself. Wang Teng truly broadened his horizons. The gap between reality and what's shown in movies was just too vast. In the films, Asgard never seemed to have mountains, grasslands, rivers, or lakes. It was just a single city surrounded by a ring of sea, and beyond that, swirling space turbulence. Thinking about it, it made sense. Asgard in the movies almost never interacted with the outside world. If it were really just that one city, even basic necessities would be a problem, let alone being one of the universe's top powers. That's probably why, in the end, there were only a handful of Asgardians left in the movies. Most of the others must have been taken away, leaving just Thor, who was clueless as always. His father, Odin, wanted him to grow stronger through hardship and master his own power, but who would have thought Thor would end up completely wrecking himself, turning into a slovenly couch potato? Wang Teng wondered, after the whole Avengers storyline wrapped up, did Odin ever try to bring Thor back? If he saw Thor's lazy, out-of-shape state, would he want to give him a beating? Then again, from what Wang Teng remembered, Odin himself seemed pretty hefty. Maybe it ran in the family? Wang Teng truly enjoyed his days in Asgard, exploring everything from breathtaking landmarks to high-tech cities. It was an eye-opening experience. Asgardian technology was woven into every corner of the land. Even without a sun, rising and setting, they still had day and night. Aside from the Golden Palace in the capital, which glimmered year-round, the rest of the realm cycled through darkness and light just like anywhere else. According to Hela, there are specialized machines throughout Asgard's atmosphere designed to collect spatial energy. During the day, these machines convert the gathered energy into light, illuminating the entire continent. At night, they transform the sky into a tapestry of stars. Wang Teng even went out of his way to purchase a few of these devices. They looked just like crystal spheres, and he couldn't help but wonder what might grow if he planted them in his own backyard. Thanks to this, Wang Teng finally realized that the night sky he saw in Asgard wasn't real at all. It was simply the glow emitted by these crystal spheres. It made sense when he thought about it. Asgard is surrounded by chaotic spatial currents, so how could there be any real stars for its people to admire? Hela explained further that Asgard once had artificial suns and moons as well. In the past, there were people assigned to maintain them, but over time it became clear that they served little purpose. The people of Asgard didn't really need them. Apart from being visually appealing, they were just a waste of resources, so eventually, these grand projects were abandoned. Listening to Hela, Wang Teng was tempted to bring those two massive devices back home with him, even if Asgard had no use for them. The technology involved must be incredibly advanced, and it would be a boon to let Tony study them. However, after hearing Hela's more detailed explanation, Wang Teng lost interest. Aside from their gigantic size, those devices weren't much different from the small crystal spheres he had already bought. He decided it would be more fun to just bring a few more of those home instead. These days, Hela seemed to be in especially good spirits. She felt that her relationship with Wang Teng was warming up quickly. At the very least, Wang Teng no longer pushed her away at every turn as he did back on Earth. True, he sometimes looked exasperated when she hugged or clung to him, but it was a considerable improvement nonetheless. Although only a few days had passed, neither Hela nor Wang Teng were ordinary people. They couldn't possibly explore every corner of Asgard, but the time they spent was enough to open Wang Teng's eyes to a whole new world. He managed to collect quite a few high-tech gadgets as well. Wang Teng also discovered that Asgard was not as isolated as he'd once thought. They actually had their own trading fleets, which explained the incredible variety of goods available here, as well as the universe's most exotic cuisines from countless worlds. Perhaps Asgard's so-called seclusion simply meant that outsiders weren't allowed in. At least, Wang Teng never caught sight of any strange-looking aliens during his stay. From Hela stories, Wang Teng learned something about Asgard's history. Several 100,000 years ago, Asgard poured all its resources into turning the 9 realms into a closed loop. From that point on, no other race could set foot in Asgard. Only when the people of Asgard had a need would they venture out to procure what they required. The 9 realms are not merely 9 planets. They're known as worlds upon the world tree. But how could a single tree have only 9 branches? It's more accurate to say that these 9 realms are simply the largest and most prominent worlds. Asgard is called the ruler of the 9 realms mainly because all the smaller worlds are under Asgard's dominion. Take, for example, the legendary dwarven realm of Nidavellir. In truth, it's little more than a massive forge. A factory, really. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a place fit for people to live. The dwarf king himself once said that there are just over 300 dwarves in all of Nidavellir. If a whole race dwindles to barely 300, extinction can't be far off. They wouldn't even need to wait for Thanos to arrive. In fact, the true dwarven homeland is a small planet elsewhere, where their numbers reach into the millions. In the original films, it's unclear whether the director chose not to show this, or if Thor was kept in the dark since childhood, believing that the Grand Forge of Nidavellir was the dwarves' entire world, with only 300 or so left since the days of his grandfather. That would make them even longer-lived than the Asgardians themselves. Looking back, there were so many holes and unsolved mysteries in those previous films. Yet, when these stories are placed in a real universe, everything changes. Every event becomes more than a fleeting image on the screen. Hela was forthright with Wang Teng. She revealed her longing for his mastery of spatial concealment, and she also explained the reason behind it. Asgard's ancestors once attempted to forge the 9 realms into a perfect, closed loop, an independent multiverse standing apart from the cosmos. But in the end, they failed. The price Asgard paid was steep. Even its once glorious home planet was shattered, leaving only a single continent behind. Thus, the very existence of the 9 realms is riddled with flaws, riddled with spatial rifts that connect to the outside. At first, Asgard only needed to secure a handful of major portals to guarantee the safety of the 9 realms. The other passages were small and dangerously unstable, liable to collapse at any moment. But as the ages passed, the main portals grew larger, and new passages began to appear in other places as well. In fact, just a few decades ago, Asgard failed to notice when a portal suddenly opened directly to Midgard, nearly allowing the Kree fleet to invade Earth. If not for the emergence of a superpowered heroine, Captain Marvel, who drove Ronin's fleet away, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Destruction always comes more easily than creation. Even if Earth's masters, like the Ancient One, had eventually stepped in to defend the planet, Ronin's forces would have left it in ruins before they could intervene. But it's said that because of this matter, the Ancient One even went all the way to Asgard to confront Odin. After all, back when Hela was dealing with those Dark Lords, the Ancient One lent no small amount of support. The two sides could truly be called steadfast allies. According to some rumors Hela had heard, Queen Frigga and the Ancient One were once close friends, partners in crime, who once teamed up to take down both Lucifer and Dormammu. The Dark Lords even referred to them as the Terrible Two. But things changed after Odin developed some inappropriate feelings for the Ancient One, which soured her relationship with Asgard for centuries. Frigga, too, essentially cut ties with the Ancient One, and for all these hundreds of years, the two haven't exchanged a single word. According to the grapevine, it was Odin's constant harassment that finally drove the Ancient One to shave her head and take vows as a nun. Wang Teng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth as he listened. He hadn't realized there was so much gossip swirling around Asgard, and even less expected that the Ancient One herself once led such a colorful life. He had only just gotten used to thinking of her as the serene Sister Yao, but now that image was starting to unravel. He wondered if Taoist he had ever heard this bit of news. But then again, Taoist he had probably never set foot in Asgard. He was a true Earthling, a bit of a homebody, and it seemed unlikely that the Ancient One would have shared something like this with him. It was amusing to think about. Odin once pursued the Ancient One, and she was once best friends with his wife. Most rumors are unreliable, of course, but there's rarely smoke without fire. Given how familiar Hela seemed with the Ancient One, it was clear she'd spent quite a bit of time in Asgard herself, just another sign of a long life, where you end up seeing just about everything. But to return to the main point, the spatial passages between the 9 realms and the outside universe were growing larger and more numerous. Sooner or later, this barrier would vanish entirely, exposing every planet in the 9 realms to the vast cosmos. Wang Teng finally understood the news he'd seen on Earth. Reports of a probe reaching the edge of the solar system, only to find a searing hot isolation belt. Thousands of degrees, encircling the entire system, trapping humanity within, forever unable to leave. It seemed this was the so-called isolation barrier. Of course, the 9 realms aren't limited to just the solar system. That probe must have simply taken the wrong route. If it had gone in another direction, perhaps one day it would stumble upon places like Jotunheim. This also explained why there were so many rumors about aliens on Earth, yet so little concrete knowledge. Most likely, aside from the Kree fleet that visited decades ago, any other extraterrestrials who made it to Earth had only done so by accidentally slipping through one of those fleeting spatial passages. According to Hela, there were quite a Few such individuals locked up in Asgard's prisons. People capable of exploring the stars on their own rarely lack strength. If they were willing to cooperate, they'd be sent off to places like Helheim to work as miners, where they could still enjoy a measure of freedom. Hela would even pay them a salary. After all, she wasn't some sort of demon. But if they refused to comply, they'd spend the rest of their lives imprisoned in Asgard. There was no way they'd ever get back home. Asgard wasn't a charity. Once you set foot on my turf, you had to play by my rules. In recent years, the spatial barriers have been fading faster and faster, forcing Hela to consider the future. That's why, when she witnessed Wang Teng's secret space-concealing technique, she couldn't help but covet it. If the Nine Realms were ever fully exposed, all of Asgard's past deeds would inevitably come to light. Just the act of forcibly collecting the souls of the dead would be enough to make Asgard the target of all the realms. As no power could tolerate such behavior, it would mean no secret was safe. Even at great cost, the others would unite to bring Asgard down first. Originally, Odin's plan was to fake his death in the coming years, using the opportunity to repair the spatial barriers. He'd even blow up the Asgardian palace, creating the illusion that Asgard had been destroyed, thus diverting attention from their realm. Odin believed he could hold out for hundreds of thousands of years, which would give Asgard enough time to research and develop new technologies. With luck, they might even discover a way to hide Asgard for good. But these were merely temporary measures. They didn't address the root of the problem. Hela couldn't be sure any of it would truly work. Now, however, with Wang Teng and his space concealment technique, everything seemed to hold new possibilities. Wang Teng accompanied Hela all the way to Asgard's Golden Palace. Along the way, every guard who saw them didn't just stand aside, they saluted Hela. Wang Teng's suspicions were confirmed. The only ones still in the dark were likely Thor, Loki, and perhaps a few of the palace's foolish warriors. Judging by the guard's behavior, even if Hela didn't often reside in Asgard, she was certainly no stranger. At the very least, all these palace guards recognized her and knew exactly who she was. At the same time, the guards cast curious glances at Wang Teng. After all, she was the Grand Princess of Asgard, the undisputed top warrior beneath Odin himself, and she'd always shown nothing but disdain for men. Yet here she was, returning to the palace with a man on her arm, appearing close and familiar. It looked as if a wedding might soon be in the cards for Asgard, a rare, joyous occasion, after so many years without celebration in the realm. The last time something this significant happened was probably over 1,000 years ago, when their Prince Thor was born. The guard found himself drifting into memories of his own life. Chosen to be a guardian of Asgard 2,000 years ago, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was almost at retirement age. He wondered if he could pull some strings and get his son a spot here. The job might be a bit dull, but at least it was stable and well paid. The only real requirement was to keep his mouth shut. After all, as a palace guard, he overheard all sorts of gossip. Rumor had it that the All-Father and the Queen had been fighting again. This time because Odin had used his all-seeing eye to spy on a Vanir princess while she was bathing, and was caught red-handed by Queen Frigga herself. Now, the Queen had moved into Princess Loki's chambers and hadn't returned in ages. Oh, right. She should be called Princess Consort Loki now. Sighing, the guard thought to himself that, for all their power, the royal family's affairs were impossibly tangled. He was just a doorman and could never hope to make sense of it all. Better to focus on simpler things, like what to have for dinner with his wife and son tonight. He'd heard that fresh goo-goo bees had just arrived from the locker system. Maybe they could go out for some grilled meat, though it was never cheap. Hela and Wang Teng, meanwhile, were entirely unaware of the musings of the bearded guard at the gate. As soon as they entered the palace, they were stopped by Odin's sentries, who invited Wang Teng to meet the All-Father in the Grand Hall. To be honest, Wang Teng had no desire to see Odin. He'd much rather sneak into Asgard's vault and pick up a few treasures. No, to make a fair exchange. Besides, these past few days, he felt he'd grown a little too close to Hela, and the thought of facing Odin now made him uneasy. But there was no way around it. When you're a guest in someone else's home and the host wants to meet and chat, refusing would be out of line. In the end, Wang Teng and Hela could only follow the guards toward the palace's grand hall. Wang Teng wanted to make one thing clear. He wasn't the sort to judge by appearances. But the moment he laid eyes on Odin, the impression he got was nothing like what he'd expected. It wasn't that Odin lacked presence. Far from it. In fact, Odin was the most imposing person Wang Teng had ever met. Yet there was something about him that didn't say king so much as mob boss. Despite his heavy aura of authority, Odin gave off the unmistakable air of an underworld kingpin. With his eye patch and a body as stout as Thor's later years, the most immediate feeling Wang Teng got was that this was a true boss of the streets, not the ruler of Asgard. Father, I'm back. Hela was the first to bow to Odin, playing the part of a well-behaved daughter, with none of her usual air. be it aloofness, queenly dominance, or lively charm. It just goes to show how changeable women can be. Odin let out a cold snort, ignoring Hela altogether. Instead, he fixed his single remaining eye squarely on Wang Teng, staring so intently that Wang Teng began to feel uncomfortable. Come on, it was always your daughter throwing herself at me, not the other way around. Why are you giving me that look? If it weren't for my rock-solid willpower, I'd have long since taken her. Or maybe she'd have taken me. Greetings, Lord Odin. Wang Teng finally managed, forced into awkwardness by Odin's relentless gaze. You, human from Midgard, is this how you show respect to me? Such lack of manners. Odin snapped. Before Hela had ever gone to meet Wang Teng, Odin had been satisfied with him in every way. But now that they were face to face, he found Wang Teng increasingly displeasing. Did I do something wrong? Is a mere ordinary human like this really worthy of my daughter? Unless he hands over the recipe for that transformation potion, I'll never agree to this. Wang Teng's lips twitched. Seriously, what era are we living in? Did you expect me to kneel and bow? We're both powerful in our own right. What's with the attitude? If it weren't for the fact that you're Hela's father, I'd make sure you gained another 50 pounds on top of your 300. Hela, my daughter, you haven't been back in ages. Go and see your mother. Oh, and you have a new little sister now, well, sister-in-law. Actually, she's had a lovely baby boy, your nephew. You haven't met him yet. Go on, take a look. I want to have a word with this human boy. Odin clearly felt what he was about to discuss wasn't fit for Hela's ears, so he made an excuse to send her away. Hela understood his intention. Her relationship with Frigga wasn't exactly warm, since Frigga wasn't her birth mother, but the new wife Odin found after her own mother passed away. Still, Odin obviously wanted to talk to Wang Teng about something important, perhaps even their possible marriage. Out of respect, Hela decided to comply. Besides, meeting her new nephew wasn't a bad thing. He was, after all, the royal family's newest bloodline. With Thor beyond hope, this child might just be the future heir to Asgard. She bowed to Odin once more, glanced over her shoulder at Wang Teng with a reassuring look, then gracefully made her way toward the royal quarters. Wang Teng was left thinking, what could I possibly have to talk about with this old man? Sure, Hela pestering me every day can get tiring, but at least she's a beauty. Now I'm stuck in a room with this grumpy old guy. Honestly, I'd rather have Hela tackling me any day. Well, these were certainly not words Wang Teng would ever dare to say out loud. Otherwise, Odin, with his 300 pounds of might just bring the full weight of Mount Tai crashing down on him. So the two of them, Odin and Wang Teng, simply stared each other down, big eyes locking onto smaller ones. Neither spoke, and an awkward tension began to fill the grand hall, almost swelling to the point of bursting its very walls. In the end, it was Wang Teng who gave in first. After all, Odin was perched high upon his throne, forcing Wang Teng to crane his neck until it started to ache. God King, now that it's just the two of us, why don't you say whatever's on your mind? Wang Teng had no choice but to break the silence. If this staring contest went on any longer, Odin might just keep it up until the end of time. Besides, he wasn't a beautiful woman. Why act like some forlorn lover gazing out at the horizon? With a grunt, Odin thumped his mighty spear, the eternal spear, against the floor. The impact sent out a unique reverberation, a wave of sound that rolled through the hall. Clearly, he wanted to assert his dominance right from the start, giving Wang Teng a taste of his authority. My daughter has been staying at your house for several days now. She is the crown princess of the gods. Don't you think you owe me an explanation for this? Odin cast a sidelong, disdainful glance at Wang Teng with a single eye, as if Wang Teng wasn't even worth looking at directly. Watching the layers of Odin's flesh tremble, Wang Teng thought, here we go. As expected, Odin's looking for trouble. Why did Hela come to my place? As if he didn't know. Hela already told me. It was all his idea. Now he's putting on this show for my benefit. What does he want? Is he hoping I'll be forced to marry his daughter? Even if he is the king of Asgard, he can't dictate my love life. Unless, of course, he's willing to offer up the whole of Asgard as a dowry. Then, well, maybe I consider it. God King, that's not fair. It's not like I tied Hela up and forced her to stay. I couldn't even get her to leave if I tried, Wang Teng said, his voice light and unbothered. As a time-traveling youth with countless tricks up his sleeve, Wang Teng wasn't afraid of whatever schemes Odin might be plotting. In fact, he strode straight toward the throne. No point in shouting across such a vast hall. Besides, it wasn't as if he was the one begging something from Asgard. If anything, they needed him. So what was there to fear? He walked right up beside Odin, then pulled a sofa out of his storage space and sat down. Odin's eye twitched as he watched Wang Teng make himself comfortable right next to him, pulling out a table, snacks, fine wine, everything one might need for a cozy gathering. How many years had it been since he had ascended the throne, over hundreds of thousands of years, since anyone had dared to behave so audaciously before him. Did this youngster from Earth think this was some kind of banquet hall? This was the council chamber of the Celestial Palace. I really want to give this kid a good beating, Odin thought, as he shifted his hefty backside. But then again, perhaps I'd better not. Whatever he brought out does look quite tasty. Should I try some myself? Forget it. I still have to maintain my dignity as the king of the gods. As for Wang Teng eating in front of me, well, he's just a poor country boy. How could he possibly know any better? Consoling himself with these thoughts, Odin began racking his brains, preparing to make things tricky for Wang Teng again. Then again, maybe tricky isn't the right word. It's just that this kid has such a sharp tongue. So what you're saying is that the princess of Asgard is deliberately pestering you? Are you trying to insult Asgard? Or do you intend to declare war on behalf of humanity? Odin's words were sharp, each one carrying the weight of accusation. Wang Teng took a hearty swig of wine. The moment Odin spoke, it was clear he was a sly old fox. What was at its heart? A simple matter of romance. This old man could twist into a declaration of racial war. His knack for slapping labels on people was truly impressive. No wonder Asgard had risen to become a cosmic powerhouse. Odin, you're playing dirty tricks with me now. Do you want me to return the favor by flirting with your daughter? On second thought, better not. Hela would probably welcome it. My lord, you make it sound like I'm declaring war. Your own son has courted women on Earth, hasn't he? Besides, wasn't it you who sent Hela to find me? She already told me you were trying to set us up. Odin's single eye widened. Oh, my daughter, this isn't like you at all, blurting out everything, even exposing your own father. Now you've left me in an awkward position. I just asked Hela to get to know you, not to move into your house. And now my daughter's reputation has been ruined by you. So tell me, what do you propose we do about this? Odin decided to lay all his cards on the table. After all, he'd lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It hardly befitted his status to be squabbling endlessly with a youngster barely out of his 20s. No, best to settle their marriage right away, and have Wang Teng hand over all those rare treasures as a bride price. From the looks of it, his daughter seemed quite satisfied with this Earthling. So let's settle things for now. As for age, he himself was tens of thousands of years older than Frigga, and hadn't they gotten along just fine? For someone with an Earthling's constitution, even with Wang Teng's current strength, unless he achieved the ultimate transformation, he'd be lucky to live a mere 10,000 years or so. It would just be an early romance for his daughter, that's all. You couldn't blame Odin for thinking this way. Compared to immortals, such fleeting affections were nothing but a brief episode in a long life. When it came to age, few could outlast the royal family of Asgard. Except for the occasional undying monster, of course, Odin's father lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. And in the end, he didn't die of old age, but from the exhaustion of endless battles, injuries, and sheer fatigue. With the kind of power Odin's father wielded, even after death, no world of darkness dared to claim his soul. In the end, he had to build his own Valhalla, and to this day, he still lingers in the realm of the dead, occasionally teasing his granddaughter Hela and helping her manage the 2 planets of death. Throughout his life, Odin's father, Bor, had taken over 20 wives, outliving every single one of them. From this, you can see that for those of immortal blood, emotions and relationships are never the center of their existence. After all, they live far too long. If they held on too tightly to every feeling, they'd be doomed to an eternity of pain. For them, relationships are merely a part of life's journey, not the heart of it. The Asgardians have even developed a special magic just for dealing with emotions. Without sealing away their memories, they can seal off old feelings, erasing attachments from the heart, while leaving all memories intact and daily life unaffected. Odin, for his part, has no idea that if Wang Teng really wanted to, he could outlive the lot of them. He's the one who could truly see the end of time. What do you mean I've ruined your daughter's reputation? Hela's been eating and drinking in my house, and I haven't even charged her for it. That's already generous. I haven't done anything improper to her, so don't go slandering my good name out of thin air, old man. So just because you flap your lips, Odin, you want me to take responsibility? What pipe dream? I haven't even done anything, but even if I had, that would be between me and Hela. What does it have to do with you, old man? Sure, you're her father, but isn't it a bit much to be in such a rush to marry off your daughter? How desperate are you to see her wed? Old man? Did you just call me old? I am Odin, king of the gods. I'm in my prime. Where do I look old? Odin protested, glancing down at his trembling pectorals, his solid abs, his strong thighs. Where do you look old exactly? You Earthlings must need your eyes checked. Wang Teng couldn't help but grumble to himself. Don't you know what you look like? You put on that whole act with Thor, claiming you were too old and about to die. Now I call you old and you can't accept it? You've lived hundreds of thousands of years. You really have no idea? As for taking responsibility, That's not going to happen. We've only just met a few days ago. What responsibility are you talking about? All we've done is hold hands. You act like holding hands is enough to get her pregnant. Why are you so afraid your daughter won't get married that you're in such a rush to push her out the door? Nonsense. My daughter is as beautiful as a flower. Not just in the 9 realms. She's among the most stunning women in the entire universe. The number of men who pursue her could circle the solar system several times over. And yet you say my daughter can't find a husband. Whether or not Hellas admirers could actually circle the solar system, Wang Teng didn't know. But what he did know was that Odin's boasting could certainly do a few laps around it. With Hellas temperament, anyone who dared to court her would probably be cut down on the spot. Out of boredom one day, Wang Teng had even discussed this with Hela. According to Hela, those who were stronger than her were unbearably ugly, and those who looked decent were all far too weak. In her eyes, none of them were worth her attention. So, not a single man had ever caught Hela's fancy until she met Wang Teng. Truth be told, at first she didn't think much of him either. In fact, her first impulse was to just cut him down, given all the humiliation he'd heaped upon her. But somehow, as the insults kept piling up, the situation started to change. Perhaps it was because Odin hadn't met anyone like Wang Teng in countless years. Most people trembled in his presence, and those who dared speak to him as equals were all ancient monsters themselves, none of them any younger than him. The people of Earth didn't count. Speaking of which, the heavens really did seem to favor Earthlings. Though their lives were short, their cultivation talent was extraordinary. In just a few centuries, they could reach the same heights as Odin himself. There was a gap in foundation, of course, but still, it was impressive. But Odin would never admit that Asgardians were inferior to Earthlings. In fact, he believed Asgardians had far greater advantages. After all, as long as he lived long enough, what was once yours would eventually become his. Odin had witnessed countless civilizations rise and fall, even the so-called upstart empires of the universe. The Nova Empire and the Kree Empire were nothing but children in his eyes. When Asgard's might swept across the cosmos, those two hadn't even developed civilizations. They were little more than primitive tribes. Odin had never cared about the power of other worlds. As long as they didn't live as long as he did, he never considered them truly powerful. In the vastness of the universe, only those who endured truly possessed strength. Here, drink. Odin clinked his cup against Wang Teng's. This wine packs a punch. If I'd had this back when I fought on Midgard, I could have gone a few more rounds on the battlefield. In the end, Odin couldn't help himself. He took a seat across the table from Wang Teng. No matter how high and mighty he tried to appear, it was pointless if someone below was eating and drinking as he pleased. Why deny himself a good drink in good company? So, after Wang Teng extended his invitation, Odin hesitated at first, putting on a show of reluctance before finally sitting down across from him. Soon enough, the atmosphere grew friendly, as if the two had been old pals for years. Once the drinks started flowing, Odin dropped all pretense. His roguish nature came out in full force, leaving Wang Teng dumbfounded as Odin began boasting about his legendary exploits across the cosmos. This time, Wang Teng hadn't brought out any special spirit brews or rare elixirs. After all, as the king of Asgard, Odin had surely tasted every kind of mystical drink imaginable. But during his days in Asgard, Wang Teng had noticed that the locals preferred malt beer, nothing stronger than what you'd find in an ordinary pub, maybe just a notch above regular beer. So tonight, Wang Teng brought out a bottle of old-fashioned Baijiu, a liquor with a bit more kick. Wang Teng watched quietly as Odin put on a show. Here was a golden immortal, pretending to be tipsy after just a couple of pounds of Baijiu. Who did he think he was fooling? True, Wang Teng's Baijiu was a special batch, cultivated through his own system, potent enough to get most cultivators drunk. But for those who had just stepped into the realm of immortals, it would barely make a dent. For someone of Odin's stature, it should have been nothing more than a pleasant buzz, even if he didn't use his powers to suppress the effects. Yet here was Odin, cheeks flushed red, eyes glassy, regaling Wang Teng with tales of his past glories, just like any ordinary man boasting. After a few too many drinks, Wang Teng didn't interrupt. After all, what harm was there in a bit of bragging? Odin probably hadn't had a chance to truly talk with anyone for years, and now he was using Wang Teng as his confidant. Wang Teng decided to just enjoy the stories. Even if he'd never heard of any of those kingdoms Odin mentioned, no doubt they'd been wiped from existence countless millennia ago. At the very least, listening to Odin helped Wang Teng gain a rough understanding of the power structure across the universe. But there was something odd he noticed in Odin's stories. Over the hundreds of thousands of years Odin had wandered the cosmos, the overall level of technology never seemed to advance. It was as if some invisible hand had set a ceiling for the universe. No matter how powerful a civilization became, once they reached that threshold, they'd stagnate, eventually fall, and then the cycle would begin anew under a different banner. Wang Teng couldn't help but ask Odin about this curious pattern, but Odin dodged the question entirely, feigning drunken confusion and changing the subject. After pressing him twice without getting a straight answer, Wang Teng gave up. If Odin didn't want to talk about it, there was no point in forcing the issue. He realized that only when he reached that threshold himself would the truth naturally reveal itself. Who could say what awaited him when that time finally arrived? Still, Wang Teng wasn't worried. Judging from Odin's demeanor, it was clear the old god was well aware of the situation and had already made his choice to hide Asgard from the wider universe. That alone suggested there was a way out of this predicament. Besides, Wang Teng had never harbored grand ambitions of conquering the cosmos. If and when the day came, he would deal with it then. For all he knew, by that point, he might have already attained the exalted rank of a golden immortal, breaking free from the shackles of this world. At that stage, whether or not the universe had some kind of threshold would hardly matter to him. I know you've come to Asgard for the treasures in my vault, Odin declared. I'll let you choose whatever you like, but on one condition. You have to marry my daughter. Odin's conversational leaps were truly something else. One moment, he was boasting about his glorious exploits. The next, he took a sharp turn and brought up the subject of Wang Teng marrying Hela. The sudden shift caught Wang Teng so off guard that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of wine. Odin likely never imagined anyone would dare spray wine right in his face. For a moment, he was stunned, too surprised even to block it with magic, and ended up dripping with wine from head to toe. My apologies, truly, Wang Teng said quickly. That was just so unexpected. I mean, I've only known Hela for a few days. Odin, however, took no offense. With a wave of his hand, he evaporated the wine from his clothes using a touch of magic. A few days is plenty long enough. Besides, Hela's been staying at your house all this time. How long are you planning to wait? Or do you want her to follow Loki's example and show up one day with a child in her arms so I can finally have a grandchild? There was simply no good way to respond to that. Hela's circumstances were nothing like Loki's. But Wang Teng had to admit his own meddling had played a part in that whole affair. He had been the one who transformed Loki into a woman and slipped something into Thor's drink, hoping Loki would end up pregnant. Unexpectedly, the Ancient One had gotten involved, adding fuel to the fire, and after just one night, Loki had given birth. No, Wang Teng wasn't about to give in so easily. Besides, it had been Loki who'd led an army to attack Earth in the first place. The so-called punishment he'd dealt out had only kept things within the Asgardian family, benefiting them in the end. Not only did Asgard gain a new princess, but they also welcomed a little prince. Rather than being grateful, Odin was now using the incident to make trouble for him. I don't know what kind of customs you have in Asgard, but on Earth, we don't just marry someone we've only just met. These days we value freedom and love. Besides, this isn't just cross-country, it's cross-planet. If things went south, even getting a divorce would be a cosmic headache. Wang Teng felt as if Odin had led him in circles. Clearly, he and Hela had nothing to do with each other. Yet here he was, talking about marriage as if it were a real possibility. He needed to steer the conversation back on track immediately. If this kept up, soon it wouldn't just be about marrying a wife, but about how he would become the one marrying into someone else's family. Since you just brought up Loki, Wang Teng said, let's talk about how Loki led the Chitauri to attack Earth. How do you account for that? Asgard was the aggressor and the losing side in that battle. Now that we're on the subject, shouldn't you, as the head of Asgard, offer some compensation? Wang Teng thought his question was perfectly reasonable, but Odin stared at him for a moment, as if he were a fool. First of all, Earth Boy, Odin replied, let me set you straight on a few points. The defeated party was Loki and the Chitauri, not Asgard. Earth doesn't have the standing to declare war on Asgard. Furthermore, although Loki did meddle in the war against Earth, that was his personal action. If you want compensation, you're free to go after Loki yourself. But I'm afraid you won't be able to find him, Odin added. Didn't you already take care of Loki? Now, in Asgard, there's only one Lady Loki. The Prince Loki who started that war has nothing to do with us anymore. Well, that was clear enough. Wang Teng realized Odin was a master at dodging responsibility, wriggling out of things with the slipperiness of an old fox. If you're going to make excuses, at least find a better one, Wang Teng thought. Instead, Odin had just performed a trick worthy of a street magician. Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to argue further. He and Odin had already shared several rounds of drinks, and so far, they hadn't touched on any real business, just listened to Odin boast and ramble on. After all, it was impossible to start another fight with Odin over Loki's misadventures. Odin's body might look as if it were padded with layers of fat, but that was all. swelled by his vast reserves of magical power. His cultivation hadn't broken through, so his accumulated strength had nearly turned him into a walking sphere of magic. If Odin were used as a unit of measurement, Wang Teng figured he was probably only 1/20th of an Odin at best. He'd gotten this far by relying on all sorts of elixirs and tonics. If he converted everything he'd consumed into 9-turn golden pills, it was probably even more than the Monkey King ate in Journey to the West. And yet, that still only amounted to a 20th of Odin's power. Clearly, Odin's reserves ran unimaginably deep. No wonder he needed to slip into the Odin sleep from time to time. If he didn't find ways to periodically calm the surging tide of his magic, he would have exploded from the inside long 8GOSO in the plan Hela mentioned. Odin would choose to maintain the barriers of the 9 realms, not only because those barriers are indeed deteriorating faster and faster, but also, perhaps more importantly, to burn off some of his own surplus magical power. You old fox, you really are full of tricks. I've got a saying from Earth I'd like to share with you. Crafty as an old fox. Odin, far from being ashamed by Wang Teng's teasing, took it as a compliment and accepted it with delight. Well then, tell me, what else do you want? As long as it's not too outrageous, I might just agree. After all, Odin had spent so much time beating around the bush with Wang Teng here, all for the sake of getting something out of him. Though, Wang Teng's deal with Hela was a fair exchange. His mastery of formations for treasures from Asgard's vault, a win-win situation, and it was Hela who'd reached out first. Wang Teng could tell, now that he'd met Odin, that Odin wouldn't give in so easily. Formations were important to Asgard, but not so crucial as to be indispensable. Wang Teng simply didn't believe Odin didn't have some cards up his sleeve. This old monster, who had lived through untold rises and falls of civilizations and begun laying plans for the 9 realms hundreds of thousands of years ago, surely had fallback plans beyond anyone's imagination. If he were as simple-minded as Thor, he couldn't have held a kingdom together for hundreds of thousands of years. With all the things he's done, the other realms in the universe would have joined forces against him long ago. No matter how powerful he was personally, he couldn't stand alone against the entire cosmos. Since you've chosen to speak plainly, let's have a proper discussion, Odin said, straightening up. Gone was the tipsy haze from his expression. A kingly aura radiated from him. Yet it lasted only a few seconds before he broke the mood with his next words. Haha, do you happen to have any more of that transformation potion? Or perhaps you know how to make it? Wang Teng was quite sure that Odin's expression right now was downright mischievous. If you dressed him in a t-shirt and sat him in front of a computer, he'd be the very image of an overgrown, middle-aged geek. What do you want that for? With Asgard's level of science and magic, changing someone's gender shouldn't be much of a challenge, right? Wang Teng didn't have the recipe for the transformation potion, since he'd harvested the finished product directly from the ground. But as it happened, he still had plenty in stock. He'd reaped dozens of bottles at the time. Back in the day, Asgard's Valkyrie army was renowned throughout the universe. But my eldest daughter, Hela, spirited them all away. It's been many years since Asgard has had any Valkyries. As for the technology or magic you mentioned, these things can indeed change a person's gender physically. Turning a man into a woman is no problem at all, but they can only transform the body, not the soul. When Loki returned, I gave him a thorough examination and discovered that, from body to soul, he had truly become a woman. Even his mind fully embraced and accepted this new identity. It's astonishing, really, a perfect opportunity to restore the glory of the Valkyries. Just imagine the guard standing at the gates of my palace. Would you rather be greeted by a burly man with a beard, or by a stunning beauty? As Odin spoke, he even raised his single eye and gave Wang Teng a meaningful look. You're absolutely right. I'm left utterly speechless. Seeing Odin's expression, Wang Teng honestly didn't know what to say. The god had just laid his desires bare, without the slightest attempt to hide his lecherous nature. All Wang Teng could do was admire his candor. Still, Odin cared only for his own pleasure, with no concern at all for whether his subordinates were willing to change from men to women. Wasn't that going a bit too far? No wonder Odin wanted a shape-shifting potion for himself. This kind of fundamental transformation would certainly put his mind at ease. But the thought of what this old rascal might do in the future made Wang Teng uneasy. Little wonder Hela once tried to take all the Valkyries under Odin's command. Perhaps she simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, having a father who constantly schemes against his own followers must have made Hela's life unbearable. Don't worry, all of this is completely voluntary. The legend of Asgard's Valkyries runs deep in our people's hearts. There are more than enough warriors eager to become Valkyries. Back in the day, even Thor wished nothing more than to be one. Good grief, are you saying you'd even set your sights on your own son? Whether Odin actually had such intentions, Wang Teng didn't know, but that he was a hopeless womanizer was beyond doubt. Still, the potion was of no use to Wang Teng himself. Keeping a few bottles as a curiosity was enough, and handing the rest to Odin made little difference. Though he felt uneasy about the whole matter, it was, after all, Asgard's internal affair. What did it have to do with him? All Wang Teng wanted was the treasure in Asgard's vault. Trading something useless to him for a few priceless artifacts was, in his view, a great bargain. Deal. Of course, this is Asgard's business. You're free to decide as you wish. I came by this transformation potion purely by accident. I don't have a recipe, and I only have 30 bottles on me. You can have them all to study if you like. Along with the formation techniques I promised Hela. In exchange, I want access to your vault to go in and pick out whatever I like. To be honest, Wang Teng was quite curious about what the Valkyrie core of Asgard would look like. He figured he might as well let Odin do as he pleased. Who knows, maybe one day he'd get to see it for himself. As for whether Odin could find enough people to form his Valkyrie core, just look at Thor. It seemed there was no shortage of folks in Asgard who'd be interested in this line of work. Odin certainly didn't care whether Wang Teng truly had only 30 vials of potion left. In fact, Odin's only intention was to keep a few for his own research. With Asgard's level of technology and magic, he was confident that any potion, once in his hands, could be thoroughly understood. When it came to matters of the soul, Asgard's research was second to none in the universe. Otherwise, where do you think the famed Valhalla came from, or those two deathly planets? The study of souls was the true foundation of Asgard's legacy. Although Odin desired to re-establish his Valkyrie core, it wasn't an absolute necessity. With his status and power, if he were truly desperate to assemble the Valkyries again, he would hardly need to go through so much trouble. What Odin valued most was the potion's effect on the soul. In his eyes, if he could unravel the mysteries of this transformation potion, Asgard's understanding of the soul would take a major leap forward. Asgard's technology could preserve the souls of the deceased, but it couldn't restore the fighting prowess they had in life. After all, without a physical body to anchor the soul, regaining even a third of their former strength was considered impressive. Even after hundreds of thousands of years of research, all they'd managed was to create prosthetics akin to artificial limbs, which allowed souls to inhabit them for battle. A solution that addressed the symptoms, but not the root cause. In fact, this technique was borrowed from Mephisto, resembling the skeletal technology used by Ghost Rider. The resulting prosthetics were not only unsightly, but also drained the user's soul energy. And soul energy was notoriously difficult to replenish. Every soul Odin kept was a once-in-a-lifetime hero, after all. That's why, whenever Odin came across new technologies for manipulating the soul, he would stop at nothing to acquire them, be it through science or magic. Progress depended on accumulation, and any advancement in the study of souls might one day spark a revolutionary breakthrough. Deal, Odin said cheerfully, accepting the handful of vials Wang Teng handed him. You can have Hela show you around Asgard. Let the young people spend some time together. There are still many beautiful places in Asgard worth seeing. Odin beamed as he took the vials, personally savoring the dense, intricate web of elemental powers swirling within the potion. Odin looked at Wang Teng with satisfaction. As the descendant of the Ancient One, this young man was indeed impressive, barely worthy of my daughter, he thought. Judging by the treasures in his possession, it seemed he still had plenty of valuable items up his sleeve. If I let my daughter spend more time with him, wouldn't all those treasures eventually belong to Asgard anyway? Wang Teng, of course, had no inkling of Odin's thoughts. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. If anyone wanted to gain something from him, they'd better be prepared to pay a hefty price. Wang Teng had always lived by a simple motto: what's mine is mine, and what's yours is also mine. He might never take the initiative to snatch from others. After all, harmony brings wealth, but if someone tried to take advantage of him, he'd show no mercy. Since he'd already reached an agreement with Odin, Wang Teng had no desire to keep chatting with the old man. He packed away his belongings, bid Odin farewell, and didn't even wait for anyone to show him the way. Instead, he simply followed Hela's aura and went off on his own. Odin then summoned the bearded guard standing watch at the palace gates and handed him a vial of transformation potion, suggesting he try it out. The guard's face instantly turned pale as he took the potion with trembling hands. He'd heard about this stuff. Not all the details, but enough from the palace gossip to know what it was meant for. The poor fellow was on the verge of tears. He was a man, through and through, with a wife and children at home. If he drank this and turned into a woman, how would he ever explain it to his family? Become sisters with his own wife? He wanted to refuse, but couldn't find the words or the courage. Tears and snot streamed down his face. What are you dawdling for, Came? Take this potion to the research department, now, Odin commanded. Of course, Odin was perfectly aware of what the burly guard was thinking. Even if Kame wanted to drink it, Odin would never allow it. Did the man not see what he looked like? If he turned into a woman, it would be every man's nightmare in all of Asgard. Sif might be Asgard's famous Iron Maiden, but at least she was still a maiden. If Kame were to become a woman, he'd be nothing but a pure, brute Amazon. Odin couldn't help but wonder what Kame's parents were thinking when they gave a hulking brute like him such a delicate, feminine name. With nostrils as wide as his thumb, he hardly matched the image his name suggested. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kame dashed off with the potion, not caring what Odin truly thought. As long as he didn't have to drink that stuff and become a woman, nothing else mattered. Whether or not he became a Valkyrie didn't really matter to him. The main thing was he wanted a steady job, and standing guard at the gates of the palace seemed like a pretty decent gig. As for becoming a Valkyrie, he'd rather pass on that. He'd heard they were always charging straight into the thick of battle. He had a wife and kids back home, after all. There was honor in logistics work, too. Only by guarding the rear could he ensure that the warriors at the front lines could fight without worry. Following the trail Hela had left behind, Wang Teng made his way toward the inner palace without running into a single obstacle. At this point, he couldn't help but think of Odin, a palace this vast, and after walking so long, he hadn't come across a single soul. How laid back could Odin possibly be? No wonder, in the original movie, the Dark Elves managed to breach the palace so easily. At first, he thought Odin was just going easy on them, but now he realized the old guy really was that careless. Wang Teng couldn't believe that Asgard could possibly be so poor it couldn't afford palace guards. Judging by the sheer luxury of the place, even prying up a single tile from the floor and selling it ought to be enough to hire an elite guard for a century of service. After all, the palace of Asgard was nicknamed the Golden Palace, glittering with opulence. Wang Teng examined the floor beneath his feet. It was hewn from a meteorite laced with cosmic golden crystal. Not only was it beautiful, it was capable of storing magical energy. In fact, the entire floor of Asgard's palace was one giant, intricate system for channeling power. Wang Teng was certain that, if war ever broke out, the palace could transform in an instant into a top-tier fortress. As he walked, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at Asgard's wealth. If this weren't someone else's domain, he would have wanted to dismantle the whole palace and cart it home. It was enough to make anyone green with envy. Before setting foot in Asgard's palace, Wang Teng had always thought himself quite wealthy. After all, he'd been cultivating his magical land for over 20 years, raising all sorts of rare and wondrous things. He'd even, well, let's say traded for, not robbed, quite a bit of vibranium in Wakanda. Some of the high-grade metals he'd grown put even URU to shame. Vibranium itself was already a metal on par with URU, though it was just a bit inferior when it came to energy storage and conduction. Consider Tony's new arc reactor core. Its new element was carried by vibranium, which should give you an idea of how much energy vibranium could hold. But URU's capacity for channeling energy was still several times greater. Yet one of the metals Wang Teng had cultivated, which he named super vibranium, could store nearly 300 times as much energy as ordinary vibranium. That was more than enough to power a new element battery for an entire lifetime. Even though Wang Teng was already fabulously wealthy, he couldn't help but feel a surge of envy after touring the celestial palace of Asgard. One could only imagine just how rich Asgard truly was. But then again, it made sense, no matter how rare or wondrous Wang Teng's own land might be. He had only accumulated wealth for a little over 20 years. How could that possibly compare to Asgard's inheritance, built up over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, spanning countless generations? Wang Teng might have collected all kinds of bizarre treasures, perhaps even things like the roots of heaven and earth, the sort of wonders Asgard might not even possess. But if it came down to the sheer accumulation of top-tier materials, there could be few in the entire universe who could rival Asgard. Whenever a great civilization met its end, Asgard would never miss the opportunity to swoop in and claim what was left behind. After all, if they didn't take those resources, they'd either end up as spoils for interstellar pirates or simply turn to cosmic dust with the passing of time. Gazing upon the opulent and majestic Asgardian palace, Wang Teng's anticipation for his upcoming tour of the treasure vault grew even more intense. In the movies, the vault had only been shown to contain a handful of items, but Wang Teng certainly didn't believe for a second that the real treasure trove was limited to just a few rooms. Hela had already told him that the total area of Asgard's vault was equivalent to the size of a first-tier city on Earth. Just imagining the sheer scale of that vault made Wang Teng's mouth water. Surely, the treasures inside would be beyond counting. Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the inner palace? Deep in thought as he walked, Wang Teng was suddenly stopped by two maids at the entrance to a grand hall. He could sense that Hela was inside, and, hearing the commotion, was now making her way toward the door. So, Wang Teng made no move to force his way in. After all, there was no need. What was the point of showing off in front of two young girls guarding a doorway? Especially when, for all he knew, these girls could be far older than his own grandmother. Wang Teng looked the two gatekeepers up and down. They appeared to be around 15 or 16, with fair skin, golden hair, and striking blue eyes, a picture of delicate beauty. Their clothing, however, was decidedly old-fashioned. Long white garments draped over their shoulders in a style reminiscent of medieval Central Europe. Wang Teng couldn't help but think that this ancient sense of fashion definitely wasn't for him. What truly caught his eye, though, were the ceremonial swords the two young women held. Seeing the fine blades in their hands, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed for Thor. Thor had once bragged that his hammer was forged from Uru metal and a branch of the world tree. But even setting aside the comparison to his sister Hela's swords, crafted from the very trunk of the world tree, the ceremonial long swords in the hands of these maids were themselves made from the finest Uru metal. Compared to them, Thor's hammer is practically a defective product, just a withered branch fallen from the world tree. Some leftover scraps of Uru metal. Wang Teng figured that was all there was to it. If not for Odin's magic enchantment, he suspected the hammer might have even rusted by now. No wonder, in the original movie, Hela crushed it with one hand. The first time Wang Teng laid eyes on Mjolnir, he too felt like he could destroy it himself. But when he faced the destroyer armor, also forged from Uru, he didn't get that same feeling at all. Now, seeing the two handmaidens before him holding swords made of Uru metal, Wang Teng suddenly understood. The hammer Thor cherished like a priceless treasure was really just a faulty toy. Wang Teng didn't answer. The two handmaidens didn't attack recklessly either. After all, this was the palace of Asgard. No ordinary person could make it into the rear halls. So, the standoff continued, tension lingering in the air, until Hela appeared and opened the door. Wang Teng, you're here. Come in, Hela said, naturally taking his hand and pulling him into the queen's private chambers. The two handmaidens at the door hesitated, wanted to stop them, but when they saw it was Princess Hela, they could only bow respectfully and step aside. In their hearts, though, they began to speculate about Wang Teng's identity. Could he be the future prince consort? Hela led Wang Teng into the chambers. To be honest, Wang Teng could hardly resist making another jab at Asgardian taste. Really, who makes a bedroom the size of a grand hall, hundreds of square meters wide, and puts a single huge bed in the middle? You have to jog across the room just to get to the bathroom, or risk not making it in time. It was almost comical. Inside the room were only two people, Thor's mother, Queen Frigga, and Thor's current wife, Loki. Oh, correction, there were actually three, counting the little baby. Queen Frigga looked at Wang Teng with a warm, gentle expression. When she saw him holding Hela's hand, her smile deepened, looking him up and down with the affectionate gaze of a mother-in-law sizing up a prospective son-in-law. And the more she looked, the more pleased she seemed. Loki's demeanor, however, surprised Wang Teng. She was poised and elegant, carrying herself with natural grace. She first gave Wang Teng a formal courtly bow, then greeted him. Hello, Mr. Wang Teng. Welcome to Asgard. Thor has gone to Earth, and I haven't been well these past few days, so I couldn't receive you personally. As our honored guest, I must ask my sister to welcome you in my stead. It seemed that Loki had already figured out Hela's true identity. Yet, her words were impeccably phrased, revealing nothing while subtly asserting both her own place and Thor's as the rightful heirs of Asgard. Wang Teng couldn't help but be impressed. Hela, sharp as she was, would never have thought to weave such layers into a conversation. Frigga, of course, caught the underlying meaning, but she responded only with a gentle smile. Between the lines, Loki was making it clear. Thor and herself were the true future rulers of Asgard. Wang Teng was just a guest here, and even Hela, at best, could only claim half a stake in this realm. Frigga had no objection. She was even quietly pleased with Loki's words. After all, Thor was her own flesh and blood. Hela, though family, was still a more distant relation, and such distinctions mattered. Wang Teng had no intention of getting entangled in Asgard's internal squabbles. He had come here simply to take advantage of the situation and leave once he'd reaped his rewards. When all was said and done, he might not surpass Asgard in wealth, but in terms of quality, the treasures he'd claim would outshine anything they possessed, assuming, of course, that Asgard had truly stored all their best in the vault. Ever since his conversation with Odin, Wang Teng had wanted to say, these ancient, long-lived beings all had hearts full of secrets. With every sentence, there were twists and turns. Couldn't they just speak plainly, instead of turning everything into a riddle? There's no need to trouble you, sister, or sister-in-law, for that matter, Hela replied smoothly. Wang Teng is here as my guest, at my invitation. It's only right that I see to his hospitality myself. Wang Teng had originally thought of Hela as rather blunt, but he had forgotten. She was still a woman, and there were certain skills women were born with. Wang Teng is easily the most honored guest in all of Asgard, Loki replied, her tone honeyed but sharp. It's been many years since you last returned, hasn't it, sister? To have you play host to Wang Teng. I can't help but feel a little uneasy. Perhaps I should assign a few attendants to show you around, just in case. With that, Loki had staked her claim to Asgard. She all but said outright that Hela was just a guest here, a daughter returned from afar. Though Hela had never married off, Loki's implication was clear. Hela was to be treated as an outsider. Though it's true I haven't set foot in Asgard for many years, this is still my home, Hela retorted, her voice brimming with pride. No one here knows this place better than I do. I've watched every blade of grass, every tree, grow with my own eyes. In fact, your bedchamber, little sister, used to be my playroom. Hela's presence was commanding, her head held high and eyes coldly appraising Loki. Back when I was swinging my sword across Asgard, you weren't even born. Don't try to play games with me. If it weren't for the fact that you gave me a nephew, I'd have settled things with my sword by now. All right, we're all family here. Don't argue in front of outsiders and make a laughingstock of ourselves. Hela, you truly haven't returned to the palace for a long time. This time, stay a little longer and spend some quality time with your father. Queen Frigga hurriedly interjected, cutting off the brewing quarrel between the two. If Loki and Hela exchanged a few more words, sparks would surely fly. Yet Frigga's words stung Hela. Wang Teng had been invited to Asgard by her own hand. Not only was he an important partner to Asgard, he was also dear to her heart. What did Frigga mean by calling him an outsider? In the queen's eyes, perhaps not only Wang Teng, but even Hela herself was considered an outsider. Queen, let me remind you, I am still the crown princess of Asgard. What is mine, you may only have if I choose to give it. If I do not, you're welcome to try taking it by force. As Hela's words fell, the atmosphere in the bedchamber plummeted to freezing. Frigga felt a touch of embarrassment. She thought her words had been fair and impartial. Why had Hela suddenly flared up so fiercely? Hela, you're also my child. No one is going to seize what belongs to you. As long as you wish it, you will always be Asgard's first in line to the throne. At this point, Frigga could only soften her tone and appease Hela. This difficult princess was not easy to please. If she truly lashed out, Odin would hardly approve. Frigga, you are queen of Asgard, but you are not my mother. Know your place. Don't overstep your bounds. The more Frigga spoke, the heavier Hela's resentment grew. What, did Frigga think she could take advantage of her? She was only a few thousand years older, after all. If Hela's own mother hadn't died young, what place would Frigga have in Asgard? She was merely a handmaiden sent over from Vanaheim. Did she truly believe that sharing Odin's bed entitled her to replace Hela's mother? That was pure fantasy. Hela, you ought to show more respect. Since Frigga is queen of Asgard, she is your mother in name, and you must treat her with due honor. Before Frigga could respond, Loki could no longer sit in silence. Of everyone in Asgard, Frigga was dearest to Loki's heart. Though both Loki's identity and sense of self had changed, those early memories had never faded. The loneliness of growing up unacknowledged, the isolation, and the warmth that only Frigga had ever given. One could say, even if Hela had stood here and railed against Odin or Thor, Loki would have barely reacted. But attacking Frigga? That was something. Loki could never abide, for Frigga was the family she respected most, in the past. Loki might have chosen to endure in silence, waiting for the right moment to take revenge. But perhaps it was because she had just given birth and her emotions were harder to control, or maybe it was because Frigga was right beside her and she wanted to protect her from harm. Whatever the reason, Loki chose to confront her head-on this time. When it came to Loki's actions, Wang Teng could only think. Ignorance is fearless. If she wanted to help Thor fight for Asgard's throne or anything of the sort, it didn't really matter. After all, Hela had never cared about such things. But now, Loki was openly challenging Hela. Wasn't she overestimating herself? In the whole of Asgard, aside from Odin, who could truly be a match for Hela? Maybe only Heimdall could hold out against her for a few rounds. Wang Teng was well aware by now that the hammer wielder had been banished to Earth by Odin. Since Thor hadn't come looking for him, it was easy enough to guess where he'd gone. There's a good chance he hadn't even gotten out of bed for days now. If Loki couldn't even keep an eye on her own husband, and with Thor possibly about to become a son-in-law to Earth, what was the point of arguing with Hela here? Hadn't she noticed that Thor had been missing for days, Or did turning into a woman mean all her intelligence now resided in her chest? His own transformation elixirs never had that kind of side effect. You want to talk to me about respect? Hela stepped forward, raising Loki's chin with a cold hand. If it weren't for the sake of my nephew, I'd make sure you truly understood what respect means. At that moment, Loki was filled with humiliation, not because her strength was no match for Hela, but because she had failed to win respect for her mother. Ahem ahem. Wang Teng quickly cleared his throat, hoping to break the tension. These two really weren't treating him as an outsider at all. Frigga had warned them earlier, not to make a scene in front of guests, but here they were, not only arguing but about to come to blows. If that happened, what was he supposed to do? Watch or watch? Hela released Loki, giving her a look full of disdain. In that instant, the queen's aura was unmistakable. Frigga hurried forward, shielding Loki behind her. This was her precious daughter-in-law, who had just given her a grandchild only days ago. Although Frigga had always hoped to treat Hela equally, it was clear Hela had never thought much of her. All Frigga could do now was find a way to protect Loki, just in case she really suffered any harm. With Odin nowhere nearby, if Hela truly wanted to resort to violence, there was no one who could stop her. Even Frigga felt a little intimidated in the face of Hela's power. After all, thousands of years ago, Hela had dared to lead her armies and leave home without permission. No one really knew what she'd done out there, but the fact that she'd been able to walk safely out of Asgard's gates spoke volumes about Odin's indulgence and love for her. Wah! The piercing cry of a baby suddenly rang out, finally breaking the tense and standoffish atmosphere. Seeing that things might actually come to blows if this continued, Wang Teng had no choice but to use a touch of magic on the Soul family's baby's bottom. Frigga breathed a sigh of relief, gave Wang Teng a graceful courtly bow, then hurriedly pulled Loki away to tend to their little one. Hela wanted to follow and take a look at the child as well, but after hesitating for a while, she ultimately gave up. Wang Teng rubbed his nose, feeling a bit uneasy under the meaningful gaze Frigga had given him just now. As expected from a woman of the Vanir gods, even the faintest ripple of magic had not escaped her notice. When it came to sheer force, Wang Teng was confident he could take on Tim like Frigga with one hand. But in the delicate art of wielding magic, seasoned sorcerers like Frigga could outclass him by a mile. In fact, most of the older folks he'd met so far seemed far more adept at manipulating magical power, except for Thor. Apart from his hair color, Wang Teng truly had no idea what else Thor might have inherited from Odin. Maybe his fondness for women counted. After all, with his wife in Asgard having just given birth a few days ago, Thor was already off to Earth chasing after other women. Perhaps it was worth considering giving Jane Foster her own little hammer. Should Thor ever abandon her, she could storm Asgard wielding Mjolnir, and that would be quite the spectacle. Rumor had it that Jane Foster could also lift the hammer, so when he returned to Earth, he'd definitely have to find her and let her give it a try. He thought about giving Steve one as well. He was sure Steve would love it. If it weren't for the restrictions on Mjolnir, Wang Teng wouldn't mind distributing a few more. After all, he had plenty to spare. Originally, he'd planned to grow a gourd child, but instead, what sprouted was a vine full of tiny hammers. Anyone who had ever grown ornamental gourds would know that these things always came in clusters. Wang Teng had generously given Zheng Xian a few, though he had no idea how Zheng Xian had chosen to distribute them. In any case, he'd never seen anyone wield a hammer like Thor's in any of the major battles since. Hela quietly watched Frigga and Loki fussing over the baby for a moment. Then, with a graceful toss of her hair, turned around and called out to Wang Teng, inviting him to leave. Haven't you always wanted to see Asgard's treasure vault for yourself? We can go right now. Let me show you what Asgard's real treasury looks like. Wang Teng had no idea what was going through Hela's mind, and he wasn't about to try to guess. Right now, all he could think about were the treasures waiting for him in Asgard's vault. If he hadn't been eager to get his hands on Asgard's treasures and bring them home to plant in his own fields, he would never have bothered spanking a little child just now. Watching women fight was entertaining enough on its own. Their journey was smooth and unimpeded. Under Hela's guidance, Wang Teng twisted and turned through the winding corridors, finally arriving at the depths of the palace, in front of a door that looked rather ordinary. This is Asgard's treasury? It doesn't look the part at all. Just an ordinary door, isn't it? Wang Teng examined the door before him. Though he couldn't tell what was made of, his spiritual senses easily probed beyond it. There was a spacious room behind, but he didn't detect any powerful magical fluctuations. What did you expect a treasury to look like? Hela smiled at Wang Teng, making no move to open the so-called treasury door. Instead, she began manipulating a panel set into the wall beside it. That's just a disguise. Asgard's spatial bridge technology is quite impressive, Wang Teng remarked, turning to watch her. He hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable wall would conceal a hidden high-tech control panel. As Hela operated the mechanism, the plain treasury door before Wang Teng slid smoothly aside, just like a secret passage in a movie, revealing the real entrance to the vault beyond. Oddly enough, this door looked just as ordinary as the previous one. "Come on, let's go in. Pick whatever catches your eye. You can choose freely," Hela said. Though this door appeared no different from the last, Wang Teng's spiritual senses immediately noticed the distinction. Whether it was the material itself or some kind of enchantment, his senses could not penetrate this new door at all. There was no need for codes, traps, or fingerprint scanners. Hela simply pushed the door open and walked in, with Wang Teng following close behind. After passing through a long corridor, Wang Teng's vision suddenly opened up. He was reminded of a scene from some movie he'd seen in his previous life, a vast, underground cavern filled with Norse-style stone pillars, where gold and jewels glittered everywhere. The current scene gave him much the same impression. While this vault wasn't littered with gold and gemstones, the swirling currents of magical energy here were far more alluring to Wang Teng than any treasure. These were truly the finest seeds. Seeing the look on Wang Teng's face, Hela pursed her lips in amusement. "Come on, the good stuff is further inside. Let me give you a tour. I think I mentioned before, Asgard's treasury is enormous. All you see here at the entrance are just standard issue gear." Wang Teng swallowed hard. This place was filled with equipment forged from URU metal, vibranium, adamantine, and even rare runestones, and she called these standard issue. As expected, Asgard's wealth was beyond imagination. Although Wang Teng was initially astonished by these things, he didn't actually have much desire for them. What he truly wanted were those rare and peculiar items. While he did covet some of what he saw, most of the harvested goods here were weapons and equipment, which weren't of much use to him. On the other hand, some seemingly unremarkable oddities, when cultivated, might yield fruits beyond imagination. "All right then, I'll wait for your detailed introduction," Wang Teng said. Having someone guide and explain things was certainly the best option. According to Hela's introduction, the entire Asgardian treasury was as vast as a city. It was divided into equipment, materials, pharmaceuticals, and high-tech zones, virtually everything imaginable. If it existed anywhere in the universe, it could be found in Asgard's vault, and always in its finest form. To say nothing of the rest, even the Kree's supreme artificial intelligence, a treasure revered as a leader by their people, could be found gathering dust in Asgard's storeroom. No one could fathom how Asgard had acquired such a thing. If the Kree ever discovered this, they'd stop at nothing for revenge. After all, what they worship as a leader, Asgard treated as a forgotten relic. At first, Wang Teng had thought to haul back as much as possible from Asgard, but after touring the vault, he realized he could hardly take anything at all. It wasn't that his storage space was lacking, but even if he managed to bring it home, his own land simply couldn't accommodate so much. "What we've seen so far is just the ordinary stuff," Hela said, leading Wang Teng to open a specially crafted metal door. "Now, we're entering the core of the treasury." Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel. If even a Nova supreme-level artificial intelligence was considered ordinary, what on earth counted as top-tier treasure in Hela's eyes? What Wang Teng had seen previously was less a treasure vault and more a military arsenal. The hall he now entered, following Hela, was the true heart of Asgard's trove. The entire treasury resembled a uniquely designed exhibition hall, and there weren't many items inside, no more than a dozen or so. The first thing that caught Wang Teng's eye was the Infinity Gauntlet, nearly as big as his own head. "This thing isn't particularly useful," Hela explained, noticing Wang Teng's gaze linger on the gauntlet. "It's just an energy conversion device. The stones on it are all fakes. But as a collector's piece, it's not bad." Wang Teng already knew the stones were fake, but he still couldn't help but marvel at Asgard's wealth and extravagance. He had assumed the Infinity Gauntlet was forged from URU metal. As so many of Asgard's weapons were, it was only upon close inspection that he realized the entire Infinity Gauntlet was forged from stellar essence metal. Thor had once boasted that his hammer was made from the core of a dying star, but in truth, it was just URU metal inscribed with magic runes, with a tiny bit of stellar essence metal added to stabilize the energy. Stellar essence metal is the true, most precious core of a star. From an ordinary star, one could extract, at most, a lump of this metal no bigger than half a fist. The Infinity Gauntlet before Wang Teng was crafted entirely from stellar essence metal. With its massive size, it must have required the essence of more than a dozen stars to gather enough material. Now Hela casually said that this thing was nothing more than a display piece. Her wealth and extravagance were truly beyond comparison. Still, for Wang Teng, it really wasn't of much use. Although this was the finest material in the universe, virtually indestructible, he didn't know how to forge artifacts, and even if he did, he wouldn't bother with all that effort. As for the idea of snapping off a finger to take back for Tony to study, he dismissed it immediately. With Earth's current level of technology, there was simply no way to melt down such a substance. Frankly, not just Earth, even in the entire universe, there were probably only a handful of powers capable of utilizing stellar essence metal. As for planting in the ground, Wang Teng might have considered it in the past, but after his failed attempt to grow the Mind Stone, he found a lot of information while rummaging through that crash system's data. In essence, the higher the level, the longer it took to grow, and the less the form and energy changed. So if he tried to plant an infinity gauntlet, the most likely outcome was that, after several years, he'd harvest a bunch of infinity gauntlets. Wang Teng wasn't about to host an infinity gauntlet boxing tournament. What use would he have for so many? His land was good for turning basic things into rare treasures. Though the odds weren't great. 4 high-level items, he might as well not waste land or time. Even if the yield was still high-level, it just wasn't worth it. What he wanted now was to become invincible as soon as possible. These things that merely enhanced his foundation could wait until he had more time. Who knows? Maybe one day he'd accidentally plant a woolen mitten and end up growing an infinity gauntlet instead. There's so much good stuff. He couldn't possibly empty out Asgard's treasury completely. He had to leave them some trophies for show, after all. For now, he'd just pick what was most useful to him. This is the Cosmic Cube. It contains the Space Stone and serves as its vessel. You've seen it before, Hela continued, introducing the next item to Wang Teng. Indeed, he had seen it. Not only that, he was about to take it with him. Never mind that the Space Stone was one of the universe's most supreme treasures. Just holding it while contemplating the laws of space would multiply his understanding 100-fold. Wang Teng truly couldn't understand why, in this Marvel world, there were quite a few golden immortal-level powerhouses. Yet it seemed that after reaching the golden immortal realm, they cared only for building up their magical power, while few paid any heed to the comprehension of laws. The eternal flame, the fire of destruction and rebirth, the legendary seed of life's fire. A campfire blazed inside a large iron cauldron. On the surface, it looked rather ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary to the untrained eye. But in Wang Teng's vision, it brimmed with vitality. The sheer force of life emanating from it was countless times more powerful than the Phoenix's nirvana flame. He had to get his hands on some of this. He wasn't sure if the flame could be cultivated, but it shouldn't be a problem. At least he hoped so. The energy within this eternal flame was simply too fierce and violent to absorb directly. He'd have to experiment once he returned. If it could be cultivated, he might be able to separate out this savage energy, which would give him another failsafe for protecting his life. The heart of Yggdrasil. This is the essence of the world tree. If forged into a weapon, it could increase attack power several times over, functioning as an energy amplifier. At the same time, it's the finest energy-conducting material there is. Wang Teng glanced over. It was just a massive block of wood. Nothing much to say about it. He just chopped half of it to take back. After all, it wasn't of much use just sitting here. This is the Eye of Agamotto, and this is the Sorcerer's Eye. Both were gifts from Earth's sorcerers. They can glimpse fragments of the future and peer into darkness, but in my view, they're practical. Use is limited. The future branches off into countless possibilities, shifting every moment. These artifacts are more witnesses to the ancient alliance between Earth's sorcerers and Asgard. Well, Wang Teng mused. Who knew if the Earth sorcerer Hela mentioned was the Ancient One? But that seemed unlikely. The Ancient One was always borrowing treasures from him. How could she possibly give away her own prized possessions? This is the Monument of Life. Its full name is the Monument of Life and Time. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, we retrieved it from the ruined civilization of Atlantis on Earth. It holds the final formula for the evolution of life. Unfortunately, it's a damaged artifact. Still, Asgard managed to glean a fair bit from it, though now it's of little use to us. This is... Wait! Wang Teng interrupted Hela as she continued her introductions. The Monument of Life had instantly caught his attention. In the movies from his previous life, he'd never seen this thing play any role, but anything kept in Asgard's vault was certainly not ordinary. Besides, what did it matter if it was broken? For others, a damaged treasure might be useless, but to Wang Teng, the state of repair didn't matter. So long as it was a treasure, that was enough. What's more, he had a repair gun from the world of Dorman. He just didn't know if it could handle artifacts of his caliber. You're interested in this? At our level, this thing is no longer of much use. If it were intact, that would be a different story. I once heard my father, Odin, speculate that the formulas recorded on the tablet of life must have surpassed the limits of the universe itself. That's likely why it was destroyed, bringing down the entire Atlantean civilization with it. Is it really that advanced? Forbidden by heaven and earth? Then this must truly be a path to transcendence. But if Atlantis was able to research such a thing, their secrecy measures should have been excellent, and their technology should have been at the very top of the universe. How could they have been destroyed so easily? Not understanding, Wang Teng decided to be a diligent student and ask about these mysteries buried in history, to reveal the very essence of life itself. How could any civilization just stumble upon such discoveries through simple research? It was probably an accident that they came across those formulas in the first place. So their secrecy might not have been all that thorough. Even so, in just a few centuries, Atlantis developed technology that rivaled the best in the universe. As for its destruction, there are actually many unanswered questions. I wasn't even born back then, so I don't know the details, Hela explained. Clearly, she didn't know much about these stories buried deep in history. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. How much do you think your father, Odin, would know? Wang Teng figured he could find an opportunity to ask Odin himself. After all, wasn't this tablet stored in Asgard by Odin? Surely, he must know more than Hela. Wang Teng couldn't shake the feeling that this artifact was important. Besides taking the tablet of life with him, it would be good to gather as much information as possible. I'd guess that my father, Odin, wouldn't know much either. At that time, he was just a child, and the 9 realms were still independent, not yet united under Asgard. Hela's words dashed Wang Teng's hopes. In other words, the 9 realms didn't even exist as a unified entity back then. Earth, too, was one of the universe's leading powers at the time, only to be wiped out overnight. This chapter of history would likely remain forever buried in the dust of ages. Though Wang Teng felt a twinge of regret, he didn't dwell on it. After all, there are countless events hidden in the shadows of history, and it would take more than 10 lifetimes to investigate them all. No matter how long you live, the time you spend studying history simply becomes history itself. As long as the tablet of life is useful to him, that's all that matters. He'd take it back, bury it deep underground, and unless he gave his permission, no one would ever be able to take it from him. Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to look at anything else. Aside from the frostbox, the rest were just some top-grade materials. He truly couldn't fathom what Odin was thinking. This so-called core treasury didn't seem any more useful than the big warehouse outside. Did Odin really expect him to take these materials home and forge his own gear? If he had that much time, he'd be better off planting a few more crops. Back home, in a way, it was just as well. What Odin regarded as treasures didn't much appeal to him, so there was no risk of getting greedy and emptying the vault, only to have Odin begrudge it later. I'll take the Monument of Life and the Cosmic Cube. I'll be taking that too. In the end, Wang Teng chose the Monument of Life and the Cosmic Cube. Hela even chopped off half the heartwood of Yggdrasil for him. The only thing that stumped him was the eternal flame. He hadn't come prepared with a container for fire. He couldn't very well carry a blazing flame in his hands all the way back, could he? He was seriously tempted to just take the cauldron along with the flame. Come to think of it, the cauldron itself was quite the treasure. Forged from star metal, just like the eternal flame. At first, he'd been so focused on the flame that he barely noticed the cauldron at all. In the end, it was Hela who came up with a solution. She suggested Wang Teng stay in Asgard for a few extra days, take the opportunity to explore and enjoy himself, while she dispatched messengers to Nidavellir to commission the dwarven smiths to craft a special container for the eternal flame on the double. With everything sorted out, Wang Teng wasn't in any rush. If he had to stay a few more days, so be it. After all, he hadn't yet toured all of Asgard. Besides, Asgard boasted delicacies from across the cosmos. How many could he possibly try in just a few days? It was the perfect chance to indulge his palate. Though, to be honest, some of the dishes here were so bizarre that even Earth's most eccentric chefs of dark cuisine would have balked at them. On his way out, Wang Teng helped himself to a few things from Asgard storage. What pleased him most was a top-tier personal flight vehicle and a Nova Supreme level artificial intelligence chip. As for the AI chip, he wasn't sure what he'd do with it yet, but since it was the best of the best, he figured he'd just take it for now. The personal flyer, on the other hand, was exactly his style. It was, in fact, a relic from the Atlantean civilization, just like him, a child of Earth. With a wingspan of 63 meters and a height of 22, the vehicle was designed in the shape of a silver-gray storm petrel with outstretched wings, exuding a sleek, futuristic vibe. It was equipped with energy shields, multiple energy cannons, supported consecutive spatial jumps, and even boasted an antimatter cannon. All in all, this Atlantean flyer, preserved in excellent condition for hundreds of thousands of years, stood among the pinnacle of current universal technology. The star maps on board might be a bit outdated, but that was easy enough to update. What pleased Wang Teng most about this small spacecraft was its life support system. Though the interior space was limited, it boasted a remarkably advanced cultivation system, equipped with ample nutrients and a ripening function. With such a vessel, he could wander the cosmos for years without worry, living entirely self-sufficiently. Although these features were of little practical use to Wang Teng, he could easily transform the self-sustaining habitat pod into a miniature garden. Imagining himself sipping tea in his own garden while journeying through the stars filled his heart with quiet delight. He decided that, in the coming days, the scientists of Asgard would install that Nova Supreme-level AI chip into this ship. Wasn't a waste of such a powerful chip? Perhaps, but he was happy to do as he pleased. When it was time to return to Earth, he would pilot this very ship back home. Wang Teng was eager to experience what it felt like to be an interstellar captain. The Asgardian scientists grumbled at the idea of placing such a high-end AI chip in a private vessel, but Hela, on the other hand, seemed to relish joining Wang Teng in his mischief. After all, no one had ever attempted something so bold before. Asgard was a nation of absolute monarchy. Since the crown princess herself had approved it, and since the ship no longer belonged to Asgard, what more could these scientists say? They could only do as instructed. Yet, in private, the scientists looked down on Wang Teng for what they saw as a prodigal waste of resources. In less than a week, all preparations were complete. The modifications to the ship were finished, and a bottle for containing flame, sent from Nidavellir, had arrived. As Wang Teng expected, the bottle was forged from star-forged adamant, etched with intricate magical runes. The wealth of Asgard truly defied imagination. Materials like star-forged adamant were unheard of in other civilizations. And even if they had heard of it, they wouldn't know how to refine it. But in Asgard, as long as you needed it, somehow they could procure it for you. One could only wonder how many stars Asgard had plundered over the ages. But none of that concerned Wang Teng. He had claimed all that he needed, and now it was time to prepare for a return to his own land and his own crops. During those few days, Wang Teng even managed to purchase the tentacle of a star beast, an enormous appendage, resembling a giant octopus arm, thicker than a freight truck and lined with suckers larger than Wang Teng himself. Ordinarily, the merchant would never have sold just a single tentacle. Young star beasts like these were typically reserved for eccentric collectors who kept them as exotic pets. But who could blame Wang Teng when he had the Asgardian princess by his side? If he wanted to buy a tentacle from you, he could buy a tentacle from you. And truth be told, it tasted quite good, springy, and silky, far better than the grilled squid Wang Teng had tasted on Earth. When a merchant heard that Wang Teng wanted to eat a star beast, he was startled. Even among the Kermarans, who are known across the universe for their eclectic palate, no one had ever heard of eating a star beast. At first, Wang Teng found this odd. After all, star beast delicacies were sold on the commercial street all the time. It wasn't until the merchant explained that Wang Teng realized those so-called star beast dishes were nothing but a marketing gimmick, made from creatures that only resembled star beasts in appearance. As expected, false advertising is as common in Asgard as it is on Earth. With all his business wrapped up, Wang Teng prepared to pilot his Swallow-class ship back to Earth from Asgard. He thought this would be the end of his journey with Hela, but to his surprise, she chose to accompany him on the flight home. Well, so be it. Over the past days, Wang Teng had grown somewhat accustomed to her company. Hela, you're in charge of 2 planets, after all. Is it really okay for you to be away like this all the time? Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder at Hela's carefree attitude. It was as if the president had decided to skip work, not just for a day or two, but indefinitely. Didn't she worry about trouble brewing back at her base? What trouble could there be? Hela replied breezily. Even at home, there's nothing much for me to do except read. I used to lead teams out into the universe, to gather resources, but now everything's running smoothly, everything's systematized. Staying in the palace, I'm little more than a mascot, bored out of my mind all day. Her answer left Wang Teng speechless. It seemed the princess had truly set her mind on sticking with him. What would he do about finding a girlfriend or a wife in the future? He couldn't exactly show up with a princess in tow. Well, they say the road will straighten out when you reach the mountain. He'd deal with it later. After all, even if it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, he couldn't very well kick her out after using her help. Besides, he had left her a little pitfall with the core of the formation. Over the past few days, Wang Teng had organized the various formation theories he used on his island, storing them with his magic into a special jade slip designed for recording information. He meant to give Hela a hard time with it, but she took the jade slip without batting an eye and handed it straight to her science department. Judging by her nonchalant manner, they must have a way to extract the information from the jade slip. And come to think of it, with a civilization that survived for millions of years, what kind of information storage method haven't they seen? There's an old saying among Earth scientists, at the end of science lies theology. But during his time in Asgard, Wang Teng discovered that they made no such distinction between science and theology. Instead, all of their disciplines were divided into just two categories, art and combat. Beyond the familiar realms of literature, painting, and music, Asgard also classified all non-combat knowledge, such as medicine, public health, and agriculture, under the category of artistic and everyday life studies. Meanwhile, subjects like chemistry, physics, biology, geography, or any science involving the application of energy were all grouped together as combat disciplines. Of course, their system involved even more detailed subdivisions. Compared to Earth, they simply drew a sharper line between the arts and the sciences. Anything related to the sciences ultimately served the purpose of combat, while anything related to the arts was devoted to enhancing life. Within Asgard's theoretical framework, science has no end. Thus, they have no theology. Though to outsiders, Asgardians call themselves a race of gods. Among themselves they prefer to be known as higher life forms. According to Hela, millions of years ago, Asgardians weren't physically much different from ordinary humans. It was only after countless generations of research and evolution that they achieved their current state. In her view, humans, and indeed most aliens, are existences whose evolution remains incomplete. Hela believes that even Asgardians still have a long road ahead on the path of evolution. She notes that even now, a fundamental difference exists between Asgard's commoners and its royal family. Ordinary Asgardians have a lifespan of about 5,000 years, and even the healthiest among them rarely live beyond 8,000. But those with royal blood can easily live tens of thousands of years, and the pure-blooded royals may survive for hundreds of thousands. With the aid of various life-extending mystical artifacts, living 1,000,000 years is not out of the question. This marks an essential distinction in the very nature of their lives. On this point, Wang Teng had some thoughts of his own. After reaching the golden immortal level, his body underwent constant transformation from exposure to powerful energies, making him ever more suited to wielding such power. This process of transformation was, in essence, the very path of life's evolution. Asgard's true strength lay in the fact that they were first to embark upon this path, and that at the level of golden immortals, they managed to preserve that evolutionary progress within their own bloodlines. There are beings on Earth now who have reached the level of golden immortal, such as Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. However, their advancement seems to have certain flaws, resulting in deficiencies within their bodies. If, in the coming days, they can properly adjust themselves and allow their bodies to adapt to the transformative evolution of this energy, then one day, they too will achieve a true upgrade in the essence of their lives. Not merely possess the realm of a golden immortal, but also wield the genuine power befitting that level. Should they, in the future, leave behind their own bloodline and descendants, then, over time, yet another advanced race would gradually emerge. Still, this sort of development would take thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years to unfold. By then, who can say what the world will look like? Perhaps by that point, humanity will have already mastered scientific cultivation. So boring. It's been 2 days already, and we still haven't reached the solar system. Wang Teng was starting to regret his decision. If he'd known, he would have just taken a rainbow bridge straight back to Earth. He'd wanted to experience the thrill of cruising through the universe aboard a spaceship, but he never imagined it would be so dull. When he could have reached Earth in a matter of seconds, why was he putting himself through this ordeal? Granted, there was food and drink available, even a game console to pass the time. But there was also Hela's 3 times a day, never-changing experiments in culinary darkness. No matter how creatively Hela named each dish to Wang Teng, they all looked like the same unidentifiable blackened lump. The infamous blackened dark cuisine. Wang Teng rejected these creations with both his heart and his expression, but Hela's enthusiasm was unshakable. In just 2 short days, Wang Teng had already heard the ship's alarms blare 4 times, every incident originating from the kitchen. He genuinely feared that Hela might blow up the spaceship he'd just acquired. At this moment, placed before Wang Teng was a portion of fried cuckoo bird egg, the most successful dish he'd seen in 2 days. At least it hadn't been charred into a lump of black coal. But what was that strange, glossy green blob on top? With her limited skills, why did she insist on adding unnecessary flourishes? Wouldn't it make more sense to start with the basics instead of jumping into wild inventions? Wang Teng's expression was probably even greener than the odd-tasting egg before him. Thankfully, Hela didn't force him to eat her dark cuisine, nor did she resort to pleading or tears. From Wang Teng's face alone, she could tell this attempt had failed yet again. She casually removed the plate without a hint of disappointment. Hela no longer felt discouraged. She saw cooking as a kind of fun, and watching Wang Teng's ever-changing, bewildered expressions was entertaining enough in itself. Hela brought up the control panel and glanced at the data before turning to Wang Teng. After 2 more space jumps, we'll reach the outskirts of the solar system. Then, we can jump directly from a coordinate point at the edge of the system to near the moon. Judging by the current time, we should make it home in time to catch this evening's sunset. Wang Teng didn't understand a thing about these technical details, so he simply accepted whatever Hela said. What puzzled him, though, was that even though the 9 realms were linked by the world tree, their actual locations in the universe were so far apart. He had always imagined the 9 realms as clustered together, yet their cosmic coordinates were wildly scattered and unrelated. No wonder other civilizations in the universe had never found the 9 realms. On any cosmic star map, there was simply no such thing. The 9 realms were only a magical concept, 9 worlds forcibly connected by the Aesir using energy. Thinking about it this way, the so-called world tree was actually this energy conduit. With the world tree's links, the 9 realms could be both distant and near at once. But then Wang Teng remembered seeing the heartwood of the world tree in Asgard's vault, and he even had a chunk of it tucked away in his own storage space. Was the world tree truly a form of energy, or was it an actual living tree? He decided to let the question go. It was too much of a headache. Better to hurry home and sort through the spoils of this journey. It was high time he got back to farming. He was starting to forget what his real job was. Once things were settled on Earth, he'd have to make a quick trip to Xander and snatch back the Power Stone. He wondered how far the Guardians of the Galaxy had gotten by now. A few hours later, Wang Teng's spaceship emerged from a jump point near the moon, and at last, he could see Earth outside the window. Last time, when he had gone out to greet the Phoenix, he and the Ancient One had ventured into space and glimpsed Earth from the outer edges of the solar system, a mere pinprick in the distance. This time, he was seeing Earth up close from space. Maybe it was because he'd seen so many photos before, or perhaps he was just getting restless after days cooped up in the ship, but the sight didn't move him much. Nor did he feel any of that cosmic dread people online always talked about. He was simply glad to be almost home. Without pausing, the ship dove straight toward Earth's atmosphere. As for the satellites floating in space, with the unfathomable technological gap between his ship and Earth satellites, it would be a miracle if they even noticed his arrival. Everything went smoothly as he flew directly over his island. He deactivated the island's protective wards, and the Swallow spacecraft descended. Gently, Wang Teng had expected the house to be empty, but to his surprise, it was the liveliest it had ever been. Almost everyone he knew was gathered there. A spaceship, dozens of meters long, slowly descended from the sky, startling everyone on the ground. If they hadn't known, this was Wang Teng's home, and recognized the design as unmistakably Earthling in taste, they might have suspected another alien invasion. Even while still in the air, Wang Teng could sense a crowd gathered in his yard. He found it puzzling. What were all these people doing at his house? The original Avengers were all present. Pepper stood at Tony's side. Jane Foster clung to Thor's arm. Principal Alvin was there, along with Wanda and Pietro. Or wait, Pietro wasn't there? Had he gotten into trouble? Before Wang Teng and Hela could step out of the spaceship, the crowd had already surrounded them. Did you just rob some interstellar civilization? Tony quipped. I have to admit, your taste is improving, but next time, try to snag a bigger one. Tony, of course, knew Wang Teng had gone to Asgard. He'd assumed Wang Teng would bring back some trinkets, not an entire spaceship. This is a private ship. I've got another, a smaller one, about 300 meters long. I'll show you later. Now, can someone tell me what's going on here? Is this a family reunion? Since he'd gone on a raiding trip to Asgard, Wang Teng naturally hadn't returned with just one spaceship. This one was for his own use, but he'd also brought a ship for Tony to tinker with. Wanda's eyes were red, as if she'd just been crying. Wang Teng reached out, pulled her close, and gently ruffled her hair. Come on, tell me what happened. Did Pietro bully you? Why don't I see him around? Looks like I'll need to give him a little lesson. Uncle, Pietro's gone. He's been missing for days. At the sight of Wang Teng's return, Wanda finally broke down and burst into tears. Pietro's missing? What happened? Can someone fill me in? Wanda was in no state to explain, so Wang Teng turned to the others for answers. Thankfully, after a flurry of voices, he pieced together the story. 3 days ago, after a quarrel with Wanda about school, Pietro had stormed out and hadn't been seen since. Principal Alvin, having missed his 2 students for days, had come by to check on them. Tony, after reviewing the security Footage discovered that Pietro had been taken by a group of unidentified armed men. That's why everyone had gathered here to discuss what to do. As for Thor, he and Jane Foster happened to be visiting New York and had joined them. Before they could come up with a plan, Wang Teng's spaceship made its dramatic return. This matter is actually quite simple. Basically, it's just a case of troublemaking. Kid who didn't want to go to school staged a runaway and then ended up getting kidnapped by some unknown individuals. Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief. This isn't anything too serious. It's just a matter of finding someone. If it were an ordinary person, Wang Teng might not have had a solution, but both Wanda and Pietro possessed special energies. Because of this, Wang Teng had placed a legal imprint on them. With just a bit of sensing, he could immediately tell where they had gone. However, even if he managed to bring the kid back this time, Pietro needed to learn a hard lesson. At such a young age, instead of focusing on school, he actually dared to run away from home. Even with all the freedom that the Federation constantly touts, you still have to stay within my rules. All right, stop crying. This isn't a big deal. You're a big girl now, no need for tears. I'll have Pietro back in no time. Wang Teng comforted Wanda, while simultaneously reaching out to sense Pietro's current location. He was actually out in the Atlantic Ocean. That was a surprise for Wang Teng. At first, he thought someone had discovered Pietro's connection to Tony and planned to kidnap him for ransom. But now it was clear that things weren't so simple. After all, no human trafficker would drag someone all the way out to the Atlantic. The aftermath of the battle in New York hadn't even been fully dealt with yet, and already someone was getting restless. Wang Teng could clearly sense the energy within. Pietro was extremely active. He knew that, while he hadn't intentionally sealed Pietro's or Wanda's powers, there was no way they could activate their abilities on their own. Thinking along these lines, it became obvious who had taken Pietro. It looked like the time had come to deal with Hydra once and for all. If Wang Teng remembered correctly, they even had something called the Insight program in the works. Who knew how much progress that bald-headed Nick Fury had made on it within S.H.I.E.L.D. over all this time? Originally, Wang Teng hadn't wanted to get involved in these affairs, but now that he'd been dragged into it, he had no choice. Besides, he was planning to take a trip out into the universe soon. What if Hydra tried to pull something while he was away? Sure, in the movies, Nick Fury and Steve managed to wipe out Hydra, but with his own involvement, this world had long since become a tangled mess. Who could say what cards Hydra still had up their sleeve? Take Pietro's situation, for example. Even though Wang Teng already had the Mind Stone, Pietro was still able to have his superpowers forcibly. Awakened after being captured, Wang Teng had no idea what method Hydra had used, but it was clear they still had tricks he didn't know about. You two wait here for a bit. I'll go bring Pietro back. After comforting Wanda and entrusting her to Pepper's care, Wang Teng vanished from the island in a flash, heading straight for Pietro's location in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean as he sensed it. These days, Wang Teng had long since abandoned conventional flight within the confines of Earth. The planet was as familiar to him as his own backyard. With a simple focus of his spiritual sense, he could open a portal and teleport there in an instant. The next moment, Wang Teng arrived precisely where he had sensed. Beneath his feet stretched the boundless expanse of the ocean. There's actually a base under the sea that never showed up in the original films. No wonder Hydra can never truly be eradicated. Wang Teng mused to himself. If it hadn't been for Pietro's predicament, it would never have crossed his mind that Hydra might have a military stronghold on the ocean floor of the Atlantic. But now that Wang Teng had resolved to wipe Hydra out once and for all, he would not let a single member slip through his grasp. Deep beneath the waves, the Hydra operatives in their hidden fortress had no inkling that their secret stronghold had been discovered. At that very moment, they were preparing to subject Pietro to yet another round of brainwashing and modification. Pietro, meanwhile, felt utterly wretched. All he'd done was bicker with his sister, needing to get out for some air, and somehow ended up captured and taken to who knew where. Since then, a band of mad scientists had injected him with all manner of strange serums and bombarded him with rays. Thankfully, he'd proved resilient, unlike the guy beside him, who hadn't survived even the first round. Instead, Pietro awakened a superpower. He could run at incredible speeds, and he was certain he was now faster than a speeding bullet. But alas, it was all for nothing. The base he was trapped in was sealed tight, offering him no chance to escape, no matter how fast he could run. After a desperate dash that finally got him out of the lab, he'd still been brought down by tranquilizers. Today marked his third day in captivity. On the second day, he'd awakened his powers, and he'd spent the whole day rebelling and resisting. Ever since he'd been knocked out and recaptured, nearly a full day now, Pietro had been strapped to a metal frame. That morning, a man had come by to inject him with another bizarre concoction, then uttered a string of strange words. Pietro hadn't caught a single thing the man said, but the pain that followed. Once the serum coursed through his veins, redefined agony for him. He felt his mind was teetering on the edge, so shattered that he didn't even have the strength to wish for death. Now, that same man from the morning approached again, syringe in hand. A voice in Pietro's mind screamed at him to struggle, but his body wouldn't obey. He just stared blankly as the man drew closer. From above the waves, Wang Teng perceived all of this with perfect clarity. The entire layout of the base was already mapped out in his mind, and seeing Pietro's condition, Wang Teng could well imagine the inhuman torment Pietro had endured. Although Wang Teng claimed he didn't like Pietro, the boy was now, for all intents and purposes, part of the family. It's one thing for me to deal with him as I please, but you at Hydra dare to mistreat one of my own? Are you just impatient for your own graves to grow thick with grass? As the syringe was about to pierce Pietro's neck, despair flickered in the boy's eyes. If I could have another chance, he seemed to think, I'd definitely choose to study hard. Wang Teng gave Pietro that chance. As hopelessness clouded Pietro's gaze, Wang Teng appeared before him, sending the doctor in the white coat flying across the room with a swift kick. So, I heard you've been playing at running away from home? Well, exciting, isn't it? Was it fun? Wang Teng asked, his eyes glinting with mischief as he looked at Pietro. At that, Pietro fainted dead away. Wang Teng was left at a loss. Really? I was just about to give you a piece of my mind, and you pass out? Who am I supposed to perform for now? Feeling a surge of irritation, Wang Teng had no choice but to vent his anger on Hydra. Wang Teng was furious, and the consequences would be dire. The laboratory where Pietro was held had surveillance cameras, and Wang Teng hadn't bothered to conceal himself. The moment he entered, the base's security team spotted him on their monitors. Seconds later, alarms blared throughout the secret facility. Wang Teng ignored the chaos. There were people at home waiting for Pietro. Without hesitation, he grabbed Pietro and wrenched him free from the restraining apparatus. With Pietro in tow, Wang Teng teleported straight to the ocean surface. With a flicker of intent, it was as if a mighty fist squeezed the entire underwater military base tight. Dense clouds of bubbles erupted from the depths, as if every evil deed was now forever buried beneath the sea. Carrying Pietro, Wang Teng teleported again, this time returning to his own island. Everyone else was still at home, anxiously awaiting their return. Though they all knew Wang Teng was powerful, none of them had expected him to bring Pietro back so quickly. When they saw Pietro, battered and unconscious but alive, Wanda burst into tears and rushed to his side, desperate to check what injuries he had suffered. Well, what happened to our big guy here? What the bet at his age? Tony quipped, trying to lighten the mood. But his words were met with nothing but annoyance and a round of eye rolls from the group. Pepper, quick as ever, twisted his waist with a sharp pinch. It seemed that no matter the country, women everywhere had mastered this move. No one paid any attention to Tony's yelps, and Pepper acted as if nothing had happened. Tony himself realized his joke was ill-timed. Pietro had clearly been through a nightmare, or he wouldn't have lost control like that. Witnessing the scene before him, Tony let out a wail and then sullenly fell silent. Don't worry, Wanda. He's going to be fine, trust me. He'll be back to his usual self in no time, Wang Teng reassured her. He had originally planned to let Pietro suffer a little longer, but seeing Wanda sobbing as if she'd lost everything, he could only relent and cast a restorative spell on Pietro, deciding it was best to help him recover first. Physically, Pietro wasn't badly hurt, apart from some wounds on his arms and legs from being forcibly yanked off the restraints by Wang Teng. The real damage was to his mind. Hydra had drugged him, attempting to seize control over Pietro's will. Luckily, it hadn't lasted long. If Wang Teng could undo decades of brainwashing in someone as broken as Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, Pietro's case was far less severe. True, Pietro's mental fortitude wasn't on Bucky's level, but he had only been captured for 3 days and drugged just once. Even without Wang Teng's intervention, he'd likely have recovered on his own in a month or so. If not for Wanda's desperate pleas, Wang Teng would have been tempted to let Pietro experience a few months of splitting headaches and relentless nightmares, just to let him learn what it really felt like. With the help of Wang Teng's magic, Pietro soon regained his senses. As he opened his eyes and saw Wanda clinging to him and weeping, he froze in surprise. Memories of the past. Few days flashed through his mind like a waking nightmare, one he'd never want to relive. Fortunately, Wang Teng had pulled him out, and now, that nightmare was finally over. After much effort, Pietro managed to calm Wanda down. He turned to thank Wang Teng, but Tony interrupted with a smirk. You might want to go change your pants first, and take a shower while you're at it. Honestly, you smell like you just crawled out of sewer. Earlier, Everyone had been too worried about Pietro's well-being to notice the details, but now that he was safe, it was clear he needed to take care of himself. Tony's words were blunt, but unfortunately, he wasn't wrong. Pietro really did reek. There would be plenty of time for questions later. Judging by how haggard Pietro looked, he probably hadn't eaten properly in days, either. This would also give Wang Teng and the others a chance to prepare dinner. With so many people gathered here tonight, it might as well turn into a celebration, a welcome home party for Pietro. Hearing Tony's comment, Pietro finally became aware of his sorry state, especially the fact that his pants were still damp, that Pietro's face flushed a deep red with embarrassment, and before anyone could react, he darted away and vanished from sight. Tony and the others stared in disbelief. Just a moment ago, Pietro had been right in front of them, and now, blink, and he was gone. Did their eyes deceive them? But he'd been standing there, flesh and blood, only seconds before. Where could he possibly have gone? The next moment, the sounds of chairs and tables crashing together echoed from inside the room. Clearly, Pietro had yet to gain full control over his newfound powers. Everyone's eyes turned to Wang Teng. If anyone truly understood what was happening to Pietro, it would be him. It was obvious. Pietro was no longer an ordinary person, and his recent kidnapping was anything but a simple crime. Wang Teng gave a brief explanation of Pietro and Wanda's unique circumstances. Tony thought to himself, no wonder Wang Teng, who's lived alone for decades, would suddenly take in 2 children. At first he'd suspected there was some special connection between them. Now he understood it was because Pietro and Wanda themselves were special, with latent powers still waiting to awaken. Judging by Pietro's sudden disappearance, his superpower had finally emerged. In a way, his kidnapping had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. From the gust of wind left in Pietro's wake as he sped away, everyone could guess his ability was related to speed, far beyond any ordinary power, since he moved too quickly for the eye to follow. So this kidnapping was Hydra's doing after all, Tony said grimly. I've told Nick Fury time and again, Hydra must never be allowed to get away with this. What on earth is Nick doing? He hasn't made a single move against them yet. Among everyone present, Steve and Tony's grudge against Hydra ran the deepest. No need to explain why. As long as Hydra drew breath, they would stop at nothing to bring it down. I'm going to see Nick Fury right now, Steve declared, pushing away his plate. We can't delay any longer. We have to take action against Hydra as soon as possible. He was ready to leave his meal unfinished, convinced that destroying Hydra was more urgent than anything else. Tony said nothing, but followed him out the door. Let's not get carried away, Wang Teng called after them. Whatever we do, let's eat first. Principal Alvin is still here, after all. Fill your stomachs tonight, and from tomorrow, we'll hunt down Hydra together. With that, Wang Teng settled the matter, gently reminding Tony and Steve not to overlook Principal Alvin, who'd been quietly pretending to be invisible at the side. Oh, Mr. Wang Teng, please don't mind me. As long as the child is found, that's all that matters. I'm just an ordinary principal at a community school, just showing a little concern for the children. Wang Teng, well, since you put it that way, I'll take your word for it that you're just a regular principal. Chapter 131. You must be the devil. Everyone eventually managed to persuade Steve and Tony to sit back down. After all, no matter how determined you are to take down Hydra, you still need to eat, and with night already falling and no leads or intel to go on, just the 2 of you running off to destroy Hydra would be reckless. Principal Alvin was also convinced to stay and join everyone for dinner. The only one not enjoying the evening was Thor. Hela, for her part, didn't come right out and acknowledge Thor as her brother, but that didn't stop her from bluntly pointing out in front of Jane that not only did Thor have a wife, but he also already had a child. That bit of news left Jane Foster fuming. She thought she'd landed herself a dashing alien prince, only to discover he was just an interstellar cad. The indignity of being a respected doctor and yet getting played by an alien was infuriating. Jane Foster might never have truly pictured herself marrying Thor. After all, the gap between them was enormous. But even if a breakup was inevitable, she'd always imagined it would be. Her dumping him, not the other way around. Now, discovering that she was just a side character in Thor's life, Jane's pride made her decision crystal clear. It was time to end things. Everyone else, after expressing a collective disdain for Thor, didn't dwell much on the drama. After all, their worlds were separated by countless light years, and, truth be told, Westerners tend to be more relaxed about these things. Jane Foster was a scientist, through and through. Calling what she had with Thor romance might be a stretch. It was just as much a research project. Still, there were real feelings involved, and dating an alien prince was nothing if not an ego boost. The only thing Jane truly resented was Thor's secrecy and deception. If not for everyone else talking her down, she would have stormed out right then. In the end, it was Wang Teng's repeated assurances, promising to help her give Thor a proper lesson, that convinced her to stay for dinner. Tonight's feast is a super giant octopus banquet. This is a top-tier ingredient I acquired from the cosmos, Wang Teng finally announced, bringing out a tentacle thicker than a truck. Even Tony, who'd been itching for revenge, was momentarily mesmerized by the enormous thing before him. Are you sure this isn't some kind of mutant spawned by nuclear radiation? Tony quipped, voicing the suspicion on everyone's mind. Relax, Wang Teng replied. This came from a titanic star beast whose name I can't even pronounce. The whole thing was far too big to bring back, so I just bought one tentacle, and it cost me a fortune. Wang Teng began boasting to everyone about his experiences in Asgard. Of course, the part about spending a fortune was just for show. After all, with Hela present, all it took was asking for a tentacle to take home for cooking, and no merchant would dare charge Wang Teng a single cent. Besides, Wang Teng didn't have any money to spare anyway. The tentacle itself was enormous, and as the head chef, Xiaolong could only throw up his hands in defeat. In the end, Wang Teng simply cut off a meter-long section and stored away the rest for later. Even so, that single meter weighed over a dozen tons, forcing Xiaolong to store most of it away for future use. Compared to the massive tentacle lying before them, Wang Teng's tales of dazzling and bizarre worlds were far more captivating for everyone. The real excitement, however, came when Wang Teng brought out a few high-tech trinkets, opening everyone's eyes to wonders they had never imagined. Tony held a metallic orb in his hand, actually a miniature nano shield. Under his control, it constantly shifted its shape, transforming into a gauntlet one moment and into a strangely designed energy gun the next. He was having so much fun with it that he looked ready to dash off to his lab and start experimenting right that instant. Barton received a composite bow made from a special metal, along with a dozen arrows, each enchanted with a different magical effect: flames, frost, poison, slowing, and more. Most importantly, every arrow would automatically return after striking its target. Between the arrows and the quiver, Wang Teng had set up a small spatial magic array, greatly compensating for Barton's limited firepower. Natasha was given 2 energy pistols, each boasting dozens of attack modes. It would probably take her some time to master all their functions, but she was clearly enamored with them from the start. These gifts for Barton and Natasha perfectly played to their strengths, while also filling in the gaps in their offensive capabilities. Pepper received a beautiful necklace. Not only did it feature powerful communication abilities, but, even more crucially, it contained an energy shield that would automatically activate in the face of danger. The shield's strength was so formidable that even an explosion right beside her wouldn't harm the wearer. Tony, unimpressed that Wang Teng had given jewelry to Pepper, swore he would invent even stronger protective gear for her. Yet, despite his grumbling, he personally fastened the necklace around Pepper's neck. Even Alvin received a gift, a set of tiny robot drones. Although Alvin wasn't quite sure what use he'd have for them, was he supposed to use the robots to keep an eye on his students? He still accepted Wang Teng's extraterrestrial gift with genuine delight. Jane Foster's gifts were quite simple. Besides receiving a piece of jewelry with a protective shield function, Wang Teng generously gave her a miniature version of the Thunder God's hammer. Thor, on the other hand, looked a bit stunned. Ever since he got Wang Teng's tiny Mjolnir, he tried it out and found, just like his old hammer, not just anyone could pick it up. Yet now, in front of him, Jane was tossing the hammer up and down in her hand, eyeing Thor mischievously. Thor was starting to think about making a quick escape. Steve also received 2 gifts. The fact that he could return to Wang Teng at a time like this, helping Pietro along with everyone else, showed that even if there were still some issues with Tony, they weren't anything serious anymore. Thor's hammer paired with Captain America. Now, that was a classic duo. Didn't you see in the movies? Cap had already mastered the combo moves. Besides the small hammer, Cap was also given a pair of multi-functional combat boots, which could be seen as an upgraded version of Star-Lord's. Aside from flight, they offered automatic navigation, power assistance, attack support, and dozens of other functions. As for Thor, well, sorry, no gifts for you. After all, these things were bought from your own house. There's nothing you could want that you can't already get. Alright, let's skip over the others' gifts for now. That just leaves Wanda, who was gazing at Wang Teng with eager eyes. Pietro was still in the shower, and it looked like he wouldn't come out until he'd scrubbed off a few layers of skin. Come here, my beautiful girl. Of everyone here, your gifts are the most plentiful, Wang Teng said, putting on what he thought was his kindest smile as he looked at Wanda. Wanda felt a chill run down her spine. Every time Wang Teng smiled at her like that, something strange was about to happen. Thud! A A small mountain appeared in front of Wanda. To be precise, it was a mountain of books stacked high. So, aren't you touched by your gift? I spent a long time searching and researching to pick out these extracurricular books, just for you two, and had them all, specially translated into Earth's languages. From now on, besides your regular classes, these will be your and Pietro's extra reading, Wang Teng announced. Wanda was dumbfounded. Everyone present stared at Wang Teng in shock. Is this man a devil? Wanda thought. I'm doomed. This uncle really is the devil. She wanted to cry. For a moment, she even wondered if it was too late to go back to the Hydra base and be experimented on again. But then she remembered. The Hydra base had probably been destroyed by this very devil standing before her. So, am I trapped in the devil's lair? Tears welled in Wanda's eyes. She swore they were definitely not tears of gratitude. Right now, she didn't dare move at all, afraid this wasn't a dream. Too ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. In everyone's mind, Wang Teng's shamelessness rose to new, unprecedented heights. Only Principal Alvin, after his shock wore off, gave Wang Teng a big thumbs up, feeling that Wang Teng was exactly the kind of parent he liked best. Don't worry, I still have plenty more here. When you finish, these we can swap for new ones. It's just that the yard is too small to hold them all. Wang Teng boasted about his stash to Wanda, brimming with pride, completely ignoring the look of utter despair on her face. Wow, at last, Wanda could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Even when Pietro went missing, she hadn't cried with such anguish. One could only imagine the depths of despair and sorrow in her heart at that moment. Except for Principal Alvin, whose eyes gleamed as he looked at Wang Teng. Everyone else gazed at Wang Teng with undisguised contempt. Among all the adults present, Wang Teng probably had the least impressive credentials. As if he'd heard Wanda's wailing outside, Pietro suddenly dashed out of the room. But the next instant, Wang Teng grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, as if holding his fate in his hands. Everyone only saw a blur. Suddenly, there was another person in Wang Teng's grasp, and then a fierce gust of wind swept by. Pietro stared in astonishment. How could he have been caught? Ever since gaining his powers, no one at the Hydra base had ever managed to lay a hand on him. If not for being trapped in an enclosed space and knocked out by poison gas, he would have escaped Hydra long ago. Was he really destined to be subdued by this man, despite his newly acquired powers? Pietro refused to accept this. What are you running around for? Stirring up such a gale. How are we supposed to eat later if you blow dust on the food? Since you're so free, why don't you? Read a couple of books for me. Wang Teng casually plucked a book from the towering pile beside him, not caring what it was, and shoved it into Pietro's hands. Only then did Pietro, craning his stiff neck, realize that the wall beside him was actually a mountain of books. His knees nearly buckled. Was he supposed to read all these someday? No wonder his sister was crying so miserably. Pietro considered running away from home again. Maybe Hydra wasn't so terrifying after all. True to his impulsive nature, he seized the moment. While Wang Teng was distracted, he tossed the book skyward and dashed off at full speed. But as long as Wang Teng was there, where could he possibly escape to? A beam of light shot from Wang Teng's hand, sealing away Pietro's powers in an instant. Pietro went from super speed to a normal human in a heartbeat, failed to stop in time, and skidded across the ground for over a dozen meters, landing flat on his face. Catching the falling book without even turning around, Wang Teng called out to Pietro, "After you finish reading the book, remember to tidy up the lawn." Wang Teng considered himself a qualified parent. At the very least, when it came to his child's education, he had gone to extraordinary lengths. He traversed untold light years, and even on alien planets, he was determined to find the right books for his child to study. Tell him, who else in this world would go to such heroic extremes as a parent? Wang Teng was practically moved by his own dedication. Whether anyone else was touched by Wang Teng's efforts, no one could say for sure. But for Pietro and Wanda, despair had already set in. They could see a bleak and joyless future stretching out before them. With so many books, were they supposed to have their descendants burn them as offerings in the afterlife? Even Pietro's superpowers, now sealed off by Wang Teng, couldn't snap him out of his shock at the sheer volume of reading ahead. Of course, Wang Teng hadn't just prepared books as gifts for Wanda and Pietro. The mountain of books was only part of the surprise. Given how much ground these two late bloomers had to cover, who knew how long it would take for them to master all that material? That's why Wang Teng had also brought along 2 sets of intelligent teaching robots. Their capabilities were said to be formidable, so much so that many advanced technological civilizations in the universe used them for foundational education. For any struggling student, these robots were the ultimate tool for becoming a top scholar. Wang Teng's mountainous gift of books breathed new life into the gathering, which had started out a bit gloomy due to Hydra's presence. The only exception was Thor, who was still shamelessly trying to win back Jane's affection. But Jane wasn't about to give in so easily. Just the fact that she hadn't smashed him in the face with her hammer was already giving him enough face in front of everyone. Hela, meanwhile, was none too pleased. Everyone else had received a present, except for her and Thor. Clearly, it was that troublesome little brother dragging her down again. Hela made a mental note to settle the score with Thor later. All in all, the gifts Wang Teng brought back left everyone more than satisfied. At the same time, they serve as a reminder of the vast gulf between Earth and the universe's most advanced civilizations. A technological chasm that couldn't be bridged in a short time. Whether in terms of accumulated knowledge or resource utilization, the difference was at least several centuries, if not millennia. Still, there was hope. Even though Earth's overall strength couldn't compare to those top civilizations, as long as its elite could stand toe-to-toe with the universe's best, there was a chance for survival. The rest could come with time. First and foremost, a civilization had to ensure its own existence. The banquet itself was a roaring success. Hosts and guests alike enjoyed themselves. As for what people thought in private, Wang Teng didn't much care. He was content. After all, the meal was delicious. The meat of the cosmic behemoth was delightfully springy and succulent, with just the right amount of chewiness and a subtle, enchanting fragrance. The flesh itself brimmed with energy. Pietro and Wanda turned their sorrow into appetite, while everyone else, having tasted the benefits of the food, forgot their reservations and dug in heartily. Hela was the first to have this idea. No civilization in the universe had ever heard of eating the flesh of a star beast, so no one knew that the meat was not only delicious but also provided significant benefits to the body. She made a mental note to arrange matters back in Asgard. She would need to establish a fleet, specifically for capturing star beasts, and ensure the cooks received proper training. From now on, star beasts would become a regular staple on Asgard's menu. Star beasts earned their name because of their immense size. The tentacle from the octopus-like star beast that Wang Teng had purchased was just from a newborn. Even the smallest adult star beasts were as large as a planet, while the truly gigantic ones could dwarf a star itself. If they managed to capture even a small adult star beast, it would provide Asgard with enough food to last several years. However, adult star beasts were extremely dangerous. Not only were they enormous, but their offensive and defensive abilities were extraordinary, and many even possessed supernatural powers. For now, Hela kept her thoughts to herself. If Wang Teng were to learn of her plan, he would probably feel a pang of sympathy for the star beasts. No matter how powerful a creature was, if its fate was to be served at the dinner table, extinction couldn't be far behind. Of course, Wang Teng had no intention of protecting the star beasts. He'd always believed that anything not of his own kind was fair game for the table. He probably hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but who knew? Perhaps one day he would personally hunt star beasts in the cosmos to expand his own culinary repertoire. No doubt Xiaolong would be delighted as well. Lately, he seemed especially interested in cooking. In fact, just today he'd managed to prepare more than 30 different dishes using only the star beast tentacle, each with its own unique flavor and style. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Principal Alvin was the first to take his leave. Wang Teng, along with Wanda and Pietro, personally escorted him back to Hell's Kitchen, repeatedly assuring him that he'd make sure the two children got to school the next day. Wanda and Pietro, drained and listless, said their goodbyes to Principal Alvin and followed Wang Teng through a portal back to the island. The others remained, still seated at the table, sipping tea and waiting for Wang Teng's return. Wang Teng sent Wanda and Pietro off to their rooms. There were some matters best left to adults, and the kids should savor their last night of freedom before school started. It was unclear who had started the trend, but once upon a time, these gatherings always featured everyone with a glass of wine in hand. Now, thanks to Wang Teng, the post-meal ritual had become tea drinking. He couldn't help but wonder, could a bunch of Westerners truly grasp the essence of Chinese tea? Even though his own tea drinking was more perfunctory than refined, it didn't stop him from quietly looking down on this group of foreigners as they sipped their tea. When Wang Teng returned and settled the two little ones, Steve could no longer sit still. He was the first to stand up. Now we can finally make a proper plan to deal with Hydra. The most important thing right now is information about Hydra. We know far too little. If we had enough intel, we could catch them off guard and wipe out all their secret bases in one go. Steve was the first to speak, and after he finished, he looked at the others. Gathering intelligence wasn't really his strong suit. He was much better at fighting all day long. These days, I've been asking Jarvis to collect information on Hydra. I've even hacked in a shield system and planted a Trojan horse, but the intel we've managed to get is woefully little. I suspect they've got other encrypted channels for communication, Tony chimed in, but his voice couldn't hide his disappointment. As a top scientist with the world's most advanced AI at his disposal, he felt a growing sense of frustration every time he ran into roadblocks gathering intel on Hydra, as if obstacles were lurking everywhere to thwart him. Director Nick did have me conduct some covert investigations, but only he knows what came of those. Natasha shared her current situation as well. To sum up what the three had said, they were completely at a loss when it came to Hydra. This left everyone feeling frustrated, as if they were brimming with energy but had nowhere to channel it. Seeing the sudden gloom on everyone's faces, Wang Teng realized it was time for him to, well, let's call it boosting morale. Why the long faces? Don't forget, I'm still here. I've said before that Alexander Pierce is Hydra's current leader. All we need to do is take control of Pierce and then dismantle Hydra from the top down, one layer at a time. Wang Teng finished his words with obvious pride, only to find Tony staring at him as if he'd lost his mind. Did I say something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Teng was clearly displeased with Tony's attitude. Clearly, it had been too long since Tony had received any of his tough love. We all know there's something off about Pierce, but so what? Do you have any proof? He's the secretary of the World Security Council now. If you arrest him without evidence, are you trying to start a riot? Tony's response cleared up Wang Teng's confusion, and it seemed this was everyone's main concern. But Wang Teng just scoffed at such worries. Why do I need evidence? Once we've got him in custody, the evidence will come rolling in, won't it? Tomorrow morning, we'll set out to find Bald Egg. As long as we can get the exact location of Alexander Pierce, we'll move in quickly and capture him. Once he's in our hands, I have a million ways to make him talk, and he'll spill everything, clear as day. The only thing Wang Teng regrets is that he doesn't actually know what Pierce looks like. Otherwise, he could simply scan with his spiritual sense and pinpoint him in an instant. In this world, Wang Teng can proudly claim to be completely face-blind, apart from people. He knows well, he can barely distinguish anyone except by skin color. Names are hard to remember, and everyone seems to look more or less the same. Well, except for beautiful women, those he can pick out. Exceptionally ugly people also tend to leave an impression. Everyone's gaze fell on Wang Teng, and from the look on his face, he really seemed like he was about to go through with this plan. Thor didn't mind. Either way, it didn't concern him much to begin with. His only job was to fight. Right now, all his thoughts were on patching things up with Jane Foster. Steve, on the other hand, was raring to go. He'd been wanting to do this for a while. Tony, too, was won over by Wang Teng's argument. As for Dr. Banner, at the moment all he wanted was to focus on research. The meditation mantra Wang Teng had taught him. Last time had worked wonders. Most days he felt calm and at peace, with Hulk no longer causing a ruckus inside him. If not for the occasional sense that Hulk was still lurking within, Banner might have believed he'd become just a regular, ordinary man again. Natasha and Barton exchanged glances. By now, it looked like stopping Wang Teng was out of the question, and honestly this seemed like a pretty good plan, given how Wang Teng had performed in battle. If he really wanted to turn the world upside down, there weren't many who could stop him. Besides, the man now even had a spaceship, and who knew what other advanced gadgets he might have up his sleeve. And so, this half-baked, spur-of-the-moment plan was settled, just like that. Everyone got a good night's sleep, ready to team up the next morning and head to the Triskelion to help Bald Egg clean house, rooting out the rats and snakes hiding in the corners. At dawn the next day, Wang Teng dragged Pietro and Wanda out of bed, despite their protests. Unwillingly, they put on those white and green school uniforms that filled Wang Teng with nostalgia, slung on their pink Hello Kitty backpacks, and, without even having breakfast, were hustled out the door. At the street corner where the Hell's Kitchen school bus passed by, Uncle Chung was selling his steamed buns, and the aroma was as tempting as ever. After sending the two kids off, everyone else suited up, ready to depart. Wang Teng hadn't expected such enthusiasm from the group. Even Jane Foster, Thor's ex, showed up wielding a hammer, determined to join the team in saving the world. After all, she was now Earth's very own Lady Thor. Wang Teng thought for a moment. Right now, Jian was wearing a necklace with an energy shield that made her impervious to blades and bullets, and in her hand was a miniature Mjolnir. With both offense and defense covered, it was true that hardly anyone could hurt her. Pepper had already returned to Stark Tower. After all, she was now the CEO of Stark Industries, and a mountain of work awaited her attention. Dr. Banner also said he wouldn't be joining them for now. He felt that fighting in the city was still something he couldn't quite control. But Wang Teng had no intention of heading out so early. He hadn't even had breakfast yet, and who knew if people had even started work by now? Was it really necessary for the whole group to show up in front of Triskelion this early in the morning, striking heroic poses? He soothed everyone's impatience and suggested they sit down for a proper meal together. Breakfast was beef congee prepared by Xiaolong, and it tasted marvelous, paired with crisp and tender pickled vegetables and soft, fragrant meat buns. Wang Teng ended up eating 3 large bowls. With Wang Teng taking his sweet time, the others were nearly out of patience. A glance at the clock showed that it really was time to head off to work. Only then did Wang Teng finally decide it was time to go. Just as everyone was gearing up to step through the portal straight to the New York-based kitchen, Wang Teng suddenly stopped them with a raised hand. Are you planning to drive over or jog there? We have a perfectly good spaceship at our disposal now. There'll probably be quite a bit of traveling for battles coming up, so let's enjoy this high-class ride while we can. The main reason Wang Teng suggested taking the Fian to Triskelion was, quite frankly, to show off. There's a saying, what's the point of riches if no one sees them? It's like walking at night in fancy clothes. While this had nothing to do with returning home for Wang Teng, the urge to put on a show was the same. How could he pass up such a perfect opportunity? Everyone was curious about this spaceship, which had such an unmistakably Earth-inspired design. Even Dr. Banner, who initially insisted he wouldn't go to the SHIELD base, couldn't resist and came running out again. The Fian is taking off. We're heading out to take down the snakes, Wang Teng announced. Inside Triskelion, Nick Fury sat behind his desk, sorting through paperwork. The young assistant in his office really didn't get it. He'd casually mentioned not to bring him marinated eggs, and now they actually stopped bringing them, leaving him with no snacks at all. He couldn't very well go buy them himself in Chinatown. Wouldn't that just cement his black marinated egg nickname? Lost in his thoughts, Nick Fury suddenly sensed something and grew alert. A massive shadow had blotted out the sunlight streaming through his window. Was it a cloud? He looked up. What was that odd-looking ship outside? Was this another alien invasion? And why hadn't the alarms gone off? Just as he was about to press the alarm, Nick Fury heard the building's alarm system blare to life. The pounding of boots, teams of armed personnel rushing, echoed up to his office mixed with shouts and curses. Clearly, the others in the building had noticed the unidentified flying object outside the window at almost the same moment he did. Under Nick Fury's watchful gaze, the massive aircraft landed in the plaza outside the Triskelion. Thankfully, the open space was just large enough for it to barely fit. Nick Fury didn't rush downstairs. Instead, he reached across his desk and tapped a control. Instantly, a display screen appeared before him, showing surveillance footage of the plaza outside the Triskelion. Wow, when you take the ship back, you have to let me study it. The spatial stabilization system inside is incredible. We got from Canada to New York in just a few minutes without the slightest discomfort. If I could install this tech in my suits, it would boost their safety by a huge margin. From the moment he boarded the Swallow, Tony had been chattering non-stop about everything from artificial intelligence to life support systems, from energy applications to anti-gravity engines. Thankfully, the flight had only lasted a few minutes. If it had been any longer, Wang Teng was sure Tony wouldn't have resisted the urge to take the ship apart. Don't even think about this ship, Wang Teng replied, not without a smile. It's my private ride. But don't worry, I've got something even bigger set aside for you. Once we deal with Hydra, it's yours to study all you want. As the Swallow's hatch opened and Wang Teng led the others off the ship, he felt compelled to reassure Tony. Dr. Banner, for his part, had been reluctant to disembark. But Wang Teng considered this was a scientist after all. If he left Banner alone on the ship, who knew if the man might dismantle it out of curiosity? With mad scientists, Wang Teng couldn't help but imagine 180 episodes of terrifying science gone wrong. The hatch slid open, and the group, fully equipped and led by Wang Teng, descended the ramp in orderly fashion. No sooner had they set foot on the ground than security personnel burst out from the Triskelion, weapons drawn and aimed squarely at them, as though facing a grave threat. Now, that's what I call a grand welcome, Tony quipped, curling his lip in disdain. Facing this show of force, he looked unimpressed, whether clad in his Iron Man armor or not. He'd never been intimidated by such a display. Watching the security feed and recognizing the Avengers among the arrivals, though there were two faces unfamiliar to him, Nick Fury allowed himself a breath of relief. At least for now, it seemed these visitors were friends, not foes. But the feeling didn't last. Almost immediately, a new anxiety crept in. Why had this fully armed group stormed SHIELD headquarters? Were they here to dismantle the place? Even if someone wanted to tear down the entire SHIELD building, there would be no need for such a grand display. Let them in. Though a touch of anxiety lingered in his heart, Nick Fury still gave the order to the security staff downstairs to allow the visitors through and instructed Coulson to escort them up to his office. The security personnel, upon receiving the order, quickly stepped aside. As Wang Teng and his group reached the entrance of the Triskelion, Agent Coulson came out to greet them in person. "Welcome, Captain. But you really should have given me a heads up. This sudden show of force is a bit intimidating." Although Wang Teng was leading the group, Coulson's eyes immediately sought out Steve. It was hard to understand why his fanboy tendencies were still so strong, especially after meeting so many times before. Still, as the consummate diplomat and all-around good guy, Coulson made sure not to neglect the others. He skillfully avoided asking directly about the group's purpose and simply followed Fury's instructions, leading them upstairs. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, deep in thought about the reason for their visit, especially since Wang Teng himself was heading the group. That alone was enough to make Fury uneasy. He hadn't forgotten the last time he'd tried to meet Wang Teng and been turned away at the door. It wasn't that Fury held grudges, but Wang Teng's unpredictable behavior always made him wary. Wang Teng possessed immense power, yet consistently refused to get too involved with government agencies. His ties with the East were notably close, and although S.H.I.E.L.D. was currently riddled with Hydra's influence, it was clear that Wang Teng didn't think much of Fury either. In Fury's mind, Wang Teng was by far the most dangerous among them, for he alone could stand against an entire nation. During the recent Battle of New York, Wang Teng's display of strength had already been astounding. Not only had he single-handedly held off the Chitauri army, he'd also managed, without anyone noticing, to toss a launched nuclear missile right back into his own office. Such abilities were truly terrifying. In Fury's estimation, Wang Teng's threat level now matched that of Captain Marvel. What's more, through certain special channels, Fury had learned that Wang Teng seemed to have fought on the Eastern Front that same day. While the details of that battle were unclear, it certainly couldn't have been simple. This suggested that Wang Teng, at the very least, possessed the ability to create duplicates of himself, allowing him to fight on multiple fronts with undiminished power. Fury rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Fortunately, someone like Wang Teng stood on the side of humanity, or at least on the side of order, and lacked any grand ambitions. Otherwise, with his abilities, if he ever decided to take action, there would be no one in the world capable of stopping him. The sudden visit from Wang Teng set off alarm bells in Nick Fury's mind. He suspected something bad was about to happen. After all, such a big shot wouldn't bring a team here without serious reason. Drawing a deep breath, Nick Fury resolved to face this potential crisis in his best form. Then again, maybe it wasn't a crisis at all. First, he needed to figure out why they had come. As long as he could determine Wang Teng's purpose, he was confident he could find a way to handle the situation. After all, he was Nick Fury, the world's top agent and the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. He gave himself a silent pep talk. He didn't have long to wait. Soon enough, Wang Teng and his group arrived outside his office. Agent Coulson had just raised his hand to knock when Wang Teng, without a word, kicked the door open. "You sure know how to put on airs, don't you, egghead?" Wang Teng fired the first shot. "With all of us coming to see you, you didn't even bother to greet us." He was determined to seize the high ground against this master spy, never giving him a chance to take control of the conversation. Otherwise, who knew when he'd be led astray by Fury's tricks? Perhaps Wang Teng's approach seemed a bit unreasonable, even belligerent, but with his strength he could afford to be. Besides, Pietro's kidnapping had been Hydra's doing, and with S.H.I.E.L.D. now riddled with Hydra agents, it was no stretch to lay the blame at Nick Fury's feet. Fury's face darkened, though with his complexion, it was hard to tell the difference. Clearly, these people hadn't come with good intentions. They were here to pick a fight. "I didn't invite you," Fury retorted coolly. "You're just barging in unannounced. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a military intelligence agency. Don't you think it's a bit much to storm in like this?" Even though he felt a flicker of anxiety, Nick Fury wasn't about to back down. Wang Teng spent his days with Tony, Steve, and the others, and Natasha's assessment had marked him as trustworthy. So, chances were, he was one of the good guys. He couldn't just let Wang Teng get the upper hand, so he held his ground, determined not to appear passive. "Cut the nonsense. I'm here to fight," Wang Teng said, blunt and to the point. "Where's Alexander Pierce? Bring him out. I've come to settle the score with him today." He paid no heed to Fury's attempts at small talk, stating his purpose directly. No need to waste time going in circles and risk confusing himself. "Alexander Pierce is with the World Security Council," Fury replied, his voice cool and measured. "This is the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He's not here. If you have business with him, you can tell me." Nick Fury's pupils contracted slightly. Pierce was not only the leader of Hydra, but also a minister of the World Security Council. After investigating for so long, Fury still hadn't found a safe way to take him down. He had no idea how Pierce had managed to offend Wang Teng. Things looked like they might go south. If Wang Teng was determined to go after Pierce at any cost, it could trigger some serious social unrest. That was the last thing Nick Fury wanted to see, since the very purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. was to safeguard social order and stability. "They kidnapped my family," Wang Teng explained to Nick Fury, "And I'm here today to settle the score. With all the new and old grudges between us, I'd be letting them off too easily if I didn't wipe out Hydra 4. What they've done." His meaning was clear. Right now, it was a fight to the bitter end with Hydra. No turning back. If Fury knew what was good for him, he'd hand over information about their leader without delay. "Unless you have solid evidence, I won't disclose anything about Pierce," Fury replied resolutely. "We both know how deeply Hydra's influence runs. If we act recklessly, we'll just alert them and risk plunging society into chaos." He tried to talk Wang Teng down, anything to keep things as stable as possible. After all, the alien incident had only just blown over, and society couldn't withstand another major upheaval so soon. "My word is all the evidence you need. You bald-headed hard-boiled egg. After all this time investigating, what have you actually uncovered? Do you even understand the real purpose of Project Insight? Do you know what's really going on with that human computer, Dr. Zola? I've been sitting at home, and I still know more than you," Wang Teng retorted. Project Insight. Fury was genuinely shaken. He'd spent ages digging into that project and had only just begun to piece things together. Yet the heart of the plan still eluded him. Judging by Wang Teng's tone, he seemed to know exactly what the project was about. And Dr. Zola, he'd been a key player in the old Operation Paperclip, but he died years ago. What on earth did Wang Teng mean by that? "The core of Project Insight," Wang Teng explained, "is to launch several helicarriers into the sky as space-based weapons, hanging over humanity's head. Using algorithms calculated by Dr. Zola, anyone who might pose a threat to Hydra would be eliminated on the spot. Once those helicarriers are airborne, they could wipe out millions in an instant. That's Hydra's secret weapon to seize control of the world again. Every single one of us sitting here is on their kill list. I trust you understand me now." Though Wang Teng wasn't fully versed in every detail of Project Insight, he'd grasped the essential idea. He believed that just by laying things out, Nick Fury would be able to analyze the facts for himself. After all the time he'd spent investigating, if he still didn't know anything, what business did he have being the head of any intelligence agency? "Give me a few days. I need to verify this matter first. If what you say is true, then I will personally arrest Alexander Pierce." After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury still didn't reveal Pierce's whereabouts to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was growing impatient. He tried reasoning, but Fury wasn't cooperating. It seemed he'd have to take more persuasive measures. As a vial of mysterious liquid suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's hand, cold sweat instantly broke out on Nick Fury's forehead. He knew all too well what had happened to Loki. Turned into a woman. Was Wang Teng planning to pull the same trick on him? A chill crawled down Fury's spine. He liked women, sure, but he certainly didn't want to become one himself. "Wait, hold on, we can talk this over." Sensing the ill intent in Wang Teng's eyes, Fury realized that if he didn't say something quickly, things could spiral out of control. But Wang Teng's actions were swifter than his words. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Teng had already poured the potion into his mouth. "What did you just make me drink? Some kind of truth serum?" The liquid slid down his throat in an instant, giving him no time to resist or even gag. After a tense moment, Fury discreetly checked between his legs to make sure everything was still in place. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At least, it didn't seem to be the kind of potion that would turn him into a woman. "Relax. It's nothing bizarre," Wang Teng said with a devilish smile, one that, to Nick Fury, looked positively demonic. "It's just a simple truth serum. No side effects at all." Fury decided it was best to get Wang Teng out of here as soon as possible, before the questioning took a stranger turn. "Honestly, you didn't have to go that far. I was just about to tell you where Pierce is." Facing someone as unpredictable as Wang Teng, Fury figured it was wiser to yield. As for Pierce's fate, well, there's an old saying in the East, "Better him than me." At most, he'd have to work a bit harder cleaning up the aftermath. Not that he'd do it himself, of course. He was the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, that's what subordinates are for. "See, if you just cooperated, I wouldn't have wasted a perfectly good vial," Wang Teng said, clearly displeased by Fury's hesitation. "Why didn't you just give in earlier?" Fury muttered. "You could have let me finish my sentence. Who knew you'd act so fast? You've come at just the right time." Fury finally relented. "Pierce is scheduled to come by today to hand over some documents. You should arrive at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in about half an hour." Nick Fury glanced at the time, then gave a detailed rundown of Pierce's upcoming schedule. Since things had already come to this, he figured he might as well just take it easy for now. Wang Teng, on the other hand, was feeling a sense of defeat, if this was how it turned out. Didn't that mean the potion he just used was a complete waste? No, he couldn't accept that. He had to make sure it had some effect. "Well, let's just wait here for a bit then. Your office is spacious enough, after all. By the way, do you have any unusual hobbies you keep hidden from others?" Having settled the immediate plan, Wang Teng turned his attention to Nick Fury and fired off his question. I like wearing red thongs. Nick Fury clapped a hand over his mouth in horror, eyes wide. Those words definitely hadn't come from him, or at least it felt like he must be hallucinating. The others in the office all wore expressions as if they'd just uncovered a shocking secret, quickly shifting to looks of utter disdain. Fury's peculiar hobby was truly an eye-opener. Aside from Fury, the most awkward people in the room were Coulson, Barton, and Natasha. All three were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and Fury was their direct superior. Hearing such a revelation about their boss, they could only imagine how awkward things would be from now on. I didn't expect you had dreams of being a bodybuilder. Do you need me to recommend a few trainers? You might want to work out a bit more first, Tony quipped quickly, taking 2 steps back to put some distance between himself and Fury. With that hobby, paired with Fury's face, it was just too much for any normal person to handle. Nick Fury chose to keep his mouth shut. Until the effects of the potion wore off, he decided it was best not to say a word. Though the country was known for its openness, Fury was still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having such private secrets exposed to others, he finally understood what it meant to suffer a total social death. At this point, he didn't even care if Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. itself were destroyed. With things as they were, how was he ever supposed to maintain authority over his subordinates again? Fury was already considering sending Coulson, Barton, and Natasha off to Africa on assignment, and maybe never letting them come back. He also made a mental note to check if there were any long-term surveillance missions in the agency that could last a few centuries. Wang Teng hadn't expected to unearth such a bombshell. He just wanted to make sure his potion hadn't gone to waste. The image of Nick Fury in that scenario was something he didn't even dare imagine. Wang Teng felt as if his mind had been tainted. All right, that was just a little joke. Now, why don't you share with us the intel you've gathered on Hydra so far? Wang Teng had no intention of lingering on this topic any longer. He didn't want to risk hearing anything else that might scar him mentally. Nick Fury had originally resolved to keep his mouth shut, but as Wang Teng questioned him, he found himself involuntarily revealing information he knew. No matter how hard he tried, even covering his mouth with both hands couldn't stop the truth from spilling out. Only now did Nick Fury truly realize the terrifying power of the magical potion that Wang Teng had brought forth. It was far more effective than any truth serum or terrifying method of coercion that S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever developed. If S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed such a potion, many of their operations would have been much easier to carry out. This realization gave Nick Fury a measure of relief as he considered the actions Wang Teng and his companions were about to take. With this kind of truth serum in their possession, they would be able to obtain all the evidence needed against Alexander Pierce, even if exposing Hydra caused some social upheaval. Fury was confident he could keep the situation under control. He might even use the weight of Hydra's crimes to redirect public attention. Nick Fury had no control over what he was saying, so he stopped struggling against it. Instead, he began to consider, in the back of his mind, the far-reaching consequences that the coming operation against Hydra might have. At this point, it seemed that with this powerful potion in hand, SFLD's losses could be minimized. No matter how deeply Hydra had infiltrated the agency, he would remain its director. If only Wang Teng had told him about the secret weapon earlier, there would have been no need for all those cautious, clandestine investigations. Hydra might have been rooted out long ago. Director, Mr. Pierce has arrived, came a message from the intercom on Nick Fury's desk, informing him that Alexander Pierce had reached S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Now, Wang Teng said, breaking the silence, let's strip Hydra bare for all to see. An organization like this has no place in our world. His voice was resolute. He was determined to let Pierce experience true despair, especially after the mental attack he just suffered at Pierce's hands. In Wang Teng's view, all the blame could be laid squarely on Pierce. After all, Hydra was the great villain here, so every evil deed must be theirs. Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce remained unaware of the events unfolding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He was still puzzling over the strange, imposing spacecraft parked outside the front entrance. How had S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to develop such a massive, futuristic ship without his knowledge? The thought soured Pierce's mood considerably. After talking with his subordinates, Pierce finally learned that the clearly advanced ship belonged to Tony Stark and his associates. News that only made his mood worse. It seemed clear that Project Insight would have to be accelerated. Only by acting quickly could he eliminate those who pose such a threat to the world. Advanced technology like this, he thought, should be in the hands of Hydra alone. While pondering how to accelerate the Insight project, Pierce made his way toward the rooftop office of Nick Fury. Recently, Fury, nicknamed the One-Eyed Dragon, had been up to all sorts of little tricks. It seemed time to put some pressure on him as well, lest he end up dragging Pierce down later. Alexander Pierce had no idea that, inside Nick Fury's office at that very moment. A group of people was waiting for him to walk right into their trap. "Hey, Nick, I'm here to hand over the documents. And look, all the heroes who protect New York are gathered here too. What a pleasure to see you all. I really should have paid my respects to everyone sooner, but work's kept me so busy I just haven't had the chance. Running into you all here today is truly my lucky day." Pierce was visibly startled when he saw Wang Teng and the others, but he quickly composed himself, breaking into a look of delighted surprise. The sincerity radiating from his expression could put many Hollywood actors to shame. "Is that so? You're happy to see us? That's wonderful, because we're just as happy to see you," Tony replied, his tone laced with sarcasm, his smile never reaching his eyes. If it weren't for the need to extract the locations of all Hydra bases from Pierce, Tony would have loved nothing more than to blast him with a repulsor right then and there. Of course, Pierce noticed Tony's obvious disdain, but he couldn't have cared less. He didn't believe these people could do anything to him. After all, his public identity was that of the Secretary of the World Security Council. No matter how much they disliked him, if they dared to lay a finger on him, they'd be making enemies of the entire world. "Is that so? Well, in that case, perhaps we can have a good chat. I've heard you're also a technical consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony. I feel that a lot of SHLD's tech could really use an upgrade. Don't you agree, Nick?" Having already sensed Tony Stark's hostility, Pierce had no intention of forcing a warm friendship. He deftly steered the conversation in another direction, turning to address Nick Fury, who had remained silent from the beginning. The atmosphere in the room felt strange. Could there be some piece of intelligence he was missing? Pierce made a mental note to review SHLD's internal reports more thoroughly later. Thanks to the chaos of the Battle of New York, he'd been neglecting S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs lately. Tony Stark really was a nuisance. He'd promised not to meddle in the weapons industry anymore, but because of the Battle of New York, Pierce's Hydra faction should have been able to quietly claim a significant share of the alien weaponry. Instead, Tony had muscled in and, leveraging his influence, snatched up the entire post-battle cleanup operation for himself. This sudden development created a significant obstacle for his fellow Hydra members in acquiring alien weaponry from New York. Still, fortunately, the alien technology and equipment they had already secured was sufficient for internal research and use. Once the Insight Project was fully realized and all these unstable elements were eliminated, all of Stark Industries' alien equipment would rightfully belong to Hydra. Hail Hydra! At last, the spring that belonged to them was about to arrive, and soon, Earth itself would be under Hydra's rule. As this thought crossed his mind, Alexander Pierce allowed himself what he believed was a charming smile. Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to argue with Pierce. He simply cast a spell that froze Pierce in place, then forced his mouth open and poured an entire bottle of truth serum down his throat. Pierce's grin froze on his face, replaced by utter bewilderment. What on earth were these people planning? Were they staging a mutiny? Or did they intend to torture him for information? Pierce hardly believed they had any real leverage over him. And did they really think that, by making him drink some strange interrogation potion, he would confess secrets he didn't wish to share? That would be underestimating Alexander Pierce. After all, he was the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., trained to withstand the most rigorous tests any agent could face. So, what's your plan? Resort to violence? Let me remind you, what you're doing right now is a crime. Release me immediately, and I might consider going easy on you for the sake of your past service in defending New York. Alexander Pierce sneered. No matter how powerful these people were, so what? It was an era of peace. Did they really intend to make enemies of the whole world? Fools who understood nothing of politics. Of all the people present, the only one Pierce truly regarded as a threat was Nick Fury, his most outstanding protege, whom he had personally trained. Still, there was little to fear. For years, Nick Fury had been dancing to his tune, knowing only what Pierce allowed him to know. Tell us everything you know about Hydra's members and the locations of your bases. Don't leave anything out. There was no reason to waste words with someone like this. Wang Teng went straight to the point, determined to cut through the tangle and rip Hydra out by the roots. Pierce's mouth was even faster than his mind. While his thoughts were still reeling, wondering why Wang Teng would suddenly question him about Hydra, his lips had already begun to spill every secret he knew about Hydra, one after another, before he could even react. Alexander Pierce's expression shifted from shock to terror, unable to comprehend why his mouth was betraying him so thoroughly, spilling so many classified secrets against his will. What frightened him even more was that none of these thoughts had been in his mind. He was saying them all himself, as if compelled by some invisible force. Could have been that strange drink Wang Teng had just given him? Yet he'd never heard of any truth serum so powerful, so absolute. It simply defied all logic and science. Pierce realized that he was finished. In fact, it wasn't just him. Hydra as a whole was about to suffer a devastating blow. Thankfully, Hydra's bases were built with extreme secrecy, some even hidden deep beneath the ocean. Still, it was a bitter thought. He'd never get to enjoy ruling the world. But as long as something happened to him, the other Hydra members would quickly disappear underground, ensuring the organization's survival. So long as a spark remained, Hydra would one day rise to dominate the Earth. Wang Teng had no idea what Alexander Pierce was thinking, nor would he have cared even if he did. Those Hydra agents, crooked and rotten to the core, thought they could escape his pursuit? Once the hunt began, not a single one of them stood a chance. What followed was essentially a one-man confession session from Alexander Pierce himself. His emotions cycled from terror to astonishment and finally to resignation. After all, he had no control over his own tongue. One by one, the others took their turns, interrogating him to extract every last detail, until even Nick Fury himself joined in the questioning. After 2 or 3 hours of relentless probing, Pierce had confessed everything, down to embarrassing childhood secrets. Yet the information he gave left everyone but Wang Teng in a heavy silence. The power and reach of Hydra was truly terrifying. Compared to Hydra's infiltration of global governments, the issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed almost trivial. Even though over 70% of SHLD's combat personnel were Hydra members, that was manageable. New soldiers could always be recruited. What truly shocked and troubled everyone was the depth of Hydra's reach into the highest echelons of power. According to Pierce, even the presidents of some smaller nations were Hydra agents. This revelation plunged their planned campaign against Hydra into uncertainty. Destroying Hydra's bases would be easy. They had the strength, and now, even a spaceship on their side. No military force on Earth could withstand such an attack. But with so many world leaders involved, they had no choice but to proceed with extreme caution. Any rash action could plunge the whole world into chaos. After Pierce had finished recounting everything, he looked at everyone with a sneer. Didn't you all want to go up against Hydra? Wasn't destroying Hydra your grand objective? Now that I've revealed every bit of intelligence on Hydra to you, go on. Wipe them out if you can. Pierce now looked utterly defiant, like a man who had nothing left to lose. He knew his days were numbered, so he took a certain pleasure in needling these so-called superheroes one last time. Shut up, you bastard. Steve slammed his fist into Pierce's face. Tony, who had wanted to take action himself, was a step too late, and could only retreat, frustrated. He was afraid that if he struck with his armored fist, he'd smash Pierce's skull to pieces. Among everyone present, perhaps only the two Asgardians and Wang Teng felt entirely at ease. After all, these were just a bunch of politicians. What did it matter if they were dealt with? As a great man once said, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. As long as your own fist is strong enough, you can crush any disobedient politician. And once you bring out all the evidence against Hydra, who would dare say otherwise? Wang Teng shared his thoughts with Steve and the others. Although they felt uneasy, Nick Fury even voiced his strong opposition. None of them could come up with a better plan. What? Are you really planning to let Hydra linger on as some sort of New Year's celebration? Wang Teng pressed them. Just like their own propaganda says, cut off one head and 9 more grow in its place. If we don't seize this opportunity to root out Hydra completely, you can be sure they'll rise from the ashes someday, dreaming of overthrowing the world. Wang Teng's words thundered through their minds. Indeed, this was the perfect moment to purge Hydra. As long as they could eradicate Hydra's members from top to bottom and gather enough evidence, all their problems would disappear. There would be pain in the short term, but lasting peace would follow. Of course, that was easier said than done. The real difficulty lay in how scattered Hydra's members were. Rooting them all out would be a long, arduous process. Fortunately, most of the politicians infiltrated by Hydra were fair-weather turncoats. Aside from a few die-hard loyalists, the majority of these political Hydra members were the type to go wherever the benefits were greatest. It didn't matter if you were Hydra or a 9-headed toad. If you paid them, they'd switch sides without a second thought. As for those people, it was best to leave them to Nick Fury to handle. That way, Wang Teng and the others would have a much lighter workload, as long as all of Hydra's secret bases and armed forces are wiped out. The remaining members will be like fish on a chopping board, ready to be dealt with however we please. The top priority right now is to purge the Hydra forces embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Among them are many of Hydra's core fighters and most loyal followers. Their leaders are already in the hands of Wang Teng and the others, so dealing with the rest is almost laughably easy. They simply booked the largest conference room and, using the list of high-ranking names obtained from Pierce, called each one in, one after another. Whoever walked in was promptly dealt with, no exceptions. To Wang Teng, The whole process felt like playing a tower defense game, but with a max level account facing off against the weakest waves. In fact, it barely counted as a challenge. The Hydra members summoned into the conference room didn't suspect a thing. As soon as they entered, the captain and his team took them down effortlessly, leaving Wang Teng to sit back and watch the show. As they worked their way down the ranks, Wang Teng noticed that the lower-tier Hydra fighters hardly deserved to be called agents. They were more like ordinary workers, just hired hands loyal only to their paychecks. Whoever paid more, they'd serve, no questions asked. This reminded Wang Teng of a recent conversation about the idea of Hydra as a nation, where everyone's a member, but hardly anyone knows what it really means. Many of these lower-level operatives had no real understanding of what Hydra was. All they did was shout "Hail Hydra" when ordered, carry out whatever orders came from above, and collect their bonuses at the end of the day. This revelation made Steve and the others grow increasingly grim. If these fighters had been die-hard Hydra zealots, Steve might have felt a little better about the situation. But as it stood, most of them seemed to be clueless fools, or worse, soulless tools unable to distinguish right from wrong. Many of the captured Hydra underlings still protested loudly, insisting they were just regular workers following orders from above, so why should they be arrested? Everything they'd done, they argued, was simply carrying out commands. Wang Teng's inclination was to eliminate them all, once and for all, to avoid any trouble and ensure that no one slipped through the cracks to help Hydra rise from the ashes. But at this moment, the captain's bleeding heart got in the way. Steve believed that many of these people could still be reformed, that their crimes didn't warrant death. They were simply deceived by Hydra. He thought it best to let them repent in prison for the rest of their lives, and even Tony was persuaded by his words. Wang Teng was thoroughly exasperated. The enemy had already hurled a mushroom cloud right at their heads, yet Steve was still thinking about mercy. Each and every Hydra member present had blood on their hands. Innocent blood, at that. How could they possibly deserve leniency? Here you are. You speak of mercy with them here, but what about those innocent victims from before? Who showed the mercy? Was it God? In the end, it was Hela who came up with the perfect solution. Send every member of Hydra to the underworld mines. In that peculiar realm, they would atone by mining with their human bodies while alive, and even after death, their souls wouldn't escape. They'd still be put to work. Only after countless ages, when their souls were gradually worn away, would their atonement be complete. If they were ordinary criminals, Steve might have thought this punishment a bit cruel. But since they had chosen to join Hydra, the very fact that they weren't executed on the spot was already an act of mercy. Steve was quite satisfied with this outcome. Tony, at first, was dissatisfied with this arrangement. Not with the method itself, but with the idea of having these people labor for aliens. That didn't sit well with him. Tony even considered buying a few mines himself and sending all these people to dig for him instead, thinking at least that would contribute to Earth's development. But in the end, when Hela agreed to let Tony have a share of the alien minerals they extracted, Tony immediately agreed. He even began discussing with the others about sending every politician who'd joined Hydra to the mines as well, so they could make themselves useful to the very end. Wang Teng was also pleased with this result. From now on, not only would these Hydra members no longer be a burden on human prisons, they'd even generate income for Earth. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win-win situation. The only catch was that, when it came time to attack the Hydra bases, they couldn't just wipe everyone out in one fell swoop. They'd have to try to capture as many alive as possible. After all, these people represented money and resources. Tony had already agreed to purchase the minerals they mined at a set price and divide it among the other Avengers, so everyone would get a share. Besides Tony and Wang Teng, the others weren't exactly poor, but they couldn't be called wealthy either. Especially Thor, who'd been living off Jane Foster during his time on Earth. Now that Jane had broken up with him, they couldn't let him end up begging on the street, could they? Of course, things would never get to that point. Tony, the others, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would never abandon this alien prince. Still, there's a world of difference between having your own money and relying on others' charity. During his time on Earth, Thor had truly come to appreciate the allure of money. Back when Thor lived in Asgard, he never carried money with him. Even when he went to taverns for a drink, he never paid a single coin. Afterward, the tavern keeper would simply go to a special office in the Asgardian palace to settle the bill. But here, on Earth, there's no one to pick up the tab for him, unless he's willing to have an agent shadow him everywhere he goes, or he resigns himself to finding a job. Yet every time he imagines himself washing dishes in a restaurant, Thor shudders. Even though his father, Odin, hasn't thought much of him lately, if Thor really worked a mortal job on Earth as the crown prince of Asgard, he'd probably be in for a beating when he returned home. The fate of Hydra was, in essence, sealed during these few people's conversations. Nick Fury couldn't get a word in. The situation had grown beyond his control. For now, all he could do was think about how to negotiate with Tony Stark later, perhaps to trade for a share of those alien minerals. As things stood, Hydra's destruction on Earth was inevitable. In fact, Wang Teng thought the members of Hydra should feel grateful to him. After all, not everyone gets to enjoy a free trip to space, even if their tickets were strictly one way. It took the group an entire day just to root out all the Hydra operatives embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and those hidden in New York. The next challenge, ferreting out Hydra members across the globe, would certainly take far longer. Indeed, it took them more than half a year to completely clean out every last Hydra. After all, capturing people alive is a far different task than simply wiping them out. If all he wanted was to destroy them, Wang Teng could have flattened entire Hydra bases with a single blow. But since they needed prisoners, it required much more effort. Because the operation stretched on for so long, Wang Teng even used coordinates provided by Hela to open a temporary portal between Earth and Helheim, sending each captured Hydra operative straight through as soon as they were caught. Over the course of that 6-month campaign, they apprehended more than 700,000 Hydra members, a staggering number. That left everyone deeply shaken. In fact, in one small Southeast Asian nation, the entire population of more than 30,000 turned out to be Hydra operatives. If Wang Teng hadn't been ruthless enough, and if Helheim didn't have enough space to accommodate Earth's new interstellar workers, nobody would have dared make a move against such a country, no matter how insignificant it seemed. After Wang Teng and his companions quickly cleared out that small nation, the resulting social upheaval sent shockwaves through neighboring countries. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't intervened behind the scenes, it could very well have become the spark for a much larger conflict. Even so, the actions of Wang Teng and his companions had already provoked the discontent of all the top authorities. These countries might tolerate the existence of superpowered heroes, but they would never allow them to attempt anything that threatened to overthrow their governments. That was where they drew the line, an absolute bottom line that could not be crossed. If it hadn't been for Asgard, the openly recognized powerhouse of the Nine Realms, standing as a shield in front, and for Nick Fury personally providing assurances to the world's leaders, along with hard evidence that the culprits were members of Hydra, the unrest among the nations might barely have been contained. Otherwise, a major war would have been almost inevitable. It's worth noting that, at the time, Hela had deployed the elite forces of Helheim to forcibly restore order. Without her intervention, it would have been pure fantasy for Wang Teng and just a handful of people to try to round up and control a population of over 300,000. On top of that, Tony Stark had to give up the lion's share of the mining profits from these captives, just to silence the major powers. Once the big countries had been pacified, the smaller nations naturally couldn't stir up much trouble. Yet this affair left a thorn in the hearts of all the other countries, a lingering suspicion not just toward the Avengers, but toward Asgard as well. After all, the troops sent from Helheim this time were Hela's best, far beyond the likes of the Chitauri aliens during the Battle of New York, and nothing like the skeleton army from Thor, Ragnarok. Frankly speaking, those earlier forces were just there to give Thor a hard time for fun. For the first time, humanity on Earth truly glimpsed the might of the universe's most powerful empires, their soldiers bristling with advanced technology, casting a shadow over the minds of every world leader. In the aftermath, Jane Foster officially joined the Avengers, adding another scientist/combatant to their ranks. Thor, for his part, finally learned the truth. Hela was his real elder sister. He received several well-deserved lessons from her, and from then on, he became Hela's obedient little brother and loyal follower. Of course, Thor made a quick trip back to Asgard to verify these revelations, but he didn't even get to spend a night there before being kicked out, reportedly by his own wife, Loki. Not only did he miss out on a few days of wedded bliss, he barely had time to catch a glimpse of his 6-month-old son. Thor never explained exactly what happened. He simply became even more active in subsequent missions, throwing himself into action with a zeal that surpassed even his former antics as a love-struck hero in front of Jane. Afterwards, the Avengers encountered far greater obstacles in their operations. If not for Nick Fury's tireless mediation, who knows how many internal battles they might have fought. Later, Wang Teng discovered that the Baron who lived in the suburbs of New York played a significant role behind the scenes, the very same man who, in the original story, had single-handedly torn the Avengers apart. I have to admit, his skills are truly impressive. Even without the assistance of the Winter Soldier and others, he still managed to cause the Avengers quite a lot of trouble. He simply didn't get the chance to drive the team apart. In the end, it was the super AI aboard the Falcon that detected something was amiss. Only then did everyone become aware of this person's existence. The outcome, however, was straightforward. No matter how much injustice you suffered during the Battle of New York, now you're coming with us to dig mines in Hell's underworld. Since you're so keen on helping Hydra, I'm sure you'll also be happy to help them mine, contributing to Earth's development. By the time everything had finally settled, nearly a year had passed. The Avengers were now on the blacklist of every nation on Earth. If it weren't for Wang Teng and the presence of the Asgardian prince and princess among them, it's very likely we would have seen another Sokovia Accords in play. Of course, the main reason was still Asgard itself, a towering mountain weighing down on humanity. As for Wang Teng, honestly, apart from a few top-tier nations, most people didn't even know who he was. Some countries did try to introduce regulations to restrict superheroes, but this time, none of the leading nations took the first step, so the matter eventually fizzled out. Instead, every country simply imposed stricter rules on their own superpowered citizens. Although all the Hydra members were ultimately sent to mine in Helheim, the rest of the Avengers found little joy in it. On the contrary, they seemed gloomy day after day. After all, being shunned by the entire world is enough to dampen anyone's spirits. Even Natasha and Barton, under mounting pressure, were completely dismissed from S.H.I.E.L.D. by Nick Fury, marking their official entry into the Avengers and a clean break from S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself suffered heavy losses this time, landing on the unwelcome list of other countries. Though it still wielded some influence globally, that power had been drastically curtailed, and it was now close to becoming little more than a domestic agency. Nick Fury was helpless in the face of all this. Fortunately, Wang Teng had managed to acquire a fair number of high-tech gadgets from Asgard, providing Tony and his team with new material for research and development. With Stark Industries' clean energy initiative and the steady stream of new technological tools, they slowly began to regain a voice on the world stage. Still, it was bound to be a long, arduous journey. Yet Wang Teng no longer cared about how long it would take. For now, there was nothing on Earth urgent enough to require the Avengers' intervention. In the Dark Dimension, the Ancient One had her own plans. There was no need for Wang Teng to interfere. As for the convergence of the 9 realms, that would happen soon enough, and when it did, the Reality Stone would likely emerge. Given the current reputation of the Avengers team worldwide, it will probably be difficult for them to intervene openly at that time. All they can do is let the ASEAN countries endure some hardships on their own first. As for the Dark Elves, Wang Teng only asked Tony to keep a closer eye on them, and that was enough. Hela would make her appearance when the time was right, bringing this spicy shredded chicken dish to the table just at the critical moment. After half a year filled with all sorts of trivial matters, Wang Teng was finally able to relax. It was at this time that he finally received some good news. The 2 sets of armor he had been eagerly awaiting in his domain had finally matured. Along with them, Thor's oversized Mjolnir and several new little gadgets were also ready. Now, Wang Teng was planning to go and gleefully harvest his finished creations. At last, Wang Teng saw the armor he had been yearning for, and he also learned their names: the armor of the War God and the armor of life. Let's start with the armor of the War God. Just judging by its appearance, the mature armor of the War God exuded an aura of solemnity and menace. Its entire surface was a deep, obsidian black, but faint streaks of crimson light shimmered beneath. Ordinarily, an object shrouded in black and glowing with red would give off an ominous, evil impression. Yet this armor of the War God was utterly free of any malevolent feeling. Not only did it lack any sense of foreboding, but it also radiated a sense of grandeur and majesty, awe-inspiring and untouchable. It felt less like a suit of armor and more like a war god who battled heaven and earth. One must realize just how powerful Wang Teng's mental strength had become. At his level, there was little in the world that could influence his mind. Yet the mere presence of the aura carried by this armor filled him with a sense of awe and heroism. Whoever dared to wear this armor would truly be wrapped in a war god's halo. Ordinary people would be struck with reverence at the sight. If someone were to face this armor as its enemy, they would likely falter before the battle even began. For those whose will was not absolutely resolute, there would be no need for a fight. They would surrender outright. This was the very essence of conquering without battle. Even if the armor of the war god had no other functions, the sheer power of the aura it exuded would be enough to call it a top-tier divine artifact. It truly lived up to its name. The mere appearance of the armor of the war god filled Wang Teng with delight. He had not expected such a great surprise as soon as it matured. Of course, if this were all it offered, it would hardly be worthy of being called the Seed of Destruction's battle armor. Wang Teng carefully studied the specific functions of the armor. Its incredible attributes shocked even someone as knowledgeable as he was, prompting him to exclaim, "Unbelievable." Aside from its striking appearance and intimidating aura, the armor of the war god had only one other ability: amplification, and it's not just a simple amplification function. either. No matter who puts on this suit of armor, all of their abilities are instantly doubled. At first glance, that might not seem like such a big deal. After all, the higher your level, the greater the boost appears. But this war god's armor truly embodies the spirit of battle. In a normal state, it amplifies your abilities twofold. If you're furious and engaged in combat, the amplification can soar anywhere from 2 to 100 times. Sounds exaggerated, doesn't it? But there's more. If the wearer is injured, the amplification rises exponentially, potentially climbing from 100 times to a staggering 1,000,000 times without any problem. Think about it. Even an ordinary person, if wounded while wearing the war god's armor, could unleash a punch powerful enough to shatter a planet. This isn't just the war god's armor anymore. This should be called the superhuman's armor. Whoever dons this armor instantly transforms into a superhero. Impressive as that may seem, that's still not the limit. If the wearer is on the verge of death, the armor can unleash an amplification. From 10 million times the wearer's original strength, all the way to the maximum, meaning there's essentially no upper cap to its power. By this logic, even an average person, with only a single breath left, could theoretically destroy the entire universe. Of course, that's not entirely practical, since with only a breath left, a regular person wouldn't even be able to lift a finger. From these numbers, it's clear this armor is far more than just a legendary artifact. If Wang Teng were to put it on, he could boast without reservation. Black Phoenix? Creator God? Bring them all on. I'll take 10 at once. The only condition is that Wang Teng must not be finished off in a single blow. That's right. Wang Teng was swelling with pride. After seeing the stats of this armor, he felt ready to soar up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He could already imagine that, as long as he wore this armor, no matter what enemy he faced, as long as they couldn't instantly kill him, even if he was beaten within an inch of his life, he could turn the tables and take them down. Then, with a single immortal being, he'd be back to full strength in no time. For Wang Teng, this wasn't just armor, it was a cheat code. The only minor downside was that using this cheat might hurt a little. After finishing his inspection of the war god's armor, Wang Teng turned his attention to another suit, round and plump like a spacesuit, the armor of life. As its twin, born from the same seed, if the war god's armor was already this formidable, the armor of life certainly wouldn't be a letdown. At the very least, it must be on the same level. After reviewing the data on the armor of life, Wang Teng immediately found himself torn. According to the logic of Xianxiao novels, this suit, which looked somewhat like a space suit, endearingly clumsy, was the legendary heaven and earth tower of supreme purity. As long as one wore it, they would stand unshakable, invincible. Though the armor of life lacked an imposing appearance and its functions were straightforward, simply boosting defense and vitality, it was pure in its simplicity. The way it enhanced the wearer's defensive capability far exceeded normal parameters, bordering on the domain of cheats or hacks. To put it plainly, an ordinary person wearing the armor of life could wade through a field of mushrooms without a care, even bury themselves among them and remain unharmed. It was important to recall that during the Battle of New York, when Tony planted mushrooms on the Chitauri ship, he destroyed their main vessel in one blow. Although the Chitauri hadn't activated their energy shields, if those mushrooms had been replaced with conventional missiles, Earth's entire arsenal might have been emptied before the ship was fully destroyed. After all, these mushrooms were humanity's ultimate weapon, a last resort equalizer. With this armor, anyone could walk the Earth untouched. Short of locking the wearer away for life, there was simply no way to harm them. While it didn't increase offensive power or add all sorts of fancy attributes, its defensive capabilities were unmatched. And, true to its name, it also significantly boosted vitality. If the average person had a life value of 100 points, donning this armor would multiply that 100-fold. To put in perspective, a normal person might survive 7 days without food. With the armor, they could last 700 days, almost 2 years, without eating or drinking. For cultivators, the effect was even more staggering. Take Wang Teng, for instance. Once he put on the armor of life, he could face the explosion of the universe with a smile. Even if Thanos snapped his fingers, Wang Teng could simply say, "Sorry, I got a cheat code." Even the combined power of all 6 stones probably couldn't break through my defenses. Today, Wang Teng's horizons have been broadened. Others might cross into a new world and run wild with just one cheat item. But now, Wang Teng felt like he could distribute cheats wholesale. With these 2 suits of armor in hand, Wang Teng felt confident he could take on anyone, one-on-one or against a crowd. It was like a max-level player bullying the starter village. What delighted Wang Teng most was that the designer of the armor of life had clearly considered its less-than-stylish appearance. The suit could be fused to the surface of one's skin, appearing completely invisible. While losing none of its defensive power, the armor of the god of war truly resembled a legendary artifact. It could be absorbed directly into the body and summoned at will, ready to wear whenever needed. The only thing that irked Wang Teng was that these two sets of armor couldn't merge into one. Not only that, they even seemed to repel each other slightly. While it didn't prevent Wang Teng from using them simultaneously, if both suits were worn at the same time, it would somewhat diminish their peak performance. Wang Teng didn't want to give up either piece. The armor of life allowed him to face any attack without worry, while the armor of the god of war let him strike down his foes without hesitation. So what if there was a minor flaw? Even with that slight imperfection, both were top-tier, super-cosmic level equipment. Wang Teng wasn't about to be generous and gift one of these armors to anyone. He hadn't reached that level of friendship with anyone, so it was safest to keep both for himself. After carefully storing away the two sets of armor, he finally turned his attention to the Mjolnir seed he had planted long ago. Recently, Wang Teng hadn't paid much attention to the progress of the Thunder God's hammer. The main reason was that its growth had been so utterly unexpected that he'd subconsciously ignored it. Now that it had matured, Wang Teng could finally see what kind of fruit it had borne. The first thing he saw was a peculiar, bizarre-looking fruit. A real, honest-to-goodness fruit. At a single glance, Wang Teng immediately recognized what it reminded him of. Wasn't this just like the devil fruit from One Piece? Upon inspecting it, Wang Teng's hunch was almost confirmed, but he guessed wrong. It wasn't called a devil fruit after all. It was named the Heart of Thunder. When he saw the name, Wang Teng was practically struck speechless. At the very least, it could have had a different appearance. This design was blatant piracy from One Piece. He checked the detailed description. The Heart of Thunder grants the eater a thunderous constitution, slowly reforming the body until one can merge entirely with lightning, becoming thunder itself, and ultimately ascending as the true god of thunder. According to the description, the most suitable candidate to eat it would certainly be that big oaf Thor. After all, he was already the god of thunder, with immense thunderous power coursing through his veins. If Thor ate this fruit, it would accelerate his transformation into the true god of thunder. But from another perspective, giving it to Thor would also be the greatest waste. With diligent training, Thor was destined to awaken all the divine power within him and become the true god of thunder. He might not even need to train that hard. Given enough years, he'd naturally gain full mastery over his divine powers. Yet this Heart of Thunder fruit could turn an ordinary person into a new god of thunder, one who might even surpass the original Thor. This left Wang Teng somewhat conflicted. The thing was of little use to him. At his current level, lightning was simply another form of energy to manipulate. If he wished, he could be even more of a thunder god than the thunder god himself. Perhaps it would be best to discuss with the others after stepping outside, to see who might benefit most from it. Next came another fruit born from the thunder god's hammer. This one plunged Wang Teng into deep reminiscence, and a distant melody from his memory played in his mind. What kind of saber is this? A golden ring broadsword. What kind of sword is this? The crescent moon sword. What kind of person is this? Someone who can leap over roofs and walk on walls. This fruit looked exactly like the golden ring broadsword from Wang Teng's memories. One could hardly blame him for not noticing it among the fruits produced by the thunder god's hammer. At first glance, he'd even wondered if he'd somehow planted a kitchen knife by mistake. Who would have thought that a hammer could produce a saber? Wang Teng almost wanted to ask, "Are you a proper hammer?" Surely not. Or else why would it be called the Meow Meow hammer? Regardless of whether the hammer was proper or not, what mattered was that this saber was ripe, ready to be harvested. He glanced at its description, and sure enough, its name was the Golden Ring Broadsword. Now, that was down to earth. And as he read further, Wang Teng was amazed. This was a top-tier weapon. Its attributes were summed up in just 8 bold characters. Unbreakable, unstoppable. Such a description was remarkable, simple and direct, to the point where Wang Teng almost couldn't believe it. It looked like a broadsword straight out of a martial arts novel, with nothing outwardly unusual, yet dared to boast of such power? Wang Teng picked it up and gave it a casual swing. The result startled him out of his wits. What did he see? With just a flick of the wrist, the blade sliced through the air, and a rift in space itself appeared where it passed. Space had been severed, and Wang Teng hadn't even exerted himself, just a casual motion. To so effortlessly slice open space, this was on the level of the legendary heaven-opening axe. This defied all logic. Could Thor's hammer really grow something of this caliber? It wasn't just unscientific. Wang Teng felt it was beyond fantasy, beyond myth. It shattered his very notion of what a weapon could be. He even sensed that, if he were to apply a bit more strength, add a touch of magic, he could easily cleave the earth beneath his feet, and even the Ancient One, wielding the Time Stone, would be powerless to undo it. For with this saber in his hand, Wang Teng wouldn't just split the earth, he could sever the very fabric of time itself. Wang Teng's palms were slick with sweat. He couldn't help but feel that what he was holding wasn't just a golden-ringed broadsword. It was more like a legendary artifact of mythic power. This thing was downright terrifying. He had no idea how to deal with the broadsword in his hands. Wang Teng didn't even dare wield it, worried that with a single careless move, he might end up splitting the entire universe in two. Of course, he didn't actually possess that kind of strength, at least not yet. After all, to do such a thing, one's blade energy would first have to be powerful enough to cut through the universe itself. Only then could a weapon truly claim the power to destroy worlds. That's why Wang Teng found the whole situation unbelievable. For something on the level of Thor's hammer to produce a weapon of such devastation, it just didn't make sense. In the hands of an ordinary person, a weapon like this would be unstoppable, cutting through anything in its path. But in the hands of a cultivator, it was an entirely different story. The real trouble was that this golden-ringed broadsword wasn't even a magical treasure, so Wang Teng couldn't store it inside his body as cultivators often did. This left him at a loss. No matter where he put this weapon, he never felt it was safe. Although his own land seemed secure for now, there was always the chance, however slim, that something could go wrong. It was safest to keep the weapon with him at all times. But the sword didn't even have a scabbard, and Wang Teng doubted any ordinary material could serve as one. If he simply slung it across his back, he suspected that even his life armor might not withstand its edge. If he ever slipped and the blade touched him by accident, that would be a tragedy beyond measure. Letting out a weary sigh, Wang Teng couldn't help but lament. This sword was really more trouble than it was worth. Aside from these 4 items, Wang Teng had collected quite a few smaller gadgets as well, mostly high-tech products he'd picked up from the Asgard marketplace. Most of them were little trinkets with limited use, the worst being a quantum communicator that, inexplicably, sprouted a bunch of old-fashioned brick-sized cell phones. While the majority of these gadgets were of little use to him, there was one unexpected find that made it all worthwhile, a shrink ray from the world of Doraemon. Just this one item felt like hitting the jackpot. For Wang Teng, what he hoped for most now were items from all kinds of fantastical worlds. These things completely defied logic and ignored the usual rules. They were like devices that could alter causality itself. After organizing his haul, he planted some new products brought back from Asgard, leaving the rest to be managed by Xiaolong. This little dragon's intelligence far surpassed that of its predecessor. Now, most of the intelligent robots on Wang Teng's island had already been activated, all thanks to Xiaolong's efforts. At this point, Xiaolong had essentially become the leader. Of all the robots on the island in the past, Wang Teng never bothered to keep things in order. The old generation robotic assistant, Xiaolong, usually just tidied up the house and did some basic cleaning. But as more and more guests started visiting, Xiaolong had to take on the role of cooking as well. It was obvious that a single smart robot simply couldn't handle all the work. After consulting with Wang Teng, Xiaolong activated every available robot on the island. To be honest, with all these robots running, Wang Teng's private island now looked far more high-tech than Tony's mansion. Once everything was arranged, Wang Teng suited up in 2 sets of armor, though he kept the God of War armor stored within his body, while the life armor was hidden just beneath his skin. He tucked the shrinking gun and the Thunderheart fruit safely away in his own storage space, then carefully picked up the golden-ringed saber and left his secret base. Wang Teng's cautious demeanor as he handled the blade came as a surprise to Hela. Having known Wang Teng for quite some time, she had never seen him act so carefully before. Wang Teng himself was troubled by the inconvenience the blade caused, considering that Asgard was one of the top forces in the universe. He wondered if Hela might know how to have a scabbard made for such a weapon. Otherwise, it was simply too intimidating to carry around. To his surprise, the problem that had been giving him a headache was easily solved by Hela. No matter how razor-sharp the golden-ringed saber was, only its edge was truly dangerous. As long as a scabbard was crafted with enough space to keep clear of the blade and outfitted with energy and spatial stabilizers, there would be no risk of accidentally slicing the planet in two, unless, of course, someone deliberately tried to swing it. Naturally, the saber also left Hela in awe. She could hardly believe that such an outrageous weapon existed anywhere in the universe. This blade was far beyond the scope of any so-called relic. Even Odin's eternal spear, celebrated as the greatest artifact and famed for its unerring aim, still required the power to pierce through an opponent's armor. Wang Teng's golden-ringed saber, on the other hand, was a law unto itself. Nothing in the world could withstand a single slash from it. Hela even produced the hardest known star tungsten ore in the universe for a test, but under the saber's edge, it crumbled like soft tofu. It's worth noting that while this star tungsten ore is the hardest substance known, it's also the most useless. No one has ever found a way to process it. It won't melt at the sun's core, nor can a black hole alter its structure. Its only value lies in being collected as a curiosity. Deep down, Hella's sense of mystery about Wang Teng only grew stronger. She found herself more and more drawn to his life, eager to unravel the secrets behind his enigmatic existence. Over the past year, Wanda and Pietro have hardly given Wang Teng any trouble. In fact, Pietro has become the starting forward on their school's football team. Principal Alvin even took some time to discuss Pietro's academic performance with Wang Teng, hoping he could help Pietro improve his grades. Several universities have started to notice Pietro, and if his academic record weren't so dismal, his natural talent alone would be enough to get him into a very good college. Although Wang Teng sealed away Pietro's superpowers, the energy from those powers still constantly transforms his body. On the field, Pietro is now the fastest forward by far. If he didn't look quite so thin and frail, he probably would have been recruited by Texas A&M already. After all, American football is a sport built on physical confrontation, and while Pietro is quick, his slight build hardly inspires confidence in college scouts. If it were soccer instead, Pietro's style as a striker would make him a far hotter prospect. Unfortunately, Alvin's community school doesn't have a soccer team, which is rather a pity. Wang Teng, however, doesn't mind. He never expected Pietro or Wanda to become scientists or scholars. He just hoped they wouldn't be completely uneducated. In the end, both of them are destined to join the Avengers, or rather what is now called the Earth Guardians League, after Tony changed the name. Tony even funded the construction of the League Tower, though it's still unfinished. For now, their main headquarters are Tony's Malibu Villa and Wang Teng's private island. Wang Teng doesn't much care about all this. He's never been clear on what this group actually does during their so-called office hours. One thing is certain, though: governments around the world aren't particularly fond of Tony and his team. When trouble arises, most countries would rather handle things themselves than let the Guardians League's superheroes interfere. The memory of that small nation being shipped off to mine as punishment still lingers in everyone's mind. No one wants to share their fate. Still, since the major powers have now received shipments of alien minerals, their dissatisfaction has been tempered by these benefits, and for the moment, no one is complaining. Even so, the Guardians League is far from welcome internationally. In some places, they're even on official blacklists. Tony and his people don't seem to mind. After all, the vast majority of problems on Earth can be handled by ordinary people, and the League only steps in when things are truly beyond anyone else's ability to solve. By Wang Teng's calculations, according to the current timeline, Dormammu's arrival on Earth is imminent, and the Sorcerer Supreme is about to choose a successor. Thinking of all this, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a trace of melancholy in his heart. What Wang Teng hadn't anticipated was that, probably because he'd been stirring things up non-stop, Dormammu hadn't shown up yet. Instead, it was the Dark Elves who arrived first. Perhaps Wang Teng's presence had given the Ancient one more time to prepare for her plans, so for the time being, it seemed that Doctor Strange's succession would be postponed. It was Tony who first detected the unusual spatial fluctuations. After everyone investigated, Wang Teng speculated that the phenomenon was likely caused by a convergence of celestial bodies. To confirm this, he went to consult the Ancient One directly and received a definite answer. During that visit, he also met Stephen Strange, who was currently an apprentice in Camartage. Wang Teng briefed everyone on the situation with the Dark Elves, and Hela confirmed his account. Still, no one took the Dark Elves too seriously. After all, they had been sealed away for hundreds of thousands of years, and the technological gap between them and Asgard after all that time was not something a couple of black hole bombs could bridge. In the original story, even Thor never won for subtlety, managed to defeat them. Now, with the Guardians lineup far stronger than before, the threat seemed even less significant. The only real complication was that the governments of the Eastern Alliance were giving the Guardians no opportunity to intervene. Even though Tony had reported the Dark Elf situation to both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Eastern European authorities, there were still plenty of stubborn officials who insisted on handling things themselves, eager to prove their own strength first. Tony's discovery of the unstable spatial convergence was actually a stroke of luck. Wang Teng had brought back so many pieces of advanced technology from Asgard that even Tony's genius mind was at a loss for where to begin. It was while dismantling and analyzing these high-tech items that Tony inadvertently noticed the spatial instability, which prompted him to warn Wang Teng. But even without Tony's reminder, Hela had planned to inform Wang Teng about the convergence of the Nine Realms soon. How could Asgard not be paying attention to such an event? In fact, the Dark Elf dish was originally meant for Thor to handle. But now, Asgard clearly no longer pinned its hopes on Thor, because Asgard now had a Sola Thorson. For the time being, Tony and the others could only keep a close watch on the spatial fluctuations in the Eastern Alliance and stay in contact with Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. might not be all that popular these days, but Nick Fury was. A seasoned political operator, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was, after all, an organization dedicated to handling supernatural phenomena. When it came to the Eastern Alliance, Fury could still manage to get a foot in the door. This time, even. Nick Fury found himself entertaining the idea of letting the Guardians Alliance remain quiet for a while. After all, they now possessed alien weapons obtained from the last battle in New York, and he believed that with these they could take on the Dark Elves themselves. Based on the information he'd gathered from the Guardians, the Dark Elves have been sealed away for hundreds of thousands of years. Surely, their technology couldn't be that advanced anymore. But Nick Fury was making an assumption. Even if the Dark Elves had been sealed for such a long time, they had already been a dominant force across the cosmos long before that, while Earth's strength, even now, had not reached beyond the solar system, let alone being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a galactic superpower. The members of the Guardians Alliance had no solution for this. All they could do was wait until the Ocean side could no longer hold out and then step in themselves. Though this would mean suffering some losses, it might also help certain people come to terms with reality, rather than endlessly complaining in the future. In any case, the Dark Elves weren't about to invade right away. So for the moment, everyone's attention was fixed on the strange-looking fruit sitting in the middle of the table. This fruit, which Wang Teng called the Heart of Thunder, immediately captured everyone's interest once he explained its function. Even Hela felt tempted. According to Wang Teng, anyone who ate this fruit would evolve into a thunder god physique, not just a pseudo-Thor-wielding Mjolnir like Steve or Jane Foster, but someone whose very body brimmed with the divine power of thunder, just like Thor himself, or perhaps even surpassing him in the future. Thor's body, after all, only contained thunderous energy. At its core, it was still flesh and blood. No matter how dense his muscles and bones became, the essence of his life was not so different from that of an ordinary person. He still needed to gradually adapt his body to the growing divine power, hoping that quantity would eventually transform into quality. For Thor, this journey would be a long one. The Heart of Thunder was different. If someone consumed it, the very essence of their life would be continually elevated, transforming them into a true god of thunder. Though the process might be lengthy, it guaranteed a limit far beyond what Thor currently possessed, and there would be no bottlenecks holding them back. As long as they lived, they would keep growing stronger, and at a rapid pace. It might not take long before they surpassed Thor's current physical prowess. Now, the pressing question was, who should receive the Heart of Thunder? No matter who got it, their strength would soar dramatically. If someone as compatible as Thor obtained the Heart of Thunder, he might instantly evolve to stand on the same level as Odin himself. This fruit is called the Heart of Thunder, and I am the god of thunder. Clearly, I am the most suitable master for this fruit. At this moment, Thor was anything but naive. Lately, he had been feeling quite aggrieved. He had always thought he was the only god of thunder in this world, but to his utter surprise, now there were two more on Earth. One was Steve, who had evolved into Captain Thunder, and the other was his ex-girlfriend, Jane Foster, now known as Thunderstrike. A deep sense of urgency welled up within Thor. If he didn't level up soon, he feared he'd have to say farewell to the title of God of Thunder for good. You said yourself, you are already the god of thunder. You're still young, and in time, you'll grow into your full power. This fruit would benefit you the least. Honestly, giving it to you would be a waste. So, I propose you be the first to be excluded from consideration. Tony spoke up, immediately putting Thor out of running. Among everyone present, aside from Thor, Tony was probably the one most eager for the fruit. After all, without his armor, Tony was the weakest of them all. Even Wanda and Pietro, once they entered university, would gradually have their powers unlocked by Wang Teng. By then, both would be formidable superhumans. Tony had witnessed Pietro's blinding speed. At that pace, not just ordinary people, but even powerful superhumans might struggle to handle him. But physically, Tony wasn't much stronger than the average person. Without his suit, even the only two other ordinary folks present, Natasha the Black Widow and Clint Barton the Hawkeye, could easily wipe the floor with him. As for Jane Foster, in Tony's eyes, she was no longer an ordinary human either. With Mjolnir and a necklace gifted by Wang Teng, she was a force to be reckoned with, a female god of thunder, ready for battle or defense. Though, armored up, Tony believed that with his genius intellect, he would one day achieve greatness equal to anyone here. Still, which man wouldn't want a body that was powerful on its own? As for Dr. Banner, he had absolutely no desire for the Heart of Thunder. He was already on the verge of merging completely with the Hulk. After years of practicing the mantras of tranquility, the Hulk's influence on him had grown weaker and weaker. In fact, Dr. Banner could now transform into the Hulk at will, while remaining fully conscious. As things stood, it seemed the Hulk would soon vanish from this universe. Not as in the original story, where he remained in his Professor Hulk form, but rather transforming only when battle demanded it. Dr. Banner was extremely satisfied with this new state, and thus had no need for the Heart of Thunder. Jane Foster had only recently joined the group. Although she admired the Thunder Heart, she had no intention of asking for it. In fact, just as Tony suspected, Jane Foster was now truly someone who could advance or retreat as the situation demanded, and her main profession remained scientific research. Occasionally, she would join the Guardians in battle, but for the most part, Jane saw herself as a scientist. At present, the ones who seemed to covet the Thunder Heart most intensely were Thor and Tony. Tony and Thor argued endlessly, neither able to sway the other, until Barton finally spoke up. "I don't think either of you is the right fit for this fruit," he said. "Tony, you're always upgrading your suits, and your role should really be more of a scientist and leader, not just a warrior. As for Thor, like you mentioned, he already commands the power of thunder, and that power will only grow stronger with training and age. Giving him this fruit would be a waste." Tony and Thor looked at Barton in surprise. Did he want to compete for the Thunder Fruit himself? That wouldn't be out of the question, given Barton's skills. If he gained the power of the Thunder Fruit, his future prospects would be limitless. Though neither Tony nor Thor was thrilled at the idea of another competitor, they didn't try to exclude him. Fair competition was only right, and in the end, the decision still rested with Wang Teng. Barton immediately understood what they were thinking, but then he said something that caught them both off guard. "I really don't need the fruit right now," Barton said. "After all, I'm an archer. I fight from a distance. And the bow Wang Teng brought me this time is perfect. It's more than enough for now. Honestly, of everyone here, I think Natasha needs the fruit the most." Tony paused, lost in thought. At this point, aside from Natasha and Barton, everyone else was relatively balanced in offense and defense. Only these two lagged behind the rest. Just as Barton had said, considering Barton's role as a long-range shooter, it did seem that Natasha was the one who could benefit most from a power-up like the Thunder Heart. Wang Teng glanced at Barton. He knew the two of them were close friends, but he hadn't expected their bond to run this deep. Barton was willing to suggest gifting such a life-altering treasure to Natasha without a moment's hesitation, without even considering himself. Natasha's eyes grew moist as she looked at Barton. Her lips parted as if to say something, but she couldn't find the words. A hush fell over the group, until Steve finally broke the silence. "I support giving the Thunder Heart to Natasha." "I second that." Dr. Banner also raised his hand to show his agreement. "I agree," said Jane Foster, voicing her support as well. She knew she didn't stand a chance of claiming the Thunder Heart herself, so rather than competing, she preferred to strengthen an ally on their side. Tony shook his head helplessly. His own hopes were slim. With Natasha already receiving 3 votes, it seemed he'd have to focus instead on upgrading his suits and completing his nanotech armor sooner rather than later. "All right, I'll agree too," Tony said, choosing not to push for himself but to go along with the will of the group. Now only Thor had yet to express his opinion, and judging by his expression, he wasn't ready to give up his claim to the Thunder Heart. But at this point, Thor's opinion hardly mattered. Majority rules, after all, even though the final say still rested with Wang Teng. Wang Teng hadn't expected everyone to ultimately decide to give the Thunder Heart to Natasha. After all, this wasn't just any ordinary item. Could they all really be so generous? "Since everyone's decided, let's give the Thunder Heart to Natasha," Wang Teng announced, choosing to go with the consensus. After all, it wasn't of much use to him. A chorus of congratulations filled the room. Everyone except Thor, who kept muttering under his breath, "Clearly, I was the most suitable choice." Amidst the well wishes, Natasha picked up the Thunder Heart. Just as Wang Teng thought everything was settled, Natasha suddenly turned and addressed him in a gentle, measured tone. "I was born in 1984. My birthday's coming up in a few days, and I've decided to throw a party. I hope you'll all come." It seemed as if Natasha was speaking to everyone present, but Wang Teng couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hidden message in her words. He even sensed a faint chill. At first, Wang Teng truly hadn't known Natasha's age. He'd even once thought she might be a woman in her 80s or 90s. Though his powers now allowed him to easily gauge her approximate age, he'd teased her about it plenty in the past. Now Natasha had announced her exact birth year, and Wang Teng couldn't believe it wasn't a pointed remark. Who would have thought she was an 80s kid? Somehow Wang Teng had a sneaking suspicion that Natasha, now strengthened, would come looking for payback, or perhaps this was her way of provoking him, flaunting her youth. Wang Teng stroked the stubble on his chin. He still looked like he was in his 20s, didn't he? While congratulations echoed and Thor stewed in disappointment, Natasha brought her crimson lips to the huge, gleaming fruit in her hands and took a hearty bite. The scene looked rather unsettling, even bizarre. After all, the fruit was clearly bigger than Natasha's head, and yet the instructions didn't mention anything about how to eat such a massive heart of thunder. In the end, Natasha had no choice but to bite into it raw. She had at least washed it several times before taking a bite. As soon as her teeth sank into the fruit, Natasha fought desperately to keep herself from throwing up. Ugh, she gagged, forcing herself not to spit it out. Was this thing soaked in sewage? I've worked in some of the filthiest places imaginable, and I've never smelled anything this revolting. Struggling to withstand the overpowering stench, Natasha forced herself to swallow the chunk of fruit in her mouth. She glanced at the rest of the heart of thunder, still larger than a soccer ball, cradled in her hands, her stomach already churning and rebelling against her. In that moment, she thought maybe she didn't need the power of the thunder god after all. Phew, thank goodness I didn't try it, Tony chimed in with a wicked grin. Judging by Natasha's face, that fruit must have a truly unique flavor. I doubt you'll find anyone willing to kiss you after this ever again. Even a mere whiff of Natasha's breath was enough to make everyone's complexion change. It was easy to imagine just how foul it tasted. I regret this. I think this flavor has already surpassed the limits of human endurance. Anyone want to give it a try? Maybe we could split the thunder god's power among us, Natasha offered, holding out the heart of thunder. Everyone immediately recoiled, taking a quick step back. Even Thor, who'd been eyeing the fruit longingly moments before, now looked horrified. The stench was truly beyond human comprehension. Natasha, having been trained in the Red Room as an elite agent and having endured more hardships than anyone else present, found herself unable to tolerate the taste. That alone spoke volumes. The others could only imagine how bad it must be, especially when they saw Natasha's face turning pale and her constant battle against the urge to vomit. The smell from the bite she'd taken filled everyone's noses, and they too began to feel nauseated. Are you sure this is actually a fruit, and not some concoction of yours? Ugh. Tony couldn't hold out any longer and was the first to vomit, setting off a chain reaction. Everyone at the table, except for Wang Teng and Hela, started retching uncontrollably. Sensing something was wrong, Wang Teng and Hela had already shielded themselves from the smell. Even so, watching everyone else at the table vomiting made their own stomachs roil with discomfort. Nat, how are you holding up? Ugh. Barton, ever the considerate friend, managed to pat Natasha on the back, suppressing his own urge to vomit, before turning away to join in the retching. At this moment, Natasha was on the verge of losing her mind. She had barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit, only for that bastard Tony Stark to provoke it right out of her. Now she worried that the bite she just forced herself to swallow wouldn't be worth all the trouble. The thought of that huge remaining chunk of fruit was almost enough to make her break down completely. She would rather face an army of Hydra single-handedly than ever challenge the limits of human endurance with a taste like this again. Fortunately, just then, out of the corner of everyone's eyes, they noticed the remaining heart of thunder suddenly erupt in a burst of lightning, scattering into countless sparkling points of light that surged toward Natasha. In that instant, all eyes were drawn to the spectacle, and even the urge to be sick was forgotten. As the starlight merged into Natasha, every trace of discomfort vanished from her body. Her hair stood on end as if she had pressed her hand to a static globe, and her feet slowly lifted off the ground, suspending her in midair. Tiny arcs of electricity began to dance across her body, growing thicker and wilder with every passing second, crackling with untamed energy. Above, the sky began to darken as thunderclouds gathered. One moment it was clear and bright, and the next it looked like the onset of a world-ending cataclysm, far more dramatic than when Thor awakened his thunder powers. Watching serpents of lightning writhe across the heavens, Wang Teng couldn't help but think of that legendary moment, the ascension through tribulation. The storm above grew ever more ferocious, as if the heavens themselves were enraged by someone daring to defy them. It was a scene right out of a tale of divine retribution, leaving everyone present in awe. Even Wang Teng felt the extraordinary nature of the lightning flashing overhead. It was nothing like ordinary thunder, but something that truly conjured the image of a world-ending judgment. Under such terrifying omens, Natasha rose higher and higher, the power of thunder wrapping around her growing more intense with each passing second. In Wang Teng's perception, the energy of lightning now surging through Natasha was already 100 times greater than Thor's at his peak, and it was still climbing. Thor could only watch the sky in stunned silence, muttering under his breath, "That power should have been mine." He couldn't help but feel dejected. In his memory, not even his father, King Odin, could unleash such might at full strength. And now, Natasha had reached such a level just by eating a mysterious fruit. The blow to Thor's pride was almost unbearable. He even began to doubt whether he could ever reach that height himself. Wang Teng, too, was puzzled. Wasn't it said that the fruit's energy would gradually transform and strengthen the body? What was going on with Natasha? It seemed she had soared straight to the heavens in a single leap. Barton looked up at the sky, his face full of worry as he watched Natasha, who seemed to have lost consciousness. The phenomenon in the heavens was truly terrifying, and Barton felt fear rising from the depths of his soul. As an archer, composure had always been his greatest strength. No matter the situation, Barton could keep his cool. But now, confronted with the sight above, he had no idea how to steady himself. The oppressive force bearing down seemed to strike directly at the soul, filling him with dread. Even Dr. Banner had involuntarily transformed into the Hulk, and it seemed he was on the verge of losing control. Jane Foster's energy shield necklace had activated on its own at this moment, enveloping her in a protective barrier that withstood the pressure of the thunder rolling through the sky. Steve, on the other hand, was faring slightly better, although he felt the heavy weight of the thunder above. Perhaps his unwavering commitment to justice made him fearless. His expression had changed, but he was still able to move and act normally. The one suffering the most, however, had to be Tony Stark. Pride alone kept him from collapsing to the ground, but sweat poured from him like water, gushing from an open valve. No sauna could make a man sweat this much. If this kept up, Wang Teng worried Tony might faint from dehydration. Meanwhile, Natasha remained utterly unaware of the chaos below. She felt herself swept into a strange and marvelous state. At first, she noticed only a sense of kinship with the stray currents of lightning in the air, but soon it felt as though she had become lightning itself, swimming freely through a sea of electricity. The sensation was extraordinary. Every bolt around her felt like an old friend, and at the same time, as if all the lightning was an extension of her own will. As everyone on the ground waited anxiously, a silver dragon of lightning flickered in the sky and struck at Natasha. The sight startled them all, and the terror and pressure that had weighed so heavily seemed to vanish in an instant. Fortunately, lightning moves fast. When the dragon passed, Natasha was still hovering in the air, now wreathed in lightning that shone even more brilliantly and wildly than before. "Wow, now that's a view," Tony remarked, snapping everyone out of their astonishment. The recent bolt had been so fierce that Natasha's ordinary clothes, no match for such power, had been reduced to ash in an instant. The men present could hardly look away. Though the lightning wrapped around Natasha obscured her form, the tantalizing glimpses only made the scene more alluring. But there was little time to linger. Hot on the heels of the first strike, a second and third lightning dragon surged toward Natasha, and in the blink of an eye, she was swallowed by a raging sea of thunder. Barton gazed at the sky, his face full of worry. This elite agent, who had never believed in any faith before, now found himself tracing a cross on his chest. Even Tony, usually so flippant, had lost all trace of his earlier levity. Like the others, he stared at the scene above with concern, silently hoping for Natasha's safe and swift return. Thor's expression grew complicated as he looked up at the spectacle. That vast sea of lightning. If he were to enter it himself, he thought, he'd likely be stunned into unconsciousness. Yet, for Natasha, immersed in the heart of the storm, it felt as though she'd returned to the warmth of a mother's embrace. The terrifying celestial display and the furious lightning that unsettled everyone else instead brought Natasha a sense of peace she had never known. Every grand scene must eventually fade. No one knew how many hundreds of strikes had split the sky, but at last, as though spent, the thunderclouds slowly dispersed. All that remained was a floating sea of crackling lightning, which now began to shrink, as if it were being drawn into Natasha herself. In fact, it wasn't just an illusion. From Wang Teng's perspective, he could sense that the power of lightning in the sky was indeed surging eagerly into Natasha's body, eagerly transforming her cells as it did so. The thunderbolts had barely diminished by a tenth, yet Natasha's physical abilities had already surpassed those of Thor. If the storm's power were to be fully absorbed, Natasha's sheer physical strength alone would outclass almost anyone else in the universe. This was nothing less than granting Natasha a godly body in its perfect state. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel. The Heart of Thunder was proving to be far more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder it could produce that terrifying golden ring blade. This was no ordinary fruit. Truth be told, Wang Teng felt a twinge of regret. He'd initially thought the Heart of Thunder was just another devil fruit like those in pirate tales. If he'd known how formidable it truly was, he might have eaten it himself. Such a mighty force of thunder would have done him a world of good. But then he remembered the shiver-inducing taste of that fruit, and the regret faded. There was nothing to be done now. The fruit had already been given away, and Natasha had eaten it. What could Wang Teng possibly do? He couldn't very well eat Natasha herself. Besides, even if he could, it's not as if that would grant him such a divine body. And with Natasha's body so thoroughly evolved, Wang Teng doubted his own teeth could even do the job. It would be quite the embarrassment if he tried and couldn't even break the skin. Best to leave that sort of experiment to Steve, Wang Teng thought. With the added risk of electric shocks, it might even be a little thrilling. The wait felt a little too long. As the day wore on, everyone ended up having lunch together, and by the time dusk approached, Natasha was still enveloped in a faint shimmer of electricity. Thankfully, just before dinner, Natasha finally finished, absorbing the power of the entire sea of thunder. However, her consciousness had yet to return. Her body remained suspended in midair. At this, Barton grew anxious and hurriedly stopped the men present from looking up at the sky. In Barton's mind, Natasha was not just an agent. She was a good friend and a girl who had endured countless hardships. There was no way he would allow Natasha to be taken advantage of by this group of old scoundrels. Yes, as far as Barton was concerned, every man present was an old scoundrel. Especially Wang Teng, who had even pulled out a high-definition camcorder, claiming he just wanted to document Natasha's reaction after consuming the fruit. But Barton, being a man himself, could easily see through Wang Teng's not-so-innocent intentions. Fortunately, at Barton's call, Natasha quickly regained consciousness. Yet she seemed not to realize she was still floating in the air and plummeted straight down from the sky. Wang Teng had already prepared himself, arms wide open, ready to catch Natasha. But Hela beat him to it. In a flash, she produced a huge cloak from who knows where and wrapped it securely around Natasha as she caught her. Every man present couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. Even Barton, who prided himself on being a gentleman. A chorus of sighs filled the air as a few of the men exchanged knowing glances. Welcome back, our Lady Knight of Thunder. Tony was the first to break the awkward silence, adding a jab at Thor for good measure. Looks like from now on, Thor might have to give up his title. Now that we have you, Natasha, how are you feeling? We were honestly worried you'd get fried by all that lightning. In the current Guardians alliance, Thor's position as the god of thunder was already on shaky ground. There were now 2 companions who could wheel Mjolnir alongside him, and with the arrival of an even more formidable Lady Knight of Thunder, his title was under serious threat. Shut up, Tony Stark, Thor retorted. I am the one true god of thunder. The only reason I'm not stronger is because I'm still too young. I'm only a little over 1,000 years old. By your human standards, I'm just a child, maybe even a baby. Give me a few 100,000 more years, and I'll be far more powerful than Natasha. Once again, Thor resorted to his favorite argument, his age, completely ignoring the looks of disdain from everyone around him. While the others continued to tease Thor and Natasha, a circle of orange light suddenly appeared beside the group. It seems you're getting along quite well with your friends. That's wonderful. Seeing so many like-minded companions by your side puts my mind at ease. Under the surprised and wary gazes of the crowd, the Ancient One stepped through the portal from the other side. This is the Ancient One, the Guardian of Earth, and someone I deeply respect, Wang Teng introduced, though he wasn't quite sure why the Ancient One had suddenly appeared before him. The others were puzzled and somewhat awestruck by such an impressive title as Guardian of Earth. After all, everyone present was a superhero dedicated to protecting the planet, and Wang Teng was already regarded as the core of the group, given his unmatched abilities. Now, even Wang Teng addressed this figure as the Guardian of Earth and spoke of his respect for her. Clearly, this person was extraordinary. I know who you are, Ancient One. It seems you have no intention of changing your plans. Hela spoke up, evidently familiar with the Ancient One, and privy to knowledge that the others lacked. Greetings, daughter of Odin. It looks like you've been enjoying your time on Earth. And Odin's son, your child must be nearly walking by now. The Ancient One replied, choosing not to answer Hela's question and instead greeting everyone warmly. So, it was you. You're the reason my child was born so quickly? At last, I've found the culprit. You owe me an explanation. Thor's eyes lit up with sudden realization. He pieced together clues from his conversations with Odin and immediately pinned the cause on the Ancient One, blaming her for speeding up his journey to fatherhood. The others glanced at Thor with a look that said, Are you out of your mind? Even Wang Teng addressed her as the Guardian of Earth and treated her with the utmost respect. Yet here was Thor, blustering that he was going to teach her a lesson. Was it that he just couldn't go long without getting himself into trouble? Perhaps being beaten up so often had become a habit for him. Thor quickly realized something was off. He might not have understood everything, but judging by the amused looks of those around him, he probably didn't stand a chance against her. I'm not going to stoop to arguing with a woman, Thor muttered awkwardly, putting away the little hammer he had been clutching. After all, Loki having a child was a done deal. There was no putting things back the way they were. What Thor didn't know was that, with that one sentence, he had managed to offend every woman present, all of whom were more than capable of putting him in his place. His sister Hela, the newly anointed Thunder Knight Natasha, and his ex-girlfriend Jane Foster. Thor remained blissfully unaware of the shadow looming over his future, still trying to keep up a dignified front. The Ancient One watched the scene unfold with quiet amusement, as if everything was already within her grasp. What brings you here today, Master? I was just thinking of finding an opportunity to visit you soon. But this works out perfectly. We can have dinner together, Hela said, her words stirring a faint sense of unease in Wang Teng's heart. Of course, I'd love to. It's been a long time since we've sat down for a meal together, Master Ancient One replied, accepting Wang Teng's invitation. With a warm smile, showing none of her usual reluctance to appear before ordinary people. This only deepened the vague foreboding in Wang Teng's mind. The dinner was filled with laughter and lively conversation. Wang Teng took the time to introduce everyone to the world of magic where Master Ancient One hailed from, sparking a chorus of amazement around the table. Although, after all this time together, they had grown accustomed to Hela and Thor's backgrounds from ancient myth, at their core, they were still regarded as beings from other worlds. The appearance of Master Ancient One, however, shattered their previous understanding. Even the existence of hell and demons had been confirmed. Was this still the world they thought they knew? Yet, with Wang Teng's patient explanations, everyone grudgingly accepted these new realities. After all, even in the scientific community, theories of the multiverse existed, though they had never been proven. Now, with Master Ancient One's arrival, those boundaries have been decisively breached. After dinner, everyone took their leave. Even Hela, who usually stayed at Wang Teng's place, was the first to retreat to her own room. It was clear to all that Master Ancient One's visit carried a private purpose, something she needed to discuss with Wang Teng alone. Naturally, they left the two of them space for a quiet conversation. I've come to say goodbye, Master Ancient One said softly. We likely won't see each other for a long time, but you've grown up now, and I'm proud of you. Your achievements have already surpassed my own. The future of this world will depend on young people like you. She gazed at Wang Teng with gentle affection, her calm voice delivering the words he least wanted to hear. So soon, Wang Teng lowered his head, unwilling to let her see the expression on his face. I thought we'd at least have a bit more time. A heaviness pressed on Wang Teng's heart. Now that the celestial convergence had begun, and there had been no word from Kamartaj, he had hoped Master Ancient One's supposed death might be postponed indefinitely. Yet this day had arrived, all too quickly. If he had a choice, Wang Teng wouldn't want to let her leave so easily. Why couldn't the others handle the counterattack on the Celestial Palace? Why did Master Ancient One have to be involved? But there was no way for Wang Teng to stop her. As she herself had said, after centuries of life, was it so wrong to finally pursue her own happiness? At this moment, Wang Teng was weighing whether he should accompany Master Gu Yi on this journey. With the equipment he had on him, even if he entered the realm of the Celestial Palace, no one there could truly threaten him. The only uncertainty was the matter of time. After all, the flow of time differed between dimensions. At the very least, legends often spoke of how a single day in the heavens equaled a whole year on Earth. Wang Teng worried that if he went to the Celestial Palace, by the time he returned, the world he knew might have changed beyond recognition. There were now far too many people and bonds on Earth that he couldn't bear to leave behind. Even setting aside that purple yam spirit, what if, upon his return, he discovered that centuries had passed? What would he do then? Although, at his current level, time was no longer such a pressing concern for Wang Teng. He was still young and hadn't truly experienced many painful farewells. He didn't want his life to be marked by too many gaps and absences. He was no saint. He couldn't save everyone. He just wanted to live a better life for himself. Master Gu Yi's sudden farewell left Wang Teng filled with frustration and reluctance. Don't be so upset, Wang Teng. Master Gu Yi consoled him gently. We never had much confidence to begin with, but thanks to all the treasures you've given us, our chances this time have greatly improved. Even if we can't defeat our enemy outright, we should have no trouble making it back safely. Sooner or later, we'll see each other again. But Master Gu Yi's words brought Wang Teng little comfort. If he didn't know the true situation, he would never have let Master Gu Yi leave so easily, no matter what plan she had. If she wanted to fake Caecilius's death, Wang Teng would have simply dealt with Caecilius himself. Knowing that he couldn't stop Master Gu Yi, Wang Teng could only do his best to prepare her with as much life-saving equipment as possible. He even handed over several precious town portal scrolls, though he didn't have many left. As for Senza beans, he packed a whole bag for her in one go. He also gave her a generous supply of all sorts of odd and useful items, including half of his rare substitute dolls, which could be used to avoid danger. After all, she was venturing into an unknown universe, and one could never be too prepared. Though both Yang Jian and Sun Wukong had been to the Celestial Palace before, upon their return, their memories of the place were vague and incomplete. All they could say was that the Celestial Palace was a vast, self-contained world, far larger than Earth. In the end, Wang Teng even took off his own armor of life. Since it conflicted somewhat with his war god armor, he might as well give it to Master Gu Yi for protection, as a token of gratitude, for all the care she had shown him over the years. With the protection of the armor of life, even if she were to ascend to the Celestial Palace, it's unlikely that anyone could truly harm the Ancient One. The sight of Wang Teng presenting the armor of life left the Ancient One utterly astonished. This artifact was simply too outrageous. Even if Wang Teng had brought out a weapon capable of destroying the heavens and earth, it wouldn't have shaken her this much. After all, destruction is always far easier than protection, no matter how you look at it. The Ancient One wanted to decline. An artifact like the Armor of Life was far more than just an extra life. Its value was beyond measure. But, after Wang Teng's repeated and insistent urging, she finally accepted his gift. Now, clad in the treasures Wang Teng had bestowed, the Ancient One felt almost invincible. She entertained the notion she could sweep through the Celestial Palace itself. Meanwhile, on Caecilius's side, impatience was beginning to show. The Ancient One couldn't linger with Wang Teng for too long. After all, a great drama awaited her upon her return. I came to find you this time also because, before I leave, I have something to entrust to you. Stephen Strange is still rather inexperienced. In the days ahead, I hope you can guide and temper him for me. Though his talent is high, a little too much arrogance can be dangerous. In the original timeline, the Ancient One ultimately handed the title of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange, more out of necessity than choice, as if choosing a general from among the lame. Now, she did have better options, but Wang Teng had no interest in accepting the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. Given that, she had no choice but to follow the original plan and leave the position to Strange, simply asking Wang Teng to watch over him in the days to come. In fact, the Ancient One's words carried the undertone of entrusting her legacy to Wang Teng, though she didn't ask him to interfere too much. Otherwise, passing down the title would lose its meaning. Don't worry, Wang Teng assured her. I'll make sure he becomes even better than he was meant to be. Wang Teng made this promise to the Ancient One, and decided he would personally meet Dormammu in the future. The idea of Strange using a time loop to force Dormammu's retreat always seemed distasteful to Wang Teng. Now that he had the golden ring blade in hand, he was confident. If Dormammu appeared, he'd simply cut him down. He'd show Strange what true strength really meant. I believe you'll do splendidly. After this, why don't you bring Master Mordo to your side as a steward? He's become far too stubborn and rigid. I trust you'll help him see things in a new light. The Ancient One looked at Wang Teng with genuine satisfaction, then handed him a new task, to enlighten Master Mordo. Wang Teng had already come to terms with everything, but when he thought of Mordo, the dark-faced, lecherous old man, he couldn't help but twitch his eyebrow. When the time came, he would be sure to enlighten Mordo with the fist of love, showing him the error of his ways. The Ancient One had always trusted Wang Teng. Although he often behaved in an unrestrained manner and his methods tended to be a bit forceful, the outcome was invariably good in the end. All right, I should be going now. Things are about to start on my end, the Ancient One said. No need to see me off. When it's all over, I'll head straight to Li Qingyi. Farewells always carry a touch of sorrow. After a brief hesitation, the Ancient One added, if possible, I hope you can try to save Caecilius as well. Never mind. Some things are destined, and perhaps it's better not to change them. She began her final goodbye to Wang Teng. She had wanted him to save Caecilius, but when she saw the glint in Wang Teng's eyes, she gave up on the idea. If Wang Teng didn't intervene, Caecilius would at most meet his end. But if Wang Teng stepped in, life might become a fate worse than death for him. Although the Ancient One felt sorrow over Caecilius' descent into darkness, she thought it best simply to grant him a swift end. If Wang Teng were to take action, even she would find it hard to bear. Enough of that look, don't pout like a child. We'll meet again someday, she said gently. Wang Teng forced himself to appear relaxed in front of the Ancient One as they exchanged their final farewells. But as soon as she left, his expression darkened. He needed to vent his frustration. and Dormammu was undoubtedly the perfect target, tough enough to withstand a beating. Malekith could serve as a warm-up. After all, it was just their bad luck to cross paths with him at this moment. After the Ancient One departed, Hela sensed the shift in magical energy and stepped out of the room. Catching sight of Wang Teng drinking alone in gloom, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Every life must face parting one day. There is nothing truly eternal in this world. Even souls worn down by time will eventually disperse into the vastness of the universe. Hela said softly. Whether her words were meant as comfort or not, they echoed in Wang Teng's ears, only deepening his restlessness and stirring, for the first time, a longing for eternity. To achieve true immortality, to become the one and only, this, he realized, was the sole path to eternity in this world. Hela quietly moved behind him and began to massage his tense head, gently lowering Wang Teng's weary head onto her ample shoulder. Her technique was clumsy, but it was their first moment of such intimate closeness. A blush crept silently across Hela's cheeks. The two of them sat together in silence, quietly gazing at the moon as it climbed softly into the night sky. Even the wind seemed to hush, holding its breath in this tranquil moment. Although no one had cast any spells, time itself appeared to pause right then and there. Wang Teng felt a pang of sorrow at the Ancient One's departure, but he hardly had time to dwell on it. In the next instant, the Ancient One tossed the little phoenix chick back to him, and through the fleeting portal, Wang Teng caught a glimpse of Kamartaj engulfed in roaring flames, along with the Ancient One's face, caught between laughter and exasperation. Master, the sorcerer was leaving and I wasn't happy about it, so I set his house on fire, the chick chirped, almost matter-of-factly. Wang Teng was taken aback by this confession. He wanted to say something, but the words just wouldn't come. Well, if it's burned, it's burned. It was bound to go up in flames sooner or later anyway, he thought to himself, secretly a little delighted. If he were 20 years younger, he might have set that fire himself. Hela's eyes sparkled as she watched the little phoenix snuggling in Wang Teng's arms. I always believed phoenixes were purely elemental creatures. I never imagined I'd see a living one in person. This is truly incredible, a miracle in the history of cosmic beings. Hela's intense gaze unsettled the little phoenix. The look in her eyes suggested she wanted to dissect it on the spot, making its feathers bristle with alarm. Sensing she had gone too far, Hela quickly composed herself. After all, this little creature was clearly Wang Teng's pet. Certain thoughts were best left unspoken. Come here, sweetheart. Let big sister hold you for a bit, Hela coaxed, putting on her warmest smile. But the little phoenix wasn't fooled. It still remembered Hela's frightening stare from moments before, and in its young heart, she'd already been branded as a wicked woman to be wary of. What followed was a wild chase around the room. In the end, Hela had to give up. Without resorting to force, there was simply nothing she could do with the stubborn chick. She even ended up covered in soot after the phoenix breathed fire at her in protest. Honestly, is there any creature around you that's actually cute? Hela grumbled at Wang Teng, clearly annoyed. First, it was Wanda, and now even the pet wanted nothing to do with her. She prided herself on being gentle, graceful, noble, a goddess of wisdom and beauty. Yet in Wang Teng's world, she never seemed to receive the treatment a goddess deserved. Hela felt a twinge of frustration in her heart. She had been quite confident that tonight would present the perfect opportunity to win Wang Teng over, but the sudden appearance of the little phoenix had completely disrupted her plans. When Hela tried to catch the little phoenix, she might have secretly hoped to give it a bit of a hard time as well. Unfortunately, that idea ended up falling apart. Irritated, Hela even began to doubt her own charm, but she quickly pushed aside such unworthy thoughts. After all, the fact that winning over Wang Teng was a challenge only made him more valuable in her eyes. Throughout the 9 realms, suitors were as numerous as the stars, all desperate to win her favor, yet not a single one had ever truly impressed her. Although she'd faced plenty of setbacks with Wang Teng, it had to be said, Hela, once Asgard's goddess of war, had never been one to shrink from adversity. In fact, every defeat only made her more determined. One day, I'll have you, she muttered under her breath, watching Wang Teng stride away toward his room. She was so absorbed in her own thoughts that she failed to notice the little phoenix following behind Wang Teng. Suddenly, it turned its head and spat a tongue of flame at her, burning a hole right through the hem of her dress. Instantly, Hela's hair bristled, standing on end like a startled hedgehog. Don't get angry, don't lose your temper. You are a dignified goddess, you can't stoop to the level of a pet, she murmured, standing in place and giving herself a long mental pep talk. Eventually, she managed to calm herself, and her hair slowly relaxed, returning to its usual flowing elegance. The arrival of the little Phoenix chick brought a wave of excitement to the whole Guardians League. Wanda, who had come home for the holidays, was especially taken with the baby Phoenix, showering it with affection. Strangely enough, the little Phoenix seemed instantly drawn to Wanda as well. Their affectionate interactions sparked a wave of envy among the League's female members, none more so than Hela, whose eyes shone ever brighter with the gleam of someone eager to dissect a rare and magical creature. When Wang Teng announced he'd named the little Phoenix chick, everyone present reacted with utter disdain. The women, in particular, ganged up on Wang Teng, insisting he choose a more fitting name. But he remained unmoved, stubbornly refusing to reconsider. The only woman genuinely pleased by this turn of events was Hela. She felt as though she'd scored a small victory, even if the naming had nothing to do with her. Sometimes it was enough just to see Wang Teng ruffle a few feathers. A few days later, Wang Teng received news that the Ancient One had passed away, and Kamartaj had suffered heavy losses. The news came from Master Wang, the former chef of Kamartaj, who also informed him that Mordo had stormed off in anger. Wang Teng didn't have much of a reaction. He simply made a call to Taoist Master, warning him to keep Sister Yao safe, or else. Wang Teng's words were anything but polite, so much so that the Taoist elder, who had lived for centuries, was nearly driven to storm Peach Blossom Island with his sword right then and there, just to show Wang Teng a display of his demon-banishing prowess. Since the Ancient One had already stepped down from the position of Sorcerer Supreme, and was off to pursue a love that had spanned centuries, Wang Teng simply switched to a more casual form of address. Each syrupy Sister Io he uttered was enough to make one's skin crawl. The Ancient One felt she'd made the right decision by not letting Wang Teng see her off. Imagine how unbearably awkward that scene would be. It took considerable effort for the Ancient One to finally hang up the phone. Without hesitation, she tossed the Taoist elder's phone straight into the mirror dimension, lest Wang Teng call back and start his endless chattering all over again. Since transforming from the venerable master into a young woman, the Ancient One's personality had grown more youthful as well, perfectly fitting her new role as Sister Io. The convergence of the 9 realms would still take some time to begin. Without Jane Foster's involvement, no one knew which hapless soul the ether particles would end up in. For now, Wang Teng had yet to sense the presence of the reality stone in the world. But at this very moment, the dark dimension had already started to descend upon Earth. Even from halfway across the globe, Wang Teng could almost smell that stinging, sulfurous odor wafting in the air. He had originally planned to bring that shadowy Spectre Mordo back first, but now it seemed fine to let him wait a little longer. After all, Wang Teng was quite familiar with Mordo's aura. When the time came, he could just snatch him up and give him a good dose of tough love. No matter how dark you are, he thought, I'll make you walk back into the light. Now Wang Teng had resolved to venture into the dark dimension himself. If he didn't, with Doctor Strange's current level, the Sorcerer Supreme's reputation would really be dragged through the mud. Wang Teng didn't care if Strange embarrassed himself, but as the Ancient One's disciple, if Strange lost face, wouldn't that be the same as losing face for his master? Originally, Wang Teng had intended to go alone, but he couldn't resist when Hela dropped her usual reserve, pressing his arm tightly to her chest and refusing to let go. Left with no choice, Wang Teng took Hela along. With Wang Teng's strength, he could have opened a portal straight into the dark dimension. But no matter how small it seemed, the dark dimension was still a universe in its own right, and barging in recklessly might land him in some obscure, forgotten corner. So Wang Teng first made his way to the Hong Kong sanctum, preparing to enter through the portal Dormammu had opened. He had to move quickly, though. Doctor Strange was already wielding the Time Stone, and there was no telling how long the battle would last. It would be more than a little embarrassing if he arrived, only to find the fight already over. With Wang Teng's current spiritual sense, covering the entire Earth posed no challenge at all. He effortlessly pinpointed the location where the dark dimension was descending and, without hesitation, opened a spatial portal. With Hela in tow, he dashed straight to the scene. While others went into battle fully equipped, Wang Teng turned up with a female companion at his side. If it weren't for the massive blade strapped to his back, anyone seeing them might have assumed they were off on a vacation instead of heading into danger. Even as he was now, it was easy to mistake him for someone attending an outlandish costume party. Fortunately, there was no one around to witness his current look. Wang Teng simply teleported directly to the entrance of the dark dimension. At that very moment, Strange had only just finished trading verbal jabs with Dormammu before the real fight began. Dormammu, I've come to bargain, Strange declared. Though the exchange was brief, it was clear that when it came to verbal sparring, Strange still had a long way to go before catching up with Spider-Man or Iron Man. Wang Teng had never encountered Deadpool in this world, but in any case, Deadpool was more about spouting nonsense than truly mastering the art of trash talk. To Wang Teng's mild surprise, several dark sorcerers were actually guarding the entrance to the dark dimension. Yet they were mere nobodies from Kamartaj. Insignificant in his eyes. Without so much as a thought, he dispatched each one with a swift kick, sending them tumbling deep into the darkness. This sudden action caught the attention of both Dormammu and the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, Strange. It gave Strange a few extra moments to savor the miserable air of the dark dimension, when he would have otherwise been eliminated by Dormammu in a flash. Strange, however, had never actually met Wang Teng. He'd heard of him back at Kamartaj, but had no idea what he looked like. When he saw two strangers emerge from the thin veil at the dimension's entrance, Strange was left utterly dumbfounded. The power of the Time Stone was focused only on Strange himself, with the surrounding space affected as a mere afterthought. There was simply no time to extend its protection to two more people, so he could only hope they'd be able to fend for themselves. At the moment, he had neither the time nor the energy to help, and besides, he had no idea if Wang Teng and Hela were friends or foes. What Strange failed to notice was that Dormammu, who had been poised to strike at him, suddenly paused. That enormous, deeply creased face turned to regard the two newcomers who had just entered the dark dimension. Hela, Queen of the Underworld, Dormammu intoned. This is no place for you to meddle. For the sake of your father, I'll let you leave. Unharmed. Dormammu's voice reverberated back and forth through the dimensional space, but in secret, he sent a telepathic message. To Wang Teng beside him, Wang Teng gave him an uncanny feeling. It was truly unsettling. On the surface, Wang Teng appeared to be an ordinary human, and the energy within him wasn't overwhelmingly strong. Yet, somehow, Dormammu felt threatened by his presence. Even the five great cosmic deities had never made Dormammu feel such a keen sense of danger. Wang Teng's aura was far more intense. This forced Dormammu to be wary. He'd never heard of such a powerful figure emerging from Earth, and the Ancient One had certainly never mentioned this to him. Wasn't this just setting him up for trouble? Human strongman, this is nothing more than a deal between me and the Ancient One. I'm only here to test her successor. There was never any intention to truly invade Earth. You'd do well not to interfere. Long before humans appeared, I already maintained a good friendship with Earth. Dormammu's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. The word sounded like a warning, but there was a hint of retreat, making Wang Teng momentarily speechless. Clearly, the Ancient One had planned everything down to the last detail. Otherwise, with Strange's half-baked abilities, how could he possibly hope to fend off Dormammu's invasion? The idea of a single person blocking the invasion of an entire universe was laughable. But Wang Teng hadn't come here to exchange pleasantries with Dormammu. To put it plainly, he was looking for trouble. Strange, what kind of fool would come up with the idea of using the Time Stone to trap yourself in this space in an endless loop? Did you leave all your magical theory lessons for the dogs? Or do you seriously believe that the face you see before you is Dormammu's true form? Wang Teng's words left Strange in a contemplative silence. Harsh as his words were, there was, perhaps, a grain of truth to them. Dormammu was a little annoyed. This face he used was nothing more than a randomly chosen avatar, a makeshift mask, not his real self. His true form was an entire universe, without any fixed appearance. The only reason he manifested a giant face was because of his bargain with the Ancient One, to show something recognizable to her disciple. If you were to press down with his entire form, what hope would this disciple have left? May I ask who you are? Strange inquired cautiously. Wang Teng had seen through the flaws in his plan at a single glance, and even called him out on it, which almost certainly meant he was on Strange's side. What's more, Dormammu had just referred to the woman next to Wang Teng as the Queen of the Underworld, making it clear she wasn't someone to be trifled with. By extension, the man beside her must be a formidable figure as well. My name is Wang Teng. Have you heard of me? Wang Teng spoke up directly, stating his name. After all, Strange had stayed in Kamartaj for quite some time. There was no way he hadn't heard of him. So you're that bastard, senior brother, that Master Mordo keeps talking about, Strange blurted out as his brow twitched. Fine, Mordo, you've just given me one more reason to help clear your name, Wang Teng thought. Knowing that the formidable figure before him was his senior brother, Strange let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he still felt uneasy about facing Dormammu alone. But as the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, he had no choice. If he didn't stop Dormammu from invading Earth, he'd go down with the planet. It was as if he'd been thrown into the deep end without warning. Brilliant as he was, Strange was never arrogant enough to think he could take on a cosmic entity entirely by himself. His original plan was only to trap Dormammu's mind in a time loop. But now that senior brother Wang Teng, an obvious powerhouse, had arrived, he could happily take a supportive role. Even if he was a man, he didn't mind being the cheerleader for once. There's not much reason behind this, Wang Teng said casually, unsheathing the golden ringed broadsword from his back. He took a step forward, facing Dormammu's enormous face. Towering dozens of stories high, I've just taken a dislike to you today, so I'm here to give you a beating and let off some steam. You don't have any major objections, do you? Wang Teng had no idea what was running through Strange's mind. He just strode forward, weapon in hand, eyes locked on Dormammu. At first, Dormammu had only sensed a faint threat from Wang Teng. But the moment that broadsword was drawn, panic shot through him. It looked like an ordinary weapon, unremarkable in every way, but as Dormammu stared at it, he was gripped by the chilling sense that this blade could truly end him. Powerful one, I am a great advocate of peace. Dormammu forced his voice to remain steady, poised to flee at any moment. I came to Earth simply hoping to establish diplomatic ties and peaceful relations. There's no need for all this fighting. This was nothing like the script the Ancient One had described to him. Dormammu was beginning to suspect she'd set him up on purpose. He still couldn't fathom how this puny human, smaller than an ant, could strike such fear into him, but Dormammu never doubted his instincts. Let me give you a beating first, then we could talk about peace. In a flash of silver, Wang Teng swung his blade at Dormammu's massive face. The blade sliced through as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Before anyone could even react, Dormammu's grotesque visage had been split cleanly in two. The entire dark dimension began to tremble. At last, Dormammu understood why he had sensed danger from the very beginning. This young man had no regard for convention, and the weapon he wielded was downright bizarre. Dormammu's massive, wrinkled face within the dark dimension was merely a projection of his consciousness, a form that should, by all logic, be immune to attacks. Only mental magic could affect it at all, and even then, the influence of human sorcery was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of his mind. Even the 5 great divine beings would pay a steep price to kill him, needing to destroy the entire dark dimension. And Dormammu still had hidden cards to play. Even if his realm were obliterated, it didn't guarantee his demise. But Wang Teng's slash was beyond reason. It cut straight through Dormammu's consciousness, cleaving his mind in two. This was not a simple injury. It was a splitting of his very being. In many ways, Dormammu's consciousness could be considered his soul. Wang Teng's strike had essentially dismembered it, delivering a pain far worse than any bodily wound. The agony was unbearable, and recovery would be much harder than simply patching a hole in his realm. Since becoming master of the dark dimension, Dormammu had long forgotten what pain even felt like. Wang Teng had given him a novel, if unwelcome, experience. Dormammu, however, had no desire for such novelty. On the sidelines, Strange could only stare in shock. His senior brother was truly formidable. The opponent was Dormammu, the very lord of the dimension, and yet Wang Teng had split him in half with a single blow. Judging by the ripples and distortions in space itself, Strange could all too easily imagine Dormammu's torment. Even without experiencing it himself, he could grasp the agony of a soul being torn asunder. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have perished on the spot. Dormammu's spirit was vast beyond measure. Such a blow might not kill him outright, but it was a fate worse than death. Dormammu now knew the meaning of utter misery. He felt utterly deceived by the Ancient One. What was supposed to be a simple transaction had turned into catastrophe. Whatever the Ancient One had given him was nowhere near enough to offset this loss. The damage he'd suffered would take tens of thousands of years to heal, if it ever healed at all. As for seeking vengeance on the Ancient One after all those millennia, such a thing was impossible. Given the brevity of human life, by then even the Ancient One's soul would be lost to the winds of time. Dormammu was filled with regret. If only he had refused this deal. He had been content in his domain, receiving offerings from countless devotees every moment. Why had he let greed lure him into such a disaster? But at this point, it was already a bit too late for regret. The man across from him, wielding that massive blade, clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even if he tried to escape now, it wouldn't be easy. The opponent was already inside his very being, and the power of that blade, he had just felt it with his own consciousness, was so overwhelming that even time and space seemed to be reduced to nothingness beneath its edge. Dormammu was terrified for his own spiritual existence. If he accidentally angered this man, the human might just drag the entire dark dimension out and tear it to pieces. If that happened, he truly wouldn't even have the tears to cry. Respected human powerhouse, he pleaded, I haven't offended you in any way, so why come here shouting for blood? I know humans these days preach civility and new social mores. What you're doing really isn't very nice. Times two. Wang Teng felt two overlapping voices echo in his mind. Clearly, Dormammu had been split into two consciousnesses by that single strike. Was this his way of begging for mercy? Wang Teng had no intention of letting him off so easily. After finally finding someone to vent his frustrations on, how could one blow be enough? Today, Dormammu would be turned into mini mammoths. In the time that followed, Dormammu endured what could only be described as the most exquisite torture in the entire multiverse. Wang Teng chased down Dormammu's consciousnesses, slicing at them as easily as a chef might chop fruit. The entire dark dimension was Dormammu's body. Under such extreme agony, the fabric of time and space within the dimension became utterly chaotic. The time magic Strange had cast upon himself finally proved useful. Within the twisted fields of time and space, Strange was mercilessly shattered over and over again. At this point, Strange was on the verge of cursing out loud. He'd been caught in a calamity for no reason at all. He thought he was here to negotiate with Dormammu, but instead he'd become cannon fodder, caught between two entities he couldn't hope to provoke. Finding a brief respite, Strange glanced at Hela, who was watching the spectacle with a calm and leisurely air. An idea flashed in his mind. He'd finally found a way to escape this endless cycle of death. "Beautiful lady, you must be my senior brother's beloved, right? Could you lend me a hand? Even if I'm not truly harmed in this time loop, the sensation is far from pleasant." Hela had originally intended to ignore Strange, but his address, calling her his senior brother's beloved, brought a smile to her face. This kid knew how to talk. If he ever needed anything, she'd have his back. With a wave of her hand, Hela conjured a shield of energy, drawing Strange to her side for protection. "My junior brother isn't bad at all. Keep it up." Seeing Hela's radiant smile, Strange immediately understood what pleased her. "With you looking so beautiful and standing beside my senior brother, you two are truly a match made in heaven. Looks like it won't be long before I can start calling you sister-in-law." Seeing Hela's eyes curve into crescent moons with laughter, Strange felt he had played this move perfectly. "Honestly, I think I could start calling you sister-in-law right now, just to get used to it. That way, it'll roll off the tongue naturally in the future." Hela felt a rush of comfort sweep through her. In all her time on Earth, today was the first day she truly felt her spirits soar. This little brother in front of her really knew how to get along and say all the right things. "Don't say that, junior brother. It's a bit early to call me that. You're senior brother and I haven't gotten to that point yet. But don't worry, I can see you have great talent. Your future achievements will surely be impressive. If you ever need help, just say the word. Your senior sister has your back." "Not early at all, not at all. Anyone with eyes can see that you and senior brother are a match made in heaven. You're the perfect pair." Strange had completely abandoned his usual pride and composure. He was shamelessly seizing this golden opportunity to cozy up to someone powerful. He had once thought becoming the Sorcerer Supreme would make him invincible, but after witnessing true top-level combat, he realized he hadn't even set foot on the real path yet. Just the broadsword that senior brother Wang Teng wielded, Strange was sure that, even with the power of time on his side, no magic could withstand a single strike from it. At first, Strange's thinking had been far too simplistic. He had layered time loops around himself, but he was within the dark dimension, inside Dormammu's very body, where time and space were entirely under Dormammu's control. Dormammu, with only a shudder of pain, an unconscious tremor, nearly shattered Strange's time loop spell. If Dormammu had truly focused on attacking him, Strange's temporal magic would probably have collapsed entirely. Meanwhile, Wang Teng had no idea that, as he fought, a sycophant had appeared behind him, along with a woman who was practically floating from all the flattery. He was lost in the thrill of battle. Dormammu, taking advantage of a moment when Wang Teng wasn't looking, quietly dispersed much of his own consciousness, trying to stay as far away as possible. He didn't dare scatter his entire consciousness and hide, though afraid that Wang Teng's broadsword would simply sever the space and time of the dark dimension completely. Dormammu's situation was now beyond miserable. If he were human, it would be as if his intestines and organs had been chopped into hundreds of pieces, and his mind was filled with hundreds of warring personalities. If not for Dormammu's uniquely resilient and powerful form, any ordinary ruler of a dimension would have been utterly obliterated by Wang Teng by now. This time, the loss was truly devastating. Without at least several million years of recuperation, there was little hope of recovery. At this moment, Wang Teng finally felt a sense of release. Gazing at the hundreds of consciousness fragments before him, all different in size, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although he knew that Dormammu had secretly hidden his main consciousness away, Wang Teng wasn't here to destroy him entirely. He simply wanted to vent his anger. "If you dare come to Earth again, I'll cut you to pieces, he warned. The destructive power of the golden ring blade thoroughly satisfied Wang Teng, and he had also achieved the rather absurd feat of evolving Dormammu into Mini-Mamu. Under Wang Teng's relentless assault, each of Dormammu's mental fragments had become an independent spiritual entity. Once, Dormammu had ruled the dark dimension alone, but now, Wang Teng had gifted him with countless companions, each one a twin brother. Surely, Dormammu should be grateful. He would never be lonely again. Dormammu, inwardly fuming, could only curse, "Thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations." Outwardly, Dormammu put on a respectful tone. "Honored one, I shall obey your command. I will never set foot on Earth again." Fwyen. But deep down, Dormammu seethed, "You despicable humans. Just wait until I've recovered after a few million years. Once you're all gone, I'll return and swallow the earth whole." Countless noisy voices clamored in Wang Teng's mind, all conveying the same message. They would never come to Earth again and would keep a respectful distance from it. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at the lively scene. The Dark Dimension had once been a barren, desolate wasteland, a land of death and solitude. Now, he had filled it with laughter and cheer. Truly, he was a benefactor. "Let's go. The job's done. Time to head home. We must celebrate with a sumptuous lunch," Wang Teng announced. He called Hela and Strange to return with him. Although he was somewhat annoyed with Strange, he was, after all, his junior brother. He had promised the Ancient One to look after him. He couldn't just leave him inside Dormammu's belly. Now that the Dark Dimension was crawling with a horde of mini-mammoths, was Strange supposed to stay on as their babysitter? With utmost respect, Dormammu escorted Wang Teng and his companions out of the Dark Dimension. He hurriedly gathered his scattered consciousness, not daring to care about the agony of spiritual fragmentation or the lingering scars of time and space within his body. He simply fled, desperate to put as much distance between himself and Earth as possible. Staring at the hundreds of little offspring within himself, Dormammu was filled with dread. To fully reabsorb them and heal his wounds would take nothing less than millions of years. Anything less was simply impossible. He wanted nothing more than to swallow up all those dark cultists on Earth, but the fear of Wang Teng coming after him again made him decide it was best to sever every link to the planet. If he couldn't afford to provoke trouble, he might as well run far, far away. By the time he recovered his strength, most of those people would probably be long gone, their souls lost to oblivion. Then, he could return for his revenge. While Dormammu tried to comfort himself with these thoughts, he fled Earth at top speed, completely unaware that, right at that moment, Caecilius and his followers were still waiting in utter bewilderment for Dormammu's arrival. Caecilius had been longing for Dormammu to descend upon Earth, hoping to harness the power of darkness to resurrect his wife and child. Yet, to his shock, Dormammu had not only abandoned them, but the dark energy within Caecilius himself also dissipated in an instant. He was left utterly frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Wasn't Dormammu supposed to be the ruler of the Dark Dimension? Wasn't his power said to be irresistible, overwhelming all who stood against him? What on earth was happening now? Was he really choosing to run away? Even if he had to flee, couldn't he at least take his faithful followers with him? Caecilius felt utterly betrayed. When his wife and child died, he had turned his back on everything he once believed, but now, when he pinned all his hopes on reviving his family, it was his faith that betrayed him in return. His legs gave out, and he sank to his knees, staring blankly at the sky. The crushing blow left him utterly lost, with no idea how to move forward. He might not know what to do next, but Wang Teng certainly did. In truth, he had nearly forgotten about Caecilius, but upon leaving the Dark Dimension, there he was, kneeling on the ground, eyes fixed helplessly on the heavens. Since Dormammu hadn't bothered to take his followers with him, Wang Teng decided he might as well put them to good use. The mines of Helheim were still short on workers, and these magicians, especially the ones trained for close combat, had bodies far more robust than ordinary people. They were perfect candidates for hard labor. One of them was worth 10 regular miners. With just a glance, Hela understood Wang Teng's intentions. She, too, was more than happy to receive a fresh batch of free laborers. Wang Teng didn't care in the slightest about Caecilius and his followers' dreams or tragic pasts. Traitors had to pay the price. With the problem of the traitors resolved, he left the rest of the cleanup to Strange. After all, the Time Stone was especially useful for such things. Wang Teng, for all his power to sever time and space with his great blade, couldn't truly turn back time itself. Even if he poured every last drop of energy into the effort, he doubted he could rewind the world's clock by more than a second or two. Rather than wasting time and effort only to achieve nothing in return, it was far better to leave the matter to the time stone, accomplishing the goal with ease and grace. Naturally, Strange had no objections. In his eyes, this was a chance for his senior brother to shine, and it never occurred to him that someone as powerful as his senior might lack the ability to reverse time. To Strange, his senior simply found such trivial matters beneath his notice. After this experience, Strange no longer saw his role as the Sorcerer Supreme and Earth's protector as something so extraordinary. Back in Kamar Taj, he'd only ever heard Master Mordo speak of how formidable and troublesome his brother Wang Teng was. Though he still didn't know exactly what made Wang Teng such a rascal, he had certainly witnessed his prowess firsthand. Strange felt that Wang Teng was far more powerful than even the Ancient One, his own revered teacher. This strength seemed to transcend anything Strange could imagine, even surpassing the very realm of magic itself. While magic required channeling energy from dimensions or artifacts, Wang Teng's power came from within, pure and overwhelming. To Strange, the broadsword in Wang Teng's hand looked utterly ordinary, yet wielded by him, it unleashed forces that surpassed legendary artifacts. Eager to find a powerful ally, Strange followed Wang Teng loyally, accompanying him to the Guardians Alliance headquarters. Henceforth, the Alliance gained a new member, a sorcerer who had always stood apart from the world, and now, the leader of all mages. Mordo, too, was brought back by Wang Teng. At first, Mordo wanted to share his philosophies on magic and voice his many grievances over the Ancient One's use of dark energy. But Wang Teng had no patience for such rambling. After a few rough lessons, Mordo quickly fell in line. However, when Mordo saw Strange, he couldn't help but mock him, and even declared he wanted nothing to do with the so-called Guardians Alliance. For now, having lost his sense of purpose, Mordo could only serve as a housekeeper in Wang Teng's home, spending most of his days scrolling through endless short videos of pretty girls. As the time for the convergence of the 9 realms drew ever closer, legendary monsters began to appear across the globe. Frost giants, skeletal dragons, and all manner of mythical beasts began to wreak havoc in the mortal world. The scenes unfolding were far grander than anything depicted in the movies, and the members of the Guardians Alliance soon found themselves busier than ever. Most nations still regarded the Alliance with suspicion, but many smaller countries simply had no means to resist these colossal creatures from other worlds. Ordinary weapons were nearly useless against such towering monsters. More advanced weaponry was simply out of reach for these smaller nations. As the major powers became increasingly preoccupied with their own troubles, each tending to their own affairs, the smaller countries had no choice but to turn to the Guardians Alliance for help. During this confrontation with the alien behemoths, the community of sorcerers from Kamar Taj truly shone. Unlike in the past, when they all relied on close combat magic, Wang Teng's group training had brought about a dramatic change. Nearly everyone had mastered spatial cutting techniques. They would open a portal, wait for the alien creature to be halfway through, and then snap the portal shut. These hulking beasts, with their formidable size and armored bodies, found themselves helpless against the slicing power of spatial magic. As for how the sorcerers could be rapidly deployed across the globe, Wang Teng had a clever solution. Instead of making them painstakingly visualize detailed scenes in their minds, he combined 3D projection technology with real-world maps. No matter where a monster appeared, the sorcerers could teleport there in minutes. Beyond the sorcerers of Kamar Taj, the team's Thunder Quartet was the undisputed center of attention. Thor and Captain Steve Rogers were already world famous. No surprise there. People everywhere marveled at Captain America's newfound command of thunder, but it was the 2 female Thunder Knights who truly caught everyone off guard, as they had previously enjoyed little global renown. Videos of Jane Foster, shield in hand and swinging her hammer as she clashed head-on with giant monsters, went viral on Facebook, earning her the nickname Explosive Goddess. She quickly gained a massive following of male fans around the world, much to Thor's envy. Brimming with energy, he loudly declared his desire to challenge Jane's online admirers to a real-life showdown. Natasha Romanoff, with her striking looks and captivating figure, had become the most popular woman in the Guardians Alliance. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, found his spotlight dimmed by her presence. Draped in her striking thunder armor, she dispatched monsters with the ease of an adult swatting at unruly children, winning the hearts of people of all ages. The title Thunder Valkyrie resounded across the globe. Others, too, had their moments of glory. Tony Stark's early unveiling of his nanotech armor sent tech enthusiasts worldwide into a frenzy. Dr. Banner's ability to dispatch monsters with a single punch earned him a shower of digital hearts from fans who idolized raw strength. Even Hawkeye, with his remarkable marksmanship, was honored with the title of Divine Archer. Unlike others who sought the limelight, Wang Teng and Hela kept a much lower profile this time. The truth was, their battles simply weren't entertaining to watch. A monster would appear, they'd dispatch it with a single strike, then turn and walk away. Even so, their cool and aloof demeanor earned them the elegant nickname, the Blade Couple. The astonishing combat prowess and elusive mobility displayed by the Guardians League once again threw nations around the world into heated debate. Yet this time, the League found itself receiving considerable international support, especially from the smaller countries they had rescued, who were overflowing with gratitude. Amid such global catastrophe, most countries could barely protect their own borders, let alone spare the resources to help weaker nations. It was in this context that the importance of the Guardians League became glaringly apparent. With the former world powers no longer able, or willing, to extend aid, it fell to the League's members to rush from place to place, rescuing those in need. As time went on, the situation worldwide grew increasingly dire. When elemental creatures began to breach Earth's domain, even some of the major powers had no choice but to compromise and seek help from the Guardians League. These creatures were nearly immune to physical attacks, unless one used massive, high-powered ordnance. Only the sheer force of such explosions could inflict any real damage. Ordinary weapons were useless against them. The locations where these elemental beings appeared were entirely unpredictable. If they showed up in remote wilderness or uninhabited deserts, the solution was simple: saturate the area with artillery. Fire. Even relying solely on the shockwave energy was enough to deal with them. But should they emerge in a city, no one could justify sacrificing thousands of innocent lives just to destroy a monster. Swift, resourceful, and adept at harnessing a variety of magical and energy-based attacks, the Guardians League was undeniably the most effective force against these threats. Of course, there were still a few stubborn nations who, after suffering heavy losses, managed to eliminate the elemental creatures on their own. But life quickly became difficult for them. The public could plainly see there was a much easier solution to the alien menace. Yet politicians, clinging to their pride, had put national interests and citizens' safety at risk. It seemed inevitable now that, once the crisis passed, these leaders would soon be ousted. All things considered, the convergence of the Nine Realms brought about a dramatic turn in fortune for the Guardians League. Where once they teetered on the edge of crisis, now, their reputation soared. Still, in the eyes of many world leaders, the League remained an unpredictable, destabilizing force, especially with the emergence of powerful mages among their ranks, prompting governments to brand the League with the label, extremely dangerous. However, the Guardians League had reached the peak of public support. If any national leader dared to speak of sanctioning or opposing the League, they wouldn't even need a single word from the League itself. Their own people would likely oust them from power. Fortunately, the chaos of these alien monsters rampaging across the world didn't last too long. The spatial passages connecting the Nine Realms gradually began to stabilize. Otherwise, even with all their power, the Guardians League would have been utterly exhausted. But after that, it was the Gentleman Nation that suffered. They had been leading the charge among all those stubborn countries, and now the cosmic convergence stabilized right outside London. As if following an ancient prophecy, the Dark Elves made their appearance. At first, Wang Teng thought someone would be drawn to the ether particle, just as in the original story. A person whose presence in the real world would attract the attention of the Dark Elves. But unexpectedly, the ether remained sealed away, perfectly still, never stirring. Yet even so, the Dark Elves still arrived. This time, however, there was no assault on Asgard as before. Instead, the Dark Elves piloted their cruciform warships straight to Earth. At this point, Wang Teng couldn't even be bothered to complain about Asgard's security flaws across the Nine Realms. Such a massive fleet of Dark Elf ships, and Asgard gave no warning whatsoever. They allowed them to fly straight to Earth. That's right, it wasn't like in the original film, where just a solitary cruciform ship descended upon the planet. This was an entire Dark Elf fleet, darkening the skies, vast enough to blanket all of the Gentleman Nation. The Gentleman Nation was utterly dumbfounded. No matter how tough they had been with those mindless monsters before, this was something else entirely. A full-scale alien army capable of covering their entire homeland. The highest officials of the Gentleman Nation now wanted nothing more than to board the nearest plane and flee their own country. All they could do was curse these aliens for refusing to play by the rules. Wasn't New York supposed to be your designated landing zone? That's where all your predecessors went. How could you change locations without so much as a warning this time? Truly, these aliens had no sense of honor. They'd been caught off guard. The arrival of the Dark Elf army sent shockwaves through the world. The endless armada blotting out the sky stirred doomsayers everywhere into a frenzy. Compared to the original alien invasion of New York, this was a spectacle on a completely different scale. Most people on Earth simply couldn't believe the Guardians League could stand against such a formidable alien force, no matter how marvelously they had witnessed the Thunder Four Horsemen and the team of sorcerers perform in the past. But fighting little monsters and battling an alien army are two entirely different matters, especially when it comes to these extraterrestrial legions. Even if they simply hover silently above the skies of the Gentleman's Nation, the pressure they exert on the entire world is immense. No less so, even though the Gentleman's Nation is one of the 5 major powers. The fleet in the sky could, with just one round of artillery fire, sweep the entire Gentleman's Nation clean. Given the sheer might of their warships, it wouldn't take them long to raise the whole Earth if they so wished. The Prime Minister of the Gentleman's Nation had considered initiating dialogue with these aliens, but before their aircraft could even approach the alien vessels, they were blasted out of the sky. With a single shot, the citizens of the Gentleman's Nation, once proud and unyielding, were left with no choice but to abandon their usual arrogance and flee en masse to neighboring countries. Faced with this situation, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, was at a loss, torn about whether to call Captain Marvel back. Yet even if she managed to rush back in time, it would be like trying to quench a blazing fire with a handful of water. Fortunately, Wang Teng's earlier performance had given Fury a sliver of hope, and rumor had it that his girlfriend was the crown princess of Asgard. What's more, Prince Thor of Asgard had been staying on Earth for almost a year, and recently, Earth had even begun cooperating with Asgard in some ways. Although this so-called cooperation was merely sending Hydra operatives to mine resources on alien worlds, it still counted as a partnership of sorts. If all else failed, they could always appeal to Asgard for help. After all, weren't they reputed to be the guardians of the 9 realms? Now, with Earth, one of their subordinate realms, in peril, it seemed reasonable to ask Asgard to deploy their interstellar fleet to drive off these mysterious aliens. Yet, the consequence of such an action would go beyond mere embarrassment. It might well reduce the entire planet to a vassal of Asgard in the future. Even though Wang Teng's connection to Asgard was strong, he ultimately represented only himself. Whether he could speak for the whole of Earth was still uncertain. Confronted with this crisis, the Prime Minister of the Gentleman's Nation could no longer afford to be stubborn. He had no choice but to urgently seek aid from the Guardians Alliance, hoping for their assistance. Though none of them truly believed the Guardians Alliance could do much under these circumstances, even a sliver of reassurance was better than nothing. As for the members of the Guardians Alliance, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that at least one opening had been made in this stubborn coalition, things would be much easier going forward. After all, they could hardly be expected to keep treading on eggshells with every move they made. The Dark Elf fleet before them looked menacing, but none of the members of the Guardians Alliance showed the slightest hint of fear. No matter how powerful those ships might be, there were only a few hundred at most. If a battle truly broke out, they probably wouldn't even last through a single assault from Wang Teng. Though public opinion outside didn't rate Wang Teng very highly, his teammates in the Guardians Alliance knew his abilities all too well. Strange had already told everyone about the Dark Dimension, even if they didn't know exactly how powerful Dormammu, the ruler of an entire plane, truly was. It wasn't hard to imagine that his strength far surpassed anything they could conceive. Moreover, everyone in the Alliance had witnessed the recent battles against the massive alien monsters that had descended upon Earth. No matter what sort of beast appeared, Wang Teng never needed to strike twice. Even the most troublesome elemental creatures could be wiped out in a single blow, vanishing without a trace under his attack. Now, their only concern was whether Wang Teng could act quickly enough. If he didn't, there was a chance that, like a cornered animal, the Dark Elves might resort to unleashing some devastating weapon from their ships, causing irreparable harm to Earth. While the Guardians Alliance had little patience for those meddlesome politicians who were always finding fault, they certainly didn't want ordinary people to suffer mass casualties because of the politicians' incompetence. After all, this was their own home, and now that outsiders had come knocking, it was only right to unite all their strength in resistance. Meanwhile, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, was filled with frustration. Because no one had brought the ether to Asgard this time, the Dark Elves detected the ether's presence the moment a portal opened, and they hurriedly set out from their hiding place of hundreds of thousands of years, racing toward Earth. What they hadn't expected was that the outer reaches of the solar system would be so tightly guarded. If not for the sudden appearance of a spatial rift, the Dark Elves might never have been able to slip into the solar system so easily. At long last, just as they reached the detection point where the ether was located, They were dismayed to find that its energy signature had suddenly vanished. Now, turning the 9 realms into a realm of darkness was out of the question. Staring up at the overlapping portals connecting the realms in the sky, Malekith was gripped by the fear that he might not even escape with his own life. It was obvious now that as soon as the spatial chaos subsided, the space concealing the ether had closed itself off again. Malekith felt as though fate itself was mocking him. Why else would he lose track of the ether the very moment he set foot on Earth? Right now, he didn't even dare to fire the ship's cannons to attack the humans down below. Firstmost of their weapons were spatial annihilation cannons and black hole bombs, devices that could disrupt the stability of space itself. If he fired them recklessly, who knew where the ether particles, whose location they had only just managed to pinpoint, might end up? They could be banished to some far-flung corner of the universe, making things even messier. Second, Malekith still hadn't obtained the ether particles. If any attack caused too great a disturbance, he'd have no room left to maneuver. He might be wiped out on the spot. After all, he was deep in enemy territory, and now, a strange energy shield had appeared around the outer reaches of the solar system. If he really pushed Odin's buttons, there would be nowhere left to run. Originally, Malekith had imagined that once he secured the ether particles, he'd have nothing to fear. Whoever came, he'd destroy them, no matter how many. But reality and ideals were worlds apart, and now he found himself in a rather awkward position. All Malekith could do was pray silently that he would locate the spatial node containing the ether particles before Odin caught on. Otherwise, Malekith, would end up as nothing more than shredded meat. A deep melancholy settled over Malekith's heart. He had such grand ambitions, such noble aspirations. Why did fate refuse to smile on him? The cruel joke reality had played on him was simply too much. Gazing up at the grand convergence of celestial bodies in the sky, Malekith, for the first time, felt that time was crawling by unbearably slowly. All he wanted was for the cosmic alignment to hurry up and pass, so he could buy himself more time to search for the ether particles. Let's hope Odin's got full-blown senility, Malekith muttered darkly, his face turning from coal-black to pitch black. At the same time, the Prime Minister of Britannia was racked with anxiety. Though he had already fled his nation's borders, the massive interstellar warship still hovered above Britannia, unmoving. He couldn't possibly never go home again, could he? In fact, the Prime Minister was almost wishing the aliens would just bombard Britannia from above. At least then his escape would seem justified. But with the ship looming overhead, unmoving, he felt nothing but awkward. Yet even if someone urged him to return, he wouldn't dare. The aliens hadn't shown any explicit aggression yet. But what if he went back and was immediately blown to bits by a blast from above? That would be a sorry end. It wasn't as if he hadn't tried to approach with goodwill, seeking a diplomatic encounter. But before his planes could even get close, they'd all been shot down. Although the Prime Minister was stubborn, that stubbornness only worked when dealing with humans. He had never even considered butting heads with aliens. He felt that no matter how tough he was, his resolve would shatter under the assault of those alien energy cannons. Fortunately, before making his escape, he had already handed over all matters concerning contact or combat with the aliens to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Guardian Alliance. All he needed to do now was focus on reassuring the public. As for what would happen in the end, he could only wait for the outcome before making any decisions. At this moment, Nick Fury was deeply anxious as well. Unlike during the Battle of New York, when the aliens had been contained above the city, never once straying beyond its boundaries, even at the height of the conflict, this time was different. The alien fleet may not have been vast in number, but their ships were colossal, and the area they covered was so broad that a single barrage could drag the entirety of their nation into the depths of the Atlantic. Nick Fury had no illusions that these alien warships might lack smaller landing vessels or similar craft. After all, each of those titanic ships was larger than an entire city. The flagship, a giant cross-shaped warship, was so massive that it dwarfed even all of London, nearly twice its size. Nick Fury didn't dare to take chances. He feared that a single wrong order from him could spell the annihilation of his country, an act that would make him the villain of the entire human race. Several times, Nick Fury picked up the communicator that could reach Captain Marvel, only to set it down again. He wished, more than anything, that pressing that button would bring Captain Marvel to Earth in an instant. But he knew such a thing was impossible. Who knew which corner of the universe that woman was in now? In the end, Fury placed the communicator aside. In this situation, he could only put his faith in the Guardian Alliance. Captain Marvel was his last, desperate trump card, for vengeance if all else failed. The Guardian Alliance, since Guard was in their very name, it was their duty to protect Earth. In a crisis like this, they had to be the first to step forward. As for vengeance, that only came after you'd been defeated, After all, the Avengers had already disbanded on Earth. Tony and his team were now making emergency preparations. Time was tight. No one knew if the Dark Elves would strike the next second. Originally, Wang Teng's plan was simple. Charge in and slash wildly, tearing the Dark Elf ships to pieces in one fell swoop, the fastest way to resolve the crisis. But Tony rejected his idea without hesitation. Tony was well aware that Wang Teng had always planned to venture to other planets, and even he himself was tempted to tag along for a glimpse of the wider universe. So it was inevitable that Wang Teng would one day leave Earth. But what if, at that time, Earth was attacked by extraterrestrials? What then? That's why humanity needed its own means of defense and retaliation. Even when Asgard offered to send a fleet to assist, Tony and the others resolutely declined. Even if, in name, Asgard claimed to be Earth's protector, Tony and his team viewed Asgard as, at best, an ally. Earth could not remain forever under Asgard's shelter. The reason was simple, much like Wang Teng's logic. If Asgard ever found itself under attack and unable to help, wouldn't Earth be left vulnerable? Besides, if two alien fleets fought above Earth, it would be Earth's people who ultimately suffered the consequences. And if Asgardian forces came to Earth's aid, as Earthlings, shouldn't they at least put up their own show of resistance? To Tony and his companions, both Wang Teng and Asgard were Earth's ultimate backup plans. For now, the priority was to test whether the Guardians Alliance could withstand this incursion of Dark Elves on their own. The Guardians Alliance was far stronger than the Avengers team depicted in the original films. Not only were there 4 Thors now, but Tony's nanotech armor had also become vastly more formidable, and dozens of sorcerers had joined their ranks. After an urgent round of strategy and deployment, they finally settled on how to strike back at the invading Dark Elves. Hovering in the sky were 17 Dark Elf starships. The Guardians Alliance had to launch a swift and unexpected assault, catching the enemy off guard in the very first wave. Each of the 4 Thunder Knights would target a separate ship. Tony and Dr. Banner would team up against another. After hurling Banner onto his assigned ship, Tony would dash off toward yet another. Dr. Strange volunteered to contain the largest of ships. Barton's military expertise placed him in charge of coordinating the remaining sorcerers, ensuring that, should the enemy grow desperate, their ground attacks would be thwarted, leading the mages in defensive maneuvers. Even so, they could only hope to immediately destroy or at least pin down 7 enemy ships in this initial strike. Here and now, a swift and decisive victory was crucial. They needed to neutralize those 7 ships before the Dark Elves could react, thus buying precious time for a second offensive. If they succeeded in taking out these 7 vessels in one go, the remaining 10 ships would be far more manageable. The next assault would follow the same pattern, 7 heroes, each assigned to a ship, with the remaining 3 ships delayed by the sorcerers, who would split into 3 teams for the task, but of course, all of this was based on an ideal plan. If the battlefield situation became irreversible, then Wang Teng or Hela would have to step in. In fact, even Tony himself wasn't confident in this operation. After all, the Dark Elf ships were simply enormous. Their hulls stretched for dozens of kilometers, far beyond anyone's imagination. Though Tony and the others didn't hold out much hope for this assault, they knew they had to try regardless. After all, what if it worked? And even if it didn't, the experience would be invaluable for Earth's future defense plans. No matter how bad things got, Wang Teng was there as everyone's safety net. At this moment, Wang Teng was eager to test his new equipment, a shrink ray he'd acquired earlier but hadn't yet tried out. According to its description, the shrink ray could reduce a single object's size by up to 300 times. If Wang Teng fired it at one of the Dark Elves' ships, which spanned 30 or 40 kilometers in the sky, the vessel would shrink to about 100 meters long. While still massive, the soldiers inside would likely be crushed to pulp by the sudden compression. This shrink ray didn't have a multi-target function. It could only shrink one object at a time. Initially, Wang Teng had thought this feature rather useless. After all, if he wanted to shrink a person, it wouldn't work if they were wearing clothes. He'd have to pick between shrinking the person or their outfit. It was an awkward problem. Shrink a person hundreds of times, and even a pair of underwear could end up flattening them. Of course, there were ways around it. If you fired quickly enough, you might manage to shrink several items of clothing at once. But if you mistimed it, you could end up with someone's underwear stuck over their head. Wang Teng wasn't worried about the Dark Elves at all, and Tony and the others began to prepare for the attack. The plan had changed slightly. Tony had originally thought of tossing Dr. Banner onto one of the ships himself, but now the sorcerers would simply open portals for everyone, letting them appear directly on the enemy vessels. They'd strike hard, then immediately retreat to assault the next ship. This new approach greatly increased the element of surprise. They could catch the enemy completely off guard. Although Tony had been working with the sorcerers for some time, he still sometimes forgot about their ability to open portals, which seemed to defy the laws of physics as he understood them. But after this war with the Dark Elves, it was certain these sorcerers would become a regular force in Earth's defense. Tony had already been considering, once the war ended, personally funding the establishment of a sorcerer academy for Strange. The idea was to train more backup sorcerer teams on Earth, which would also bolster the reserves of the Defenders Alliance. Although these close combat sorcerers were quite different from the image Tony had in mind. No flurries of fireballs whizzing through the air, their abilities with spatial teleportation were truly formidable. If the theories behind sorcery practice weren't so fundamentally opposed to the scientific principles Tony relied on, he would have seriously considered learning how to become a sorcerer himself. While Tony and the others were making their final preparations and getting ready to act, the Dark Elf scientists had managed to pinpoint the location of the ether particle in space. The timing couldn't have been more serendipitous. Just as Tony's team was about to move, they noticed on the satellite feed that the Dark Elf ships had begun to shift into motion. Their cannons were already powering up, emitting an eerie, ghostly black glow. Describing it as a black light might not be scientifically accurate. After all, there's no such thing as black-colored light, but there was something truly unsettling about the dark radiance pulsating from the tips of those cannons. Perhaps the weapons warped and absorbed the surrounding light, giving rise to this bizarre, ominous glow. Regardless, the intent behind the Dark Elves' maneuver was unmistakable. They were about to launch an attack. The sense of impending danger spread quickly, and everyone around the world watching these events unfold grew tense with anticipation. Malekith had no interest in wasting time attacking Earth itself. His real plan was to use a powerful dark energy weapon to break open the seal around the ether particles. Dimension in one fell swoop. If he could obtain the ether, there'd be no need to bother with Earth. He'd have the power to bring the entire universe under Dark Elf dominion. Although it seemed he'd missed the optimal moment of celestial convergence, that would only slow him down a little. It was baffling where Malekith found such confidence. After all, even at the height of their power, the Dark Elves with the ether had been no match for Asgard. Now, after hundreds of thousands of years skulking in the shadows of the universe, he somehow believed the ether would tip the scales in his favor. A mind is a wonderful thing, Tony mused. Unfortunately, it seemed the Dark Elves' long years of hiding like rats had left theirs atrophied. As the Dark Elves prepared to unleash their assault, the members of the Defenders Alliance sprang into action, but they were a step too late. Hundreds of black beams of dark energy shot out from the dozen-odd starships, streaking toward the surface. In an instant, not only the United Kingdom, but all its neighboring countries saw their skies engulfed in darkness. Even though the sun still hung high above, its rays were swallowed and distorted by the inky barrage before they could reach the ground. Most of Europe, under this strange spectacle, seemed to have fallen into an apocalyptic vision. Even the sun in the sky had become nothing more than a blood-red shadow. Fortunately, these attacks were not directed at the ground, but rather at a single point in the sky. Strangely enough, there were no explosions, which brought immense relief to Tony and his companions as they hurried to the scene. At that moment, all the Dark Elves had their eyes fixed on the spatial node targeted by the assault, paying no attention to the fact that a new figure had appeared on 7 of their ships. But even if they had noticed, it would have meant little to them, for compared to the colossal scale of their spaceships, a single extra figure was utterly insignificant. The Dark Elves' all-out strike was not in vain. In the sky, a bizarre black portal unfurled, and Malekith could clearly see the ether particles within, flowing like a slow-moving, viscous liquid. The Dark Elves erupted in collective cheers, celebrating what they believed to be the moment of their glorious revival. Just then, 7 warships, including the massive vessel carrying Malekith, issued external damage alerts. Yet, given the enormous size of the ships, Tony and the others could not hope to destroy them all at once. Even the damage they managed to inflict was merely superficial. Malekith couldn't even be bothered by the Earthlings attacking his fleet. All his attention was now focused on the ether particles within the forcibly opened portal. He knew he had to retrieve them quickly, before any unforeseen trouble could arise. After instructing the Dark Elves to counterattack at will, Malekith boarded a small shuttle and flew straight toward the black portal in the sky. Given the current state of battle, Tony and his team knew it would be nearly impossible to bring down the Dark Elf ships anytime soon. Anxiety surged among them, and they unleashed their most ferocious attacks on the 7 enemy vessels beneath them, sparing neither strength nor energy. The most spectacular assault came from the 4 Thunder Knights. Thor, Steve, and Jane each gripped Mjolnir, channeling every ounce of their strength as they hammered down upon the ships below. Natasha, meanwhile, transformed herself into a mighty sword of lightning, slashing fiercely at the dark elves' craft beneath her. Suddenly, the sky, which had only just cleared, was shrouded once more with thunderclouds. Lightning crackled and thunder rumbled overhead. The commotion caused by the four was impossible to ignore. Instantly, they became the primary targets for the Dark Elves. Countless small fighters and unmanned drones surged from the motherships, launching a relentless, all-encompassing barrage against the four heroes. Unfortunately, the attacks launched by the Dark Elves didn't cause the four of them any harm at all. Thor, along with Natasha, who had undergone physical enhancement, both possessed bodies among the strongest in existence. Their ability to withstand blows was second to none. The attacks from those small ships felt to them like nothing more than a mild tickle. Jane Foster wore a necklace that could generate an energy shield. As long as the incoming attacks didn't exceed its capacity, it could ignore any form of assault. Even Steve Rogers, whose physical abilities were merely at the very peak of human potential, had a passive skill that automatically drew enemy fire to his shield. So even when faced with a barrage of gunfire lighting up the sky, the four of them remained completely unharmed. Instead, under the cover of the Dark Elves' attacks, the four unleashed utter havoc on the enemy's ships, showing no restraint. The thunderclaps and lightning they conjured were so intense that, in Wang Teng's estimation, it could have powered the entire world for several days. Of course, their ferocious assault yielded swift and decisive results. In just 2 or 3 rounds of attacks, the Dark Elf ships assigned to the four were completely obliterated. Natasha was the first to claim a victory. Transforming into a giant blade of thunder, she stabbed straight down and then slashed sideways in one fluid motion, slicing the spaceship beneath her clean in half. The next was Thor himself. After all, he was the genuine god of thunder. Spurred on by his competitive spirit, the power of thunder within him surged ever more fiercely. First, he blasted a gaping hole in the ship with lightning. Then, wielding his hammer wrapped in divine power, he tore open the hull of the ship as if performing surgery with his own hands. Steve was just a step slower. Lacking the innate power of thunder, the electric energy he unleashed relied entirely on the hammer's built-in abilities. But as a seasoned World War II veteran and master of combat, Steve made clever use of the collective thunder summoned by the four of them. In no time at all, he had punched dozens of holes through the ship under his charge, rendering it completely inoperable and sending it plummeting from the sky. The slowest was Jane Foster. Lacking experience in battle and possessing only the ordinary physical strength of a human woman, her attack power was somewhat lacking. Yet she found a unique approach. After blasting a large hole in the hull, she squeezed inside and began her sabotage from within. Here, one must acknowledge an age-old truth. The strongest fortress is always most vulnerable from the inside. So in the end, Jane wasn't much slower than the other 3, and together, they upheld the honor of their thunderous quartet. Jane Foster's method of attack also offered inspiration to Dr. Banner and Tony Stark. When faced with these enormous cosmic ships, they both realized their own approaches had been a bit too one-dimensional. Dr. Banner was only skilled in physical assaults. Although nothing could really withstand his iron fists, no matter how powerful his punch was, all it ever did was leave a tiny, insignificant hole in the ship's hull. After seeing Jane's example, Banner quickly developed a mole-like approach. His ability to tunnel through the steel hull became even faster than an actual mole digging through Earth. Once inside, he could swiftly locate the enemy ship's energy core, a target that certainly couldn't withstand a blow from the Hulk. Just like that, another starship was spectacularly destroyed. Tony, on the other hand, was arguably having the hardest time out of everyone. Truth be told, some of the others initially objected to Tony joining this assault mission. While his ability to clear enemy lines wasn't bad, relying solely on his armored suit against such massive spaceships seemed a bit outmatched. But Tony Stark was never one to heed warnings. He was eager to test the limits of his new nanotech suit and see just how far it could go. Unfortunately, Tony had clearly underestimated the technological prowess and physical resilience of the Dark Elves. Not only did he take several direct hits from enemy drones, but even when he blasted a cursed warrior with his energy cannon, the opponent didn't even flinch. In fact, Tony nearly found himself torn apart by brute force. Tony's predicament was the very definition of when luck runs out, don't blame the world. While none of the others had to face a cursed warrior during their battles, Tony ran straight into one and spent the entire fight on the defensive. If he hadn't managed to lure the not-so-bright warrior into attacking the ship's cockpit, causing the starship to lose control, the others might have been paying their respects at Tony Stark's grave by this time next year. All in all, it was a narrow escape. Bad luck turned fortunate. The aftermath of Tony's desperate struggle ended up blasting apart the control room of the Dark Elf ship. The dim-witted cursed warrior abandoned his assault on Tony and instead fixated on the ruined control panel, desperately trying to regain control of his vessel. No one could say what hope there was for a console battered to scrap, but this gave Tony the chance to slip out through the gaping hole he'd made at the beginning and escape the chaos. Looking back, the first round of battles, despite some unexpected twists, had gone fairly well. Now, only Doctor Strange was left, still facing the largest of the cosmic ships, the Dark Elves' main flagship. We can't really blame Strange for falling short. After all, the flagship of the Dark Elves was simply enormous. Seeing its size on a computer screen and seeing it in reality were two entirely different experiences. The other Dark Elf spaceships were each only 30 or 40 kilometers long, about the size of a medium city. But the lead ship was an astonishing colossus, stretching over 100 kilometers in length, taller than a dozen Mount Everest stacked end to end. Even though Strange had become the new Sorcerer Supreme, he simply didn't have the power yet to launch an attack spell of such magnitude. Strange's original plan was to use the large portal rings he'd been developing these past few days, to slip one over the spaceship like a hoop, and then perform a clean slice right through it. But now he faced an embarrassing problem. The rings he'd made just weren't big enough. It wasn't that Strange couldn't construct a larger portal. The trouble was, if he built it any bigger, he couldn't move it. The ones he could just barely maneuver were far too small to fit over the ship at all. Strange was getting anxious now, especially after boasting so confidently earlier. There was no way he could admit defeat halfway through. With no other choice, Strange braced himself against the crushing pressure that threatened to make him cough up blood and began to push the massive portal ring toward the spaceship. Of course, the speed was hardly faster than a snail's pace. Fortunately, Master Wang noticed Strange's predicament in time and quickly rallied the other sorcerers to assist him. With the combined efforts of the Kamartaj sorcerers, the portal finally started to move a bit faster. Its sluggish crawl upgraded from a snail's pace to that of a slow-moving turtle. It just so happened that Malekith was completely absorbed in the ether at that moment, paying no attention whatsoever to the enormous, glowing ring inching its way toward his ship. Had he simply shifted his position even a little, the entire assembly of Kamartaj sorcerers would probably have been exhausted to the point of collapse. Right now, Malekith's mind was wholly occupied with the ether. The attacks on his ship didn't concern him in the slightest. In his view, as long as he could seize the ether, the entire universe would fall under the dominion of the Dark Elves. So even when Malekith saw the giant fiery ring creeping ever closer to his ship, he didn't try to stop it or dodge. In fact, he even gave Strange and the others a silent nod of approval, thinking they were simply buying him more time and creating just the opportunity he needed to seize the ether while everyone else was distracted. By this point, in truth, Malekith was no longer aboard the ship at all. Without anyone noticing, he had already slipped away to the entrance of the ether's domain. Malekith, overjoyed, dashed into the spatial rift to absorb and master the ether particles. This was nothing like the rushed sequence in the movie. With ample preparation, Malekith could unleash the full power of the Reality Stone, instead of only barely scratching the surface as he did on screen, where he ultimately fell to Thor and his hammer. Meanwhile, the rest of the Alliance had no idea what Malekith was up to. All eyes were fixed on Strange, waiting for him to unleash his colossal spatial slash. True to expectations, Alster Angel didn't disappoint. Amid everyone's anticipation, he cast his immense ring of fire, encircling the Dark Elves' main ship. The whole process was as smooth as slicing through butter with a hot knife. Watching the massive spaceship split neatly in two before him, Strange finally let out a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't embarrassed the Order of Sorcerers. But then, Strange's expression darkened. The Dark Elves had nearly made a fool of him this time, and unless he struck back with a vengeance, his teams standing in the Guardians' alliance would surely suffer. With grim determination, Strange set his sights on the remaining, slimmer, enemy ships. He'd already tested his giant ring trick. On his own, he could quickly snare those smaller vessels as well. If it weren't for the value these ships held for future research, Strange would have been tempted to wield the Time Stone, freezing them in a current of endless time. After all, nothing in this world, no matter how powerful, could withstand the erosion of time, let alone these mere metal shells. These Dark Elves were nothing special, certainly not masters of dimensions. Why should Strange allow them to shame him? Retaliation was a must, and it had to be decisive. The others, oblivious to Strange's thoughts, would have simply urged him to hurry up even if they had known. The Dark Elf troops inside the ships were already beginning to pour out, and any more delay would risk getting overwhelmed. Of the remaining 6, the team had already split up, each targeting a ship. Natasha, ever the fastest, had already taken down one and was moving on to the second. Only then did Strange snap out of it. He had to move quickly, He needed to take down the last 3 ships himself to reclaim the dignity he'd lost from his earlier slip-up. To his credit, when operating within his own limits, Strange was swift and efficient. One by one, his colossal rings closed around the enemy's ships, and in no time, the final 3 vessels were neatly severed, the ritual of destruction. Complete, the others did not disappoint either. With the experience from their first battle, their assault this time was even swifter, and in just a short span, they had dealt with all the massive leviathans floating in the sky. At this moment, Malekith finally finished absorbing the ether particle, but as he stepped out from the spatial rift, he was utterly stunned. Where's my enormous spaceship? Damn it, where's my entire cosmic fleet? The Dark Elves have always had a small population. Even after hundreds of thousands of years of peace and recuperation, their numbers barely reached 100,000. For this campaign to seize the ether particle, Malekith had steeled himself and brought along 10,000 elite soldiers, a tenth of their entire race, more than that, in fact. Now, Malekith felt his blood pressure rising. Scanning the sky, he saw only a smattering of Dark Elves piloting aircraft. Perhaps not even 5,000 remained. The battle had barely begun. In fact, it could hardly be called a true fight, yet already more than half his forces were lost. Malekith's composure began to crumble. After all, not every Dark Elf is a cursed warrior. Although their physical strength surpasses that of humans, it is not to an absurd degree. After all, even Steve Rogers needs a parachute when jumping from plane. Those who had stayed aboard the ships instead of exiting. When the spacecraft plummeted from the sky, one can well imagine their fate. Even if, by some miracle, they survived, they would likely be gravely injured. Malekith gazed at the shattered remains of his spaceship, now lying in ruins after its fall, and his heart ached so much his eyes reddened. Even his pitch-black face seemed to take on a ghastly pallor. Of course, only half his spaceship remained. The other half, sliced cleanly by Strange's portal, had been deposited on an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean, along with the 3 smaller ships he later carved away. On that lonely island, Hellish troops were already waiting in full force. After all, you can never have too many hands for mining. The earliest Hydra agents sent to Helheim had almost had their souls worn away from endless toil. Malekith's pain was overwhelming. The Dark Elves reproduce with great difficulty. After their ancient defeat, several tens of thousands had managed to escape, but even after hundreds of thousands of years, their population had never climbed past 100,000. To Malekith, and to every Dark Elf, for that matter, their people were precious beyond measure. The loss of even a single warrior would bring deep sorrow, let alone the thousands lost in a single stroke. Even with the ether particle in his grasp, Malekith could do nothing to ease the agony clawing at his heart. If it weren't for the naturally robust constitution of the Dark Elves, Malekith would probably have already suffered a heart attack and dropped dead on the spot. In his original plan, Malekith intended merely to plunge the entire universe into darkness, turning all other living beings into slaves of the Dark Elves. But now, Malekith had changed his mind. He would first wipe out everyone on Earth to avenge his fallen kin, especially those few people darting restlessly before him. Just one look was enough to tell they were the main culprits. To simply kill them would not satisfy Malekith's rage. He was determined to flay them alive and tear them apart. Only then could he quell the hatred burning in his heart. As for those figures crackling with lightning, it was clear at a glance that they were undoubtedly connected to Asgard, the age-old enemy of the Dark Elves. Malekith decided to go all out. If you don't vote to grant me power, I'll make sure your homes go dark. Malekith unleashed his full might. The power of the Reality Stone, carried by the ether particles, quickly swept across the globe. At this moment, humanity's baser instincts were on full display. Only China was managing to keep control of the situation. The rest of the world was descending rapidly into chaos. This was nothing like the Battle of New York. Back then, no matter how rampant the alien invaders became, they never managed to leave the bounds of the city. But now, with the Reality Stone's power, darkness was spreading over the entire world in an instant. Although the sun still hung in the sky, not a shred of light or warmth could be felt. It was as if the world had become a dim bulb, on the verge of flickering out, giving off a faint glow, but leaving everyone with the sense that it might go out at any moment. In such a situation, even though little time had passed, apocalyptic theories swept across the globe within moments. Every kind of riot and crime the human mind could conjure was being played out in every corner of the world. On the streets of America, many police officers had already given up resistance, allowing the chaos to rage before their eyes. In just a few minutes, despair had enveloped the entire world. For members of the Guardians Alliance, this was their first time witnessing the true power of an Infinity Stone. The Space Stone in the past had merely opened a modest portal above New York, so everyone had only ever thought of these stones as limitless energy sources. Even the Time Stone, under Strange control, had never revealed its true might to the others. Strange himself would never use the Time Stone for mere games, and besides, his mastery of it was far from profound. After all, only a handful of years had passed since he began learning the mystic arts and became the Sorcerer Supreme. As for the Mind Stone embedded in Loki's scepter, most people saw it is little more than a joke. It could only control a person's mind by touching the scepter to their chest. In short, based on what everyone knew about the Infinity Stone's powers, few truly appreciated their real might. At first, Strange placed great hopes in the Time Stone, but after witnessing the strength of Dormammu and Wang Teng, even he began to doubt the stone's fabled power. Now, in this very moment, the harsh reality struck the Guardians' alliance like a resounding slap across the face, forcing them to realize why the Infinity Stones were hailed as the greatest treasures of the universe. Even Wang Teng's understanding had long been shaped by the movies he'd watched in his previous life. After all, the films only showed so much. Even though he had lived in this Marvel world for decades, it was only now that he finally grasped the vast gulf between reality and the silver screen. This was largely because Wang Teng had never seriously studied the Infinity Stones. Although he possessed the Mind Stone, he had never truly explored its secrets. The chaos engulfing the world was one thing, but the Guardians' alliance at the scene was already on the brink of madness. They could only watch in frustration as Malekith plunged the world into darkness right before their eyes, and a sense of crushing defeat weighed on their hearts. Now, with Tony and the others at the forefront, the team shared a single burning thought: take down Malekith as quickly as possible and restore light to the world. Though they couldn't be sure defeating him would bring back the light, there was no time to dwell on doubts. The only certainty was that if Malekith wasn't stopped, the world's destruction was inevitable. With the Sorcerer's help, the Alliance members swiftly reached Malekith's side through a portal. Yet the first to launch an attack was Hawkeye Barton. Having played a minor role throughout the operation so far, Barton had been simmering with frustration. The instant he stepped through the portal, he drew back his energy bow, conjured an arrow, and let it fly straight at Malekith. Unfortunately, though the arrow was fast, it had no effect on Malekith. The energy arrow sped like lightning, but as it neared Malekith, it simply fizzled out as if its power had been drained away. Black Widow followed close behind, transforming into a colossal thunderblade as she struck fiercely at Malekith. Natasha's display of power during the earlier assault on the spaceship had filled the team with hope. After all, the difference between the states of Natasha and Malekith now was like that. Between a giant and an infant, Natasha did not disappoint the crowd. The ensuing battle was exactly like a giant fighting an infant. Malekith merely waved his hand, as if brushing away a troublesome fly, and a massive black whip lashed out toward the thunderous greatsword that Natasha had transformed into. With just a single blow, Natasha, who had seemed so powerful in the eyes of the onlookers, was sent flying by Malekith. This was undoubtedly another heavy blow to everyone's morale, but there was nothing they could do. At this point, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press on. The eyes of the world were upon them. If they failed, Wang Teng would have to step in. Well, the whole point of this battle was training, after all. As long as Wang Teng was there to back them up, even if they lost, they had nothing to fear. Thanks to Dr. Strange's explanations, everyone knew that Wang Teng had become a super powerful being capable of single-handedly destroying the universe. Though none of them could truly imagine what that kind of world-ending power might look like, it was certainly nothing the shadowy dark elf could compare to. Strange himself was caught up in vivid imaginings of Wang Teng's might. He didn't actually know the true power behind Wang Teng's enormous blade. To Strange's senses, it was just an ordinary broadsword. Yet Wang Teng had managed to drive Dormammu into madness with it. Strange figured that if Wang Teng really went all out, destroying the universe would be but a matter of minutes. Of course, this was somewhat overestimating Wang Teng. Even with the golden-ringed saber in his hand, obliterating the universe was no simple feat, but Strange had no way of knowing that. To Wang Teng, what happened next on the battlefield was simply too painful to watch, but it gave him a thorough understanding of the Reality Stone's power. The first to fall was Tony Stark. He couldn't withstand the stone's might. Before he could even get close to Malekith, his high-tech nano armor was transformed into tattered rags. If not for a nearby sorcerer's quick reaction, Tony might have become the first superhero to plummet to his death from the sky. After Tony, Steve was the next to succumb. His shield was turned into a wooden door, and he himself was sent flying by Malekith's strike. The man who claimed he could fight all day was left sprawled on the ground, unable to get up for a long while. Hawkeye, who had been trying to keep his distance and kite the enemy, found that while his arrows had no effect on Malekith, they were irritating enough to catch his attention. With a flick of Malekith's power, Hawkeye's bow was transformed into nothing more than a fire poker. Regrettably, the Dark Elves' modifications to the Reality Stone, or the Ether, were overly focused on shrouding the entire world in darkness. This, in turn, diminished much of the Reality Stone's true potential, though its power in pure energy attacks remained formidable beyond compare. At least whenever Malekith tried to turn Dr. Green into a statue, he failed every time. In a way, this was a small blessing amidst the chaos. Yet even so, the group was battered by Malekith to the point where they were left scrambling in utter disarray, completely powerless to fight back. Even Doctor Strange, regarded as the strongest among them, could do nothing in the face of Malekith's total control over the ether. Any magical energy he hurled at Malekith simply dissipated into nothingness before it could reach him. The others fared even worse. Relying solely on their physical resilience, they became nothing more than Malekith's living shields, smashed into the ground again and again, dozens of times over. By now, everyone understood that this wasn't a battle between equals at all. The gap between Earthlings and the universe's top-tier powerhouses was far too great. Ironically, if Malekith hadn't obtained the ether, he really wouldn't have been a match for this group. But they couldn't ignore the fact that Malekith now wielded the ether, and for that matter, Strange himself carried the Time Stone. Yet even that was of no use. The disastrous defeat of the Guardians Alliance was broadcast live across the globe, and a wave of despair swept over the entire world. Even desperate criminals caught in the act dropped everything in panic. They committed crimes in hopes of enjoying the spoils. But if the world was on the verge of annihilation, what was there left to enjoy? At first, these criminals believed that, in the end, some superhero would save the day. They thought they could take advantage of the chaos without consequence. After all, those federal agents were of little threat, and if anyone got caught, it was just a stroke of bad luck. Most of them figured they'd escape unscathed. But the current situation went far beyond their expectations. The superheroes seemed powerless to save the world, leaving these opportunists rattled to the core. What was the point of committing crimes now? Better to seize the moment and pray to God. If Tony and the others knew that their own defeat was actually reducing the global crime rate, one wonders what they would think. Still, whatever the case, it was time for Wang Teng to take the stage. The group may have wanted to experience firsthand the gap between themselves and extraterrestrial foes, but a taste of that was more than enough. There was no need to keep getting pummeled. After all, Tony was the only one who might have a penchant for this sort of punishment, though he'd never admit it. Wang Teng resolved to make a truly dazzling entrance. He summoned the war god's armor, which he'd been nurturing within his body all this time. The main reason was that he didn't feel entirely confident. Malekith looked so formidable at this moment, transforming the whole Earth into a realm of darkness. Who knew whether he was still holding back some power? Wang Teng couldn't afford to stumble in such a critical situation. Wang Teng's arrival was nothing short of spectacular, as if he orchestrated a magnificent special effects show. He intended to overwhelm his opponent with sheer presence from the very start, now that he had reached the golden immortal stage. With energy brimming inside him, if he didn't at least put on a display of purple chi from the east stretching 30,000 miles, it would only be because he feared the thunder might strike him down, not that he actually cared about it. But these foreigners knew so little. Even if he conjured a celestial omen like purple chi from the east, they'd probably just think the weather was changing and it was about to rain. Better to keep it simple. Radiant, immortal light flooded the scene, and thunder rolled out a path before him. The spectacle instantly stunned everyone present, along with the billions watching the live broadcast around the world. Wang Teng gave himself a perfect score for his entrance. Sure enough, these unsophisticated foreigners loved this kind of dramatic display. They really were a bunch of country bumpkins. Well, nothing to be done about it. Wang Teng could only humor them. Malekith's expression turned grave. The pressure Wang Teng exerted was simply overwhelming. Even with ether particles coursing through him, Malekith felt far from secure. Not even when facing Odin's father and Odin together in the past had he felt such intensity. It was like a father disciplining a child, a single slap to settle everything. Deep down, Malekith forced himself to rally his spirits. After all, the ether particles were the sacred treasure of the Dark Elves. Possessing them meant invincibility. He couldn't allow himself to be intimidated by a mere human from Earth. If Odin's father hadn't played dirty back then and stolen his ether particles in secret, the Dark Elves would have already ruled the universe. Earth's monkeys were still swinging in the trees at that time. Having steeled his resolve, Malekith decided to strike first. He unleashed a black beam of light, far thicker and more powerful than any before, hurtling straight toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't make the rookie mistake of trying to block it with his fists. The first rule of traversing worlds: always play it safe. Although he sensed that the black beam posed no real threat, he still chose to dodge. But to his surprise, as soon as he tried to move, he felt space itself locking him in place. Breaking through this spatial seal would only take him an instant, but Malekith's attack clearly wouldn't grant him even that brief moment. It seemed he had no choice but to face the blow head-on. Truly, this was the last resort. Silently, he drew the golden-ringed saber from his back. He didn't dare use too much strength, mainly for fear of splitting the earth in two. With a single stroke, Wang Teng brought the blade down toward the incoming pillar. A black light, a gleam of the blade flashed. As it met the black pillar, it sliced through effortlessly, shattering the darkness wherever it passed. Is that all? Doesn't seem so impressive after all. Wang Teng had barely begun to ponder this when a miserable scream echoed up from below. Well now, Wang Teng's spirits lifted. Malekith, who moments ago had been so arrogant, couldn't even withstand the residual force of Wang Teng's strike. Half his shoulder was cleaved off in an instant. Looks like I overestimated this so-called spicy chicken slivers. He's not even worth picking up chopsticks for. Now, Wang Teng could finally set his mind at ease. With the saber in hand, the world felt as if it belonged to him. A lonely sense of a master's solitude radiated from Wang Teng, the kind of isolation only true experts know. Hurry up and finish him off. Are you putting on costume drama up there? Singing opera? Even if you want to promote Chinese traditional culture, can you pick a better time? If you don't act, that bastard's going to get away. Just as Wang Teng was still basking in self-admiration, Tony's voice called up from below. Hillbilly, Wang Teng muttered under his breath. How could this magnificent suit of armor look like some opera costume? Typical ignorance from a barbarian. Clearly, it's been too long since Tony enjoyed a taste of loving discipline. When we get back, I'll be sure to give him a proper lesson. On second thought, maybe that's beneath me now. I'm a big shot these days. It's not proper to deal out punishment so casually. Better to simply lift the power restrictions on Pietro. From now on, teaching Tony Stark a lesson will be Pietro's job. And if he messes up, I'll just give him more homework. Tony, blissfully unaware, had just had his future mapped out by Wang Teng. If only he still had his armor, he'd have rushed up already to kick Malekith while he was down. Malekith, who'd hoped to slip away while Wang Teng was distracted, now looked on with bitter resentment. If only he'd turned that Earthling into a blow-up doll. Earlier, he wouldn't be in this mess. Tony's extra shout had not only settled Wang Teng's plans for the future, but also signaled the end of Malekith's time on stage. The Infinity Stones are formidable, but Malekith himself was too ordinary. Under Wang Teng's overwhelming blade, he didn't survive a single round. A single slash was enough to take his head. The ether possessed a powerful will and corrosive nature. Upon Malekith's death, the ether wasted no time. It shot straight toward Wang Teng, eager to invade his body. Watching the ether surge toward him, Wang Teng actually smiled. Well, this saved me the trouble of peeling it off Malekith myself, T. Wang Teng's current level. He could already see through appearances to grasp the essence of things. Although the ether particles appeared before him in liquid form, to Wang Teng, they were no different from the reality stone itself. As for the ether particles attempting to erode his physical body, that was nothing short of a joke. With his immense magical power, Wang Teng swiftly condensed the ether particles into the reality stone. The battle was over. Now, only one task remained before Wang Teng: to use the power of the reality stone to restore the entire world, which had been plunged into darkness, back to its original state. Naturally, this included all the equipment that had been turned into rubbish during the fight by the reality stone. Wang Teng gripped the reality stone and channeled his power into it, aiming to use its rules to undo everything that had been altered. The moment his will touched the stone, a powerful suction surged forth. Even with his vast, almost immeasurable magical reserves, he felt as though he could barely withstand it. Nearly half of his magic was drained away in an instant. It was only then that Wang Teng understood why wielding the Infinity Stones came with such great side effects. If you had magic, it would devour your magic. If not, it would consume your very life force. To gain something, a price had to be paid. The Infinity Stones were merely conduits for these functions. Of course, if your life and soul could no longer bear their consumption, the stones would draw from their own internal energy to assist you, but that amplification was limited. This was also why Thanos needed to gather all 6 Infinity Stones to achieve his goal. Wang Teng might not fully grasp the rest, but by his estimation, at the very least, the support of the space stone's boundless energy and the amplification from the Power Stone were both essential. Whether this was truly the case, Wang Teng could only find out after he had collected all 6 Infinity Stones. Now, Wang Teng had gained a deeper appreciation for the might of the Infinity Stones, a realization that only kindled his desire to collect them all. With his own reserves of energy, he could snap his fingers for fun every day without worry. After all, he still had half a sack of Senza beans at home. A single bean could instantly restore all his energy, and they could even be replanted. Even if the yield wasn't high, it was more than enough for Wang Teng's needs. At this thought, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at Thanos' physical strength. If Thanos hadn't damaged his body by destroying the Infinity Stones at the end, it seemed likely that using them several times wouldn't have posed much of a problem given his constitution. Wang Teng could sense that even with the Reality Stone restoring the world's former order, relying solely on his physical energy without magical support could inflict serious harm on his body. As Wang Teng's magical power ebbed away, the world, once shrouded in darkness, slowly began to regain its light. At this very moment, people across the globe breathed a sigh of relief. Well, everyone except for the night owls and those working late shifts, who were likely still fast asleep, blissfully unaware that a crisis threatening the entire world had just been averted. Nick Fury, too, finally let go of his worries. A genuine, hearty smile spread across his face as he tucked the signal transmitter back into his pocket. His grip finally relaxed. The greatest threat had been eliminated, and with the Dark Elves now stripped of the Reality Stone, their most powerful weapon, the cleanup could be left for others to handle. In fact, by now, the government of the United Kingdom had already begun to organize a counterattack. The mighty alien ships that once dominated the skies had been utterly destroyed by the Guardians Alliance, leaving only a few thousand enemy vessels remaining. The British government was confident that, with their military power, they could finish off these remaining aliens, and, of course, claim the spoils of war for themselves. Their plans were grand, but reality proved harsh. Confronted by the advancing British army, the Dark Elves, driven to madness and led by several cursed warriors, dealt the British forces a harsh lesson in humility. After suffering heavy losses, the Prime Minister had no choice but to send another desperate plea for help to the Guardians Alliance. Some matters simply require specialists. Fighting off alien invaders was one of them. No matter Britain's reputation as a formidable nation, with their years of technological stagnation and economic decline, they simply weren't equipped to handle this threat on their own. By now, though, these events had little to do with Wang Teng. The main villain had been defeated, and the Guardians Alliance had already honed their skills in battle. Even though taking down the remaining few thousand fanatical Dark Elves would be a daunting task for the Alliance's few dozen members, it was not an impossible one. Doctor Strange, for his part, was now utterly unstoppable. He had begun the day intending to show off his prowess in front of everyone, hoping to make an impression, yet things had nearly gone awry. Battling the truly formidable enemies had been tough, but when it came to the lesser minions, Strange showed no mercy. By the end of the fight, he alone had vanquished half of the Dark Elves. With support from the other sorcerers, the Guardians mages took down more than 2/3 of the enemy, including the most troublesome cursed warriors. Meanwhile, Barton finally found his moment to shine. Against Malekith, his arrows had little effect, but when targeting the lesser foes, he was devastatingly effective, each shot finding its mark, one enemy at a time. Even a sniper rifle couldn't match the precision and lethality of Barton's bow. Thor, Jane, and Steve were flying around with their hammers, soaring from place to place. Whenever they spotted Dark Elves, they would crash right into them, their efficiency unmatched. Natasha, on the other hand, no longer charged in with them. The power of lightning in her hands was becoming more and more skillful. She conjured a vast web of lightning, and with a single sweep, she could strike down 2 Dark Elves at once, as easily as swatting flies. After half an hour of this one-sided onslaught, not a single Dark Elf managed to escape. All were either captured or eliminated. For those taken prisoner, only one fate awaited them: to be sent to Helheim to mine for eternity. Even death offered no escape, for Hela had long since prepared the ritual to summon their souls. Chapter 161. Preparing to set sail for the Sea of Stars. Looking back, it was clear that the Dark Elves' attack had been nothing but a futile sacrifice. They achieved virtually nothing. The greatest loss on Earth was actually caused by the chaos and riots among humans themselves. When a massive alien ships were attacked and brought down, they crashed to the ground, causing considerable turmoil. Yet, thanks to the wizard's guidance, every ship fell in uninhabited areas. With the war now over, the aftermath began, and that was when the dispute started. After all, these were spaceships for humanity on Earth. Venturing beyond the solar system was still a distant dream, So these dozen or so spaceships became the object of every nation's envy. As for how to divide up these spoils, Wang Teng neither participated nor wished to be involved. Still, his incredible strength meant no country could ignore him. Anyone else might be overlooked, but the Guardians Alliance was guaranteed a share. And Tony Stark, as the world's foremost scientist, clearly deserved a spacecraft for research. At least, that was reasonable, provided you had the power to back it up. If the Guardians Alliance hadn't proven its strength, all those reasonable claims would vanish in an instant. As for other countries, Wang Teng had already reserved China's share. Any objections were useless. His identity was plain for all to see. Truthfully, if Wang Teng had his way, he would rather see the world's nations unite, gathering all scientists together to advance technology hand in hand. That was the best way forward for humanity. But the greatest obstacle to this was the question of where these scientists would work. Science may be without borders, but scientists each have a homeland of their own. In Wang Teng's view, gathering all the scientists in China would be the best possible outcome. However, he knew such a proposal would surely face united opposition from the rest of the world. Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to wade into those muddy waters. As far as he knew, he'd already resolved most of the major crises facing Earth, and it would be years before Thanos arrived. At least, that was how it played out in the original movies. Now, with Wang Teng's interference, the storylines had gone so far off course that no one could say for certain if Thanos would even make it to Earth. By this time, Wang Teng had already decided it was time to venture out into the universe. Otherwise, wouldn't his state-of-the-art spaceship, the Haiyan, go to waste? Gathering his thoughts, he took stock of the situation. The space stone was still on Asgard, while both the Reality Stone and the Mind Stone were safely in his own possession. The Time Stone still hung around Doctor Strange's neck, leaving only the Power Stone and the Soul Stone unaccounted for. The Soul Stone, guarded by Red Skull, was hidden on the distant planet Vormir. Wang Teng had no idea where that was. Its coordinates didn't even appear on the star charts provided by Asgard. The universe was infinite. After all, who knew in what remote corner Vormir might be hiding? Perhaps only Thanos' daughter would know. So, for now, Wang Teng's priority was to obtain the Power Stone. Truth be told, Wang Teng didn't know exactly where the temple housing the Power Stone was located. Rather than searching aimlessly across the cosmos, he figured he might as well head straight to Xander and wait for an opportunity to present itself. Besides, Xander was renowned as a tourist hotspot throughout the universe. He could simply treat it as a vacation. At first, Wang Teng planned to go alone. The spaceship's AI was advanced enough to handle all the navigation and piloting. He just needed to bring a robot from home for company. What he hadn't anticipated was that, the moment he announced his plan to travel to another planet for some sightseeing, everyone else voiced their strong objections. After so many exhausting battles, the entire team agreed he shouldn't go off on his own. Everyone wanted a proper break. So, led by Hela, they took a unanimous vote. All the core members would go together. Even Doctor Strange temporarily set aside his duties as the Sorcerer Supreme, saying he wanted to see Xander for himself. After all, having confronted Dormammu, Strange knew his role on Earth, while important, was no longer critical. Surely the schizophrenic Dormammu had already spread word of Earth's dangers far and wide, and there was little for Strange to worry about at present. As for any minor demonic incursions, the remaining sorcerers would be more than capable of handling those that if you asked who was the most dissatisfied with the situation, it would have to be the two little ones in Wang Teng's household. Wanda and Pietro protested Wang Teng's decision with all their might. All the grown-ups in the family were off traveling to another planet, no less, while the two of them were left behind, sent to school, as usual. They felt it was completely unfair, but their protests were firmly quashed by Wang Teng, who insisted that their studies must come first. At present, the list of people set to visit Xander included Wang Teng, Hela, Strange, Tony, Jane, Banner, Steve, Barton, and Natasha. Thor had originally insisted on joining the trip as well, but Hela had forcibly sent him back to Asgard, telling him to go home and spend time with his wife. If he kept neglecting her, she teased, his son might start calling someone else Dad. Under the threat of Hela's fists and with no one supporting him, Thor had no choice but to return to Asgard, grumbling all the way. Though Jane felt a pang of sadness about it, she had nothing to say. After all, Thor was now married, and it was a perfect fairy tale ending between a prince and a princess, even if the princess's story came with a few twists and turns. With the group decided, the next step was to settle each person's family affairs. When counting up, it turned out that only Wang Teng and Barton had families that needed arrangements. In fact, Barton had hesitated about whether to go to Xander, since he had a wife and children at home. But in the end, he chose to join the team. Natasha had tried to persuade Barton to stay home and take a long break with his family. Ironically, her persuasion only strengthened Barton's resolve to go with everyone, perhaps. The real reason was that he still worried about Natasha, even though she was now powerful enough to take care of herself without her big brother watching over her. On top of that, Barton's wife was fully supportive of his decision. Maybe, when he returned from space, he could even bring back some alien toys for the kids. When you think about it, it was rather pitiable. Apart from Barton, the rest of them were all more or less alone. Wang Teng, for his part, only had to make arrangements because there were 2 school-aged children in his home. Though the great crises had passed, smaller troubles on Earth never seemed to end. Wang Teng did have some concerns. He even considered whether he should help Wanda and Pietro awaken their superpowers. In the end, however, Alvin the principal gave his word again and again, and Wang Teng felt reassured enough to leave the children in his care. During their time away among the stars, the kids would just have to stay at school and focus on their studies. The main reason, of course, was that Principal Alvin demonstrated his abilities to Wang Teng. Although his powers couldn't quite compare to Wang Teng's, for a planet as peaceful as Earth currently was, there was no problem at all in protecting the 2 children. After settling the 2 disgruntled students at home, Wang Teng was finally ready to set off. This time, it was essentially a group trip for everyone, with the added bonus of picking up the Power Stone along the way. Yes, in Wang Teng's eyes, retrieving the Power Stone was merely a side task. The real purpose was travel and exploration. Having grown up, he had never visited another planet. Now, he finally had the chance to broaden his horizons. Although he had previously been to Asgard, he had already dismissed that from his mind. It was for work, hardly a vacation. After all, the Asgardians looked no different from Earthlings, in his opinion. Even with their advanced technology, their way of life leaned heavily toward medieval Europe, which left Wang Teng less than excited. What he truly wanted was to see bizarre alien life forms like Groot the Tree Man and his ilk. Once everything was ready, Wang Teng prepared himself and waited for everyone to board. Soon, they would set off for Xander. Luckily, none of them were ordinary people. No one insisted on hauling along mountains of luggage the way some travelers do. Otherwise, Wang Teng might have lost his mind. Still, given the length of the trip, they packed the essentials, food and changes of clothes. Though the spaceship had an automated gardening system, Wang Teng, being someone who couldn't live without meat, refused to rely solely on vegetables during the voyage. In fact, the Fian, a masterpiece of Atlantean engineering, wasn't quite at the top tier of cosmic ships to begin with. It had been collected by Asgard more as a curiosity. Nevertheless, Asgard had kept up with maintenance and upgrades. At the very least, when Wang Teng requested the ship, Hela had already upgraded all its systems to the highest universal standards. Without such improvements, merely leaving the solar system would have cost them a considerable amount of time. But after Hela's modifications, the Fian could exit the solar system in just 3 days. One has to admit, humans are remarkably adaptable. In just 3 days, they had grown used to space travel aboard the ship, and the initial sense of wonder quickly faded. Of course, that sense of novelty wore off mostly for the non-scientists. Tony, along with Dr. Banner and Jane Foster, remained utterly fascinated by the ship's facilities. If they weren't still drifting through the cosmos, Wang Teng suspected, the 3 of them would have teamed up to take the entire spaceship apart just to see how it worked. According to the intelligence systems calculations, even with the Fian's propulsion system ranking among the most advanced in the universe, the journey from Earth to Xander would take a grueling month with hundreds of spatial jumps along the way. To keep the Fian running over such a long voyage, Hela even produced a rare stellar core, refitting it as the ship's power source. After all, as a small spacecraft, its original energy reserves were nowhere near enough to sustain such an extended journey through the cosmos, especially considering how much power each spatial jump consumed. Wang Teng had already made up his mind. One day, he would find a way to use a space stone as the ship's core, for only limitless energy could support the endless propulsion he dreamed of. During the long trip, Wang Teng brought out a piece of Chinese cultural heritage to help everyone pass the time: mahjong. Little did he know that this casual decision would one day spread the game across the entire universe, making it one of the most beloved pastimes among countless worlds. Their destination was clear, and since none of them were especially familiar with the many planets of the universe, despite Hela's detailed introductions, it was still a far cry from seeing things with their own eyes. As a result, no one was inclined to linger along the way. The only exception came when they approached a spatial jump point near a planet famed throughout the galaxy for its cuisine. Tempted by the prospect, Wang Teng couldn't resist rerouting their course, so they could spend a day on this legendary food world. To be honest, the food planet left Wang Teng somewhat disappointed. It wasn't that there was nothing delicious. On the contrary, there were indeed a handful of dishes so extraordinary that everyone was utterly enchanted, making their past meals seem bland in comparison. But it was just those few dishes. If Wang Teng had a comment, he'd say this so-called culinary capital of the galaxy ought to be renamed Specialty Foods Planet. The vast majority of its famed delicacies had such bizarre flavors that not even Earth's most daring avant-garde chefs could have concocted them. This newfound perspective made Wang Teng appreciate Hella's cooking skills all the more. Compared to those strange alien concoctions, Hella's food was at least edible. Originally, Wang Teng planned to take some of those rare delicacies with him to enjoy on the road, but unfortunately, they were best eaten fresh. Once removed from the planet, their flavors quickly deteriorated, and the recipes were so complex that even master chefs would need centuries to truly master them. So, buying ingredients to try making them himself was out of the question, leaving Wang Teng rather crestfallen. Of course, all these expenses were covered by Hella, since no one else had any interstellar currency to pay with. Tony teased Wang Teng mercilessly about this, saying that once they got back to Earth, someone ought to award Wang Teng the title of the world's best at living off women. After all, even the most accomplished freeloaders on Earth never got further than their own planet, while Wang Teng had taken the art of sponging off others all the way into outer space. Wang Teng just felt pleased with himself. Whether it was mooching a meal or earning it fair and square, it was all thanks to his own skills. Tony Stark, on the other hand, could only dream of such luck. In the end, he was stuck picking at Wang Teng's leftovers. While Wang Teng had no intention of teaching Tony a lesson, Hella knew perfectly well what living off women meant. So she stepped in, on Wang Teng's behalf, giving Tony a sharp talking to. Any man I set my sights on is no one for a mere earthling to make jokes about. No one quite knew what method Hella used, but over the following week, Tony nearly took up residence in the bathroom. By the time he hobbled out, legs shaking and hand on his back, he could have kicked himself. Why hadn't he learned his lesson? Why did he have to provoke Wang Teng for no good reason? He wasn't a glutton for punishment. Why go looking for trouble? Especially now that he was stuck on Wang Teng's spaceship. If he really pushed Wang Teng's buttons with that guy's unpredictable nature, he could easily dump Tony on some deserted, primitive planet for months on end, and there'd be nothing Tony could do about it. After that, Tony kept his mouth in check, focusing all his attention on studying the spaceship specs. Deep down, he made a vow that, someday, he'd build a spaceship of his very own. And so, between their banter and squabbles, the days slipped quietly by. On the 38th day, the group finally caught sight of Xander in the distance. Wang Teng Swallow was not registered with Xander's authorities, but that wasn't much of a problem. As one of the galaxy's most famous tourist planets, Xander was accustomed to countless visiting ships arriving unannounced. What Wang Teng had always found curious, though, was how aliens from such different worlds managed to move about freely on Xander, given the planet's unique environment. The movies never explained that part. It wasn't until Wang Teng landed on Xander himself that he understood. Registering every off-world visitor served another crucial purpose, not just for identification, but also for disinfection to prevent unknown viruses and to distribute a small environmental simulator to each guest. This environmental simulator is much like a wristband. Simply fasten it around your wrist, and it forms a thin, isolating membrane over your skin. Within this membrane, it recreates the living conditions of the alien visitor's homeworld, not only simulating the air, but even replicating their gravity. The scientists accompanying the group were all amazed by this technology, exclaiming at its marvels. Fortunately, the environment on Xander is nearly identical to Earth's, differing only by the finest margins. After careful measurements, it turned out that no one in the group actually needed to wear the simulator. Still, as a precaution, everyone except a few decided to put them on. After all, while Xander's air is just as breathable as Earth's, perhaps even fresher, with a more pleasant environment, the gravity is almost twice as strong as what they're used to. This didn't have much effect on most people, but for Tony, Dr. Banner when he wasn't transformed, and Jane Foster, the strain on their bodies was noticeable. All three, coincidentally, were scientists. As for Barton, though he was an ordinary human, his years of training had made him far stronger than average. The doubled gravity was uncomfortable at first, but his body quickly adjusted. Tony and the others insisted everyone take the environmental simulator along, and in Wang Teng's view, the main reason was simple. It was free. Once they returned to Earth, if this technology could be reverse-engineered in a lab, it would be a tremendous boon to humanity's future journeys through the stars. Even if it wasn't used on other planets, there are many places on Earth inhospitable to ordinary people. An environmental simulator like this could make nearly the entire planet accessible. Besides the simulator, each person also received a complimentary tourist navigation device. This device didn't just map out all of Xander's attractions. It could also project real-time, three-dimensional images of any location, presenting the scenery as if you were truly there. In short, it was less a mere navigator and more of a global reality simulator, a product of technology far beyond anything on Earth. Wang Teng and the others were more than happy to accept these gifts from Xander. Experiencing life on Xander left them in awe, marveling at how convenient life becomes once civilization reaches a certain height. Through the navigation device, they discovered that Xander's advancements weren't limited to technology alone. There were countless amenities, designed with the comfort of its people in mind. For the natives of Xander, things like public health care and public transportation are entirely free. Of course, free also means ordinary. If you want something more premium, you'll have to pay a hefty price for it. This is an unchanging truth, universal across the world, and even across the universe. Compared to other nations in the cosmos, Xander's crime rate is astonishingly low. This isn't because of advanced technology or the high moral standards of its citizens, but rather thanks to the Nova Corps, whose reputation echoes throughout the universe. According to regulations, Wang Teng's Fian was supposed to dock at the spaceport. But Wang Teng couldn't bring himself to trust others to look after his ship, not even for a moment. Even when a Nova Corps officer, someone who seemed to be a high-ranking leader, repeatedly assured him that the spaceport was extremely secure, Wang Teng dismissed his words outright. In the Marvel Universe, after all, is there anywhere that's truly safe? In the end, Wang Teng stored the Fian in his personal space, nearly triggering a conflict with the Nova Corps in the process. Understandably so, the Nova Corps would never willingly allow a foreigner to bring a heavily armed spaceship down to Xander's surface. It wasn't until Hela produced a certain identification card that the Nova Corps leader's attitude changed in an instant. One moment, he was all official business, ready to order troops to seize the ship. The next, his face broke into a broad grin, and he turned fawning and polite, hustling everyone aboard a transport to Xander's surface and personally upgrading them to first class. Wang Teng and the others couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Asgard supposed to have disappeared from the universe for hundreds of thousands of years, surviving only as a legend? What kind of ID card did Hela have that could make a Nova Corps leader switch from arrogance to obsequiousness in the blink of an eye? On the way to Xander's surface, Hela explained the situation. In the eyes of these so-called great empires of the universe, even though ancient civilizations like theirs have faded from public view, the upper echelons of every nation still keep their records. Back at the Xander surface spaceport, the place was thrown into sudden, frantic activity. Ordinary visitors were quickly ushered out, causing a ripple of confusion. The reason this chaos remained relatively contained was the presence of Xander's security personnel who kept strict order. After all, with all the rowdy types roaming the universe, there's not a single easy customer. Among them, only the sight of energy rifles keeps them in line, at least for a while. Amid the puzzled gazes of the many travelers, the leader's private jet of the Nova Empire appeared at the spaceport. Only then did the other visitors suddenly understand. No wonder such a grand scene was unfolding. It turned out to be the #1 figure of the Nova Empire making an appearance. But what happened next left everyone even more bewildered. The Nova Empire's top leader actually waited on the tarmac. In the cosmic order of things, even if the great general of the Kree personally visited, it wouldn't warrant the Nova Empire's #1 waiting in person for a reception. As a result, the crowd of onlooking aliens began whispering to one another, probing both friends and strangers alike for information. Whoever could prompt such a grand turnout from the Nova Empire had to be someone of extraordinary status. In the interstellar age, information is as valuable as currency. I heard that a queen from an ancient empire is about to visit the Nova Empire, someone murmured. Amidst the many rumors, this message gradually spread through the crowd, and a sense of realization dawned on the visitors. That would explain everything. After all, in the realm of galactic nations, ancient means powerful. Under the law of the Dark Forest, if you aren't strong enough, you'll never survive long enough to become ancient. Any empire called ancient has likely existed for tens of thousands of years, and its might is self-evident. At this moment, all those eager to forge connections or seek advantages began to stir restlessly. Even without confirmation of the visitor's identity, the undercurrents of ambition surged unseen. Meanwhile, Wang Teng and his companions had no idea such a spectacle was awaiting them on the ground. All they noticed was that the flight attendants aboard their shuttle had become increasingly attentive. This was no longer just ordinary service for travelers. To Wang Teng, it felt as if the crew wished they could treat them like revered ancestors, anxious lest anyone should feel the slightest dissatisfaction. After over an hour of this special treatment, the short-range shuttle finally touched down at the spaceport. As Wang Teng and the others disembarked, they were taken aback by the magnificent scene before them. They had never imagined such a grand welcome was actually prepared for their arrival. Hela, however, had her suspicions. As the crown princess of Asgard, she knew that whenever she revealed her identity, she would be received with the utmost ceremony, no matter which corner of the universe she visited. The only exceptions were those backward civilizations so obscure that even Asgard had never heard of them. But such places were hardly worth Hela's personal attention, especially since Asgard itself commanded its own interstellar fleet. Unlike the suspicion and exclusion he faced on Earth, Wang Teng was, for the first time, experiencing the respect that true power deserves. He had to admit, this feeling was truly exhilarating. According to Hela, her reputation among the upper echelons of the various empires across the universe now far surpasses Odin's. After all, Odin had stayed cooped up within the 9 realms for hundreds of thousands of years, never once stepping beyond their borders. Whenever he needed something done beyond, he always sent his subordinates, at least until Hela came of age. Although Hela didn't spell it out directly, Wang Teng could infer from her words that, for those hundreds of thousands of years, Asgard's cosmic fleet likely played the role of interstellar pirates in the universe. Yet, unlike most interstellar pirates today, who only dare to waylay lone ships, Asgard, confident in its overwhelming power, went straight for the richest planets. It didn't matter how strong their targets were, none could match Asgard's might. If you possessed a resource they needed, you had no choice but to hand it over. After Hela reached adulthood and began to gradually take charge of Asgard's external military operations, things started to shift. Partly, this was because of her womanly touch. Her methods were a bit gentler, preferring negotiation or purchase where possible. But the main reason was that any force bold enough to challenge her had long since been swept aside. Welcome, esteemed Queen of Asgard, to our planet Xander. We offer you our warmest greetings. The Interstellar Hotel has already been prepared for you and your entourage, so please feel free to rest for a while. Later, we have arranged a grand banquet in your honor. The leading figure of Xander approached, his withered face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum blooming in late autumn. Wang Teng had once wondered about this. The whole universe seemed to speak English, which was absurd. Even a tiny planet like Earth had hundreds of languages. How could an entire universe settle on just one? Now, he couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of advanced technology. Real-time translation systems made it possible to speak any language to any being, whether person or beast, and be perfectly understood. The leader's display left the surrounding crowd utterly stunned, jaw-droppingly so, for those species who actually had jaws. After all, the number 1 figure of Xander represented the very dignity of the Nova Empire. In the past, he had always treated leaders of even the most powerful nations as equals. Yet now, before Hela, he was visibly deferential, if not outright fawning. Just who is this Hela, really? The question sparked tremendous curiosity among all present. Sadly, as an ancient nation, Asgard's true nature was known only to the most elite circles of the great empires. The average citizen had barely even heard the name. Asgard? That sounds strangely familiar. Where have I heard it before? Was it in one of the fairy tales my mother told me as a child? If that's the case, things might be worse than I thought. Not far away, a slightly plump middle-aged man hiding in the crowd muttered to himself, his tone both anxious and uncertain that if anyone happened to notice him, they would find that his appearance was nearly identical to Wang Teng and the others. While the man was muttering to himself, Wang Teng glanced in his direction, a knowing smile appearing on his face. The target had emerged. It was clear that this man was none other than Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord. Now, where was his hometown again? Florida? It didn't matter, as long as it was him. The immense power dormant within Quill was enough to make even Wang Teng secretly uneasy. That energy surpassed even Hela's, and in comparison to Wang Teng's own magical strength, Quill possessed at least half as much. Truly, he lived up to the reputation of a man who straddled the line between mortal and god. Wang Teng could now understand why Odin had forged the anti-celestial armor in the first place. If Quill, with only a trace of celestial blood, could harbor such unfathomable energy, then a true celestial's power would be beyond comprehension. Although the energy within Quill remained dormant, it still granted him extraordinary physical abilities and keen vigilance. The moment Wang Teng cast a glance his way, Quill immediately sensed it and shot a defiant glare back at him. Interesting, Wang Teng mused, withdrawing his gaze. He didn't detect any traces of the Power Stone's energy from Quill, so there was no need to approach him for now. Besides, he had already memorized Quill's aura. No matter where Quill tried to run in the future, escaping Wang Teng's pursuit would be impossible, assuming Wang Teng ever felt inclined to chase down a greasy middle-aged man, of course. For now, it was better to relax. Later, he would have a proper conversation with Quill about his father. Wang Teng found this so-called celestial lineage far more intriguing than the Power Stone itself. Following the welcoming party, the group arrived at the Interstellar Hotel on Xander. If it were to be rated by Earth's hotel standards, Wang Teng would have easily awarded it a 50-star rating. This was an entirely different level. Despite its exotic architecture, there was something about the design that, curiously, still appealed to earthly aesthetics. The Interstellar Hotel not only boasted buildings on the ground, but also featured structures floating in the sky and extending underground. There were even aquatic facilities beneath the lake, catering to the diverse living habits of countless races across the universe. Perhaps the translation system was still a bit lacking, but to Wang Teng, calling it a hotel seemed inadequate. According to the introduction, the so-called star-rated hotel covered nearly 10,000 square kilometers, larger than many small nations on Earth. Truly, the level of technology determined the breadth of one's perspective. For a moment, Wang Teng even considered forcefully taking over Xander and making it his own private backyard. But the thought lasted only an instant before he dismissed it. After all, a whole planet was simply too vast. A single person living there would be unbearably lonely. If he invited others, he'd need to appoint someone to manage everything, which sounded like a massive hassle. The current arrangement, on the other hand, was perfect. Whenever he felt like it, he could come here to travel and relax, basking in Asgard's prestige and enjoying the highest level of service. Whatever he needed, there was always someone to attend to him. Compared to the endless trouble of ruling a planet, this kind of life was infinitely more comfortable. Xander's officials had arranged for them to stay in an exquisite floating castle, one of the finest accommodations available. Originally, the host had intended to prepare a separate suite for each person, each designed in a different style, but everyone politely declined. After all, just this one castle boasted nearly 100 rooms, and with only a handful of guests, the space felt almost extravagantly vast. Even Tony Stark, who always fancied himself a wealthy man, had never experienced such ostentatious luxury during his travels. He'd booked out entire hotels before, sure, but no ordinary ground-level hotel could possibly compare to this airborne fortress. The floating castle was more like a supersized city hotel, and while there were several such sky-high residences, this particular one occupied the prime location. From up here, they could gaze down over the entirety of the Garden City below. The striking arrangement of buildings created a spatial tapestry so stunning that even those with no knowledge of architecture could appreciate its beauty and grandeur. If there truly were a mythical paradise somewhere, Wang Teng thought, it could hardly be more impressive than this. He had been to Asgard before, of course, but its overall aesthetic leaned more toward medieval European styles. For all its grandeur, Asgard cities didn't quite match Xander's urban hotels in terms of technological sophistication or convenience. The first surprise awaiting the group was the castle's reception elevator. Since the castle floated among the clouds, Wang Teng and the others initially assumed they'd need to take a shuttle up. To their astonishment, when they arrived at the base of the castle, a beam of guiding light descended from above, gently transporting them up to the castle itself. Of course, Asgard possessed similar technology, though it was rarely used for such mundane purposes. For instance, the Bifrost Bridge was essentially a maxed-out version of this same guiding technology. Not only could it transport people and objects across vast distances, it could also double as a weapon capable of destroying entire stars. It was clear that, although Asgard's technological prowess was among the finest in the universe, their advancements were mostly channeled into weaponry and warfare. When it came to everyday comforts and conveniences, however, they were surprisingly less invested. The direction of technological development and personal preferences may differ, but as far as Wang Teng is concerned, there's not much distinction between Asgard and bandits. In the past, they relied on brute force to seize what they wanted, and only in the past several millennia have they slowly shifted to collecting protection fees. While their methods have become gentler, the essence of banditry hasn't really changed. One could say that the longer you live, the more you understand the fundamental nature of the universe. If you can't make yourself strong enough, sooner or later, you'll be swept away and vanish in the torrent of time. As for Asgard's actions, Wang Teng couldn't find any fault. Whether they rule with an iron hand or a gentle touch, everything they do is for the survival and continuation of their race and civilization. If Asgard can't keep themselves at the very pinnacle of the universe, then their downfall is only a matter of time. Just think back to the original storyline. Odin would rather destroy Asgard itself than allow Thor to remain weak. He tried to push Thor to become stronger, to motivate him to work harder. Unfortunately, Thor completely failed to live up to Odin's expectations and eventually turned into nothing more than a lazy shut-in, his greasy ways even outshining Quill in that regard. Apart from a future that Odin saw with his all-seeing eye, the main reason for these harsh trials, of course, was to temper Thor. After all, considering the Asgardian royal family's lifespan, giving Thor a few thousand or even 10,000 years to grow and mature was hardly a problem for Odin. As long as the end result aligned with Odin's expectations, he was willing to wait. Anyway, the movies never showed what happened thousands or tens of thousands of years later. As for the comics, Wang Teng had to admit he'd never read them at all. He'd heard there were many different versions and endings, but it didn't matter to him. Even if he had read them, he wouldn't care much now. After all, with Marvel's countless universes, who could say which one he'd ended up in? For all he knew, his very arrival might have created a brand new universe. With Wang Teng's current strength, breaking through the barriers of space and traveling the multiverse wasn't all that difficult. But actually, reaching another parallel universe was something beyond him. He might have the power, but he lacked the means, so it was all for nothing. Once they entered the castle, the interior left everyone wide-eyed with amazement. Though the exterior looked ancient and unassuming, the inside was filled with cutting-edge technology. Hela, naturally, was unfazed, accustomed to such wonders. But the other Earthlings couldn't stop marveling. If astonishment were a dish, they'd have devoured it by now. Even Tony couldn't hide his feelings. Though he kept boasting that he'd one day develop technology even more advanced than this, and wore an air of indifference, the envy in his eyes and the tinge of sourness in his words were impossible for anyone to miss. Everyone chose their rooms according to their own preferences, but even though there were plenty of rooms in the castle, they all ended up selecting ones next to each other. That way, if anything happened, they could look out for one another. While the reception they received on Xander was far beyond standard, thanks to Hela, they were still on an alien planet, so a little extra caution was only sensible. Once they had picked their rooms, each person took some time to freshen up and wash away the fatigue of their journey. Although the Swallow was an advanced spaceship with spacious living and activity areas, they'd still been traveling through space for over a month. The psychological exhaustion lingered. Now, standing under a steaming shower in a luxurious hotel suite, it felt as if all the stress from the past 30 days was melting away with the water. After getting settled, everyone gathered in Wang Teng's room. Even though their stay in this hotel and the extraordinary hospitality were thanks to Hela, Wang Teng remained the core of the team. It was also a perfect opportunity to hear Hela share what she knew about Xander. Although it was her first time visiting as well, Asgard's intelligence network reached most corners of the universe, Xander included. Once everyone was seated in the living room, Wang Teng felt that simple conversation wouldn't do. He wanted to order some drinks through room service and maybe a few snacks to go with them. But then, faced with over 1,600 drink options offered by the guest service robot, including Coca-Cola, which somehow made it all the way from Earth, Wang Teng was struck by indecision. Fortunately, Tony, who was no stranger to this sort of abundance, had a solution. Since they were already staying in the finest suites, why bother choosing? Just order one of everything. The castle was big enough, after all. So, they decided to move their gathering out to the castle's front lawn, a floating garden in the sky, lush with exotic flowers and plants. However, at Hela's strong urging, they trimmed the drink list down to just over 300 options. After all, not everything was suitable for Earthlings. Hela also picked out several dozen snacks she thought tasted great, much to Tony's disappointment. He'd hoped to sample more alien cuisine. But with Hela being the only one familiar with extraterrestrial delicacies, Tony didn't dare try things on his own. He certainly didn't want to fall victim to another of Hela's pranks. According to her, some of the drinks on offer contained substances not unlike sulfuric acid, specially formulated for certain alien species. Even if Xander's advanced medicine could save him from any mishap, Tony would still have to suffer the consequences firsthand. He insisted, not for the first time, that he wasn't a masochist. He was just curious. But everyone could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Hela also ordered dozens of staple dishes for everyone. Not only so they could sample these exotic flavors, but because there was another banquet to attend that evening. It seemed that whether on Earth or on an alien planet, so-called banquets were never really about tasting good food. And after Hela's terrifying descriptions, no one dared to eat recklessly on this foreign world. Although the group was equipped with devices similar to navigators that could display detailed information about each dish's ingredients, only a few science whizzes could actually make sense of them. Admittedly, the two agents possessed a fair amount of this kind of knowledge as well, given their experience with all sorts of oddities. In the end, after everyone had looked through the options, it turned out that Wang Teng, the academic underachiever, and Steve, the old war veteran, knew the least about these alien foods. Of course, Wang Teng refused to admit it. With his physique, he could probably even gulp down sulfuric acid with no ill effects, though he supposed the taste would be rather peculiar. As far as he was concerned, Steve was the only true novice here. As long as what you consider dangerous substances can't harm me, then for me, they simply aren't dangerous. The idea that I wouldn't recognize a hazardous material doesn't even exist in my mind. Wang Teng was thoroughly confident in his own psychological fortitude. Traveling with someone who knows the local ways truly makes things much easier. If not for Hela, just eating a meal would have caused them no end of trouble. While it was unlikely they'd accidentally eat something instantly lethal, getting hold of so many top-quality ingredients would have been utterly impossible. No matter where you are, even on Earth, only a privileged few can enjoy the very finest delicacies. All the more so in the universe, where the law of the jungle reigns and the dark forest rules apply. There were countless things the group had never even heard of. Even if they learned the names, they'd hardly know where to buy them, since so many of these items simply never enter the market at all. Hela's presence made everything so much simpler. There was no need for anyone to give orders. The upper echelons of the Nova Empire immediately delivered these unheard-of delicacies, eager to please. In a civilization with millions of years of history, power and influence abounded. To curry favor with Asgard, asking them to send food or resources was nothing. Some would have offered up their own families without hesitation. Though not every dish suited their tastes, with over 100 different foods and drinks to choose from, everyone could find something they truly enjoyed. And so before the official banquet even began, they filled their stomachs to the brim, so much so that not a hair on their heads wanted to move. Simply put, they were stuffed to the point of bursting. Hela and Wang Teng were the only two exceptions. As for Hela, Wang Teng couldn't say for sure, but he supposed it was because she had eaten all kinds of rare delicacies. For Wang Teng himself, with the strength and resilience of his body now, even if he were not on an entire planet, it might only give him a slight case of indigestion. At this point, enjoying fine food was more about indulging his appetite. It was all about savoring the experience. There was simply no way for him to overeat, as the speed at which he digested food far outpaced the speed at which he could consume it. In a way, Wang Teng had lost the simple pleasure of eating to fullness, something he counted as a small regret in life. After their meal, everyone began to ask Hela about the common customs and etiquette of the universe. After all, they now represented Earth's image, even if no one else knew they were. Earthlings, they themselves did. If they were to disgrace themselves before the whole universe, none of them would have the face to return home and see their friends and family again. Of course, Wang Teng wasn't among those asking. With his current level of power, etiquette was no longer something he needed to worry about. Whatever he chose to do was etiquette enough. If someone disagreed, well, his fist could easily convince them otherwise. As domineering as this might sound, such assertiveness was simply in keeping with the rules of this universe. Hela shared the same attitude. Whatever she did was by default proper etiquette. Her status alone saw to that. If anyone dared to question her conduct, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger, nor would the armies of Asgard. Those sycophants eager to curry favor with Asgard would be all too happy to put the upstarts in their place. If someone couldn't use their head, then perhaps they didn't need one at all. Though Helen never spelled it out, her underlying message was clear. She didn't know of any etiquette she needed to follow, simply because she didn't need to. There was an undeniable arrogance in her words, but it fit her position perfectly. As long as she didn't act like some ignorant bumpkin, there was nothing to be said. Though, deep down, even Hela and her companions would feel embarrassed by such behavior. Wang Teng quite agreed with this. He suddenly remembered how, in the original story, Dr. Banner had nearly knelt before Black Panther in Wakanda. If anyone from another planet ever tried that with him, Wang Teng would not hesitate to put an end to them right then and there. In fact, the way they dined was already a little outside the bounds of conventional etiquette. Fortunately, with Hela's status leading the way, no one dared to criticize them. After all, they came from an ancient realm. However grand their display, no one would find it strange. On the contrary, most would see it as entirely natural. The shrill ringing of a bell echoed through the air. After Hela fiddled with the controls, they realized it was a signal to announce the start of the banquet. Wang Teng couldn't help but poke fun at how this ancient bell sound was rarely heard on Earth anymore. Was this ding-ling-ling really the universal ringtone across the galaxy? Still, he thought that made more sense than universal English. The banquet was delayed longer than everyone expected. Only after some careful questioning did they find out that even the high-ranking officials of the Kree Empire wanted to attend, and were now racing at top speed toward Xander. Although the two powers had always been bitter rivals, they were both superpowers in the universe. And with relations currently in a honeymoon phase, the Nova Empire found it hard to refuse their request. With both empires now involved, the lesser nations grew even more restless. After submitting their applications to the Nova Empire, they couldn't even wait for a reply. One after another, they rushed to Xander in a flurry, desperate not to miss this opportunity. Night fell before long, though no one knew exactly what time it was. Xander's way of keeping time was different from Earth's, and their days stretched several hours longer. Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to keep track. He simply noticed that the sun had set nearly 2 hours ago before someone finally arrived to escort their group to the banquet. When Wang Teng saw the massive welcoming party, he assumed the venue must be quite far away. To his surprise, it was actually just inside the same city hotel, and not even far from their floating castle at that. The Nova Empire's reception was almost comically extravagant. The hover cars at the front of the convoy had already reached the banquet hall, while the ones at the back hadn't even started moving. Wang Teng was speechless, just a few steps away, and they insisted on this whole song and dance with getting in and out of cars. Clearly, no matter where you went in the universe, people everywhere enjoyed a bit of ceremonial pomp. Wang Teng wasn't a fan of such ostentatious displays, but after all, this was their event, and the gesture was meant to show goodwill. He decided to accept the sugar-coated welcome without complaint. As they entered the banquet hall, there was even a red carpet-like moment. Both sides of the walkway were packed with aliens wielding all manner of bizarre recording devices, eager to cover this grand event across the cosmos. Wang Teng and his companions were the last to arrive. Any other interstellar nations that showed up after them wouldn't be formally announced at all. Hela, without missing a beat, slipped her arm through Wang Teng's and led the way toward the banquet doors, exuding the dignity and pride of a queen. Well, she was a queen after all, a renowned queen of the stars, with a formidable reputation to match that hellish gesture of linking arms. With Wang Teng left the surrounding interstellar reporters bewildered, though they didn't know the truth. But at the entrance of the banquet hall, the jaws of the Empire's high-ranking officials nearly dropped to the floor, except, of course, for those of certain jawless species. While Hela's identity was not exactly a state secret, it wasn't widely known either. Yet, among those who did know, everyone understood just how noble her status truly was. Never had anyone heard of Queen Hela having a man by her side, or rather, most believed that in this vast universe, there simply wasn't anyone worthy of her. At least, that was the consensus among these imperial dignitaries. As for Wang Teng, a transmigrant blessed with a cheat that kept him out of trouble, he never underestimated himself. In his eyes, the only question was whether someone in the universe caught his interest. It was never about whether he was good enough for them. If only that Black Phoenix had known his gender back then. Well, perhaps one day, Wang Teng quickly brushed aside such thoughts. After all, there were certain biological barriers. At first, the imperial elites had assumed Wang Teng and his companions were merely Hela's attendants. But now, that assumption seemed far off the mark. Not only was Wang Teng being led by Hela, relying on her arm in a gentle, almost affectionate manner, but even the people following behind them chatted and laughed freely with both Wang Teng and Hela. There was none of the stiffness expected between superiors and subordinates. After all, no one had ever heard of Hela being easy to get along with. In the legends that had spread across the universe for thousands of years, she was known as an iron-blooded queen. The Nova Empire itself had only been established for a little over 3,000 years, when Hela was already traversing the cosmos. The Nova Empire's founders were probably still scrabbling in some remote corner of the universe. Amid the warm welcome extended by the leaders of various empires, Wang Teng and his group strolled unhurriedly into the vast banquet hall. Here, vast was no exaggeration. On Earth, a banquet hall spanning several thousand or even tens of thousands of square meters could be considered immense, but here, that would barely cover a small corner of the room. No one could say for certain what material had been used to construct the entire hall. One thing was clear. There wasn't a single supporting pillar in sight. The hall, covering nearly 1 million square meters, accommodated a bustling crowd without feeling the slightest bit crowded. In fact, it seemed downright spacious, so much so that calling it a banquet hall felt inadequate. It was more like a grand plaza. The entire banquet hall perfectly blended opulence with natural beauty, with a breathtaking array of miniature landscapes at every turn. Thanks to the introduction from the leaders of the Nova Empire, the guests learned that the hall contained scaled-down versions of nearly all the famous sites from Xander, making it not only the grandest but also the most beautiful banquet hall on the planet. The cost of maintaining it each year was, quite literally, astronomical, and no wonder they're one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Not only are they fabulously wealthy, but even their leg hair seems thick and imposing. If they hadn't been so warm and welcoming all along, Wang Teng might have been tempted to rob them himself. It seems that when people are too hospitable, it can also be a problem. There's simply no excuse to make a move. The real issue, of course, is that he's a good person at heart. Being a good person is truly no easy task. Even if you want to rob someone, you have to find a good reason first. Originally, he just wanted a simple interstellar journey, but now that all the nations have gathered here, Hela, as Asgard's spokesperson too, the outside world, still had to fulfill her duties. It was the perfect time to discuss a few years' worth of protection fees in advance. Why do people from all the other empires flock to Xander in droves? Isn't it just to seize this opportunity to cozy up to Hela, hoping to bleed a little less in the future? Ordinarily, during negotiations, they'd never get to meet a big boss like Hela. Asgard's negotiation teams are notorious for being tough. They'd skin these nations alive if given the chance. Now that Hela herself, the ruler of Asgard, was present, everyone was eager to make an impression. If that meant paying less in the long run, it would be a win-win for all. Of course, there had been those bold enough to try resisting, but none of them ever got a second chance. Not that Asgard ever went so far as to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. At most, they'd ask for some cutting-edge technology or rare resources. Truth be told, even the best technology these nations could offer was usually beneath Asgard's notice. Their own tech was far more advanced. At most, they took interest in these technologies to see if there were any novel ideas worth adapting for Asgard's future development. Most countries understood this. In the end, what really mattered to them were those rare resources, something every top nation desperately needed. After all, even though the universe is vast, its exploitable resources are far from limitless, and there are plenty of dead zones and forbidden regions out there. If you could secure more resources for your own country, your nation's development would leap ahead. But if you somehow offended Asgard and they started bleeding you dry, then even if Asgard didn't send in troops to wipe you out, you'd be lucky not to regress. You'd be burning incense and thanks just to avoid falling behind. What's more, if anyone dared to cross Asgard, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. There'd be plenty of others ready to swoop in and carve up the spoils. As for the content of Hela's negotiations with the leaders of the United Empire, Wang Teng had absolutely no interest. In less than 2 minutes, he was already bored. Catching Hela's apologetic glance, he slipped away from the gathering and began to wander leisurely through the banquet hall. Wang Teng casually picked up a drink that looked rather decent, sipping as he strolled along and sampling some of the nuts laid out on the tables, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Hey, brother. Nice to meet you. I'm the Crown Prince of the Husky Empire. You can call me Wang Kai. What should I call you?" As Wang Teng wandered through the street, bored and aimless, a voice sounded right beside him. Turning his head, he found himself face to face with a dog-headed man. Of course it wasn't like those cartoonish figures with an actual dog's head on a human body. Rather, it was the combination of his round nose and drooping ears that made Wang Teng think of such an image. To make things even more amusing, perhaps there was something off with the translator, because the name Husky Empire and the prince's own name, Wang Kai, were both so comical that it was impossible for Wang Teng not to make the connection. Is there something you need? To be honest, Wang Teng found himself rather intrigued by this bizarre Husky Empire. "Yeah, it's just that you seem amazing, brother. How did you ever win over that woman? My father told me that back when she first appeared in the universe, countless men tried to court her. In the end, the lucky ones only had their legs broken, those who fared worse. Well, let's just say you must be incredibly impressive to have succeeded." Wang Teng hadn't known that Hela had such a history, but it didn't really surprise him. Even Teacher, who had once said that Hela's standards for men were either to be stronger than her or smarter. Otherwise, what right did anyone have to conquer her? Given Hela's identity and strength, there were precious few in the entire universe who could catch her eye. As for those who wouldn't take a hint and kept pestering her, wiping out their entire clan was hardly out of the question. This prince from the Husky Empire was certainly an entertaining character. Even his name sounded festive. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder whether he should send him an actual husky from Earth as a pet. That scene would surely be a riot. What can I say? It's just that my own charm is simply irresistible. Once a woman meets me, she just can't let go. With nothing better to do, Wang Teng decided that chatting with this husky, who wouldn't chew up the furniture, was actually rather fun. "Impressive, brother. I bet your status in Asgard must be quite lofty as well. My father told me that Asgard is one of the universe's top powers. I've always wanted to see it for myself. I can only imagine what a magnificent sight it must be. It's a shame, though. As far as I know, Asgard is very secretive, and no one has ever learned its exact location. Wang Teng hadn't expected this Wang Kai, the prince of the Husky Empire, to be such a chatterbox. Even when Wang Teng didn't respond, he could carry on enthusiastically all by himself. Perhaps he was trying to gather intelligence, but he didn't come across as unpleasant. I'm from Earth, not Asgard. Wang Teng couldn't help but refute Wang Kai's claim of being an Asgardian. After all, there was nothing shameful about admitting you were from Earth. Earth? Never heard of it. Is it some kind of ancient civilization? Wang Kai asked, his curiosity genuine. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had begun to gather around Wang Kai and Wang Teng, hoping to glean useful information from their exchange. Wang Kai's question wasn't just his own confusion. It voiced the curiosity of the eavesdroppers as well. Quietly, everyone mentally highlighted Earth as a point of interest. It is quite ancient, in fact. You could say we're neighbors with Asgard, Wang Teng replied, offering a brief explanation. He pictured the Fiend, still tucked away in his little pocket dimension. No matter how you looked at it, the Fiend originated from the legendary Atlantis, an undeniable product of Earth's ancient civilizations. So, calling Earth an ancient civilization wasn't wrong. Moreover, when it came to the number of top-tier powerhouses, Earth was on par with any major force in the multiverse. It was just that Earth's heroes were constantly entangled. In multiversal affairs, their hands tied, while Earth's current level of technology lagged behind. With such powerful guardians, catching up was only a matter of time. Now, there was no need for Tony to foolishly snap his fingers anymore, and with Shuri from Wakanda in the mix, Earth's technology was poised for a rapid leap in the coming decades. Of course, this meant young Spider-Man might never get the chance to inherit the mantle, a good thing, perhaps, considering his reputation for squandering wealth. He'd nearly run Stark Industries into the ground. Peter Parker was a genius in his own right, but he was clearly a few rungs below Tony when it came to true innovation. Maybe it was because Tony Stark died too early in the original story, leaving Peter without enough guidance. Either way, things were looking up and heading in a better direction. To win the favor of Asgard's queen, Earth must be incredibly powerful. And to be neighbors with Asgard, that's no small feat, Wang Kai mused, his imagination running wild. Wang Teng had nothing to say to Wang Kai's flights of fancy. He certainly couldn't admit that, in name, Earth was supposedly under Asgard's protection. That would lower his own standing too much. Never even heard of the place. Why bother bragging? Let's be honest, isn't he just a kept pretty boy living off others? Sneered a man nearby, his head resembling that of a crocodile, scales gleaming across his face. Wang Teng couldn't quite judge his age, but he guessed the man wasn't very old. Anyone with real composure wouldn't have blurted out something like that at a time like this, as soon as the man with the crocodile face finished speaking, a hush fell over those around Wang Teng. Many people secretly admired his boldness. Even if some shared similar thoughts, no one would be foolish enough to say it out loud. That would be asking for trouble. Whether the target was really a freeloader or just a pretty face made no difference. Saying such things was a blatant sign of disrespect to Asgard. And disrespecting Asgard meant your days were numbered. It was obvious his elders weren't present, as the crocodile-faced man lifted his head, scanning the crowd with smug satisfaction, as if the shock in the air made him all the prouder of his own courage. Wang Teng, too, felt quite pleased. He'd been searching for an excuse to relieve someone of their belongings, and now, here was the perfect opportunity delivered straight to him. You got the nerve to laugh here? You're an embarrassment to all men. The crocodile-faced man snapped back when he saw Wang Teng grinning at him. His words jolted the stunned crowd back to their senses. More, how dare you speak that way to an honored guest? Aren't you afraid of facing consequences? Besides, he's the most important friend of my Empire of Era. Wang Kai wasn't about to let the moment slip by. He took the chance to warn the crocodile-faced man, and at the same time, draped himself in the glow of being Wang Teng's friend, proudly wearing this badge for all to see. Oh, so it's Prince Wang Kai. My apologies, I didn't notice you standing there. For a second, I thought one of the dung beasts from our planet's zoo had escaped. The man's words were sharp as a blade. By now, Wang Teng realized these two must have known each other before. So was he just caught in their crossfire? But that didn't bother Wang Teng. After all, it gave him the excuse he needed to strike hard when the time came. He would be letting himself down if he didn't make the most of this moment after swallowing his pride. Don't mind him, brother, Wang Kai said, as if introducing the other party to Wang Teng. His brains never fully developed. Pretty much everyone from there. Reptilian Empire runs a deficit in the intelligence department. Their home planets at the SB-845 coordinate in the Andromeda system. If it weren't for the fact that the environment there is unlivable for most species, they'd have been wiped out a long time ago. Not a single good word in that introduction. He even deliberately leaked some key information to Wang Teng. His intentions were clear as day. They say huskies are the smartest dogs, and it seems the saying holds true. Kid, you mess with me, you're finished. Wang Teng was certain the grin on his face now looked positively villainous. Quit pretending. If you've got guts, face me one-on-one like a real man. I could snap your neck with one hand, Moore said, flexing his arm, a limb so thick it looked wider than Wang Teng's waist. The commotion here was eventually reported up the chain of command. Since it involved Asgard, Xander's administrators were in no position to handle it arbitrarily and had no choice but to escalate the matter to the high-level Imperial leaders meeting nearby. The leader of the Nova Empire was livid. His face turned an alarming shade of green. Even without knowing all the details, he could not conceal his fury. Someone dared to cause trouble at a banquet hosted by him? Well then, they shouldn't blame the Nova Empire for taking ruthless measures. At that moment, Hela also noticed the stir in that direction. When she spotted Wang Teng at the center of the crowd, her expression darkened immediately. Was someone deliberately provoking them? It seemed that after so many years away from the cosmic stage, a few clowns simply couldn't resist jumping out to make a scene. Hela rose and strode toward Wang Teng. She wasn't worried about his safety, but her actions would make her position clear. Sometimes, flexing your muscles at the right moment could only help in the negotiations ahead. Wang Teng had no patience left for the crocodile man's foul-mouthed tirade. Without another word, he slapped the ugly creature square across the face. A splash of purple liquid, probably blood, splattered onto Wang Teng's hand, making his skin crawl. Alarmed at the possibility of catching some alien virus, he quickly grabbed Wang Tsai's sleeve and wiped his hand vigorously. Even though Wang Teng had held back a lot of his strength for fear of smashing the creature to pieces, the slap still sent the crocodile man, no, the lizard man, spinning through the air with a full 720-degree twist before he crashed to the ground in a most undignified heap, like a husky skidding headfirst into a pit. Wang Teng glanced over his shoulder at Wang Kai, feeling a bit guilty for his earlier thoughts. After all, the man's homeland was called the Empire of Huskies. Impressive. I've heard tales about the Asgardians' legendary strength, but brother, you're every bit their equal. The lizard folk are known for their physical prowess across the universe. Yet in front of you, they're not worth mentioning at all. Wang Tsai's eyes shone with admiration as he showered Wang Teng with praise, voicing what many spectators were surely thinking. To Wang Teng's surprise, the lizard man really did have a robust constitution. Even though Wang Teng had used less than 1% of his strength, enough to kill an ordinary person instantly, he dared to use that much only because the opponent looked so burly. Yet, despite crashing through the floor and leaving a sizable dent, the lizard man merely shook his head and managed to haul himself upright once more. How dare you ambush the great mole? I'll twist your neck. The lizard man's threat was cut short as Wang Teng delivered another slap, this time with a touch more force. Well, if he can still get up after that, he must truly be tough as nails. No wonder his brain seemed a bit small. It was probably squeezed out by all that muscle. Seeing that his opponent was still struggling to get up, Wang Teng couldn't even be bothered to listen to another word from him. The only reason he hadn't finished him off was that he was waiting for the guy's family to show up. Wang Teng stepped forward and planted his foot squarely on the lizardman's head, pushing it right back into the hole he had just managed to pull himself out of. The whole time Wang Teng was doing this, a gentle smile played on his lips. The onlookers were stunned, realizing in their hearts that this was not a man to be trifled with. Clearly, a man who could catch the eye of the Queen of Asgard would never be ordinary in any sense. Led by Hela herself, the leaders of various nations who had been discussing matters nearby now made their way toward Wang Teng. More, you bastard! What did you do to my son? Let him go right now. A lizard man, noticeably larger than the rest, charged at Wang Teng, trying to knock him aside. It was obvious this hulking lizard man was the father of the smaller one under Wang Teng's foot, finally coming forward to defend his suffering son. Wang Teng couldn't help but suspect there was something wrong with the translator. Looking at this bigger lizard man, he noticed he resembled a crocodile far more than a lizard. Why did the translation insist on lizard man? Judging by his size and bulging muscles, Wang Teng figured he had to weigh at least half a ton. Of course, Wang Teng was not about to let this brute crash into him. Not that it would have hurt, but he found the idea repulsive. Still stepping on the son's head, Wang Teng lifted his other foot and kicked the big lizard man squarely in the gut. With a thunderous thud, the massive creature was sent flying by Wang Teng's powerful kick. One had to admit, for all their bulk, these lizard folk had a remarkable vitality. The scene reminded Wang Teng of that lizard scientist from an old movie. He wondered if they might be related. After being sent sprawling by Wang Teng's kick, The lizard man chieftain didn't dare attack again. Instead, he scrambled up and let out a harsh, grating roar at Hela. Queen Hela, our lizard kingdom offers Asgard a great deal of precious ore every year. You'd better keep your servants in check. For your lowly underling to treat my son this way. Are you trying to provoke an interstellar conflict? Wang Teng smirked. As expected, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Thick-headedness must run in the family. Hela smiled, and for once, the queen who was usually so aloof showed a hint of amusement. The rare sight drew a chorus of soft gasps from those present. He's not my subordinate. If anything, I should be the one serving him. And are you threatening me? I don't think you even qualify to utter the word conflict. Hela's words instantly froze the atmosphere in the hall. It was clear now, the lizard kingdom was beyond saving. Yet the king of this kingdom still hadn't grasped the reality of his situation. You'd better think this through, esteemed queen of Asgard, he warned. Right now, you're all alone out here. No matter how powerful your Asgardian army may be, they're too far. A way to help you in time. Why not return with us instead? Come to our lizard kingdom. I can promise you to my dearest youngest son, Emoer. Then, at least, we could celebrate. Hela's reputation as the iron-blooded queen wasn't for nothing. She was nothing like Wang Teng when it came to dealing with her enemies. She didn't hesitate. In a flash, before anyone could react, a uniquely shaped sword appeared in her hand. The Lizard King, who was still spouting threats, suddenly had both his arms sliced clean off by Hela. The entire process took no longer than the blink of an eye. Those from other kingdoms who had been quietly scheming in their hearts quickly reigned in their ambitions. After all, the Lizard King was said to be able to stand his ground even against the legendary Ronin, the Accuser. While their technology wasn't particularly advanced, their formidable physical strength rendered most ordinary weapons useless against them. Yet, even with such resilience, Hela had severed his arms as if it were nothing. And that man from before was no ordinary figure either. He had delivered a kick that sent the massive Lizard King flying. No one else present could have done such a thing. Hela, that's my prey. You'd better not steal him from me. Wang Teng called out, quickly stepping in to keep her from going any further. If she killed the Lizard King outright, how would he have his turn to strike? Hela misunderstood, thinking Wang Teng was speaking up on her behalf after hearing the king's earlier insults. A sweet warmth bloomed in her heart. You will pay for this. All of you. The Lizard King growled, still putting on a show of toughness. Even after having his arms chopped off, he let out only a brief wail before stopping, not forgetting to issue threats at Wang Teng and the others, completely oblivious to the true state of affairs. His bravado likely stemmed from the fact that their star system was notoriously inhospitable to outsiders. The harsh environment and their unfriendly demeanor kept most people from bothering to invade, making it not worth the effort. Yet their system boasted some rare minerals and unique resources, too valuable to abandon entirely. That was the real reason their kingdom had survived until now. But seemed this long period of peace had given the lizard people some dangerous illusions. They truly believed their might was unshakable. Seeing the king's continued threats, Wang Teng decided not to give him any more chances. Some types could never be tamed. He'd planned to just rob them at first, but now he wanted it all. After searching through his personal space, Wang Teng cheerfully pulled out something guaranteed to delight his opponent. When the Lizard King saw the collar in Wang Teng's hand, his eyes grew cold and wary. He couldn't help but take a step back. Even if his words were fierce, the look in Wang Teng's eyes sent a chill straight to his core. Relax, there's no need to be nervous. This is a truly wonderful item, a real treasure. I'm giving it to you now. See how generous I am to you, Wang Teng said. If it weren't for the other's bizarre appearance, Wang Teng might have forgotten he even had such a thing. He'd always thought he'd never use it, a beast-taming ring. According to its description, this was a precious item designed to make spirit beasts obedient. Judging by this creature's unusual looks, it would be considered a kind of demon beast or fierce beast by Earth standards. It wasn't exactly the spirit beast Wang Teng had in mind, but it was better than letting it go to waste. Even if you're trying to apologize now, it's too late. I'll personally pilot a spaceship to destroy your planet and avenge the humiliation I suffered today. The Lizard King, whose brain was barely the size of a walnut, suddenly found his courage at the sight of Wang Teng offering him a gift. Those watching nearby shook their heads in disbelief. It was clear that members of this species weren't too bright, completely missing Wang Teng's sarcasm. Wang Teng had no interest in arguing further. Better to have this guy obediently serve as his pet and slave from now on. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Teng sent the beast-taming ring flying toward the Lizard King. The fool even reached out to catch it. Though the ring didn't move particularly fast, under Wang Teng's spiritual control, It landed precisely around the Lizard King's neck. The Lizard King's expression shifted immediately. This was nothing like what he'd imagined. No matter how slow he was, he knew that a collar around the neck was meant for pets. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" The Lizard King roared, consumed by rage. With his only remaining arm, he furiously tried to tear the collar off, but it was all in vain. At this scene, the onlookers couldn't hold back any longer. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, echoing off the walls. Beneath Wang Teng's feet, Prince Moore was digging a huge hole in the floor with his claws, desperately trying to escape from beneath Wang Teng's shoe, which was planted firmly on his head. Hearing the laughter all around, the Lizard King's eyes went bloodshot, a deep, purplish red. With a furious roar, he charged at Wang Teng, the claws on his hand glinting with a menacing violet light. "Tighten!" Wang Teng commanded. As Wang Teng cast his spell, the beast-taming collar around the Lizard King's neck swiftly constricted. If it were only a physical tightening, perhaps this stubborn Lizard King could have chosen to die with dignity. Unfortunately for him, items from the cultivation world exert most of their power on the soul itself. Although the collar was fastened around his neck, Wang Teng had no desire to personally experience what it felt like. When the Beastmaster ring truly acted on one's soul, whatever the sensation might be, he had no intention of trying it for himself. Judging by the agonized screams coming from the tough old king, it was far more intense than before. Just look at him, already writhing and rolling on the ground. One could imagine this was exactly how the Monkey King must have looked in Journey to the West, tormented by the tightening headband spell. The Beastmaster ring was supposedly marked for use only on non-humans, but evidently, it did not recognize this old lizard as a person. Of course, its powers went far beyond simple restraint. Since it could suppress a soul, it could also, over time, alter the wearer's loyalty on the most fundamental level. The lower the intelligence, the quicker the process. Unlike transformation potions, which took effect instantly, but only made the user identify with their new self. The Beastmaster ring worked from within, reshaping the mind so the wearer truly believed themselves to be a slave, erasing any trace of rebellious thought. If that were all, it might not be so formidable, but the ring could do more than just restrict the soul. Even if the victim retained a shred of defiance, the ring would force them to obey their master's commands, overriding all resistance. In short, from the moment the Beastmaster ring closed around your neck, your fate was no longer your own. Stand up, squat down, bark like a dog. Wang Teng had already begun testing the ring's effects. The Lizard King struggled desperately against the commands, but to his horror, found his resistance utterly futile. No matter how much he loathed it, his body obeyed Wang Teng's every order. There wasn't even a moment's hesitation, not even when told to imitate a dog's bark. What terrified the Lizard King most was that, even as he strained to rebel, a voice deep inside whispered insistently that everything he was doing was perfectly natural, just as it should be. And it wasn't only the victim himself who was shaken by the scene. Those watching from the sidelines instinctively took several steps back. This contraption was far beyond anything their understanding of technology could account for. Had Asgardian science truly reached such heights? A wave of despair swept over them for the future of their own empire. From the day their realm was founded, they had always been subject to Asgard's dominance, but not one among them had given up hope of one day surpassing their overlords. Yet, faced with what they saw now, all such ambitions were swiftly abandoned. At least, for now, they still retained their sense of self. The lesson was right before their eyes. If they dared rebel, the consequences would be immediate and inescapable. Wang Teng remained oblivious to their thoughts. If only he had more Beastmaster rings, he might have been tempted to fit every last one of them with a collar. They say that those who are not of our own kind must have different hearts, let alone on an alien planet, where one can live even more freely and unconstrained. It's not about committing great evil, but simply about following one's own desires to their conclusion. Unlike others who reacted with fear, Hellas' eyes shone with excitement. While everyone else could only see the Lizard King restrained by Wang Teng's beast-controlling ring. Unable to grasp what was really happening, Hela saw through to the essence. As the goddess of death, she was among the foremost in the material universe in matters of the soul. With just a glance, Hela discerned that Wang Teng's beast-controlling ring didn't merely subdue the body, it bound the soul itself. Energy continued to seep in, remolding the target's spirit and thoughts, turning them completely to Wang Teng's command. She made a mental note to ask Wang Teng if he had any more of these devices. Acquiring one would be immensely helpful to her own soul research. Though Hela could forcibly intercept the souls of talented individuals from the Dark Dimension and other soul realms, there were still those who would rather let their souls dissipate than submit to her will. After exhausting both threats and promises without breaking their resistance, there was often little more Hela could do. If the subject had a strong constitution, she could erase their memories and use them as puppet warriors. But if they were scientists or scholars, even forcing them to mine for resources yielded little result. Now, seeing Wang Teng's method, Hela's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If she could master this technique for reshaping thoughts and controlling souls, she would never again have to worry about disobedient spirits defying her. "Who is this?" Wang Teng asked, pointing to the crocodile-faced man under his foot. "Respected master, this is my youngest and most beloved son, Emoer," the Lizard King replied. Even though he had been cursing only moments before, the instant Wang Teng spoke, he adopted a humble posture and answered obediently. "Kill him." Wang Teng's face was expressionless as he issued a command that sent a wave of horror through the onlookers. He then kicked the crocodile-faced man toward the Lizard King. If at first Wang Teng's orders had humiliated the Lizard King more than frightened him, since they were no different from teasing a pet, now terror had wholly consumed his mind. Whether he resisted, cursed, or begged for mercy, nothing could stop his own hands from attacking his youngest son. "Master, I was wrong. Please spare my son. I'm willing to give you everything I have." The Lizard King's tearful pleading almost had a touch of father's compassion, but paired with his grotesque features and the ruthless way he struck, the scene was nothing short of unsettling. Many in the crowd wore expressions of distress and pity, but not a single person dared to speak a word, terrified that in the very next moment they might become the target of Wang Teng, this devil incarnate. Indeed, in the eyes of all present, Wang Teng at this moment was no different from a demon. Some even thought that, compared to his methods, even a demon would fall short. Everyone silently marked Wang Teng and Asgard as entities not to be trifled with. And of course, there was also the name Earth that Wang Teng had mentioned. Though no one knew exactly which planet Earth was, they made sure to etch the name deep in their memories. The leader of the Kree Empire, meanwhile, found his mind spinning with countless thoughts. Others might not know what or where Earth was, but he was keenly aware. Only a few decades ago, Ronan, who had always harbored ambitions of war, had visited Earth once. It was said he'd returned in disgrace after being beaten back by a woman. He'd originally thought that, for such a primitive planet, having a single superhero was already excessive. Yet now, another had appeared, and even had ties to Asgard. If there were only one superhuman, it could be dismissed as a fluke or mere mutation. But the emergence of a second? That demanded caution, for who could say whether a third, or even more might surface? This was an issue that would require a dedicated meeting back home, and Ronan would have to be summoned. After all, within the whole Kree Empire, no one knew Earth better than Ronan. As for the Lizard King, he never received Wang Teng's command to stop. In the depths of his own despair, he twisted and broke Moore's neck with his own hands. What crushed him even more was that, even after committing such a horrific act, he still felt a flicker of joy deep inside. It wasn't that he was twisted enough to feel pleasure from killing his own son. That feeling came from the satisfaction of fulfilling Wang Teng's order. The Lizard King knew there was no escape for him now. He couldn't even summon the desire to kill himself. Even if the thought crossed his mind, his body and subconscious would immediately rise up against it. A wave of collapse and terror swept through the entire hall. For the Lizard King, it was utter despair. For everyone else, it was fear, so much so that even his fellow Earthlings, like Tony, couldn't help but swallow nervously. They'd never realized Wang Teng had such extreme tendencies. Had something inside him been unleashed after leaving Earth? As for the depths of the Lizard King's despair, Wang Teng neither knew nor cared. After all, the man couldn't resist, and besides, he was hideous to look at. The time for harvest had arrived. Now, tell me, what specialties and technologies does your Lizard Kingdom have? This Lizard King wanted to keep his secrets, but his mouth seemed to have a mind of its own. Under Wang Teng's questioning, he confessed everything, even down to how old he was when he still wet his pants. In the end, Wang Teng was left a little disappointed by the outcome. After witnessing the advanced technology of Asgard, the tech level of the Lizard Kingdom truly held nothing that could catch his eye. He couldn't help but wonder what the king was so arrogant about in the first place. Fortunately, there were at least two types of minerals that were rather valuable, so Wang Teng's efforts weren't entirely wasted. Through their conversation, Wang Teng finally understood that this place had originally been just an ordinary, backward native planet. Its only claim to progress was trading those two minerals with other nations in the universe, gradually acquiring bits of technology that way. Even so, the planet remained woefully underdeveloped. The main problem was their atmosphere. It was so corrosive that any technological product they acquired wore out quickly. The tech they managed to trade for with their minerals barely kept pace with the rate of damage on their own planet. Any surplus was reserved strictly for the upper echelons of the kingdom. Ordinary citizens were little more than miners, toiling away for the benefit of those in power. Although the results weren't ideal, Wang Teng considered it better than nothing. The two rare minerals from the Lizard Kingdom still had a strong market in the universe, but from now on, they would be Wang Teng's private property. After some thought, he decided to set aside a portion for Earth's future development, while the rest could be traded with other planets for various resources. Now, the Lizard Kingdom was entirely under Wang Teng's control. Their society was still run on a rigid, bloodline-based system of slavery. As long as Wang Teng had the king in his grasp, he effectively controlled the entire planet, saving himself the trouble of further meddling. To the leaders of other planets, it mattered little whether the Lizard Kingdom had a new ruler or not. In the end, it just meant dealing with a different face during trade negotiations. Prices might be a bit steeper now, given Wang Teng's identity and the deterrent power of Asgard. But on the flip side, building a connection with Wang Teng could prove highly beneficial for their own planet's future development. Wang Teng knew little about negotiation and didn't wish to be too ruthless toward those who hadn't crossed him. He'd originally planned to hand over all negotiations to Hela, but she hadn't bothered with such matters for thousands of years, leaving everything to her team instead. The talks Hela had just held with other countries were mostly about broad strokes, mainly negotiating their share of the protection fees. In any case, for Asgard, the total amount of blades to be collected each year remains unchanged. As for how the other nations divide up this quota, Hela doesn't concern herself much with the details. Ultimately, the task of negotiating exchanges of resources and technology was handed over to Tony. Truth be told, among this group, Tony is the one who understands the current state of Earth's technology the best, not to mention that he's the head of a leading tech conglomerate. When it comes to shaping the future direction of Earth's development, Tony's voice carries the most weight in this circle. Moreover, Tony has no intention of simply copying the technology of other empires for Earth's development path. At most, he'll use it as a reference. Only by developing a technological civilization with its own unique characteristics can Earth hope to survive in the vast crucible of the cosmos. Hela made a point of reminding everyone, in this universe, if your technological progress is nothing more than imitation, you'll eventually become a mere appendage to higher civilizations. Every top empire that has managed to carve out a place in the universe possesses its own distinctive technology and culture. In short, during the subsequent meetings, Tony participated enthusiastically, managing to exchange for quite a bit of technology and rare minerals from other worlds. As for Wang Teng, he didn't really understand any of this, but free things are always welcome. Even if it's just a few extra green onions, it's still something to celebrate. Things proceeded very smoothly. With the cooperation of the Lizard King, Wang Teng managed to extract nearly 2 centuries' worth of the Lizard Kingdom's stored quota, exchanging it for a variety of resources. Of course, Earth currently lacks the capability for long-range interstellar transport, so Asgard agreed to collect all the goods first and deliver them to Earth's near orbit. The transfer would be completed once Wang Teng and the others returned from their trip. This journey to Xander didn't just come with grand hospitality, but also yielded unexpected profits. At the very least, Wang Teng finally had some cash in his pocket when he walked the streets, instead of having to rely on Hela to pay for everything. Although Hela was more than willing to spend the money and even wanted to give Wang Teng a generous allowance, Wang Teng told himself that if it was just letting a friend pick up the tab, it was all in good fun. But taking Hela's money felt different. Just as that crocodile man had said, it'd really make him a kept man. Now that he had his own spending money, Wang Teng felt he could stand a little taller and speak with more confidence when he spotted something he wanted to buy. This kind of interstellar credit card had considerable purchasing power. To put it simply, if you calculated based on staple goods like food, a single credit point could buy several tons of basic crops. The prices of some common tech products aren't expensive. Either, things like communicators and translation devices are quite affordable. But when it comes to high-end, precision equipment, the little bit of money Wang Teng had wasn't even enough to dream about them. Take spaceships, for example. Even a small, nearly scrapped model from a junkyard would set you back about 200,000 credits. Add any advanced tech to the mix, and the price just skyrockets. Besides trading for supplies, Wang Teng kept 10 million credits for himself and gave 1 million each to the others. Now that they'd made it to an alien planet, everyone needed some spending money for gifts, souvenirs, or specialties to bring back for family and friends. Wang Teng wasn't stingy by nature. He still had several million left for himself. If it was just for food, fun, and leisure, that amount could last an Earthling several lifetimes without worry. The main reason he was able to exchange for so much cash and materials was because the leaders of other nations were intimidated by Wang Teng's Beastmaster ring. On top of that, Hela's menacing presence kept everyone on their toes. Any country that made a deal with Wang Teng was essentially buying at what used to be wholesale prices, now set at market rates. Everyone involved knew this perfectly well. In the broader universe market, prices often jumped several to even 10 times higher. By selling at market price to these other empires, Wang Teng was, in a way, turning market price into wholesale. It was obvious that prices for these resources would rise even further in the future. But that was no longer Wang Teng's concern. If you make a mistake, you pay the price. He simply sent the Lizard King packing back home, where he could focus on mining from. Now on, the citizens of the Lizard Kingdom wouldn't object either. After all, they'd always been the royal family's slaves, and now they simply answered to a new master. With the Beastmaster ring in play, Wang Teng had no fear of the Lizard King betraying him. At first, Wang Teng had worried the king might not live much longer, in which case he'd have to pick a new representative. But surprisingly, the lizard folk were something of a long-lived species. They weren't nearly as exaggerated as the Asgardians, but living 800 to 1,000 years wasn't out of the question. This Lizard King was just over 500 years old. Not exactly young, but with any luck, he'd last a few more centuries. Judging by the task Wang Teng had given him, that was more than enough time to strip mine his star system's mineral resources dry. After that, whether he lived or died was their own business. Wang Teng wasn't some great villain determined to wipe out an entire people. As long as they worked hard, he could be quite reasonable. From then on, the group's sightseeing was no longer under the official arrangements of the Xander authorities. They simply wandered about on their own, taking in the sights at their own pace. Having a large entourage constantly hovering around like servants made them uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the Xander leadership still circulated information about Wang Teng and his companions to every government office and tourist spot across the planet, repeatedly warning all officials that these distinguished guests were not to be offended under any circumstances. In the end, Wang Teng and his group did hire a guide, none other than Prince Wankai from the Arhati Empire. Though Wankai had a tendency to chatter, his cheerful appearance made him quite likable. Through their conversations, everyone gained a basic understanding of Wangsai's home planet. The main business of the Arhati Empire was interstellar transportation, with secondary interests in providing bodyguards and space escorts. In truth, all these ventures were run within their own family. They handled the shipping themselves, and the security was provided by their own people. Hiring outsiders would have been costlier and less reliable in terms of safety. All things considered, even though the Arhati Empire ranked somewhere in the lower middle among cosmic powers, it was still a leader in the service industry. You could think of it as the cosmic equivalent of Earth's courier companies, except their deliveries spanned the stars. Having a talkative local guide in the group brought no small amount of amusement, especially since Wankai knew his way around. As for his status, Wankai was far down the line of succession in the Arhati Empire, making him the sort of prince who spent his days indulging in pleasure and leisure. While other princes might be scheming day and night about claiming the throne, Wankai had no such ambitions. According to him, he'd been living on Xander for years. Every year, he'd make a brief trip home to visit family, but otherwise, settling on Xander was little different from being back in the Empire. With his annual dividends from estate, Wankai never had to worry about enjoying the finest food and entertainment Xander had to offer. The planet's advanced technology, excellent public security, and breathtaking environment made life here almost idyllic. Best of all, he could meet beautiful women from a dazzling array of worlds. As long as he didn't cause trouble or break Xander's laws, he could happily spend his retirement here. No one in the group faulted Wankai for his lack of ambition. After all, everyone had the right to choose their own way of life. For a privileged heir without any particular talents, a lifetime of pleasure and ease was probably his best option. Even if other heirs took over in the future, he'd still be well taken care of. Yet Wankai had no inkling of what fate had in store for him. Precisely because he had grown close to Wang Teng and now served as their guide, traveling across Xander with them, his father had decided it was time to bring him home for some serious grooming. Such a promising seedling could hardly be left to waste. Wankai had no idea that after spending 20 or 30 years indulging in pleasure and comfort, he would one day be forcibly summoned back to start learning all kinds of management skills from scratch. If he had known this would be his fate, he probably would have chosen to stay far away from Wang Teng and the others from the very beginning, wouldn't? It'd have been better to be a carefree, idle son of a rich family, just living life without worries. If he really had to return and take over the family business, he wouldn't even have the right to choose his own partner. But for now, Wankai was thoroughly enjoying himself, getting along harmoniously with everyone. If Wang Kai had put in even a little more effort during his studies back then, he might have been able to get a rough idea of Earth's technological level when interacting with the others. Unfortunately, he had always been a hopeless underachiever. The king of the era, Empire, his father, had let him run wild outside mostly because this son was simply beyond hope. Fortunately, seeing that Wang Sai's nature was at least decent, though a terrible student, he had never gotten himself into any real trouble during his travels. His father was content to let him be. This was also the main reason his many brothers felt at ease about him. In the end, Wang Kai and Tony Stark nearly became inseparable friends. Both were playboys, both had grown up in a world of luxury and leisure, and the two of them had even gone off adventuring together a few times. Whenever Tony showed up the next day with dark circles under his eyes, moving gingerly and barely able to walk straight, everyone knew exactly what he had been up to, and couldn't help but look down on him all over again. Wang Teng couldn't figure it out. When did Tony's taste become so bizarre? Was it just one trip to an alien planet, and suddenly he was willing to try anything? As for Wang Teng, he just couldn't accept those strange-looking alien women. It wasn't as if they were cute cat-eared girls or anything like that, even though most of them didn't look all that different from Earthlings. Sometimes the only difference was skin color. It was still something Wang Teng couldn't quite get used to. Maybe if he stayed on another planet long enough, he'd gradually let go of these notions about different races. But for now, even if he met the most conventionally attractive alien by Earth standards, Wang Teng still felt uneasy. Hey, everyone, mind if I join you at this table? One day, while the group was enjoying some local street food at a specialty stall, a voice suddenly interrupted them. Glancing around, they saw there were still plenty of empty seats. Clearly, this person was coming straight for their group. Without waiting for Wang Teng or the others to respond, the newcomer went ahead and sat down. Although Tony's people were a little annoyed, they didn't say anything to drive the person away. Over the past few days on Xander, they'd encountered all sorts of aliens. Some even looked very similar to humans from Earth, though there were always a few subtle differences. The person standing before them was the epitome of easy familiarity, looking exactly like any Earthling. If it weren't for the fact that they were all currently on an alien planet, this greasy-looking middle-aged man would have made everyone think of the words hopeless shut-in. Although he hadn't quite reached that point yet, it was clear he was well on his way. Wang Teng glanced at him and thought, well, isn't this the guy from Star-Lord's group I saw at the conference the other day? He hadn't even gone looking for him. Yet here the man was showing up of his own accord. Wang Teng didn't even bother to put down the thing in his hand that resembled a kebab. After all, you couldn't get treats like this in his hotel, and he had to admit, it tasted fantastic. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Peter Quill, but you can call me Star-Lord. It means Prince of the Stars, the man said with a grin. Hearing Star-Lord's self-introduction, Tony and the others exchanged glances, their eyes full of hesitation. The name was just so down-to-earth. Was he an Earthling accidentally lost in the cosmos? Or did he belong to some special race? It was also Wang Teng's first time hearing Star-Lord explain his nickname, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, that's definitely made up. His dad's literally a star, so that's why he calls himself the Prince of the Stars. Are you from Earth? Tony couldn't help but blurt out the question first. I'm not from Earth. I'm from Missouri, Quill answered, looking surprised. I just heard you're from Asgard, and that sounded familiar, like something out of the fairy tales my mom used to tell me when I was a kid. So I wanted to come and say hi. He quickly denied being from Earth, instead giving his childhood address, Missouri. At this point, Wang Teng couldn't resist a mental jab at the education system of the Free Federation. Kids raised under happy education sometimes didn't even know the Earth was round, expecting a child who'd been abducted from Earth at a young age to understand the relationship between Earth and Missouri was truly asking too much. Even though Quill had gained plenty of experience in the universe over the years, in his mind, his home planet, the Free Federation, might as well have been the whole world. Is this guy an idiot? Missouri is on Earth. Natasha couldn't help but join in the banter, beating Tony to the punch. Perhaps the growth of the Guardians and her recent travels among the stars had finally helped this child of the 80s relax. Quill froze for a moment. Was Missouri really just a place on Earth? His childhood memories were just too hazy. Setting down his kebab, Wang Teng picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. I know who you are, Peter Quill. When you were a kid, Yondu took you from Earth to the stars. Technically, that counts as child abduction, but over all these years, he pretty much treated you as his own son. Everyone stared at Wang Teng in utter shock, although he occasionally displayed abilities that left people astonished. The fact that he could casually run into an Earthling on an alien planet and immediately discern their origins was simply too uncanny. Quill, in particular, was dumbfounded. Very few people knew about this matter. Back then, It was Yondu who brought him away all by himself. Even within their own crew, most assumed Quill was just a stray orphan Yondu had adopted. How did this fellow Earthling instantly see through his background? Quill himself didn't even know his birth planet was called Earth. Quill was at a loss. Originally, he'd only approached these people because he noticed them receiving extraordinary treatment. After all, they hailed from the legendary Asgard of myth. By chance, he'd run into them, hoping that by getting acquainted, he might benefit somehow. But before he could gain anything, his own origins had been laid bare with shocking clarity. Truth be told, Wang Teng didn't know all that much about Star-Lord. Decades had passed, after all, and especially when it came to Quill's background, the movies hadn't gone into much detail. Wang Teng had only memorized the identities of a few key figures, and, of course, the fact that Quill's father was like a living planet. What exactly do you know? Quill sprang to his feet, agitated. After drifting through the stars for so many years, he'd often thought about going back home. Partly because that was where his mother died, and the place was filled with pain for him, so deep down he'd always hesitated. But the main reason was that, with only Missouri as a clue, he couldn't for the life of him figure out which planet he'd been born on. All these years wandering the cosmos, Quill had never encountered anyone who looked exactly like him. There were only two possibilities. Either his homeworld hadn't yet reached the stage of interstellar civilization, or his entire species had been wiped out. One major reason Quill had come over to strike up a conversation with Wang Teng and the others was because they looked so much like him. Your father killed your mother, and now he's scouring the universe for you. He wants you dead. Your dad murdered your mom, and now he's after you. Quill was stunned speechless by Wang Teng's words. What do you mean his father not only killed his mother, but now wanted him dead? 2. That was utter nonsense. His mother had died of illness, hadn't she? Was this guy just saying these things to get his attention? Then, it suddenly came back to Wang Teng. Quill's father had apparently planted a seed on every life-bearing planet across the universe. As long as the energy was sufficient, he could devour the entire cosmos. In the end, it was Quill and his friends who managed to blow up his father's brain, saving the whole universe. And no matter how he thought about it, Wang Teng found it unbelievable. For someone that powerful, once they reached such a level, crushing Quill and the others would be even easier than squashing an ant. After all, you'd have to search for an ant, but a person that size could be spotted at a glance. How could it be so simple for these people to take him down? In this universe, after all, nanorobots and nanobombs aren't considered advanced technology. Even on Earth, there are things like PIM particles. Does anyone really believe that civilizations which have developed for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years across the universe, are all fools? If it were truly that easy for Groot to crawl into his brain and blow it up with a bomb, Quill's father would never have survived this long. He would have been killed off years ago. This really counts as a plot hole in the original story, or perhaps it's just one of those unsolved mysteries. Wang Teng was genuinely curious. He wanted to meet Quill's father one day and see what the real situation was. But then again, you never know. Maybe it really was just a plot armor death. With the countless parallel universes in the Marvel multiverse, a brainless celestial isn't exactly out of the question. Even though you might know something about me, that doesn't give you the right to spout nonsense and insult my mother. If you can't show me some actual proof, I think you owe me an apology. Quill stood there in a daze for a long moment before he finally reacted. He simply couldn't believe what Wang Teng had said. He had no memory of his father at all, nor did he care, but he still felt Wang Teng's words had hurt his deceased mother. Even though he'd never met that bastard of a father, his mother had always loved him deeply, and she was the person Quill missed most in the world. If what Wang Teng said was true, didn't that mean his mother had still been pining for that man before she died, blinded by love? And it wasn't just Quill. Everyone else found Wang Teng's words hard to accept. Sure, the universe is full of weirdos, but someone who hunts down their wife and child across the galaxy? That kind of hatred was hard to imagine. I'm sorry, I don't have any evidence, Wang Teng replied. But one day you'll meet your father, and then you'll understand. Actually, I'd really like to meet him myself. Why don't we exchange contact information? When you do, run into your father. Remember to let me know. I'm quite interested in how he managed to solve the reproductive isolation problem. After all, he's managed to have children with so many different races throughout the universe. The sheer amount of information in Wang Teng's words was overwhelming. It seemed Quill's father wasn't even human. Naturally, Quill asked about it, unable to hide his curiosity about the man his mother had never forgotten. That I don't know much about your father, only that he comes from the oldest race in the universe. He existed from the very moment the cosmos came into being. He left descendants on countless planets, all in search of an heir capable of inheriting his power. If his children fail to inherit that power, he ultimately kills them. By a conservative estimate, you must have at least several thousand brothers and sisters who have already been eliminated by him. Your father's race should be called the Celestials. It's said that nowhere, the place where the collector resides, is actually the severed head of a deceased Celestial. The brain matter inside is an incredibly valuable mineral resource, and even after thousands of years of mining, there are still reserves left. By the way, Odin, the god king of Asgard, wears the destroyer armor, which was originally forged as a weapon to fight the Celestials. In fact, it might be more accurate to call it the anti-celestial armor. Wang Teng's words left everyone deeply shaken. Perhaps Tony and the others didn't quite understand what kind of place Nowhere was, but Hela and Quill knew well enough. Quill only knew that Nowhere was the domain of someone called the Collector, someone extremely powerful, known across the universe as an Elder. No one really knows how long he's lived. Rumor has it, he's been around since the dawn of the universe itself. Hela didn't know much more, but her impression was more direct. Nowhere was a force even Asgard dared not provoke. Just seeing the way Asgardians conducted themselves on Xander showed how impressive they were in the universe. Yet even they avoided crossing Nowhere, which spoke volumes about its true might. Both Quill and Hela had learned about Nowhere through various means. In fact, thousands of years ago, Hela herself had traveled there to negotiate business with the Collector. The sight of Nowhere, those unforgettable scenes, remained etched in Hela's memory to this day. That asteroid floating in the void of space so clearly resembled a colossal skull. At first, Hela assumed it was simply a mining asteroid, deliberately carved to look like a skull. Only after learning about the true nature of the mining did she realize how terrifying that ancient giant must have been. Actually, when Wang Teng thought about the skull at Nowhere and Quill's father, an image from Chinese myth sprang into his mind. Pangu. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some secret connection between them. It was only after Wang Teng's strength advanced to the level of a golden immortal that he found the world increasingly fascinating. Before that, he spent his days hidden, away on Earth, always on edge, fearful that one day the planet might simply vanish without warning. Even with the Ancient One present, he still couldn't feel at ease. What if Uncle Tun just happened to pass by? Now that Wang Teng's power had made a spectacular leap, and with all sorts of gear at his disposal, he could afford to act recklessly. His curiosity about the hidden secrets lurking behind the Marvel Universe had only grown deeper, and now he finally had the strength to support his desire to explore them. You're telling me my father is some kind of celestial, and, damn it all, a giant, too? I was already floored when Asgard stepped out of myth and into reality, and now you're throwing a celestial into the mix? Do I look like an idiot to you? Quill couldn't tell if Wang Teng was being serious or not. His own education was nothing to brag about. He was, after all, a cosmic drifter, a blend of thief and interstellar pirate. His various abilities might count as natural gifts, but you couldn't expect much wit from someone raised among space pirates. Even if what you're saying is true, that just makes me the one child who can inherit his power. That's why he wants to kill me. Quill felt his mind spinning. The sheer amount of information Wang Teng was dumping on him was overwhelming, and he was struggling to process it all at once. On the contrary, Wang Teng replied, "From what I know, you're the only one among his countless offspring who actually inherited his power. I bet Hela can sense it, too." Wang Teng turned to look at Hela, standing beside him. "That's right. There's a tremendous power lying dormant within you. So much, in fact, that it even surpasses mine," Hela confirmed, nodding at Quill to back up Wang Teng's claim. Quill flexed his bicep, which was mostly hidden under a layer of fat. "I don't know what you're after by saying all this, but you've just exposed your earlier lie. According to your story, my so-called father has been searching for someone to inherit his power, and now he wants to kill that very successor? Don't you think that's completely contradictory, Earthling? Don't take me for a fool just because you think you can outsmart me. I'm Star-Lord. I haven't survived this long in the universe by being naive. I've seen every kind of scheme and betrayal there is." Quill was convinced he'd seen through Wang Teng's plot, while Wang Teng found his response amusing. Truly, this was a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods while still clinging to mortal folly. He'd fallen into a trap without even realizing it. Wang Teng said, "Why do you think your father was searching for a successor? Was it just a pass on his legacy? From what I've learned, your father's power isn't enough to rule the entire universe on his own anymore. That's why he sought someone who could inherit his strength, so the two of you together could accomplish the grand feat of conquering the cosmos." Of course, I'm skeptical about this news. The truth still needs to be uncovered, and I just happen to be quite interested in the secrets behind it. Quill snapped, "I don't care if you're interested or not. This is my business. I'll find out the truth myself, and if I discover you're lying to me, I won't let you off the hook." Wang Teng replied, You can go back and ask Yondu. It was your father who hired him to go to Earth and take you away. But when Yondu realized your father's true intention was to kill you, he chose to adopt you instead of selling you back. By the way, your father's name is Ego, if I remember correctly. Wang Teng's confident tone left Quill unsure of himself. He even mentioned Ego's name, making it seem unlikely that he was lying. Quill started to panic. Although he had snuck away from the Ravagers this time, he felt it was necessary to go back and confirm things with Yondu. At the very least, Ego's name was now deeply planted in Quill's mind. Quill said, "If I find out you're deceiving me, you'll pay the price. I don't care if you're from Earth or Asgard." Perhaps Quill himself didn't notice how flustered he looked. He even bumped into the chair behind him without realizing it, fleeing the barbecue stall in a hurry. Was everything you said true? After the barrage of cosmic secrets just now, Quill had already run off, and Tony couldn't help but ask Wang Teng. Maybe. Who knows? Wang Teng replied, unconcerned. After all, he was now in a real world, and many things were different from what he'd seen in the movies. With so many big shots playing their own games, who could say if Quill's father wasn't an old Oscar winner himself? The plot was already in such a mess because of Wang Teng's meddling. A little more chaos wouldn't matter. Hadn't even the Ancient One gone off to fall in love? Hadn't Thor and Loki had kids together? With things already like this, what else was impossible? Even if one day several Tonys sat down together for a game of cards, Wang Teng doubted he'd be too surprised. As for Star-Lord's situation, it was more or less settled for now. Although he'd left in a hurry and hadn't given Wang Teng any way to contact him, Wang Teng had already planted a tracking coordinate on him. Finding him again would be easy. For now, it was best to let Quill go off on his own adventure. When he finally found the Power Stone, Wang Teng could always step in. He wondered whether Quill would go see Ego first or hunt down the orb. But it didn't really matter. No matter which came first, Wang Teng would be involved in the end. For now, the most important thing was to enjoy himself. After all, travel is meant to be fun. Since no one in the group was short on money, everyone simply followed their whim and did whatever brought them joy. As a result, in the days that followed, their footprints could be found all across Xander's scenic sites, and the group made frequent trips to the many megamalls, picking up all sorts of odd and interesting trinkets. In the end, however, most of these purchases ended up in Wang Teng's private space. The others didn't have spatial storage devices, so Wang Teng soon grew weary of the constant requests. Reluctantly, he dug out some of his old spatial rings and bracelets and distributed them among the group. While the internal space of these items wasn't especially large, it was more than enough for everyone to stow away their little souvenirs. Wang Teng had nearly forgotten about these items. Ever since he acquired his own personal space, they had become completely obsolete for him. He never realized just how valuable such spatial equipment truly was. Even for Hela, whose mastery of spatial folding technology in Asgard was highly advanced, to the point of even developing space-cutting techniques, the spatial capacity of their creations was still smaller than the objects themselves. This conundrum had plagued Asgard for thousands of years and still awaited a solution. Hela's own twin swords, for example, were weapons forged through a combination of magic and something akin to nanotechnology. Having seen Wang Teng's spatial ring, Hela resolved that, upon her return, she must bring it back to Asgard for her scientists to study. If Asgard's researchers could unravel its mysteries, their civilization's technological prowess would soar to unimaginable heights. After all, no matter how advanced technology becomes, the ultimate frontiers of research remain space and time. Only by thoroughly understanding both could Asgard truly stand unshakable among the stars, never to fade, securing its place as an eternal empire. Wang Teng realized he might have arrived a bit early. The Marvel timeline was notoriously chaotic, but since Star-Lord had yet to team up with his companions, it meant he hadn't gone after the Power Stone. With that in mind, Wang Teng decided to simply enjoy himself. After all, it was a rare opportunity to experience the exotic charms of an alien world. He had already left a contingency on Star-Lord. Any surge of superhuman energy on him would immediately catch Wang Teng's notice. Whether it was the Power Stone or Star-Lord's father, Ego, Wang Teng was confident he wouldn't miss a thing. After spending more than a month on Xander, the group had not yet managed to visit every corner, but it was impossible to stay on an alien planet forever. There was still a pile of matters waiting for them back on Earth, and considering the journey home, even if nothing went wrong along the way, they would have been gone for over half a year by the time they returned. Tony was eager to return to Earth and begin his research as soon as possible. If they set off now and took their time on the journey, by the time they arrived home, the supplies being shipped with Asgard's help would likely be waiting right at his doorstep. This journey through the stars had made Tony acutely aware of just how vast the gap was between Earth's technology and that of Alien civilizations. He had now made up his mind. Within his lifetime, he would do everything possible to usher Earth into the interstellar age. Of course, it was unrealistic to expect Earth to reach the pinnacle of cosmic power within just a few decades. But at the very least, Tony hoped to secure a place for humanity among the stars. In the past, Earth had benefited from Asgard's protection, but without striving for progress, humanity would forever remain confined to its home planet. When they first set out from Earth for Xander, Wang Teng had been anxious to reach the Power Stone, which made him rush the journey. Now that they realized they'd arrived far too early, there was no point in waiting around in an alien world for Star-Lord to find the stone. Who knew how long that might take? Returning home was just as good an idea. They had passed by so many fascinating planets on the way here, but hadn't had a chance to stop and explore. The return trip was the perfect opportunity to take their time, see more of the universe, and broaden their horizons. They had already bought everything they needed, so there was no harm in seeing what else the cosmos had to offer. Everyone was in favor of the plan. After all, it would be a shame to travel so far from Earth only to stay in one place. The more they could see, the better. With their plans settled, the group bid a proper farewell to the leaders of the Nova Empire. After all, their hosts had treated them generously, and leaving without a word would have been impolite. Following a lavish farewell banquet, they officially began their journey home. This time, no troublemakers crossed their path, much to Wang Teng's disappointment. The universe, after all, isn't solely populated by fools. Everyone remembers the lessons of those who came before. Anyone truly lacking in sense would have been eliminated long ago. The Lizard Kingdom incident could only be considered an exception. At their departure, Wang Kai seemed genuinely reluctant to say goodbye. He might have fancied himself a carefree playboy, but he had few real friends. Befriending Wang Teng and the others, he'd started out with his own motives. But through their adventures, genuine friendship had blossomed, especially with Tony Stark. If their world had the tradition, Wang Kai would have gladly sworn brotherhood with Tony, complete with ritual vows and burnt offerings. If only that custom existed on alien planets, Tony might have ended up with a sworn brother from another species. Of all the travelers, Tony had gained the most from this cosmic adventure. Not only had he collected a trove of advanced technology, he'd also had more than his share of encounters with so-called alien beauties that if Little Pepper ever found out about this after they returned to Earth, Wang Teng couldn't help but worry whether his little niece Morgan would even have a chance to be born in the future. After all, in a certain sense, what Tony had done wasn't all that different from what happened between beasts and humans on Earth. Though the other party was considered an intelligent species in the universe, Wang Teng still found it rather unsettling. He had to admire Tony's strong nerves. In this regard, Tony could rival even Star-Lord. Had Tony grown up out in the universe instead of on Earth, he might have outdone Star-Lord in this respect. On their journey, the group made stops at several other planets along the way, but in truth, they didn't buy much. After all, Xander was practically the most comprehensive trading hub in the universe. Anything you could find elsewhere, you'd find there too. The only exception was when they passed through a planet resembling a black market. There, they stopped briefly and picked up a few rare alien weapons not commonly seen on the open market. Since Xander was an open tourist planet, buying weapons there wasn't exactly easy. Although Tony's list of goods exchanged with the Lizard Kingdom included some weaponry, most of it consisted of large-scale and standard-issue arms. In a universe this vast, genius inventors abounded, and all sorts of privately modified energy weapons were commonplace on the black market. Some of these ingenious creations even made Tony stop and marvel. Though Tony claimed he no longer manufactured weapons on Earth, this obsession with arms seemed etched into the Stark family's very DNA. At any rate, Tony didn't hold back from purchasing a slew of bizarre weapons. The others also picked up a few things according to their own needs, more or less, choosing items they thought might come in handy. After all, they were all core members of the Guardians Alliance now, and it never hurt to be prepared. The happiest of all was Dr. Banner, who finally found a set of clothes that fit him. While his pants in the movies were always something of a mystery, the truth was that in battle, he'd been left exposed more than a few times. Even though Banner had specially commissioned a pair of shorts with extraordinary flexibility, and thus avoided having to be censored every time he appeared, he still had to be constantly vigilant. Banner spent the last of his money on a set of Nano workwear with level 4 energy defenses. By Earth standards, not even a cruise missile could put a scratch on this suit, and it could shift in size, along with his changing form. Tony had never missed a chance to tease Dr. Banner about this matter. After all, Tony himself was now fully capable of creating nanomaterials. The suit he was wearing at that very moment was made from nanotechnology. While his suit couldn't quite match the defensive strength of Banner's work attire, especially since Banner, once transformed into the Hulk, had little to fear from most attacks, The point remained that Banner cared above all about defense. To avoid being awkwardly censored in future public appearances, a suit with formidable protection was certainly the right choice. But the most noteworthy figure of all was Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange himself, who had been practically invisible during their time on Xander. He was there mainly for the trip, with no real need or opportunity to fight, and he had little interest in technological gadgets. He seemed perfectly content to tag along each day, enjoying good food and drink without a care. However, on the black market, Strange stumbled upon a real treasure, puto, or a rare material used in crafting sling rings. Strange had never seen anything like it on Earth. All the sling rings worn by the sorcerers at the sanctum were ancient relics, passed down through generations. Although the crafting method survived, nobody could make new ones without the proper materials. This unexpected find was a stroke of luck. According to Strange, a piece of puto or this size could be used to create at least 1,000 sling rings. The reason Earth's sorcerer ranks were so small was, in large part, simply because there were so few sling rings available. Only those with truly extraordinary magical talent could cast spells without one, an individual so rare that you wouldn't find one in 10,000 people, or even in 10,000 years. With puto or in hand, Strange had already set his mind on expanding the sorcerer ranks. Of course, he wouldn't use all or just to make sling rings. This rare mineral was indispensable for forging all sorts of magical gear, and it was high time they bolstered their magical armory, for Kamar-Taj was sorely lacking in magical equipment. Ancient legends spoke of a time when elemental sorcerers roamed Kamar-Taj, casters who could hurl fireballs with a flick of the wrist, much like those in video games. Sadly, such pure battle mages consumed equipment at a prodigious rate, and with no way to replenish their magical tools, they eventually faded into history. Now, though, there was hope to restore some diversity to Kamar-Taj ranks. It was a pity that Strange hadn't found more of this rare ore. Even though selling it had only stumbled upon it by chance, and most people he asked didn't even know what it was for. The seller, believing he'd just swindled a gullible buyer, had no idea he'd parted with something so precious. Fortunately, that black market merchant with the octopus head didn't have any more of those ores. Otherwise, Strange would have cleaned him out, even if it meant resorting to force. After all, they were on an alien planet. Strange wasn't worried about the merchant calling the authorities, and with the lineup of his crew, there really wasn't anyone they couldn't overpower. But to his disappointment, the merchant only had that single piece of ore, leaving Strange with no room to show off his skills. Earth was just too remote. The closer their ship drew to its direction, the more desolate the starfields became, and encounters with civilized planets grew increasingly rare. In the end, everyone's entertainment on board boiled down to playing mahjong. It wasn't until they entered the Milky Way that they had an unexpected run-in with a colossal star beast. Warning, warning. Unknown massive energy source detected ahead. Rapidly approaching. Commencing scan. Just as Wang Teng and the others were huddled around the mahjong table, a shrill alarm suddenly blared throughout the ship. Wang Teng jumped up and rushed to the control console, half convinced they were under some mysterious attack. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense outward, eager to see what exactly was hurtling toward their ship. Scan complete. According to database comparisons, the entity ahead is an SS-class star beast, Crimson Whale. Its state is extremely unstable, and it appears to be in a berserk rage. Shipboard weaponry will be ineffective. If we confront the Crimson Whale directly, there is a 99.9% chance of total destruction. Immediate evasive action is recommended. As the ship's warning echoed through the cabin, Wang Teng's spiritual sense had already swept over the behemoth ahead. It truly looked much like an earth whale, except its body was a deep, burning red, armored all over with rocky plates. Most astonishing of all was its sheer size. In Wang Teng's perception, the creature was nearly 2/3 the size of Earth itself. If it weren't heading straight for their ship, you could easily mistake it for a planet. Who would ever guess it was alive? So this was the legendary star beast. Wang Teng thought back to that octopus tentacle he'd bought in Asgard. Now he realized that was nothing but a hatchling in comparison. Impact by enemy attack in 3 minutes. Countdown commencing. Immediate emergency spatial jump is advised, or destruction is imminent. Recommend activating autopilot. Now it wasn't just Wang Teng. Everyone on board sprang into action. Was this really an attack? Didn't expect to run into the Crimson Whale. I can't tell if our luck is good or bad, Hela murmured. Looks like we really do have to turn tail and run. That thing is no joke once it's enraged. Wang Teng switched off the alarm. He had no intention of fleeing just yet. Encounters with star beasts were rare. He wanted to see if this one was edible. And since Hela seemed to know about it, this was. The perfect chance for her to give everyone a crash course on the Crimson Whale. Don't worry. Since it's here, let's just treat it as an extra meal for us. Now, tell us, what exactly is this Crimson Whale? Wang Teng had just checked the database. There wasn't much information to begin with, and what little there was all useless fluff. Hella noticed that Wang Teng had no intention of turning tail and running. She wanted to argue with him at first, but considering the means at his disposal, she decided to give him a brief introduction instead. After all, they still had a few minutes to spare. This Crimson Whale is a unique, rare star beast in the universe. As far as anyone knows, only one has ever been seen. No one's heard of a second. Most people wouldn't know much about it, but it just so happens that Asgard has encountered the Crimson Whale up close, and we paid a heavy price for it. Everyone's faces showed shock. Considering Asgard's power, the fact that they'd suffered such great losses against the Crimson Whale left the group speechless at the Star Beast's strength, especially since the Crimson Whale was still out there, alive and well. That was truly terrifying. The Crimson Whale is an SS-class star beast. It's enormous, bigger than most asteroids. Usually, it's quite docile, and even if it's attacked, it won't get angry right away. Only when it's hungry does it become violent. According to the information we have, its main food source is high-metal content asteroids. If it's famished, it might even devour spaceships and satellites. Looks like our luck's run out. This big guy must be absolutely starving. He's not even letting our tiny ship go. For something his size, our spaceship isn't even a crumb. At that moment, everyone caught sight of a crimson behemoth charging toward them from the depths of space, growing rapidly larger with every passing second as they watched through the ship's viewing window. Faced with such an overwhelming presence, it was impossible not to believe that a whole planet was bearing down upon them, let alone a mere star beast. Its sheer size was utterly beyond comprehension. Wang Teng, we should really get out of here. That thing looks like serious trouble, Tony said, his mouth suddenly dry. The visual impact was overwhelming. No matter how much confidence he had in Wang Teng's abilities, he couldn't imagine anyone going toe-to-toe with a star beast the size of a planet. Even with that formidable sword on Wang Teng's back, which could slice through anything, he doubted it could even scratch the creature's hide. Especially seeing Wang Teng's eager expression now, Tony felt even more uneasy. They'd heard Wang Teng talk about the colossal forms of the Celestials before, but hearing about it was nothing like witnessing it firsthand. Besides, the creature was clearly treating them as a pre-dinner snack. Tony definitely didn't want to end up as a lump of excrement someday. This colossal beast before their eyes, known as the Scarlet Whale, was so immense that if it appeared near Earth, Tony wouldn't even doubt for a second that it could swallow the moon whole in a single gulp. There was simply no way to fight this battle. The enemy was unfathomably powerful, beyond all reason. Even Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard, was itching to retreat. Battling such a star beast was simply not worth the risk. Our Asgardian mining fleets once ran into a hungry Scarlet Whale. We lost more than half our warships in that encounter. Later, we organized a massive hunt for this star beast, but its defenses were simply overwhelming. Even our planet killer cannons and black hole bombs couldn't make a dent. Not only did we fail to capture it, but the fleet suffered devastating losses. In the end, we had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Hela's words chilled everyone to the bone. Clearly, this was a foe that could not be bested. If even the mighty fleets of Asgard had to bow out, what hope did they have with their tiny ship? They wouldn't even be a proper snack for this beast. At this point, everyone was urging Wang Teng to act quickly. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Teng was bound to the ship's smart system, the others would have scrambled to the controls themselves, desperate to flee from this place of certain doom. Hela had even drawn her twin swords, ready to activate her portal magic at a moment's notice. The closer they got, the more suffocating the pressure became, an overwhelming force bearing down on them. They had once been awestruck on Earth by the sight of the Dark Elves' cross-shaped mothership, stretching dozens, no, hundreds, of kilometers in length. Back then, it had seemed beyond imagination. But compared to the star beast looming before them now, that legendary ship was nothing more than a child's toy. Dr. Strange had already prepared his time magic, hands trembling slightly. This was supposed to be a sightseeing trip through the cosmos. Who could have imagined it would end up like this? He still hoped to go home and win back his girlfriend. Unlike the others, who were anxious and afraid, Wang Teng was brimming with excitement. Facing such a monstrous opponent, he finally had the chance to truly test his strength. Ever since his recent upgrade, he'd never fought with his full power. Especially while carrying the golden-ringed broadsword, he'd always worried that a careless swing might split the earth in two, and this beast was no mere orange. Amid the chorus of anxious voices, Wang Teng's figure flashed and suddenly appeared out in space, startling everyone. By now, no one was surprised that Wang Teng could survive in the vacuum with just his body. His strength was already absurd enough that nothing seemed impossible anymore. But now, Wang Teng was clearly preparing to go head-to-head with the Star Beast, and that was what truly made their hearts race with worry. The scene before them was almost comical. A single ant, brimming with bravado, charging headlong to do battle with a blue whale. This wasn't just a difference in level. It was a difference between worlds. Wang Teng wasn't thinking that far ahead. At this moment, he had already drawn his golden silk great ring blade from his back. He truly wanted to test whether, with his current strength, he could split a planet in half with a single strike. Moreover, according to Hela's earlier explanation, the defenses of this star beast were far superior to those of an ordinary planet. After all, even planets couldn't withstand a strike from a planet-destroying cannon, let alone a black hole bomb. And everyone with a bit of common sense knows what a black hole is: a cosmic entity so powerful it can even trap light itself. This star beast, with its metallic planetary body, was a true monster. Who could guess what kinds of metals it had consumed? In Wang Teng's eyes, a star beast like this was a treasure trove from head to tail. If he could manage to slay it and bring it back, Earth spaceships would be made from the toughest material in the universe. Even without energy shields, the hull alone could withstand the fiercest of assaults. Who could possibly compete? Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Wang Teng began channeling tremendous magical power into his blade. The golden silk great ring blade in his hand vibrated with a deep resonance, and a brilliant arc of blade light extended forth, stretching dozens, if not hundreds, of kilometers, vanishing into the distant horizon beyond everyone's sight. At this moment, the blade light Wang Teng unleashed was no smaller than the crimson whale looming before him. To be honest, he wasn't entirely confident. After all, the blade light wasn't the blade itself. Although the aura it radiated carried that same power to cut through anything, it was still not quite the same. If the opponent were smaller, Wang Teng believed he could cleave it in two with a single strike, no matter what it was. The real problem was the beast before him was simply too enormous, so vast it defied imagination. Even if the blade light had an indomitable edge, Wang Teng wasn't sure he could split it in half. Still, he wasn't too worried. Even if he couldn't finish the beast off right away, he was confident he could at least hold it at bay. Besides, he hadn't even summoned his war god armor yet. As Wang Teng swung his blade, a silvery arc of light slashed toward the star beast. In the blink of an eye, it landed. A thunderous roar erupted, crashing into everyone's ears. Even the Fian ship nearly fell apart on the spot. If Hela hadn't shielded it with her divine power in time, the little vessel might have been torn to pieces. Even so, Hela herself was shaken. The universe may be a vacuum, where sound cannot travel, yet the crimson whale's cry seemed to reverberate through space itself. Clearly, Wang Teng's strike had wounded it. In all the crimson whale's memories, ever since its birth in this universe, it had never been injured before. At most, a few insignificant ants had managed to chip away some of the metal armor on its surface, but truly harming it was utterly impossible. But today, for the first time, the crimson whale felt the pain of being wounded. The fury that surged up inside, it was beyond anything it had ever known. Compared to the wounded scarlet whale, Wang Teng was even more astonished. The arc of his blade carried an attribute of being utterly unstoppable. Just look at the rift it tore through space, which even after all this time, still hadn't healed. Yet, in Wang Teng's perception, the scarlet whale had suffered at most only superficial wounds. He had thought that this strike would at least leave the whale's flesh torn and mangled, but to his surprise, it hadn't even drawn blood. In just a moment, the wound on the scarlet whale was already starting to heal. To think that even when facing Dormammu before, Wang Teng had managed to split him into a mental breakdown. This meant that the scarlet whale's defensive power was at least above the level of space itself. This was an eye-opener for Wang Teng. Could this be one of Uncle Swallow's offspring? Could such a monstrous creature really be born in the universe? Wang Teng was a bit taken aback. At his current level of strength, while he wouldn't claim to dominate the universe, there were few who could stand against him. Yet today, by chance, he'd encountered a star beast that served as a stark reminder. The universe was vast, and who knew how many strange and unfathomable beings it contained. No wonder Hela had said there was nothing that could be done about this star beast. Judging by sheer offensive power, the strike Wang Teng had just unleashed could have split a planet made of diamond in two. The region touched by his blade was still roiling with spatial turbulence that had yet to subside. Yet even with such a devastating attack, he hadn't been able to inflict any real harm on the beast before. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder if there were more creatures like this in the universe. He'd have to reassess his own strength. Hela was equally astounded. Back when Asgard ceased its pursuit of the scarlet whale, a major reason was that it simply wasn't worth the cost. After all, so long as the whale was fed, it was usually quite docile. That was why the universe had only classified the scarlet whale at SS level. But Hela knew full well how powerful Wang Teng's blade was. Her initial worry had been that Wang Teng's magical reserves wouldn't be enough to sustain an attack against the whale. The power Wang Teng had just displayed had already amazed Hela. It was on par with Odin, if not surpassing him. And yet, even with such strength, he still couldn't inflict meaningful damage. On the scarlet whale, clearly, its danger level needed to be revised upward. On defense alone, it deserved at least an SSS plus rating, far exceeding the current classification of star beasts. Now, Hela was genuinely concerned for Wang Teng. She feared that his stubborn pride would drive him to a head-on clash with the scarlet whale. If he found himself outmatched, there would be no shame in retreating. Besides, the confrontation just now, in which Wang Teng's single strike provoked a furious roar from the whale, had nearly torn the fiend apart. If Wang Teng truly went all out, the mere shockwaves from their battle could easily reduce the fiend to cosmic dust, though it felt like an eternity. In truth, only a handful of seconds had passed as Wang Teng watched, wide-eyed, while the gaping wound on the crimson whale's massive body healed at a remarkable speed. That strange protective layer covering the crimson whale seemed to melt like metal, flowing swiftly to fill the ravine-like injury. Not even Wolverine's legendary healing could compare. It likely had to do with the crimson whale's metallic nature. Its body might have already transformed into metal. In the universe, many metals contain vast stores of energy and possess all sorts of peculiar properties. If the crimson whale wasn't picky with its diet, its abilities might far surpass anything anyone could imagine. At this moment, Wang Teng no longer regarded the crimson whale as merely a colossal star beast. He saw it as an adversary worthy of respect. Summoning his war god armor, Wang Teng prepared to go all out. Otherwise, he could easily end up defeated before he knew what happened. Despite the crimson whale's enormous size, it now seemed rather befuddled. From the earliest moments of its memory, after countless cosmic eras, it had grown to its current size. Even the gigantic beings of ages past, 1,000,000 years ago, had scarcely been able to harm it. Yet now, the little speck before it, someone it hadn't even noticed when it first passed by, had actually caused it pain. For the first time in its long life, it had been wounded. Though the injury was insignificant for the crimson whale, it still made the beast cautious. At the very least, it now saw this tiny figure as being on par with those mighty giants of old. Even if Wang Teng was small in comparison, the attack he had just unleashed was anything but minor. The scene fell into an uneasy standoff. The red glow enveloping the crimson whale grew increasingly intense and unnatural, gradually shifting toward a deep crimson. Clearly, it was gathering strength, preparing a devastating blow, intent on taking Wang Teng down in one fell swoop. Past experiences had taught the crimson whale that, regardless of how indigestible a metal might be, it could always break it down in its maw. It would even take a bite out of a black hole just to see what might happen. Meanwhile, Wang Teng was pondering the best way to strike back. Even with the power boost from his armor, he didn't believe he could easily deal with such a gargantuan foe. The difference in size was simply too great. Without the support of arcane energy, Wang Teng's attacks wouldn't even be enough to tickle the crimson whale. Of course, the war god armor's amplification theoretically had no upper limit. If Wang Teng were badly injured, he could, with one strike, slay the crimson whale. But it was far better to avoid injury altogether. Why go looking for trouble if you could help it? Wang Teng had briefly considered retreating, but the thought vanished from his mind as quickly as it appeared that it was clear that the metal on the crimson whale had evolved into a truly extraordinary substance, perhaps the most unique metal in the entire universe. If someone could get their hands on it, Earth's development for many years to come would be secure. To be honest, the prospect was simply too tempting for Wang Teng. The standoff didn't last long. Evidently, the crimson whale was not known for its patience. It might also have been that it was readying some powerful move. In any case, as far as Wang Teng could see, the whale's body, now a deep crimson, had clearly gained several more levels of defense. And it was the crimson whale that launched the first attack against Wang Teng. The gaping maw of the beast was so enormous. Wang Teng half wanted to toss a few moons into it just to see what would happen. But right at that moment, a rather unorthodox idea flashed through his mind. Peeling an apple. The crimson whale's defenses were formidable, but Wang Teng wasn't without options. The real problem was its colossal size. His attacks just didn't have much effect. So Wang Teng's plan was to peel away the whale's outer armor, layer by layer, just like peeling an apple. If he was willing to put in the effort, Eventually, he'd exposed the creature's true body, making it much easier to land a decisive blow. Wang Teng issued an order for the fiend to stay well out of harm's way, then hefted his great blade and charged in strike. Battle erupted in an instant. Unbeknownst to the Crimson Whale, Wang Teng had decided to unleash a flurry of unpredictable whirlwind attacks. The whale, meanwhile, had made up its mind. Even if it meant withstanding the same kind of assault as before, it was determined to swallow this pesky little human in one gulp. But this time, Wang Teng wasn't going for the kind of earth-shattering spectacle he'd unleashed earlier. Sure, those dazzling displays were impressive, but they consumed far too much energy. Just a single strike had drained more than half his magical power. Fortunately, with Wang Teng's cultivation at its current level, his strength was practically inexhaustible. Even a brief moment's rest had already restored the bulk of what he'd spent. But the battle ahead wouldn't allow for any pauses. And anyone who thought star beasts were slow just because of their size would be sorely mistaken. Judging by the speed with which the Crimson Whale had charged him just now, most ordinary spaceships wouldn't stand a chance. What's more, now that the whale's body was radiating with that intense crimson glow, its speed had increased dramatically. If it came down to a straight-line sprint, Wang Teng doubted he could outpace it. It was a bit like a race between an elephant and an ant. One stride from the elephant would take the ant a whole day to cover. Maybe not quite that exaggerated, but the comparison stood. Despite Wang Teng's careful restraint, his blade aura was still about a third of the Crimson Whale's length. If he were chopping at moons, he could probably cleave them in two with a single swing. He might not be able to match the whale in a straight dash, but his own body was so small that if he could just reach the beast, there'd be little the Crimson Whale could do to stop him. Compared to sheer speed, Wang Teng, the ruler of the main road, might not be able to dodge the charge of such a colossal creature. But let's not forget, the tricks up Wang Teng's sleeve are many. With his blade ready to strike, Wang Teng opened a spatial portal and teleported straight onto the back of the Scarlet Whale. At first, Wang Teng was wary of the radiant aura emanating from the Scarlet Whale, concerned it might be harmful. But once he actually landed, he found nothing amiss. It felt as if he were standing on a vast, endless continent. Only by truly setting foot on the Scarlet Whale could one grasp its immense size. What had been an enemy before his eyes now vanished, replaced by a sprawling landmass, or perhaps even a planet. Wang Teng decided it was time to play minor. The ground beneath his feet was uneven and mountainous, so he put it to the test. Astonishingly tough, far surpassing the hardness of any steel found on Earth. Even Earth's mightiest alloys, in Wang Teng's hands, were as soft as tofu. Yet the metal composing this continent beneath him didn't so much as scratch, even when he struck with all his strength. Clearly, it was time to use his blade. With a sweep of his great saber, a silver arc flashed out, slicing a distant mountain thousands of meters high cleanly at the base. But then, something unexpected happened. Before Wang Teng could rush over and stow the mountain away in his own spatial vault, the toppled peak seemed to melt like a river of water, flowing back into the vast continent beneath his feet. Does this place come with a self-recovery function? If things went on like this, even if Wang Teng spent 10,000 years here, he'd never make a dent in the Scarlet Whale beneath him. At most, he'd be nothing more than an insignificant parasite on the back of a giant beast, barely enough to be an annoyance, let alone a threat. He realized he had to pick up the pace. Early on, Wang Teng had experimented with storing the entire Scarlet Whale in his space. Although the creature was as large as a planet, Wang Teng's own strength was formidable. When he went all out, the pocket dimension he created ought to have been enough to contain the Scarlet Whale. But some unknown law seemed to bar his way, preventing him from absorbing the creature beneath his feet into his spatial vault. It seemed he'd have to deal with this thing before anything else. He targeted another small hill, this time much closer. With a single stroke, he sliced it apart without meeting any resistance. Wang Teng moved quickly this time, instantly storing the severed hill into his own space. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Whale was still confused, wondering where that tiny figure it had been trying to attack had vanished to. As for Wang Teng, now standing on its own back, it couldn't sense him at all. Only if a small asteroid collided with its body did it feel the faintest of tremors. Wang Teng's initial strike had left no impression whatsoever. But now the Crimson Whale had discovered Wang Teng, because a piece of metal was missing from its body. Every piece of metal on the Crimson Whale was the essence it had condensed after devouring countless ordinary metals. Losing one was far more serious than a human shedding a strand of hair. Though the chunk Wang Teng had hacked off seemed insignificant compared to the Crimson Whale's colossal size, it still sensed the